My dad is the disaster monarch with the dead king's throne. My mom is the temple goddess who has ascended 600 million angels. I, who just want to lie flat, awakened the hidden profession of the confused ruler. Due to the uniqueness of the profession and its unprecedented appearance, coupled with my confusion when the teacher asked me to use skills, I was immediately judged as a useless person without combat power. Even the vision of heaven and earth at the time of awakening was considered an illusion, which made everyone believe that I was just a waste who only relied on connections. However, what they don't know is that I not only possess an extraordinary ability that ignores levels, quantities, distances, and can wipe out targets and their entire families, but I can also summon 3,000 beauties to cheer for me in battle. However, using this ability requires a large amount of Imperial power, which is impossible for me who has just awakened, so I can only claim to have no skills. Faced with the ridicule of my classmates, I didn't even bother to respond because I want to show them what true supremacy is. At this moment, just as I had returned home after waking up, I received various top-level sets from my father, as well as a supreme VIP card from heaven and earth. When I saw it, my pupils shook directly. This is the ultimate paradise that all men dream of. There, you can see various beast-ear girls and succubi. As a father, I quickly sensed that something was wrong, and only after inquiring did I find out that in order to obtain the VIP card, one must reach level 15 within a month. So curly? It doesn't fit my personality of lying flat at all. Besides, upgrading is not playing a game. Levels 1 to 15 are still the weakest period, and it could be life-threatening if not handled properly. Just as I was about to refuse, a prompt box appeared in front of me. The grinding level. Listening to my father's advice, the reward is to increase the royal power by 5 points per hour, or pretend to agree and get the reward of the emperor's treasure and a painting of a beautiful woman. Without hesitation, I directly chose the painting of Sudaji. After perfunctorily dealing with me, I couldn't wait to return to the bedroom. Opening the painting, what caught my eye was an intoxicating fox-eared girl standing there, and the Sudaji in the painting seemed to see me, teasing and flirting with me. She truly deserved to be called the enchanting demoness who could captivate the emperor. It made my blood boil, and I wished I could rush into the painting to teach her a lesson. Knowing that unlocking the scroll requires level 15, I felt an unprecedented determination. After setting a clear goal, I also studied the characteristics of the profession. The Imperial power that can be automatically obtained per hour is equal to the sum of one's own attributes. So, in order to obtain more, it is necessary to level up to increase one's own attributes. However, the monsters in the secret realm are naturally bred and there is no such thing as 9 races. My skills can only be used to defeat bosses, and during other times, I can only use normal attacks. Suddenly remembered a low-level secret realm called the Motherworm Forest, where all the monsters are bred by the motherworm. Isn't that a perfect match? The next day, I arrived at the portal of the secret realm, where a few job changers were shouting to team up. Compared to some popular secret realms, it was particularly deserted here. Without hesitation, I walked into the secret realm and started the teleportation. Immediately, a beam of light enveloped me, disappearing on the spot, leaving behind several professionals with surprised expressions. Someone recognized my identity and sarcastically said, "No wonder you're the second generation of the Chin family. Awakening trash. Daring to venture into the Motherworm Forest with a hidden profession. This place is known as the graveyard for newcomers. If he dies in there, it will be a huge joke." When several people were mocking, I had already arrived inside the secret realm. A strong stench hit me in the face, and as I looked around, I saw a gloomy and terrifying jungle. Not far away, some insect eggs were pulsating rhythmically, making me shiver all over with goosebumps. Feeling nauseous, I directly targeted a first-level small spider larva. 569 in the 9th generation, already locked on to 569, with the highest level being 5, requiring 200 points of Imperial power to consume. Without any hesitation, I said, "Die for me." The next moment, the spider in front of me began to disintegrate at a visible speed to the naked eye, turning into strands of dust floating in the air. Before long, the entire forest was filled with countless smoke and dust, followed by a long string of kill notifications popping up. I was bathed in golden light throughout the whole process, and my level smoothly increased to level 9, unlocking 3 professional skills at the same time. Kneeling down. Within the area covered by mental power, all units can be forced to kneel. The higher the mental power, the larger the range, and the longer the duration. Divine soldiers. Condense the illusion of divine soldiers, causing 500% damage to the target. Each divine soldier consumes 10 points of supreme Imperial power without limit. Royal guards. Can summon royal guards to stand in front of you to block damage and counterattack. Level synchronizes with the owner. Attributes are 10 times my base attributes. Growth type. After seeing the 3 skills, the jaw is almost dropping to the ground in shock. A range control, a super strong attack, and a growth type summon. 9 levels in 1 second is already exaggerated. Summoning the Royal Guard. A 2-meter tall warrior in black armor appears in front of you. Looking at his attributes and various skills, even I was scared. He's only level 9. Still a child. Sorting out my emotions, I start to collect the spoils. Outside the secret realm teleportation gate at this time. It's been less than 2 minutes since I entered, so the discussion about me is still ongoing. Do you think this young master from the Chin family can still come out? Impossible. The density of the secret realm monsters is the highest. Once you enter, it's basically impossible to escape from battle, so he basically can't come out. The conversation was not finished yet. A beam of light flashed, and everyone was stunned. He came out, but when he saw the royal guards behind me all looking angry, damn it, he turned out to be a summoner profession. I have to say his luck is really good. While speaking, I had already walked up to them, taking out the venom gland extracted from the mother insect in the treasure chest. The crowd looked stunned when they saw it. The fact that I could possess this thing meant that I had already cleared the secret realm. Even if they, the gold farming professions, went through it, it would take them an hour. But I cleared it in less than 2 minutes. Is this still human? In the midst of their shock, the trade was completed at a satisfactory price. What made them feel even more absurd was that during the trade just now, they saw that I had already reached level 9. Even though I had just awakened yesterday, not even 20 hours ago, even the only epic genius had to grind for a whole day to reach level 8. So, while their minds were wandering, I picked up a teleportation scroll and went home on the spot, leaving everyone calling me arrogant. In the Chin family at this moment, looking at the rich harvest of this time, I smiled with satisfaction. Only then did I remember that the royal guards behind me were still following. Their existence required the consumption of imperial power. So with a wave of my hand, I directly let him off duty, and then arranged for someone to prepare a rich lunch. After drinking and eating, Chiny Yang fell asleep. It wasn't until 5 p.m. that I woke up comfortably. When he got up, he rinsed his mouth with wine before picking up his cell phone and starting to access the information on the secret world. After experiencing the 9 tribes stripping, how would Chiny Yang still be willing to upgrade on the ground? Even if all 3 of his skills are awesome, they can't be as cool as one-click screen clearing. It's just that you can't gain experience by killing it if its level is more than 5 levels above the demon. The magical creatures in the Mother Worm's forest only had a maximum level of 5. Chiny Yang went to clear the screen again and could only eat the experience of the boss. Now, he needs to find a secret place that is similar to the Mother Worm forest. After reviewing a great deal of information, Chiny Yang sifted out 3 secret realms. Level 10 secret area, Plague Rat Road. Level 25 secret world, Goblin Lair. Level 32 secret realm, Demon Ant Dungeon. The demons in these 3 secret realms are all related and can perfectly trigger the one-click screen clearing of the 9 clans' extermination. Chiny Yang's next goal was already clear. That's the level 10 secret world, Plague Rat Road. Plague Rat Walk is just as dirty, messy and hard to fight as Mother Worm's forest. Any professional with a normal brain would avoid this secret realm, and only Chiny Yang would think about going. I'm only level 9 right now, and the condition for entering the Plague Rat Road is to fulfill level 10. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang picked up his cell phone and prepared to inquire about the secret realm suitable for level 9 to level 10, but he realized that he was pulled into a discussion group. Group chat, Hangwu First Grade Alumni Association, 30th. After checking the group information, Chiny Yang realized it. It's a group pulled together by the college instructors. The members of the group, all of them, were students who awakened yesterday. At this point, the discussion group was already chatting away. The vast majority of it has to do with upgrades. After awakening to their professions, these former classmates have become peers. An ethos of competition has taken shape within the group. Those exceptional professionals who had risen to level 3 were showing off their upgrade progress within the group, drawing a crowd of regular professionals. Some people who rely on their family's kryptonite and pay to get on the bus to be taken to level 2 are also smug. Of course, mediocrity is the bottom line. Most of the people had been busy for a day and had only killed 2 or 3 demons. Some of them were even injured in the secret realm and almost got killed. At that moment, a message popped up. From the mentor, Lu Jing, tutor everyone. I have good news for you. Su Qinxing, from class 6, has risen to level 4. The discussion group immediately exploded when this message came out. Worthy of being Su Xin, to be able to rise to level 4 in one day. What can we say but worship? Level 4 isn't Su Xin's limit. I met him at the exit of the secret realm and he said he's going to charge level 5 today. Such a role, I remember he's been practicing since last night. It's a 24-hour streak. It's heartbreaking to see how hard you work when you're obviously so good. Hey, how come the person who awakened the hidden profession isn't Su Xin? Seeing this message, Chiny Yang skimmed his mouth. Is it sick? Do I have to be asked about everything? The good thing is, the guys knew they were in a group and didn't say anything excessive. For this group of classmates, Chiny Yang had always been speechless. He was really trying not to understand. Why do classmates always like to compare themselves? What is the comparison between yourself and them? We all merely became classmates by chance. After graduation, it's all back to their respective worlds. They don't think that after 3 years of being in the same class, they're on equal footing with themselves, do they? After blocking the group chat, Chiny Yang continued to check the secret realm information and soon gained something. Secret realm, Fortress of the Jackals. Level, 5 or higher. Demon, Jackal Scout LV8. Jackal Swordsman LV9. Jackal Sheep Cavalry LV10. Jackal Wolf Cavalry LV11. Jackal Centurion LV12, Leader. Secret State, Circular, Independent, 2-hour cooldown. Introduction to the Secret Realm. This is a Jackal Vanguard fortress, in which the Jackals have a certain degree of military literacy, and the Jackal Centurions are even more valiant. Secret difficulty, medium novice level. Recommended to enter after level 9. Secret evaluation, recommended. The secret process is short. The average clearance time for a group of 5 is around 4 hours, and there are no threats in the terrain or environment. It is important to note that the sense of smell of the Jackals is very sensitive and vigilant. It is not recommended that the assassin class novice professionals crusade. Chiny Yang was satisfied with this secret realm. There are some secret areas that are torturous when you fight for a day. Eating and drinking in the secret area. It's better to have this short flow of secrets. Get a team together for a 4-hour fight. Get out for a meal and a soak. And then get back at it. The rhythm, it's just so comfortable. Chiny Yang planned to spend some money and find a few wage earners to carry himself through the secret realm. For one thing, it's because of laziness. Secondly, his skills are going to consume imperial power. Thirdly, money is not worth much to him. Demonic creatures in the Plague Rat Road, up to level 15. To cast 9 clan stripping, you need to use 471 points of imperial power. At his current rate of accumulation, he would have to hang around for 6 days to save enough. Until then, he certainly can't abuse his imperial power. Getting someone to take you to upgrade yourself is the easiest and most cost-effective option. Tomorrow ascend to level 10. Lie behind for 5 days. Save up enough imperial power and then one-click to level 15. Go and meet Su Daji for a while. Having made his plans, Chiny Yang was much more relaxed and ready to go out and entertain himself. Just then, a prompt appeared in front of him. Nothing at night. You choose. Renjun, go to the slums and sympathize with the people. Spirit plus 10. The Faint King, hooked on a song. Go to the Sea King's palace and make a wave. Physique plus 10. Tyrant, get some dodgy people to try out the new skills. 3 hours of double experience. I kinda want this 3-hour double experience. Looking at the Tyrant option, Chiny Yang was somewhat moved. When you team up to paint the secret world, the experience is shared equally. The Jackalist Fortress is a short process and has fewer magical creatures in it. If he was in a group of 5, Chiny Yang would have to brush the Jackal Man Fortress 3 times before he could steadily rise to level 10. But if you have the double experience bonus, you only need to swipe twice. If you are in a group of 3, 1 time is enough. In Chiny Yang's understanding, this doesn't just save time and energy, it extends life. The longer one stayed in the secret realm, the greater the chance of encountering a life and death calamity. If you want to live a long time, you need to hang out in the secret world as little as possible. But, you can't really find someone to test your skills on, can you? Not bad for a Tyrant option. That's not treating your subjects like human beings. Chiny Yang suddenly had a flash of insight. There is no one who is not the king of the land. I don't know if the unruly people mentioned in the options are considered magical creatures. It's okay to try. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. The option triggers from time to time anyway, and there's no fear of wasting it. After making a good decision, Chiny Yang tried on the new equipment. Equipment, Obsidian Armor Set. Parts, Helmet, Upper Body, Arms, Legs, Boots. Level, 5. Quality, Green. Attributes, Full Attributes plus 15. Word 1, Immunity to Toxins up to level 10. Word 2, hardens the cuticles against physical damage. 2-word equipment. It's kind of a small extreme. A full novice's suit. That's out of the question. It was the first time Chiny Yang had viewed this suit and was pleasantly surprised when he saw the attributes. Not bad for something opened from a golden treasure chest. The 2 phrases are useful. A level 10 poison immunity can run rushshot over a secret world where toxins are the main threat. Hardened horns that can build on the armor and strengthen the defense again. Most importantly, this suit is in pretty good shape. After changing into it, it was quite a bit of the Masked Rider W. Chiny Yang was very pleased with it. The other 2 treasure chests, which Chiny Yang also opened, had very average stuff. Chiny Yang gave it all to be stuffed into the grocery box and waited for Chen Si to unify it. At night, the southern district of Hanwu City. Chiny Yang, who had eaten dinner, arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. It's a circular square. It's nighttime, but it's so brightly lit. In the middle of the plaza, there was a diamond-shaped crystal suspended, about 10 meters high. The crystal rippled in a circle, transforming the entire square into the entrance to the secret realm. Seeking a superior career belt. I'm a level 10 warrior. I don't need a pass. I just want to smell the experience. Seeking a luxury caravan. I'm a level 12 assassin. I can pay the fare, and I'll cover the resources of the whole fleet. This vehicle has a superior level professional magic swordsman leading the team. 20,000 crystal dollars a seat. No boss fights. Full of people to send the vehicle. Level 14 roaming double gun efficiency fleet. 30,000 crystal dollars a seat. No package pass. Boss, come quickly. The square was filled with people. Various grouping information. Suspended above the heads of the professionals. Displaying information, like viewing panels, is a basic function of the professional interface. Chiny Yang looked around and pressed for a free ride. It's not because of the professional's reality. Rather, every time you go down to the secret realm, your life is in danger, and no one is going to give it for free. Many people from poor families would go to work after awakening to their profession, and then look for a caravan to take them to leveling after they had saved up enough money for the ticket. Since Chiny Yang did not have to worry about the fare, he could even let Chen Si find the team. But in his one-board style, I guess it'll have to wait until tomorrow, so I might as well check it out for myself first and have a bit of fun choosing my own. In a short while, Chiny Yang found a caravan with the signboard Dragon Pavilion. Dragon Pavilion Guild Sleeping Car. Package clearance, the boss can lie down to the end. 50,000 crystal dollars a seat. Multi-golden bosses come quickly. Seeing this license plate, the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. In the license plate, there were at least 3 pieces of information that interested him. One is the Dragon Court Guild. The second is the package clearance. The third is a sleeper car, which can be reclined to the bottom. As his gaze moved down, Chiny Yang saw 2 women. They were about 20 years old or less, both petite and very similar in appearance. So they must have been twins. One of the sisters has short hair and the other has long hair. The short-haired woman was heavily armored and wielded a shield and spiked hammer, and it was obvious at first glance that she was a front-row professional. The one with long hair, on the other hand, was dressed as a mage, holding a silver staff and wearing a cloak. Both of them are very good-looking, but Chiny Yang had no impression of them. The Dragon Court Guild had thousands of professionals. This kind of 10 or so level bottom-level employees should be new to the group, and it was normal for Chiny Yang not to recognize them. Chiny Yang walked over and asked, "Are you guys from the Dragon Pavilion Guild?" When the long-haired woman saw that there was business on the doorstep, she immediately put on a professional smile and said, "Yes, my name is Lan Ruaton, level 12 Ice Flame Mage. This is my sister, Lan Ruashin, level 12 Paladin. We are both members of the Dragon Pavilion Guild." While her sister introduced herself, her sister displayed the Dragon Court Guild's armband to prove their identity. Chiny Yang nodded slightly and asked again, "How's the speed of your car?" Lan Ruaton patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, boss. Our sisters have the fastest cars here, and a team of 5 will be able to get through in 3 hours. What if it's a 3-man team?" Chiny Yang asked. With a team of 3, the experience gained is a third of that. Together with the double experience bonus, he would be able to level up to 10 with just one brush of the Jackalman Fortress. Teams of 3 are no problem. We're a reclining car. It's the same for several people, but you'll have to pay for the other 2 seats. Lan Ruaton acted very confident. Rather, it gave Chiny Yang a whole lot of self-confidence. 1 mage, 1 front row, 2 people, both level 12, can fight their way through the Jackalist Fortress? All those level 14 excellence level professions out there are not packaged passes. And, before Chiny Yang came here, he had also read a lot of the Jackalman Fortress's strategy. This secret world is a short process though, but the last level is very difficult. Professionals need to storm the fortress and kill the Jackal Centurion. With the Centurion surrounded by 50 or so other minions, it was part of a big melee. This combat environment is extremely dangerous, with little room for output in the back row, and many of the duovacs are unpacked passes. How did these twin sisters manage to not only pass, but also drive a sleeper car? Boss, look at this. Perhaps seeing Chiny Yang's skepticism, Lan Ruashin, the introverted younger sister on the side, displayed the clearance record. Pass record, Jackalope Fortress. Passing team, Blue Skinny. Passing time, 3 hours, 24 minutes, 43 seconds. Passing team members, Lan Ruaton, level 11 Ice Flame Mage. Lan Ruashin, level 11 Paladin. Su Xingchuan, level 10 assassin. Xiao Listening Rain, level 9 assassin. Zhang Jiming, level 9 assassin. Without the Lan sisters explaining, Chiny Yang could see the doorway. Assassins below level 15 are not yet able to cloak their scent. They have nowhere to hide from the sharp-sniffing jackals, and are a waste. The fact that the Blue Sisters took 3 assassins and still managed to clear the level in 3 hours is proof of everything. Chiny Yang's brows stretched. This train is not just a sleeper. It's an express sleeper. No wonder fares are more expensive than other cars. 50,000 crystal dollars a seat was indeed not cheap. The average person's salary for a month is only 3,000 crystal dollars. If Chiny Yang wanted to charter a car, he would have to spend 150,000 crystal dollars. If you were an ordinary professional, you would definitely not be able to give it up. But who is Chiny Yang? 150,000 crystal dollars was just one night's spending at the Sea King Palace. I'll take this car. Chiny Yang waved his hand. Seeing the business deal, Lan Ruatong's eyes turned into crescent moons of joy as she said, then the boss will pay a little deposit first, at 50%, for a total of 75,000 crystal yuan. No problem. Chiny Yang readily agreed and directly initiated a trade request. You have initiated a trade request to Lan Ruatong, level 12. Trade items, none. Transaction amount, 75,000 crystal dollars. Thanks boss. Receiving the trade request, Lan Ruatong smiled sweetly. But soon, her smile froze. It seems, the initiator of the trade request was noticed. Chiny Yang, you're the young lord. Lan Ruatong stuttered a little in surprise. Chiny Yang nodded his head in acknowledgement and said, it's just that young master. I'm not yet in charge. Sorry about that, we didn't recognize you just now. Lan Ruatong reacted quickly and immediately pulled her younger sister, Lan Ruoxin, to give Chiny Yang a deep bow. Chiny Yang didn't care about that. Obsidian armor sets have helmets that are full coverage. It was only natural that the two sisters didn't recognize themselves. At that moment, Lan Ruatong found another bright spot. Young Chiny, didn't you just awaken your profession yesterday? How come you're level 9? Hearing her sister's words, the introverted Lan Ruoxin, too, revealed a look of astonishment as she murmured, shocked, that young master has surpassed Luofan? Chiny Yang frowned, this surprisingly of yours is a bit offensive. Lan Ruatong hurriedly covered her sister's mouth and laughed. She has a low emotional quotient. You don't mind, Chiny Xiao. You get on the car for free. I'll return the crystal dollars to you. No. Follow the process. Chiny Yang shook his head no. The Dragon Court Guild takes people on a brush and gives the guild a 20% share of the money they make. It's business. It's best to be clear. After making preparations, the three of them turned into a white light and entered the secret realm. Ouch. The full moon is in the sky. Sharp howls made the forest under the night moon a little more terrifyingly morose. As soon as the two blue sisters landed, they each drank gain potion, and it looked like they were well prepared. Chiny Yang also raised his hand to activate his skill, summoning the Imperial Guards. Granted, he only had to watch the sisters fight the monsters from afar, but this was a secret realm where danger was everywhere, so it was better to have the bodyguards in place so that they wouldn't get caught in the gutter. Clang! With the sound of armor scraping, the mighty and domineering Imperial Guard stepped through the void. He knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. My emperor, long live. When the Lan sisters saw this scene, they were both a bit curious, and Lan Ruatong sighed. Your summons are so domineering. Are you a summoning class occupation? Summoning class professions? Chiny Yang shook his head, looking at the other two skills. 9 to 5 should be a mage-type profession. Young Chiny, can I use my scrying technique to take a look at your attributes? Lan Ruatong asked carefully. Chiny Yang nodded. Yes. In this world, it's offensive to randomly shine a scrying light on someone. Even, it can be seen as an attack, and it's okay to beat the other person to death if you're offended. However, before teaming up to go down to the secret realm, the captain will ask to see the attributes so as not to run into the pits. As a driver, Lan Ruatong had the obligation to protect Chiny Yang, and it was reasonable to want to understand the strength. Good on. Scrying can only look at levels and attributes. Skills are not visible in any way. Otherwise, Chiny Yang really didn't dare to come and form a team. With Chiny Yang's permission, Lan Ruatong's eyes flashed brightly as she launched her probing technique. The Imperial Guards reacted immediately after Chiny Yang was probed. He placed his hand on the hilt of his longsword at the first opportunity and fiercely looked sideways at Lan Ruatong, his eyes behind the golden ghostly face blossoming with scarlet light as his killing intent surged out. Sensing the killing intent, Lan Ruoxin, who was on the side, immediately raised her shield and stepped forward, standing in front of her sister. At the same time, he looked at Chiny Yang with a face full of incomprehension. Chiny Yang quickly came to a clear realization. Lan Ruaton's action of using the scrying technique on herself was defined as a threat by the Imperial Guards. As long as he ordered himself, he would behead Lan Ruaton on the spot. Chiny Yang moved with a thought. The Imperial Guard withdrew his killing intent, and his hand, which was pressed on the hilt of his sword, was lowered. Blue Ruashin sighed in relief and looked back at her sister. At this moment, Lan Ruaton was staring blankly. Sister. Lan Ruashin gently pushed her sister. Only then did Lan Ruaton jolt awake and look at Chiny Yang with more awe in her eyes. Just now, her scrying technique failed. Not only did he fail to see Chiny Yang's attributes, he was instead caught in an illusion. In the illusionary realm, Lan Ruaton had inexplicably arrived at a magnificent and solemn palace. She walked through the long corridors, through a palace door, and when all was quiet, she saw an emperor in dragon robes. The emperor stood in front of a huge carved window, gazing at the last afterglow of the distant sky, as if he were an inviolable god. Perhaps noticing someone's arrival, the emperor slowly turned his head and looked at Lan Ruaton. His face was illuminated by the afterglow, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. In that instant, time seemed to be stretched, and Lan Ruaton's heartbeat became clearly audible. The emperor's appearance was actually exactly the same as Chiny Yang's. Chiny Yang's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate space and time. The air froze around him, and even the breeze didn't dare to brush through easily. The whole world, it seemed, was waiting for his word. The kind of majesty that made people not dare to look directly at it, not even daring to have the slightest intention of overstepping it, caused Lan Ruaton to forget to breathe for a while. Boom! Lan Ruaton woke up on the verge of suffocation. The eyes that looked at Chiny Yang were filled with awe. It's not about employees being in awe of their bosses. Rather, it is the reverence of the subjects for the emperor, and even of the believers for the gods. Lan Ruaton comes from a family of scholars and has extensive knowledge. She knew exactly what she had just experienced and what it meant. In this world, there are some things that are not to be looked at directly. They are usually in possession of the power of a god, or are gods themselves. Apparently, there was something in Chiny Yang's body that could not be looked at directly. If you guessed correctly, it should be his hidden profession. 9 to 5. Thinking of this, Lan Ruaton realized. No wonder Chiny Yang was able to surpass Luofan and rise to level 9 in one day. The strength of his profession is not transcendent or epic. Instead, it's legend level. Luofan was all but a mere mortal before him. Are you okay? Can you still send the car? Chiny Yang's voice came, yanking Lan Ruaton out of her thoughts. She quickly adjusted her state and said, "It's fine. Just now, the scrying technique failed and I was a bit distracted." Sure enough, it failed. Chiny Yang thought secretly. Lan Ruaton's dissimilarity was something he also saw in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, I should have fallen into an illusion and I didn't do anything. It seems that the profession of 9 to 5 comes with a peep-proof function. Just then, Lan Ruashin, who was on the side, spoke up. "They're here." Chiny Yang and looked sideways, only to see 3 jackal scouts, already approaching this way, wearing simple leather armor, wielding scimitars, and carrying short bows at their hips. They look extremely single-minded. Chiny Yang took a slight step back, but the 2 blue sisters stepped forward at the same time. Lan Ruashin raised her shield in front of her, and Lan Ruaton waved her staff, condensing a blue flame, a defense and an offense that worked together silently. Seeing how skillful the 2 were, Chiny Yang was relieved. With a thought, he condensed a divine weapon phantom in the form of a halberd that was glowing with golden light out of thin air. The Emperor option is still up at this point. He needs to finish testing his skills with the difficult people to get the 3-hour double experience bonus. Jackalope people? Should we count them as unruly people? Chiny Yang thought and stimulated the skill. Phew! With a sharp buzzing of. The divine weapon phantom in the form of a halberd transformed into streams of light and stabbed at the jackal dogman scout who had rushed at the front. Golden streams of light broke through the air and attacked, hitting the jackal man squarely in the chest. Pust! The imagined chest-piercing image didn't appear. The jackal man who was struck by the golden halberd directly turned into a mist of blood, so sudden that even Chiny Yang himself could not react. You have killed the level 8 jackal man scout. Lan Ruaton's experience plus 120. Blue Ruashin's experience plus 120. Your experience plus 120. You have completed the Imperial option and received a 3-hour double experience bonus. Sure enough, Chiny Yang was overjoyed in his heart. Devils, too, are dodgy. Boom, boom. 2 explosions rang out. Chiny Yang raised his eyes to look at the other 2 jackalmen, who were also hit by the blue flames. However, their bodies did not show signs of burning. Instead, they condensed layers of frost, and in a split second they were frozen into 2 large lumps of ice. This ice flame mage, it's pretty strong. Chiny Yang praised in his heart. Before awakening his memories, he was not uneducated. On the contrary, due to the number of professionals he has come into contact with, He is very knowledgeable about all kinds of professions and skills. The Ice Flame Mage's advantage was obvious to him at a glance. When the Ice Flame burns, it continuously releases extremely cold energy, has the same adhesion and spreading speed as a normal flame, and can even cause an explosion. At the same time, it had the control ability of frost spells, so it could be said to be a collection of the advantages of both elements. The strength of this profession was also a T0 level existence in the excellence level professions. After the jackals were frozen, Paladin Blue Ruashin quickly followed. A Justice Shield Strike and a Justice Heavy Hammer smashed two large lumps of ice. The sisters are so skilled at working together that it's mind-blowing. Your experience plus 240. Your experience plus 240. A prompt appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. In a solo situation, a Jackal Scout has 360 points of experience. With a team of 3, one person shares 120 points. Chiny Yang was able to get 240 experience points, meaning that 3 hours of double experience had taken effect. Qin Xiao, you're so strong. The two of us are level 12 and we have to work together a bit to kill the Jackalman Scout in seconds. And you can kill it in one shot at level 9. To the side came Lan Ruaton's admiration. Blue Ruashin, who doesn't talk much, also turned back and said, "The boss is awesome. If we fight together, it will be much faster." Lan Ruatong nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah, with one more output from you, we can speed brush the boss." Chiny Yang shook his head and refused. "Don't pull this whole thing. I'm just here to lie down. You guys start working, I'll follow behind." Chiny Yang was still quite flattered by the compliments. It's called the world's divine warrior, so can it not be strong? But he wanted to save his imperial power and could not join the battle until the critical moment. "And again, we agreed on a sleeper car, and you want me to stomp the chain? No way." Seeing Chiny Yang's lack of oil and salt, the two women both laughed bitterly. He thought to himself that this young master of the Qin family was really living up to his name. With the strength of his legendary level profession, he was fully capable of soloing the secret realm, but he wanted to lie. Well, this young master was obviously ridiculously strong, but he was excessively lazy. Perhaps this is the rich man's idea of wealth. For them, money is just a tool and a means to an end, and they will never labor on their own when they can solve things with money. The process of the Jackalist Fortress is very simple. Just follow a route to reach the fortress where the boss is located. There are 12 jackalope camps along this route. There aren't too many demons in there, ranging from 20 to 30, and you're considered to have passed if you destroy them all. Occasional scouts harass them on the road, but they didn't pose much of a threat. The Blue Sisters are clearly the old guard here. The tactic they used was to pull monsters in the front row and clear the field with mages. It was a very common tactic, but it was used to great effect by the two sisters. Paladins are able to pull a large wave of demons by virtue of their holy light protection. When the demons had gathered nearly enough, the Ice Flame Mage released AoE spells to clear the field, centered directly on the Paladin. This tactic is very demanding on the front row, and if you can't carry your teammates' AoE, you're likely to be dunked to death by friendly damage. But Paladins can turn on 5 seconds of invincibility and stand in AoE unharmed. But even then, there is still some risk. When the Paladin turns on invulnerability, the fiend loses its target. If the mage AoE can't clear the field in the first place, it will be rallied by the magical creatures, and at that moment, the Paladin is not capable of pulling monsters. As a rule, this tactic can only be used if there are at least 2 mages and a nurse. But the Ice Flame Mage's Ice Flame Storm had a strong control ability. Even if you didn't clear all the demons in the first place, you could keep them under control, and then the Paladin would hammer a small friend to clear them individually, and the wave would be over. Relying on this routine, the sisters were like bulldozers, attacking the secret realm and clearing out camp stronghold after camp stronghold. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, put his hands in his pockets and followed behind, sitting back and enjoying the experience into his account. Your experience plus 240. Your experience plus 240. Your experience plus 240. Your experience plus 360. There's nothing wrong with this car. Chiny Yang was satisfied with the sisters' performance. It was just a bit boring. There are wage earners for practicing, and Imperial Guards for your own safety. He, the boss, is really laying it on the line. Next time you want to bring a recliner in, and a whole lot of fruits and snacks, tea and drinks. Wouldn't that be nice? Chiny Yang was planning in his mind. I heard Lan Ruatong, who was on the side, suddenly shout in panic. Sister, you slow down a bit. There's something wrong with the potion again this time. I can't get my spiritual energy back. You're late to the party. In the distance, Lan Ruashin said helplessly. By her side, more than a dozen jackal dogman swords and axes had already gathered, and the holy light shield was on the verge of shattering, so if she didn't turn on her invincibility, she was probably going to be hacked to death in a mess. This is a rollover? Chiny Yang rolled his eyes. I just complimented them on the reliability of this car. And it's not even a few seconds before the crash? At this point, Lan Squad had been caught in a dilemma. If you don't turn on invincibility, you're sure to be hacked to pieces by the jackals. But if it's on, these jackals will immediately shift their target. If Lan Squad couldn't catch the AoE clear, it would be her and Chiny Yang who would die. Tons and tons and tons. The situation was critical. Lan Squad desperately poured in the spirit potion. The blue potion flowed down her neck and stained a large part of her collar. Holy shit, this potion is so fake. After a bottle of potion was filled, Lan Squad still didn't feel the recovery of her spiritual power. So she was so angry that she smashed the potion on the ground and soared with foul language. Calm down first. What's going on? As a passenger in the car, Chiny Yang had to calm the driver down. Lan Squad wiped the residual medicinal water around her mouth and said to Chiny Yang with some complaints. Young Chiny, I happen to reflect this to you. The quality of the potions dispensed by the guild is getting worse and worse. Chiny Yang froze and looked at the potion on the ground. On the bottle of the medicine, there was really the trademark of our own Bacchus. The Chiny family started out as a professional guild, and over the years, they have also ventured into a number of auxiliary industries such as potions, forging, enchanting, and so on, and they are already considered to be a large conglomerate. The Chiny family's 100 Herb Hall was the largest supplier of potions in Hanggu City, and the potions that the Dragon Pavilion Guild dispensed to its members all came from the 100 Herb Hall. Uncle too has started touching fish too? Chiny Yang muttered to himself in his mind. The business outside the guild had been managed by Chiny Yang's second uncle, Chinfon. Recently, the 100 Herb Hall is out of a lot of negative news. Chiny Yang previously thought it was pure smear, but now look at second uncle Chinfeng's management. There was a big mistake. As Chiny Yang was thinking, Lan Squad's cries for help came from the distance. I can't hold out. Chiny Yang looked up and almost didn't laugh. That guy actually laid down on the ground and covered himself with a huge shield, his entire body shrinking inside the shield like a turtle. The mold is woeful, but the effect is there. The jackals gathered in a circle, clanking and banging their shields, and for a while there was really nothing they could do to her. But the problem now was that the potion was watered down. Lan Squad couldn't renew her spiritual power, and it was useless for Lan Squad to hold out for any length of time. Also, shields have durability. Bang! Lan Squad's shield was smashed by a blow. Facing the Jackal Dogman Sword and Axeman, she no longer had any blocking means, and if she didn't turn on the invincibility, she could only be hacked to death by the messy swords. A holy light descends and invincibility opens. On Lan Squad's body, a light shield emerged, becoming unattackable and unselectable. The Jackalman Sword and Axeman lost his target and immediately turned around and charged towards Lan Squad and Chiny Yang. Lan Squad could only chase the attack from behind, smashing down a few Jackalman as much as possible to reduce the pressure for the two of them. Chiny Yang sighed and released his spiritual power, covering towards the Jackalman. Subsequently, the skill was activated. Seeing me as heaven. On your knees. Boom. A majestic aura-like substance suddenly pressed down. Next, the raging Jackal Dogman Knife and Axeman, neatly kneeling, even the blue Ruashin, who followed the Jackal Dogman, was not spared, only to see her, who had invincibility on, flop down on her knees and look over with a confused face. Pust. Lan Squad was still drinking the spirit potion, and when she saw the scene, she directly sprayed it out. What's going on with them? Lan Squad asked. Controlled by me, Chiny Yang said, then gave Lan Squad a bottle of extraordinary spirit potion and said, drink this, it will instantly restore your spirit. Let's talk about what's going on later. Chiny Yang was also able to clear monsters with the divine warriors of the world, but this consumed imperial power. As for the responsibility for the overturned car, he had no intention of letting the other party take all the blame. Of course, it depended on the other party's attitude. However, at this time, Lan Squad has not thought of so much. She just felt strange. Blue Ruashin still has invincibility on. How can you control this? But now is not the time to dwell on that. She poured the potion down in 2 or 3 gulps and immediately felt her brain clear and her mental energy instantly return to full strength. After her mental power was renewed, Lan Squad immediately waved her staff, and storm after storm of ice flames swept towards the Jackal Dogman, which could be described as overwhelming. Click, click, click. The jackals who were kneeling on the ground were all frozen into a kneeling ice sculpture. Seeing this, Chiny Yang withdrew his spiritual power. After Lan Squad got rid of the control of the imperial pressure, she immediately got up and wielded the nail hammer to start a flurry of smashes. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of seconds, the ice sculptures that were kneeling on the ground were smashed into a field of broken ice slags. Phew, that was close. Danger averted. Lan Ruatan let out a long breath. At the same time, the mind was already racing. Once again, her worldview was shocked. The paladin's invincibility is immune to all attacks and skills as long as it is on. This belongs to the shelter of the gods, and there is no means of breaking it. Chiny Yang's skill, on the other hand, was able to ignore invincibility and force Lan Ruatan to kneel. What does this mean? In front of Chiny Yang, not even the gods can shelter a paladin. Young Chiny, I'm sorry the money for the special grade potion, it's against the fair. After the crisis is over, Lan Ruatan carefully apologized to Chiny Yang. If the boss hadn't stepped in just now, the ride would have flipped. The special grade spirit potion given by Chiny Yang could restore 1,000 points of spirit power in 10 seconds. Give to the use of low-level people. Is instantly back to full. Is a piece of life preservation props? According to the market price, a bottle can be sold to more than 30,000 yuan. Plus Blue Ruashin broke a green shield. She's not only not making money on this ride, she's losing money out the door. But compared to the monetary loss, what Lan Ruatan cared more about was still Chiny Yang's opinion of herself. Sooner or later, this young master was going to take over the guild. It's worth more than $1 million to make a good impression on him. As it turned out, Lan Ruatan had the right idea. I almost flipped my car just now. Chiny Yang was indeed a bit upset. Seeing that Lan Ruatan apologized in time and took the initiative to take the blame, his anger subsided. The 100 herb halls potions were watered down. This matter concerned the reputation and business of the Chiny family. Chiny Yang thought about it and still couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He said to Lan Ruatan, if you have the time, go and help me collect clues about the watering down of the 100 herb halls potions, and I'll be paid. If young Chiny commands, I'll definitely get it done. Lan Ruatan nodded repeatedly. In terms of birth, Lan Ruatan's family lineage wasn't bad. It's just that it's now fallen out of favor and has been relegated to the bottom tier of professionals. Being able to work for the guild's young master was a chance to advance. So of course Lan Ruatan was 100 times more willing. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Chiny Yang instructed the two of them to repair and continue to advance into the secret realm. There was a lesson learned. The two blue sisters became quite cautious. Blue Ruashin switched to her spare shield and would not pull more than 5 monsters again. Lan Ruatan's control of her spiritual power had also become more precise. The speed was much slower than before, but it was better than steady. As camp after camp was uprooted, the three of them soon arrived at the end of the secret world. The Jackalese Fortress. It was a fortress of no great size, with only stout wooden fences surrounding its perimeter, displaying a raw, rugged beauty. Simple rejects are staggered interdependence with the rear archery towers, constructed a humble but strong line of defense. On the archery tower, the Jackal Scout's eyes were sharp and alert as he watched the surroundings. Please start your show. Chiny Yang looked at the fortress from afar and said to Lan Ruatan, the defense of this fortress is not weak. It's a lot of work for the fives to fight their way in normally. He really wanted to see how the blue sisters were going to take the fortress. Lan Ruatan smiled smugly and said, young Chiny, just watch rat. Saying that, from her backpack, she pulled out a grenade-shaped prop. Props, Demon Baiting Bomb, K9. Quality, Green Product. Introduction, can attract level 1 to 11 K9 magical creatures to converge with a range of 1 kilometer. So it's an entrapment bomb. Up to level 11. Chiny Yang instantly understood. A booby trap bomb. A tactical prop. The ability to release the scent that demons prefer, drawing them to converge on a single location, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. The Blue Sisters' demon baiting bombs only worked on level 1 to 11 magical creatures, while the boss Jackalman Centurion was level 12, so that would separate the boss from the smaller monsters. The smoke from the baiting bomb only lasts for 1 minute. After 1 minute, the gargoyles will still return to the boss. How is this going to be resolved? Chiny Yang was thinking. There was a sound like a barking and growling in the distance. The jackals in the fortress have come out in full force. Jackal Scouts, Jackal Swordsmen, Jackal Sheep Cavalry, Jackal Wolf Cavalry. This entire full team has about 50 demons. Chiny Yang could fully imagine how tricky it would be if they all gathered around the boss. Just then, Lan Ruatan tore a scroll. Summon, Monolithic Golem. Rumble. The earth shuddered. The ground in front of Lan Ruatan showed terrifying crack marks. Countless pieces of rubble began to slowly rise into the air, automatically combining and splicing together according to some innate law. There was a dull crashing sound from stone to stone, echoing in the middle of the silent forest. As the last boulder returned to its place, a 5-meter-tall boulder puppet assembled into shape. Forward, with Lan Ruatan's command, the monolithic golem walked towards the Jackalman army, and the ground shook with every step it took. Chiny Yang instantly understood. The giant stone golem was a bug-like existence in this secret realm. The jackals couldn't do magic. and the blank slate swords in their hands couldn't do any damage to the giant stone golem. During the duration of the monolithic golem, these small monsters would be firmly stalled by it, creating time for Lan Ruatong to single-handedly take on the boss. That's quite something, Chiny Yang praised inwardly. Use only one prop, a spell scroll, just defused the biggest difficulty of the Jackalist fortress. These sisters, they're really two talented people. How long can the monolithic golem last? Chiny Yang asked. Only 5 minutes, Lan Ruatong replied. Time is running out. Let's go. With that, she pulled Chiny Yang up and ran towards the Jackalman fortress. The Jackalman army's attention had been attracted by the giant stone golems, and the three of them easily bypassed them and entered the Jackalman's fortress. Holding a long-handled giant axe, the 2-meter-tall Jackalman centurion was standing proudly in the fortress. Sharp teeth were exposed. Hidden under the dark brown fur was skin that was hard to injure with a sword, and the twin yellow wolf eyes flashed with rage and killing intent. Name, Centurion of the Jackals. Race, Canine Orc. Level, 12. Power, 240. Agility, 240. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit, 150. Scrying does not distinguish between minions and bosses, but only the demons with the strongest potential can become bosses. For each level of potential, the initial attributes are doubled 5 times. Level 12 magical creatures with attributes typically ranging from 150 to 200. The same level 12 Jackalman Centurion in front of him had a total attribute of 780. It showed that its potential was one level higher than the other Jackalman, and it was clearly the boss of this secret realm. Little trash. Seeing the Centurion's attributes, Chiny Yang was somewhat disdainful. That's not even half as strong as the Imperial Guard. It's only 150 physique points, with Blue Ruatong's damage. Within 5 minutes, it could completely wear it down. On the side of the Blue Sisters, there was no extra movement either. Lan Ruashin nailed her hammer high and directly released her big move. Holy Spirit Heartfire. Friendly unit spell consumption is reduced by 80% for 2 minutes. Lan Ruatong received the gain and instantly transformed into a spell machine gun. Ice Flame Arrow. Ice Flame Storm. Ice Flame Trap. Taking turns towards the boss's face. Although the Jackalman Centurion's agility was high, he could not move an inch under the Ice Flame Mage's chain of control. Even Lan Ruashin, a paladin, was able to repeatedly jump sideways around it. This sacred flame of the mind is really good. Even if I come out to second the monsters, I won't consume too much imperial power. Chiny Yang's hands got a little itchy as he looked out at the 50 or so little monsters. With the mind's sacred flame, he needed only 2 points of imperial power to coalesce a divine warrior phantom. Quickly spike these little monsters and you might be able to swipe a speed pass record out of them. Just when Chiny Yang thought the train was almost at the terminal, an accident happened. Outside the fortress, there was a rumble of a boulder breaking and collapsing. When the Lan sisters heard this voice, their pupils all shook and their faces turned pale. The megalithic golem responsible for slowing down the gargoyles. Gone. What's going on? Lan Ruatong turned back in panic. Through the gate of the fortress, one could see that the giant stone golem had collapsed. It wasn't killed by the jackals, but the duration was up and it automatically lifted. The scroll was bought from Dragon Court treasure chest, and the introduction clearly states that it lasts for 5 minutes. So why did it end in less than a minute? Lan Ruatong was a bit devastated, secretly thinking that there wouldn't even be a fake scroll, right? But there's no time to think about that now. Outside, more than 50 Jackalman minions, having lost their target, were charging towards the fortress, and at this point, the boss is still alive and kicking. The 3 of them, already caught in a desperate situation where they were attacked from the front and back, it was difficult for them to escape. This trip to the secret realm is probably going to be vicious. Lan Ruatong sighed and shouted at her younger sister. Lan Ruashin, let Qin Xiao take off the battle first. Lan Ruashin also understands that the situation is critical at this moment, and raising the nail hammer in her hand, she puts invincibility on Chiny Yang, saying, Boss, you quit. We flipped the car. Sorry, a car accident? Chiny Yang, who was saddled with invincibility, shook his head helplessly. He was also paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. He didn't need Lan Ruashin to say it, he knew it had flipped. At this point, if we don't get out of the pocket, the sleeper car is going to turn into a hearse. With that in mind, he stepped forward and walked right up to the main gate of the fortress. Qin Xiao, you have to exit the secret realm quickly. Lan Ruatong couldn't help but get a little anxious when she saw that Chiny Yang hadn't quit the secret realm yet. Invincibility only lasted for 5 seconds, and when that bit of time expired, the only way for Chiny Yang to get out of the battle was to kill all the demons. But is it possible? She and her sister were able to speedswipe the jackalope secret, relying on this setup of a tiger. Now that the setup was failing, it was impossible for the 2 of them to tackle so many demons. In such a desperate situation, she was ready to die. Chiny Yang could only die with them if he stayed here. Chiny Yang ignored Lan Squad, just silently launching his skills. The world's divine warrior. As the skill is unleashed, a divine weapon phantom glowing with golden light condensed behind him. Tai sword. Feng Tian painting halberd. Female and male double strands. Dry General Moxie. At this moment, the Chinese divine warriors, as many as they could, appeared, with Lan Squad's Holy Spirit Heartflame on her body. Chiny Yang's consumption of coagulating divine weapons had dropped from 10 points of Emperor's power per hilt to 2 points per hilt. He had used only 200 points of Imperial power to condense 100 divine soldier phantoms. If not, this wave is going to lose a lot of Imperial power. At this time, the Jackalman minions outside the fortress, too, had rushed in. Charging at the front were more than 20 heads of cavalry. The swords and shields and scouts followed with great vigor. Facing the raging swarm of demons, Chiny Yang just waved his hand with one hand to activate the skill. Behind him, a divine weapon turned into golden streams of light and broke through the air. At once, the sound of blood and flesh cracking was loud and clear. The moment those barking and charging jackalmen came into contact with the divine warrior phantom, they all exploded into a cloud of blood mist like fireworks. Some of the divine warrior phantoms, even more than one shot, only disappeared after running through multiple jackals. These demonic creatures in simple armor were not as sturdy as a piece of cheese in front of the divine warrior phantom. You have killed the level 9 jackalman sword and shield soldier. You have slain the level 10 jackalman goat rider. You have slain the level 11 jackalman wolf cavalry. For a time, the kill prompts were like a waterfall, brushing the screen in front of his eyes. The experience bar was even soaring like a thermometer inserted into hot water. Your level has been raised to 10. All attributes plus 2. You gain 5 points of free attributes. Sweeping 50 demons on the occasion. Chiny Yang's level rose to 10. The conditions for going to the Plague Rat Trail have been met. The goal of this trip to the secret world was achieved. The Blue Sisters, who were on the side, had not yet noticed that Chiny Yang had already upgraded. They just both froze on the spot. They had long guessed that Chiny Yang was strong. But the human imagination, after all, is limited by perception. Who could have imagined a level 9 professional who can mow the lawn in a level 12 secret realm? Just by looking at the skill alone, the golden aura suddenly released as if it was a heavenly punishment. Lan Squad was skeptical that Chiny Yang was not level 9, but level 90. Sister, be careful. Just as Lan Squad froze, Lan Squad's voice came. Lan Squad jolted awake. For just a moment, the Jackal Centurion's control chain snapped. Regaining its speed of movement, it immediately launched a fearless charge. Wielding a huge axe and crushing towards itself, Lan Squad's agility attribute wasn't high, making it difficult for her to make effective evasive maneuvers in such a short period of time. All that could be done was to raise his staff stiffly and fire an ice flame arrow at the Centurion. But, fearless charge is not the same as charge. In the professional forums, there is a newbie smashing skill. Close to 30% of the newbie professionals died in this skill. The scary thing about fearless charge is that it is immune to any control. There are only 2 ways to get the caster to stop. 1. Having a strength twice as strong as his forced him to stop. 2. Dunk him with damage as he charges. Lan Squad's strength was in control, and her output was just a bit stronger than an ordinary frost mage. And she couldn't do enough to dunk the Jackalman Centurion with damage in a short period of time. Phew! A strong wind blew. Lan Squad's line of sight was obscured by a tall figure. That was none other than Chiny Yang's summon, the heavy armored warrior, Madaka. After a violent clash of metal, the charge of the Jackalese Centurion came to an abrupt halt. It was as if he had crashed into an impenetrable wall, and his huge body, more than 2 meters tall, all tipped over backwards. Immediately after that, the heavily armored warrior held his sword in both hands and slashed down from top to bottom. Pust! The sound of metal clashing, and the sound of blood and flesh separating, rang out at the same time. The cold light of the blade and the blood glow intermingled and blossomed on the Centurion's body. After a painful whimper, a prompt appeared before Lan Squad's eyes. Chiny Yang kills level 12 Jackalman Centurion. Your experience value plus 1866. Dead. Dead. Seeing the Jackalman Centurion split in 2, Lan Squad froze on the spot. Level 12 boss, being slashed by Chiny Yang's summons? And this summoning, or the one that appeared in front of him instantly. It was so fast that he couldn't sense it at all. It shouldn't be. Clad in heavy armor. Why is it so fast? Lan Squad's questions were quickly answered. Miso. The long knife returned to its sheath. The heavily armored warrior vanished into thin air. Lan Squad was stunned and subconsciously looked towards Chiny Yang. Sure enough, the warrior with heavy armor and over 2 meters tall appeared behind Chiny Yang again. Flashback aid? Lan Squad is silly. Wasn't this the core skill of the epic level profession? Divine Shield Guard? A summon with the skills of an epic level profession? Is this appropriate? Does that make sense? And why do you want to take a car when young Chin has the strength to do so? Is it really that tiring to single brush? Just as Lan Ruatong's heart was racing with a million horses, all the Jackalman mini-monsters that Chingy Yang had already resolved. The pass prompt also surfaced in front of the trio's eyes. You have cleared Fortress of the Jackals. Passing time, 2 hours and 21 minutes. Reward treasure chest, level 12 bronze treasure chest. You've made the fast pass. Reward treasure chest, level 12 silver treasure chest. You've set a new record for the Jackal's Fortress. Bonus achievement, Dog Slayer, +5 to all base attributes. 20% increase in damage to canines. Reward treasure chest, level 12 gold treasure chest. A new clearance record has been set. Lan Ruatong was instantly overwhelmed by surprise. The previous clearance record for Fortress of the Jackals was 2 hours and 56 minutes. This is the pride of heaven. Luofan fighting out. Lan Ruatong had also repeatedly approached this record, but had not been able to break it. The reason being that the Jackalman Fortress's pass condition was to kill all the demonic creatures in the fortress. They could take care of the boss in 5 minutes. But the 50 mini-monsters would always take an hour to pull off. Once you are in a hurry, you are in danger of rolling over. And this time, Chingy Yang had almost solved all the demons within 5 seconds, taking them to set a new record for the secret realm. Well, one is not the driver of this car. Chingy Yang is the one. At least, the gas was under his foot. As he was thinking, Chingy Yang walked over. What's the situation? Gentlemen, aren't we sleepers? I've gotten up twice to push the cart. Does the ticket have to be discounted? In the face of Chingy Yang's rising offense, both of the Lan sisters were somewhat aggrieved. The baiting bomb plus boulder golem scroll routine had been used by both of them several times, so who knew there would be problems with the scroll this time? But the complaint is still a complaint. Lan Ruatong's heart was also incredibly grateful. If it wasn't for Chingy Yang touting, he would have really died in the secret realm this time. Thinking of this, Lan Ruatong bowed deeply towards Chingy Yang. Young Chin, I'm really sorry. I'll refund your ticket and pay you back for the special potion. Also thank you for saving my life. If you have any use for our sisters in the future, just order. Lan Ruatong's side was blazing away with apologies. Lan Ruashin, however, walked over, helped her sister up, looked at Chingy Yang and said, this can't be blamed on us. It's the scroll that's wrong. Your family bought. Something wrong with the reel? My family bought it? Chingy Yang looked at Lan Ruatong in puzzlement. Lan Ruatong carefully explained. Chin Xiao. It's like this. Our scroll was purchased at Dragon Pavilion Xianbao, summoning the monolithic golem, and it's reasonable to say that it can last for 5 minutes, but this time, it expired in less than 1 minute, which is why it almost flipped over. Dragon Pavilion Xianbao? Chingy Yang's brows furrowed. Longa Xianbao, the largest trade center for professionals in Hangwu City, selling all goods related to professionals, was also an industry under the Chin family. If Lan Ruatong isn't lying, wouldn't that mean that merchandise from your own trading center with quality issues? Chingy Yang's brows furrowed. It was something he couldn't ignore. We'll ask about it when we get out. After keeping things in mind, Chingy Yang began to check the harvest. Treasure chest opens. You have acquired. Equipment, brutal military metal, green. Food, primary full attribute fruit *3. Material, Centurion's golden canine teeth. Crystal dollars, 100000. Military honors? It's a trinket outfit. Chingy Yang's eyes lit up. Trinkets are a type of equipment with a touchingly low burst rate. Many people get to level 20 without ever seeing trinket gear. Equipment, brutal military metal. Part, front chest jewelry. Level, 10. Quality, green. Attribute, agility +20. Phrase, +2 to base agility attribute for each demonic leader slain. Capped at 40, 0/40. Surprisingly, it can provide additional basic attributes. This equipment can. Chingy Yang was ecstatic in his heart. Half of a professional's attributes are provided by equipment, but equipment is out of body and has the potential to be destroyed. There are some special secret areas that even cut down on the effectiveness of the equipment. Only a high base attribute is considered really powerful. However, anything that increased the basic attribute stuff was priced out of the market and couldn't be bought. This kind of supreme treasure. But Chingy Yang opened more than one at a time. In addition to the brutal military metal, he also opened 3 primary full attribute fruits, which added 2 to his full attributes after taking them. Together, these 2 rewards were worth close to 1,000,000 crystal dollars. However, Chingy Yang did not lack this amount of money, and the basic attributes, for sure, were added to himself. As for the Centurion's golden canine teeth, they should be rare materials for making weapons, and to Chingy Yang they were just something to throw at the trading house. Put on your equipment and eat 3 attribute fruits. Chingy Yang opened his personal interface and gave all 5 points of free attributes to Spirit. Name, Chingy Yang. Race, human. Level, 10. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 64, plus 25. Agility, 65, plus 45. Physique, 90, plus 25. Spirit, 92, plus 25. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Ciny as Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldier of the World, LV1. Imperial Guard, LV1. Scrying Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Imperial Power, 2068, plus 311 per hour. Achievements, Bug Nemesis LV1. Dog Slayer LV1. One short day. Chiny Yang's total basic attributes had risen from 40 points to 311 points. A nearly 8-fold increase. Chinfon Krypton gave him 10 attribute fruits, adding 80 points. He opened 3 attribute fruits on his own, adding 24 points. 2 new records, 2 achievement rewards, and 40 points added. Going from level 1 to level 10 adds 117 points. Imperial option. Add 10 points. Little by little, it all builds up. Feeling a body that is several times stronger than it used to be, Chiny Yang had a little understanding of Chinfon, the king of rolls. This feeling of growing in strength is really addictive. Awesome, yeah, I can't believe I opened the staff. At that moment, the sound of Lan Ruatong's tweets came from the side. As Chiny Yang looked over, both sisters were smiling at this time, as if they had made a big fortune. Many thanks to young Chin for leading the flight. Lan Ruatong squinted her moon eyes and said gratefully. Lan Ruashin, who was not very talkative, also revealed a rare sweet smile. The harvest of the golden treasure chest, far from a silver-level treasure chest. In this kind of low-grade secret realm, the only way to obtain a gold-grade treasure chest was to set a new record. And this was all thanks to Chiny Yang stepping in at the last minute. Otherwise, not only would they not be able to get the treasure chest, they might also perish. After the 3 of them exited the secret realm, Chiny Yang treated the 2 to a late-night snack. It was the usual practice of the professionals that at the end of every secret trip, the team would have a meal together. Because every time we get together, it could be the last time. Of course, Chiny Yang had another purpose in inviting them to dinner. At the dinner table, he inquired at length about the fake potion and the fake scroll. He had learned from Lan Ruatong that many guild members had gotten watered-down potions, and that this had long since become more than an exception. As for buying a fake scroll at the Dragon Pavilion treasure chest, this was also the first time they had encountered it. However, in the outside world, Longbu Baoxian has a lot of negativity just like Bai Chao Tang. Expensive goods, poor quality goods, etc. Many of the issues that have come to light have never received a positive response. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qin family monopolized most of the industry, this attitude of inaction alone would have lost a large portion of the market. Chiny Yang couldn't help but be worried. A dike of 1,000 miles is destroyed by an ant hole. If the Qin family falls, where will he go to enjoy the life of a second generation? It's hard to take the script of the rich second generation. He does not want to go back to the plot of do not deceive the youth poor. It's just that Chiny Yang vaguely feels that there is a hidden agenda in this matter. The business of the Qin family has always been held by the second uncle Chinfon, who is Chinchuan's most trusted brother, and the 2 of them have been sharing the same hardships for many years, which has led to the foundation of today's business. Once, Chinfon had even lost his fertility in order to save Chinchuan. Compared to him, Chiny Yang felt that it was still more like he was the mole. You can't run to Olden and sue Uncle 2 on one side of the story until things are clear. The current situation can only be to gather more clues before making a decision. Chiny Yang was thinking about it when options appeared in front of him. In the face of a royal decree, you choose. Renjun, this case involves the royal relatives. I will personally investigate it to the end. Skill, Genie Wei. The faint king, the blues 2 women have been talking nonsense. Escort me to my chambers. I'm going to beat them to death with a stick. Physique plus 10. Tyrant, arrest all those involved. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. I'm going to kill people rolling in their heads. Power plus 10. The Brocade Guards. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up and he decisively chose the Ming Emperor option. You've gained the vocational skill. Ku Might. A straight-up reward? Chiny Yang was a bit surprised. He thought he would have to find out the whole story before he could gain the skills of a Genuiwai. It also seems that the options are divided into 2 cases. One is an attitude and one is a task. Attitudes are rewarded directly upon selection, while quests need to be completed in order to be rewarded. The previous find dodgy people to try out their skills would be a quest option. Chiny Yang thought in his mind, unfolded the details of the Brocade Guards. Occupational skill, Genie Wei. Introduction, summon a Kinyuai. Who can travel in the shadows? Spy for you, gather information, search for targets, and execute them. Imperial power consumption, 50 points per hour. Note, the agility of a Genshur is 10 times your base agility and enjoys a 5x equipment bonus. All other attributes are 5 times the base attribute. And for every 100 points of base agility, the Genture cap is increased by 1. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth curved up. He was worried that he didn't know how to investigate the case. This comes with a professionally correct summons. With the Jinui, what evidence do you want without it? Click. A shutter clicked. Chiny Yang looked up and saw that Lan Ruaton was secretly filming herself with her cell phone. Chiny Yang frowned and asked, "Is beauty on?" He. Qin Shao doesn't need a beautiful face. Lan Ruaton laughed with drunken eyes. She had just accompanied Chiny Yang to drink some wine, and was a bit on top of her head at the moment. The already pretty face surfaced with a hint of the unique charm of a young girl. "I'd like to use your picture as a screensaver. Is that okay?" Lan Ruaton half supported her head, admiring the photos she had just taken. While admiring it, he was also talking to himself on his cell phone. "They all say you are uneducated and unmotivated. I think they are jealous of you. Good looking, strong, okay personality. You have almost no faults except for being a bit lazy. Perfect." With that said, her head slowly moved closer to the phone. "Sister, please be respectful." Lan Ruaxin thought that her sister was going to lick the screen, but it turned out that Lan Ruatom had smashed her head on the phone and was so drunk that she was unconscious. And that was the end of the evening meal. After giving the sisters a room, Chiny Yang directly teleported home. Returning to his room, he called out in a low voice, "Kamui." As the skill was activated, a shadowy figure stepped out of the dark part of the bedroom. He walked towards Chiny Yang step by step, his illusory body gradually solidifying, as if the transparency had been pulled from 0 to 100. 3 seconds later, a brocade guard wearing a flying fish suit, an embroidered spring sword on his waist, a flying saucer helmet on his head, and a silver fish scale mask on his face, knelt down in front of Chiny Yang. Long live the Emperor. Unlike the Chile, powerful winds when the Imperial Guards made their debut, the Jinchuai appeared in complete silence, as if he had been following you around all along and you had only just seen him. "Level off," Chiny Yang lightly said, checking the attributes of the Brocade Guards. Summoned object, Genie Wei, LV. 1. Level, 10. Power, 320. Agility, 650, plus 225. Physical fitness, 450. Spirit, 460. Skills, Transfiguration, LV. 1. Absolute Concealment, LV. 1. Bitter Destruction, LV. 1. Embroidery Spring Blade Technique, LV. 1. Not bad for a scandalous secret agent. When Chiny Yang saw the Bitter Destruction skill, he realized the terror of the Brocade Guard. Affliction Destruction. A skill that does no damage but causes extreme physical and mental pain. Lu Hao, the 100-level powerhouse known as the Mad King, was tortured into a madman by this skill. Such a horrible skill, being mastered by one's own summons. Chiny Yang only felt a sense of security. He ordered the Brocade Guards, "Go monitor Chinfang's every move. The Blue Sisters will be able to collect the clues to the fake medicine at the 100 Herb Hall. With the strength of the Jinui, we can start investigating at the source." Thinking back to Chinfang's and Chinchuan's experiences, Chiny Yang did not believe that there was anything wrong with his second uncle, but still made him his primary target. Received the decree. The Brocade Guard's eyes flashed coldly, and he arched his hand and retreated into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. Crap, is this what it feels like to have a hawk and dog in your hand? After the janitors retired, Chiny Yang couldn't help but clench his fist. The Imperial Guard gave him nothing but security, but what the Jinui gave him was a sense of control over life and death. It was as if the Brocade Guards could deliver anyone's head for him if he gave the order. After taking a bath, Chiny Yang laid down on the bed and swiped his cell phone, a homoerotic dynamic that caught his attention. That was a dynamic posted by Su Chinching, a posed photo with a paragraph. In the photo, Su Chinching is standing at the edge of the lake, looking out over the other shore, bruised and battered, but with a steely gaze. In his hand, he also held a chicly shaped longsword, with the text, "I've been walking on thin ice all my life. Do you think I'll make it to the other side?" Chiny Yang was uneducated, but his insight was okay. He recognized the origin of the weapon in Su Chinching's hand at a glance. This is the weapon produced by the level 1 to 5 novice secret realm, the Demon Wolf Forest, the Green Maple Sword. To equip this weapon, you need to level up to level 5. Apparently, Su Chinching was telling everyone that he had risen to level 5. Invisible beeping is the most deadly. Still walking on thin ice. What's wrong with you? Chiny Yang was embarrassed for him through the screen. After Su Chinching awakened the T0 excellence profession, the college gave him a hard time promoting him, and Su Chinching understands traffic. Taking the opportunity to promote the academy, he launched a 5 levels in a day challenge on his social media accounts, constantly updating some carefully posed photos. The photos are much the same, focusing on 3 main elements: battle damaged condition, steely gaze, upright posture. It's a trick that really works. In one day, he reached the achievement of 100,000 fans. It's only been 10 minutes since this dynamic was posted, and it has over 10,000 likes. The comments section is a large father recognition site, and it's wonderful. I'm on my knees. Sushin has really risen to level 5. Sushin seems to be injured. Is he alright? I'm heartbroken. Men are most attractive when they are fighting for their lives. I also put in a day's worth of work to kill 7 demons. Is this the difference between regular and exceptional professions? Don't rely on your occupation if you're a human vegetable. Sushin is also better than you if you're in a regular occupation. It's a pity that it still hasn't broken Luofan's record. There's no way around it. Sushin would probably be able to rise to level 10 if he had Luofan's profession. Didn't you just say that people don't rely on their careers for their food? What are you barring for here? I dare say that if Luofan were an excellent profession, he wouldn't be able to level up to level 5 yet. Reading the comments, Chiny Yang felt like dreaming back home. He actually saw the familiar culture of the rice circle in Su Chinching's comment section. Any comment that was unfavorable to Su Chinching would be swarmed. Even anyone who asks, "Who is this?" is greeted with an entire family tree. In response, Chiny Yang just watched as a joke. What's so cool about level 5? Did you load yourself up for 10 levels a day? Gee, it really should be faked. The rich and powerful do not return to their homes, as if they were traveling by night in Brocade. But how do you fake it without a trace? We're not very good at this either. Ding dong. Chiny Yang was having a headache when his cell phone vibrated. Newsflash, blue thin mushroom at you. Lan Ruatong? Chiny Yang took one look at the LD and guessed who was at himself. He clicked in and laughed instantly. Chiny Yang tapped into Lan Ruatong's social account. Found out she updated a dynamic as well. With the caption, "The way Qin Xiao thinks. So handsome." The accompanying picture is a photo she took of herself while having a late night snack. In the photo, Chiny Yang looks down in deep thought. A smirk, if any, hung at the corners of his mouth. Deep eyes, straight nose, nice sharp jawline. Hard and fine at the same time. Handsome, but not without a stern temperament. More importantly, when the photo was taken, Chiny Yang was still wearing the obsidian armor set, a set that could only be equipped at level 5. The brutal military badge on his chest. The wearing level is even 10th grade. This dynamic from Lan Ruatong was enough to show that Chiny Yang had already surpassed Luofan and had risen to level 10 in one day. She's kind of a godsend with this dynamic. It's just that Lan Ruatong doesn't have many fans. Not many people see it when the dynamics are sent out. But it was hard to defeat Chiny Yang. He backhandedly clicked on the mall and rushed 100,000 crystal dollars to buy a wave of hot searches for this dynamic. Immediately, Lan Ruatong's dynamic was topped on the front page. While the likes soared, the comments section also buzzed. Young Qin, the son of the Dragon Pavilion Guild? It's indeed Chiny Yang. He's quite handsome when you look at him like this. Crap, that's an obsidian armor set on him. He's level 5? What the hell? He only awakened yesterday too. Progress is the same as Sushin? This photo can't be P, right? Is it strange that the progress is the same as Sushin's? Young Qin's awakening is a hidden profession, the least of which is at the transcendent level of intensity. And with his family being able to give him kryptonite, it's only shameful that his progress is worse than Sushin's, right? Just looking at the state of the photos, I think it's Qin Xiao who won. Sushin is bruised and battered, and Qin Xiao has oysters on the bases. Winning my ass. With the hidden profession given to Sushin, he'll definitely rise to more than just level 5. That's right, Sushin's career and resources are at a disadvantage, and he can still fight Chiny Yang to a draw, so the highs and lows are immediately obvious. Okay? Soon the comments section was noisy. All kinds of double standards. All kinds of facts aside, the culture of the rice circle is like a toilet smell that wafts everywhere and grosses people out. Chiny Yang was also puzzled. Can't they all see the military medals on their chests? Still talking about level 5 here? Finally, a comment that hit the nail on the head. Can any of you see the military badge on Young Qin's chest? It's a level 10 green item of equipment. See? It's ugly. So what if he has green equipment? Is the family's kryptonite for his own strength? I'm laughing. Su Chinching's fans don't have a high IQ either. People have said that it's a level 10 green equipment, and they're still here in the bar? It was only when this comment appeared that Su Chinching's brainwashed fans reacted. Combined, is level 10 to wear? So Chiny Yang is level 10? How is that possible? Luofan's epic level profession has only leveled up 8 in a day. Chiny Yang is level 10 in one day? This is too fake, right? This picture is definitely PD up. Why is it that if Luofan can do it, Young Qin can't do better? I don't quite understand your logic. That's right, Qin Xiao is a hidden profession. His strength is supposed to be unknown. Can't he be stronger than Luofan? Shit, 10 levels a day. I can't even level up to 10 in 10 months. You're a regular profession. So don't compare yourself to a hidden profession. Why make things difficult for yourself? Didn't Sushin say that occupational intensity is determined by the person? People are pretending to be a beeper and you're substituting? And you're shouting at Sushin? In front of young Chin. He's the god of the toilet. After learning that Chiny Yang had risen to level 10, more and more people were helping him out, and the winds in the comments section began to blow one way or the other. Su Chinching's fans, however, are still in the negative. Even so, I don't think he's better than Su Shin. Chiny Yang's family is so rich, he must have found someone to take him leveling, and it's not in his power to rise to level 10. Yeah, Su Shin seems to be soloing. Level 5 is already amazing. Facts aside, is a level 5 Su Shin really inferior to a level 10 Chiny Yang? Oh, let's disperse. The opposite side has set aside the facts. What else can we talk about? Talk about magic? Makes sense. Chiny Yang liked this comment. The goal has been accomplished and the fun is looking good. No need to read any further for anti-intellectual comments. Chiny Yang exited the software and directly turned off the light to sleep. He was huffing and puffing, but someone else couldn't sleep. Inside the small, dark rental house in the old town of Hanwu, Su Chinching held his cell phone and stared at Chiny Yang's photo for a long time, unable to move his eyes. This photo is not P. He really has risen to level 10. Su Chinching's hands trembled and his eyes were covered in blood. He had originally thought that his upgrade speed was already proud of the entire Hanwu city. If he didn't want to reveal his strength, his rank could have been higher. Results: Chiny Yang, this second-generation ancestor, even stood out and stole the limelight that should have belonged to him. He's open too? Thinking of this, Su Chinching whispered, "Hui Yu, come out." Su Chinching's words just fell. A woman's figure, as if it were an image, slowly emerged. It was an elfin saint in a white veil. Her posture was live, her body surrounded by a light aura, revealing a transcendent beauty, and her long, silver-white hair fell like a waterfall, emitting a faint glow. The moment she appeared, the narrow rented room was sprinkled with a layer of white frosty moonlight that faintly diffused a fresh fragrant smell. Name: Sage of the Glowing Moon. Race: Elf. Level: 5. Power: 110. Agility: 200. Physical fitness: 100. Spirit: 240. Skills: Glow Moon Fire LV. 1. Moontide LV. 1. Moonlight/LV. 1. Elven Wisdom LV. 1. The Sage of the Glowing Moon is a sword spirit. When Su Chinching awakened, she was recognized as her master. Kagaya is capable of lodging in any sword weapon, and holding a weapon that is lodged by her it's lodged in will give you access to her skills, and even the ability to summon her into battle. Su Chinching had risen to level 5 in a day by relying on the power of the sword spirit. Therefore, he was suspicious that Chiny Yang, too, had the same thing. Su Chinching greedily sniffed the scent of the holy maiden's body and asked, "Hui Yu, during the awakening ceremony, did you notice someone named Chiny Yang? It's the human who triggered the vision, isn't it?" The sacred maiden of the glowing moon nodded slightly and softly said, "I had used the elven wisdom eye to detect his occupation, but I suffered a backlash and entered an illusion." Su Chinching froze. Visions? What did you see? The sage of the glowing moon recalled. "I saw a powerful civilization. And, speaking of this," she revealed a palpitating look, "as well as all the emperors who have been active in the long history of this civilization. And within those emperors, there are even near godlike existences. The gods. There are gods behind his profession." Hearing this, Su Chinching already understood. Chiny Yang was able to rise to level 10 in one day thanks to the power of his profession. He asked Teruyuki in displeasure, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Kagaya explained, "I had prompted you and you didn't care at the time." "You're contradicting me?" Su Chinching's gaze sank as he said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that I'm the only one who can restore your physical body for you." Teruyuki lowered his head. "I'm sorry." Su Chinching waved his hand and said, "Starting tomorrow, I won't hide my strength anymore. I'm going to trample Chiny Yang under my feet." Huiyu raised her head and said, "Master, I must remind you that this human called Chiny Yang is extremely powerful and there is no need for you to compete with him." "What?" Hearing this, Su Chinching's face darkened as he asked, "I'm no match for him even with your assistance?" Teruyuki nodded. "I even dare not look at him more than once." Day 2. Chiny Yang was awakened by one phone call after another. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. Ever since the legend of ascending 10 levels in a day was exposed, the messages and phone calls to say goodbye just don't stop. Up to the elder of the city lord's office, Zhang Yuan, the same class that went down to Hanwu for the first post. There were also some 7 or 8 Qin family relatives. But anyone who had Chiny Yang's contact information came to mix it up. Also, Luofan, the genius who had risen to level 8 in the last day, had walked out of Hanwu City and entered a Legion-level mega guild. With this example, everyone thought that in the near future, Chiny Yang would also be able to bring the Dragon Pavilion Guild to new heights. However, Chiny Yang didn't think too far ahead. He just wanted to level up to 15 and go play with Sister Daji. Strange to say, Chinfon, this old dang, is actually still in the secret realm. Even if it's a level 60 secret realm, it's not like you have to fight for half a year, right? Don't be in trouble. Chiny Yang was a little worried. He had no real father-son feelings for Chinfon, but he also hoped that the other party would live well. Otherwise, how could he enjoy his own happiness? Chinfon is not a small person. There are many means of life preservation on his body, and the possession talisman that senses his breath is not alarmed. Looking at the amulet in his backpack, Chiny Yang put his worries aside. Instead of worrying about someone who's level 65, think about how you're going to get to level 15. His next target would be the Plague Rat Road. The demons of the Plague Rat Road are very similar to the Mother Worm's forest. Not too many serious magical creatures, but filled with countless small rats. The number of mice was extremely large, and the experience from killing them was minimal, which was exactly the same as the larvae of the Mother Worm's forest. The scientific name for this is environmental magic. Belonging is part of the composition of the secret environment. Similarly, there are flying spores, splinter leeches, and so on. It's all about huge numbers and little individual experience. The vast majority of professionals, for the most part, don't waste their firepower on them. But Chiny Yang was different. As long as these environmental fiends were related, he could clean them up with a single click. Even if the individual experience was small, the huge number of them would still provide him with a huge amount of experience. According to the Secret Raider's estimation, the experience from emptying the rat path was enough to get him to level 16. Only, it's not time to go to the rat race just yet. The boss of the rat walk is level 15. Launching the 9-clan strip requires 417 points of Imperial power. Chiny Yang's current rate of accumulation of Imperial power is 311 points per hour. Deducting the salary of the Brocade Guards is 261 points. It takes almost 6 days of hanging around to save up enough blue bars for a screen clearing piece. And to make sure there's some surplus, it's got to be 7 days to be stable. What can I do this week? Going to manually level up a couple levels? Or hang out at home? As Chiny Yang was thinking, options appeared in front of him. Facing the leisure after the political affairs. You choose. Renjun, I'm going to make a private visit to sympathize with the people. Spirit plus 10. The Faint King, I've been promoted for a day. Can I enjoy myself? Then play the music. Then dance. Occupational skill, Dragon and Phoenix. Tyrant, there is more than just strife. There is no end to the conquests. My sword is hungry and thirsty. Strength plus 10. The dimwit option. Chiny Yang made his choice without hesitation. The option appears to be a vocational skill, and it doesn't require much thought. Occupational skill, Dragon and Phoenix, LV. 1. Introduction. When the dragon and the phoenix sing together, you will randomly obtain attributes, resistance, damage bonus, royal power and other rewards. The stronger the phoenix, the better the rewards. Note, this skill can be linked with Beauty Scroll. Great skill. It's also linked to the Beauty Scroll. Chiny Yang smiled dimly. He had understood the meaning of the dragon and the phoenix singing in unison. Got it. We won't be practicing for these 7 days. Why roll standing up when you can roll lying down? Practicing manually and having to expend Imperial power. In the end, it's not as efficient as clearing the screen with one click. It's time to eat, drink, and sleep. Come to think of it, Chiny Yang immediately arranged the trip. The Sea King Palace was not the only place of enjoyment in Hanwu City. Thus, Day 1. Warm soup bath. Massage, Dragon and Phoenix in unison. Strength plus 1. The next day, nightclub drinking, bouncing, Dragon and Phoenix together. Flame resistance enhancement. Day 3. Tea lounge tea tasting, listening to the zither, Dragon and Phoenix in unison. Spirit plus 2. Day 4. Spa pavilion spa, wellness, Dragons and Phoenixes together. Royal power plus 1200. God took 7 days to create the world. Chiny Yang almost didn't build anyone these 7 days. He hasn't been home since the whole week. The wind and flowers, the paper and gold, the lights and wine, properly are all the pleasures that have not been experienced in the last life. And all of them have been enjoyed. While everyone else is fighting for their lives in the secret world, Chiny Yang was also charging on his own battlefield. On the surface, he was wasting his time with sound and fury. In fact, he's working on it. Plowing the fields is also physically demanding. The good thing is, there's a Dragon and Phoenix passive in place. He reaped the rewards of every plowing. In addition to enjoying life, Chiny Yang was also perched in a deep palace overlooking the world. Your Majesty, the Brocade Guards are asking for an audience. Chiny Yang sat and lay down on the bed, opened his eyes slightly, and said, play. Inside the room, the Brocade Guards appeared out of nowhere like ghosts. During this period of time, the Brocade Guards would appear from time to time to report on Qin Feng's movements. Qin Feng's behavior was really incomprehensible to Qin Yang. At work, he's negligent on the surface, but secretly he's very rolled up. It is clear that the problem of adulteration of potions is being rectified, but it is never publicized to the public. He was obviously enriching himself, but he paid out of his own pocket to collect rare materials for Qin Chuan. Which play is he playing? Of course, Qin Feng's problems weren't entirely absent. When he cursed Qin Yang outside, it was a real curse, the kind with emotions and dirty words. But with this matter, it was really not good for Qin Yang to find fault with Chinfon. After all, what he did invite abuse. Exposed, Qin Ershi drifted again. He spent the night in a hotel with 2 girls. Crazy, Qin Yang's bar is dancing with a beautiful DJ on his chest. He shouts that he's going to pay for the whole place. Playing with things, Qin Yang hasn't been to any secret realm in 7 days. Ever since Qin Yang broke Luofan's record, everyone thought that Qin Ershi was the prodigal son returning to his roots and was going to rise to the occasion. Since then, there have been a lot more fans following him. Everyone wanted to see how fast his subsequent upgrades progressed. It turned out to be a great way to see how happy the dude is with his life. 7 days. 7 whole days. This man is not doing a single serious thing. For a moment, the fans understood. Qin Yang is still the same Qin Yang. Awakening a hidden profession can only change his potential, not his humanity. Qin Ershi, still the most playful dude in Hanwu City. Day 8, early morning. Qin Yang ended a good fight. Since it is one against many, all 4 attributes have increased. He opened his personal interface. Name, Qin Yang. Race, human. Level, 10. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Strength, 72, plus 25. Agility, 75, plus 45. Physique, 94, plus 25. Spirit, 96, plus 25. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, LV. Max. See me as heaven, LV. 1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV. 1. Imperial Guards, LV. 1. Brocade Guards, LV. 1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV. 1. Scrying Technique, LV. 1. Illumination Technique, LV. 1. Imperial Power, 47,128, plus 337 per hour. Achievements, Bug Nemesis, LV. 1. Dog Slayer, LV. 1. 7 days of farming had yielded a total of 26 attribute points, which was equivalent to a 2-level upgrade. Elemental resistances such as flame, frost, and lightning were strengthened throughout. Extra royal power, and nearly 10,000 saved up out of it. Can you call that a waste of time? Can you say that's a lack of effort? Qin Yang was touched by himself. The royal power has now been saved up to 47,128. It's time to go to Plague Rat Road and level up a bit. After settling the 4 defeated men, Qin Yang left the hotel and went directly to the entrance of the secret realm of the Plague Rat Road. Plague Rat Road is an open secret, and will not build separate spaces for solo or single groups. Individually, that is to say, after entering the secret realm, Qin Yang, it is possible to meet other professionals. He chose to come in the early hours of the morning because he wanted to go in and clear the screen in one click while no one was in the secret world. As it turned out, the plan fell through. As soon as Qin Yang arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of the Plague Rat Road, he saw 5 female professionals from afar. Strange. The Plague Mouse Trail is also swiped by someone? Qin Yang's heart was wondering. The Plague Mouse Trail is known as the secret land of the 3 evils. The magic is disgusting. The environment is disgusting. The terrain is disgusting. Normally, even if you came during the day, it was hard to meet people in the secret realm. How can anyone team up to paint at this 3 or 4 in the morning? And, looking at their equipment, their levels weren't too low. The entrance to the Plague Rat Trail, located at the sewer outlet of Hanwu City. Qin Yang walked towards the entrance while observing the 5 people in front of him. Judging from their equipment, these people were above level 20. The highest-ranked priestess among them was even wearing a level 30 suit. Isn't this the vice-captain of the Green Lan Squad? Qin Yang recognized the woman at a glance. Professionals are supposed to be a minority compared to ordinary people. There are even fewer good-looking female professionals. Qin Yang had the ability to forget the beautiful professionals he had seen. The female priestess with a charming figure and pretty face in front was the vice-captain of the Green Luan adventure team, the 31st level Holy Light Priestess, Yang Luqian. Groups of professionals, from smallest to largest, are categorized as adventuring parties, brigades, guilds, grand guilds, legions, and grand legions. Adventure teams serve as the smallest group unit, usually under 50 people. The Green Luan adventure team in front of them was a group that had only sprung up last year. It was famous in Hangzhou City for recruiting only female professionals. Yang Luqiang, as the vice president, had reached level 31, which was no small achievement. Level 31 and level 30 are two different concepts. Professionals not only have a level gap, but also an equilibrium gap. Classless, elite, patriarch, hero, monarch, emperor, metamorphosis, divine blood, demigod. Between the 9 levels, there is a span of every 30 levels. Levels 1 to 30, as an unclassified professional, gain 13 attribute points per level. When you level up from 30 to 31, you need to use the breakthrough pearl to successfully upgrade. After level 31, you are an elite professional, and you get 30 attribute points per level. The first 29 levels up will also be made up at 30 attribute points per level. This wave of attribute growth is 493 points. It could be said that the difference between no-goods and elites was the difference between practicing chi and building a foundation. The sacrificial robes are all propped up. This auxiliary's milk should not be small. Chiny Yang admired Yang Luqiang's body from afar, and at that moment, the Chinghuan party and others in the distance also saw Chiny Yang. Sister Luqian, that man is looking at you all the time. His eyes are a bit rude. Beside Yang Luqiang, an archer girl reminded. Yang Luqiang blankly glanced at Chiny Yang and said, Qin Ershi, well, old habits. He's Chiny Yang? I didn't even recognize him. Several of the female members of the team were shocked. Chiny Yang, this thing. It's too famous in Hangzhou City. Some of you may not be familiar with his looks, but the word Chiny Yang is certainly not unfamiliar. A female warrior hemmed and hawed. Sister Luqiang, aren't we going to say hello to young Qin? There might be a chance to get ahead. Ha, yeah. Let young Qin invest in our Green Luan adventure team. The other 3 female professionals nodded with a bad smile. It's true that Chiny Yang's lifestyle is bad, but the potential of his hidden profession is here. Young, golden, high-faced and powerful. Under such conditions, few women would care if he was scummy or not. Even, it's an honor to be slagged by him. Yang Luqiang glared at a few of her teammates and spat. Are you guys trying to sell me out? The female archer hemmed and hawed. Sister Luqian, we're just trying to get ahead. Want to progress to dedicate yourself. I want to offer myself, but young Qin may not necessarily see it. Yeah, I heard that Qin Ershi likes them big and white, and they have to be on Sister Luqian. Enough is enough, the joke's getting out of hand. Yang Luqiang dryly coughed twice and forcefully reversed the topic. Don't forget our mission. When we enter the secret realm later, we'll directly approach the location of the challenge space, and we'll ignore all the demons we encounter on the way. A day ago, the Green Luan adventure team discovered a challenge space within the Plague Rat Road. It's an unstable secret world. The entrance will be randomly painted in the sky, under the sea, underground. Sometimes, it even appears inside the regular secret world, just like now. The entrance to the challenge space appeared within the Plague Rat track. The challenge space disappears completely when it is broken through. The rewards for clearing the level are several times better than normal secret areas. For regular professionals, it's a chance that can't be taken. Understood, several members of the team said in unison. Thinking about the rewards of the challenge space, everyone was a little excited. At this time, someone asked, Chiny Yang is probably here to brush up on the Plague Mouse Road as well. What are we going to do if he enters the challenge space? We can't drive him away and offend the Qin family, right? Yang Luqiang shook her head. This challenge space requires level 15 to enter. Chiny Yang should still be level 10 right now. He won't be able to enter. The warrior woman nodded. That's right. I heard online that he's been having a great week. Yang Luqiang said. So don't mind him. Let's go. After saying that, she waved her jade hand, and the group entered the secret realm. Why do they want to brush the level 10 secret realm? Seeing this group of warblers enter the secret realm, Chiny Yang was a bit surprised. The people in the Green Luan adventure team were all level 20 or above. You can't get experience by brushing a level 10 secret. Could it be brushing materials? Then why come in the middle of the night? Curiosity rose in Chiny Yang's heart. That's when the options appeared in front of you. In the face of an unattainable and challenging space, you choose. Renjun, the level of the challenge space is unknown. Investigate first before making a decision. Spirit plus 10. Thinking, I am a body of 10,000 gold, and I am afraid that challenging the space is dangerous, so it's better to just do it. Physique plus 10. Tyrant, kill through the challenge space. Get all the treasures inside. Those who dare to stand in the way will be killed without pardon. Agility plus 10. Challenge space? Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. No wonder the Green Luan squad came to brush up on the Plague Rat Road in the middle of the night. Turns out, it was the challenge space found inside. In that case, Chiny Yang was relieved. The gang's goal is to challenge the space. Must not be brushing the demons in the Plague Rat path. Chiny Yang's experience of clearing the screen with one click would not be affected by them. Thinking of this, he chose the Renjun option to increase his spirit by 10 points. This is an option that you can get rewards for entering or not entering. Just investigate. He then summoned the Imperial Guards, transformed into a white light, and entered the secret realm. As his feet hit the ground, the damp, musty odor hit him. It's not a reach inside a plague rat track. The wet walls, in the dim candlelight, glistened faintly. The floor masonry fostered a thick moldy patina, a disturbing greenish color, as if centuries of accumulated moisture had turned into toxins. Swarms of rats, scurrying between the narrow pipes, figures weaving in and out quickly, making chilling squeaking and gnawing noises. The intrusion of outsiders startled the scuffling rats. They all looked towards Chiny Yang in unison, a pair of rat eyes in the darkness, flashing up with red light, densely connected. Chiny Yang's goosebumps fell all over the place. Secretly, he wondered why the secret realms that were suitable for him were all in this kind of environment. Since it's an open secret, each team descends on a different location when they enter. Chiny Yang and the Green Luan Squad would definitely not be able to encounter them in a short period of time. Yang Luqiang and the others are also in the secret territory. If I clear the screen with one click now, they will also notice. However, they can't penetrate the principle of the 9 Plans execution. Chiny Yang thought to himself. The skill, 9 Plans extermination, not only had an outrageous effect, but also had a complex structure. It involves imperial power, the rank of the other side, the relationship between the 9 clans, and so on. If you don't visualize the skill description, even if you witness the scene of the demon being stripped, you won't know what's going on. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang no longer had any concerns. He looks to a rat and activates the skill. Plague Rats, level 10. 52. 527 up and down the 9 clans. 52. 527 have been locked, of which the highest level is 15, requiring the consumption of 38. 417 points of Emperor's power. Over 50. 000 demons. Chiny Yang was ecstatic in his heart. I read the guide before that if you can clear all the plague rats, you are estimated to be able to level up to 16. In hindsight, that estimate was still conservative. Killing a plague rat is only 5 experience points. Even if these 50, 000 or so demonic creatures were all plague rats, they would still have 250, 000 experience. 250, 000 experience. Enough to get to level 17. And these 50, 000 or so demons included both the proper demons and the chief demons. The experience gained in the end will surely be more. Thinking of this, the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up, laughing at the plague rats who were looking at him. He said, "Don't blink, rats, I'll do a magic trick for you." 9 clans. Exterminated. Same time, the 5 people from the Green Luan Squad had found the portal to the challenge space. The portal stands in a circular cistern. There was no water in the cistern, but it was filled with densely packed rats. They were piled on top of each other, tumbling and writhing as if they were a deep black pool. The 5 people in the Green Luan Squad were numb. They are professionals, but they are also women. It's all a bit unsettling to see such a disgusting scene, but to get into the challenge space, they had to go down into the cistern. The female mage said to Yang Luqiang, "Luqiang, let me burn it with a wall of fire." Yang Luqiang shook her head. "No, that would easily damage the portal." "Then what? You can't bathe in a pile of rats, can you? These rats are known to attack people, and our defenses are not up to the point of ignoring them completely." The women looked at each other with ugly faces. "You looked at me. I looked at you. No one wanted to take a rat bath. I'll try to repel it with holy light." Yang Luqiang didn't want to get close to plague rats either. She brandished her golden staff and drank. Dawnbreak holy light. The holy light lit up from the end of the staff and transformed into a small, blinding sun. Instantly, the entire sewer was illuminated as bright as day. The next moment, an incredible scene appeared. Under the illumination of the holy light, the rats in the cistern actually decomposed rapidly, turning into countless tiny dust particles that slowly drifted in the musty air. The whole thing was weird and abrupt. The fleeting smoke glowed eerily in the light. It was as if these rats, in an instant, turned into ghosts and completely evaporated from the world. Crap, full seconds? Aren't holy light spells only harmful to undead creatures? Are these rats considered undead creatures? The 4 people from the Green Luan Squad were all incredibly surprised. As for Yang Luqiang herself, she froze on the spot for a long time before muttering, "It wasn't me who killed him in seconds. I didn't have a kill prompt." "Ha? No hints?" The 4 female professionals were confused. There was no kill alert, proving that Yang Luqiang's skill did not affect the group of rats. And how did they die? At that moment, the female archer snapped and whispered, "Wait a minute, have you guys noticed that the entire rat track, it's all quieted down?" Hearing the archer say that, the crowd suddenly reacted. Originally, there was some noise in the plague rat track. When those rats got together, they would fight each other, squealing and gnawing incessantly, and could be heard everywhere they went. But now, those voices are gone. All that was left was the sound of dripping water, echoing through the sewers. It was as if all of those thousands of rats had disappeared into thin air. What the hell is going on here? Someone cleared the secret area? Just as the green Lan Squad was collectively confused, Chiny Yang, on the other side, was being irrigated with experience. You have killed a level 10 plague rat. Experience value plus 10. You have killed a level 10 deteriorating giant rat. Experience value plus 755. You have killed a level 11 diseased giant rat. Experience value plus 1033. You have killed a level 12 festering giant rat. Experience value plus 1422. You have slain a level 13 pus-filled giant rat. Experience value plus 1803. You have killed a level 14 deformed giant rat. Experience value plus 2209. Drop treasure chest, level 15 bronze treasure chest *5. You have slain the level 15 nascent mouse father, leader. Experience value plus 13,781. Drop treasure chest, level 15 silver treasure chest. Brutal military badge activated. Agility plus 2. Your level has been raised to 11. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Your level has been raised to 12. Your level has been raised to 13. Your level has been raised to 14. Your level has been raised to 15. Your level has been raised to 16. Your level has been raised to 17. Your level has been raised to 18. All attributes plus 2. You gain 5 points of free attributes. Unlocked profession skill, Hand of Royalty. Unlocked occupational skill, Imperial Grace. Unlocked occupational skill, Imperial City Guard. Instant kills exceed 50. 000. Reward rare achievement, sweeping 10,000 armies LV1, enhance the effective ranged skills by 500% and expand the mental coverage by 500%. The prompt swiped like a waterfall. Chiny Yang's face was filled with the joy of a good harvest. This wave of 9 clans extermination not only allowed him to helicopter to level 18 and awaken 3 skills, but he also gained a rare achievement. Ranged skill effect, mental reach, double quintuple boost. Mage professions that get this achievement can all be sealed as gods. It could be said that sweeping away the 10,000 troops was the biggest gain of Chiny Yang's trip. Sure, vocational skills are also irreplaceable. Chiny Yang opened his personal interface and inquired about the details of his skills. Occupational skill, Hand of Royalty. Introduction, transforms supreme imperial power into a pair of large, invisible hands to attack, cast spells, and grab, releases 10 times its own power. Imperial power consumption, 10 points per second. This skill, it's kind of cool. Chiny Yang looked at the Imperial Guard behind him and said, I'm going to use you to try out your skills. The Imperial Guard saluted respectfully. My lord, the honor is mine. Chiny Yang nodded slightly and activated the skill, Hand of Imperial Power. In an instant, a pair of huge, invisible hands coalesced around him. Subsequently, boom! Chiny Yang maneuvered his giant hand and blasted a punch towards the Imperial Guard. Bang! A loud bang followed. The 2-meter-tall Imperial Guard was actually blasted back 4 or 5 steps. Chiny Yang was shocked by himself. It was important to realize that the strength and physique of the Imperial Guard was 10 times that of his own. And for a level 60 professional, the total base attribute was only at 1800. If it's not a purely tanky edition, it's probably not as meaty as the Imperial Guard. Even with gear, how could such an existence be repelled by himself? The power of the Hand of Imperial Power was too terrifying. Try control again. With that thought in mind, Chiny Yang stretched out a large invisible hand and gripped the Imperial Guard. Chiny Yang said to the Imperial Guard, try to see if you can break free. I accept the order. The Imperial Guard responded respectfully. Immediately afterward, both of them fired at the same time. Click, click, click. The dark gold armor made a piercing friction sound as it was wrapped in a huge force. The Imperial Guard's body trembled uncontrollably, seemingly mobilizing his entire body. However, he was unable to even lift his arms. After holding on for 30 seconds, the Imperial Guard said, Your Majesty, I have tried my best, but I cannot break free from your control. Chiny Yang nodded slightly and loosened the Hand of Imperial Power. He's got the answer. Ignoring equipment and skills, with the power of the Hand of Royalty, it was enough for him to touch base with elite professionals below level 61. One can only say that the occupation of 9 to 5 is ridiculously strong. Chiny Yang's heart sighed. In Hangwu City, a level 60 professional was considered a T1 level powerhouse. Only 30 of the Dragon Pavilion Guild's high combat members had also reached level 60. That is to say, the current Qin Ershi was already a T1 combatant of the Dragon Pavilion Guild. Of course, this counts for the protection of the Imperial Guards. Otherwise, A level 60 professional seconds him, or it's like playing. Chiny Yang continued to check the second skill. Occupational skill, Imperial Grace. Introduction, chest the world. Give grace to all people. Consume Imperial power to instantly heal a target covered by your spiritual power. The higher the level of the target, the more Imperial power is consumed. Note, this skill can make white bones flesh. Broken limbs reconnect, as long as the brain and heart are intact. Even if the heart stops beating, it can be healed instantly. After 5 minutes of cardiac arrest, it is considered to be completely dead and cannot be healed. Upon seeing the skill, Chingy Yang's heart jerked. This skill, it's just a small group resurrection. After seeing the power of Imperial Grace, Chingy Yang didn't even know his career position anymore. Call it a summoner, spell damage thief, call it a mage, but then again the royal hand eats power. By now, another white bone-born flesh healing skill, leaving aside the horrific amount of milk that instantly fills the bloodstream. 5 minutes of cardiac arrest and it can still be saved? Isn't this just a little resurrection spell? In this world, resurrection-type skills were extremely rare, because it's an ability that violates the rules of death. The professions that have such skills, of which there are only 5 and the minimum are epic professions, must also be unlocked after leveling up to 90. When Chingy Yang was at level 18, he possessed the minor resurrection technique. For the professionals who went up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire on a daily basis, this was a godlike existence. No exaggeration. Chingy Yang has been given a lifetime ticket. Whether it's the Speedway Express or the Deluxe Sleeper, all of them can get on the bus for free with the skill of Imperial Grace. I just don't know how well the royal power is consumed. Chingy Yang said in his heart. Looking at the Imperial Guard, he asked, the strike I just made, did it hurt you? I want to hear the truth. The Imperial Guard arched his hand and replied, back to your majesty. Your majesty's strike just now was as powerful as a thunderbolt, and it did indeed cause me to have some abrasions, and 1 point was deducted from my physique. Chingy Yang nodded slightly. With injuries, he could see the consumption of Imperial favor. Thinking that, he unleashed his skill towards the Imperial Guard. Healing target, Imperial Guard, level 18. 998 points of Imperial power are required to make him healed. There's no indication of the extent of the injury, so it looks like it's a one-click filler for either a superficial graze or a fatal serious injury. Chingy Yang thought and cancelled the skill. Even though there was not much Imperial power to consume, it was not a crime to waste it for a little scrape. He then looked to the third vocational skill. Occupational skill, Imperial City Guard. Introduction. Consume 10 points of spirit to summon a forbidden guard. When summoning, you can choose 3 types of soldiers, Huban, Feilin and Yanling. Imperial power consumption, 20 points per hour. Note, there is no upper limit to the number of Praetorians, and they will temporarily disappear when there is a shortage of Imperial power. You can also reduce the number of forbidden guards at any time. There are soldiers on hand. The corner of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up. The Imperial Guard focuses on escorting the Emperor. The Jinui are good at investigation and assassination. Once the Praetorians arrived, the lineup of summons tended to be complete. Now, Chingy Yang was a one-man army that could push across the secret realm, taking the forbidden guards to brush the secret realm. It's simply not too cool. With anticipation in his heart, Chingy Yang opened the panel to assign attributes, namely adding physique and spirit. Name, Chingy Yang. Race, human. Level, 18. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 98, plus 25. Agility, 103, plus 45. Physique, 120, plus 25. Spirit, 122, plus 25. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Seni as Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV1. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Favor, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Scrying Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Royal Power, 8,711, plus 443 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. Chingy Yang looked at his attributes with a sense of security. If there was no channel to gain additional attributes, other professionals would only have 234 points of base attributes when they reached level 18. His own total attributes, on the other hand, were a whopping 443, which was more than the attributes of a level 30. With my attributes, even without a summon, soloing the secret realm would be a breeze. But, as the 9 to 5, how can I kill the enemy myself? Thinking about it, Chingy Yang unleashed the skill, Imperial City Guard. With that, a prompt appeared in front of him. Choose the forbidden soldier type. Huban, equipped with swords and shields. They specialize in melee combat. Feathered Forest, equipped with a halberd. It specializes in column strangulation. Yenling, equipped with a crossbow, specializing in long-range shooting. Let's make it 3 just the same. Chiny Yang also didn't intend to let his spiritual power bottom out. It's easy to hallucinate if your mental strength is too low. After choosing the type and number of summons, the space in front of Chiny Yang was distorted for a while, vaguely refracting a blurred view of the Imperial City, as if it was a mirage. Immediately afterward, a group of well-equipped soldiers stepped out from it. 3 Huban, 3 Feline, 3 Yenying. They marched in formation at a neat pace. Military boots on the ground issued a clatter sound, echoing in the rat track, as if the drumbeat on the battlefield. Solemn and solemn. The halberd landed and the shield clanged. The 9 forbidden soldiers half-kneeled in front of Chiny Yang and shouted in unison, "My Emperor, long live! Level off!" Chiny Yang raised his hand. The soldiers in this group were all above 1 meter 9 in height, with a straight and majestic posture. The equipment on his body was uniformly dark gold armor. In terms of style, it's a bit simpler than the Imperial Guards, but still beautifully luxurious. Hand weapons are categorized into swords and shields, halberds, and bows. The sword and shield soldiers are Huban forbidden guards, leaving red flowing tassels decorating their helmets. The halberdiers are feathered guards, leaving white flowing tassels decorating their helmets. The bowmen are goose plume forbidden guards, leaving yellow flowing tassels decorating their helmets. Chiny Yang could completely imagine how drawn out a platoon of war was going to be when the number of forbidden troops was of a certain size. Seeing the forbidden army so drawn out, Chiny Yang drank a bottle of extraordinary spirit potion. Once his mental strength was back up, he summoned 9 more forbidden guards with the same troop configuration. Soon, 18 well-equipped forbidden guards stood in a formidable line before him. Summon item, Huban Prohibition Guard, LV1. Level, 18. Power, 294. Agility, 206. Physique, 360. Spirit, 244. Skills, Shield Stand LV1. Shield Strike LV1. Blade and Shield Proficiency LV1. Note, a Huban Forbidden Guard's strength and constitution are 3 times your base strength and constitution, while agility and spirit are 2 times your base agility and spirit. Summon item, Feathered Guard, LV1. Level, 18. Power, 294. Agility, 309. Body mass, 240. Spirit, 244. Skills, Burst LV1. Parade Charge LV1. Long Handle Mastery LV1. Note, the Feathered Guard's strength and agility are 3 times your base strength and agility, and your constitution and spirit are 2 times your base constitution and spirit. Summon item, Wild Gooseplume Prohibited Guard, LV1. Level, 18. Power, 196. Agility, 309. Body mass, 240. Spirit, 366. Skills, Triple Shot LV1. Lightning Arrow LV1. Bow Proficiency LV1. Note, the agility and spirit of a Gooseplume Prohibitor is 3 times your base agility and spirit, and your strength and constitution is 2 times your base strength and constitution. 3 forbidden troop types with different attributes. They are also able to cooperate with each other when fighting. Looking at his forbidden army, Chiny Yang's heart surged. Finally, a little bit of being an emperor. The attributes of the forbidden army were equivalent to an unequipped level 37 professional. The challenge space that the Green Lan Squad could fight, Chiny Yang would definitely be able to fight. With this in mind, he gave his first order to the forbidden soldiers. In this sewer, there is a challenge space, so split up and look for the entrance. Nah! The 18 forbidden guards shouted in unison, their voices echoing within the sewers like a dragon's roar. No! The promises of the forbidden soldiers were amplified through the narrow rat run and carried into the distance. The Green Lan Squad, which was already immersed in the panic of the unknown, were startled when they heard the roar. The team looked uneasily at Yang Luqiang. Yang Luqiang's breath caught. It was weird enough that the demons in the secret realm instantly disappeared. Now there was another roar from a group of men. How did so many get into the plague rat track in the middle of the night? Yang Luqiang couldn't help but guess that a group of highly skilled professionals had appeared in the plague rat road, and that they were the ones who had caused the demons in the secret realm to instantly disappear, and that their purpose was most likely to clear the obstacles and come straight to the challenge space. Yang Luqiang jerked her head up and said eagerly, "Someone's coming in. We have to be quick." Challenging the space is an opportunity that can be taken by professionals without a background. Take advantage of it, and it's likely to turn over from there. Okay, Sister Luqian. The rest of the team was uneasy but didn't want to give up the challenge space. Immediately, he took a deep breath and followed Yang Luqiang into the portal. Silver chest opens. You gained. Weapon, Plague Staff, green. Equipment, Runny Rat Skin Cloak, green item. Material, Source of Plague. Potion, Disease Toxin *5. Rot Toxin *5. Luck is good. A silver treasure chest exploding 2 pieces of finished equipment? After opening the treasure chest, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, then looked at the properties. Ugh, what is this crap? No wonder no one came to the Plague Rat Trail. Combined, not only are the secret areas disgusting, but the drops are disgusting as well. A pus-filled ratskin cloak. Who dares to wear this thing? Chiny Yang hated to throw these things away. It feels like a contamination to keep it in your backpack. As for the plague staff, it only added 45 points of spirit, which was about the same attribute as one's novice longsword, and the words even increased the toxin damage, so it was completely useless. A bunch of garbage, and I'm convinced. Chiny Yang closed his personal interface, not bothering to look at it more than once. His behavior, if anyone else saw it, would probably break his defense. Equipment is divided into white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, black, gold, color, 9 qualities. These 2 level 15 green items of equipment were enough to sell for 500,000 in the market. Chiny Yang's novice longsword, on the other hand, was a special unranked equipment, and the cost spent on building it was enough to buy 10 plague staffs. Just when Chiny Yang was a bit upset, a prompt appeared before his eyes. The Forbidden Army reports that it has found the target. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up and immediately closed them. The Forbidden Army has a great ability, vision sharing. No matter where the Forbidden Army went, Chiny Yang could maneuver them throughout the entire process and view their field of vision from a third-person god's perspective. That's a great feature to have. The forbidden soldiers scattered and walked into the labyrinthine rat trails, so Chiny Yang could look at their vision one by one and construct a map of the secret realm in his mind. The plague rat track wasn't exactly small, and the 18 forbidden soldiers explored it for half an hour without going around all the corners. Luckily, the challenge space was not too far from Chiny Yang. With a carpet search, it was still found. Chiny Yang directly ordered all the forbidden troops remotely to gather at the entrance of the challenge space, and he himself led the Imperial Guards towards it. Soon, he then came to a dry cistern. The portal to the challenge space is in the middle of the cistern. Challenge space, Willow Shade Mound. Level, 15. Secret realm status, open. Close after killing the boss. Restrictions, ice spells are forbidden. Maximum 5 people in a group. Only level 15? Isn't that a cross-pollination? Chiny Yang's brows furrowed. Some hesitation to enter the challenge space. The people in the green Lan Squad had all reached level 20. Playing this challenge space shouldn't be a big deal. Maybe, by now, it's almost done fighting. If you go in at this time, you probably won't get soup. Come all the way here. Go in and take a look. Chiny Yang said. In fact, Chiny Yang had only guessed half of what was going on in the challenge space. A line from the green Luan Squad. It has indeed entered the boss room. But they didn't go as well as Chiny Yang thought they would. Or even, it's all gone. Aha! The eerie sound of a baby crying resounded through the dimly lit chamber. Inside the less than 100 square foot chamber, there was a pool of blood. In the middle of the pool of blood stood a willow tree. The bark of a willow tree is not really bark. Rather, human skin full of folds. On it, there were also greenish-black veins crawling and slowly writhing. The willow branches, full of fleshy buds, were windless and scattered red and black willow flakes all over the sky. Take a closer look. It wasn't some kind of willow. Instead, it was a mass of bloodied hair. Name, Insect Gall Willow. Race, Compulsive. Rank, 18. Power, 760. Agility, 668. Physical fitness, 452. Spirit, 960. It's actually 4-star potential. Yang Luqiang's legs broke and she collapsed to the ground. She gripped her staff tightly in both hands, supporting her body and releasing a shield of holy light. In the holy light shroud, 4 members of the team were lying on the ground, their lives and deaths uncertain. Yang Luqiang couldn't believe it until now. This demonic creature, surprisingly, has a second stage. Just now, they entered the boss room. Before starting the battle, Yang Luqiang also deliberately checked the attributes of the demonic creature. At the time, it was just a normal willow tree spirit. Attributes are but 1370, and race is shown as magical plant. Crushing this level of demons, Yang Luqiang plus 4 teammates was completely enough. After a flurry of silent cooperation, the 5 men quickly pushed back the willow spirit. When everyone thought the challenge was complete, boss actually enters stage 2, evolving from willow essence to insect gall willow. Not only did the mold become creepy and oozy, but even the panel changed. The race changed from a demonized plant to a compassionate race. The attributes skyrocketed from 1370 to 2740. Yang Luqiang immediately realized the problem. Demons possess a hidden attribute called potential. Professionals have learned certain rules from experience. They categorize potential as 1 to 6 stars. Initially 1 star. 1 star is added for every 500% higher attribute. Level 18 possessed 1370 total attributes, already 5 times that of a normal magic item, and belonged to the 2-star potential. Double it again and that's 3 stars. As a level 31 professional, Yang Luqian's basic attributes were not low, but in front of this 4-star boss, it simply wasn't enough. As for the other 4 teammates, they were only at the beginning of level 20, and the combined attributes of the 4 of them were not as much as themselves. Within 10 seconds of the boss entering the second stage, the 5 members of the green Lan Squad had barely put up any effective resistance. Yang Luqian could only see willow flakes and willows fluttering about, and a burst of bone-cracking sounds came from her ears. When he slowed down again, his teammates were lying on the ground, and his own legs had been snapped off by the fleshy, sprouting willow. At this point, she could only try her best to maintain the holy light shield and put up meaningless resistance. Bang! 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 Flesh-blood willow kept whipping on the holy light shield. Yang Luqian only felt that someone was swinging a hammerhead, hammering on her chest one by one. Blood spilled uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth and flowed down her neck, staining the white robe on her chest. Bang! With a slam, the holy light shield finally broke. Yang Luqian flew out backwards and hit the ground heavily. At the same time, the insect gull willow trembled madly, emitting a cry like laughter. The fleshy willows also wandered in like vipers, wrapping themselves around her 4 teammates and pulling them towards the insect gull willow. No, don't, please. Yang Luqian dragged her fractured legs and frantically crawled towards her teammates, trying to snatch them back from Bug Gull Willow's hands, but she couldn't grab anything. All she could do was watch as her teammates, whom she viewed as her sisters, were dragged, by the fleshy willows, into the pool of blood beneath the insect gull willow. It was my fault. I'm the one who brought them in. You take me away. Yang Luqian breaks down and cries, crawling towards Bug Gull Willow in a frenzy, as if she wants to trade her life for her teammates. But the Worm Gull Willow seemed to dislike Yang Luqian's status as a holy light priestess, and didn't drag her into the blood pool, but only waved the willow towards her to whip her fiercely. Just then, a stern cry came from the rear. Yan Ling, release the arrows. Barely. The sharp cracking sound was interspersed with a wild current sound. A lightning flashing arrow shot from the rear, accurately hitting the wildly waving meat-sprouting willows. Snap! The slender willow was sliced into several pieces by the lightning, spilling out foul-smelling blood. Who is it? As Yang Luqian was surprised, a majestic power was poured into her body. Ah! Yang Luqian's delicate body was slightly shaken, only to feel her limbs and bones filling up, and she couldn't help but let out a soft chant. At the same time, a tingling sensation came from her broken legs. As a priestess of holy light, she knew it well. His own broken legs are being healed. Overdrive healing? Yang Luqian marveled. There is only the super speed healing of white bone and raw flesh. It is what produces this tingling of the organism's recovery. This kind of healing ability was something that not even a holy light bishop could possess. It's the guys. Yang Luqian murmured. She remembered the roar of the male professional before she entered the challenge space. Apparently, they're the ones who came in. Thinking of this, Yang Luqian was even more remorseful. Had I known this was the outcome, I might as well have given them the challenge space, or hesitate a little longer and enter the challenge space a little later. In that case, the other 4 sisters will survive. Yang Luqian was thinking. More than 10 figures rushed from the back and stood in front of her. Yang Luqian looked up. They were all seen to be tall and imposing. The uniform, dark gold armor was strongly disciplined. Some had swords and shields in their hands, while others held halberds. Those in the last row were armed with bows. 18 people lined up in front of them, exuding a strong aura of solemnity. Why are there so many people? Yang Luqian froze. This challenge space, limited to a maximum of 5 people in a group. How could so many people enter at once? Just as Yang Luqian was puzzled, a voice came from the back. Not the willow spirit? How did it turn into an insect gull willow? Crap, what is this disgusting shit? Yang Luqian looked back. Only a man in an obsidian armor suit was seen walking slowly towards the side, with a 2-meter-tall heavily armored warrior following behind him. The man's face was obscured by a full-coverage helmet, but Yang Luqian still recognized it. This was the second Chiny Yang, who had saluted himself outside the secret world. How could he enter the challenge space? Is he level 15 already? Yang Luqian was surprised in her heart. 7 days ago, Chiny Yang was also on fire online. Rising to level 10 in a day did shock many professionals. But after that, Chiny Yang was immersed in the sound and fury all day long and never went to the secret realm to practice. Look at him today. How come he's level 15? Could it be that he was working in secret? But even if secretly trying, awakening to level 15 in less than 10 days is exaggerated enough. One must know that the once Heaven's Pride Luofan, who had risen to level 15, had also used most of a month. Chiny Yang did it in 10 days? And these warriors and archers are his summons? being able to summon nearly 20 units at level 15. This was already comparable to the strongest summoning profession, the necromancer. And the ones summoned by the necromancers were skeleton mongrels. And there was absolutely no comparison to these golden armored warriors full of a solemn aura. How terrifying is Chiny Yang's profession? Just as Yang Luqiang marveled, Chiny Yang had already made his move. Under his orders, the 6 Huban Forbidden troops raised their shields to the front. The 6 Featherwood Forbidden troops split up to outflank them from both flanks. And the 6 Goose Plume Forbidden troops kept shooting lightning arrows to cover them. For a moment, the insect Gull Willow's torso was filled with thunderous light. Countless black smoke rose up, and the air was filled with a foul odor of burnt carrion. Aha! The insect Gull Willow once again made an eerie cawing sound. But this time it wasn't laughing. It was actually crying. The sound that tore at my heart and soul could even make my heart ache. In Yang Luqiang's mind, the image of a baby being abused actually surfaced, and the emotion of being unable to bear it rose in her heart. But soon, her passive skill, Soul Sacred Seal, was activated. Yang Luqiang awoke with a start, sensing that this was the skill of the insect Gull Willow. Mind control. She immediately shouted at Chiny Yang. Be careful, it's mind control. Thanks. Chiny Yang nodded his head and thanked him. Insect Gull Willow's mental attributes were higher than his. The cry just now did make him feel a strange emotion of a softness of heart, but just for a moment, a reminder of the Imperial Guard came from the depths of his mind. The spiritual attributes of the Imperial Guard had broken 1,000. The skills of the insect Gull Willow could not affect him, same as any other summoner. The Imperial Guard also had the ability to link with Chiny Yang's mind. Under his protection, it wasn't that easy to compel Chiny Yang. Trying to compel me? You are guilty of deceiving the king. Lynch me. In his last life, Chiny Yang had suffered enough from Pua to have an extreme aversion to mental manipulation skills. Perhaps sensing the Emperor's anger, the Forbidden Army attacked even more fiercely. When the Huban Forbidden Army resisted the beating of the Meat Sprout Willow, the Phaelian Forbidden Army had also circled around to the two sides, and in groups of 3, they launched a column charge. Put, put. The halberd pierced into the torso of the insect Gull Willow, splashing out a large amount of red and black blood, soaking the dark gold armor of the Forbidden Army and sending out rolling black smoke. All of this blood has the ability to contaminate the mind and amplify negative emotions indefinitely, and after a long time of exposure, it can even be transformed into a blood corpse. But there's no such thing as negativity in the Feathered Forbidden Army. Outside of their absolute loyalty to the 9 to 5, they wouldn't hate anyone, fear anything, and were completely emotionless killing machines. Pust, put, put. The halberd stabbed at the insect Gull Willow's torso one after another, piercing it right through to the point where it was a bloody mess, howling repeatedly. But strangely enough, insect Gull Willow's physique, obviously not high, took so many attacks, but froze and could not die. Not only couldn't they die, the wounds on their torsos were healing fast. Just as Chiny Yang was a bit puzzled, Yang Luqiang, who was on the side, spoke up. Its original body may be under the blood pool. As she witnessed her teammates being dragged into the blood pool, Yang Luqiang had this conjecture in her mind that the boss's main body might be in the blood pool. Down there? Chiny Yang looked toward the pool of blood, his eyes hard. Then pull it out for it. With that, he released the skill, Hand of Imperial Power. Huge invisible arms coalesced on either side of him. Chiny Yang's right hand lifted up towards the insect Gull Willow's empty reverse grip. The invisible hand of Imperial Power made a synchronized movement with Chiny Yang, gripping the torso of the insect Gull Willow with the force of 1,000 pounds. The insect Gull Willow let out a violent cry of grief. The torso wrapped in the wrinkled human skin was twisted and deformed for a while, and there was actually a gust of bone misalignment sounds. Click, click, click. As Chiny Yang exerted his strength, the sound of bones breaking suddenly erupted. Under the explosion of 10 times the power, the insect Gull Willow was like a sapling that was uprooted without any hindrance, bringing up a rain of blood in the sky. In the rain of blood, Yang Luqiang was so surprised that she forgot to breathe. Insect Gull Willow, but the power value has reached 760. If it wasn't for the extreme equipment, it would be difficult to shake it even if a level 40 professional came. But Chiny Yang, it was uprooted? His strength attribute, just how high was it? Click, click, click. A seeping sound of blood and flesh separating. Ugly insect Gull Willows are uprooted like weeds. Its interlaced roots, exposed from the blood pool, looked at Yang Luqiang's pupils shrink. On that tentacle-like root, there were still 4 corpses entangled, the very same teammates who had just been dragged into the pool of blood. Seeing this, Yang Luqiang was sad and at the same time had some gratitude. At least, she could take her sister's bodies and go home. For professionals, it is already a blessing to be able to stay alive and return to their roots. But at that moment, a mournful baby cry rang out. Like a man, and like a bug, Yang Luqian put her eyes on it. Only one of the roots of the insect gall willow, which looked like an umbilical cord, was connected to a baby with a blood-red body. The baby had 6 arms, curled up like a caterpillar, looking weird and disgusting. Name, infant. Rating, 5. Power, 50. Agility, 50. Physical fitness, 2400. Spirit, 50. What kind of property is this? Seeing the attributes of the boss body, Yang Luqian sucked in a breath of cool air. This guy was only level 5 and his total attributes reached 550 points? Is it a rare 5-star boss? With a super high constitution of 2400 points, without the attributes that crushed it, it would not be able to break through the defense at all. But Chiny Yang had only just been awakened a short while ago, and even if his power was high, it was impossible for him to have such an outrageous attribute. That is to say, they couldn't kill this boss, they couldn't get anything out of this trip to the challenge space, and they died so many people for nothing. Yang Luqian's face was filled with remorse, but Chiny Yang on the side laughed. Ha ha ha, it looks like the harvest this time was better than expected. 5-star bosses are far stronger than 1-star bosses of the same level. The experience and rewards given are doubled. Of course, Chiny Yang also noticed that 2400 points of physique. Infant this tandem. The current self indeed cannot break the defense, but it's only a level 5 kid. Thinking that, he raised his left hand and held it in the void. The invisible and gigantic hand of Imperial power, acting in synchronization, pinched the strange-looking baby in the palm of his hand. At the same time, activate another skill, 9 clans execution. Infant, level 5. 1 person up and down the 9 clans. 1 person has been locked in, of which the highest level is level 5, requiring the consumption of 257 points of Imperial power. Sure enough, a born and bred demon. Extinguished. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up as he prepared to kill with a single click. As for whether Yang Luqian was beside him or not, there was absolutely no need to be concerned. At best, she knew she could spike monsters, but couldn't read the mechanics of the skill. 9 clans, executed. With the activation of the skill, the body of the infant, which was controlled in mid-air by the hand of Imperial power, began to rapidly disintegrate, turning into a wisp of smoke and dust that drifted away within the dimly lit chamber. As part of the boss, the uprooted bug gall willow did the same, disintegrating into ash, along with the fleshy willows and hair willows. For a time, the dimly lit chamber was as if it had been purified by an unknown force, and all the weird things in it all vanished. See this scene. Yang Luqian felt her heart stop beating for a beat. She recalled the scene of those thousands of plague rats that had suddenly gone up in smoke before entering the challenge space. That bizarre scene was something she could never forget in her life. It was originally thought that it was some high-ranking person who had used unknown means in order to instantly clear the secret realm. Now look, the higher man is right in front of us. A professional who has only been awakened for less than half a month. There were only 2 possibilities for Chiny Yang to be able to do this. 1. Was that the Dragon Pavilion Guild had mastered the means to clear the secret realm. 2. It was Chiny Yang's own means. Either way, it was outside of Yang Luqian's knowledge, causing her to have a deep reverence for the Hangu Qin family. At the same time, a kill prompt had appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. You have killed the level 5 mistletoe, leader. Experience value plus 2400. Drop treasure chest, level 5 diamond treasure chest. Brutal military badge activated. Agility plus 2. You have killed level 18 insect gall willow, chief symbiotic organ. Experience value plus 18,440. Drop treasure chest, level 18 platinum treasure chest. The insect gall willow is just an organ of the mistletoe baby, and the brutal military badge was only triggered once, which means it's not considered a standalone boss. But the 3-star potential is a lot of experience. Chiny Yang analyzed in his mind. 30,000 experience arrived. The experience bar went up by 20%, and 2 treasure chests that emitted a brilliant light slowly surfaced. Platinum treasure chests are rare enough. Surprisingly, a diamond treasure chest came out. This was a treasure chest grade that even Chinfon had rarely seen. Don't look at it as only level 5, but it is possible to open purple equipment. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang looked at Yang Luqian. This challenge space was an open secret realm, and the treasure chests dropped by the bosses would not go directly to the Slayer's backpack, but appeared in the outside world where everyone could see them. The diamond treasure chest is enough to cause mischief. Whether Yang Luqian had bad intentions or not, and whether he could threaten him or not, he had to keep an extra eye out. At this moment, Yang Luqian seemed not to care about the treasure chest at all. She just shuttled between the corpses of her teammates, probing their nostrils one by one. Seeing this, Chiny Yang directly put the 2 treasure chests into his backpack and opened them directly. Level 18 platinum chest opens. You gained Equipment drawing, Scarlet Cultivation Robe, blue. Potion, Special Spirit Potion *5. Material, Breakthrough Pearl, Elite. Jing Yuan, 4. 5 million. Level 5 Diamond Chest opens. You gained. Weapon, Blood Drinking Sword, purple. Props, Skill Awakening Scroll. Skill Book, Physical Transformation. Jing Yuan, 3. 5 million. Yes. The moment he saw the reward, Chiny Yang couldn't help but let out a sound of pleasure. And let's not talk about the $8 million in crystal dollars. Every reward in the treasure chest is worth its weight in gold. The Breakthrough Pearl, a necessary prop to the elite level. Without it, you'll be below level 30 for the rest of your life. A Skill Awakening Scroll that awakens a generic skill to a professionally limited skill. The higher the strength of the occupation, the better the effect. For Chiny Yang, who possessed the only profession, this item was no less than a divine weapon. Physique Supremacy, on the other hand, is a passive skill that every tank dreams of, boosting the base attributes by a fixed 100 points, with an additional 100 added when the skill level is increased by 1. At the highest, it boosts base physical fitness by 1,000 points. Blue Product Equipment Drawings is also a rare item that can go on the auction house. Most of the equipment on the market are still green products. As for the purple weapons, it's more of a ceiling that the average professional has access to. All the rewards add up and it has become difficult to measure the value in monetary terms. This confirms the old adage, pigs coming out of the challenge space take off. Let's take a look at the attributes of the blood drinking sword. Chiny Yang thought, about to unfold the equipment details. At that moment, a whimper came from the sidelines. Chiny Yang looked sideways. Yang Luqian was kneeling in front of the corpse of a female warrior, covering her face and crying. She had just tested those teammates' nostrils with a last glimmer of hope. The miracle didn't happen. All 4 people, except her, died. Seeing this, Chiny Yang thought it would be better to not look at the equipment for now. People were crying their eyes out, in case they saw the weapon's attributes and couldn't help but laugh out loud. That would be impolite. Just as Chiny Yang closed his personal interface and prepared to leave the challenge space, the Emperor option appeared in front of him. In the face of the people who have lost their families and friends, you choose. Benevolent Monarch casts a vast imperial favor and tries to save his family and friends. Occupational skill, Imperial Grace. The faint king, I wish to appease her with love. Someone, send Beauty Yang back to her chambers. Physique +10. Tyrant, bastard, you deserve to die for spoiling my pleasure. Drag me down and chop me up. Strength +10. Out of skill again. Chiny Yang was eager to sensitize young Luqian with love, but still decisively choose the engine option. Every vocational skill that surprises him. This time, it's no different. Occupational skill, Imperial Demeanor. Introduction, consuming Imperial power to attach an Imperial trait to a piece of equipment, which enhances the equipment and changes its appearance, making it more in line with the status of an emperor. Note, equipment with the Imperial trait cannot be worn by others, and when you no longer need it, you can break it down to Imperial power and return the core materials. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. This skill, after all, was able to strengthen equipment. Doesn't that equate to an additional enchantment skill? It's just that, with enhanced equipment, no one else can wear it. That makes sense too. What the Emperor uses is for other people to use? The recycling and dismantling mechanism that comes with the skill is also great. Returning core materials, which makes it possible to not waste rare materials. This reward must be gotten. After selecting the Renjun option, Chiny Yang did not directly gain the skill. This meant that he would have to cast a royal favor on Yang Luqian's teammates, before he could get his reward. For Chiny Yang, it was no loss. He turned his head to scan the 4 bodies of the green Lan Squad. The bodies all showed varying degrees of distortion, but the hearts and brains appeared to be intact, and the only question was the time of death. Chiny Yang thought to himself, as long as the brain and heart are intact and the death does not last more than 5 minutes, they can be saved by royal grace. With time running out, he covered the past with his spiritual power to activate the skill. Immediately, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Grace target, Zhongya Hui, level 20. 1130 points of royal power to be consumed. Countdown to death, 232. Grace target, Deng Minmin, level 20. 1130 points of royal power to be consumed. Countdown to death, 220. Grace target, Lu Xiaoxin, level 20. 1130 points of royal power to be consumed. Countdown to death, 212. Grace target, Zhou Runan, level 21. Requires 1272 points of Emperor's power. Countdown to death, 201. It's good. They haven't been dead long. They can all be saved. Chiny Yang said. It's a coincidence to say the least. He had just used the Imperial Grace to spend 608 points of Imperial power to pull up Yang Luqian's status, and with the remaining 103 points of Imperial power, It was almost just enough to pull up 4 people. However, since there were still 2 minutes left, Chiny Yang would have to fight for a little more favor. He walked over to Yang Luqiang and said, "I can resurrect your team members." At this time, Yang Luqiang was still immersed in grief. There was no first response to Chiny Yang's words, but soon, her pupils suddenly tightened and she jerked her head up to look at Chiny Yang. There was surprise and incredible amazement in her eyes. Professions with resurrection-type skills are of epic or legendary strength, and you have to level up to 91 and reach the hero level before you can get the resurrection skill. Yang Luqiang didn't doubt Chiny Yang's professional intensity, but Chiny Yang was only a little over level 10. How could he possess the resurrection skill? None of that matters. Though, Yang Luqiang only hoped that her teammates would survive. "Really, can you really save them?" Yang Luqiang asked to Chiny Yang, her voice trembling. Chiny Yang nodded. "Naturally, but I need payment." "What do you want?" Yang Luqiang asked eagerly. "Whether it's money or equipment or anything else. As long as you can help me save them, I can give you whatever you want. If you want something I don't have right now, then you can also make a note of it first, and I will repay you for the rest of my life." Yang Luqiang's gaze was firm. Those team members were considered family by her. Whatever it takes to bring them back to life. Chiny Yang was a bit surprised. He had wanted $1,000 or so in pocket money, but when the other guy came up, he was going to have to pay for it for the rest of his life. That's good. Who wouldn't want what's coming to them? Chiny Yang smiled at Yang Luqiang. "Remember what you said." Yang Luqiang nodded his head with a firm gaze. "I swear by the holy light that I will never go back on my word." Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. If a priest of the holy light swears by the holy light, then he will fulfill his promise, or else he is blasphemous and will be betrayed by the holy light. After Yang Luqiang swore, Chiny Yang directly raised his hand to activate the skill. 4 streaks of golden light descended, wrapped in vast imperial grace, and surged into the corpses of the 4 members of the green Lan Squad. If the holy light is a divine blessing, that imperial grace is a grace that cannot be shirked. "I'm not going to give it to you. You can't have it. I'll give it to you. You have to take it." Poof, poof, poof. Under the vast imperial grace, the hearts of the 4 people seemed to receive the call and jumped up suddenly. The blood in the whole body, once again, flowed, twisting his body. He made a snapping sound. It was broken and misaligned bones, being reset, torn tendons, reconnected. 3 seconds later, the female warrior in front of Yang Luqiang let out a soft cough. "Runan, Xiaoya." Seeing a teammate recover from death, Yang Luqiang covered her mouth in surprise. Although she was a priest of holy light, miracles like people coming back from the dead were only seen in books. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it only feels surreal while being trippy and shocking. But the facts are in front of us. Her dead teammates are waking up one by one. I'm not dead yet?" The warrior woman braced herself and sat up, her expression confused. She still remembers to this day that she had her neck snapped by that flesh-sprouting willow. "Wakana." Hearing her teammate's voice again, Yang Luqiang could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart and tightly hugged the female warrior who was full of confusion, bawling her eyes out. And at that point, the other 3 regained consciousness. They were surprised to find that they were not even half injured. The state at this point was like when he had just entered the challenge space, but they clearly remembered that they were mortally wounded. What happened? Was the boss killed? Why is young Qin here? What are these golden armored warriors? As soon as the female members of the green Luan Squad woke up, they saw a number of golden armored warriors standing within the challenge space, and the moment they saw Chiny Yang, they were even more filled with questions. "Isn't this guy level 10? How can I get into the challenge space?" Yang Luqiang, however, turned to look at her teammates and sobbed. "Everyone, quickly thank young Qin. It was him who used his resurrection skill and saved your lives." "Saved us? Ha, I just died." Resurrection. Resurrection skills, this is something I've only seen in books. For a moment, all 4 female members looked at Chiny Yang, probably not reacting yet. They didn't make a move to say thank you. Instead, Yang Luqiang took the first step, kneeling down in front of Chiny Yang, her body trembling. "Thank you, we will never forget your kindness today." Seeing this, the 4 people from the green Luan Squad finally realized the severity of the problem. They had literally died once just now, and it was all thanks to Chiny Yang that they were able to wake up again. Otherwise, how could Yang Luqiang, who has always been independent and proud, kneel down for a man? Thinking of this, their hearts were scared and happy. After looking at each other, they all tacitly knelt down with their faces toward Chiny Yang. Resurrection class skills do exist, but that was exclusive to the top bigwigs, and ordinary professionals couldn't enjoy it at all. The vast majority of professionals, dead is dead, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Not many of them could be left in one piece. Chiny Yang could bring them back from the dead. so he was a regenerative parent. This kneeling was entirely deserved. Alright, get up. Chiny Yang waved his hand to the crowd of the green Lan Squad, then turned towards Yang Luqiang. Don't bullshit me. I'm not a resurrection technique. It doesn't work when the heart and brain are mutilated or when the heart stops beating for more than 5 minutes. You're only alive because you're not dead yet. Chiny Yang was right. On the blue planet where he lives, CPR resuscitation was still possible within 5 minutes of the heart stopping. If Yang Luqiang bragged about it, it would cause the Qin residence to be filled with coffins. What bad luck that would be. I understand. I won't go around talking about it. Yang Luqiang stood up from the ground and nodded repeatedly. Chiny Yang frowned, feeling that she was misunderstanding something, but he didn't bother and prepared to exit the secret realm. The countdown to challenge space has begun. If we don't get out, we're going to disappear with space. Young Qin, can I buy you a meal? Yang Luqiang asked Chiny Yang. It is customary for professionals to gather for dinner after the completion of the secret world. Chiny Yang shook his head. You guys gather. The professional skill Imperial demeanor has arrived. Chiny Yang couldn't wait to convert a piece of equipment to see it now, and didn't have the heart to dine with anyone at all. Seeing Chiny Yang's refusal, Yang Luqiang was not in a position to invite again and said, Young Qin, thank you once again for your righteousness. We, the Green Lan Squad, will surely come to the door to say thank you some other day. The 4 people on the side also bowed towards Chiny Yang at the same time. Just don't forget what you promised me. Chiny Yang nodded slightly, canceling all summons and exiting the challenge space. Sister Luqiang, what did you promise young Qin? After Chiny Yang left, the female warrior asked Yang Luqiang. The warrior woman's question also reminded the crowd. There is a cost to casting resurrection-type skills. Some will break the life of the caster. Some require precious props. After all, it's an offense to death's ability, and it can't be a no-cost use. Chiny Yang's words just now were clearly a reminder to Yang Luqiang not to forget the price of the exchange. Sister Luqiang, you won't give yourself away for us. Luqiang sis, you're too good for us too. Woohoo! Thinking about Qin Ershi's persona and then looking at Yang Luqiang's beauty, the team members' minds were filled with less than harmonious images. Yang Luqiang cried and laughed and said, What are you thinking? A white light flashed. Chiny Yang appeared on the Qin Mansion teleportation array. At this point, still at the crack of dawn, he didn't linger and went straight back to his room. This trip to the Plague Mouse Trail has been very rewarding. And let's not talk about the one-click rise to level 18. It's the rewards of challenging the space that are unexpected. So many good things. Just now did not carefully disc can make him suffocate. After closing the door to his room, Chiny Yang opened his backpack and checked up on his harvest. The first thing that was taken out was the purple equipment. The blood-drinking sword. The sword was forged from an unknown dark metal, and its surface took on a faint blood-red hue, as if it had just been dipped in blood, or as if it housed endless bloodlight within. The hilt portion of the sword, on the other hand, is carved out of rare obsidian, cold, hard and heavy. At the end of the hilt, there was a blood-red gemstone adorning the end of the sword, resembling a drop of blood that would never solidify, revealing a bizarre and appealing aesthetic. Good sword. Chiny Yang sighed and pulled up the weapon information. Weapon, blood-drinking sword. Quality, purple. Level, 5. Attribute, strength plus 24. Word 1, after the holder kills a demonic creature, the blood-drinking sword will gain experience synchronously and continuously upgrade, limit 20 levels. Each time it is upgraded, the equipment attributes will be increased. Word 2, plus 2 to all attributes of this weapon per upgrade. Word 3, each time it is upgraded, the holder gains 5 points of free base attributes. Introduction, an ancient long sword that is said to have the ability to devour souls and drink blood to become demons. Growth gear. Chiny Yang sighed inwardly. This weapon is, definitely, a numerical monster. Generally speaking, a level 20 purple weapon has an attribute of 200 to 250. The base attributes of this weapon should be vastly different after leveling it up to 20. The additional attributes provided by the words, however, amounted to 195 points. Together, it can approach 450 attribute points. That's a value that's properly over the limit. The key, and 75 points is the base attribute. Which is the most valuable? 450 points of attributes is not its limit. Chiny Yang thought, looking at his skill, Imperial style. Consume Imperial power to attach an Imperial trait to a piece of equipment, which enhances the equipment and changes its appearance to better match the status of an emperor. I wonder how the sword will change after the transformation. Chiny Yang Xin said, activating the skill. Transformation equipment, blood-drinking sword, level 5. Requires consuming 272 Imperial power. Transform. Chiny Yang directly launched the skill. The blood-drinking sword in his hand was immediately wrapped in a burst of golden aura. Inside the large room, a gust of strong wind blew, and the curtains made a snapping sound, as if they were trembling for the majestic, cold, and inviolable imperial power. When the conversion time is short, as a clanging sound rang out, the golden aura covering the sword quickly dispersed, revealing a sword whose shape was even more exquisite than the blood-drinking sword. The sword's blade, still made up of black metal, had added golden lines. The black metal swallowed all light and emitted a heavy, bloody aura. The pure gold pattern shimmers with a dazzling luster, representing the combination of kingship and power, signaling the supremacy of the owner. The hilt of the sword is wrapped in a dragon scale pattern, which is not only aesthetically pleasing, but also has a better grip. At the top of the hilt is a beautifully shaped dragon head with a ruby in its mouth, which seems to contain a tumbling stream of blood. This signifies the world's life is in the mouth. On top of that, the weapon has a scabbard in the same style, which is extremely impressive as a cosmetic decoration alone. Of course, it wasn't just the appearance that was changed by the imperial style. The weapon panel of the blood-drinking sword was also changed. Weapon, Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword. Quality, orange. Level, 5. Attributes, strength plus 35. Full attributes plus 25, words. Word 1, after the holder kills a demonic creature, the blood-drinking sword will gain experience in synchronization and continue to be upgraded, limited to level 20. And the main attribute will grow with each upgrade. Word 2, for every 1 level of a weapon, that weapon's full attributes plus 5. Word 3, for every 1 level of the weapon, the wielder gains 10 points of free base attributes. Introduction, in the ancient dynasty, there is a mysterious sword that combines tyranny and heavenly power, which contains the ambition, sins and unwillingness of an emperor. Evolve straight to orange. The additional attributes that can be gained alone amount to 550 points. Chiny Yang held Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword in his hand, his heart surging. He had thought that the Emperor's style only changed the appearance of the equipment while improving some of the equipment attributes, but it didn't occur to. The upgrade in question is the grade of the equipment. This ability was beyond the reach of even a god-level forger. It's just a pity that the equipment I strengthen can't be used by others. Chiny Yang secretly sighed softly. Something like directly improving the quality of equipment was something that ordinary professionals wouldn't even dare to think about. If equipment could be traded, Chiny Yang would be able to crush all the forgers just by this point alone. Doesn't matter. Chiny Yang's will is to make the world serve him, not to serve the world. Arm the weapons. Chiny Yang continued to take stock of the harvest. In addition to 5 million crystals, the level 18 platinum treasure chest also opened 3 items, equipment drawings, special spirit potions, and breakthrough treasure beads. The extraordinary spirit potion was nothing to write home about. For ordinary professions it was just a life-preserving elixir, but for Chiny Yang it wasn't anything rare. The value of the elite level breakthrough treasure pearl would be a bit higher. It was a necessary material for level 30 to level 31 breakthroughs, and it was said that only gold level treasure chests could be opened. Many professionals with ordinary strength and shyness were stuck at this level. For 10 years or even decades, they were unable to break through level 30 and become an elite-leveled professional. Chiny Yang is Chinfon's only son, since there is no need to worry about such things. Now that it was obtained in advance, it could only be said that it saved Chinfon a fortune. Of the 3 things, what Chiny Yang was more interested in was still the equipment drawings. Equipment drawing, Scarlet Cultivation Robe. Quality, blue product. Level, 18. Necessary materials, blood essence stone, blood-stained gauze, top quality ayala, and magical gold. Required attributes, mental, physical. Must have words, blood shield, blood frenzy. Looking at the name of the word, it should be quite strong. Even if it's average, it can still be strengthened to purple with imperial style. It can be rushed. Looking at the panel of the Scarlet Cultivation Robe, Chiny Yang decided to build out this equipment. Gathering materials and forging can be left to others, and you only need to pay for it yourself. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang immediately called Chenxi. Young master, you're home? On the other end of the phone, Chenxi's tone of surprise. Chiny Yang has not been home for 7 days. Well, bring breakfast over. I have something for you. Chiny Yang hadn't slept all night, just in time for the breakfast spot. Need coffee? No, I'll catch up on my sleep later. Okay, just a moment. The days when meals come with a mouthful of food are just comfortable. Chiny Yang said. Put the phone down and keep checking for rewards. In addition to the blood-drinking sword, the diamond treasure chest also opens the skill awakening scroll and the skill book physique transformation. Skills in this world are divided into 3 categories. One is a generalized skill, the second is a locational skill, and the third is a vocational skill. Generalized skills are available to all professions, mostly functional skills or passives. Positioning skills, on the other hand, have broad occupational requirements. For example, Fearless Charge would require the profession to be melee. Mages, archers, and other long-range professions are unable to learn it. And vocational skills, naturally, are limited by occupation. For example, the Blistering Wind Swordsman's Blistering Wind Slash, or Chiny Yang's 9 Clans Extermination could not be obtained or learned by other professions. It's not easy to say which of these 3 types of skills is stronger or weaker, but vocational skills can eat into vocational bonuses and have relatively higher potential. The purpose of the Skill Awakening Scroll is to make a customized magical alteration by converting a generic skill or locator skill into one's professional skill. Thus, there were mages who charged in the form of fireballs, and archers who had a trio of fireballs. It could be said that the Skill Awakening Scroll brought endless changes to this world. As it happened, Chiny Yang had also obtained a skill book, Physical Transformation. It's not just a god-sized technique for meat tanks. It is more of a divine skill for all professionals. It adds 100 points of constitution right off the bat, and it can add 1000 points when you go up to level 10. The higher the physique, the longer you live and the slower you age. Even agility-based assassins would replenish a bit of stamina from time to time. Are you kidding? Who would mind a good body? As a universal skill, Physical Transformation was almost like donkey's meat in the market, and it was not too much to say that it was priceless, because, unless you get a second copy, you simply won't sell it. Just transform this skill, Chiny Yang said. A skill like Physical Transcendence was totally worth using an awakening scroll. Thinking, Chiny Yang immediately operated. He began by absorbing the Physical Transformation skill book. The moment the skill was gained, physique skyrocketed by 100 points. Perhaps the attributes had risen too quickly. Chiny Yang clearly felt that his body had changed. He felt firmer and more energized than usual. Breathing became deep and long, as if each inhalation drew in more pure oxygen. Chiny Yang slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and became even more excited about the physique transformation after awakening. I wonder what kind of changes the profession of the 9 to 5 will bring to the physical transcendence. What kind of changes will it bring to the physical transcendence? Thinking, Chiny Yang tapped on the Skill Awakening Scroll. You're using the Skill Awakening Scroll. Please select the skill to be awakened. You have selected Physical Transformation. Beginning of the awakening. Successful awakening. You have gained the vocational skill, Supreme Dragon Body. Occupational skill, Supreme Dragon Body, LV. 1. Introduction. You are already in the body of a 5-clawed true dragon, possessing extraordinary self-healing abilities, and your true dragon bloodline is immune to all toxins and suppresses all races. Even dragon saliva and dragon essence are a great tonic. Note, basic physical fitness plus 100, doubled for every 1 level. The moment the transformation succeeded, Chiny Yang's pupils shrunk violently, and he actually entered the illusionary realm. Unrealistically, he saw a drop of golden liquid coming from the sky and landing on his brow. Immediately, he felt a wave of power spread throughout his body, and a sea change began within him. The impurities in the meridians burned to ashes. The bones of the whole body became crystal clear. The blood and internal organs all turned into a light golden color. With a wisp of white flame that lingered with golden lightning, it ignited at the heart. A supreme dragon body. Cast. After a long time, Chiny Yang regained consciousness and muttered under his breath, "I'm off the hook." The moment he awakened his skills, he learned the power of the Supreme Dragon Body. The Supreme Dragon Body provides the same initial attributes as the Physique Supremacy. However, while Physique Transformation was adding 100 per level, Supreme Dragon Body was doubling per level. Upon rising to level 10, the Supreme Dragon Body provides 200 base constitution points. On top of that, there is the self-healing power of white bone revival and immunity to toxin resistance. This physical enhancement was not just strengthening, but sublimation. Chiny Yang was closing his eyes and feeling the changes in his body. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. "Young master, may I come in?" Outside the door came Chance's voice. Chiny Yang opened his eyes. 2 golden lightning bolts flashed in his pupils, and spoke, "Enter." The young master hasn't been home in 7 days. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I still have to lecture him about it. Chen Si thought in his mind and pushed the food cart into the room. He had followed Chinfon for 20 years and viewed Chiny Yang as if he were his younger brother, and he also had some feelings of hatred towards him. Playful, lazy and horny. The shortcomings of all dudes can be seen in Chiny Yang's body. It was difficult for such a person to become successful, let alone inherit the Chin family business. But Chiny Yang is also an only son, so I really don't know what the future of the Chin family is going to be. I wonder when young master will grow up. Chen Si thought while habitually bowing his head and saluting, then looked up at Chiny Yang. "Young master. What? Is it that you are looking for me?" The moment he saw Chiny Yang clearly, Chen Si froze. Just a man, standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling window. The light of the breaking sky outside the window outlined his upright form. Chiny Yang was under the backlight, his eyes like a torch. A cold majesty flowed silently from his pupils. All around his body, he exuded a kingly aura that went deep into his bones. Young master. Chance rubbed his eyes and muttered. If he hadn't been familiar with Chiny Yang's looks, he wouldn't have been able to believe. This man in front of him, who was like an emperor, was actually Chiny Yang? Less. Young master? Looking at the instrumental young man in front of him, Chincy couldn't help but get a little carried away. In his impression, although Chiny Yang's appearance was outstanding, his temperament was a little less interesting. Impetuous, arrogant, loose and hangdog. At the end of the day, it's just a gold-rimmed scalawag. Not to mention the bad reputation outside. Even the servants at home often talk about him behind his back. Chen Si could understand this. With Qin Chuan's vigor and bravado in the forefront, it was difficult for Qin Yang to earn respect in the Qin family. But now, Chen Si actually felt a sense of oppression far superior to Qin Chuan's on Qin Yang's body. Just looking at it gave me the urge to get on my knees. It was as if it was a wolfhound meeting a lion, and the bloodline was firmly suppressed. What the hell is going on here? This person in front of me, is he still the second son of the Qin family? Chen Si's eyes were filled with incredulity. When Qin Yang saw him frozen on the spot, his heart probably realized. The opponent this was influenced by the supreme dragon body. When Chen Si entered the door, he had only just completed his transformation, and that was when the bloodline power was majestically exuding. Chen Si is also a level 40 professional. The power of his bloodline alone can cause him to go into a trance, and the passive, supreme dragon body, is simply not too strong. Also, there seems to be the possibility of linking up with seeing me as heaven. Qin Yang thought in his mind. The power of the bloodline can give others the urge to submit. To see me as God is to cause others to give themselves compulsory kneeling. A combination of the two skills might work wonders when used together. Of course, now is not the time to experiment. At the very least, it would be inappropriate to target chance. After Chen Si slowed down, he put his breakfast on the table and asked Qin Yang, "Young master, what is it that you're looking for me for?" Qin Yang made it to the dining table and while dining, he said, "I have an equipment drawing here, and I need you to collect the materials." Chen Si nodded his head. "It can be done. Young master, give me the drawings and I'll arrange it for you." Qin Yang sipped his soup while initiating a trade toward Chen Si. Qin Yang, level 18, has initiated a trade request to you. Trade item, Scarlet Cultivation Robe, blue item. Transaction amount, 0 crystal dollars. Blue product equipment. Seeing the equipment drawings that Qin Yang had traded, Chen Si revealed a look of astonishment. Blue item equipment was a rarity in Hanwu City. After so many years of mixing it up himself, he had only managed to get 2 pieces of blue equipment. One of them was still a reward from Qin Chuan. Of course, this equipment drawing of Qin Yang was definitely not given by Qin Chuan. If Qin Chuan was going to equip Qin Yang, he would definitely give the finished product that was built. It was unlikely that he would give a single equipment drawing. I don't know where Qin Yang got his chance to get such a good thing, Chen Si Xin said, about to finalize the deal. That's when he noticed the trader's message. Qin Yang, class of 18. Ha? Level 18? Young master is level 18? Chen Si thought he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. That's right, it's really level 18. Instantly, Chen Si only felt his scalp go numb and his head was filled with question marks. Isn't Qin Yang playing poker everywhere these days? Hanwu City's lace and entertainment newspapers have captured it 3 or 4 times. That's a change a day. Every day without repetition. And sometimes play 3 people fight the landlord. With such a busy schedule, he took the time to practice? A time management guru? It's not scientific. It takes 310,000 experience points to go from level 10 to level 18. When he thought about it, it took Qinchuan 2 months to rise from level 10 to level 18. He was on a roll, and he didn't stop for a moment. It was then that Qin Chuan earned the title of Tornado. Qin Yang, however, was green and crushed the blue. Went from level 10 to level 18 in only 7 days. How did this happen? Sweat spilled from Chance's head. He wanted to ask Qin Yang nicely, but he was afraid of asking about any hidden secrets. Every professional is a hunter in the forest. Not only do you have to guard against magical creatures, but you also have to guard against people who are professionals like yourself. There are some things that a professional can't ask about without volunteering to talk about them. It's a rule that kids know. On Qin Yang's side, there was no explanation. As he ate his breakfast, he asked, "How long will it take to gather the materials needed for the drawings?" Chen Si was stunned and quickly replied, "Since it is a blue product equipment, the materials required are more rare. I will personally go to the market to look for them. Synchronization will also mobilize the members of the Dragon Pavilion Guild to collect them. If it's fast, 2 or 3 days, If it's slow, it can be put together in a week. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. A week to get the materials together is not slow. The material doesn't grow out of the ground. It needs to go to the tiger's mouth. If the market didn't have it, you would have to pay to post a quest, and the formalities of posting a quest alone would take up to a week, and getting the materials would be even more of a wait. But it's different when you have your own guild. With just a word, all members will help keep an eye out, and those who fulfill the conditions will even go out and look for them on their own initiative. Chance's statement about a week is also on the conservative side of the estimate. Young master, this is a reward from the family head. At that moment, Chincy took out a black card from his jacket pocket. Chiny Yang recognized that it was the supreme VIP card of the Sea King Palace. This card alone unlocks all services at Sea King Palace. You can enjoy a variety of exotic flavors such as Cat Lady and Fox Lady. There were quite a few male professionals in Hangwu City who were desperately trying to become stronger in the secret realm. Not for anything else, but for this black card. After all, it is a man's paradise. If you can't go in and enjoy it in this life, what's the difference between living in vain? After placing the Sea King Palace's VIP card on the dining table, Chen Si exited the room. Chiny Yang merely glanced at the VIP card without making any movement. He already had a better place to go than the Sea King Palace. I have Chen Si to take care of the equipment and leveled up to level 18, so I can finally take a break. Chiny Yang stretched his back. In fact, he'd only worked one night and played the previous 7 days. But it didn't stop him from playing for another 7 days. Looking at the entire Hangwu City, there was no one who could upgrade faster than him. Awakened in less than 10 days and leveled up to 18. Why keep rolling when this progress has already left everyone else behind by a few blocks? Eat, drink and be sleepy. Chiny Yang went to bed to catch up on his sleep. A sleep that went straight from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. 12 hours had passed and he had accumulated another 660 points of Imperial power. After awakening the Supreme Dragon Body, his total base attributes had come to 555 points, and he was able to rise 555 points of Imperial power every hour. At this rate, the painless extermination of the Zhongyu security clan would only take 2.5 years of hanging around. I have to say, what with the Hand of Royal Power and the Supreme Dragon Body, these powerful professional skills are not comparable to the extermination of the 9 clans. Imperial Transportation, the art of stripping the 9 clans. It was Chiny Yang's greatest killing weapon. However, Zhang Yuan is just a slightly better person. Wanting to step up to the poker table of this world, Chiny Yang would also face even more powerful people. In the past, Chiny Yang wouldn't have thought this far ahead, but in realizing his strength, which was increasing with each passing day, his ambition slowly swelled. At this point, the life of a rich kid is a bit too much to satisfy him. Maybe I can build my own temple. In this world? Chiny Yang muttered as he looked out the window at the blood-red sunset. Waking up with the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman is the ultimate dream of every man. If it wasn't too tiring, Chiny Yang wouldn't mind pursuing it. But, drunk on beauty, on the contrary, can be finished first. With this in mind, Chiny Yang opened his backpack and activated the beauty scroll prop. The scroll unfolded vertically in front of Chiny Yang's eyes, as if it were a portal. Beauty scroll, a generation of sirens. Painted beauty, Sadaji. Entry level, 15. Note, after obtaining Suta's approval, you can invite her to enter the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. It feels like this beauty scroll is very much like a secret realm. There's not going to be a battle session in there, is there? Chiny Yang thought to himself. The beauty scroll existed within the 9 to 5's occupation system, but the cool form of the secret realm still alerted Chiny Yang. To avoid any accidents, he put on all his gear. Before the Scarlet Shudo robe was crafted, all I had was a level 5 obsidian armor set with a brutal military medal, which is a bit too shabby. Looking at his own equipment, Chiny Yang was somewhat speechless. How can you struggle for so long and still not have a decent piece of equipment? His eyes lit up at the thought. On him, there was also a green item of equipment. The flowing rat fur cloak. This equipment, by its name, was ugly, and Chiny Yang hadn't even looked at the attributes. But with the Imperial style, it might be possible to adjust the appearance of the outfit. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang opened his backpack and checked the equipment information. Equipment, a draining rat fur cloak. Part, back. Quality, green product. Level, 15. Attribute, spirit plus 45. Word 1, increases disease resistance and immunity to diseases up to level 20. Word 2, attacks carry a plague virus that continually lowers the target's constitution limit. Introduction, in the dark medieval times, the plague swept across the entire continent. That disaster has become history, but the plague virus has survived, preserved in this cloak. TSK, TSK, TSK. Looking at the rat fur cloak, Chiny Yang shook his head repeatedly. The cloak is made of grey rat skin with an unspeakably eerie and derelict feel to it, and it has undried wounds stained with green stained spots that make one sick and revolted at the sight of it. This kind of equipment, Chiny Yang will not go to wear. Can only hope that the imperial style of the transformation. Chiny Yang activated the skill and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Transformation equipment, pus-filled rat fur cloak, level 15. Requires 5,201 points of royal power. Chiny Yang looked at his imperial power. There were still 660 points left, which was enough to transform. With the skills unleashed, the rat fur cloak was immediately wrapped in a burst of golden aura. A clanging sound sounded, the golden aura dispersed, and the updated equipment information was displayed in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. Equipment, little black sky mouse fur cloak. Part, back. Quality, blue product. Level, 15. Attribute, spirit plus 75. Word 1, increases shadow resistance. Immunity to shadow elements up to level 20. Word 2, attacks carry the power of shadow corrosion, continuously reducing the target's constitution and spirit. Introduction, Little Black Sky is a spirit that resides in the shadows. Its fur has become one with the shadows, and only those with a mature mind can harness the power of the shadows within it. Shadow Elemental. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. Shadow was a very rare elemental power that possessed the ability to corrode the mind, and only the element of light, which was its counterpart, could effectively resist this power. The skills and equipment related to the light element were likewise very rare. As such, shadow damage is referred to as a weakened version of true damage, and is worth far more than any other elemental power. In addition to the enhancement of attributes and words, the appearance of this equipment, too, looked a lot better. The original tattered gray fur had been transformed into a lush and soft pure black fur, just like the expensive large mink in his previous life. Nice. Chiny Yang was satisfied with the appearance of the little black sky rat fur cloak. Woman in mink. Husbands love. Men wear mink. Who the fuck do you love? Chiny Yang had spent time in the north, and still had visions of a big, domineering sable. The skill, imperial style, is just too good. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang looked at the other two pieces of equipment. Brutal Military Merit Badge and Obsidian Armor Set. The Badge of Brutal Military Merit was a level 10 piece of equipment that required 685 points of Imperial power to strengthen. Chiny Yang didn't have that much for the time being, so he could only strengthen the Obsidian Armor Set first. Transformation Equipment, Obsidian Armor Set, Level 5. Consumes 360 points of Imperial power. Obsidian Armor is a 5-piece set, averaging 270 points of Imperial power apiece. What a bargain! Chiny Yang was a bit afflicted. If, for example, the transformed equipment could be sold, he could be rich by transforming low-grade equipment in bulk. The skill was activated, and golden aura covered Chiny Yang's body. The obsidian armor set on his body was upgraded in grade with a clang. Equipment, dragon-marked metaphysical armor set. Parts, helmet, upper body, arms, legs, boots. Quality, blue product. Level, 5. Attribute, full attribute plus 20. Word 1, immune to corrosive damage up to level 20. Word 2, dragon chi body protection. Substantial resistance to physical and magical damage. The attributes don't add up to much, but handsome is the end of the story. Chiny Yang was satisfied with the results of the transformation. Dragon pattern armor and obsidian armor shell. The biggest difference is attached to the black armor on the gold dragon pattern. Exquisite engraving makes the dragon pattern lifelike. For this modeling of the mighty armor, adding a full of nobility and dominance. Chiny Yang had seen his image through the floor-to-ceiling window, dressed in dragon-patterned metaphysical armor, with a large black sable on his shoulder, and Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword on his waist. With this outfit, he already had the feeling of an emperor. Of course, it's not just appearance that has changed. Chiny Yang opened his personal panel. Name, Chiny Yang. Race, human. Level, 18. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 98, plus 80. Agility, 105, plus 65. Physique, 220, plus 45. Spirit, 132, plus 120. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Senia's Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV1. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Favor, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Imperial Demeanor, LV1. Supreme Dragon Body, LV1. Probing Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Imperial Power, 99, plus 555 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. It's already terrifying to have an equipment attribute of 310 points without a full match. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. Normally, in order to accumulate equipment attributes above 300, you need to level up to level 30. For an ordinary professional, this would take 7 or 8 years, and for the less fortunate, it could take 10 years or so. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, had only used less than 10 days, and 2 of the pieces of equipment were still just transition outfits. As the main weapon, Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword can even grow through upgrading. This handful of orange equipment alone is enough to drive most people crazy. Chiny Yang's gaze, however, would no longer look at most of them. Even the so-called geniuses are only good enough to see his threshold. It's time to go see Suda. Now that the line was there, Chiny Yang looked at the beauty scroll again. Even though the beauty scroll had a combat component, it was still a level 15 secret world. With his current strength, it was enough to crush. However, just to be on the safe side, Chiny Yang still waited for 2 hours. The Emperor's power was restored to 1120 points before he stepped into the beauty scroll. As a white light flashed, Chiny Yang, along with the scroll, disappeared into the room. After his feet landed on the ground, Chiny Yang saw a palace. The palace was smaller, like a bedchamber. Outside the chambers, there was a peaceful courtyard. Looking up, the moon shed its silver-white light, covering the entire courtyard with a mysterious and seductive veil, as if it were a forbidden place hidden under the stars, exuding an irresistible sultry charm. In the courtyard, exotic flowers and plants were blooming, interspersed with demonic mandarins that were emitting hallucinogenic fragrance. Just when Chiny Yang was somewhat intoxicated, a stern shout came from him. This is the forbidden land of Jin Demon. Who is the trespasser? Surely there's a fighting part? Chiny Yang thought to himself that he hadn't guessed wrong. He looked sideways, only to see 31 soldiers scurrying out of nowhere in the courtyard. Those soldiers were not human, but rather a humanoid machine-made creature, and underneath the armor, precision gears could be seen spinning rapidly. On the steps of the bedchamber behind the courtyard, there was even a stout mecha puppet with a single arm. This should be the secret realm chief, Chiny Yang said in his heart, looking first at the large number of small monsters. Sometimes the mini-bosses are tougher than the alpha bosses. Name, 100 Machine Puppet. Rank, 15. Power, 182. Agility, 75. Physical fitness, 200. Spirit, 80. The attributes are high, not up to 2-star potential, but twice as strong as a normal level 15 demon. Experience will be doubled too, right? Calculating the attributes of the 100 Machine Puppet, Chiny Yang's heart was delighted. Demonic creatures at the same level of potential are also divided into strong and weak. The stronger the experience, the higher. Seeing this single experience packet, Chiny Yang raised his hand and waved it, casting a summoning spell. The Imperial Guards, who were like iron towers, appeared behind them out of nowhere. Subsequently, putting all of his mental power, he poked and prodded out 25 Imperial City Prohibition troops. After his spiritual power bottomed out, Chiny Yang drank another bottle of extraordinary spiritual potion and summoned 25 forbidden soldiers once again. 20 human forbidden soldiers, 20 feathered forbidden army, 10 gooseberry banners, 50 forbidden soldiers stood in formation, a golden mass. The red, white and yellow helmets flowed with tassels and moved against the wind. Immediately afterward, Chiny Yang coalesced the invisible hand of imperial power. At the same time, 10 divine warrior phantoms with brilliant golden light emerged behind them. That's what Chiny Yang's fiery stance is all about. The 10 or so puppet soldiers in front of him were like toys in front of him. Perhaps having calculated Chiny Yang's battle strength, those puppet soldiers did not act rashly. On top of the steps of the bedchamber, the mecha general, whose stature was far taller than the other puppets, snapped at Chiny Yang. Who is the visitor? Chiny Yang looked up as his scrying technique was unleashed. Name, Centurion of 1,000 Machines. Rank, 15. Power, 600. Agility, 450. Physical fitness, 700. Spirit, 550. Level 15 with 2,300 total attributes. This boss is close to 3-star potential, but in front of me, it's just a big experience packet. Chiny Yang was disdainful in his heart and asked the puppet, "What bunch of shit are you all?" The 1,000 Machines Centurion pointed his long sword. This general is stationed to suppress demons and evils by the order of Jiang Taigong. Does the visitor know what kind of demons and evils are imprisoned in this 9 halls? Chiny Yang lightly laughed. Naturally I know. That is my concubine. I just came to see her. The 1,000 Machines Centurion crossed his sword with both hands and shouted, "How dare you! Sudaji is a demon that plagues the earth. No one is allowed to come near without an order from Lord Jian. I think you are the one who is arrogant." Chiny Yang was a bit annoyed in his heart and ordered the 50 forbidden soldiers, "Disassemble these toys for me. Who do you want to see? And you need his approval? What an inversion of the Big Dipper." Receiving Chiny Yang's order, the forbidden army immediately launched an attack. A lightning arrow shot towards the 100 machine puppet. Boom boom boom. An explosion went off. The 100 machine puppet standing in the front row was immediately dismantled by Ling Ling's lightning, and a violent explosion occurred, with various gear parts flying. In just the blink of an eye, there were 700 or 800 machine puppets that were dismantled and killed. You have killed the level 1500 machines golem. Experience value plus 2302. You have killed the level 1500 machines golem. Experience value plus 2302. Experience really doubled. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. There were 30 golems here, and at 2003 experience per one, there would be nearly 70,000 experience points if all of them were killed. Add in the 2 star bosses and it's estimated to be 80,000 experience points. This setting is really good. The beauty scroll is equivalent to my exclusive secret realm. I don't know if I can brush it repeatedly. While Chiny Yang was thinking about it, a screen swiping upgrade prompt appeared in front of him. Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been raised to level 6. Weapons full attributes plus 5. You have gained 10 points of free attributes. Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been upgraded to level 7. Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been upgraded to level 8. Weapons full attributes plus 5. You have gained 10 points of free attributes. I'll go. Chiny Yang was shocked. Emperor Yang's blood drank from the sword, but it actually sucked the experience away. In just a moment's time, the blood drinking sword had risen 3 levels in a row, increasing its attributes by 90 points. Among other things, there are 30 points of free attributes. Boy, that's more than he added to his upgrade. This weapon, it's no longer a numerical overload. It's an outlier, even if you feed it a little bit of experience. So what? Chiny Yang was ecstatic in his heart. Who cares if they have a lot of extras? Just then, the puppets, who had been caught off guard, began to fight back. They fired their deadly crossbows in unison under the command of the centurion of 1,000 machines. In the flashes of lightning, a black arrow attacked in the air, but Chiny Yang did not change his face. Defense! The 20 human forbidden troops drank out the military order in unison, set up their shields, and lined up in front of Chiny Yang, forming an impermeable wall. The arrows clanked against the shield, not even leaving half a scratch. Seeing this, the 1,000 machine centurion waved his hand again. Formation charge. Click, click, click. The 20 or so hundred machine puppets received the call and formed a triangular formation, setting up their lances and charging towards Chiny Yang. Seeing this scene, Chiny Yang all but laughed. Charge in formation in front of the feathered forbidden army? Do you have the strength? Form up and charge. With a neat military order. With a clatter, the 30 featherwood forbidden troops flattened their halberds and similarly formed a triangular formation. Neat and tidy, charging towards the 100 machine puppet in the opposite direction. The moment the two collided, parts flew about and there was a series of explosions. The 100 machine puppet was like a Lego toy in front of the featherwood forbidden army, and was rushed to the ground, together with the wild goose plume forbidden army still making up for it with their lightning arrows. But in a matter of tens of breaths, all of the 100 machines puppets were dismantled, leaving only the 1,000 machine centurion, standing independently in front of the door to Su Daji's chambers. Who the hell are you? Although the 1,000 machine centurion was a puppet, it had a spirit. Seeing that Chiny Yang had easily strangled his own men, he did not dare to act rashly anymore, and pointed his long sword horizontally, wanting to understand Chiny Yang's origin. But Chiny Yang didn't have the heart to bullshit with toys. The heavenly divine warriors were unleashed, and 10 divine warrior phantoms shot out towards the 1,000 machine centurion. Seeing this, the centurion immediately danced his long sword to defend against the attack. Dang it! As the golden aura flashed, it actually allowed it to block away quite a few divine weapons. Just as well, it has 450 points of agility. Blocking Chiny Yang's attack wasn't outrageous. Only, there were still divine weapons that broke through the defenses and blasted onto the centurion's mecha-like body, blossoming with blinding golden auras. Divine Soldier Phantom had an attack of 5 times Chiny Yang's spiritual power. The centurion's physique was as high as 700, yet it was difficult to bear. Prickly, the hardened mech was torn apart with a piercing sound of electricity. After the sudden release of the golden aura dispersed, the 1,000 machine centurion had entered battle damage. It had several extra transparent holes in its body, broken parts exposed, and flashes of electricity could be seen in them. Demon evil, look at the sword. In anger, the centurion of 1,000 machines erupted with the last of his remaining strength and turned on the mechanical red warmth. This was a skill that belonged exclusively to mechanics, similar to Berserker Berserk, and when turned on it gave a 100% attribute boost. Enter the Berserk centurion of 1,000 machines with a leap that swept up a cloud of dust. That huge body was mooning in the air, holding a long sword and slashing down heavily towards Chiny Yang. The centurion's strength was as much as 600 points, and after the berserk it was as high as 1200 points. And the astral wind from the jumping and heavy strikes alone caused the shields of the human forbidden army to collide with each other like leaves, emitting a dense metallic knocking sound. Chiny Yang knew in his heart that relying on Huban's shield formation alone, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to block this strike. However, he had one last line of defense, the Imperial Guard. The moment the Centurion's greatsword pressed down, the Imperial Guards who had originally stood behind Chiny Yang flashed under the blade. He was like a great mountain-like barrier, separating Chiny Yang from all dangers. As the blade aura was spreading, he was seen holding the hilt of the blade in his hand and swinging a strike from the bottom to the top. Miso, the curved moon-shaped blade light, like a white dragon that tumbled and reared its head, blasted at the Thousand Machines Centurion's long blade. For a while, an ear-piercing buzzing sound resounded throughout the courtyard, and the airwaves spread in a circle due to the rushing waves, raising countless dust and flower petals. Under the perfect vibroblade, the Imperial Guards were unharmed, while the damage from the Thousand Mechanism Centurion was rebounded as much as it could be to itself. Boom! The Thousand Machines Centurion's huge body flew out backwards and smashed heavily on the steps before the bedchamber, scattering precision parts of various colors all over the place. The machine armor on its body was also like falling leaves falling off one by one. The whole body was broken and damaged. Even the blue mechanical core in front of its chest was exposed. Not forward, being beaten to the point of being bloodied. The Thousand Machines Centurion still didn't give up on stopping Chiny Yang. It dragged its tattered body to stand up, the long knife in its hand still clenched, pointing at Chiny Yang from afar, and said intermittently, "This is the Jin Demon. Forbidden Land. No, Jiang Tai Gong, Oracle, may enter without it." As it spoke, the exposed mechanical core flashed red. Chiny Yang's gaze flinched as he immediately realized that the other party was trying to self-destruct. "See me as heaven. Kneel down." With a stern cry from Chiny Yang, the skill was unleashed. An unquestionable, irresistible and majestic aura descended, as if it was a titanic pressure, weighing down the body of the Thousand Machine hundred. Clunk! The Thousand Machine Centurion snapped to his knees, his knees smashing the ground in a spiderweb-like circle of cracks, and the flickering red light in his chest stopped. Self-explosion skill interrupted. The Thousand Machine Centurion's level was only 15, and Chiny Yang didn't need to consume Imperial power to make it kneel. However, its spiritual power is as high as 800. Chiny Yang can only make "See me as heaven" effective, but cannot control it for a long time. Soon enough, the Thousand Machine Centurion began to struggle, trying to get back on his feet. When Chiny Yang saw that he was so disobedient, his heart launched into a fierce rage. "Die for me!" Boom! 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 The invisible and gigantic hand of Imperial power, clenched into a fist, bombarded the Thousand Machines Centurion's torso one after another until the seemingly hard bronze body was reduced to a pile of crumbs. You have killed the 2-star Thousand Machines Centurion, leader. Experience plus 11. 540. Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword has been upgraded to level 10. Weapons full attributes plus 5. You have gained 10 points of free attributes. Brutal military badge activated. Agility plus 2. You have passed the beauty scroll of the Generation of Sirens. Passing reward, Suda's approval. Disobedient man. After smashing the Thousand Machines Centurion into pieces, Chiny Yang's anger subsided. He realized that his mindset had changed slightly since he had been transferred to the 9 to 5. Unconsciously, irritation rises at those who disobey him. That makes sense. The Emperor should have the Emperor's temper. If you let people easily in the head of the earth, even if Chiny Yang tolerate, the world's people cannot tolerate. After resolving the Thousand Machines Centurion, Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword rose to level 10. The weapon's full attribute bonus rises to 50 points. Chiny Yang himself also gained 50 free attribute points. Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword upgrade is more cost-effective than even my upgrade, Chiny Yang said and started adding points. Based on the principle of comprehensive development of the 4 attributes and trying to round them up as much as possible, Strength added 32 points, Agility added 15 points, and Spirit added 3 points. Name, Chiny Yang. Level, 18. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Strength, 130, plus 105. Agility, 122, plus 90. Physique, 220, plus 70. Spirit, 135, plus 145. Skills, Exterminate the 9 clans, max. See me as heaven, LV1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV1. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Favor, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Imperial Demeanor, LV1. Supreme Dragon Body, LV1. Probing Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Royal Power, 820, plus 605/hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, Max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. The total attributes have reached 605 points. This sword can still be leveled up for 10 more levels, and there are still 300 points of attributes that can go up subsequently, so I can fill it up first. Even if I don't use this sword in the future, I'll still be able to get an extra 150 points of basic attributes. Chiny Yang rubbed the dragon-patterned hilt of Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword and was very fond of the weapon. Right at this moment, within the bedchamber, there was a pair of bewitching eyes gazing at Chiny Yang. Your Majesty is truly magnificent and heroic. The woman, clad in fox fur, lay on her side on a reclining couch, fiddling with the crystal ball in her hand. Through the magic treasure in this hand, she had witnessed the battle just now. Cold, brutal and powerful. The man wearing a mysterious armor, shoulders sable fur, all body is permeated with a unique aura. Look at the woman is as intoxicated. White jade-like round long legs, are unconsciously clamped up. It's just a pity that your Majesty is not a supreme yang hegemonic body, and is currently not blessed to consume my Xianin enchanting bone. The woman gently shook her head, revealing a look of regret, but she soon spread a smile. The sun in the sky, all of them are His Majesty's. The district supreme yang hegemony body, he will have it sooner or later. With that thought, she waved her jade hand and opened the doorway of her chambers through the air. At that moment, Chiny Yang, who was outside, felt a fragrant breeze on his face. The scent was different from ordinary floral scents, and seemed to have a hallucinogenic ability to invite people into dreams and intoxicate them. Worthy of being a 1,000-year-old vixen. Even her body scent is hallucinogenic? Chiny Yang was blessed with the supreme dragon body, so he would not be compelled by the scent. After killing the centurion of the 1,000 machines just now, apart from experience, he only gained one reward, and that was Suda's recognition. If you look at the beauty scroll as a secret realm, then Sudaji within the bedchamber should be the reward at the bottom of the level. Since it's a treasure-touching session, I don't think there will be a fight to follow. Chiny Yang ordered all the forbidden troops to line up, and then he stepped onto the steps alone and walked into the bedchamber. The bedchamber was wide and dim, matching the primitive and heavy style of the Shang dynasty. On the walls on both sides, strands of red silk hung, reflecting a sultry rosy glow under the dual illumination of candlelight and moonlight, cloaking the things inside the chambers with a layer of seductive halo. At the end of the bedchamber was a huge couch, the veil draped gently down, protecting a worldly creature. Within it, Chiny Yang stepped on the soft sheepskin blanket and walked forward, as if traveling on clouds. A delicate woman's voice rang out as she got closer. Your Majesty, you're finally here. 7 short words, permeated with extreme charm, as if it was a bone scraper. Broken soul. It was no exaggeration to say that this delicate call alone could break through any man's defenses. However, Chiny Yang had only a hint of an itch at this point, and more than anything else, he was skeptical. Listening to Suda, she was aware of her identity. So this identity, is it King Zhou, or is it Chiny Yang? It doesn't feel like King Zhou, Chiny Yang guessed in his mind. According to the context of Sudaji's time, when he addressed King Zhou, he should have shouted Great King instead of Your Majesty. As Chiny Yang was thinking, the white veil tent slowly opened. A body that was the most beautiful and demonic was displayed in front of his eyes. Chiny Yang took a deep breath. Shit, I really don't blame King Zhou for this. The white veil tent was slowly drawn back. Chiny Yang saw that white make countless ancient and modern literati. God thought of reverie, the soul of the sinful shadow. On the reclining couch, Sudaji lazily lay on her side on the soft satin. 9 furry fox tails covering her jade body as perfect as a heavenly craftsman's work. The skin that was exposed was like the softest porcelain, smooth and translucent, with an almost unreal sheen in the rosy glow. Waterfall-like long hair, pouring down along the round shoulders, small but plump lips red and attractive, dark red eyes like waves in a deep pool, knit the brows and smile, all exudes a deadly temptation. Chiny Yang's mind almost fell into this overwhelming beauty. He couldn't help but marvel at the fact that all the previous praises about Suda had not been overstated. She does have a stunning face that turns the world upside down and ruffles feathers. Fortunately, Chiny Yang was no ordinary person, and in the face of this cursed vixen of 1,000 years, the dragon's face rippled. What he cared more about was Suda's panel. Declared hero, Sudaji. Consumption of proclamation, 200 points of imperial power. Declared no, a generation of sirens. Introduction. The so-called summoned heroes are special characters who have regrouped their physical bodies and souls under the Emperor's chi, and their memories have been modified to have a memory centered on the 9 to 5, and the heroes do not have a role relationship with each other. Skills. Confuse the living world. Xingqiu's enchanted dream. Lust for the dawn flame. Dragon and Phoenix bonus, Spirit, Agility, Illusion Resistance, Illusion Enhancement, Fire Elemental Resistance, Fire Elemental Enhancement, Taishu Hunyuan Sacred Body. Emperor's Power Bonus, 100 points per hour, requires admission to Copperbird Terrace. After reading Su Daji's panel, many questions welled up in Chingy Yang's mind. Calling a hero is explained. But how? Also, what is the Taishu Hunyuan Sacred Body? This copper bottom, how is it going to be built again? A large number of new terms appeared, causing Chingy Yang to be a bit confused. The many things that Suda is involved in seem to be late in the career of the 9-to-5, and it seems a bit early to unlock her now. As Chingy Yang pondered, Su Daji's misty eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She was surprised by Chingy Yang's bashfulness. These eyebrows of his own had bewitched the gods and were enough to pull any man into the abyss. But the person in front of him was unmoved. Su Daji's heart couldn't help but rise with a wave of curiosity. My concubine has been waiting for the true dragon to descend for a long time. Won't your majesty come up and sit down? Su Daji stretched out her jade hand, and in an extremely seductive tone, she invited Chingy Yang to sit on the couch in an attempt to arouse the other party's heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Instead, Chingy Yang stood still and spoke. If you see the true dragon, why don't you worship it? What? Suda's eyes narrowed. Chingy Yang's faint words were like heavenly thunder, exploding beside his ears. Instantly, she righted herself. The emperor in front of her was not something she could compel. Su Daji immediately propped up her body, rolled off the reclining couch, knelt down in front of Chingy Yang, and bowed her head. My emperor, long live, please, your majesty. Forgive my concubine's ignorance. Chingy Yang admired Daji's proud career line and asked, explain for me how I should summon you? Chingy Yang's question was just an attempt. He doesn't have a system. All the power that comes from the occupation. Since Suda is a character created by the profession and has spiritual intelligence, she should be able to answer some questions. As it turns out, he was right. Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Daji raised her head and respectfully replied, when your majesty rises to level 21, you will awaken the occupational skill Imperial Summoning, a skill that allows you to summon the same hero units as my servant to aid in battle. With that, Suda Ji waved her jade hand and shared a message. Occupational skill, Imperial Proclamation. Introduction, as the 9-to-5, you can consume the power of the Emperor to summon a hero in the Chinese civilization where the stars are shining. The hero will immediately intervene in the battlefield after being summoned, and will return to his position after the battle is completed. Note 1, at the initial stage of the skill, the assisting hero will only release one skill, and as the skill level increases, the strength of the assisting hero will also increase. Note 2, the summoned hero is a special character and is not limited by attributes. The stronger the 9-to-5 is, the more the summoned hero's combat power tends to be that of a full body. Currently summonable heroes, Su Daji, Generation Siren. That's the support skill, right? After seeing the skill introduction, Chingy Yang understood. It's like playing League of Legends and calling the batters for help. Proclaiming heroes all from the Chinese civilization. Wouldn't that be able to proclaim Guansheng Emperor, Xian Shang Jinjuan and the rest of them? This skill, it's a bit counterintuitive. Chingy Yang marveled in his heart and turned to check out the introduction of Su Daji's skills. Skill 1, confuse the world. Confuse the target's mind, causing the target to be convinced of one thing for a certain period of time. Skill 2, Xingqiu Ecstasy, causes the target to instantly fall asleep or enter an illusion without realizing it. Skill 3, Lust on Flame, make the target's inner desires materialize as flames, burning their bodies. The stronger the desire, the higher the damage. Su Daji's skills, Chingy Yang could read them, clearly an illusion. It fits her setting of confusing the world. A smile appeared at the corner of Chingy Yang's mouth. He looked at the Dragon and Phoenix linkage bonus and asked Su Daji, what is the explanation for the so-called Taishu Hunyuan Sacred Body? Su Daji was slightly stunned. This counts as chatting about the profession. She resumed her charming manner, cackled, and said, Your Majesty, my concubine is carrying the Xianin Charming Bone, which is the most beneficial furnace in the three worlds. Just saying this, she paused for a moment, her pair of charming eyes looking towards Chingy Yang, revealing a color of inquiry. But there's no harm in saying so, Chingy Yang said. Suda nodded slightly and continued, if your majesty wants to benefit from my concubine, you must have the supreme Yang hegemony body, or else you will be countered by the Xianin enchanting bone. On the contrary, if your majesty possesses the supreme Yang hegemony body, you can fuse it with my concubine Xianin enchanting bone, obtaining the Taishu Hunyuan sacred body and transferring to the 99 human emperors. So you can't touch it? Chingy Yang sighed in his heart. I wondered if this Xianin Mei bone was so overbearing. Can't even the supreme dragon body enjoy it? And so on. Chingy Yang's eyes widened. As if he had missed something, he hurriedly asked Suda, what did you just say? Su Daji was stunned and said, fusing with the Xianin Mei bone and obtaining the Taishu Hunyuan sacred body? Chiny Yang shook his head. No, the last sentence. Suda thought for a moment. Transferring to the 99 human emperors? Right. This is it. Chiny Yang was shocked in his heart. The profession of 9 to 5. And the ability to change professions. Moreover, it was the 99 human emperors who had been transmuted to become invincible in the lower realms and the common lord of the human race. Hearing the words 99 human emperors, Chiny Yang's heart was shaken by shockwaves. In this world, the stronger the profession, the harder it was to transfer. Professions with an epic level of strength only have 2 chances to change professions. Legendary careers, even more so, only happen once. Chiny Yang thought that he, the only hidden profession, would not have the opportunity to transfer. Don't want to. Above the 9 and 5 supreme beings, there are the 9 and 9 human emperors. I'm so sorry. What kind of existence is the 9 human emperor? That was the common lord of the world who had gathered the human race's chi in one place. It can represent the human race, sitting on an equal footing with the heavens and sitting with the earth. In the times when there were still human emperors, there was no difference between humans and gods, between high and low. The beings in the lower realms do not have to bow down to the so-called immortal gods, because they were led by the human emperor who was able to gather the entire clan's chi and raise the nation for the same sacrifice, and were not afraid of the might of heaven and earth. In Chinese mythology, every human emperor possessed a greatness that rivaled heaven and earth. Yan Emperor Shenong, Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Xian Emperor Zhuanshu, even Emperor Xin, who was known as King Zhou, only fell under Nuwa's conspiracy. If they were to fight head-on, the entire Seal of Gods list together would not necessarily be a match for the human emperor. Of course, this is only the human emperor in myths and legends. Chiny Yang was also unsure of how powerful he would be in his second turn of the 99 human empress, but what is clear is that it will not be weaker than the 9 to 5. The 9 and 5 supreme beings are already powerful enough. I'm afraid the 9 and 9 human emperors are even more exaggerated. Maybe they can declare to mobilize the gods and Buddhas of the heavens to assist me. That's truly invincible. Chiny Yang marveled in his heart. I thought I was at the top of my game when I started, but I didn't realize that one mountain was even higher than the other, and the peaks went right up to the 9 heavens. Thinking about it, Chiny Yang asked Sudaji, do you know the method of transferring to the 99 human emperors? Sudaji nodded her head and shook it again, saying, I know very little and do not dare to mislead your majesty. Chiny Yang raised his hand. I forgive you for your exoneration. Get up and speak. Only then did Sudaji twist her voluptuous body and slowly get up, born with a charming bone. She raises her hand and throws her feet to release her charm. Your Majesty, there are only 2 messages that I know about transferring to the human emperor. 1. You must gather together the 10 divine weapons of the ancient times and remake the human emperor's throne. 2nd. It requires you to obtain the Taishu Hunyuan saint body, which I can help you accomplish after you have the Supreme Yang hegemony body. But how to obtain the Supreme Yang hegemony body? I don't know. After saying that, Sudaji flipped her jade hand and manifested a colorful stone. Your Majesty, I happen to have a divine artifact here that was given by Nuwa. Chiny Yang raised his eyes and his heart trembled. Props, Nuwa stone, unique. Quality, colored products. Introduction, divine stone left behind by Nuwa to mend the sky. After the destruction of your physical body, Nuwa stone will recoalesce your physical body for you. Coalescing time is 49 days. Put it into your backpack to take effect. Cooldown is 81 days. Unlimited resurrection props? Chiny Yang took a deep breath and pressed on in front of Sudaji. Colored props. Already the ceiling of this world. Moreover, it's a resurrection prop with an unbelievable effect. In this world, resurrection props were not unheard of, but they were all limited to being effective only once. Even so, as soon as the resurrection class props appeared, it was all about asking for tens of billions of dollars and having to grab fights. After all, nothing is as important as life. Those rich, powerful bigots are more afraid of death than ordinary people. A chance to be resurrected is enough for them to trade all their fortune. The Nuwa stone, on the other hand, has unlimited resurrection opportunities. Chiny Yang didn't even dare to imagine how much of a shock this would cause when it was exposed. Of course, Chiny Yang would not reveal half of such things. He pretended to be calm and took the Nuwa stone from Sudaji's hands. The fact that Sudaji was able to honor this kind of supreme treasure was enough to prove one thing, that the characters created by the 9-5 supreme beings were truly absolutely loyal. As for her releasing wings from time to time, it should be the nature of a fox demon at work. And Chiny Yang didn't care about it. What's the flavor of a vixen without the slutty smell? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang slightly roughly swept Sudaji into his arms and laughed. Mindful of the fact that you have been meritorious in honoring the treasure, I will reward you with a strand of true dragon saliva. With that, he pressed down towards Sudaji's small and full colorful lips. Yes, After exiting the beauty scroll, Chiny Yang returned to his room. At this moment, with no one else around, he finally exploded his emotions. The trip was breathtakingly good. Not only did he get the only divine prop in the world, but he also obtained a clue to the second turn of the 99 human emperors. This occupation of the 9 to 5 had far exceeded his knowledge, and was even much more powerful than the systems in many online texts. I didn't realize that this wasn't its limit. This only hidden profession still has a second turn. The 99 human emperors. The goal is clear. As a human being, I will be the common lord of the human race. Chiny Yang's breathing thickened. For the first time since crossing over, he had a relatively clear long-term goal. Before, he just wanted to lay down an inward roll, but didn't know where he was going to roll. Now, the direction is there. That is to become the emperor of the 99. Anyway, after obtaining the supreme dragon body, one's lifespan was already guaranteed, and as long as one didn't die horizontally, living for a few hundred years wasn't a problem at all. Now, with the Nuwa stone, it's kind of hard to die horizontally, so why not aim a little higher? A little farther? Mere playfulness is afraid of getting bored sooner or later. If one could achieve human emperor, it would naturally open up new ways to play. Just, what are each of the 10 great divine artifacts of the ancient world? Chiny Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. In his last life, he had also read some mythological stories in novels. The so-called 10 great ancient artifacts mostly refer to the Nuwa stone, Kongdong seal, Xianyuan sword, Kunlun mirror, Haotian pagoda, Shinong tripod, Jiuli pot, Fushi zither, Dong huang bell, and Pangu axe. In a different world, it might be different, but it's not too far off. Except for the Nuwa stone, which was already in his hands, there were no clues as to the whereabouts of the other artifacts. So where should he start looking for them? Could he really find them? Chiny Yang couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. The Nuwa stone is a colored product, and the other artifacts must be as well. Colorful great props or equipment. In this world is also a mythical existence. If you have one, it is enough to be offered up as the most precious treasure of the town. It was true that the Qin family was rich, but they didn't have the ability to pursue such a supreme treasure. If Chiny Yang wanted to gather the 10 divine weapons, he would have to rely on his own strength. Or, perhaps, lifting the Qin family to another level. In his last life, Chiny Yang was just a small company employee. No clear idea of how to manage a business and run a business. Good thing. This world is honored by martial arts. As long as there is absolute force, there is no business that can't be done. No family that can't make it. With the power of the 9-5 supreme beings, it wasn't difficult for Chiny Yang to feed the Qin family. There's plenty of time for that in a hurry. Chiny Yang said. He already had far superior resources, talent, and longevity, so he didn't have to feel anxious about the remoteness of his goal at all. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang completely relaxed. Reflecting on Su Daji's soft lips and small tongue, the dim-witted smile appeared on his face again, and he said in his heart, Su Daji, that fox charming girl, can only play but not eat? Teasing me is itchy. I have to go to eliminate the fire. Saying that, Chiny Yang walked over to the dining table and picked up the Sea King Palace VIP Supreme card on the table, intending to relax in general and console himself tonight. But not long after picking up the VIP card, a blue light flooded the black card. At the same time, an item prop that went directly into his backpack. Chinfon encrypted email. It's in the backpack. Chiny Yang's pupils shrunk violently. This VIP Supreme card was actually enchanted with a higher spell, which contains an encrypted email. It was an encrypted email from Chinfon. Communication in this world is still dominated by text messages, emails, and voice calls from mobile terminals. This method of communication, although convenient, has the possibility of being intercepted and eavesdropped on by a mechanic-type profession. For the transmission of secrets, professionals usually choose a variety of secret letters. There are many forms of secret letters. For example, enchanting a message onto an item and selecting a designated recipient. In this way, only a specific person touching the item may see the information. For example, the Sea King Palace VIP Supreme card in Chiny Yang's hand was even set at the level of the reader. In other words, if Chiny Yang hadn't risen to level 15, he wouldn't be able to trigger the secret message even if he got this VIP card. No wonder Chinfon wanted me to rise to level 15 as soon as he came up. So it's here waiting for me. Chiny Yang felt incomparably curious. What exactly was Chinfon trying to say to himself after going to such lengths? Chiny Yang lay down on the sofa and opened the encrypted email. Immediately, before his eyes, a text appeared. Chiny Yang, when you read this letter, it means that my Qin family's Tang Fei is on the verge of success. The word count of the secret letter is limited, so I'll keep it short. Around the beginning of August, a challenge space will be opened in Hangwu City called the Conscription Battlefield. At that time, Professionals from level 15 to 30 will be able to enter. But conscripting the battlefield is not the point. The point is, you will summon the soul of the subhuman scout on the first level of the battlefield of recruitment, using the attachment in the email, and contract it. The demon will take you to a special level 15 to 18 secret area with a treasure chest inside. All you have to do is get the props in the treasure chest, the map of the subhuman ruins. This prop concerns the future development of the entire Chin family. I hope you can get it. Remember, you can't be more than level 18 before entering the conscription battlefield. Otherwise, it is impossible to enter that special secret realm. But, in a month's time, you'll already be thanking God if you can rise to level 15. I have arranged for you to be equipped and armed. Go contact the Dragon Pavilion Guild's forger, Gu Yu, and she will assist you in customizing a set of blue-grade equipment. Finally, when things get tough, you don't have to force them. Whether Tang takes off or not is secondary. The safety of his family is the right thing to do. Inscribed, Xin Chuan. Male attachment, Forbidden Soul Stone. 1,000,000 crystals. Bull, my old den. Xin Chuan was astonished in his heart. Xin Chuan was actually able to predict the challenge space that had yet to be opened and learn the specific details of it. This means that on his side, there are professionals who can foretell the future. Or, perhaps, there are props that foretell the future. It could be seen from Xin Chuan's painstaking layout. The prop map of the subhuman ruins was really important to the Chin family. It was so important that Xin Chuan couldn't believe anyone but his own son. Even if, for example, the son is notoriously uneducated. If you want to get this prop, your level can't be over 18 yet? It's a good thing I looked at this VIP card ahead of time. Otherwise, with my upgrade speed, I would have broken through to level 18 or above in minutes. Chingy Yang decided to take on this task. This matter concerned the future development of the Dragon Pavilion Guild, and as Chingy Yang was the beneficiary of the Chin family, he naturally had to contribute a little. Xin Chuan gave the task is also very simple. As long as you summon the demon, enter the secret realm, and get the props, it's done. The subsequent levels of the conquest space can also be challenged. The rewards of this compound challenge space should be very rich. Chingy Yang thought in his mind. Conquering space, he understood some of it. It's kind of a composite challenge space with different levels, each with different rules and gameplay. The only rule, though, is that it gets harder the further back you go. For example, this one predicted by Xin Chuan had a level limit of 15 to 30, with the difficulty spanning a whole 15 levels. But with Chingy Yang's current strength, it was enough to kill through. None of his skills, none of them are vegetarian. On the equipment, there was also a blue product set provided by Xin Chuan. After transforming it with Imperial style, it can even go up to purple. Chingy Yang had tasted the sweetness of challenging the space and had the advantage of crushing his peers, so he naturally wouldn't give up this opportunity. The only disadvantage is that it can only be accessed at level 18, but it's not a big deal. His attributes had long exceeded those of a level 30 professional. Moreover, 9 to 5 is a blue bar eating profession. The more royal power you have, the stronger the battle. If Xin Chuan's prediction was accurate, then Chingy Yang still had most of the month to hang around, and saving up 300,000 imperial powers wasn't much of a problem. 300,000 imperial powers, equal to 30,000 divine warrior phantoms. It's equal to 15,000 imperial city guards being online at the same time for 10 hours. It amounts to 83 hours of uninterrupted opening of the Hand of Royalty. Taking out any single one of them would be enough to kill through any level 30 secret realm. However, one has to pull the Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword full first. Chingy Yang thought, the higher his base attributes, the faster the royal power accumulates. The level of Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword is synchronized with him, pulling it up to level 18, but it can take 80 more points of basic attributes, and it can make the accumulation speed of the imperial power 13% faster. Chingy Yang pondered in his mind and began to plan his upgrade route. Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword is only level 10. The experience value of the Plague Rat Road is enough for it to rise to level 18, but the Plague Rat Trail has already been cleared once, and it will take 72 hours for the demons to refresh. Chingy Yang counted the time and a smile appeared on his face. It's nearly 60 hours until the Plague Rat track refreshes. That's just enough time to accumulate over 30,000 imperial powers. That means he'll be able to hang out for a little less than 3 days before he's able to go to Plague Rat Road and clear the screen. Moreover, this time, his battle power had formed a crush, and he could kill the level 15 boss of Plague Rat Road in seconds. In this way, the imperial power consumed to exterminate the 9 clans would be counted from a level 14 demon, which saved him tens of thousands of imperial power points. The skill of exterminating the 9 clans is really cool. Dad no longer has to worry about me practicing hard. Chingy Yang was hemming and hawing when the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. pulled out a look. It turned out to be the mentor in the Hangwu First Job Alumni Association discussion group. At everyone. Lu Jing, mentor everyone. A good news announcement. 30th Su Chinching has risen to level 11, tying the 10-day level 11 record held by Luofan. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. Yo-ho, I broke Luofan's record again? With regards to Luofan, Chiny Yang didn't know much. All he knew was that this person's career strength was at the epic level and had set a record of leveling up 8 in 24 hours. Without realizing it, it took him a full 9 days to go from level 8 to level 11. It seems that epic strength professions are just average. I wonder how far legendary strength professions can go. Chiny Yang pondered in his mind. He had yet to meet the possessor of a legendary class profession in person. I don't know if it's comparable to my own 9 to 5. While Chiny Yang was thinking, the discussion group had exploded. Broke Luofan's record? Did I read it right? I told you, Sushin is going to be stronger than Luofan. Sushin is also too outrageous. He actually broke Luofan's record for epic level professions with an excellent level profession. What's so outrageous about that? It's exactly what Sushin said. It's the person who decides the intensity of the profession. Seeing Su Chinching rise to level 11, the students all put down their hands and praised and flattered one after another, fearing that they would not be able to lick Su Chinching if they were late in sending their messages. In Chiny Yang's heart, he was also a bit surprised. Su Chinching's occupational strength was only at the excellent level. As a matter of common sense, there was no way to compare this to Luofan's epic career, but he still tied Luofan's record. It means that the person has a little something, but not much. At this time, Su Chinching also made a rare statement in the group. Everyone don't fallaciously praise me. Elder Luofan was delayed from practicing due to his injury. In fact, he went from level 8 to level 11 in only 6 days while I took 9 days. My speed is still no match for his. Seeing Su Chinching so modest, the students licked harder. Sushin, don't be modest. Luofan was injured and you weren't. This already shows that you're stronger than him. And Sushin is level 11 from level 5. And Luofan is level 11 from level 8. Both of them are leveling up in 2 days. And Sushin's side is a bit faster. I declare, the era of Luofan has passed. And now is the era of Sushin. Nyo Baya, our Hangwu city, has produced another genius. When the word genius was said, there was a brief silence in the group. At this point, everyone had the same thought. This year's geniuses were not just Su Chinching, there was also Chiny Yang. Logically, Chiny Yang, who had risen 10 levels in 1 day, was the most likely to break Luofan's record. In fact, he's already broken it once. But alas, the guy got to level 10 and started enjoying life. While everyone else was practicing in a mountain of swords and fire, his old man was rotting in a world of lights. 8 or 9 days had passed, and he estimated that he was still level 10. This made all the students have the same heart. What a waste of such a good talent. The one who awakened the hidden profession. Why not me? But this heartfelt voice can only echo in the heart. In the group with Chiny Yang, they are never dare to stick their faces open big. Even Lu Jing, who was a mentor, didn't dare to ask Chiny Yang about the progress of his upgrades for fear of touching the mold. Professionals are sensitive to information, and it's best not to take the initiative to ask if someone else isn't talking. It was especially important to be cautious in dealing with people of Chiny Yang's status. If you mess up, you lose your job. As a matter of fact, Su Chinching's rank wasn't asked for, but he said it himself. Lu Jing naturally understood what he meant by reporting his rank, which was why he sent him an announcement. But what Lu Jing doesn't know is that Chiny Yang is also waiting for him to ask this mentor, and not given a chance to play the beep. Do I have to take the initiative to report it? Chiny Yang skimmed his lips and put his cell phone away. The group is full of minor characters, and it doesn't matter if they're pretending or not. The most important thing right now is to go and relax. Chiny Yang thought, put on his clothes, took the supreme VIP card of the Palace of the Sea, and went out in style. The next day, early, Chiny Yang walked out of the Sea King's palace refreshed. At this point, his mind and body had been cleansed. Next, got to get on with a serious business. Chinfon mentioned in the encrypted mail that the guild's forger could forge a set of blue item equipment for him. Gathering materials and forging would take time, so Chiny Yang planned to finalize this first so that he could get his equipment sooner. The headquarters of the Dragon Pavilion Guild, located in the central district of Hangwu City, was right next to the city lord's mansion. The location, which is considered CBD, can be described as an inch of gold, but the Chin family has bought a piece of land with a heart on, built out a sizable office building. The building resembles a modern version of a castle, with a facade of off-white stone and intricate and beautifully carved reliefs on the facing bricks. The central tower looms large and is decorated with dragon flags that flutter in the wind. On both sides of the gate, there were also 2 rows of heavily armored gate guards standing. The headquarters of the Dragon Pavilion Guild was considered a semi-militarized place where idle people could not enter. Chiny Yang directly entered the green channel to the VIP reception room after he brightened his identity. Young Chin, Master Gu Yu has been notified. She's in the middle of her morning meeting and will be over soon. The Cheongsam-clad reception immediately contacted Gu Yu, the head of the forging department. After learning of Chingy Yang's intention, who knew that this person in charge was quite big, and actually had to insist on finishing the morning meeting before coming to receive the Chin family prince. In this regard, Chingy Yang was also indifferent. He had long heard that Gu Yu of the forging department was a very rigid woman, not to mention her own second son. Sometimes, she didn't even give face to Qin Chuan. It's early, it's okay to wait. Thinking, Chingy Yang said to the reception, "Go make me a cup of coffee." "Yes, you wait a moment." Taking advantage of the Cheongsam reception going out, Chingy Yang opened his personal interface. He remembered that on his body, there was still a piece of equipment that could be strengthened. That is the brutal military merit badge that was earned in the Jackal Fortress. This equipment has average panel attributes, but powerful words. Every time you kill a demonic leader, you increase your base agility by 2 points, with a cap of 40 points. Chingy Yang had already killed 3 heads and accumulated 6 points of attributes, which was equivalent to whoring out a primary attribute fruit. I wonder if the increased attributes will become more after strengthening? With anticipation in his heart, Chingy Yang unleashed the skill. Converted equipment, brutal military metal, level 10, consumes 1,685 points of imperial power. Madaka. After a clang, the brutal military metal completed its transformation. The original rough shape of the military merit badge changed into a delicate beast head shape, absorbed in the middle of the front chest of the dragon-patterned metaphysical armor, looking all in one and more aesthetically pleasing than before. Chingy Yang couldn't wait to pull up the equipment information. Equipment, De Chin Tiger and Wolf Decoration. Part, front chest jewelry. Level, 10. Quality, blue. Attribute, agility plus 38. Word 1, plus 2 to base agility attribute for each demon leader slain. Capped at 60, 6/60ths. Word 2, you can wear equipment that exceeds your level by 2 levels. Introduction, this is a military badge for the sharp warriors of Great Qin, and only those who have crossed the Hango Pass and beyond are worthy of it. Beautiful. Chingy Yang was overjoyed. When the equipment is transformed, not only is the original phrase boosted, but a new one is added. Permission to wear equipment that exceeds your own level by 2. That means that at level 18, I can wear level 20 equipment. It's not a coincidence. Chingy Yang had to be unconvinced of his own luck. Level 18 equipment and level 20 equipment. The materials used for forging were the same, but the attributes could be as much as 20 to 30 different, and the difference would be even greater when converted to purple. If this word had come a little later, he would have placed an order for level 18 equipment for Gu Yu. Chingy Yang was celebrating his good fortune when there was a knock on the door of the reception room. Outside the door, a lazy voice came. "Young Chin, I'm Gu Yu, can I come in?" The door to the reception room was opened. A high ponytailed woman with a lazy face walked in. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, with healthy wheat-colored skin, and a curvaceous figure, but not as curvaceous as the average woman's, but with a bit of athletic beauty. She was the strongest forger of the Dragon Pavilion Guild. Gu Yu. Forge Master isn't technically a profession. They were just well versed in forging knowledge and had practiced some general skills such as forging, enchanting, smelting, and so on, to a high level so that they could forge high-quality equipment. That is to say, any professional can become a forge master. In Chingy Yang's impression, Gu Yu's main profession should have been a warrior, but he was just more interested in ironworking, thus taking the path of a forger. "Hello, Sister Gu Yu." Chingy Yang nodded slightly towards Gu Yu. "Sister Gu Yu?" Gu Yu was a bit surprised. She had dealt with Chingy Yang, the impetuous rich kid who never called him by his first name and didn't know how to be polite. The addition of the word sister to her name today was a bit of a surprise. However, this did not change Gu Yu's impression of Chingy Yang. The first time she met Chin Ershi, she had a bad experience. Those eyes of Chingy Yang love to glance at people's boobs and asses when they're not doing anything. Now, too, from the moment he entered, he could feel a hot gaze, scanning his entire body. What kind of equipment does young Chin want? Gu Yu didn't want to talk nonsense with Chingy Yang and opened the door after sitting on the sofa. Gu Yu's coldness caused Chingy Yang to frown while the emperor option appeared before his eyes. In the face of unrespectful ministers, you choose. Ranjun, the loyal ministers are like mirrors. There must be something wrong with my handling of the situation. Spirit plus 10. The Faint King, I. 4-1. Love the spicy flavor. Physique plus 10. Tyrant, difficult people. The following offenses. I will cast her into a bronze human figurine. Power plus 10. This tyrant friend, please calm down. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and chose the faint king option. Gu Yu, a person with low emotional intelligence and a foul face to everyone, indeed owes it to himself. We'll see, when we get Suda's hypnotic ability. Let's have some fun. Thinking, Chiny Yang took out the list he had prepared long ago and handed it to Gu Yu, saying, the requirements are all on it. Gu Yu took the list, propped his head on his hand and consulted it absently. Arms, shoulders, boots, head, jewelry. Seeing that something was missing from the list, Gu Yu asked Chiny Yang, don't you need a shirt and pants? Already. Chiny Yang shook his head. He already had the blood-colored Shudo robes for the torso area, both upper and lower body. Gu Yu nodded slightly and continued to consult the list, before long frowning again and looking at Chiny Yang. I can understand the word bias toward reducing consumption, but the attribute requirement is a full attribute bonus. Is your profession all around? It can be understood like this. Chiny Yang replied. 9 to 5 is really an all-around career. There is no such thing as not eating all 4 attributes. The hand of Imperial power eats strength, the Imperial Guards eat physical fitness, the Brocade Guards eat agility, and the divine soldiers of the world and seeing me as heaven eat spirit. As for the Imperial City Guards, there is even less to say. All 3 types of forbidden guards have different requirements for attributes. So, the best strategy for adding points is to rain on the parade and be well-rounded. As for the words, Chiny Yang wanted to come with a bit of a reduced consumption bonus. His summons will continue to consume Imperial power, and the reduced consumption helps him a lot. Okay, that's what you asked for. Gu Yu put away the list, wanting to keep a proof. In her opinion, Chiny Yang was just messing around. She'd been studying the forge since she was 17, and in all those years, she hadn't seen a career with well-rounded attributes. Such an equalization of attributes would result in a waste of attributes. Presumably, Chiny Yang, this second-generation ancestor, hadn't yet figured out how he was going to play his hidden profession. Finally, Gu Yu asked Chiny Yang, what level of equipment do you want? Level 20. Chiny Yang said, level 20? You're not in a hurry now? Gu Yu's voice raised 8 tones. Chiny Yang said, it's urgent, you have to move fast. I need it this month. You'll make it to level 20 this month? Gu Yu's face was full of incredulity. She had heard, however, that Chin'ershi had laid flat after rising to level 10. Now 10 days have passed and there are 20 days left in the month. From level 10 to level 20 in 20 days. Is he flying? Chiny Yang felt that Gu Yu had too many questions, but still patiently explained. I have a piece of equipment that allows me to wear equipment that is 2 levels higher than my own level, so just don't worry about it. Oh, that's more like it. Gu Yu nodded and leaned back to the couch. But soon, she jerked straight up again and looked at Chiny Yang with a shocked expression. Wait a minute, 2 levels above your own level? So you're level 18? Or what? Chiny Yang spread his hands out. Gu Yu looked skeptical. 10 days ago it was level 10 and now it's level 18? Luofan wasn't even that fast. As a graduate of Luofan's contemporaries, Gu Yu was well aware of how difficult it was to go from level 10 to level 18. Levels 10 to May 15th be easy, but after level 15, it's time to go out into the wilderness and practice. Thinking about it, it had taken Luofan most of a month to level up to 15. It took even more than a month to rise from level 15 to level 18. And the speed was only a little faster than the Dragon Pavilion Guild's president, Chinfon. This Chin'ershi, he really doesn't even brag. Thinking of this, Gu Yu was unwilling to ask anything more. She was just a part-time worker anyway, so she could just give herself whatever her boss wanted. At this time, Chiny Yang asked, how long will it take to build these equipments? Roughly, Gu Yu came back to his senses and said, for the blue product equipment, it will take time to collect the materials, but there is some stock within the guild. So I expect it to be enough to finish within a week. Yes, speed. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging some details, Chiny Yang left the Dragon Pavilion Guild. Outside, the sun is shining beautifully. The square of the Dragon Pavilion Guild was filled with professionals of all shapes and sizes. They were either clad in lockjaw armor and wielding gleaming long swords, or wearing light armor and carrying fine longbows and pouches of arrows. Every one of them was glowing, exchanging their experience of raiding in the square and recruiting teammates to travel to the secret realm together. Hanggu City Field Caravan. Bold Dragon Pavilion Brothers, follow me. Level 30 Secret Money-Making Caravan. Short of a co-pilot and a healing profession with a lot of milk to come. Level 25 Secret Caravan. Mainly helping Chin'ershi fight for materials. Brothers who want to progress, come quickly. In the square, yells were heard all over the city. Chiny Yang walked past them and couldn't help but sigh. The life of a professional is really full of passion and fervor. Challenge unknown secret places and meet different teammates. Scramble your way through life, one danger at a time. Every professional, no matter how strong or weak, has a story of their own. Their lives may be dangerous, but they are absolutely wonderful. It feels like, well, a lot less fun. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart, also wanting to experience the life of an ordinary professional. However, the dignity of the 9-to-5 would not allow him to do so. He was no longer in the same dimension as an ordinary professional. So, it's a beautiful day. Let's go fishing. Chiny Yang stretched his back and walked towards the vacation resort in the western suburb of Hangwu City. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Imperial power plus 1200. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Ice elemental resistance strengthened. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Fire elemental resistance strengthened. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Physique plus 2. Spend 3 lazy, extravagant days. Chiny Yang once again arrived at the entrance to the Plague Rat Road. At this point, his royal power had accumulated to 43,560, which was enough to clear the screen in the Ratwalk. Think of those 50,000 experienced fat rats. Chinfon then involuntarily gulped. Now that I think about it, plague rats aren't that disgusting. It's very fattening, at least for him. As soon as he went in and cast Exterminate the 9 clans again, the blood-drinking sword would rise to level 18. For this wave, you get 160 points of full weapon attribute bonus and 80 points of free base attributes. Isn't that fat and juicy? Just as he thought of this, Chiny Yang heard someone shouting, Su Shen, why are you here to brush up on Plague Rat Road? Chiny Yang froze and followed the sound. Only Su Chinching, who was wearing light armor, was standing at the entrance of the Plague Rat Road. When the scattered professionals saw him, they all flocked to him in the center as if they had seen a star. Su Chinching? Chiny Yang's brows furrowed. Like the other professionals, inside his heart, he had the same question. This guy, why would he come to Plague Rat Road? Su Chinching's level was at 11. It's only right that there are plenty of secret areas suitable for this level. There was no reason for him to choose the dirty, smelly, plague-ridden rat track with no pass reward. Chiny Yang thought, a look of curiosity on his face. Ever since he learned that Su Chinching had tied Luofan's record, he had become interested in this person. With a career of exceptional strength, it was actually an outrageous thing to chase down Luofan, who had an epic-level career. As the possessor of the only hidden profession, Chiny Yang was well aware of the gap between professions. Take the 9-to-5. Take out a random skill. It's an unsolvable existence. As far as summoning is concerned, whose summon can have such a divine skill as flash reinforcement? In terms of damage, the divine armor of the world was capable of hitting hundreds or thousands of attacks at once. On control, a paladin with invincibility on is all about words and kneeling. Even if other professions are not as outrageous, there is still a transcendent level between epic and excellent. 2 levels, not even in the same dimension. The gap between them is not something that can be erased by hard work and intelligence alone. Hence, intuition told Chiny Yang that Su Chinching's body, too, hid secrets. Why don't we see what this kid wants? Chiny Yang thought internally. That said, Su Chinching's background is quite a claim. His parents died when he was a child, and he grew up on welfare, living alone in a small rented house. This buff is almost stacked. He's afraid he's not the main character. Oh, Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. Su Chinching was just one bloodless sister or sister away from the protagonist template. Suddenly, Chiny Yang's gaze froze. He realized a problem. In a way, a childhood friend is also like a sister or a younger sister. Before awakening his memories, he had wrapped his arms around Su Chinching's childhood friend and was soaking in a hot spring pool. Bad. I'm the villain? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang could not help but feel a little amused. The uneducated rich kid, the piledriver of Mordor's feelings. This persona of his own doesn't really seem like a serious character. If Su Chinching was the main character, then the Chin family must have been the first to be exterminated. At that moment, a prompt appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. You are aware of the existence of the Sons of the Air and you choose. Benevolent Monarch, recruit as your right-hand man to assist me in ruling the world. Spirit plus 10. The Faint King, how dare this? It's not enough to exterminate 9 clans. I will execute his 10 clans, physique plus 10. Tyrant, I'll have something to say about dealing with the Sons of Chi. Forcibly killing a Son of Fortune will only serve to invite the heavenly flame meteorite. The correct way is to take away their luck and weaken them to an ordinary person before killing them. Remember, you must kill them all. All the earthworms in the house should be chopped vertically. Chi luck plus 10. 000. Imperial power plus 10. 000. Su Chinching is a son of Chi? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. So you're really the villain? And what do you want, Mr. Dimwit? Inside Su Chen's 10 clans, there is this classmate of mine. Injin is even funnier. Which Son of Fortune will assist the Emperor? This time, it was still Tyrant who was reliable, although he didn't know what Chi luck boost meant, but he had a lot of words, so he listened to him. Chiny Yang decisively chose the Tyrant option. and a prompt immediately surfaced before his eyes. Luck plus 10. 000. Since I do not hold the divine weapon Kongdong seal, the value of my fortune is not shown for the time being. Introduction of the value of Chi Fortunate can influence the fate of others and oneself, and can even change the trend of history. Kongdong seal. Chingy Yang's eyes lit up as the artifact clue plus 1. Although the clues were small, at least it was established that the Kongdong seal was one of the divine weapons, and there was a grip on the search. This value of Chi can actually influence the fate of others and change the direction of history. It's not less important than the royal power. Can you glean directly from Su Chinching? Chingy Yang thought, and was about to raise his head to look for Su Chinching's figure when murmurs came from the side. This Su Chinching is really a lone wolf too. He's not even willing to team up with us. We're experienced in fighting the Plague Rat Road. Isn't that so? Since Su Chinching awakened, he hasn't teamed up with anyone, and his classmates who shouted at him to upgrade together were ignored. However, this person is really something. Solo brushing to level 11. Luofan doesn't even have the ability to do that. It's just a shame that it's a selfish one. Hearing these murmurs, Chingy Yang realized that Su Chinching had already entered the secret realm. The professionals who had originally knelt down and licked Su Chinching had changed their faces at this time, and the expressions on their faces and the tone of their voices were all unspeakably sour. Practicing alone fits the profile of a child of fortune, Chingy Yang thought in his heart, and with a movement of his mind, he began the secret teleportation. He wanted to see what Su Chinching's reliance on practicing alone was. The scenery in front of him changed, and Chingy Yang once again arrived in that dim and damp sewer. After 72 hours of refreshing, the place has accumulated countless more rats, scurrying back and forth through the winding pipes. Chingy Yang didn't launch the execution of the 9 clans in the first place, and merely summoned 25 Imperial City prohibited guards, scattering them throughout the maze of the Plague Rat Road. They had only one mission, and that was to find Su Chinching. As the Imperial City's forbidden guards, dressed in dark gold armor, disappeared around the corner of the dark labyrinth, the corner of Chingy Yang's mouth curled into a smile. Let me see. The means of the son of Chi. Perhaps it was Chingy Yang's Chi that was above Su Chinching's. In just under 5 minutes, then one of the feathered guards spotted the target. Chingy Yang immediately ordered the Featherwood forbidden guards to hide, and then through his perspective, he peered at the screen while ordering the other forbidden guards to approach towards Su Chinching's position. The place where Su Chinching was located was familiar to Chingy Yang. It was a circular cistern of 200 or 300 square feet on one side. This is where the secret challenge of the insect gall willow is found. At this moment, Su Chinching was surrounded by lingering wind flakes, floating above the circular cistern. In the cisterns were dense, layered plague rats in the hundreds and thousands. I'm sure it's here to brush up on plague rats. Chingy Yang guessed Su Chinching's intentions. He was trying to take advantage of the plague rats gathering to clear the monsters in a big way with his AoE skill. The rats in the cistern looked like there should be thousands of them, based on 10 experience points apiece. If a wave could be cleaned up, there would be 10,000 experience points in the bank, which was equivalent to single killing a level 18 boss. That cistern was 200 or 300 square feet. The profession of Bladewind Swordsman didn't have such a wide range of group monster skills. As Chingy Yang was thinking, the eyes of Su Chinching above the cistern condensed and he struggled to swing a sword towards the bottom. Kagaya Gale Slash. Phew! Sharp wind whistles rang out. Rapidly flowing flurries of wind, wrapped in silver flames, swept through a cistern full of plague rats. That silver-colored flame had an extremely fast spreading speed. Falling into the circular cistern, it was like meeting alcohol, instantly spreading throughout the room. Hundreds of rats, in the silver flames, let out screams of pain. In just a short period of tens of seconds, the rats in the cistern were killed off. My rats and mice. Seeing Su Chinching clean up the rats in one wave, Chingy Yang was heartbroken. Those fat, juicy rats. They would have been his. In exchange, he got the intel. Su Chinching's body really did have unknown secrets. The profession of blast swordsman did not have the ability to manipulate flames, and that silver-colored flame, at first glance, was not mortal. This guy has extreme equipment on him? Chingy Yang guessed in his mind. Just then, Su Chinching laughed openly. Ha ha ha, yes, this wave of clearing monsters, I directly gain tens of thousands of experience points, equivalent to killing a level 18 boss. Why are you talking to yourself? Chingy Yang said. The feathered guards in Chingy Yang shared not only vision, but also hearing. At this time, Su Chinching did not know that he was being peeped at from all sides of the screen. After the ecstasy, he showed a look of suffering and said, "That's a lot of experience for a spike." Sure, but are you sure the rats are still going to converge here? You? Who? Hearing Su Chinching's self-talk, Chingy Yang frowned. With the word you in the sentence, it's clearly not self-talk. Just then, a soft woman's voice rang out. Rest assured, Master, In about 15 minutes the plague rats will converge here again and fill the entire cistern. Synchronized with the voice was an elven woman dressed in a light veil. She slowly surfaced beside Su Chinching as if she were a ghost. Yoo-hoo, this one is really on. Chiny Yang saw the woman appear out of thin air and showed a rare look of surprise. No wonder Su Chinching upgraded so quickly. His secret, after all, is Miss Artifact Spirit? The elf woman who appeared out of nowhere made Chiny Yang greatly curious. He sank down and began to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. From the conversation between the two, he learned that the elf woman's name was Teruyuki, and that she was Su Chinching's sword spirit. She possessed a detection skill called Elven Eyes, which could see where the secret formation eye was. And this cistern was the secret formation eye of the Plague Rat Road. As soon as the plague rats and the gustatory eye are followed, there will soon be other rats converging towards this place, filling up the cistern again. So it is. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked into a smile. This thing, secret realm formation eyes, he had never heard of it before. This should be a more profound discipline, and it also confirmed from the side that Su Chinching's sword spirit was something like Chiny Yang. Su Chinching also revealed a puzzled expression after hearing about the secret realm formation eye. Is it really that amazing? I'll wait and see then. I hope you won't waste my time. Su Chinching looked towards his sword spirit with a proud expression. Teruyuki did play a key role during this time. It could be said that without this sword spirit, he couldn't rise to level 11. However, Su Chinching still did not intend to give Huiyu a good face. He was the master and had to be above the sword spirit. Just then, a dense crawling sound rang out from the rat race. Su Chinching looked around, only to see a large number of rats converging from all directions and jumping into the dry cistern. Surely there will be another convergence. Su Chinching was ecstatic in his heart and cast a look of recognition towards Huiyu. It's no problem when you can brush a wave in 15 minutes. That's efficiency. These plague rats are less experienced, but vastly more numerous. A 15-minute cycle is 40,000 experience points an hour. Within today, he had enough to rise to level 15. Thinking of this, Su Chinching laughed arrogantly. These people compare me to Luofan every day, so I will trample Luofan under my feet. From today onwards, I, Su Chinching, am the only genius in Hangwu City. Huiyu looked at Su Chinching's humongous appearance and shook her head without moving. He said, this master of his, he is too aggressive. If you don't move, you have to step on that one and step on this one. Unbeknownst to him, he would not have been able to reach his current achievements if he hadn't relied on his own strength. In response, Teruyuki wasn't going to be persuasive. She helped Su Chinching, just wanting to recover her physical body. It was only hoped that before that, Su Chinching would not meet a truly ruthless person. In less than 15 minutes, the cistern was filled again. The number of plague rats in them is not on par with what it was before the cleanup. Kagaya Gale Slash. Su Chinching repeated the same technique, hitting the blast chop with silver flame towards the rat pack, and the silver flame spread in the cistern once again. But unlike before, this time, a great deal of smoke rose from the cistern, and no plague rats were heard to squeal. Teruyuki's heart felt strange and she gazed at it. One could only see that the rats that were burned by the Phaeton flames were decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a large number of tiny particles, a strand of bizarre smoke and dust. This is not the ability of the Kagaya flame. Teruyuki was appalled in his heart. Although her Kagaya flame had the ability to purify, it was not up to the point of purifying demons into ashes. What the hell is going on here? At the same time, Su Chinching also discovered the problem. Why no experience? Su Chinching looked at Huiyu with displeased eyes. He hadn't gained a bit of experience from that strike just now. I don't know. Wait. Teruyuki shook her head as she spoke, suddenly looking stunned. The entire plague rat track, she realized, was quiet. It's very unreasonable. The plague rat tunnel is full of plague rats. The mice jump up and down and always make a little noise. And at the moment, it was awfully quiet. It's like all the rats have disappeared. Isn't that disappearing? Just as Su Chinching used AoE to clear the monsters, Chiny Yang launched the extermination of the 9 clans early. These rats, all of which were his experience packets, could not be licked by Su Chinching again. You have killed a level 10 plague rat. Experience value plus 10. You have killed a level 10 deteriorating giant rat. Experience value plus 755. You have killed a level 14 deformed giant rat. Experience value plus 2209. You have killed the level 15 nascent rat father, leader. Experience value plus 13,781. Drop treasure chest, level 15 silver treasure chest. Great Chin tiger and wolf ornament activated. Agility plus 2. The level of Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been raised to level 11. The level of Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been raised to level 13. The level of Emperor Yang's blood drinking sword has been raised to level 18. All attributes plus 5. you gain 10 points of free attributes. Just as Su Chinching and Hui Yu were confused. Chiny Yang had already finished eating the experience within the Plague Rat Road. Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword rose to level 18 in a burst of excited buzzing. The bonus of the weapon phrase reaches full attribute plus 90. Free attribute points, 2, had accumulated to 80. With a burst of relief, Chiny Yang opened his personal interface and evenly distributed the points. Name, Chiny Yang. Race, human. Level, 18. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Strength, 150, plus 145. Agility, 152, plus 130. Physique, 252, plus 110. Spirit, 155, plus 185. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Senia's Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV1. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Favor, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Imperial Demeanor, LV1. Supreme Dragon Body, LV1. Probing Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Royal Power, 5143, plus 709 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. 170 attribute points in the bank. This is really better than upgrading yourself. Chiny Yang took a deep breath. The increase of nearly 100 points in attributes caused his body to have an intuitive change. The most obvious point is the 5 senses. Things in the darkness were more clearly outlined. The sound of water drops hitting the stone tiles in the distance could also be heard clearly. This is enhanced by the mental and agility boosts. And as the attributes continue to strengthen, this aspect will improve even more. As you can see from this, ordinary people and professionals are simply 2 kinds of creatures. Upgrade mission complete. Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword was pulled full. Chiny Yang was satisfied. The next step was to test someone's chi. He ordered the Featherwood Prohibition Guards who were watching Su Chinching, say hello to them on my behalf, and if they are attacked, they are free to fight back. Saying that, a bad smile surfaced on Chiny Yang's face. He wasn't really trying to say hello to his classmates. Under scrying, summoned objects are not labeled. When Su Chinching saw the Featherwood Prohibition army, he would only think it was a demon. When the time comes, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. Su Chinching directly exited the secret realm after seeing the attributes of the Featherwood Prohibitors. 2nd. Su Chinching treated the Featherwood Prohibition Guards as demons and attacked them. If it was 1, it proved that the elf woman's battle prowess was less than that of the Feathered Guard. If it was 2, it would also be a good idea to probe the depths of that elf woman in battle. The total attributes of the Featherwood Forbidden Guard, which had grown along with Chiny Yang's growth, had now reached 720 points. With this attribute value, a level 31 elite professional would have to shout out a big brother when they saw it. It should be enough to test the elf woman's strength. It doesn't matter if it's not enough. If one doesn't work, then add another, until her full strength is forced out. Today, Chiny Yang was bound to see all of the Son of Cheese cards. Over the cistern, Su Chinching and Hui Yu still didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, there was a metallic scraping sound in the darkness. Someone. Su Chinching was violently shocked. The Phaeton elf's reaction was even faster as she looked in the direction the sound came from and activated her skill. Elven Wisdom, a panel that appeared in front of Teruyuki's eyes. Name, the Feathered Guard. Potential, probe failed. Waiting for parse. Rank, failed to probe. Waiting to parse. Power, probe failed. Waiting for parse. Agile, probe failed. Waiting for parse. Physique, failed to probe. Waiting to parse. Spirit, probe failed. Waiting for parse. Skill, probe failed. Waiting for parse. Wizard's Eye. Second paragraph triggered. Parsing. What is this? I can't believe I can't see through my elfin wizards. Teruyuki sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling that something big was wrong. In the darkness, a tall silhouette stepped out. Who is it? Come out. Unlike Teruyuki's shock, Su Chinching's sword pointed at the darkness, his bravado rushing to the clouds. Since his awakening, he had not met an opponent. The attributes of the Sword Spirit Phaeton are a potential 3-star alpha level. Though in her ghost state, she could only utilize 50% of her battle power. But after following herself up to level 11, her total attributes were close to 2,600 points. Even if she discounted half of her battle power, she still had nearly 300 points of total attributes. With this kind of henchman, even if it was a level 31 plus, fully equipped elite professional, Su Chinching asked himself that he had the ability to touch him. Madaka! 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 In the darkness of the rat track, a tall figure stepped out. He wore dark gold armor that shimmered with a shimmering light, and held a halberd. his face hidden by a golden mask that left only 2 narrow eye holes. The gaze from it was as sharp and cold as a night lord. With each step that fell, there was a resounding sound that echoed in the silence. As the golden-armored warrior stepped out of the darkness, the moist air in the rat run seemed to freeze. At this moment, Su Chenqing's gaze changed from impetuous to grave. Intuition told him that he had just spoken a little too loudly. He busied himself with a sideways glance and asked Terumi in a low voice, "Have you looked at his attributes?" Huiyu shook her head with a bewildered expression. "The first part of the skill's activation failed, and is trying to parse the second part, but I don't know if it will succeed. What is certain is that the opponent's name is Featherwood Prohibition Guard, not a professional." Failed? Su Chenqing frowned. Huiyu's elven eyes was different from ordinary probing techniques. Not only could it see the opponent's attributes, but also the opponent's skills. Ordinary means could not stop the detection of the elven wise eyes. This Featherwood Prohibition Guard, definitely a special demonic creature, would not be weak. Su Chenqing took a deep breath, his afterglow scanning his surroundings, already looking for a way back. Still, he wanted to wait. Kagaya's elven eyes has a second trigger that forces the target's panel to be analyzed. If the parsed properties are not as good as your own side, that's another way of dealing with it. Behind special magical creatures, there would be special chances, and Su Chenqing didn't want to let it go easily. On the side, the Huiyu Holy Maiden was beating a retreat. "Master, we'd better withdraw. I have a feeling that this Featherwood Prohibition Guard is not weak." Speaking of this, she was afraid that the reason was not sufficient and added, "And didn't you notice? The Mouse Road is a lot quieter. As if the demons have all disappeared. This is very unorthodox. I suspect it has something to do with this Featherwood Prohibition Guards." Su Chenqing coldly glared at Huiyu and said, "The matter has yet to be concluded. Don't grow others' ambition. How do we know that we're not his opponent if we don't give it a try?" When Huiyu saw Su Chenqing say this, she only felt that the other party was a bit incomprehensible. What does it mean to grow others' ambition? This is the secret world. You have to get out of the war before you can quit. Once a battle is triggered, you can't quit. Teruyuki spat in his heart, but faced with a master who could help him restore his physical body, he still patiently advised, "Master, in case this Featherwood Prohibition Guard cannot be defeated, we will have no way to get out of the battle. How will we retreat then?" Su Chenqing smiled coldly. "That's fine. When the time comes, you hold him off and I'll run off into the distance. When you run out a certain distance, I will cancel your summoning and this Featherwood Prohibitor will lose its target. So won't you be able to get out of the fight?" "I'll hold him off." Teruyuki froze, a little chilled. Yes, Su Chenqing's method works, but what if you can't stall yourself? Didn't it ever occur to him that he would be beaten out of his mind by this feathered forbidden guard? In response, Teruyuki didn't want to say anything more. "I just expect the elf wizards to parse a little faster. If the other party was indeed powerful, it would be possible to use the truth and persuade Su Chenqing to retreat." Soon, the prompt of parse complete appeared in front of her eyes. Kagaya looked at the golden-armored warrior again. Name, Feathered Guards. Potential, failed to parse. Level, 18. Power, parsing failed. Agile, parsing failed. Physical, 504. Spirit, failure to parse. Skill, failure to parse. Level 18. Physique 504 points. After seeing the panel of the Feathered Forest Forbidden Army, Teruyuki sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 of the 4 attributes failed to parse, but the only physique that was parse out was enough to prove the power of this demonic creature. To have 500 points of physique at level 18, this was definitely an alpha-level demonic creature. Why would something like this appear inside a level 10 plague rat track? Thinking of this, Huiyu immediately reminded Su Chenqing. Attributes parsed out. This Featherwood Prohibitor is level 18, with 500 points of physique, and no other attributes or skills can be seen. Potential is also unknown. What's certain is that he's the chief demon. 500 points of body mass. Su Chenqing's pupils shrunk. This Featherwood Prohibition Guard was the meatiest boss he had encountered since his awakening. But Kagaya's battle power was comparable to his and could be fought. Thinking of this, Su Chenqing's eyes erupted with essence. It was as if he saw it, the chance behind the Feathered Guard. This demonic creature must be taken down. Prepare to strike. Su Chenqing said to Huiyu. What? Do it? Teruyuki was surprised. Your own attributes. Indeed. Have 600 points. However, in the spectral state, only 50% of the battle power could be utilized. When discounted, it wasn't necessarily as powerful as the Featherwood Prohibition Guards in front of them. Key, she still has to protect Su Chenqing. It's really hard to play this kind of bad game. Su Chenqing seemed to have read Huiyu's mind and said, don't you have nearly 750 points of spirit? This Featherwood Prohibitor is a meat titan, and your glow moon flame can restrain him. Saying this, he added a heavier tone. He's definitely a special demonic creature. There's no way I'm letting go of my chance. If you want to recover your flesh, help me with all your might. After saying that, he condensed wind flakes on his longsword and towards the Featherwood Prohibition Guards in front of him. Teruyuki let out a long sigh and just had to follow. She couldn't watch Suchinching die here, could she? Bear! The fire of the glowing moon was added to the longsword, as a blizzard chop slashed out. Biting wind flakes, wrapped in burning silver flames, swept towards the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. In response, the feathered guards merely held their halberds across their chests and did not move a muscle. It's bulky. It's really a meat-tanned demonic creature. The feathered guards did not dodge, and the corners of Suchinching's mouth hooked up. As an agile-type profession, what the blast swordsman was best at was slinging bulky tanks. Unbeknownst to them, the feathered guard was a soldier who excelled in agility. Facing Suchinching's attack, it wasn't that he couldn't avoid it, but rather that Chiny Yang wouldn't let him. Let me see how much you weigh. Somewhere in the Plague Rat Road, Chiny Yang watched the battle with interest. His own physique was too high, which had led to the feathered guard's physique, which had exceeded agility as a main attribute. He wanted to see if Suchinching's attack could break the defense for the Featherwood Forbidden Army. Boom! The wind flurries and silver flames hit their targets squarely, stirring up majestic elemental fluctuations. The feathered guard took the skill with his face and was blasted backward a step. But it's only a step. When Suchinching saw this, his eyes went wide. He had added the power of the glow moon's fire to this strike. This kind of flame couldn't be picked up with just a physique. It also required a spiritual resistance. Moreover, the damage of the flame of the glow moon was calculated based on the attributes of the glow moon. Her spiritual power, however, was close to 750 points. Even if it's only 50% effective, that's still 375 points of damage. The target's mental strength would have to be 300 or more to resist it at all. How could a blow go up and only knock back a step? Not only does this guy have 500 points of physique, he has over 300 points of spirit? That's a little outrageous, isn't it? You're a meat tank. What's the point of adding such a high spirit? Terumo, why is the damage so low? Seeing that his all-out strike had only repelled the Featherwood Prohibition Guard by a single step, Suchinching immediately questioned towards Huiyu. The flame of Phaeton attached to the longsword was Phaeton's ability and Suchinching's main source of damage. Suchinching took it for granted that Teruyuki hadn't tried his best. Teruyuki's heart screamed in anger. That's right. The damage from the flame of the glowing moon is related to yourself. But doesn't it have anything to do with you? Suchinching, if I lend you my power, can you utilize it 100%? Originally, his ghost form self would only be able to utilize 50% of his battle power. Borrowing Suchinching's body to perform it would require another discount. 750 points of mental power yourself, converted to 375 points of damage, and then by you hitting the feathered guard, you might not even get 300 points of mental damage. Is this because I didn't try my best? Facing Suchinching as his master, Huiyu really had a headache. But being naturally kind, she didn't know how to politely tell the truth. Master, you are actually quite wasted. Bear. In the sweep of the silver storm, the feathered guards wielded their halberds, splitting the wind and cutting through the fire. On the occasion of the great opening and closing, he actually used his halberd to winch that storm away, just like a god of war. Back off. He's strong. After a round of exchanges, Huiyu had already seen how powerful the Featherwood Prohibition Guards were, and when he saw Suchinching attacking towards him again, he hastily spoke out to remind him. But at this time, Suchinching had already gone to his head. The tougher the special demonic creature was, the more excited he was. An 18th level alpha level demonic creature with 500 points of constitution and no less than 300 points of spirit. Well, his strength and agility must not be high. Thinking about this, Suchinching felt that he had done it again. Agility type melee, which is supposed to restrain meat tank type melee. The blast swordsman, again, is the most ethereal and agile melee combatant. That dexterous skill, combined with sharp positioning, just highlights I can hit you, but you can't hit me. With a good pull, even a scrape, he could scrape the feathered guard in front of him. Chance, I'm coming. Thinking of this, Suchinching ignored Huiyu's discouragement and once again condensed windflakes around his body. Death is like the wind. Long with me, tread the wind. Treading the wind is one of the core skills of the Bladewind Swordsman. The ability to accumulate wind elements in the feet and move on the wind, dramatically increasing movement speed while also releasing 2 instantaneous displacements. Phew! Suchinching took a step, like a swift wind, and instantly arrived at the left side of the Featherwood Prohibition Guard. The feathered guards immediately wielded their halberds and slashed downwards towards him. The movement is wide and broken. The corners of Suchinching's mouth hooked up. His eyes flickered as he once again performed the second stage of treading the wind. instantly flashing to the right rear side of the Featherwood Prohibition Guard. At the moment, the Feathered Guards were still facing the left side, and a huge breach was revealed at the right rear. Seeing this, Su Chinching's heart was delighted, and he swung his long sword, which had long since condensed the flame of the glowing moon, towards the Feathered Forest Prohibition Guard's right leg at the opposite joint. The Feathered Guards were covered in armor, but the counter joints showed slits, which was common to all armor. Su Chinching's purpose was to maim the Featherwood Prohibitor's right leg first. Hoo-hoo! Sharp wind whistles, accompanied by the sharp sound of the sword, went straight to the target. The Feathered Guard's right leg remained standing, without the slightest hint of avoidance. The corners of Su Chinching's mouth couldn't be suppressed. He felt like he was going to get it, but what he didn't know was that the Feathered Guard's right leg didn't move, but his whole body did. In Teroyuki's viewpoint, the Feathered Forbidden Guard was rotating his waist on the axis of his right leg. At the same time, the halberd in his hand was waved into a curved moon, picking towards Su Chinching from the bottom to the top. "Look out!" Teroyuki cried out in horror. But at this moment, it was already too late. Before Huiyu's warning could reach Su Chinching's ears, the halberd had already chopped into Su Chinching's abdomen. Seeing that Su Chinching was about to be disemboweled, Huiyu, who was the sword spirit, directly manipulated the long sword with her mind, forcing Su Chinching to cross his sword to block. When an ear-piercing explosion of metal clashing, the long sword came off and stabbed into the ceiling of the sewer. Su Chinching only felt that the hand holding the sword was hit by high-voltage electricity, and the intense pain passed through the palm of the hand, and passed to the wrist, arm, and shoulder in turn. Click, click, click. The sound of misaligned bones rang out. Su Chinching didn't even have time to shout pain, but he flew heavily backwards, as if he was lifted up by a shovel like a ragged sack, and fell out 10 meters away. Bang! Aha! It was only after falling to the ground that Su Chinching erupted into a cry of pain. His tiger's mouth had chipped and all 5 fingers were twisted. Because of the dislocated wrist, the entire palm of the hand was drooping and it felt like only skin was attached. The arm joints and shoulder joints were even all misaligned, and the whole arm couldn't move. Su Chinching's features twisted together as he rolled and howled on the ground holding his arms. More than the physical pain, his mind was being consumed by fear. Just now, his long sword was less than half a centimeter away from the Featherwood Prohibitor's right leg joint. That's all it takes to react and make a comeback? How high is the agility attribute of the Feathered Guard? And just the aftershock caused by hitting the longsword was able to shatter his entire arm. His strength attribute definitely had more than 400 points. Shit, he's not even a meat tank. He's not even a Mayatan. When he thought about how he was almost disemboweled just now, Su Chinching was so scared that his liver and gall bled, and his whole body was sweating like a stream of pirate sweat. It's okay. Huiyu quickly floated to Su Chinching's side, and with a raised hand, she cast an elven healing spell, Nature's Touch, on him. This is a healing skill outside of the Holy Light system, and in specific cases, it works better than Holy Light. Due to his arrogant and reckless personality, Su Chinching had not been injured much in his previous leveling sessions, and had relied on this touch of nature to recover. Otherwise, he would be like Luofan, who had delayed his upgrade progress due to his injuries. After being empowered by the spell, Su Chinching immediately felt a tingling in his arm, and the pain was reduced by a lot. However, the fear in his heart transformed into anger as he roared towards Terumo. Why can't Glow Moon Fire do any damage? And, are you blind? He's not even a meat tank. This guy has high strength and agility. If you hadn't said he was a meat tank, I wouldn't have even gone up there to deliver. When did I say he was Mayatan? Teroyuki was helpless in his heart, but he didn't argue. Su Chinching had the habit of dumping pots, and she was used to this. The most important thing now was how to get out of the battle and exit the secret realm. Once you recover a bit from your injuries, you'll run into the distance, and I'll hold off the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. Kagaya looked to the Feathered Guards. She still needed Su Chinching to help her recover her physical body, and she couldn't let it die here. Of course, it's also dangerous to face the Feathered Guard directly, but as it stood now, the Featherwood Prohibition Guards didn't have any long-range attacks yet, and Phaeton's agility was high enough that pulling a fight would be able to stall for time. He's coming, you get on. As soon as Teroyuki's words fell, Su Chinching struggled to escape. At this moment, the Featherwood Prohibition Guards were already holding their halberds and stepping towards the side. Regarding her master's ruthlessness, Huiyu had already become numb and only advised, "You'd better wait until your injuries get better before running. Don't worry, I can hold him back." After saying that, her body floated up, and a moonlight-like glow emanated up and down her body. Then with a lift of her jade hand, the long sword that had stabbed into the ceiling actually flew back into her hand. Su Chinching broke his defense, but Chiny Yang in the corner of the rat track was greatly excited. Just now, Hints kept appearing in front of his eyes. The Son of Luck's mind explodes, and you absorb 10,000 points of its luck value. The bottom card of the Son of Luck is leaked, and you have absorbed 10,000 points of its luck value. You can also glean chi value by looking at the bottom card. Chiny Yang laughed loudly and ordered the Featherwood Prohibition Guards, "Go, strip his bottom for me." In a corner of the rat track, Chingy Yang, who was watching the battle, let out an eep. Doesn't this elf have no physical body? How is he able to hold a sword? Just as he was curious, Kaguya had already launched an attack. Flame of the Glowing Moon. The silver flames swept towards the Featherwood Prohibition Guards like ocean waves. Chingy Yang was surprised to find that the flames that Huiyu had cast were far more powerful than the ones that Suchinching had cast out. However, he still ordered the Feathered Guards to take the skill hard. Boom! The raging silver flames blasted against the dark gold armor. This time, the Featherwood Prohibition Guards actually retreated several steps in a row, and bursts of smoke rose from above their armor, emitting a piercing sound. At the same time, Chingy Yang even felt a mental shock. This flame is actually able to directly affect my spirit through the summons. It's a strong ability. Chingy Yang was surprised in his heart and his spirit was lifted. To be honest, he was a bit disappointed to see the Featherwood Prohibition Guard kill Suchinching in one blow. Now that it was Teruyuki's turn in the ring, things got interesting. "Take her for me." "Nah," Chingy Yang ordered remotely. The Feather Forest Guards immediately launched a fearless charge towards Huiyu against the waves of silver flames. However, in the face of the immune control fearless charge, Terumi Moon avoided it without even dodging it, only pointing her long sword toward the sky and drinking. Tidal Wave of the Moon. Buzz. An invisible repulsive force instantly spread. The Feathered Guards charging forward were actually stopped hard. This is a suppression type skill? Chingy Yang took a deep breath. Control skills are divided into 5 classes: weaken, bind, confine, stun, and suppress. Of these, the suppression type of control has the highest priority. Even with the hegemony on, it was firmly under control. Tides of the Moon blocks fearless charge. Odds are it's a suppression type skill. Of course, an invincible paladin can't be suppressed. This showed that Chingy Yang seeing me as heaven was still prioritized above the suppression category. This radiant moon holy maiden does have something. Chingy Yang marveled in his heart and looked at the battlefield again. At this time, Teruyuki had already tangled with the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. Huiyu had a strange stance, constantly vacillating her position as if she were a light gauze, constantly chopping out crescent-shaped swordlights around the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. The crescent-shaped swordlight was harsh and dense, and the Featherwood Forbidden Guards were pinned down and could only use their halberds to block. Caught in a passive situation. Combat awareness is also good. It feels like it's been in 100 battles. Chingy Yang commented seriously. To be able to force the Featherwood Prohibition Guards into passivity, Huiyu's strength had already been recognized by him. At the same time, her light stance catered to Chingy Yang's tastes. "Hey, why isn't this sword spirit mine? I have a sword too. She is also part of Suchinching's chi. Can she be gleaned over?" Chingy Yang rubbed the dragon-patterned hilt of Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword, his eyes shining brightly. He turned his head to look at Suchinching in the corner of the battlefield and couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy was actually moving a little bit towards the shadows, ready to throw down Huiyu and escape. It's also a no-brainer. Chingy Yang shook his head helplessly. It felt that it was a bit of a waste for the sword spirit to follow Suchinching. Clank, clank, clank. The glow shines in the plague rat track. The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Perhaps the crisis gave to the pressure. Huiyu's attacks are becoming more and more severe. Long range, control, weakening. All kinds of skills are endless to greet the Fei Lin Forbidden Guards. On the side of the Featherwood Prohibition Guards, they were also fighting more and more courageously. On the surface, the two are evenly matched. But Chingy Yang knew in his heart that Huiyu was still better. She has a lot of skills and all of them can be combined wisely. It was only a matter of time before the Feathered Guard fell. Suddenly, Teruyuki's figure flickered. Immediately afterward, the long sword in her hand came off for a second, and then she caught it steadily again. "It is?" Chingy Yang's eyes lit up as he guessed something. The Sacred Maiden of the Glowing Moon was originally a ghost, and had only temporarily coalesced into an entity in order to hold the long sword. The flickering of the figure just now should have been the interruption of the spell to gather the entity and change back to the ghost state, which caused the longsword to come out of his hand. "Looks like she's at her limit, too," Chingy Yang said, looking at Suchinching again. Who knew that in just a blink of an eye, Suchinching had run out of sight? It was a mispayment after all. Chingy Yang laughed, his heart somewhat delighted. As long as the sword spirit wasn't brainlessly loyal to Suchinching, he should have a way to glean over to her and weaken Suchinching's chi. Chingy Yang awakened the memories of his previous life, and he has not lost his skills in this life, and he is best at digging up walls. In the Rat Road, The battle continued, but Chiny Yang felt that there was no need to fight on. He already knew the capabilities and limits of the Sage Lady of the Glowing Moon. Next up, the Heart Battle Session. Thinking about it, he remotely ordered the Feathered Guard to stop the attack. At the same time, ordering the nearby forbidden troops, he walked towards the battlefield. Clank, clank. Upon receiving the order, the Featherwood Prohibition Guards wielded their halberds and bounced off Kagaya's attack, while immediately retreating a few meters and standing still. Teruyuki was beaming. The opponent has shifted to defense. As long as they dragged on a little longer, when Su Chinching ran out a certain distance and cancelled his own summoning, they would be able to get out of their fighting state, thus withdrawing from the secret realm. She had just thought of that when another clanging sound rang out in the darkness. Teruyuki snapped to attention and followed the sound. In the darkness, more than 10 figures slowly appeared, accompanied by the sound of armor rubbing, each of them wearing the same dark gold armor as the Featherwood Prohibition Guards, with a gold mask over their faces. Only their weapons were slightly different. Some held halberds, some held swords and shields, and some even held bows and arrows with lightning flashing on them. This mysterious and powerful team slowly advanced through the plague rat track, each step steady and powerful, the resounding footsteps as shocking as war drums, completely shattering the defenses in Teruyuki's heart. She looked to the group of gold-armored warriors in despair. 1, 2, 3. There were actually 11 other demons as powerful as the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. Among them, there were even archers with magic arrows. Magic was able to restrain her spectral form, and even if she gave up her entity, she couldn't leave. Tinkerbell. The longsword fell to the ground out of hand. Teruyuki was filled with despair and gave up completely. With Su Chinching's style of handling things, he must have run far enough away before cancelling the summoning. But these golden-armored warriors in front of him could beat themselves to death in an instant. Teruyuki sighed in her heart and murmured, "Could it be that I really don't have a chance to redeem myself?" Just as Teruyuki was despairing in his heart, he was ready to leave his neck to be killed. However, he heard the golden-armored warriors shout in unison, "Your Excellency has extraordinary skills. Are you willing to abandon your darkness and serve our Emperor?" The voice across the gold mask, with gusts of military momentum, although only 12 people in unison, but there are 10,000 people shouting a sense of shock. Hui Yu, who had transformed into her ghost form, was shaken by this military force and her body flickered, and a look of disbelief appeared on her face. With the exception of zombies and zombies, human form magical creatures are highly spiritual, and it's not uncommon for them to be able to spit out human speech. But it's amazing how they can be so neat, shouting the same thing. It means that behind them, there is a manipulator. Also, they mentioned abandoning the darkness and serving our Emperor. This was enough to prove that these powerful golden-armored warriors were not alpha-level demonic creatures, but rather subordinate summons of a certain being. My world tree. Teruyuki completely collapsed. She just fought a level 18 summoner. 50/50ths? This chapter has been revised. Call of Duty. Kagaya scanned the gold-armored warriors in front of him. The mind echoed with what they had just said. Abandon your ways and serve our Emperor. Is the Emperor the manipulator behind them? Teruyuki was thinking. The gold-armored warriors suddenly parted and stood in 2 rows, revealing the dark passageway behind them. They then fell to their knees with a crash, as if kneeling to greet the master behind them. Kagaya looked towards the darkness and a tall figure appeared in front of him. Only, the man had not stepped out of the darkness, and only a vague outline could be seen. By all accounts, elves were able to see in the dark, but the current Kagaya was only in ghost form and could not activate this bloodline ability. However, the figure in the darkness gave Teruyuki a huge sense of oppression. Even if she could see it, she didn't dare to look directly at it. This feeling of oppression reminded Teruyuki of someone. The man who had triggered the vision at the awakening ceremony. Chiny Yang. Are you Chiny Yang? Kagaya lowered her eyes and murmured a question. The figure in the darkness didn't answer, only faintly spat out 2 words. On your knees. Boom. A cold and clear voice just sounded. Kagaya then felt a force of law that could not be violated. In her spectral form, she was actually pressed to the ground and forced to make a kneeling motion. The long sword in his hand, too, fell to the ground. The power of the law. Is he a god? At this moment, Teruyuki's heart had already set off waves of shock, not daring to have the slightest bit of resistance. In fact, she didn't have the strength to resist. The voice in the darkness sounded again. I have seen your extraordinary skill and have the intention to recruit you. If you are willing to submit, you can be helped to restore your flesh. Restore the flesh. Teruyuki's heart was struck with some curiosity. The man in the dark knows about me? Soon, she figured it out. Summons have the ability to commune with the summoner's mind. It must be that the previous conversation with Su Chinching was overheard by the Featherwood Prohibition Guards. At this moment, Teruyuki was somewhat touched. It was naturally good to be able to restore one's flesh. However, she was already Su Chinching's sword spirit. The morals of the Elven race caused her to subconsciously say, I appreciate your favorable opinion, but I already have a partner. The man in the darkness was silent for a while and asked rhetorically, sure it's a partner? This, Teruyuki was dumbfounded and stung inside. In order to have a medium to carry her soul, she voluntarily became Su Chinching's sword spirit, wanting to assist this teenager's growth as a partner. When it possessed a certain amount of strength, it would then be guided to the Holy Land of the Elves to help restore its physical body. But what she didn't expect was that Su Chinching didn't treat herself as a partner. His demand for restoration of his own body is regarded as his weakness. Through this soft spot, he threatened to sign a master-servant contract, claiming to be the master and overriding his own dignity. After all this time together, her high pride as a holy maiden had long since shattered to pieces. To be honest, Teruyuki regretted choosing Su Chinching. The covenants can be witnessed by the gods. Betraying the covenant will not end well. Thinking of this, Teruyuki wanted to open her mouth to refuse. Who knows? The person in the darkness was the first to say, facing the blazing sun can be the white moon. Facing the glowing fire is doomed to annihilation. As soon as the words fell, a prompt appeared in front of Teruyuki's eyes. Chiny Yang, level 18, is using an advanced contract scroll on you. Since you already have a contract in place, the contract cannot be forced into effect. You may choose to accept it voluntarily. Note, higher level pacts are crushed downwards, and when a pact is formed, the lower level pact is automatically lifted. Do you accept the deed? Chiny Yang. He's the professional with the gods behind him. Kagaya's body shook as she looked into the darkness ahead. Buzz. A buzz sounded. Several golden glittering weapons emerged in the darkness, illuminating a slender and straight figure. It was a man in black gold text armor, black fur cloak, blood-colored long sword slung across his waist. Amidst the blinding golden aura, a pair of slender eyes flashed with golden lightning. Seeing Chiny Yang's heroic posture, Huiyu's heart touched. In the language of the elves, the word god cannot be used as an adjective. But at this moment, Huiyu was willing to use the word divine martial arts to describe the person in front of her. The aura on Chiny Yang's body. It's not even humanly possible to make it. He is the incarnation of the gods? Just as Huiyu was shocked by the shocking glimpse she had just received, Chiny Yang spoke faintly. I count to 3. 3, 2. The countdown to death rang out, and Teruyuki's heart clenched suddenly. She was sure of it. The man in front of him was divine, but not merciful. On the count of 1, he's really going to kill, but I will also be chastised by the gods if I betray the oath. Teruyuki's face was ashen, perhaps worried that he hadn't hid far enough. Su Chinching hadn't cancelled the summoning yet. Now, there's no chance. Teruyuki knew very well that his opponent only needed one thought to kill himself. When I think of Su Chinching, Teruyuki then felt sick in his heart. The man is arrogant and stupid, greedy and selfish. When he looked at himself, his eyes were full of ugly lust. Teruyuki didn't say anything with his mouth, but he knew it in his heart. After recovering his own physical body, Su Chinching would still expose his nature. What would be the choice for myself at that point? Is it betraying the covenant and accepting divine punishment? Or do we allow the vile to desecrate the holy? I choose divine punishment. Teruyuki's heart was determined. At the same time, Chiny Yang, in the golden on, read out that life-threatening number. 1. Buzz. The golden divine weapon floating in the air. Its light shone brightly as it stabbed straight towards Huiyu. Just in the last moments of her life, Teruyuki agreed to the deed. Bang! The golden divine soldier flying through the air shattered. An ethereal echo swirled through the rat hole. In the ripples of echoes, Teruyuki raised her head and asked, Master, what should I call you? 9 to 5. There was a flash of white light. Su Chinching appeared outside the secret boundary, compared to the spirited appearance when he went in. At this moment, he looked extremely wretched. His hair was falling down, stuck to his head by sweat. The arm showed an unnatural twist. The right shoulder drooped, and he walked with half his body crooked. The brash and impetuous expression was gone, replaced by panic and alarm. The whole thing looked like a frightened wild dog. It was good that the Rat Road Mystic Realm was relatively cold, and there were very few people at the entrance of the Mystic Realm. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Su Chinching immediately dodged into the corner and stumbled away from a small path. He was already a genius beyond Luofan online. This wretched appearance could not be seen by anyone else. While fleeing in a mess, his mouth was still whispering angry curses. Just now, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Kagaya has signed a contract with another person. Due to the contract level being crushed, your contract with Kagaya is automatically cancelled. Kagaya retrieved Kagaya's fire and other skills. Your wind spirit sword no longer holds the spirit of the sword. Teruyuki, you bitch, how dare you betray me? And That asshole who contracted Kaguya. You have already taken your death. Su Chinching slammed his fist on the wall, his eyes filled with resentment. What he doesn't realize is that, at the entrance of the alley, there was a pair of stern eyes, staring at himself. Su Chinching, level 11. One person up and down the 9 clans. One person has been locked, the highest level of which is level 11. Need to consume 10,001 points of Emperor's power. That's a pretty clean background. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked into a smile as he gently spat out a word. Punish. Notify the world, urgent fixes on potential bugs. Magic potential is categorized as 1 to 6 stars, panel no longer shown. 1 star is the initial level, and the attributes are enhanced with each additional star of potential. Example. Level 5 1-star common slime with a total attribute of 100. A level 5 2-star king slime with a total attribute of 100 *, 5 *0. 5 equals 250. Level 5. 3-star great king slime with a total attribute of 100 *, 5 by 1 equals 500. A level 5 4-star gold slime with a total attribute of 100 *, 5 by 2 equals 1000. Level 5 5-star scarlet slime with a total attribute of 100 *, 5 by 4 equals 2000. Level 5. 6-star scarlet slime with a total attribute of 100 *, 5 by 8 equals 4000. The demon or demons with the highest potential in the secret world are the leaders. Also, the clever Taishang Emperor may have discovered that humans have no potential, which involves the human emperor's storyline. So stay tuned. What is the emperor's natural enemy? Chiny Yang's answer was that he was the son of heaven's destiny. The struggle between you and me is not to be hesitated. After Chiny Yang contracted Huiyu, Su Chinching's chi suffered a heavy setback, reaching a level where he could be killed by force. At this moment, Chiny Yang's Imperial support group couldn't sit still. In the face of a son of Chi who has hit rock bottom, you choose. Renjun, I. Listen to the 2 below. Emperor power plus 2000. Faint king, I. Listen to brother tyranny. Imperial power plus 2000. Tyrant, it's now. Execution. Imperial power plus 2000. It's rare that everyone is on the same page. Chiny Yang laughed. He also had the answer in his mind for a long time. What is this? What is this? Help! Help! There was a shriek from the deserted alley, but it quickly subsided. In less than 3 seconds, the son of Chi, Su Chinching, turned into a wisp of dust and completely went offline in disbelief and shock. Painless overdose? I'm still too merciful. Chiny Yang sighed softly and turned to leave. The first time he used the 9 tribes stripping on a human being, there was no ripple in his heart. As if it was deleting a virus. Sparingly, after Su Chinching's death, Huiyu also suffered from the backlash of the oath and fell asleep in Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword, not responding no matter how much Chiny Yang called out. At this, Chiny Yang didn't care. He wasn't short of Kaguya as a combatant. Contracting the other party was only to weaken Su Chinching's chi. Back to the room. Chiny Yang yawned and just wanted to lie down for a bit when a prompt appeared in front of him. Your Majesty, the Brocade Guards, requesting an audience. The Brocade Guards. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. After he summoned the Brocade Guards, he ordered them to investigate the problems that existed in the Qin family's estate, and the agent's second uncle was the primary target of the investigation. During this period, the Brocade Guards reported quite a few problems with Chinfon, but they were all minor problems of reimbursement violations and taking money. Chiny Yang did not care about this, so he asked the Brocade Guards to investigate again and report back when they found a big problem. And the Jinui appeared at this time. I think they must have found out some Dao. Chiny Yang voice remotely closed the curtains, placing himself in the darkness, and said in a deep voice, declare, the Brocade Guards. Inside the dimly lit room, the Brocade Guards wearing flying fish suits and flying saucer helmets slowly surfaced in front of Chiny Yang's large bed and half-kneeled. Long live the Emperor. Level off. The Brocade Guard stood up, arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, I secretly visited for more than 10 days, and probed the royal relative Chinfon, but there was a negligence of duty. The line of enrichment. But there is also an original reason for this matter. There is an original reason? Chiny Yang frowned with some curiosity. The Brocade Guards were created by the profession of the 9 to 5 and were absolutely loyal to themselves. There was no possibility of harboring Chinfon. So what was the original reason? Chiny Yang looked at the Brocade Guard. Tell me in detail. No. The Jinshiwai arched his hand and said, I will share the information with His Majesty. With that, he closed his eyes. Immediately, Chiny Yang felt a large amount of information pouring into his brain. It turned out that the Brocade Guards could share information for Chiny Yang through memory transfer. These memories are not words, but a scene of images that read as if they were experienced firsthand. In it, there was also a mixture of self-judgment from the Brocade Guards for Chiny Yang's reference. In just an instant, Chiny Yang understood everything. In recent years, the Qin family had developed too much momentum. Its industries monopolized the entire economy of Hanwu City. The Dragon Pavilion Guild, which was the main business, even had nearly 2,000 professionals, of which there were more than 100 high combat professionals. You know, the entire Hanwu City only has 60,000 professionals. This was equivalent to 1 out of 30 professionals being from the Dragon Court Guild. Such a power had caused the recently appointed city lord to feel threatened, and many of the recent decrees issued had the intention of targeting the Qin family. Chinfon, who was in charge of the Qin family's business, was even being solicited by the city lord's office, blowing the whistle on Chinfon to replace Chinchuan in order to disintegrate and weaken the Qin family. However, the other party had underestimated Chinfon and Chinchuan's brotherly love. Chinfon had directly taken the trick and entered the game with his body, becoming a spy for the city lord's mansion. His negligence of duty and enrichment were all done to outsiders in order to paralyze the city lord's office and other guild forces. Second uncle is a pillar of the nation for entering the game with his body, Chiny Yang praised in his heart. In his memories, Chinfon disliked himself but had great respect for Chinchuan. These two brothers grew up penniless, help each other to mix to the present achievements, which I do not know how many stories. Even if Chiny Yang was cold-blooded, he didn't want to see them fight each other as brothers. As for whether Uncle Tu liked him or not, he didn't care. Hanwu City wasn't that big and had a population of 1 million, of which those who liked themselves could be counted on one hand. Did you find out anything on the city lord's side? Chiny Yang asked to the Brocade Guard. The Brocade Guards respectfully replied, I am investigating. They have been paying a lot of attention to your majesty lately, and when your majesty was collecting the materials for the Scarlet Cultivation Cloak, they had already guessed your majesty's rank. Oh, Chiny Yang nodded slightly. He hadn't deliberately hidden his rank, and Chen Si had helped himself to collect equipment materials, but he had even made a big deal of it, and the whole Dragon Pavilion Guild knew about it. It was just that being noticed and investigated made Chiny Yang not quite comfortable. He had a period of stagnation in his growth before the draft battlefield descended upon him. To get through this period, a favorable environment has to be created. Nothing to do but pay attention to me, so I'll find something for you to do. After a moment of contemplation, he went to the table, took out a pen and paper, and wrote a secret edict. Then, handing it over to the hands of the Brocade Guards, he said, take what's on here and spread it out, so that the whole of Hanwu City will know about it. After carefully reading the secret edict, the Brocade Guards arched their hands and said, Minister, receive the decree. After saying that, he flicked his wrist and shattered the note written by Chiny Yang, bowing and retreating into the darkness. In the dimly lit room, Chiny Yang was left alone again, and he had to unconsciously raise the corners of his mouth, thinking, the good show has begun. The secret edict contained the very news of the conscription to the battlefield. Conscripted battlefields are compound challenging spaces where the odds are enough to change lives. For the average professional, this is a big deal comparable to casting. Chiny Yang, however, wanted to use this major event to make Hanwu City chaotic first. Conscripted battlegrounds, belonging to as a server event, with a canopy announcement appearing before descending. Not to mention Hanwu City, the whole world would know. The preparations Chiny Yang should have made had already been done, and there was nothing to lose by revealing it early. But for the people of the city lord's office, it would be an extra half a month's work. The conscription battlefield descends on Hanwu City. Once this news came to light, it would surely cause the entire city's professionals to stir, and by then all sorts of speculations and rumors would be flying all over the place. Materials, equipment, potions, and secret realm tickets related to professionals. The prices of all of these things would skyrocket and cause a certain amount of turmoil. At the same time, there would be a large number of foreign professionals coming to Hanwu City, causing more instability. The people of the city lord's mansion would have their scalps numb just dealing with all this, so how could they have the heart to pay attention to themselves? After arranging everything, Chiny Yang went out in style and proceeded to play music and make waves. In the afternoon of that day, in the center of Hanwu City, a Taoist professional appeared. The Taoist priest claimed to possess the art of qi and deduction. It was predicted that a large secret realm would descend on Hanwu City. On the other hand, a certain official of the city lord's office accidentally revealed, after drinking, the news that there were compound challenge spaces appearing. Some people even said that their ancestors had sent them a dream, informing him that Hanwu City was about to open a recruitment battlefield. Through their disguise skills, the Jinui played different roles and spread the news of the battlefield conscription in the streets and alleys of Hanwu City. Later that night, the prose headline hung multiple hot takes. Shocked, level 15 to 30 conscription battlegrounds are actually coming to Hanwu City. Is the city lord's mansion intentionally concealing the battlefield by denying the call to arms? Draft battlefield information compiled. Whether the information is true or false, you should see it. the news of the conscription battlefield descent was not officially recognized, but in the face of heavenly chances, professionals would rather believe it than not. In just half a day, the entire Hangwu city was in chaos. Professionals below level 15 traveled to the secret realm overnight and practiced frantically. The secret ticket went from 10,000 to 50,000, and finally to 100,000. Professionals who were already level 30 and were preparing to break through to level 31 gave up on breaking through and began to hoard supplies and strengthen their equipment at all costs. Materials, props, and potions related to professionals have increased in price by 50%, 100%, and 200%. Even the hotels in Hangwu City have tripled their prices, because a large wave of professionals from the neighboring cities were rushing towards Hangwu City. At this moment, the entire Hangwu City was like a red-hot iron pot. The professionals and ordinary people among them were like ants on a hot pan, all in disarray. Chiny Yang stood in the supreme suite of the Sea King Palace, looking through the glass window at the professionals running around downstairs, and laughed softly. The mountains are raining and the wind is blowing. City Lord's office. The young city manager, Ken, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a frown on his face. Behind him stood a group of handlers and elders. Among them, there is precisely the Chi-Men Heavenly Master, Zhang Yuan. Elder Zhang, does the matter of conscripting a battlefield actually exist? Zhang Qian slowly turned around and asked towards Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, I have used Chi-Men to deduce it, and there is indeed a big event happening in Hangwu City at the end of this month, and the beginning of next month. So the news of the conscription battlefield coming down is true? Zhang Qian took a deep breath, feeling a headache. He had only taken office as the Lord of Hangwu City not long ago, and he hadn't had time to sort out many matters. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of Qin Xuan's going out to crush the mysterious realm to properly clean up the Qin family, the groundbreaking snake, which was looking for a breakthrough from Qin Yang, but it turned out that he encountered a major event such as the descent of the conscriptive battlefield. Right now, the entire Hangwu City was in chaos. Rumors are running rampant and prices are skyrocketing. With the influx of foreign professionals, law and order began to become chaotic. The complexity of the situation caught him off guard. While having a headache, Zhang Qian was also very strange. Why did the news of the descent of the conscription battlefield come out? Most professionals, for the most part, are selfish. To know in advance about the enlistment of the battlefield, they usually prepare in a muffled manner, maximize their advantages, and do not say anything to outsiders until the canopy is announced. However, the news of Hangwu City opening the recruitment battlefield was spread by various people, either on their own initiative or by chance, and this point was very much out of line with common sense. Someone is deliberately spreading the word. Who the hell is he? Why are you doing this? Zhang Qian looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, his brain buzzing. Right now, he had absolutely no intention of caring about the Qin family. The conscription battlefield descends and is a big event for professionals. At that time, the eyes of the nation's professionals would be focused on Hangwu City. There were even many descendants of great families that would visit Hangwu City. The Chu family of Jingming City, the Luan family of Gale City, the Wang family of Sanchuan City. When the conscription battlefield descended, these great clans of the world that were closer to Hangwu City were afraid that they would all send their descendants to compete for the opportunity. For the economy of Hangwu City, this was definitely a wave of splashy riches. However, for Zhang Qian, the city lord, it was no small challenge. If he messes up at this juncture, then his career, too, will come to an end. Zhang Qian, the young city lord, felt a headache when facing the Qin family. It's even more overwhelming when it comes to the lineage of the other main cities. Hey, let's hope it doesn't go haywire. Zhang Qian wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to his staff, let's pause the operation against the Qin family. We have to deal with the descent of the conscription battlefield with all our might. Notify those official clerks that no one will be able to get off work on time this month, and the double rest is cancelled. With a command from the city lord, all tolerance mechanisms, full speed. At the entrance to the secret realm, there were a large number of extra magistrates. Below the walls, the number of city defenders was doubled. Other administrative types of travelers aren't much better. All are on the streets to assist in the management of amenities and traffic. Seeing this scene, the professionals of Hangwu City became even more convinced that the conscription battlefield was really coming. And those out-of-town professionals who were still watching made their move. Gale City, Luan Mansion. Inside the huge private fighting arena, a figure filled with blood aura and a hostile aura was facing off against a level 30 demonic creature with his bare hands. The tiger-headed demonic creature came flying in, and the tiger's claws slapped violently on the blood-red figure's left chest, pulling open 3 horrifying slits. However, the blood-red figure seemed like it couldn't perceive the pain, and backhandedly hooped the tiger-headed man's neck, and with the force of 1,000 pounds, he slammed it onto the ground, smashing out a spiderweb like crack. Immediately afterward, the fists wrapped in blood chi were like rain on the tiger-headed man's body, and with every punch that hit him, a dent would appear on his body. You can see how fierce the force of the punch was. Ouch! The tiger-headed man who was pressed to the ground and violently beaten was initially roaring, but with the blood-red figure's punches and kicks, the sound emitted gradually turned into a whimper. It didn't take long for it to be more out of breath and less in. You roar! You keep roaring! Just as the tiger-headed man was about to die, the blood-red figure reached into the tiger's mouth with both hands and broke the upper and lower jaws of the tiger-headed man, then lashed out to both sides. Pust! A spray of blood exploded. The tiger's mouth, which possessed 500 kilograms of biting force, was actually viciously broken by him, and the entire tiger's head was split in two. Aha! It's not enough. The baneful blood breath isn't enough. After explosively killing the tiger-headed man, the blood-red figure didn't seem to be overjoyed and let out a roar that was even more ferocious than the demonic creature. At that moment, a voice came. Young master, news from Hangwu City has come. Hangwu City has already begun policing. It's considered to be a tacit acknowledgement of the existence of the conscription battlefield. We can move over there in the next few days. The conscription battlefield really exists. Good. Then I'll stop making breakthroughs for a while and go save up a wave of fury blood chi. This time, I'm going to kill him for good. The blood-red figure's eyes widened and he let out a loud laugh. This person was none other than the young master of the Luan family of Gale City, Luan Tian. He had awakened his transcendent profession, Fury Blood Berserker, last year, and was able to turn on a reinforcement increase that was several times stronger than that of a normal berserker. Currently at level 30, he already possessed the combat power of other professions at level 40. However, there is a drawback to this profession. You need to kill people and accumulate the chi of Fury Blood, thus opening up the enhancement. Normally, Luan Tian was unable to kill anyone. One could only kill a few prisoners every month and slowly accumulate Fury Blood, which was really inefficient. But, the conscription battlefield of Hangwu City was a 10,000 person secret realm. Professionals have no protection from the law in them, and are free to seek their own. This battlefield was perfect for him to accumulate Fury Blood. Jingming City, Chu family. In the martial arts center, more than 10 humanoid puppets were rapidly moving their positions, taking turns towards a young girl covered in golden light, punching and kicking. In the face of the overwhelming attack, the young girl clad in golden light was standing still. The delicate and sweet pretty face was full of boredom and tedium, even fiddling with her bun hairstyle. Dang. The fists and kicks of the astral wind gusts that struck the young girl's body actually made a flooding bell-like ringing sound. And rather than the puppet's sect beating people, it was more like ringing a bell. Maybe it's impatience. The bun-headed girl revitalized her muscles, her lazy eyes suddenly bursting open as she blasted out a punch towards a humanoid puppet without any warning. With a bear's sound, orange flames actually emerged from that showy little fist and coalesced into the appearance of a male lion in an instant. Roar! The power of the fist transformed into a lion's roar. The humanoid puppets that were hit were immediately scattered like building blocks, with parts scattered all over the place. Immediately after that, the young girl looked at the other organ dolls and a bad smile surfaced. These toys, long outdated, will be scrapped for you all today. With that, she clenched both fists and took a stance. A male lion that loomed behind it. Slow down. Just as the young girl was about to dismantle the blocks with her bare hands, a tall woman stopped her. Sure, maiden. The young girl saw the woman and greeted her like a bird, her full top shaking under her sports undershirt. Chu Mengxian, how many times have I told you to be thrifty? If you don't play with these puppets, you can give them to other disciples to play with. What's the point of dismantling them? The woman known as Chingy Yang lightly nudged Chu Mengxian's temple and scolded. Chu Mengxian spat out her tongue and said, "It's not that I feel particularly uninterested. By the way, Senior Mother, is there any news from Hangwu City?" Senior Yang nodded her head with a smile and snapped, "I knew you were thinking about this. There's news, and Hangwu City has already acquiesced as to whether or not the conscription battlefield exists. Hooray! I'm going to take the top spot on the draft battlefield." Chu Mengxian jumped up cheerfully, her eyes lit up with fire. Instead, Senior Yang suddenly said seriously, "Don't get carried away. It's rumored that the two great geniuses, Luan and Yi, will both be going to Hangwu City. Your opponents aren't weak. Cut. The two of them are just that." Chu Mengxian crossed her arms and lifted up her chest, acting unconcerned. Seeing this, Senior Mother shook her head helplessly and said, "Don't come crying to me if you suffer a loss. And, speaking of this," she lowered her voice, "this time, when you go to the battlefield of conscription, your master has given you a mission to protect the young master of the Hangwu Qin family, Chiny Yang. Ha, why? Hearing the name Chingy Yang, Chu Mengxian reflexively protected her chest and said, that scummy big pervert, I'm still protecting him? I even want to beat to death. Halfway through her words, Chu Mengxian revealed a confused expression. She stayed where she was for a while, unmoving, as if her not-so-smart little brain had suddenly gone down. Draft battlefield he gets in? Chu Mengxian froze for a long half-day before asking such a sentence. According to current rumors, this time, the draft battlefield will require a minimum of level 15 to enter. His own transcendent level profession, which had risen to level 15, had taken a month and a half. Chingy Yang only awakened his profession 10 days ago, and 10 days later he was level 15? Senior Yang nodded and said, at first I couldn't believe it either. But your master said that it was indeed level 15, and even according to the tip-offs coming from Hanwu City, he might be more than level 15. More than 15 levels? This hidden profession, I'm afraid it's of legendary level intensity. Chu Mengxian took a deep breath, unwillingness written all over her pretty face. Then, clenching his fist in indignation, he said, this time when we meet, I will have to beat this scummy guy so hard that I may not be able to beat him in the future. I'll go. Look at young Chin, those legs can. Where? This is it? Legs like chopsticks. Skinny as ribs. I like to be bony. Fat master. You really like what you lack. Dragon Court Guild. Top Park. Two friends with a similar odor are leaning against a fence covered with greenery, enjoying the view of the street below. The conscript battlefield was exposed for a week. Professionals from all over the world arrived at Hanwu City one after another in armored trains with exorbitant fares. The central shopping district where the Dragon Pavilion Guild was located was several times more prosperous than usual. Professionals wearing various colors of equipment were everywhere on the streets. Those pretty-looking female professionals, moreover, constructed a scenic line, to the delight of the two men on the rooftop park. One of the tall men with a well-proportioned body was none other than the Qin family's second ancestor, Chingy Yang. The other fat man who weighed 300 pounds was the next-door Chongqing City's great young man, Wang Kai. These two have known each other since childhood and stink. A year ago, Wang Kai awakened the transcendent level profession, Death Knight. This time, he came to Hanwu City also to participate in the conscription battlefield. But Wang Kai is naturally life-thirsty and just wants to go in and just mingle and come out. While other professions were teaming up to practice leveling, he found Chingy Yang and teamed up to look at beautiful women together. Suddenly, Chingy Yang eeped and asked with glowing eyes, Dead Fatty, who is that young lady? Fatty is Wang Kai's nickname. After awakening the Death Knight, the nickname suited him even better. Wang Kai looked in the direction of Chingy Yang's finger and saw a young girl carrying a long sword in the center of the crowded block. Her hair was tied in a high bun, and she wore a simple Chinese dress with a soft ribbon tied around her waist that swung lightly with her steps. A pair of beautiful legs in black silk, hidden in the split hem of the skirt. It was no wonder that Chingy Yang was able to see her out of thousands of people. The young girl's appearance and figure could be considered the best on earth. Walking on the street, like an immortal child traveling through the earthly world. It was a stark contrast to the pedestrians on the side. Wang Kai did recognize this young girl. Her name is Yi Chioning, originally a girl from an ordinary family, but after awakening to the transcendent profession of Sword Immortal last year, she was accepted by Xanchuan Immortal sect as a disciple. Seeing Chingy Yang staring at Yi Chioning with fiery eyes, Wang Kai hurriedly advised, Don't think blindly, she's from the Chongqing Immortal sect. You can't move. Oh, it's that Yi Chioning, isn't it? The so-called immortal clans are just guilds from ancient times. It's not like they're really immortals. Chingy Yang laughed in disbelief. After the heavenly prides of all parties gathered in Hanwu City, Chingy Yang also grasped some information. In Chongqing City alone, two transcendent professions had come. Chongqing Immortal Sect, Yi Chioning, Sword Immortal, level 30. Chongqing Wang Family, Wang Kai, Death Knight, level 20. There's also Wan Tian from Gale City, Fury Blood Battle Frenzy, level 30, as well as Jingming City's Chu Mengxian, 100 Beasts Martial Artist, level 29. These four people, except for Wang Kai, all had good strength, coupled with some unheard of invisible geniuses. This recruitment battlefield was destined to be very exciting. As Chingy Yang was thinking about it, Wang Kai suddenly lamented, the other cities' heavenly prides are all transcendent level professions, and Hanwu City can't even take out a single transcendent level except for you, the hidden profession. Speaking of this, he looked at Chingy Yang. The conscription battlefield descended on Hanwu City, and the leader is going to be taken by another city. There is a bit of shame in that. Chingy Yang glanced at Wang Kai. Fatso, what about me? Is it a shame if you don't get the top spot? Can it be any more humiliating than your transcendent level profession, rising 20 levels in a year? Wang Kai, unaware of Chingy Yang's thoughts, continued. The rewards for the leader should be very rich. In fact, I'd quite like to compete for it. Chiny Yang was a bit surprised and raised an eyebrow. Someone like you still care about rewards? Wang Kai shook his head for a while and said seriously. Young Qin misunderstood. That's a transfer material. There are conditions. More or less you have to work hard. Transfer material? Hearing this, Chiny Yang also became interested. Wang Kai explained. Didn't you read the information on the conscription battlefield? The final rewards from the previous times are the core materials for transferring. If I can get them, I will be able to successfully transfer to the Death Lord. Upon hearing this, Chiny Yang's eyes gazed up. Transferring is not an easy task for any profession. Not only do you have to complete exclusive quests, but you also have to find some rare and strange materials and props. And that alone will take a lot of time. A lot of professionals, most of their lives are running for the transfer. Once successful transfer, the strength will be several grades. The fate will also change. Chiny Yang pondered in his mind. If the reward of the quartermaster is the core material for the transfer, so if you put it to yourself, are you bound to take a divine weapon? As he was thinking about it, the choice system built into the profession gave the answer. Faced with the opportunity to obtain an artifact, you choose. Renjun, I will step on the battlefield of conscription, and will not return to the court until I win the championship. Emperor's power plus 10,000. The Faint King, I will kill through the battlefield of conscription, and those who help me to win the battlefield will be awarded 10,000 vassals. Emperor's power plus 10,000. Tyrant, I will bloodily cleanse the battlefield of conscription, and those who stop me from taking the top spot will be exterminated from all 9 clans. Emperor's power plus 10,000. Qin Chuan froze. On the matter of the transfer, the benevolent ruler and the tyrant were in agreement, and even the faint-hearted ruler, who swung for the fences on a daily basis, had become uptight. If you don't win the title, you don't return to the court. Chiny Yang chose the Renjun option and put some intensity on himself. After all, it was about the artifacts of the Transfiguration 99 human emperors, so they couldn't be slacked off any longer. Just then, the maiden Chongsam walked up to the rooftop and saluted Chiny Yang. Young Qin, Master Guyu is looking for you, saying that the equipment has been forged. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, and he thought that it could be good. When forging the Scarlet Cultivation Robe, there was really a little hiccup. This equipment's fury was so strong that Guyu was somewhat unable to suppress it when forging it, and failed several times. But in the end, it was only after Chiny Yang called out Yang Luqiong of the Green Lan Squad and asked her to use the power of Holy Light to harden against the fury that she assisted in completing the forging. Of course, in the process, Yang Luqiong will be eroded by the fury, but she had long ago vowed to repay Chiny Yang with her life, so she did not refuse. After settling Wang Kai, Chiny Yang came to the reception room, in which Guyu was already waiting. What's the status of Lucy Young? After seeing Guyu, Chiny Yang didn't check his equipment first, but asked about Yang Luqiong's status. Guyu was a bit surprised. He thought to himself that this rich kid, too, has a time when he cares about people. However, on second thought, Yang Luqiong was considered a famously dutiful professional in Hongwu City, and Chiny Yang hadn't crumbled his persona by caring about her. Thinking about it, Guyu replied, it's okay, it's just that the process of suppressing the baleful energy has eroded, and the guild's therapists are already helping her purify the baleful energy. Take good care of it, and don't pay less than you should. Chiny Yang nodded. Even if Yang Luqiong is doing her part of the oath, her own family cannot lose their etiquette. He then said towards Guyu, give me all the equipment. Chiny Yang, level 18, has initiated a trade request to you. Price, 500,000 crystal dollars. Trade item, to be selected. Seeing Chiny Yang's trade request, although Guyu was prepared, he still drew a breath of cold air. As early as a week ago, Chiny Yang had said that he had risen to level 18. Guyu didn't believe it at first, but after Chenxi and Yang Luqiong confirmed it, her 3 views were shattered to pieces. It was amazing that a person who spent his day-to-day life drinking and drinking could rise to level 18 in 10 days. It's a no-brainer. To be honest, even if Chenxi and Yang Luqiong confirmed it, she didn't want to believe it. When he thought about it, Luofan had worked so hard and it had taken him more than a month to level up to 18. Chiny Yang is not doing anything every day, but he is several blocks away from Luofan. Is not this a betrayal of the heavenly reward? Now, at last, she had seen it with her own eyes. I realized that the so-called heavenly reward is simply a pretty phrase. In front of a cheetah, a tortoise crawling faster is just standing still. Guyu flooded with a bitter smile, her Dao heart broken. After specifying the equipment to be traded, Guyu realized that Chiny Yang had also returned 500,000 crystal dollars and asked in confusion, young master, why did you give me crystal dollars? This is a tip. You've worked hard for so many days, Chiny Yang said. Hearing this, Guyu's eyes lit up. As a beat writer, who doesn't like overtime pay? But she held back a hand and said, "This is supposed to be my job." Chiny Yang, however, shook his head. "You still have to build equipment for the guild members on a daily basis. I've done all of these things overtime for you. Consider it as my overtime pay for you." At this moment, Guyu only felt that Chiny Yang was glowing. The man in front of me has changed too much, hasn't he? The pattern opens up from no one in sight to courteous and sympathetic subordinates. That charisma value, it's more than a little high. If it wasn't for Chiny Yang's fiery gaze, which was still naughtily jumping on his own forehead, Guyu would have thought that this guy was taken over by someone. If Guyu's thoughts were to be insight by Chiny Yang, he would probably want to knife the other party. Good thing. At this point, he was already reveling in the surprises his new equipment brought. Guyu's eyes grew softer and softer as he looked at Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang's gaze, on the other hand, was even more fiery. Only, he was looking at the equipment properties. Equipment, Hades wrist guard. Part, arm. Level, 20. Quality, blue product. Attributes, full attributes plus 30. Word 1, consumption reduced by 5%. Word 2, strength attribute increased by 15%, final settlement. Percentage enhancement of final settlement. This is perfect. The words of the first piece of equipment made Chiny Yang's eyes light up. Most percentage enhancements are additional enhancements based on base attributes. The final settlement percentage is settled after a series of additions such as basic attributes, equipment additions, skill additions, and so on, to settle the reinforcement. The final gain is more than a little better. In addition, the reduced spell casting consumption was also something Chiny Yang needed. Turning on the Hand of Royal Power consumes 10 points of royal power every second. Wearing the Hades wrist guard reduces the drain to 9.5 points per second. It may not seem like much, but this word effect stacks and can accumulate up to 90%. However, it takes a high-level extreme to do that. With Chiny Yang's current level, it would be good to accumulate 25%. It's this strong for just a blue product equipment. Transform it with Imperial style and it works even better, Chiny Yang mentally said, looking towards the second piece of equipment. Equipment, Wind Crawler. Part, foot. Level, 20. Quality, blue product. Attributes, full attributes plus 30. Word 1, continuous spirit consumption. Levitation flight. Flight speed 50 km per hour. Flight height 100 meters. Word 2, light as a feather. Drop damage reduced by 1000%. Flight ability, it's still a constant drain. Chiny Yang was pleasantly surprised in his heart. The ability to fly solves a lot of terrain problems. It's also a quick way to grab the high ground during battle. The utility value is high, both for offense and retreat. As long as you have enough mental power, you can keep flying. It's just a little slower and lower in altitude. However, for low-level professionals, the ability to fly is already supermodeled, and the requirements can't be too high. 100 meters high. Guyu also prepared me for fall damage reduction. She is really cautious. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and looked towards the third piece of equipment. Equipment, Archmage head ring. Part, head. Level, 20. Quality, blue product. Attributes, full attributes plus 30. Word 1, 50% enhancement of mental skill effects, final settlement. Word 2, consumption reduced by 10%. Another final settlement. Chiny Yang took a deep breath. He has the skills of Seeing Me as Heaven and Divine Soldier of the World. It's not easy to calculate the effect of Seeing Me as Heaven. So let's take the world's divine weapons. The original damage. 500% of the mental attribute. At Chiny Yang's current spirit of nearly 200 points, he could deal 1000 points of damage. If it's 50% of normal reinforcement, the formula is 200 asterisk, 500% plus 50%, which settles out at 1100 points of damage. But if you end up settling for reinforcement, it's 200 by 500% plus 200 asterisk 500% asterisk 50%, which ends up settling for 1500 points of damage. Normal reinforcement and settlement reinforcement are not on the same level at all. And, as the attributes increase, the value gap gets even bigger. Guyu deserves to be a master forger. If this were any other forger, he wouldn't be able to steadily burst out this kind of extremely valuable words. Chiny Yang praised in his heart. In addition to his body, he also began to appreciate Guyu's talent. The fourth piece of equipment, a set of shoulder pads, was called the Ice and Fire Twin Snakes. Same plus 30 to all attributes. And the word is Ice and Fire Resistance Enhancement, with a 5% reduction in consumption. Chiny Yang's requirement for shoulder pads was just to pile on a bunch of resistances and consumption reduction. The shoulder pads are in okay shape, though, when you put it on, it's two snake heads lying on your shoulders. I wonder if it will turn into a faucet after transforming in an Imperial style. The fifth piece of equipment, a ring, was called the Ring of Contracts, plus 15 to all attributes. Word 1 is a 5% reduction in consumption. Word 2 is the ability to contract a magical creature whose level does not exceed your own. This word is also a special request from Chingy Yang. In Chinfon's quest, Chingy Yang had to contract that special demonic creature in order to find the special secret realm. Of course, it can be done with a deed scroll, but the thing about scrolls is that they have a yield rate. Having a phrase will be more insurance. At this point, the attributes of all 5 pieces of customized equipment had been looked at. Full attributes plus 135 and 25% lower consumption. In this regard, Chingy Yang was already satisfied, and even a bit surprised. These equipments, when transformed with Imperial style, can be even stronger. Finally, here comes the main event, the blood-colored Shudo robe. Equipment, Scarlet Cultivation Robe. Part, Torso. Quality, Blue Product. Attributes, Spirit plus 80. Physique plus 50. Word 1, Shield of Blood. A shield of blood will linger around you. The higher your constitution, the thicker the shield. The shield is generated every 10 minutes. Word 2, Blood Frenzy. You may detonate a shield to cause a blood aura to fill the battlefield, which causes teammates and summons to enter a frenzied state, increasing all attributes by 20%. These 2 phrases are equivalent to vocational skills. Seeing the words of the Scarlet Cultivation Robe, Chingy Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The equipment's words were uncontrollable, and he was worried about pulling his crotch. Now it seems that not only does it not pull on the crotch, it fits you perfectly. Being able to cause a summon to fall into berserkness was an epic enhancement for Chingy Yang. Now, with 6 pieces of blue equipment in hand, they were waiting to be transformed into purple equipment. It's purple equipment. Chinfon had struggled for most of his life to gather 8 pieces of purple equipment. It had only been less than a month since Chingy Yang's awakening, and he had 5 pieces. The Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword on his body was even an orange product. Relying on this set of purple-grade equipment and orange-grade weapons alone, Chingy Yang had crushed the crowd of celestial pride participating in the conscription battlefield. After all, they are all juniors. Even if the family was rich, it was at most a blue item of equipment. They were 1 grade weaker than Chingy Yang in terms of equipment. Coupled with the only hidden profession's descending strike, the leader of this conscription battlefield could only be Chingy Yang of Hanwu City. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang felt a wave of relief. With such a crushing advantage, there was nothing to prepare for. He planned to take a complete vacation after transforming his equipment and bring Wang Kai to have a good time in Hanwu City. This Zhangchuan Wang family is also the Qin family's alliance. The Qin family wants to go on the stage of the province and even the whole country. More or less cannot be separated from the help of other families. After settling Wang Kai in the Sea King Palace, Chingy Yang tore a teleportation scroll to return to his house. He had only just landed on his feet. Then he felt a strange sensation, as if someone was staring at them. At the same time, the dark place in the front yard of the Qin mansion, Xu Mengxian was hiding in the bushes, looking at Chingy Yang with a bad smile on her face. Dead pervert, big pervert, I finally waited for you. Seeing Chingy Yang's back, Xu Mengxian then became furious. She and Chingy Yang were sort of hairdressers, but their relationship had always been poor. The few rare times they met, they were still always bullied by Chingy Yang. Due to her petite stature, she is lagging behind in development. At the age of 15, she was called little brother by Chingy Yang. After the 16-year-old developmental reversal, he thought that he could hit the face of Chingy Yang, and the result of this son of a bitch was even more excited. That hot, rolling stare, it caused Xu Mengxian a lot of shadows. After that, she even dreamed that she, herself, got pregnant by Chingy Yang. If it weren't for Chingy Yang's good looks, it would have been a lifetime trauma. Xu Mengxian swore that after awakening her profession, she would definitely hang Chingy Yang and beat him up. But after awakening their profession, the two never had the chance to meet again. Today, the opportunity presents itself. And it's a lost opportunity that won't come back. Chingy Yang was able to rise to level 18 in 10 days, and his awakened hidden profession must be very strong. In another year or two, he might not be his match. What's a good move for me to use? Xu Mengxian contemplated the position to hang Chingy Yang. A close lock technique like the crossbodies certainly won't do it. I'm here to beat him, not to give him a perk. The heavy artillery elbows of the Bachi avalanche are too hard again for me to really hurt him. How about just rushing over and kicking his ass? This will do. When she thought of Chingy Yang's appearance when he was kicked in the face, Xu Mengxian heatedly laughed. After determining a good stance, Xu Mengxian was calm and composed, and her entire body transported her strength. Afterwards, his feet lashed out, and his entire body transformed into a cannonball, charging out towards Chingy Yang. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. As the distance turned close, Xu Mengxian aimed at Chingy Yang's butt and delivered a flying kick. Control the force, not too heavy. Just as Xu Mengxian grasped the force, The skill Golden Bell Shield suddenly opened automatically. Chu Mengxian froze. Her Golden Bell can be opened actively or passively, and the passive open condition is about to be fatally injured. So where's the lethal injury? Before Chu Mengxian had time to think, she felt her body shake violently. It was as if a dump truck, at 100 kilometers per hour, had sideswiped itself. When the sound of a loud bell resounded throughout the Qin mansion, the large front yard was dazzling with golden light. When the golden light cleared, smoke was seen again. Is this bell a golden bell? It can't be her, can it? Chiny Yang's brows furrowed as he felt that something was not good. Just now, he felt someone attacking him from behind. Immediately, it was a second to open the hand of Imperial power, and a slap was thrown back. Chiny Yang's current strength was already above 200, 10 times the increase of Hand of Royalty, that's 2,000 points of damage. With this slap, a level 45 professional couldn't even carry it. But judging from the bell that rang just now, the person who had sneaked up on him was not even level 30. It won't kill you, will it? Chiny Yang walked into the smoke with a sullen face. Expensive floor tiles that have cracked extensively, and in the center of the crack, someone was rooted in it in an upside-down position, leaving only half of his body outside, a pair of rounded thighs dangling apart. Even his shoes had come off. Seeing these legs, Chiny Yang was sure of their identity, but still threw a scrying technique over. Name, Chu Mengxian, near death. Race, human. Level, 29. Strength, 150 plus 180, disabling, reduced by 95%. Agility, 100 plus 150, disabling, reduced by 95%. Physical fitness, 132 plus 220, serious injury, reduced by 60%. Spirit, 85 plus 50, coma, reduced by 95%. Geez, I'll go. Sure enough, it's her. Chiny Yang held his forehead and was speechless in his heart. Chu Mengxian is her childhood friend. The two were used to fighting from a young age. She had just sneaked up on herself, and was probably trying to make a fool of herself. But this time, she played it off, and was beaten straight to near death. There should still be salvation, right? Chiny Yang muttered. Imperial grace can save a man who has just died, but if your head gets smashed flat, there's nothing you can do about it. Chiny Yang thought and activated the skill. If Chu Mengxian really died, there was no one else to blame. A sparring match between professionals was meant to be swordless, facing an attack from the rear. How could Chiny Yang not counterattack with all his might? It's self-defense. No problem. Thinking about it, prompts appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. Grace target, Chu Mengxian, level 29. 4,150 points of Emperor's power to be consumed. Death countdown, 545. Fortunately, it can be saved. Chiny Yang's brows stretched. Chu Mengxian was the youngest daughter of the Chu family, collecting thousands of favorites. If this couldn't be saved, Chiny Yang would naturally be fine. But the relationship between Qin and Chu is about to change from friendship to hatred. Imperial Grace. The skill was activated, and half of Chu Mengxian's body was wrapped in golden light. The hundreds of bone-breaking wounds on its body were repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the two big white legs that were exposed wiggled. Chiny Yang knew that Chu Mengxian had woken up. He once again condensed the hand of Imperial power and plucked out the upside-down Chu Mengxian, flattening her on the ground. At this time, Chu Mengxian's pretty face was already covered in dust. Although the injuries had healed, there was still fresh blood on his nose and mouth. With this look, even her mom wouldn't recognize her. Chiny Yang was amused in his heart and took out his cell phone, taking a picture of her as a souvenir. Don't tell me, the girl has grown quite a bit again. Chiny Yang looked at the photo and sked. He remembered that Chu Mengxian was still a flat figure after becoming a young girl. I don't know if it's a genetic awakening or something else in the back, but all of a sudden the thin branches are hanging fruit. Together with the long time of body refining, those big round white legs were not only meaty, but also had some muscle lines attached to them, which were extremely ornamental. In the place of her pre-awakened memory self, she would have died happily even if her head had been blown off by her scissor kick. However, the current Chiny Yang didn't have this fetish. If you want to clip it, you clip it somewhere else. Just then, the awakened Chu Mengxian sat up from the ground and said in a daze, I just now seem to have seen great-grandma. Can't you not see the tits? If it weren't for the golden bell shield protecting your body, you'd be a smear of mosquito blood on the hand of my Imperial power. Chiny Yang inwardly spat. Why am I covered in dirt? Suddenly, Chu Mengxian exclaimed. Then she wiped her nose again and was even more bewildered to see blood all over her hands. Why am I bleeding so much? What's wrong with me? She forgot about sneaking up on me? Chiny Yang guessed in his mind. Also, the blow just now didn't blow out Chu Mengxian's head, but also caused no small trauma. Concussion was definitely not running. Forgetting what happened before was normal. Since this was the case, Chiny Yang would not tell the truth and said with a smile, You fell just now. Are you alright? A fall? Chu Mengxian looked at the large pit next to her, and then looked toward the sky, as if pondering whether or not she had fallen from the sky, and a clear stupidity flowed out of her bright eyes. Just then, Chen Si rushed over with a group of servants. The sound of the bell just now had startled everyone above and below the Qin mansion. Chen Si was the first to walk over to Qin Yang and asked, "What happened to young master?" Qin Yang shook his head and looked at Chu Mengxian, saying, "It's fine. It's just that someone fell." Only then did Chen Si see Chu Mengxian, who was gray and covered in blood, and immediately turned pale with fear. "Ms. Mengxian, aren't you in the guest room? How come?" Halfway through his words, Chen Si realized that this was not the time to talk about this and hurriedly greeted the group of servants. "Zhang Ziya, Zhang Ya, what are you two healing class professions waiting for? Hurry up and go check on Miss Mengxian's injuries. Miss Mengxian, don't move. Let me take a look at your injuries. Miss Mengxian, does it hurt anywhere?" I don't seem to be hurt either." The servants surrounded Chu Muxuan, and the front yard of the Qin mansion was in chaos. Chance looked around warily. The cracked tiles of the floor signaled that a battle had taken place here. And the fight was brief. Thinking of Chu Muxuan's temper, Chen Si could almost conclude that she had just sought out Qin Yang for a fight. It's just that the result was, well, a little unexpected. The level 18 Qin Yang had beaten up the level 29 Chu Mengxian. Qin Yang is a hidden profession, yes. Chu Mengxian is also a transcendent level profession. Is that how the battle power crumbles? Chen Si thought and looked at Chu Mengxian. Chu Mengxian was still sitting on the ground, with nothing but bewilderment in her eyes but clear stupidity. She seemed completely unaware of what was going on. "Nice guy. Is this brain damage?" At this time, Qin Yang walked over to Chen Si and whispered, "The surveillance in the front yard needs to be overhauled." Chance froze and immediately understood. "Okay, I'll check later. Receive Ms. Chu, and tell her to leave me alone if she's not doing anything." Qin Yang patted Chen Si's shoulder and went straight back to his room. According to the past path, Chu Muxuan visited the Qin mansion, and it was inevitable that she and Qin Yang would mix words and fight. But the current Qin Yang wasn't interested in taking care of the little girl. He's a grown man and only plays for real. Chu Muxuan had only grown up, but not fully grown, and Qin Yang couldn't play with her. "After transforming your equipment, go find Wang Kai and stay at the Sea King Palace for the next few days." Qin Yang thought and closed the door to his room. Hanging around for a week, he has accumulated 130,000 Imperial powers. Converting a level 20 piece of equipment requires 14,665 points of royal power. 5 pieces is 73,325 points of Imperial power, plus the level 18 Scarlet Shudo robe. This one cost upwards of $80,000. The rate of accumulation of Imperial power is still not quite enough. The desire for power flooded Qin Yang's heart. In fact, without transforming these equipments, he had a big advantage, saving over $80,000 in Imperial power can do a lot. 8,000 Divine Warrior Phantoms, 400 Forbidden Soldiers online at the same time for an hour. These are disposable. It's better to convert them into attributes and strengthen the skill effects. Qin Yang deliberated for a moment, but decided to transform. Leave the royal power to the skill. It can only be a blue bar, but to translate into equipment, that's a real attribute boost. It's still an easy trade-off between the two. Thinking about it, Qin Yang opened the panel and started transforming from the Scarlet Cultivation Robe. Transformation equipment, Scarlet Cultivation Robe, level 18. Consumes 10,496 points of Emperor's power. Begin the transformation. Before transforming, Qin Yang had also specially equipped himself with a blood-colored Dao Cultivation Robe. One is trying to visualize the increase in attributes. Secondly, I want to see its original style. In the equipment icon, the Scarlet Cultivation Robe is one of the more famous pieces of equipment. The overall color of the cultivation robe was red, with dark gold runes glittering in it. As if they were living beings, these runes slowly flowed like a tiny blood vessel, transferring energy into the gemstone in front of his chest, making it as if it were a beating heart. The collar, cuffs and ham are adorned with black trim, which contrasts with the blood-colored tone and adds an ominous, sinister aesthetic. The face value of this vestment is already high. I wonder what it will become after transformation. Will it turn into a dragon robe? With anticipation, Qin Yang unleashed his skill. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped him. After a burst of clanging sounds, the golden aura dispersed. Qin Yang looked directly toward the floor-to-ceiling mirror to the side. When seeing the transformed look, he was directly shocked on the spot and could not help but blurt out, "Emperor Yang of Sui, is that you?" Qin Yang rubbed his eyes. The moment he looked into the floor-to-ceiling mirror, it was as if he was hallucinating. The scene reflected in the floor-to-ceiling mirror was not Qin Yang's bedroom, but a grand and solemn ancient palace. In the middle of the palace, a man stood alone. He was tall and had a great appearance, and his eyes were born with heavy pupils. Pei was quietly gazing at Chingy Yang outside the mirror. Instantly, a name exploded in Chingy Yang's mind. Yang Guang. He is Emperor Yang of Sui. Yang Guang, known as the Sin Dragon. Chingy Yang's heart raced. He had not seen Emperor Yang of Sui since, but for some reason, he subconsciously decided that the man in the mirror was Yang Guang, at least, the Yang Guang of this world. Or perhaps it was the profession of the 9 to 5 that created Yang Guang, because the dragon robe on Yang Guang could not be a product of the Blue Star. It was a blood-colored dragon robe, the body of which was adorned with vivid dragon scale patterns. The arrangement of the dragon scales was wild and sloppy, interlacing, seemingly foreshadowing the concepts of disorder and turmoil. Not at all like a sacred five-clawed true dragon, but instead more like a heavy-pupiled sinful dragon full of evil. In front of the chest of the dragon robe, a hideous dragon's eye was set in the center. The dragon's eye was covered with blood, which was born with heavy pupils, flashing with endless desire and ambition. Above the golden emperor's waistband was the brutal pattern of a dragon hunting a phoenix, and the wide hem hung down from the waistband as if it were the tail of a sinister dragon, which could sweep mountains and rivers with a gentle swing. The domineering and hideous dragon robe, coupled with the cold and evil face, Emperor Yang of Sui in the floor-to-ceiling mirror is like a demon emperor. All over his body, he exuded monstrous karma. It was as if he was able to dominate the dragons and devour the world through the mirror. However, Chingy Yang was not afraid. He knew that the Emperor Yang in the mirror was actually himself. Buzz. The illusion breaks down. The palace scene in the landing mirror disappears. Only a man in a blood-red dragon robe, Chingy Yang, was left behind. As he expected, the blood-colored shootout robe directly became a dragon robe after being transformed by the Emperor's style. Style. The counterpart is actually a metaphysical version of the tyrant, Emperor Yang of Sui. The style is nice. It's just slightly ostentatious. Will someone kneel down for me when I walk down the street? Chingy Yang looked the new outfit up and down, secretly thinking that wearing this out is a bit conspicuous. It doesn't matter. It's okay to be conspicuous as long as the equipment has good attributes. The shape is bluffing, and it also adds a certain amount of battle power. Thinking that, he opened the equipment properties. Equipment, Emperor Yang's sinful dragon robe. Part, torso. Quality, purple. Level, 18. Attributes, spirit plus 120. Physique plus 80. Word 1, sinister dragon sacrifice. Sacrifice the flesh of a summoned unit, drawing 50% of its constitution to coalesce into a shield, cap 1000 points, which can be hidden. Word 2, sinister dragon's roar. You may detonate the shield, causing the sinister dragon's battle intent to fill the battlefield, causing enemies to lower their base attributes by 30% and causing teammates and summons to enter a state of berserkness, increasing all attributes by a base 30% for 1 minute. Even the words have gotten evil. Chingy Yang took a deep breath. It is worthy of the dragon robe of Emperor Yang of Sui. Style pull full, but evil is evil. This ability, given to any summoner, would not be refused. Sacrifice a summoned unit and gain 50% of its body shield. That's the equivalent of 2 lives. Summoned units can still be summoned when they die, and the cost of the sacrifice is only what is expended when summoned. For some special call units, the cost may be higher. Examples include gargoyles, immortals, unicorns, and more. Summoning them also requires special props as tribute. But for professions like necromancers and demonic warlocks, sacrifices were definitely a one-book deal. And placing them on Chingy Yang was even more of a zero-cost deal. He summoned the Imperial Guard without even consuming it. This is the equivalent of giving 1000 body shields for nothing. Still, the scary thing about this shield is the word 2. Chingy Yang looked to word 2. Reduces the enemy's base attributes by 30% and increases your own base attributes by 30%. This is a direct difference of 60%. Who can carry this? Chingy Yang sighed in his heart. The strength of Emperor Yang's sinful dragon robe was no longer in the realm of purple products. These 2 phrases alone are enough to take the market by storm. If it wasn't for the lower level, it wouldn't be too much to call it a god-tier equipment. This 10,000 Imperial power. It's so worth spending. I hope the equipment behind it will continue. Chingy Yang thought, opening the panel once again, and began to transform Guyu's customized blue item equipment. Qin Mansion. Guest room. Chu Mengxian soaked in the bathtub, her eyes staring at the ceiling while using her hands to lightly caress and press on her body. Hiss. Strange. Why doesn't it hurt at all when it clearly hurts? Chu Mengxian looked blankly at the sky. She didn't think she had a high IQ, but she wouldn't believe that she had just fallen. Who can make a big crater out of granite tiles in a fall? Also, you can see the tits if you fall? That's underestimating the pros, isn't it? With her current physique, even if she fell from a height of 20 meters, she wouldn't be half damaged. Moreover, one still had the golden bell shield skill to protect his body. It's impossible to fall to a broken piece without 100 or 80 meters. There's definitely something wrong. What the hell was I doing before I passed out? Xu Mengshuan's little brain was racing, and it didn't take long for it to overheat and go down. She froze for over a minute before remembering something. By the way, I seem to be looking for Chiny Yang. What am I looking for him for? The two of us, when we meet, we either argue or fight. Fighting. Right. She stood up from the tub with a crash, startling her two white rabbits. Xu Mengxian remembered. She came to Hangu City this time, and besides participating in the conscription battlefield, there were two other very important things. One was to protect Chiny Yang in the battlefield of conscription. Second, it was to finally beat up Chiny Yang. How could I forget about this? I'm here to beat him up. Should I use the crossbody lock technique, or the 8-pole avalanche elbow strike? No, cross-fixation is too intimate, and 8-pole avalanche is too vicious. How about just a flying kick to his ass? This will do. Xu Mengxian picked up the bath towel, wiped her body haphazardly, and was about to push the door out of the bathroom. Suddenly, she motioned and said to herself, "Why, do I have a familiar feeling?" With a slight movement of her brain, Xu Mengshuan's eyes cleared up again. She shook her head and thought, "Whatever, let's find this scumbag first." In Chiny Yang's room, golden light shone and clanged. In just a moment's work, he had transformed all of his equipment. All of it. 5 pieces of equipment, all of which have taken on the appearance of an emperor, and their attributes have been significantly improved. The flat 5% reduction in consumption has been raised to 8%. The full attribute plus 30 panel was raised to full attribute plus 45. The roughly styled Yama gauntlet transforms into a beautifully carved magic dragon gauntlet. The power bonus of the word has gone up from 15% to 20%. The wind crawler was transformed into the dragon crawler. The main entry is still floating flight, but the flight speed has reached 100 km per hour and the flight altitude has increased to 500 meters. It's no longer a piece of equipment, so to speak. Archmage's headband is transformed into crown of equanimity. The final settlement, spiritual enhancement, doubled to 60%. 10% consumption reduction, boosted to 16%. The appearance of the shoulder guard's ice and fire twin snakes changed to 2 dragon heads, just as Chiny Yang had expected. And with the little black sky mouse fur cloak, it appeared to be exceptionally domineering. The Ring of Pacts, renamed the Oath Trigger Finger, has a panel increase of full attribute plus 20. The word is still contracted magical object, but with an additional prefix of any. Chiny Yang guessed that he should be able to contract a sword spirit like Huiyu. A set of equipment on the body adds 780 points of attributes and 40% consumption reduction. The item of reducing consumption was something that Chiny Yang himself couldn't even look at. Purple equipment, by definition, can't accumulate such a high reduction in consumption. A 40% reduction in consumption is really a bit of supermodeling. Now to coalesce an Imperial Divine Soldier, only 6 points of Imperial power were needed. The same 10,000 points of Imperial power that could only coalesce 1,000 divine weapons before could now coalesce 1,666 divine weapons. It's still the summoning skills that have the biggest impact on reducing consumption. The continuous consumption of the Imperial City's Forbidden Army has been reduced from 20 points of Imperial power per hour to 12. This greatly increased Chiny Yang's troop strength, and the increase in battle power could no longer be calculated with data. Dressed in a full set of equipment, Chiny Yang looked at himself in the mirror as if an emperor had descended. He opened his arms a bit mesmerized and admired his gallantry. Wearing a flat sky crown on his head, a blood-red dragon's robe, and 2 vivid and exquisite dragon's heads, he lay on both shoulders and roared hideously and low. With this outfit, there were people who would believe it if they said it was orange equipment. If the conscription battlefield had a face value ranking, Chiny Yang was absolutely confident in taking first place. Just then, a muttering sound came from outside the door. Crap, that's a lie, isn't it? How come I didn't realize before that he was this handsome? Looking at the man in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Xu Mengxian wondered if she had been hit by an illusion. In her impression, Chiny Yang had indeed been born with a good skin, but his inner self was a mess. The best way to describe him is to say that he is a golden jade. He's not in the right mood, and he's horny as hell. Those who didn't know Chiny Yang might be attracted by his appearance and family history, but in the eyes of Xu Mengxian, Chiny Yang did not have half a filter, only felt that he was not so down, but never thought he was handsome. But now, handsome, who are you? This pencil-thin figure, this slim red vestment, this knife-sharp side face. Nope, not just handsome. Xu Mengxian froze as she looked at the figure that was both familiar and unfamiliar, an inexplicable fluctuation rippling through her heart. Chiny Yang just stood there, radiating a unique aura without any movement or words. This kind of aura gives people an almost instinctive sense of belonging, with deep-rooted marrow recognition and awe. Chu Mengxian, who had a worrying brain capacity, was unable to describe this feeling, and she didn't even realize that her body had bent over slightly. It is as if a reed must drop its stance when it meets the wind. How did she get in? At this time, Chiny Yang also saw Chu Mengxian and was wondering how she opened the door. A moment's recollection brought a look of dawning realization. When Chiny Yang was small, the relationship between the Qin and Chu families was very good, and Chu Mengxian often came to the Qin family to play. But in the past, Chiny Yang, who was not a thing since he was a child, often teased and bullied Chu Mengxian, and his most commonly used mischievous tactic was to lock this little girl back in various rooms for a whole day. After Chinfon knew, while teaching Chiny Yang a lesson, he also directly recorded the fingerprint locks of all the rooms for Chu Mengxian, and the fingerprint locks have not been changed for so many years. After the recollection, Chiny Yang smiled and looked at Chu Mengxian. At this moment, this little ninny was standing at the entrance of the room, looking at Chiny Yang with a face full of stagnation. Maybe it's too much of an outsider. Chu Mengxian only wore a tank top with hot pants. Her round and snow-white thighs were undoubtedly on display, and the two white rabbits were just barely wrapped. Her body was permeated with the fragrance of freshly baked shower gel, and she was a showstopper. Chiny Yang was also a greedy cheap master. After appreciating this unconscious benefit, he opened his mouth and asked, "What are you doing here all of a sudden?" Only after hearing Chiny Yang's words did Chu Mengxian react. Let's see. Chu Mengxian's hands were busy hiding her inner thoughts. She came to find Chiny Yang. Naturally she wanted to beat him up and get revenge for being bullied and caught back then. But after the shocking glimpse just now, Chu Mengxian completely lost that idea. For some reason, she always felt that making a move against Chiny Yang was an act of treason and reversal of the Big Dipper. Her brain was running at high speed, and on the verge of overheating and going down. Chu Mengxian thought of the reason why she had come to find Chiny Yang, and said, "That's right, regarding the matter of enlisting in the battlefield. I need to explain a few things to you." Hearing that it was to say something about enlisting in the battlefield, Chiny Yang's brows stretched and he introduced Chu Mengxian into the room. If he didn't have something serious to talk about, he wouldn't want to ignore Chu Mengxian. It wasn't that he didn't have any thoughts about the childish-faced giant rabbit Qingmei. It was just that Chinfon had sternly warned him that he couldn't scourge anyone but Chu Mengxian for things that could only be looked at but not eaten. Chiny Yang's usual practice was to look less or not look at them, so as not to get hungrier and hungrier the more he looked at them and find himself uncomfortable. Still, it's acceptable if you're just talking business. Chiny Yang had also gotten the news earlier. Chu Mengxian was ordered by her family to help herself in the battlefield of conscription. Presumably, this was also Chinfon's arrangement. However, Chu Mengxian knew nothing about the details of the mission. All she knew was to keep herself as safe as possible. After pouring Chu Mengxian a cup of freshly squeezed juice, Chiny Yang sat down on the sofa and asked, "What do you have to say about conscripting the battlefield?" Chu Mengxian's expression was surprised, as if she was taken aback by Chiny Yang's behavior of pouring juice for her. This guy, when did he become so polite? There's not really much to say. Chu Mengxian drank a mouthful of juice, and with a flip of her jade hand, she took out a pair of delicate jade pendant-shaped amulets from her backpack, placed them on the coffee table, and said, "This is the Gemini Star Amulet. One for you, one for me. The effect will be seen by yourself." Chiny Yang looked towards the talisman and the message appeared before his eyes. Props, Gemini Star Amulet. Quality, purple. Introduction, these are two protective talismans that can be sensed over long distances, and can be held separately by two people, so that when one of them is in danger, the other one holding the talisman will be teleported to his side. Note, no cross-space teleportation. Teleportation aid. This prop is really expensive, but it's superfluous. Chiny Yang thought to himself, with his current strength, it was impossible for him to encounter danger in a level 15 to 30 secret realm, which is a composite challenge space, draft battlefield. But this was also a good intention of the Chu family, so Chiny Yang would not refuse it. "Thanks, I'll do my best to stay out of trouble." Chiny Yang put the amulet away and thanked him. Chu Mengxian froze again, her eyes complex in color. This guy, so evil. He didn't used to be like this. Chu Mengxian sipped her juice and secretly sized up Chiny Yang. Noticed that he has become much more refreshed and composed in temperament. Also, speak softly. There is something indefinably odd about this change. Is he not Chiny Yang or not? Could it be possessed by something? Crap. Whatever it is, please, you must stay possessed all the time. Never let the old Chiny Yang come back. Chu Mengxian was thinking in her heart when Chiny Yang asked again, "Is there any more information about the conscription battlefield?" Chu Mengxian put down the juice and said, "Where is the intelligence? Those information on the internet are also past tense. Not necessarily useful. Wait for the canopy to publicize the rules and then improvise. Chiny Yang nodded silently. He hadn't studied the information of the conscription battlefield before. Also because the rules of this compound challenge space were different every time. Single-player racing, multiplayer, battle royale, capture the flag and more. Each level has its own way of playing, and the order of the levels is anything but regular. Sometimes the levels even have numerous restrictions. For example, no healing, no control, no summoning, etc. No one will be able to work out a reliable strategy until the canopy is open to the public. Chiny Yang wasn't bothered by this. No matter what the playstyle or limitations, it's hard to beat him. The profession of 9 to 5 is powerful all around. To summon, there are remotes. To control, have seconds. To heal, with a shield. Just a single item of prohibition would not restrict Chiny Yang at all, but would instead make his opponents weaker and increase the probability of winning the championship. The most important thing now is to build up the imperial power properly and make sure that it is safe. The leader of the conscripted battlefield. He was determined to win. Since Chu Mengxian didn't have any information either, then the main event would be talked about here. Chiny Yang directly got up and said to Chu Mengxian, "I'm going out." "Excuse me, where are you going? Are you going to practice leveling?" "If it's to practice in the wilderness, I can protect you from the side." Chu Mushuan, who didn't understand Chinchuan's mission, asked as a matter of course. The limit of the conscripted battlefield was below level 30, and she thought that Chiny Yang was going to make a push to level up 2 more levels, so she couldn't help but feel a few more points better about him. It's a good thing that you're not a soldier. Chiny Yang has not only become courteous, but also diligent. Well, a little bit of a good young man feeling. This is the son of Uncle Chinchuan. Chu Mengxian was thinking in her heart, but Chiny Yang said, "No, I'm going to the Sea King Palace. Wan Kai is waiting for me there." The Sea King's Palace? Chu Mengxian's pretty face collapsed, and the good feelings that had just risen suddenly dissipated by half. She naturally knew what the Sea King Palace was. Emotionally, Chiny Yang has changed, but the breed hasn't. From the impetuous and arrogant scumbag to the mature and stable scumbag. That's still scum. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. While all the professionals were in full swing preparing for the conscription battlefield, Chiny Yang was like a tourist in Hanwu City, completely immersed in the surroundings of fine wine, food and beautiful women. During the whole 10 days, he and Wang Kai teamed up with the duo, and they were bouncing around in all kinds of entertainment places, during which they actually encountered quite a lot of female professionals from abroad. It is easiest to open your heart when you are in a foreign land. With his unassuming looks and sophisticated tactics, Chiny Yang easily decimated a number of people and did not dishonor the name of Hanwu Pile Driver. Dragon and Phoenix Trigger, Imperial Power plus 1200. Skill Upgrade, Dragon and Phoenix upgraded to LV2. In the midst of the warmth, hints appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. It's really a case of you get what you pay for. Chiny Yang revealed an awkward smile. In this world, the conventional means to level up a skill is to use it more often. Skills will be automatically upgraded after accumulating a certain amount of proficiency. Chiny Yang never expected it. The first skill he upgraded was actually Dragon Phoenix. However, nothing much has changed since this skill was upgraded. Just more rewards. How much exactly does the reward increase? And it's not explicitly stated. But I still have to practice it? Chiny Yang thought, looking to the sweetly dreaming Imperial sister on the side, ready to wake her up for another cut. Just then, a thunderbolt exploded outside the window, moving as if the sky was falling. The floor-to-ceiling windows in the suite quivered and it felt like the whole room was shaking. Ah! The sweetly dreaming Imperial sister was awakened by the sound of thunder and subconsciously hugged Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang instantly became excited. Even his breathing became rapid. But it had nothing to do with the imperious girl beside him. Rather, a series of prompts appeared in front of his eyes after this thunder. Tendo event opens. Challenges for levels 15 to 30, Battlefield of Conscription. Opening soon. The early hours of the morning. Deafening thunderstorms ripped through the night sky unexpectedly, awakening the entire Hanwu city. Above the sky, a sudden spectacle. A huge curtain of light unfolded like a miracle, as if it was a portal to another world, slowly opening up between this heaven and earth. The curtain of light was colorful, flowing with dazzling neon, gently tinting the entire city, illuminating every corner, every street, every house. In this moment, time seemed to freeze. Millions of people in the city, hearts beating in sync. The 1,000 call for draft battlefield is here. Professionals and ordinary people, all of them dropped what they were doing and walked out of the room. They stood either on the balcony or in the street while looking up at the sky. Up in the sky, in a curtain of light, a line of numbers is presented. 11 hours 59 minutes and 50 seconds. It's a countdown. In 12 hours, The conscription battlefield will open. Crap, wasn't it going to be teased for 3 days? I'm still a drop of experience away from level 15. Then why don't you get practicing? There's still 12 hours to go. But why is it early? Every corner of Hanwu City was filled with the discussion of the professionals. Excitement, anxiety, and nervousness spread throughout the city. Occupiers who had some knowledge of the conscription battlefield exuded a puzzled expression. Chiny Yang, who was in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, also frowned. According to the previous information, there would be a 3-day preview before the conscription battlefield descended. That means the curtain of light will appear 3 days early. But now, it's a teaser that's only 12 hours ahead. It can't be that I revealed the information ahead of time and caused the heavenly Tao to correct it, can it? Chiny Yang muttered. The existence of heavenly ways has been proven since the last century. This is a law that is above the gods and esoteric. The entire world operates under the maintenance of this law. Once a vicious loophole appeared in the secret realm, the laws of heaven would descend and modify the rules of the secret realm. Chiny Yang felt. The so-called heaven's way is much like the game's administrator. But the difference is that the heavenly Tao is just a rule and has no consciousness. No matter how much you call out to it, it won't give you any response. Any challenge space that descended on a large area would have a certain amount of preview time, usually 3 days in advance, which was a consistent rule of the heavenly Tao. This time, however, the rules were changed. Chiny Yang had reason to suspect that it was self-inflicted. Because of his early revelation, everyone was informed of the descent of the conscription battlefield half a month ago, which lost the significance of the preview. And I don't know if it came down early or if the preview was delayed. If it's an early descent, then won't I have 3 less days to accumulate imperial power? That's just it. It's only 50, 000 or 60, 000 imperial powers. It doesn't matter. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. After 10 days of hanging out, choosing as well as farming, he had not only harvested scattered attribute points, but also accumulated quite a lot of imperial power. Now, he has a total of 240, 000 points of imperial power. Counting the 40% consumption reduction, that's also equivalent to over 300, 000 imperial powers. Ammunition for conquering the battlefield of conscription is, on the contrary, very abundant. As for the supplies to be used in the secret world, there was nothing to prepare. Potions, props, scrolls, these things, Chiny Yang had a large pile of them in his hands, and there could only be more and not less. As Chiny Yang was calculating in his mind, the imperial person on the large bed had already stepped out of bed. In previous exchanges, Chiny Yang learned. She was a female mage from Gale City. The awakened profession is the wave mage, combining control, damage, and healing abilities, with a strength that is considered T1 among the exceptional level professions. At this point, she had already put on her equipment. An aqua blue vestment lightly brushed her slender figure, outlining the charm of a mature woman, and the neckline of the vestment was slightly low, aptly displaying her sexy collarbone and proud career line. Leaving now? Chiny Yang asked the Imperial sister. Well, the draft battlefield is about to open, so I have to go back and get ready. The Imperial sister who had put on the clothes seemed to have changed into a different person. Just by standing there, she had an elegant and dignified demeanor, the same as when Chiny Yang first saw her. See you then. Chiny Yang was a bit disappointed. He still wanted to see how far the rewards of the dragon and phoenix had been upgraded. Who knows? The Imperial sister's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, her shell teeth lightly biting, as if she had some regrets about what had happened before. She said quietly, "It's better not to see each other again. I hope that Qin Xiao can forget about what happened before." After she said that, she looked deeply at Chiny Yang again, before she turned around resolutely and walked out of the suite. "Still afraid I'll pester you?" Chiny Yang smiled bitterly. It was his usual style to draw his gun without mercy. To be honest, he had even forgotten what the name of this imperial sister was. Everyone's nervous about it. Chiny Yang looked at the curtain of light in the air, and there were a few moments of excitement in his heart. It felt like being about to enter a race. The outcome of the match was not in doubt, but he still expected something from the process. After all, there was currently no secret realm that would allow him to use his full strength. Let's hope that this draft battlefield will allow me to pull full operation and fire it up. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang pulled up his personal panel. After seeing his panel value, Chiny Yang felt scared. After taking a deep breath, he secretly said, "For a professional within level 30, this value, indeed, is a bit outrageous." Name, Chiny Yang. Race, human. Level, 18. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Strength, 158, plus 323, plus 96. Agility, 152, plus 308. Physique, 254, plus 368. Spirit, 160, plus 483. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Chingy as Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldiers of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV2. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Favor, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Imperial Demeanor, LV1. Supreme Dragon Body, LV1. Probing Technique, LV1. Illumination Technique, LV1. Imperial Powers, 240,795, plus 724 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. Boy. The total attributes are up to 2,302. Calculating the value of his attributes, Chiny Yang was a bit scared. And let's not talk about the 724 points of base attributes. That equipment attribute of nearly 1,500 points was already the ceiling for an unknown number of people. A professional with an ordinary family background could at most get a green item of equipment before advancing to the elite rank. Even if it was a level 30 green outfit, the attributes of a single piece of equipment that was enchanted would not exceed 120. Head, hands, upper body, jewelry and other various parts, all armed in place. The total attributes of the equipment is at most 1,000. And that, still, is the ideal. Most people, in fact, couldn't even put together a set of green equipment. This world was even more cruel than Chingy Yang's hometown. If Blue Star is hard difficulty, this world, then, is hellishly difficult. It's hard to develop with talent and no money. It's useless to develop without talent but with money. Only those with money, and talent, make it to the top of the pyramid. In front of these sons of heavenly destiny, there wasn't much difference between an intersecting ordinary professional and an ordinary person without a profession. Fortunately, Chingy Yang would fall into the category of a heavenly destined son who had both talent and money. Even if you lie flat in this life, you are lying on a cloud. No, I am not the chosen one. That is, heaven's order. Chingy Yang raised his head and looked at the light curtain in the air. The numbers on the countdown, jumping at an even pace. Beneath the curtain of light was the boiling Hangwu city. Both professionals and ordinary people who were still awake had already acted. They quickly seized all the open ground with a view, spread out their coolers, set up their tents, and prepared to enjoy the feast that belonged to the professionals. After the official opening of the conscription battlefield, everyone was able to watch the images of the participants in the replica through the light screen in the sky. Of course, these images can't be controlled by humans and can only be switched by the heavenly Tao. Generally, the camera is given to the participants who have performed well, or to the more thrilling and exciting scenes. On this level, there is again a certain humanization of heaven. But if you want to specify whose shot you're looking at, I'm sorry, but heaven will not care. It's about to start. So excited. Yes, it's rare to see the feast of the conscripted battlefield with your own eyes. Let's hope that the Hangwu people, who are playing at home, will get the top spot. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult. Oh, I heard that the Pride of Gale and Sichuan cities are here. The competition is fierce. We have a heavenly pride too. Qin Shan Yo Bei. Young Chingy Yang, he's level 15? At a glance, you're just a misinformed little character. My third uncle from the city lord's mansion. He said that young Chin is level 18. Crap, your third uncle is spreading rumors, right? I work in a bar and I see him picking up girls every day. Where does he have time to practice? It's just, what can I talk to you? A working man? Cigarettes, beer, mineral water, grilled fish and chips white wine and drinks, instant noodles and ham sausage trouble leg collection. The center square of Hangwu City was already overcrowded with people and the scene was lively. And that, too, is just the tip of the pomp and circumstance. The entire city of Hangwu has entered the carnival mode. Factories are shut down. Schools are closed. Companies are on vacation. No one has the heart to work at this point in time. Except for the vendors who take advantage of the opportunity to make money. The warmth of the atmosphere lasted from the early hours of the morning until noon the next day. The curtain of light was still incredibly clear under the bright sun. One of the countdown scrolls to 30 minutes and 59 seconds. 30 minutes later, the conscription battlefield opened. City Lord's Mansion. On the observation deck, a group of high-powered bigwigs had long been seated at the table. The city's owner, Qian, and the elder, Zhang Yuan, were located in the main seat. The seat of the guest of honor was reserved for the Luan family of Gale City, the Sichuan immortal sect, and a host of other VIPs. In addition to Chinfon, the presidents of all the major guilds in the city were also present, sitting on both sides of the room. Thank you to the heavenly Tao for favoring Hangwu City with this spectacle. The owner of the city raised his cup towards the sky in honor of heaven and earth, and the people at the table also raised their cups to accompany him. After the cup of wine was finished, a man with a tall figure looked at Zhang Yuan, the chairman, and said loudly, It is said that Chi-Men celestial masters can deduce the future. I wonder if Elder Zhong has calculated which family's celestial pride will be the leader of the conscripted battlefield this time. The person who had spoken was none other than Gale City, the Luan family's son, Luan Lord. His younger brother, Luan Tian, was one of the heavenly prides participating in the conscription battlefield. Although Luan Lord's wording is respectful, his tone is extremely arrogant. It seemed that it was treating Zhong Yuan as a fortune teller, hoping that he would say a few auspicious words. Being offended by his juniors, Zhong Yuan was displeased. His eyes narrowed slightly as he blandly said, "It's a slight deduction that the position of the main star is sitting on top of Hanwu City." Luan Lord frowned. What does Zhong Lao mean? The leader is from Hanwu City? Zhong Yuan didn't say anything. Non-committal. Actually, he didn't count at all. But there's nothing wrong with that. Everyone entered the conscription battlefield from Hanwu City. Where else could the head of the organization come out if not from Hanwu City? Seeing that Zhong Yuan didn't want to take care of himself, Luan Lord didn't continue to pursue the question, but just gave an open-hearted sneer. I'd like to see which one of the heavenly prides can take the top spot from my brother's hands. For the Luan Lord's frenzy, all the people at the table were upset, but there was nothing they could do about it. Gale City was much larger than Hanwu City, and the Gale Luan family was even more untouchable. From top to bottom, they were all used to being wild. Moreover, the crowd in Hanwu City really didn't have a clue in their hearts. In recent years, no bright geniuses had appeared in Hanwu City. Everyone thought through their heads and couldn't think of anyone who could defeat Luan Tian. This guy, to put it mildly, is here to fry fish. Level 30 Transcendent Profession. A blue item of equipment with a total attribute of 1,700 points. Aside from Xiangxian Immortal Sex Yi Qianing and Jingming City's Chu Mengxian, there were no characters that could go through with Luan Tian. It could be said that the top three in this draft battlefield were already doomed. The Hanwu City professionals, who were fighting on their home turf, could only give these three people a run for their money. As the city lord, Zhang Qian only had the pattern to open up and speak beautifully. Ha ha, no matter who is the leader, he is the pride of our Kyushu Federation, the rising star. Fair enough. Luan Lord's eyes flashed with smugness. He could hear that Zhang Qian was conceding defeat. At this time, the woman sitting next to Luan Lord also looked at Zhong Yuan and said, Elder Zhong, I also conducted a deduction last night, and the revelation of the Chi-Men is baffling. The woman who spoke had a beautiful appearance and appeared to be no more than 30 years old. It was Xiangxian Immortal Sect Elder, level 55 Chi-Men Heavenly Master, Dongfang Cheng. Zhang Yuan opened his eyes. He was extremely optimistic about Dongfang Cheng, a junior whose rank was close to his own, and asked earnestly, Dare I ask Elder Dongfang, what is the reason for the Chi-Men revelation? Dongfang Cheng used her slender fingers, dipped them in the tea, and wrote on the table while reading, When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed when I blossom. The fragrance that rushes through the sky penetrates Chang'an, and the city is filled with golden armor. Listening to the unfamiliar verse, Zhong Yuan murmured darkly, After I blossomed, 100 flowers? That verse, it's déjà vu. Suddenly, Zhong Yuan's eyes snapped open. He remembered. He'd read the quote. It's a nice poem, but what does it say? Where is Chang'an? Never heard of the name of the place? It mentions September 8th, but it's only the beginning of August? Chimin is really esoteric. Can't understand a bit of it. Hearing Dongfang Cheng's strange revelation, the crowd on the viewing platform murmured, though confused. I fully respect the revelations of the Chimera and dare not speak out of turn. Only Luan Lord's face disdain, teasingly said, Jianghu trick, make a mystery. I would like to see, what is called the rushing incense array, and what is the golden armor? Dongfang Cheng didn't pay any attention to Luan Luoliang, but only looked at Zhong Yuan with an inquisitive gaze. At this time, Zhong Yuan, however, was astonished, and the calm and light-hearted demeanor was long gone. When I blossom, 100 flowers kill. A month ago, he had seen these words during the awakening ceremony of the Hanwu First Position. It appeared in Chiny Yang's transfer vision, and, according to the information exposed on the internet, Chiny Yang had a summon, a tall golden armored guard. This in turn corresponds to the last sentence. The city is full of gold armor. Could it be that the leader this time will be Chiny Yang? But Chiny Yang is only level 18. How is he going to defeat level 30 Luan Tian? Moreover, he only has one golden armored guard. How does he fit in with a city full of golden armor? Zhong Yuan was filled with doubts, but as a Chi-Men celestial master, he would not question the revelations of the Chi-Men. If the revelation referred to Chiny Yang, the winner could not be anyone else. Zhong Yuan was thinking about it when a neat cry erupted from below, as if the whole city was boiling. 10, 9, 8, 7, 10,000 people were heard chanting the countdown. It took a crowd on the observation deck to realize it. The numbers on the canopy, they were close to zero. Immediately afterward, the sound of a loud bell resounded through the heavens and earth, and streams of light flew out from all corners of the city towards the curtain of light in the air. It was the occupiers who had fulfilled the conditions and started teleporting towards the conscription battlefield. Hangwu City, Dragon Pavilion Hotel. No. 888 Imperial Suite. Level 30 Fury Blood Battle Frenzy. Luan Tian, dressed in a blood-red scaled battlesuit, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes as excited as wild beasts. In his excitement, he slammed his huge fists together and laughed with a face full of hostility. Ha ha, it's finally started. Come, kill it all. Laughing, he directly smashed the 3 layers of soundproofed floor-to-ceiling windows, rushed into the 10,000 feet tall building outside, and transformed into a strand of blue streaming light in the air, flying straight toward the light curtain. Yi Qiu-ning, who was on the next balcony, happened to see this scene, and while surprised, secretly cursed a stupid fork. Afterwards, it also turned into a blue stream of light and hovered and flew up. For a while, the sky over the city was filled with streaming fireflies. It was clearly midday, but there was the spectacle of a starry sky. Crap, beautiful. In the front yard of the Qin mansion, Xu Mengxian looked up at the sky and let out a sigh. It's not that she didn't go to school, and her small brain can't hold so much knowledge that she can only express her emotions by saying fuck. Chiny Yang was equally shocked by the beauty in front of him. The world is cruel and wonderful. The beauty of it is that it is full of unknowns and challenges. Way to go, Xin Dijie. Xu Mushuan clenched her small fists and waved them towards Chiny Yang. She was wearing a set of Cheongsam-style tight-fitting battlesuit that perfectly fit the curves of her body, which was embroidered with detailed cloud patterns, and a pair of fleshy legs with muscle lines attached to them were hidden in the hemline of the high-forked Cheongsam. Xi Yang smiled at Xu Mengxian and said, "Be safe, gotta go." Before his eyes, the hint of the conscription battlefield had long since surfaced. Xi Yang, level 18, 9 to 5, meets the entry requirements. Is it entering the conscription battlefield, level 15 to 30? May the young master return safely. I wish Miss Mengxian success in winning the championship. When Chiny Yang was on his way out, dozens of servants in the front yard of the Qin mansion blessed him in unison. Shenxi was a bit worried about Chiny Yang and advised in a low voice, "Young master, we emphasize participation. Don't force yourself, haha. The Qin family doesn't lack the reward for enlisting in the battlefield." "Thanks, I have it in mind." Chiny Yang nodded his head and silently recited in his heart, "Enter the conscription battlefield." At that moment, he transformed into a stream of light and flew towards the light curtain in the air. "Wait for me," Xu Mengxian shouted and also transformed into streams of light that rushed straight into the sky. "Safe return, eh?" Shenxi was waving his hand towards the stream of light when he suddenly realized a problem. The stream of light that Xu Mengxian transformed into was blue. Why is Qin Shao a golden color? Under the curtain of light, the sky was filled with streams of light of different colors. White is the most abundant, green is rare, and blue is extremely rare. White regular, green excellence, blue transcendence. On the observation deck of the city lord's mansion, Dongfang Qing looked at the sky and recited words under his breath. Afterwards, she looked at Luan Lord and laughed. The number of transcendent professionals participating in this draft battlefield is not as few as one would imagine, and your younger brother will have to face more than just the sexy Qiu-ning if he wants to win the championship. Luan Lord looked at the more than 10 blue streams of light in the sky, and his expression was also somewhat grave. It seems that there are quite a few invisible geniuses coming to Hangwu City. However, Luan Lord still had confidence in his brother and forced himself to be arrogant. The Red Devil battle armor on Luan Tian is a set of extremely high-quality blue armor. It's enough to allow him and other transcendent professionals to distance themselves. Blue equipment. Who doesn't have it? Dongfang Qing laughed lightly, not willing to show weakness. At this time, Zhong Yuan from the rear suddenly exclaimed, "That is golden streaming light." Luan Lord and Dongfang Qing were startled at the same time and looked towards the air. One could only see a bright and dazzling golden stream of light that was cutting through the sky and rushing straight towards the light curtain in the air. Blue transcendent, purple epic, gold legendary, legendary career. At once, the bigwigs on the observation deck panicked. The city advocate Ken was even more unable to even speak properly. Stuttering, "Who is this person? He came to Hangwu City. Why didn't he inform me beforehand?" Legendary level professionals, representing the upper limit of this world. Even if it was only level 1, it was not something that Zhang Xian, the city lord, could slack off on. Even, it would be a great chance for Zhang Xian to meet with him. Perhaps, he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Dongfang Qing's eyes stared and guessed. With the appearance of a legendary level professional, Yi Qiu-ning's probability of winning the championship dropped straight down by 50%. If the opponent is also level 30, it's basically a lost cause. Luan lords on the side, but also burst into foul language. Damn, there's a dog. What kind of fish did he come here to fry? A legendary level professional? No, it's more than just legendary. On the entire observation deck, only Zhong Yuan was silent. But in fact, waves of shock had risen in his heart. That golden stream of light was not quite the same as the golden stream of light that represented the legendary level. Around it, there were strands of white lightning twining around it, making it appear even more domineering. Instead of a stream of light, it was a flare of sun. Under the reflection of its light, the surrounding streams of light also transformed into gold, like a great golden river, surging towards the light curtain in the air. Combined with the Chi Men revelation just now, Zhong Yuan's thoughts raced. The fragrance that rushes through the sky penetrates Chang'an, and the city is covered in gold armor. That's right, the winner of the revelation is this man. Zhong Yuan woke up with a jolt. Notify the world. Thanks to, you are the reason I reject people, for the inspiration. Skill, Pilgrimage of the Nations, changed to, Ciny is heaven. I've always felt that the Pilgrimage of the Nations was too soft, and it's better to be dominant with this skill. Some of the little poisonous points of the feedback of the book lovers. I will also seriously think about it. A book that can be read, cannot be separated from the prodding of the book lovers? Thank you for your suggestions. You have entered the battlefield of conscription. Current level, Tainted Subhuman Outpost. Level objective, clear all undead units. Eliminated if not completed after 6 hours. Level Demon, Ghoul-Orc Swordsman, LV. 15. Ghoul-Orc Headhunter, LV. 16. Ghoul-Orc Shaman, LV. 18. Ghoul-Orc Centurion, LV. 20. Level restriction, disable holy light type spells. Experience cut to 20%. Level enhancement, summoning class attributes are increased by 20%. Matching rules, random matching, 5 to 20 people. Reward, skill awakening scroll, 1 to 10th. Elite level breakthrough gem, 11th to 100th. Primary attribute fruit *5, 101st to 200th. Does it match teammates? No. In a simple and elegant wooden house, Chiny Yang meditated in his mind. As a composite challenge space, each level has different rules and gameplay. Before starting the level, the professional can choose to team up or go solo, depending on the rules. Randomized matching, which means that teammates are assigned by Heaven's Way. Once the match is complete, a team will be teleported together. It was naturally impossible for Chiny Yang to form a team if he wanted to complete Chinfon mission. After refusing the group prompt, he pushed open the door and stepped out of the cabin. What presented itself was a barren forest. Deadness and dying enveloped every inch of the land. Trees twisted and dead leaves covered the ground. The ghoul, with his empty eyes, stumbled and paced, carrying the smell of decaying death around. Undead type levels and disabling holy light? Chiny Yang stood on a high place, overlooking the whole territory. The goal of the level is to clear all undead units. But judging by the size of the forest, that's not a small amount of work. It was predicted that there were 800 ghouls in the forest, if not 1,000, and there were bosses among them. It was almost impossible for professions below level 20 to solo through the level. However, Chiny Yang was not alone. His spiritual attributes had now accumulated to 643 points. Combined with the 40% reduced consumption, you can summon 107 Imperial Forbidden troops at a time. The total attributes of the Praetorian Guard had reached 700 points. Combined with the level enhancements, it's all close to 3,000 points. The equivalent of a 4-star potential magic item. With 100 forbidden troops out, even the forests will be bald for you to grip, not to mention the undead. However, before cleaning up these undead, Chiny Yang still had to complete Chinfon's mission. He needs to summon and contract an undead at this level and open a certain special secret realm with a level restriction of 18 or less. Let's finish Olden's mission first, but hopefully it won't be too much trouble. Chiny Yang Xin said, taking out the Forbidden Soul Stone from his backpack. Props, Forbidden Soul Stone. Quality, purple. Introduction, it can seal any soul below the level of a god, and can be crushed to release the spirit illusion. These days, necromancers are strong and soulstones are very common, but the Forbidden Soul Stone is illegal, which seals the souls of human beings so that no one can rest in peace after death. The Forbidden Soul Stone showed a black-purple glow. Among them, a shadow slowly floated, looking extraordinary, a disposable purple prop. Who could be sealed inside? Chiny Yang pondered in his mind. It's impossible for such a valuable prop to be used to seal a minor character. The so-called subhuman scout is definitely a special being. Although Chinfon didn't mention any danger, Chiny Yang still had to make some preparations for insurance purposes. Long live the Emperor. The Imperial Guards half-kneeled and saluted. Chiny Yang, dressed in Emperor Yang's sinful dragon robe, gazed at the Imperial Guards and spoke. I wish to sacrifice your flesh to the flag. My lord, I am beyond honored. The Imperial Guard did not hesitate for a second. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. Most summons that have a spirit have loyalty. His own summons, on the other hand, had the steel seal of thought. They were absolutely loyal to the 9-5 supreme beings, even if they had to be stripped of their physical bodies. Roar! Sinister dragon sacrifice. With the activation of the equipment phrase, an evil and mournful dragon's whistle resounded through heaven and earth. The blood-red dragon robe was windless, and the 6 pupils in the dragon's eyes in front of his chest slowly turned up. At the same time, the tall body of the Imperial Guard quickly disintegrated into a cloud of blood-red mist, which was sucked into the 6-pupil dragon's eye. Sacrificed Imperial Guards. 50% of the opponent's constitution, converted into a shield. Current shield value, 1000. The prompt appeared, and Chiny Yang's body, too, was surrounded by a scarlet mist. It was as if a river of blood was haunting him and flowing slowly. 1000 points of shield value. Who can break this? Chiny Yang felt safe and secure. With that, the Imperial Guard was summoned again. Well, security is doubled again. After making sure that nothing goes wrong, it was only then that Chiny Yang crushed the forbidden soul stone. At once, a mournful howl rang out, as if it were a wail from hell. Immediately after that, a ghostly shadow slowly emerged. The ghostly shadow emitted a faint blue light, and its body was translucent, but it was still clearly distinguishable as a girl of 16 or 17. She wore lightweight armor, and it was clear at first glance that she was an agile profession of the bow and arrow class. The jewels and magical patterns on her armor signaled that she was no ordinary person. On top of that, on either side of her forehead, she had a pair of soft antlers, as if they were open branches. Name, Subhuman Scout, Ghost. Race, Dear Asian. Level, 18. Power, 0. Agility, 0. Spirit, 203. Physical, 0. Introduction. She was once a noble of the subhuman empire, and because of her special ability, she became a scout delivering classified information. For 100 years, she has been guarding a secret, for which she has been tortured without peace. Dear Asian. That's pretty rare. Looking at the apparition in front of him, Chiny Yang was curious in his heart. Subhuman is a racially large category. Among them are foxes, cats, and dogs. In addition to their human appearance, they all have the characteristics of their own race, like foxtails, cat ears and such. The apparition in front of him, on the other hand, had a pair of small antlers. Just as Chiny Yang was curious, the ghost spoke. Human, why did you summon me? Is it for the map of the subhuman ruins? The ghost's voice was brittle, and there was a hint of caution in his eyes as he looked at Chiny Yang. Possessing a spirit? Chiny Yang thought to himself. Summons like this have a certain backstory, but Chiny Yang was not interested in the story behind her, and directly activated the oath trigger in his hand. The equipment phrase was activated, and a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Contract target, Yun Yao. Contract success rate, 10%. Name's Yun Yao, right? Only 10%? A glint flashed in Chiny Yang's eyes. The lower the mental power of the contract target, the higher the success rate. This is a situation that still needs to have the jinx. Put intensity on this specter. Otherwise, she doesn't always cooperate with herself. Just as Chiny Yang was about to summon the Brocade Guards, the ghost named Yun Yao was the first to speak. Summoner, I know what you want. I can lead you to the map, but you need to do one thing for me. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked as he sneered. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. As soon as he spoke, a figure wearing a flying fish suit and a flying saucer helmet emerged behind him. Chiny Yang continued. Either they are obediently contracted, or they are forced to be contracted under the destruction of suffering. Bitter destruction. Yun Yao's pupils plummeted. Clearly knowledgeable. Bitter destruction. But it's a notorious skill. There are even some saints in the human world that call for the disabling of this skill. She seemed to be recalling bad memories and desperately shook her head. Enough. The subhuman civilization has been overthrown and I've been dead for hundreds of years, so I don't want to suffer for this secret anymore. That's right. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up in a direct contract. With a buzz, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Yun Yao, ghost, has been contracted. The pact was reached, and Chiny Yang moved on to the next step. He said to Yun Yao, you should be able to open a special secret realm for me. Don't freeze. Move. I'm in a hurry. At this point, Yun Yao had already resigned himself to his fate. She nodded with a complicated expression and closed her eyes slightly. Immediately, a vortex unfolded in front of Chiny Yang. Exclusive secret realm, Yun Yao's realm of intent. Level, below level 18. Demon, unknown. Introduction. The field of ideas is a natural ability to visualize an exclusive space in one's mind, within which time is stopped and lifeforms are allowed to enter. Note, lifeforms entering the idea space must not be of a higher level than Yun Yao. That's a good ability. isn't it? Seeing the attributes of the secret realm, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. He realized that Chinfon Laodang, again, had given himself a great gift. Chiny Yang's eyes were glowing. The skill he lacked the most right now was summoning space. It's kind of the core ability of a summoner. Without this skill, Chiny Yang would have to resummon again every time he cancelled his summons. The Imperial Guards and the Brocade Guards. It didn't matter. Summoning the Imperial City Prohibition Guards could require the consumption of spiritual energy. However, the general summoning space was not yet suitable for him. His summons counted for hourly pay, and even if they were kept in the summoning space, the royal power would be consumed. Yun Yao's idea space, on the other hand, had the attribute of time stagnation. Time stops, everything in the secret realm does not change, growth and depletion do not exist, and since there is no consumption of imperial power, Yun Yao should have a way to level up after she becomes a summon object. As long as I synchronize her level with mine, this can totally be used as a summoning space. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang asked Yun Yao, how many people can you fit into your idea space? Yun Yao blinked and said, if it's an area, thousands of people would definitely be fine. But this secret realm is tied to my spiritual power and I haven't tried my limits yet. Then let's try it. Chiny Yang was overjoyed in his heart. 40 Goose Plume Guards, 30 Human Guards, 30 Feather Forest Guards. Come. After setting up the troop types, Chiny Yang raised his hand to summon them. Immediately, the space behind him distorted, and the grand illusion of the Imperial City appeared. In the illusion, a line of soldiers equipped with dark gold armor stepped out from it. The yellow, white and red helmets flowed with tassels, like rows of reeds, swinging in the wind. The military boots stamped on the ground with a resounding gait, as if they were drums on the battlefield. Wow! 100 Imperial City Guards, facing Chiny Yang, half-kneeled and shouted long live. My emperor, long live! The earth-shattering roar almost didn't scatter Yun Yao, the ghost. She looked at Chiny Yang with a face full of incredulity. Master, there is no upper limit to the number of your summons. Summoning 100 at once? And, you're going to let so many people in? Chiny Yang nodded slightly and said, let's see where your limits are. Saying so, he gave a big wave. Order the forbidden troops to line up and enter the idea space. Immediately, Yun Yao felt a gust of shock. Her world of ideas, she sensed, was filling up fast. This is too much. Master, slow down. Good, all in. It was the same feeling as when teleporting to the secret world. After a slight mental tremor, Chiny Yang was in front of a palace. Behind them, 100 forbidden soldiers stood in formation. So imposing. The architectural style of this palace was so ancient that it could even be described as primitive. Throughout the palace, there was little decoration to be seen. Nothing but rocks, still rocks, introduced by Yun Yao. The palace was constructed in her mind based on the royal palace of the subhuman empire. This royal palace is so ugly that it looks like a prison. Subhuman civilization is very backward when it comes to aesthetics. Chiny Yang spat in his mind. Ugly as it is, there is plenty of room. In the open space in front of the palace, there was no problem at all to stand 1,000 forbidden guards. However, with Yun Yao's current spiritual power, putting 100 forbidden soldiers was already the limit. The palace was large, but the layout was simple. It didn't take much time for Chiny Yang to find a treasure chest behind the throne carved out of stone. The only item in the treasure chest was exactly what Chinfon wanted. The map of the subhuman ruins. Props, a map of the subhuman ruins. Introduction, this is the key to the world of the subhuman. Although the subhuman civilization has been destroyed, but its land still exists, the vast mountains and rivers will always usher in a new master. Seeing the introduction of the map, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up and guessed something. He deals with cat ladies and fox ladies on a regular basis. There is also some knowledge of the legendary subhuman civilization. The subhuman civilization, like the human civilization, was hit by the catastrophe of game over 500 years ago. Only, the subhuman civilization did not survive the catastrophe. Under the invasion of the foreign races, mainly orcs, the entire world fell apart and was divided into countless pieces of shattered space that could only exist in the form of secret realms. Those cat ladies and canine ladies in the Sea King's palace are the remnants of the subhuman civilization. Their ancestors passed through the secret realm and came to the human world. Unable to gain human recognition, they could only engage in low-end labor, just like the smuggled refugees on the blue planet. Chiny Yang didn't have much knowledge in his head, but he was able to understand that what Chinfon was trying to do. The subhuman world, long ago, was scourged by the beasts. That swarm of locust-like marauders will leave no chance for those who come after them. Chinfon's search for the subhuman world could only have one purpose. He wanted to go and open up the land and create a territory that was truly his own. The idea, I have to say, is dangerous. The world, indeed, was in disarray for a while. The Nine States cut alone was fought for more than 50 years. But now, Kyushu has formed a federation and an official power. Apart from those ancient and early powers, the newly emerged guilds, clans, sects and other powers, even if they made it big, were still subject to official regulation and constraints. It was like the Qin family, which had been targeted by the city lord's office, running off to open up another world. Naturally, they don't want to be regulated and constrained. It's almost like the word rebel is written all over his face. No wonder he'd rather miss this opportunity to. He also only dared to let Chingy Yang, who was his only son, to carry out the mission. So, it's a head-killing business. Chinfon, Chinfon, you really have high aspirations. I just did the quest for you and ended up becoming a rebel too. After figuring out Chinfon's intentions, Chingy Yang was in tears. This is if you haven't awakened the only hidden profession. He guessed that he would be scared to death by Chinfon's thoughts. Who would rebel against a decent man's father? The good thing was, he had the strength to catch the old den's ambitions. And his awakened profession was the 9 to 5. To say that there was no thought of becoming an emperor would certainly be a lie. Wait till later. Mission accomplished. Gotta go do my business. Chingy Yang thought. Chinfon's task is indeed simple. It's no wonder he's comfortable letting himself do it. According to Chinfon's idea, after getting the map, Chingy Yang could exit the conscription battlefield. But Chinfon wants to be emperor. Chingy Yang still wanted to be a human emperor. Drafting the battlefield, he was bound to play through it. And among the rewards for this level is the Skill Awakening Scroll. This is something that can take generalized skills and turn them into vocational skills. Having tasted the sweetness of the Supreme Dragon Body, there was no way Chingy Yang would let go of this reward. Just as Chingy Yang completed his rebel mission, the other professionals had rolled into a frenzy. Outside, above the sky's light curtain, images of various professionals were scrolling. Next to the image, there were vertically arranged lists showing the top 100 currently leading the pack. First place, Yi Ning, kills, 109. Second place, Luan Tian, kills, 92. Third place, Nan Wu, kills, 88. Fourth place, Chu Mengxian, kills, 82. Levels can obviously be teamed up, but the top 10 on the hegemony list are all solo brushes. Is this the transcendent profession? A group can't even fuck with their efficiency alone. That's why only the weak team up. Those who are soloing are crunching and killing, while those who are in a group have their hands full instead. The difference in professions is just too great. The crowd under the light screen was talking while eating snacks and looking at the images in the light screen. The light screen just now had switched between several shots of the celestial pride. The crowd finally realized the gap between transcendent occupations and regular occupations. In front of the transcendent professionals, those level 15 ghouls were all unbeatable. Take Yi Ning. Her flying sword could attack from afar and defend from near, and it was extremely fast. The ghoul was like a walking cheese in front of it. Unbeatable. If it wasn't for the scattered distribution of targets, I'm afraid that Yi Ning would have been able to pass the level just shortly after the opening. Strong strength, coupled with an unassuming appearance. It made Yi Ning easily gain a large number of fans. The voices of support for her were like a flood that filled every corner of Hangu City. It's so valiant and beautiful. Yi Ning, I'm your dog. There's no need to look. This year's leader is definitely Yi Ning. The Sword Immortal not only combines both long range and melee combat, but is also a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. And this profession isn't even considered epic? Let's just say that the strength of an epic level profession is beyond our imagination. The strength of a profession is determined by the person. A Sword Immortal in Yi Ning's case, that's epic. Dude, I urge you not to cite. Just as the crowd's eyes were drawn to Yi Ning, a ripple in the long unchanged charts, a person named Chingy Yang quietly squeezed into the top 100. Last night my heart wasn't feeling too good and the chapters didn't write well, so I revised them again today, 2,000 words to 2,700. Also, inform about the modification of the small poison point in front, updates to the plot of Su Chinxing's Son of Qi, and the Kongdong seal. This plot was meant to be put on the back burner. However, the information was not front-loaded, which led to some misunderstandings, so I simply modified it. For those interested, go back to chapter 37. Yesterday's chapters have been added. My son Wang Kai was 100th. Why did he suddenly fall out? Hangu City, Dragon Court Hotel penthouse pool. A middle-aged man wearing swim trunks and holding a water shooting gun suddenly shouted. Other than the top 10, most of the people were breaking in teams. On the leaderboard, the team name and captain's name will be displayed. Just now, a team called the Greatest of the Great dropped off the leaderboard. The captain of the team was none other than Songxian City's heavyweight young man, Wang Kai. Wang Kai's old man, Wang Peng, was staring at the leaderboard with a deadpan. He was just playing with the ladies shooting water guns. With this turn of events, my son fell out of the 100? That said, Who squeezed him out? Wang Peng looked up the leaderboard. Suddenly, a name is found that is climbing the leaderboards at a rapid pace. 95, 94, 93, 90. The name, almost every 5 seconds, is going to jump up one place. There are times when there is a sudden jump of several places, and the name was familiar to Wang Peng. Chiny Yang. Crap, Chiny Yang? Is this the same name? Wang Peng's squirt gun fell in the pool. I remember that Chiny Yang is only level 18. Not as high as Wang Kai. He actually chose to go solo? Single brush and still in the top 100? Wang Peng was filled with shock. The top 100 professionals were almost all level 30 professionals. Wang Kai was able to squeeze in, and that's because his career has an advantage at this level. Death Knight's corpse explosion spell. Tinker Ghoul. If it's not name bumping, then he's secretly working on it behind my Wang Kai's back. Didn't they, the goody two-shoes, make a pact to be losers together? Wang Peng couldn't help but gnash his teeth as he thought. Not bad for the father of a tiger. Chiny Yang is just like his old man. Not only do you roll it, but you like to roll it behind your back. In secret, at this moment, Chiny Yang's ranking was still rising, but not many people are paying attention. The reason for this was the Heaven's Path light curtain, which gave the camera to Yi Qiuning. The light curtain. The sword fairy maiden choked with one hand. A flying sword glowing with dark green light was like an embroidered needle, weaving through the hordes of orc ghouls. Poof, poof, poof. A series of blood sprays exploded. The level 15 orc ghouls were like tofu that had been shot by bullets, bursting apart, completely defenseless. With level 30 beating level 15, the battle was naturally a one-sided grind. However, the battles of the sword immortal profession were excellent viewing. The viewers under the light screen were all attracted by Yi Qiuning's marvelous posture, praying that the heavenly Tao wouldn't switch to other images. But heaven forbid. Tendo quickly switched the camera. In the curtain of light, a golden armored warrior wearing armor and holding a halberd appeared. At this moment, he was under siege by more than 10 orc ghouls. Which unlucky guy is this? It feels like it's going to be cold. That's careless too. The ghouls are scattered. How could he be surrounded by monsters? Maybe someone else has a high rank and is pulling the demons together on purpose? Even level 30 can't play like this. The ghouls hit him and not a little damage, breaking the defense as usual, unless he does not intend to break into the back of the level. Perhaps it was taking up Yi Qiuning's picture. Most of the viewers had nothing good to say about this golden armored warrior. While the crowd was talking and laughing, the battle had already begun. The golden armored warrior wielded his halberd in a wide open motion. The orc ghoul's burly body, the moment it touched the halberd, was actually churned into broken limbs, scattered and separated. Ha, 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 if the light screen could show the audience's heart. That must be a screen full of question marks at this point. A level 15 orc knife and axe man with a constitution of around 200. After being transformed into a ghoul, there will also be an increase in physical fitness. According to the source, there should be 220 to 250. This was already the physique of a level 15 neat tank profession. And that gold armored warrior, he was able to smash the ghoul beast man? Truth is, this one is level 30. Look at that golden armor. The equipment is also very good. It feels like it's blue product equipment. Together with the equipment, his strength value is estimated to be over 400, directly crushing it. This fight is just boring. It's all about blowing up fish. Hurry up and finish the fight and change the picture. Bro, Yi Qiuning is also level 30. She's also frying fish. That's different. And she looks good frying fish. The crowd was surprised at the strength of the golden armored warrior, but they still had no interest in him. For a level 30 professional, the first level is without difficulty. There's really nothing to see in a one-sided fight. The golden armored warrior seemed to have heard everyone's voices, and with one halberd and one little friend, he quickly killed the surrounding demons in seconds. Just when the crowd thought the scene was about to switch, the camera, which is ruled by Tendo, is slowly pulling up, changing from a close-up to a distant view. In the process, more content came into the picture. The gazes of the crowd, too, shifted from puzzlement to horror. Only the barren and broken forest was filled with wandering gold-armored warriors. 1, 2, 3. There were 40 or 50 of them presented in the picture alone. Some of them were armed with halberds, some with bows and crossbows, and some with swords and shields. Halberd charge, thunderbolt arrow, shield bash. As soon as it meets up with an orc ghoul, it's a one-hit kill. A level 15 enhanced demon would not be able to go more than a single round in their hands. Seeing this bizarre scene, everyone was confused. What the hell is this? Isn't it only 20 people who can team up? Is it possible they're not professionals? The crowded central square was instantly agitated. The first level of the conscripted battlefield is a separate secret realm, and the rules state that there are up to 20 people in a group. and the golden-armored warriors that appeared in the light curtain had long exceeded that number. Apparently, they were not professionals, but summons. But isn't the number of summons a bit much? Before level 31, most summoning class professions would not be able to manipulate more than 3 summons at once. Of course, this does not include necromancers. The advantage of this profession is the Sea of Skeletons tactic, but the strength of the skeleton could not be compared to this gold-armored warrior at all. Just based on the halberd that killed the orc ghoul in seconds just now, everyone can conclude that this golden-armored warrior was powerful enough to be a mountain giant summoned by a druid, and only one mountain giant can exist at any one time. This summon is still divided into long-range and melee, ranged or magic attacks. This is outrageous. Nima, it's another transcendent level occupation. Right. How does this make us regular occupations play? It's even more outrageous than the transcendent level. And comparing the top 10 performances, I haven't found anyone who can deal with him. Can Tendo give a shot so I can see who this pervert is? When the crowd realized that the golden-armored warrior was just a summoned object, they immediately became curious about the master behind it. The top 10 images have all appeared. And this big guy, who is he? However, the sky is not the limit. No one other than the golden-armored warrior ever appeared in the light screen's image. But there are always sharp eyes. Dongfang Cheng on the observation deck realized that there was always a human-shaped shadow on the earth. It was as if someone was flying through the air and casting their shadow on the ground. This man, he can fly? On the observation deck, Dongfang Cheng could not hide her surprise, her lips and teeth slightly open. As early as when the golden-armored warrior appeared, the group of people on the observation deck realized that something was wrong. The city advocate, Ken, was even more seated. He kept urging his secretary to investigate the out-of-town professionals who had recently entered the city. The others looked at Dongfang Cheng at the same time. Even the flailing Luan lords cast inquiring eyes. Obviously, a strange revelation that has been fulfilled. If the deduction was accurate, the owner of these golden-armored warriors was the winner of the conscription battlefield. Dongfang Cheng didn't know what to say either. All she wanted to know now was who this person was. It's just that the shot of the canopy has been overlooking the earth. Almost all of the gold-armored warriors, all of them, are framed in the picture, but only their summoner is missing. Until Dongfang Cheng caught a glimpse of a figure on the ground. From the angle of the silhouette, it was clear that he was flying through the air, and there were only a handful of professions below level 30 that had the ability to fly. Thinking of this, Dongfang Cheng immediately said to Zhang Qian, City Lord Zhang, you can screen out the professionals who have the ability to fly, so that the investigation will be faster. He can still fly? Zhang Qian was stunned. Dongfang Cheng nodded, pointing at the shadow on the ground in the light screen, and stated his guess. The crowd looked and immediately understood in seconds. A shadow in an open field can only be something in the sky. Within level 30, there are only a few professions that can fly, without even needing the secretary to check. Zhang Qian was extremely certain. Among the registered alien professionals, other than Song Xian Immortal Sex Yichioning, no one is able to fly. That's the word effect of the equipment. Dongfang Cheng nodded her head and said, but to be at this level and get a flight class word, this person's origin wouldn't be small. As Dongfang Cheng was speaking, Zhang Qian suddenly let out an ah. His eyes looked at Zhong Yuan in horror, and his mouth moved slightly, as if he was conveying a message with his lips. Zhong Yuan nodded lightly in response to Zhang Qian. Before the conscription battlefield descended, Chiny Yang forged a batch of equipment. This was not a secret in Hangu City. The Dragon Pavilion Guild even sent out a tweet, using Chiny Yang's fame to give the business of equipment forging a wave of advertisement. The city lord's office also guessed Chiny Yang's rank through this point, and in this batch of equipment, there is precisely one pair of boots that has the word flight, coupled with the appearance of the golden-armored warrior. Zhong Yuan could almost conclude. The professional in the light screen was Chiny Yang. Zhong Yuan took a trembling sip of tea and put the teacup down again trembling. Opposite Zhang Qian, even more pale, legs under the table, shaking like a sieve. At this time, the two people, has panicked batch. Songsuk Haiyan, simply sent a message to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Qian, Zhang Lao, what can we do about this? Chung Yuan, I told you not to mess with the Qin family. Zhang Qian, is it too late for me to apologize? Chung Yuan, apologize? You might as well play dumb. The state of this old and young man was also seen by Dongfang Cheng. It was all becoming. She naturally guessed something was wrong. Dongfang Cheng cleared her throat and said to Zhang Qian, City Lord Zhang, have you already guessed who this person is? Zhang Qian froze, thought for a moment, but still truthfully said, it has not been determined yet, but there is a possibility that it is Qin Xuan's son, Qin Yang. Qin Yang? Dongfang Cheng frowned. She had heard of Qin Xuan's great name before. This time, when he came to Hangu City, he did some research on his son. Chiny Yang had switched to a hidden profession, and it was impossible for Dongfang Cheng not to pay attention to him. But after some investigation, she found that this person, in Hangu City, had a bad reputation. Uneducated and indulging in the sound and fury of sex. He doesn't seem to be a decent person. Hidden professions are not clear. If awakened by those who do not seek advancement, the probability is that they will be obliterated in the world. So, after learning about Chiny Yang's reputation, Dongfang Cheng then did not take it to heart, just cautioning the world-weary Yi Ning not to get involved with him. But now it seems as if he has neglected one thing. Chiny Yang was awakened last month and was now level 18. If he's a hard worker, that's not terrible. But if he's a slacker, it's a little scary. The lazier Chiny Yang was, the faster he practiced. And the faster you practice, the stronger your career becomes. Chiny Yang's occupational strength should be more than epic level. The golden stream of light from the opening of the conscription battlefield. That's him. Thinking of this, Dongfang Cheng's brows relaxed and confidence surfaced in her eyes again. Even if Chiny Yang was a legend-ranked professional, he was only level 18. Yi Ning of his own family still had a chance to win the championship. Chimera revelations can predict the future, but the future is also changing all the time. As a Chi-Men celestial master, Dongfang Cheng knew very well that nothing was predestined. Just then, a boom rang out from the bottom of the observation deck. It seemed that on the light screen, something had changed. Dongfang Cheng looked up. It was only on the leaderboard on the side of the light screen. There is a name that is soaring up the ladder. 30th place, Chiny Yang, kills 65. 20th place, Chiny Yang, kills 78. 10th place, Chiny Yang, kills 90. First place, Chiny Yang, kills 127. It took Chiny Yang less than a minute to squeeze into the top 10 from 30. And from top 10 to number 1, not even 10 seconds passed. His kills were still rising after he made it to the top of the list. 136, 142, 150. Within a few breaths, he had left a crowd of heavenly pride far behind. Dongfang Cheng froze directly on the spot, and it took a long time before she slowed down and muttered, "Ning has a chance to win? How could I have been so unrealistic?" At this moment, the entire sky above Hangu City erupted in waves of shock. Chiny Yang has made it to the top of the list? Who's going to pinch me? I'm not dreaming, am I? Bull beep. I don't know why he's so awesome, but it's just awesome. What else could it be? Those golden armored warriors. They're his summons. Only awakened in July. Leveled up to 18 in a month. And now rubbing level 30 transcendent professionals on the ground. Broke the case. His hidden profession. The intensity is at the legendary level. I've sprayed Chiny Yang online before. Is it too late to kneel? Still asking means you're not sincere enough. Can't you see I'm already on my knees? Not. Chiny Yang, what does he have the right to awe? By the fact that your ancestors are stupid beeps. Please stay away from me. I'm not smart enough to be infected with retardation. Beneath the curtain of light was the boiling Hangu City. No one did not look up to the sky. No one did not look up to Chiny Yang. Just then, the camera in the light screen darts back. It didn't stop abruptly until a backdrop appeared in the image. The man was wearing a red dragon robe, with a black sable fur on his shoulders, and his figure was slender and straight. At this moment, he was floating in the air, looking down on the earth as if he was an emperor looking down on the world. Far away from the curtain of light, the crowd could feel the majestic aura that descended through the air. The next moment, the spectacle appeared. The center square, where 10,000 people were in succession, was actually silent. As if possessed, everyone stopped talking and even their breathing became cautious. And professionals of high rank naturally knew the reason for this. At this point, there was an inexplicable pressure that was enveloping the entire Hanwu city. Can you do it for the love of power? It's already confirmed. The 9 to 5 is a legendary level profession. This pressure, it's the supreme profession, the instinctive suppression of ordinary professions. City Lord's Mansion. On the viewing platform, Zhong Yuan said to Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian gulped and nodded. I'll arrange for someone to make a report to the Kyushu Federation. Zhong Yuan slightly raised his hand. There's no rush. Let's first see what other abilities this profession, besides summoning objects, has. But Chiny Yang's announcement for winning the championship can be prepared first. Zhong Yuan's words were actually said to Luan Lord. Didn't he want to know who the winner was? Now he can be told the answer. Sure enough, after hearing Zhong Yuan's words, Luan Lord immediately said in a cold voice, what does Elder Zhang mean? You can be sure that Chiny Yang will win the championship now? Or else, aren't you aware of the difference between a transcendent and a legend? Dongfang Cheng, who was on the side, asked rhetorically. She also hoped that Yi Ning would win the championship, but after seeing Chiny Yang's strength, she directly didn't want to think about this matter. It would be fine if she could enter the top 3. Luan Lord's eyes narrowed as he laughed. We'll see. The conscription battlefield can be more than one level. Some levels will also have disabling restrictions. If we encounter a level that disables summoning spells, I'll see how Chiny Yang handles it. Dongfang Qing was a bit speechless when she heard this. She didn't even know what the selection criteria for the Luan family's son was. It's already a legendary level profession. How can it be so singular in its abilities? Even if Chiny Yang only had summoning type skills and did encounter a level that disabled summoning, he still had a huge advantage as long as he wasn't eliminated in the level. Furthermore, is the restriction only to disable summoning? Doesn't it also disable berserking? Are you sure that Luan Tian, who awakened the Fury Blood battle, won't be able to meet him? Dongfang Qing also didn't want to argue with Luan Lord about anything. She just wanted to re-evaluate Chiny Yang. By the way, thinking about the Zhongxian immortal sect, could they befriend the Qin family? Just then, the shot of the light screen switched. Footage of other professionals fighting appeared in the camera. In an instant, the majestic pressure enveloping the sky over Hangwu City dissipated. Everyone just felt like a weight had been lifted, and even their breathing was much smoother. The central square of Hangwu City set off another cacophony of chatter. What just happened? I always feel like something is staring at me and I can't even talk. I don't know. It should be from Chiny Yang's pressure. That's outrageous. The pressure can still be transmitted through the heavenly Dao light curtain? There is nothing strange in the world. We'll see. Our Hangwu City. A true dragon. Conscript battlefield. Chiny Yang didn't realize how much of a storm he had created. At this moment, he was floating in the air, looking across the entire battlefield. The experience tips in front of him floated as if they were a brush screen. You have killed the Ghoul Orc Knife and Axe Handler. Plus 230 experience. You have killed the Ghoul Orc Headhunter. Experience plus 270. You have slain the Ghoul Orc Shaman. Plus 320 experience. It's going to be upgraded soon. Chiny Yang thought to himself. The experience on this level is cut to 20%, but there are a lot of demons. Adding to the fact that it was another solo brush, Chiny Yang still reaped a large amount of experience. The Praetorians were like never-ending killing machines, roaming the barren forests and clearing out everything living. Its efficiency is simply not comparable to other professionals. Even the ghoul beast people were confused. Others are grouping together to brush up. You are leading an army to swipe the monster. In the midst of a parched scream, Chiny Yang's experience bar, like a thermometer placed in water, rose rapidly. Your level has been raised to level 19. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. No skills? The current Chiny Yang no longer cared about upgrading that little attribute. What he cared more about was whether or not he could gain vocational skills. 9 to 5 is a profession that is strong in its skills. Each additional career skill is a qualitative leap in strength. Upgrading without skills. Chiny Yang felt as if he hadn't upgraded. Don't panic. The reward for this level is a skill awakening scroll. Chiny Yang looked at his kill count and it had reached 803, currently ranking first. The top 10 rewards for this level have long been firmly in hand. This thing, the skill profession awakening scroll, was a treasure that yielded a lot of profit even for regular professionals. When placed on Chiny Yang, the unique profession, the effect was even more unbelievable. Any one of his occupational skills that he took out was a divine skill. Which skill is going to be strengthened when we get the scroll? Chiny Yang looked at the skill bar. The two little brothers, Scrying and Illumination, were a bit of an eyesore in front of the many big brothers. But again, these are two essential skills. Without scrying spells, you can't even see the attributes of the demons. And Illumination, in certain circumstances, can be life-saving. These two skills are hard to replace. It's best to awaken them. Scrying is enough for now. Let's awaken Illumination first. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. He had heard a case before. A certain flame mage has awakened the illumination technique into the blazing sun technique, which not only illuminates, but also has the ability to kill, and even blinds magical creatures at the moment of release. A skill that combines 3 functions: utility, killing, and control. That's better than any of the original career skills. Chiny Yang also wanted to try out what divine skill the illumination technique would awaken into in his own case. Between thoughts, a bell rang in the air. You have cleared all ghouls. Level completed. You are ranked first place. Reward tripled. You have obtained the prop, Skill Awakening Scroll *3. The moment he saw the reward, Chiny Yang was happy. He saw the level introduction. Only said the first 10 rewards Skill Awakening Scroll. Thought it was only 1. The results of the first place reward tripled. Good. Feeding, right? 3 reals, so what's the hold up? Direct Awakening. Chiny Yang happily opened the interface, selected Illumination and began to awaken. Skill Awakening Scroll 1. Beginning of the Awakening. Successful Awakening. You have gained the vocational skill, Palm Lamp Golden Crow. The The illumination technique went straight into a golden crow. You are a glorious man. Chiny Yang froze for 2 seconds and immediately looked at the skill introduction. Palm Lamp Golden Crow. You are able to summon a golden crow fledgling, which can emanate a supreme yang divine aura that dispels darkness, burns the human eye, and doubles its effect on the undead. By bathing in the golden crow's light, the 9-5 can absorb the supreme yang divine aura and forge a body of supreme yang. Note, you can continuously inject spiritual energy to strengthen the supreme yang divine aura. The more spiritual energy you inject, the stronger the killing power of the supreme yang divine aura. Imperial power consumption, 100 points per hour. The body of the supreme yang? Supreme yang bastard body. A flash of golden lightning flashed in Chiny Yang's eyes. Heartfelt occasion. Chiny Yang's power couldn't be collected. Golden thunderbolts continued to bloom in the deep eyes. After obtaining the supreme dragon body, Chiny Yang was no longer an extraordinary person. When he is in an agitated mood, his eyes flash with golden thunderbolts. This status does bluff, but it can also cause some trouble. For example, when the dragons and phoenixes sing in unison, it always stuns people. And the reason he was so excited. The reason for this was still the difference between the Supreme Yang body and the Supreme Yang hegemony body, which was only one word. Previously, in the beauty scrolls, Su Daji mentioned it. In order to achieve human emperor, one must have a Taishu mixed body. The prerequisite for obtaining the Taishu mixed body was having the Supreme Yang hegemony body, and the divine aura emanating from the golden crow chick. It can help one to forge the body of the Supreme Yang. I have a feeling that this Supreme Yang body is a beginner's version of the Supreme Yang hegemony body. After the conscription battlefield is over, make a trip to the beauty scroll and ask nicely, as it can only be seen, not eaten. After entering the beauty scroll for the first time, Chiny Yang had never gone looking for Sudaji again. Sudaji's Xianin body was not yet something he could afford to dissipate. Therefore, it was important to obtain the Supreme Yang hegemony body as soon as possible. Chiny Yang thought in his mind and raised his hand to activate the skill. Immediately, a cry resounded through the heavens and earth. The sky, full of gloom, coalesced into a ball of light. In it, the shadow of a fledgling bird loomed. The moment the light appeared, Chiny Yang sensed being enveloped by a stream of pure energy, as if he was bathed in divine light. At the same time, a slight change occurred within him. The white flame at the center of the pale golden heart began to burn brighter and brighter. Feel the heartbeat getting stronger and stronger. Chiny Yang was overjoyed in his heart. He could feel that his supreme dragon body was being strengthened. Even if this Supreme Yang body has nothing to do with the Supreme Yang hegemony body, this wave is still blood money. Come and try its killing power. Chiny Yang thought, continuously supplying energy to the palm light golden crow. 600 plus mental power. Straight pike. The light mass in the sky was transformed into a blazing sun. The piercing divine aura, wrapped in the energy of the supreme sun, washed over the broken earth below, actually raising starry patches of light. Chiny Yang looked closely and realized that the corpse of the ghoul on the ground had actually spontaneously combusted, turning into rising sparks in the twinkling of an eye. If they were still alive, the wave of sunbathing would be enough to send them away. On top of that, the undead death chi corrupting the earth was also being annihilated by the golden crow divine aura. Tinker undead-type demons, harder than holy light. Chiny Yang marveled inwardly. Holy light restrains the undead and is capable of purifying the dead and transcending souls. The golden crow divine mantle, on the other hand, was thwarted without reason. Under the blazing sun of the golden crow, where can evil spirits find shelter? Wang Kai, don't you like sunbathing? Want to enjoy my supreme Yang divine mantle? Thinking that his dead friend was an undead knight, Chiny Yang laughed freely. Achoo! Who's cursing Master Fatty? The broken jungle. A skeletal horse, stepping forward with blue flames, and on the back of the skeletal horse was pressing a round body. This person was none other than Chiny Yang's good friend, Wang Kai. Being 300 pounds of fat, Wang Kai is definitely an anomaly among the Death Knights. The black and gray tattered suit looked like a big weight on his body. Anyone who looked at it would feel heartbroken for the skeletal horse under its seat. Doubtful, at the same time, how much of a fight this Death Knight could be. However, Wang Kai used his strength and hit the skeptics in the face. In this first level that is dominated by the undead, his career played out to great advantage. A handful of corpse explosion techniques could kill a ghoul orc in a single blow, like lighting a cannonball. Only, this skill needed to be tempered and could not be released continuously. Good thing, he was smart enough to choose to team up. With the help of his teammates, he was able to draw the ghouls into a single block before focusing his detonation for ranged damage. The efficiency of brushing monsters was no longer lower than that of a level 30 professional. While recovering his mental energy, Wang Kai looked at his ranking. I'm going? Who squeezed the fat lord out of me? Wang Kai's eyes flew out. Look at it just now. Your own team. It's still in the top 100. How is it that in less than a quarter of an hour's work, you've been pushed down? Wang Kai sighed. His obese body was like a leaking scale. It's still a bit difficult to compete with a level 30 professional. And if it weren't for my profession, Tink Demon, I don't think I would have even made it into the top 500. That's just it. There's no shame in being 101st, as long as it's higher than Chingy Yang. He's only level 18. And even if his career is strong, he's not going to make it to the top 100, right? Professionals within the conscripted battlefield are unable to view the leaderboards and can only see their own rankings. At this time, Wang Kai still didn't know that the one who had pushed him out of the top 100 was none other than Chingy Yang, who had agreed with himself to be a waste together. Just then, a ranger in charge of vigilance returned. Captain, a treasure chest has been found up ahead. It seems to be a hidden reward. Treasure chest. Wang Kai was instantly energized. According to previous information, hidden treasure chests do exist in the conscription battlefield. Moreover, this hidden treasure chest has limited attributes. Everyone's secret world. It's the same. Hidden treasure chests are available to everyone, but it can only be acquired once. As soon as someone opens a treasure chest, then the treasure chests in the other levels disappear. That is to say, only one person, out of the tens of thousands of people participating in the conscription battlefield, can access the hidden rewards that appear in the level. Judging from this rarity, the rewards are definitely generous. Wang Kai was so excited that he immediately pulled the reins tight and said to the ranger, "Lead the way ahead. Get the hidden rewards and I'll give out 5 million original crystals each as a reward." Meanwhile, Chingy Yang was rubbing his temples. The mental energy emptied, causing his head to swell slightly. Common sense would dictate that by this time the visions would already be visible. However, he had the supreme dragon body and was not as fragile as other professionals. After drinking a bottle of extraordinary spirit potion, Chingy Yang continued to awaken his skills. You're using the skill awakening scroll. Please select the skill to be awakened. You've selected the art of probing. Beginning of the awakening. Successful awakening. You have gained the vocational skill, True Dragon Lookout. Occupational skill, True Dragon Lookout, LV. 1. Introduction. You have the ability to detect the world's fortune. Not only can you observe the target's attributes, but you can also see the target's fortune, and you will not be detected by the target when you detect it. You can analyze the target's skills and equipment by consuming the Emperor's power, and the analysis will be successful. Note, if you designate an area as a detection target, you can discover the most valuable items in that area. The larger the area, the more units, and the greater the amount of mental energy consumed. That skill would be sensitive. Chingy Yang took a deep breath. Obviously, this is another skill that can't be brought to light. Those bigwigs, what they feared most was the ability to snoop, including Chingy Yang himself. In a battle between a professional and a professional, skills, equipment, are the bottom card, and if you are seen touching your head, your chances of winning will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the detection of the True Dragon Lookout could not be detected. This law alone is a dimension ahead of everyone else. Detecting Chi Luck should be used in conjunction with the Kongdong Seal. Thinking that he had awakened his Chi Luck value earlier, Chingy Yang could not help but look forward to it. Which artifact will you get for yourself after winning the conscription battlefield? If it was the Kongdong Seal, then the Chi system would work quickly. It doesn't matter. It's all a matter of time. Which of the 10 great divine artifacts of the ancient world is not a plug-in? With the True Dragon Lookout, there's also one more tool for finding artifacts. Chingy Yang laughed freely. Then, he demarcated the entire secret realm of the first level as a detection area, and began to test his skills. The area of this secret realm isn't small, but there aren't any other units in it besides me and the Forbidden Army, so it shouldn't require much mental energy. Thinking about it, Chingy Yang directly activated the skill. A ring of light, which only he could see, swung away from his feet and quickly spread to the entire secret realm. Immediately, a pillar of purple light that rose up to the sky appeared in Chingy Yang's field of vision. I'll go, it's still there. Chingy Yang was overjoyed. He just tested his skills and showed him the hidden rewards? Nice guy. I'm straight up good guy. Let's just say that the 9 to 5 skill bar doesn't feed waste skills. Chingy Yang was excited for a moment and immediately flew towards where the light pillar was. Purple light pillars, representing purple quality. Could it be equipment? If it's an outfit, then I'm going to have a second orange suit. Chingy Yang's heart was excited as he flew through the air. It soon came to the location where the pillar of light was. It turned out that the purple column of light was shooting out from a lake. The hidden treasure chest is hidden at the bottom of the lake, hiding so deep that it can't really be discovered without a specialized professional. No wonder the ranger becomes more and more popular the further back you go. Chingy Yang looked at the lake and muttered, "It's true what they say that a group is stronger than a single brush." Due to being polluted by undead energy, the lake rose with a strong aura of death. Without professions such as holy light priests and necromancers in the team, it would not be easy to take this hidden treasure chest. This shows that no matter how strong an individual is, there is always something he cannot handle. However, Chiny Yang didn't have this concern. He's not individually strong, he's individually counterintuitive. The golden crow of the palm. Chiny Yang summoned the golden crow fledgling once again, causing it to fly above the lake, and then poured all of his own spiritual energy into it. In a flash, the lake turned into a white aura. The black and gray lake water was rapidly warming up, and the dead chi in it was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Chiny Yang's ears even echoed with the wails of the dead souls. Sure enough, underneath this lake, there are still demons. Chiny Yang was glad he didn't rush into the water, fighting in this lake full of death. Even the Praetorians are at a disadvantage. You have slain the level 20 lake bottom ghost. Experience plus 485. You have slain the level 20 lake bottom ghost. Experience plus 485. You have slain the level 20 lake bottom ghost. Experience plus 485. On the surface of the lake, a gust of white smoke rose. The Supreme Yang divine manifestation was physically overtaking the dead souls in the lake. The whole process lasted for 2 minutes. Chiny Yang replenished 2 bottles of great medicine, and finally cleared the lake of the ghosts. At this time, the lake's surface was actually much clearer, and the treasure chest at the bottom of the lake that was glowing with purple light could already be seen. Chiny Yang flew directly to the surface of the lake, condensed his hand of imperial power, and did a moon fishing in the lake, grabbing the box in the air. You've got the hidden treasure chest. Rarity, gold level. Only gold level? Chiny Yang skimmed his lips. Treasure chest rarity is categorized as bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, meteorite iron, and star core. Gold level rarity, which corresponds to blue item props or equipment. This was a treasure for ordinary people, but for Chiny Yang, it was somewhat inadequate. But I've already seen the purple pillar of light. There should be more than blue items in this treasure chest. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. He realized something. It's not that low-level treasure chests can't open good stuff. It's just that the probability is extremely low. Therefore, this world also has a similar entertainment to gambling on stones, which is the activity of gambling on treasure chests in trading houses. Buy the treasure chest first, then open it. Open junk. Dump your family, open the very best and take off straight away. God Hawk, I can see the value of the treasure chest. Well. Chiny Yang laughed 3 times. With the true dragon's popularity, are you still afraid of an empty treasury? Lack of money for the army? Lack of food? The trading house bets on treasure chests and direct withdrawals. Chiny Yang was in a good mood, but it could have been better. Golden hidden treasure chest opens. You've gained positioning skills, nightmare chariot, crystal dollar, 10 million crystal dollars. Not equipment, but skills? Or is it a skill that bubbles purple? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. Skills in this world, which do not have ABCD ratings, exist in high and low levels of intensity. The higher the occupational strength, the stronger the occupational skill. Also, occupational skills are mostly stronger than orientation skills. Positioning skills, in turn, are mostly stronger than generalized skills, but it's not absolute. A locator skill that glows purple. The strength must be above that of an exceptional grade vocational skill. Chiny Yang's eyes stared as he checked the skill description. Positioning skills, nightmare chariot. Occupation requirements, night class. Warrior class. Description, summons a chariot pulled by 4 nightmare horses, which can be used as a mount or to activate the Omen Charge skill. Omen Charge, charge towards the target in front of you. Cannot be controlled. Give shock when charging. Mental attributes are continuously reduced. When it hits the target, it deals 2x strength damage and 2x spirit damage. And as a mount, Chiny Yang's heart was delighted. He could need a mount too much. He didn't have to kill the monsters himself. But the secret world is so big, it's tiring to walk around. Flying requires mental energy, and you can't fly all the time. A ride at this point would be timely, limited to knights and warriors, but I have skill awakening scrolls. Chiny Yang's eyes were glowing as he planned to use up the 3rd awakening scroll. If any other profession knew about this, they would have been furious and cursed as losers. Skill awakening scrolls are precious. A single skill awakening could even change a professional's fighting pattern. After everyone got the skill awakening scroll, they would deliberate over and over again to choose a skill that would help them the most and awaken it. But Chiny Yang was using whatever he had, playing off 3 at once. This is really using the awakening scroll as toilet paper. In fact, Chiny Yang also knew that the scroll was precious, only, he didn't have to deliberate. 9 to 5 card skills. Which one is not very helpful? What's the point of thinking about it? Just punch it. You have selected the Nightmare Chariot. Beginning of the awakening. Successful awakening. You have gained the profession skill. Imperial Dragon Chariot. Occupational skill, Imperial Dragon Chariot, LV. 1. Description, summons a flying chariot. When not deployed, it is treated as a seat and activates Imperial might. When unfolded, it is considered a palace and activates Emperor's domain. Imperial might, the dragon chariot is immune to control. Its interior is undetectable, and it continuously applies mental suppression to surrounding targets. Emperor's domain, inside the palace. No one can deal damage to you, and the interior of the palace cannot be probed. Note, inside the dragon chariot, it is warm in winter and cool in summer, with unlimited supply of wine, meat, and other basic materials, and can harbor imperial treasures. For each imperial treasure, the speed of imperial power accumulation is plus 50/hour, and a maximum of 10 pieces can be inhabited. Imperial power consumption, 500 points per hour. Or a base car? Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. 9 to 5. And it didn't let him down. Professionals going down to the secret realm is not only dangerous, it's also hard work. It was normal to fight for 10 days and half a month in a high-level secret realm. It's common for professionals to wind up living in the streets. Chiny Yang was good, and directly gave the entire palace out. And warm in winter and cool in summer. An unlimited supply of wine and meat? It's so perfect for me. The only downside is the high gas mileage, 500 points per hour. Even with a 40% reduction in consumption, is 300 points. However, after placing 10 imperial treasures, it's 0 gas mileage. The beauty scroll is also considered an imperial treasure, so it should be able to be put in there, right? Summon the dragon chariot and try it first. Chiny Yang thought in his heart and raised his hand to summon. Space shook and waves of air swept away like ripples. A thick and majestic vermilion palace door emerged in front of Chiny Yang. Grrrrrr. A heavy scuffling sound rang out. The vermilion palace doors slowly opened. In it, came the sound of a ghostly flood bell, with infinite golden light. The sound of the bell is distant and solemn, as if from the long river of time. When the palace door was completely open, the so-called Imperial Dragon carriage appeared in the golden light. Bathed in golden light, Chiny Yang's eyes grew wider and wider. No kidding? How do you expect me to keep a low profile? What did you say? The treasure chest disappeared? Deadwater Lake. The bare-chested Wang Kai asked the ranger on the sidelines. Well, it was just there. Now it's gone. The ranger keeps his eyes on the lake, constantly probing the bottom with his treasure-seeking eye. However, he didn't sense any energy fluctuations from the treasure chest at all. There really isn't any more. I guess someone else opened it. The ranger repeated the confirmation and said helplessly, I've been fucking fishing for half a day, almost choked to death by a ghost pulling me into the water, and I still haven't gotten the treasure chest? Wang Kai almost fainted. This lake, it's full of dead air. Only he, the Death Knight, had the ability to go down and salvage the treasure chest. But who would have thought that the lake hides a ghost? If it wasn't for his resistance to the undead, he would have been fat. He went ashore for a breather and tried to go back down to salvage it. As a result, the ranger told him that the treasure chest was taken. Motherfucker, which asshole is taking my chance? Wang Kai simply lay on the ground, his big round belly, so angry that it looked like it was going to explode. He shouted, if I let the fat master know about this, I'll have to sit his ass down and kill him. On the other side, in the golden light, 9 steeds born with dragon scales slowly walked out. This is a dragon colt divine steed with the ability to tread on clouds. Behind the dragon colt was a huge carriage. Instead of a carriage, it was more like a building. A 3-story pavilion with carved beams and golden tiles. Above the pavilion, columns and columns of golden dragon flags fluttered in the wind. Bells tinkled under the eaves with a clear, ethereal sound. 2 huge curtains covered the entrance to the dragon carriage. It is painted with the totem of a flying dragon in the sky, like a fairyland on the clouds. Is this a dragon carriage? Or a villa? Will the row be a little too big? Looking at the dragon carriage in front of him, Chiny Yang's heart trembled. He had thought that the dragon carriage was just a more luxurious carriage. Who would have thought that it was a luxury billion-point RV? Hey, I'm also trying to keep a low profile, but the 9 to 5 won't allow it. With excitement in his heart, Chiny Yang flew up and floated towards the interior of the dragon carriage. Perhaps sensing the Emperor's return, the curtain separating the inside and outside opened automatically, revealing the inside of the dragon carriage. Inside the dragon carriage, it was spacious beyond imagination. It was simply a small palace of exquisite splendor, embroidered rugs with brocade mountains and rivers, muddy alabaster round table. The huge dragon couch, covered with damask and fur, was large enough for 10 people to lie across. On top of the dragon couch is a cosmic river of stars set by jewels. The radiance it emitted spilled over the dragon couch, flooding it with a bit of starlight. Chiny Yang looked around and found a vacant wall. Immediately, prompts appeared before his eyes. You have the Emperor's treasure, the beauty scroll of Suda Ji. Is it in the treasure? Yes. Chiny Yang made sure of it straight away. The beauty scroll of Suda Ji has been settled in. Royal power accumulation speed plus 50/hour. Suda has recognized you and can be summoned to the dragon chariot. The scroll is on the wall and unfolds vertically. The bewitching Sudaji, once again, looked at Chiny Yang across the rice paper. This dragon carriage is fantastic. Looking at Sudaji in the scroll, Chiny Yang's fingers twitched. The picture of beauty is surely more than just Sudaji. The fish and geese are sinking and the moon is closing. The ring is fat and the swallow is thin. And the wind flows back to the snow. These are the treasures of the Emperor. I, for one, want them all. I've cleared the first level, so I can take a break. Chiny Yang sat down in front of the jade round table. Immediately, wine and delicacies surfaced on the table. Chiny Yang swept a glance. All the dishes he loved to eat, the wine and food are there. It's just the color that's missing. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up as he looked toward the scroll of beauties on the wall. Sudaji, come and give me a dance. Chiny Yang's barrier has been passed, but the battle continues for the others. Outside, Hanwu City, the people who tilted their heads to watch the curtain of light were all staring. The order in which the light screen gives the shots is arranged from top to bottom. Top 10, top 500, top 1000. The professionals in front of them, facing the demons, were all at ease. Within the 100th place, it was even more of a one-sided crush, making everyone look a little sleepy, but after reaching the 1000th place, the battle became glued. Even casualties began to appear. That's when everyone reacted. It's not that the demons in the first level are too weak. Rather, the genius in front of him was too strong. Professionals with ordinary professions and ordinary equipment were not at all easy to face those ghoul beastmen. Those ghoulish beastmen were filled with a deadly aura. As soon as you are wounded by them, the tissues around the wound will rapidly become necrotic. Yes, necrosis, not corrosion. In the scene just now, a female archer, just because of a misalignment, was grazed in the thigh by a javelin from a ghoulish headhunter. At first, the female archer didn't care and continued to support her teammates with long-range fire, but it wasn't long before she couldn't move her whole thigh. And the skin turned gray and even flushed with necrotic spots. That's right, her leg was so impregnated with death that it went straight to necrosis. This kind of injury can't be cured by a healing potion. Only a holy light priest can save it. However, this level disables holy light. Over time, corpse stains had crept up the female archer's cheeks. Something called life was consumed by the dead air that entered the body. The female archer slumped to the ground, desperately calling out for help towards her teammates, but they were also caught up in the ghoul siege, and no one could save her. She also cannot exit the draft battlefield until the battle is over. The image of the light screen is silent, but everyone could hear the archer's heartbreaking cries. A young life passed away helplessly before the eyes of millions. In the meantime, a mother bawling in her home. The female archer, who was none other than her daughter. She watched her child die and there was nothing she could do about it. And there is more than one such image. More and more professionals died in the battlefield of conscription. Some of them had been eroded by the death aura, while others had been killed by ghouls. Some, even more so, were transformed into ghouls by the ghoul orc priests. Into ghouls. And that boss, the ghoul orc centurion, was even more brutal. Dismembered, cranialized, gutted. There was not a single professional that fell into its hands that could leave a whole body. The bloody scene made some people throw up their overnight meal. My god, this is only the first level. How hard must the later levels be? This level isn't easy. Facing a demonic creature like a ghoul, just a little scratch could kill you. The point is, this level also disables holy light spells. It was me who took the liberty. So it turns out that it's not easy to be a professional. Vomit. I'm not watching. I peed my pants. Ordinary people who were previously judgmental about professionals have not realized what a dangerous profession professionals are until now. At this moment, the entire sky over Hanwu City seemed to be filled with dark clouds. Time passed in a heavy atmosphere, minute by minute. Finally, the first pass is over. On the light screen, the number of passers surfaced. Pass, 51, 891. Phased out, 22, 301. Deaths, 2, 198, 2,000 dead. This number made everyone's heart tremble. The last time so many people died in Hanwu City, it was still a demonic invasion. I didn't realize that a challenge space could devour so many occupiers as well. And that's the first level. After the pass count, it's time for the MVP settlement. The top 10, as well as the top performers in the top 100, were featured. Luan, who was in third place, stood on a mountain of demonic corpses and roared up to the sky as if he were a madman. In front of him, those ghouls were the ones being abused. The second place winner, Yi Ning, floated in the air with his sword, gazing down proudly. The ghoul centurion, who had been cut into sticks, was being firmly nailed to the ground with her sharp sword. Seeing this scene, the audience once again boiled over. Seeing demons being abused, they cheered and roared. It was quite a thrill of revenge. At the same time, there is more anticipation of the first place windfall. After Yi Chioning's settlement screen, it was Chiny Yang. All heads were held high and eyes were glued. Everyone wanted to see what this first person to clear the ghouls was doing at the moment. The light screen gradually displays the picture after a brief white screen. The first place MVP settlement was slowly unfolding. After seeing how horrible the demons are, people would prefer to see the heroes. The pent-up anger and fear needed a place to rest, an outlet. Luan Tian tore the demon with his hands to relieve his anger. Yi Chioning sharpened the boss into a human stick, which was even more of a relief. The performance of the previous group of geniuses had given everyone a sense of security. Demons are powerful, but humans also have heavenly pride. Now, all that was missing was the heavenly pride of all heavenly prides, Chiny Yang. He was, of all people, the first to clear out the demons. How heroic is he at this moment? Can't help but look forward to it. Soon, images appeared in the light screen. It's just that it's not quite the same as the picture that was imagined. The viewpoint descends from the sky like a hawk circling the sky, swooping downward through the clouds, only to see that a pavilion existed abruptly on the gray, dilapidated earth. The building is carved and decorated, and is surrounded by lush gardens. The red bricks and yellow tiles are a stark contrast to the withering, decaying wood outside. It was like a bright jewel, glistening in the mud, and on top of the pearl. In the front yard of the pavilion, Chiny Yang, dressed in a red robe, was sitting in front of a white jade round table. On top of the white jade round table, it was filled with fruits and delicacies. Chiny Yang with a wine glass in his hand, his eyes were mesmerized and his smile was debauched. Apparently, he was drinking to his heart's content. Ha, 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 countless question marks flew across the heads of 10,000 people. The crowd in Hangwu City only felt like their brains were going to burn out. Ragged forests, pavilions, conscripted battlefield, wine and dine, these keywords, how do they fit together? It doesn't match at all. Everyone else's MVP settlements are either battle damaged or insane. The most subdued Yi Chioning also had a stern look in her eyes and her battle stance was in full swing. How come when it came to Chiny Yang, it changed the style of painting? Even if you're drunk on sand, it shouldn't be this kind of atmosphere, right? How dare he vocalize in the battlefield of conscription? Between me and Qin Shao, there must be one person who is crazy. Are you saying that young Qin has been hit by an illusion? I don't think so. The images of the heavenly Dao light curtain are all real. If Qin Shao had been hit by an illusion, the scene we see would be different from him. Moreover, none of the demons at the first level have the ability to cast illusions. But, how can there be pavilions in a conscription battlefield? Beneath the curtain of light, the professionals murmured, uncertain. Some professionals with extensive knowledge guessed the type of Chiny Yang skill. A ranger professional said, I guess this should be a stationing skill, just like our rangers' mobile camps, able to unfold the camp for resupply and repair at any time in case of decombat. Hearing the ranger's words, the crowd came to a realization. It's not for nothing that the ranger is the most popular regular profession. The higher the level of the secret, the longer the process. A 10-day, half-month crusade is like survival in the wilderness. When it comes to a secret realm with a bit of a hostile environment, the professional will not only have to wind up sleeping, but will even have to drink his or her own urine. Had there been a ranger in the party, it would have been a lot easier. The ranger can quickly unfold a camp in a disengaged situation. Inside the campground, tents, campfires, and supplies are readily available. This can greatly improve the conditions of professionals in the secret realm. Is completely a civilian magic skill. Chiny Yang was able to make a whole pavilion in the secret realm, which was really like a mobile camp. Camp is a bit of an exaggeration. There are not only buildings, but also gardens. The few tents the ranger had were nothing like this. Mobile camps just make the secret world less torturous. Chiny Yang's skills, however, made going down to the secret realm a pleasure, worthy of being young Qin. Even the stationing class skills are so personal. Hey, I'm so envious. I want this skill so badly. You can't think about it. You can team up with young Qin and still enjoy yourself. Who is young Qin to group me? I'm just a loser with less than level 15. You're not level 15, but you have 36D. There's hope. Outside, the crowd was talking. Chiny Yang, who was in the conscription battlefield, was also thinking about his skills. The traveling palace unfolded by the Emperor's dragon chariot was indeed a stationing class skill and had the domain buff. Emperor's domain. Within the palace, no one could cause harm to Chiny Yang. Doesn't this mean that, even without the supreme Yang hegemony body, Su Daji Xianin body can't cause harm to me? When you get a chance, you must try it. Chiny Yang sipped the wine, his thoughts running. He has a brain circuit that never disappoints. I can't blame him for thinking with his lower body. What he was facing now was a generation of sirens. Su Daji. In the front yard of the palace, the stunningly beautiful Su Daji was dancing. She was dressed in a long white gauze dress, half covered by a dark red belly band inside. The belly band outlines its devilish figure, hidden under the white gown, as if it were a drop of blood-colored agar in an alabaster wineglass, capable of bringing people into a deadly intoxication. The waterfall-like hair, swaying with the enchanting dance, spilled out a burst of beautiful fragrance, perhaps a remnant of the ancient times. Suda's dance steps, unlike any other, her every movement, every turn, exuded a primitive wildness while emanating endless seduction. Sultry fox eyes, cute fox ears, and the fluffy, soft 9 foxtails. These demonic fox features were all characterized by a forbidden beauty. The fox nature that teased all beings blossomed uncontrollably in the dance. It was as if Chiny Yang could hear seductive whispers, his heartstrings being constantly tugged. With this extreme temptation, it was good enough for him to remember that he was in the battlefield of conscription. This was all thanks to his supreme dragon body, which could suppress all races. No matter how charming the 9-tailed demon fox was, it couldn't disorient his heart. However, the emotional value is spot on provided. When Chiny Yang saw the excitement, he even took his chopsticks and struck the wineglasses, playing a tinkling accompaniment. That intoxicated look of enjoyment, simply put the sound and color for words, set on the face. In the past, anyone who saw him like this would sigh and shake his head, cursing his cynicism and difficulty in achieving a climate. But in the current Hangwu city, Chiny Yang's loose smile became a beam of light that dispelled the gloom. Maybe he didn't want to give Suda the chance to confuse the people. The heavenly curtain of light kept her out of the picture. It made the millions of viewers under the light screen wonder what Chiny Yang was enjoying. But it doesn't matter. They had felt the joy of Chiny Yang. Ha ha ha, what's this guy doing having fun all by himself? I don't know, but I'm looking at young Chiny now, and it's getting better and better. Yeah, obviously in the most dangerous place. He can still be so happy. Is this the attitude of a strong person? I'm inspired by him. Unconsciously, the audience under the light screen also followed the fun. The psychological shadow formed when witnessing the tragic death of a professional was actually dissolved away. Witnessed the tragic death of a fellow tribe member at the hands of a demon. In everyone's chest, a bad breath was pressed. The other celestial pride helped to relieve everyone though. But the haunting gloom did not lift. In the challenging space known as karma, humans are unable to control their own destiny, let alone when the void rift appears and the demons invade. The secret world of fear. Fear of the devil. Fear of the world. For a moment, the fear lingered like a spell. But, when everyone saw Chiny Yang's state, this fear eased a lot. I don't know why, but I saw Chiny Yang's dangling appearance. Everyone felt a sense of relief in their hearts, as if the demons had nothing to fear. Yeah, when the sky falls, there's a taller roof. What is there to be afraid of with all these heavenly beings around? Chiny Yang's image gradually became great in the hearts of the people, and in the eyes of loved ones, it's a different story. Dragon Court Building. Office of the Chief Executive Officer. A middle-aged man dressed in fancy clothes and in high spirits was looking up at the sky with a glass of wine. The corners of his mouth turned up and his eyes filled with joy. But the mouth, however, was popping out with an expletive. Shit, not even in the challenge space? Not bad for you, my dog nephew. This person was none other than Chinfon younger brother, Chiny Yang's uncle, Chinfon. At this point, he could no longer hide his inner excitement, but it was a pretense of calmness, standing at attention. Only, the red wine in his glass had spilled, betraying his heart. Now, the people of Hangwu City were looking at Chiny Yang more and more favorably. How could Chinfon, who was Chiny Yang's second uncle, be any different? Admittedly, it was rumored outside that Chinfon and Chiny Yang had a poor relationship, but what outsiders don't know is this. No matter how bad the relationship is, they are still uncle and nephew. Chinfon had watched Chiny Yang grow up and treated him like a son. He hated Chiny Yang because the bleep didn't seek advancement. Chiny Yang hated Chinfon, more so because of his youthful rebellion. Other than that, there was no other conflict between uncle and nephew. When Chinfon saw Chiny Yang topping the leaderboards, in his heart, he only felt that the Chin family had a successor, and Tang Fei was expected. But after seeing the guy's MVP screen, he almost didn't laugh. Successor is right, but this guy, he's not decent. Doesn't matter. The world is ultimately about force. Who cares? Anyone with a strong enough fist can hold the fort. And judging from Chiny Yang's performance in the first level, this man's fists are not only hard, they are many. It's just that he's made a bit of a splash this time. Thinking of this, Chinfon became a bit worried again. Recent years, the Qin family is growing too fast. It has caught the attention of the Kyushu Federation. The new city lord of Hanggu City had only just taken office, and he was thinking of going after the Qin family. If not for Chinfon playing the role of a double agent and mediating between them, Qinchuan's expedition to the level 70 secret realm this time would definitely not go so smoothly. Now that Chiny Yang had risen to prominence again, this was bound to put certain people under pressure. But there's nothing to be done about it. The family's luck is here, and you can't stop it. One can only respond to the crisis in advance. Xin Feng's brows were furrowed in thought. Zhang Qian is good to deal with, but there are quite a few strong people in the Kyushu Federation. It's not like my brother is coming back so soon. The guild's war effort is a bit weak. No choice but to call her back. I hope my brother doesn't blame me. Qin Feng murmured, a bad smile surfacing on his face. Then, from his backpack, he took out a prop. Props, Annihilation Transmission Note. Quality, Red Product. Introduction, using this sound transmission allows messages to be transmitted in annihilation space, which cannot be intercepted under the 121st Monarch rank. Number of words transmitted, 0/3. Your son is in danger. Go! Chinfon only said 3 words to the transmitting note before energizing it. Buzz! A brilliant light bloomed. The transmission note transformed into 1,000 paper cranes that lingered in the air for a while before transforming into a line of lasers that shot up into the canopy. And at this point, Chiny Yang's MVP screen ended in a fit of laughter. The curtain of light in the air dimmed and then turned on again. The information about the next level surfaced in the light screen. Level Secret, Excalibur Pass. Level Objective, defend Excalibur Pass against the raging attacking demons for 1 hour. Level Demons, Skeleton Warrior, LV, 15 to 18, Cerberus, LV, 18 to 20, Vampire Bat, LV, 20 to 22, Serpent Guard, LV, 22 to 24, Magic Stone Golem, LV, 25. Level Restriction, disable Summoning Skill, experience cut to 10%. Level Enhancement, Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, Mechanical Life. Matching rules, single player break-in. Reward, extra full attribute fruit, 1 to 3. Advanced full attribute fruit, 4 to 10. Intermediate full attribute fruit, 11 to 100. Reward after 100 omitted. What? Disable summoning. After seeing the level information in the light screen, the crowd couldn't help but tremble as they all sweated for Chiny Yang. Judging from his performance in the first level, Chiny Yang hadn't used any other skills besides summoning. In other words, his hidden profession, odds are, is a summoner. But this second level, but directly disable the summoning skills. This is not equivalent to the Chiny Yang to ban? On what grounds? You're taking it personally, aren't you? Someone in the crowd said in disbelief. They say that the heavenly Tao doesn't have a consciousness, but I see that it does. Not only does it have it, but it's also very petty. It's just that it won first place. Why is it still targeting us? Yes, summoners rely on their summons to fight. Banning summoning skills, how is this going to make Qin Xiao play? The key is the single player mode. Chiny Yang can't even team up. Shit, if you engage in targeting, just say it directly. It would be really unfair if Chiny Yang was eliminated like that. The crowd under the curtain of light, all feeling indignant for Chiny Yang, actually began to spray the heavenly Tao. Chiny Yang probably couldn't even imagine that there would be a day when he would be defended. That's understandable. The current heavenly pride that dominated the list were all professionals from out of town. Only Chiny Yang represented the battle power of Hanggu City. People have a sense of regional belonging. This time do not defend Chiny Yang. Do not let foreign friends look at the joke. On the observation deck, some out-of-town friend was looking up at the sky and laughing. Ha ha ha, disable summoning. Sure enough, I was right. Seeing that Chiny Yang had been targeted, the son of the Luan family of Songxian City, the Luan Lord, laughed out loud without any regard for his manners. It was only after noticing the disgusted looks from Zhong Yuan and Zhang Qian that he dryly coughed twice to diffuse the embarrassment. He said, "It's not that I'm gloating, ha. I'm just curious to see how Chiny Yang is going to deal with such an unfavorable situation." Immediately afterward, he made another move to bring the trouble to the east and asked Dongfang Qing, "Elder Dongfang, what are you laughing at again?" "Ha, me? No." Dongfang Qing froze and hurriedly retracted his smile. She had indeed been laughing just now, but not at Chiny Yang being targeted. "I was just happy for my disciple after seeing the level enhancement. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, when holding a sword-type weapon, releasing skills gains a 50% consumption reduction. It's really heaven's help for Xiaoning. This buff is an epic enhancement for Sword Fairy. Xiaoning must have made a big difference in this level. Maybe, it will take first place. That reward is an extraordinary attribute fruit." And, Dongfang Cheng looked at the disable summoning restriction again, and his confidence in winning the championship was sparked in his chest. Greetings to all the kings and queens, have a nice weekend, let's go for a walk for the love of power. The reward is an extraordinary attribute fruit, that's really feeding into your mouth. Just as the crowd was calling for Chingy Yang, Chingy Yang within the conscription battlefield, however, was full of confidence and booked the first place reward in advance. A single extraordinary attribute fruit could increase 4 attributes by 20 points, boosting the basic attributes by a total of 80 points, which was equivalent to an 18th level blue product equipment. Doesn't look like much, but the value of basic attributes is not comparable to equipment attributes. Equipment becomes obsolete and damaged. Increased attributes that are not tied firmly to the professional. The base attribute, however, is one that can follow the professional for the rest of his or her life. Also, there are a lot of skills or mechanics that don't eat equipment attributes. For example, Chingy Yang's blue stripes, the royal power. The rate of growth of imperial power is determined by the underlying properties. The attribute fruit was a much bigger boost for him than the equipment. The first place has 3 special great attribute fruits. I can add 240 points of basic attributes this wave. Imperial power's cumulative speed per hour. It's going to break 1,000. After that, divesting the entire clan of Elder Bells requires just over 1 year of hanging around. Chingy Yang's gaze was fiery. It wasn't that he hated Chung Yuan so much, just used him as a unit of measure. A level 60 professional, not very powerful, but a denizen character. Being able to pose a threat to them meant that in this world, Chingy Yang already had the ability to stir up the wind and clouds, and it had only been a month or so since his awakening. Most of his classmates who were at the same time as him were only in the 5th or 6th grade, and could not even imagine Chingy Yang's current height. This fruit, it's mine. Chingy Yang laughed in his heart. He had seen the limitations of the level long ago, and yet, it doesn't worry me at all. Isn't that just disabling summoning? Can you still limit the 9 to 5? As he was thinking, the scenery around him began to change drastically. The broken forest haloed like ink, transforming into a white aura. Chingy Yang knew that this was a transition to the next level, and in this white aura, his palace still existed, just like a palace that existed in a dream. It seems that my palace is able to reside in any space, so wouldn't it be possible to walk around the Sea of Annihilation? Chingy Yang said in his heart. The Sea of Annihilation is the transitional area between spaces, much like the sea that separates continents, and if one can master the ability to sail through it, one can explore the secrets of this world. Chingy Yang was thinking. A delicate, soft call rang out from behind him. Your Majesty. Chingy Yang looked away, only to see Su Daji, dressed in a light veil, had already finished a dance and was twisting her voluptuous figure, walking towards herself, with her 9 fox tails swaying behind her, as if she were a white flame. Does the concubine's dance please your Majesty? Su Daji relied to Chingy Yang's side and sat down, pressing her body against his arm, asking delicately, with ripples in her eyes, as if she was thirsting for a reward. The corner of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up, knowing what she was asking for. One's own dragon's saliva was no less than a heavenly treasure to this fox. He glanced at the wine pot on the white jade round table and smiled. My heart is very happy. Reward. Su Daji, being as smart as she was, immediately comprehended Chingy Yang's meaning. She raised her jade hand and picked up the wine jug at the side. After taking a sip of the agar jelly, he then crossed it over to Chingy Yang. Along with the soft touch between the lips, the wine wraps into the throat with a refreshing aroma. Chingy Yang sighed in his heart. Perhaps, this is the ultimate happiness on earth. Just then, there was another change in the white space. The metaphysical scene began to build rapidly around them. In the blink of an eye, the palace had been situated in a valley. The moon is in the sky and the stars are in the sky. Long swords of various styles were stuck diagonally into the ground, as if they were grasses and trees, spreading over the mountains. Behind the valley was a magnificent, majestic pass. On the walls of the majestic pass, a number of machine crossbows were set up. A huge dark sword hung upside down in the sky. On the hilt of the sword, thick chains surrounded and extended to the ground in all directions, as if they were imprisoning the huge sword. This is the Excalibur pass to be guarded. Chingy Yang said in his heart and looked beyond the valley again. A tall portal stood on the plains. The swirling vortex inside the door was permeated with a strong aura of evil. It's about to start. Chingy Yang pushed Suda away and secretly made preparations. For this level, disabling summoning spells, he's going to have to do it himself. Your Majesty. Suda let out a bone-crushing pout. She was just forgetting to enjoy the dragon's saliva, and was suddenly pushed away, since she was not yet finished, looking at Chingy Yang's eyes, full of thirst. If it was an ordinary man, seeing her in this charming manner, even if the sky fell, he would have to finish his business. But Chingy Yang waved his hand and said, go back to the dragon couch first, and reward them later. Su Daji did not dare to disobey Chingy Yang, nodded her head obediently and winkingly said, concubine will wait for your Majesty. Then, swaying, he flew into the palace. At the same time, the bell rang. A prompt appeared before Chingy Yang's eyes. The first wave of demons. About to attack. Number of demons, 20. Second wave of demons. Attacking in 5 minutes. Number of offensive rounds, 0 to 30 rounds. Note, after the second wave of attack is launched, the first wave of demons will not disappear, and you can immediately open the next wave of attack regardless of whether or not there are demons in the battlefield. When there are no demons in the battlefield, you can exit the conscription battlefield, and rewards will be issued according to the number of waves resisted. You can turn on the monsters. That's not bad. The corner of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up. He had thought that after crushing a wave of attacks, he would need to go through a certain amount of recuperation time before opening the next wave of attacks, but he didn't need to fix his supplies. With over 200,000 Imperial powers, there's no way to use them all. The first wave of support has arrived. Buzz. In the wake of 4 silhouettes falling from the sky, Chingy Yang raised his eyes and the opponent's attributes immediately presented themselves. Name, Swordsman Puppet. Level, 18. Power, 220. Agility, 180. Physical fitness, 150. Spirit, 160. Skills, Destroy Enemy Sword Formation, LV. 3. Higher Sword Art, LV. 3. Bonus, Heaven and Earth Sword Intent. Mechanical Life. So there are support units. Chingy Yang instantly understood. This level is a single-player level, yes, but it also has support units. Combat class professions can work with them to defend against demons. Auxiliary professions such as Holy Light Priests and Shaman Witch Doctors are also able to heal and increase the Puppet Swordsman due to the Mechanical Life bonus. In other words, all professions are able to play to their strengths at this level. The only thing that has a disadvantage is the Summoner. However, Chingy Yang was not a summoner and he did not need support. A toothsome scuffling sound rang out. The first demon appeared in front of the portal. It was a skeleton soldier in full armor, with blue ethereal fire flickering in his empty eyes. Immediately afterward, a large number of skeleton soldiers, coming out of the teleportation portal as if it was a tidal wave, walked slowly towards the valley where Chingy Yang was. The 4 puppet swordsmen's eyes lit up as they drew their longswords and were about to move forward. Behind him, but a cold voice rang out. Ergo, stand down. The swordsman puppets moved with a start and turned their heads to look at Chingy Yang, only to see that the emperor, dressed in a red dragon robe, had risen up in the air and was in the presence of the world. Griffin, kneel down. Skill, see me as the sky is activated. A majestic pressure, like Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain, descended in the air. The skeletal warrior who had only just stepped out of the vortex, towards Chingy Yang, knelt down heavily. Buzz, buzz. Hangwu City. Waves of white light flashed through the streets and alleys, taking on human form. They are all participants in the battlefield of conscription. The challenge was abandoned before the demons appeared. This level is too hard too. If we can't clear the demons quickly, then we'll surely drown in them. That's why I quit. The demons' offense doesn't break, and there's not even a chance to quit. Hey, I don't know how many people will die in this level. I can't play anyway. The professionals who withdrew from the challenge looked distraught. As soon as the rules for the second level were announced, they wimped out. In most eyes, it's a death match. If the first wave of demons is not resolved, the next wave will descend again. If you are weak at clearing monsters, you will be surrounded by more and more demons until you are overwhelmed. Of course, the ability to clear monsters is only one piece of the puzzle. This level also tests the professional's range. Not enough spirit, not enough fitness to make it to the end. The rewards for the first level of the pass have been distributed. Even those at the bottom of the rankings got the appropriate rewards. These people who quit are in the mindset of taking what they can get. After all, the first hurdle had been passed. There was no need to challenge yourself. The rewards are in hand, so count it as not a waste of time. The first place in this level should be Yi Qiuning. On the observation deck, Dongfang Qing's beautiful eyes contained a smile, and a smug look flickered in her eyes. In the second level, the one with the biggest advantage was definitely Yi Qiuning. The profession of Sword Immortal, which was supposed to be similar to a mage, had a strong ability to clear monsters. Together with the reinforcement of that Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, her consumption would be reduced by half. With a level design like that, it's just feeding her. In comparison, the disadvantage of Luan Tian, who was a Fury Blood Berserker, was obvious. He's good at melee combat, but has very few means of clearing monsters. Unless Berserk was turned on, it was difficult to exert true strength under the siege of demons. But after berserking, he needs to suffer the negative effects of weakening. In this kind of round after round of fighting, it certainly can't be turned on at will. Sure, the biggest disadvantage was still Chingy Yang. The man had only shown summons from the beginning until now. People really couldn't think of what other means he had to deal with this miniature version of the Tide of Demons. However, the crowd didn't feel that Chiny Yang would be eliminated either. This level is designed with a number of support units. Inside the Divine Sword Pass, there were also defense-type organs. Chiny Yang was wearing a blue product set with attributes far stronger than those of a professional of the same level. It's not that hard to hold the end as long as you can be flexible with these supports. It feels like Chiny Yang will have his hands full at this level. Zhang Qian looked at the number 1 on the leaderboard and spoke his thoughts. Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly, his eyes full of anticipation as he said, besides summoning, Chiny Yang must have other abilities. Zhang Yuan said this with such certainty that it drew astonished stares from the crowd. For each profession, there are abilities as well as weaknesses that they specialize in. Take ice spells, good at control but weak in output. The counterpart, pyromancy, has explosive output but no control. How can you have multiple competencies in one profession? However, Elder Zhong's position is here. The crowd was skeptical, but did not refute it. Even Songxian City's Luan Lord didn't stick his face in the open. He just gloated and looked at the sky and laughed. We'll see. Inside the conscription battlefield, the battle had begun. Skeleton warriors kept coming out of the vortex and lunged towards the Divine Sword Pass. Yi Chou-ning's hand pinched his sword, and the flying sword moved with his mind, turning into a dark green stream of light that flew up and down among the skeleton warriors. Everywhere it went, broken bones were scattered and killed in a single blow. The first wave of demons. There were only 20 of them. Level 15. Yi Chou-ning only used 10 seconds to settle the battle. Immediately after that, she opens the second wave. 40 skeleton warriors. Level 15. Double the number and add 1 to the rank. The Sword Fairy Maiden continued to work as fast as she could, clearing them all out and opening the third wave of attack. 60 skeleton warriors. Level 16. This girl, what is she doing? Dong Fangqing couldn't help but stomp her feet in anger when she saw Yi Chou-ning operating in such a manner. This level has a reduced consumption bonus, but you can't ignore your own range. Sword Immortal's blue bar is Sword Intent, which can't be replenished by drinking potions and needs to be restored by meditating. But Yi Chou-ning in the light screen didn't give herself any time to adjust. After resolving one round of demons, a second round was immediately opened. It was fine that the demons were weak now, but when they leveled up later, she might not even have the time to tune out. That disciple of yours is in a bit of a hurry. Luan Lords on the side laughed. He could see Yi Chou-ning's good nature at a glance. Lost in the first level and tried to recover in the second, and it started to not matter. This was not the kind of heart a Sword Immortal should have. In contrast, Luan Tian, who was a fury blood battle frenzy, was conversely much more composed. He had a bloodthirsty look on his face and looked manic, but was fighting in tandem with the puppet warriors, obviously conserving his strength. That's right, compared to Yi Chou-ning, Luan Tian is much more composed. Chung Yuan nodded in approval. In high-level secret realms, professionals often have to face great pressure and even traps laid by magical creatures. Without a good mindset, it is easy to make bad decisions. Don't look at Yi Chou-ning's current progress as number 1. Wait until the level of the magical creatures is raised. She will. Zhong Yuan sipped his tea while looking at the leaderboard. Pust. The tea in his mouth spewed out as much as he could. Zhong Yuan, a level 60 professional, almost didn't choke to death. He pointed to the leaderboards and broke into a whisper. What kind of gameplay is this? The crowd froze and looked toward the leaderboard in unison, only to see that the person who ranked first in terms of progress was not Yi Chou-ning. Instead, it was Chiny Yang. He had hit the 10th wave of demonic attacks, but strangely enough, his kill count, surprisingly, was 0. He drove the monsters straight to the 10th wave, and didn't kill a single one? The demons in the 10th wave have to be more than 20 levels, right? It's not just the level, but also the number. With each round of attack, the number of demons increases. 10 waves of demons gathered together. How many must there be? The point is, how did he do it? The people on the observation deck were all big people who had seen a lot of things, but in front of Chiny Yang's operation, it was like a monk in 2 feet. Puzzled, Zhang Yuan all but rose from his seat. He desperately wanted to know what Chiny Yang had done to cause this spectacle. 10 waves of demons combined would be enough to bulldoze the Excalibur Pass. What exactly did Chiny Yang rely on to stop them? Also, why stop the demons and not kill them? Is it unkillable? Or not? Just when everyone was puzzled, the heavenly light curtain finally gave the camera to Chiny Yang. Here's another overhead shot, only to see, in front of the valley where the Divine Sword Pass was located, gathered in a dense mass of demonic creatures, whether it's a skeleton in human form or a hellhound in beast form, also or flying bats, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, as if they were kneeling down to worship the gods. Taishang emperors. I might revise the storyline about Su Qinsheng. This character was originally intended to be based on the Chiluk storyline, but there was so much feedback that I had to rethink it. I'll report back to the Taishang Emperors when I've changed it. It won't affect the current storyline. What's this? What's this all about? Under the curtain of light, 10,000 people were confused. There were many strong people among them who had also experienced demonic invasions. There was no small amount of psychology to the raging tide of demons. At first, when they saw the curtain of light, the demons were densely clustered together. All of them had goosebumps, recalling the fear of being dominated by the demons. But when they saw the movements of the demons, they were even more surprised and unable to speak. This group of demons, why are they all on their knees? What are they worshipping? In the curtain of light, magic creatures of various sizes and shapes were prostrating themselves on their knees, seemingly making a pilgrimage to some supreme being, and with the Tendo lens, the being slowly appeared in the picture. It was a figure dressed in a red dragon robe, floating in the middle of the full moon, like a monarch in the sky, looking down on the earth beneath his feet. The breeze blew and the dragon robe hunted. On the chest of the dragon robe, a heavy pupiled dragon eye bloomed with scarlet light. The overbearing and brutal sense of oppression almost passed through the light curtain to the outside world. The crowds in Hanggu City had a Tarzan-like suffocating feeling again. The demons within the conscripted battlefield are even more straight up to this inviolable majesty. Skeleton warriors, Cerberus, vampire bats. None of these murderous demons lowered their heads and prostrated themselves as if they were bugs. This scene, as if it was a scene from an ancient mural, was full of epic shock. What kind of tactic is this, to be able to make so many demons kneel to him? On the observation deck, Dongfang Qing's cherry lips were slightly open, her face full of unbelief. Luan Lord was even more open-eyed, with both panic and anxiety in his eyes. Zhang Yuan, however, narrowed his eyes slightly and remembered something. When Chiny Yang awakened, he made the entire school kneel before him. At the time, he thought it was a group hallucination caused by a vision. Now it seems that Chiny Yang's first skill, it should be this group illusion. It's just that the scope of the illusion, it's too big. Zhang Yuan gulped and secretly glanced at Zhang Qian. Chiny Yang's potential had far exceeded his perception. How things would turn out afterward was completely out of his control. I didn't realize that my spiritual power could already cover such a large area. In the battlefield of conscription, Chiny Yang floated in the air, overlooking the unruly people kneeling in rows beneath him. The plain in front of the Divine Sword Pass Valley wasn't exactly small in size. Chiny Yang's spiritual power, on the other hand, was able to cover it all. 1 point of mental power can cover 1 square meter. My spiritual power now reaches 650, and with the 500% bonus of sweeping the world, I can cover 250 square meters, which is almost half the size of a soccer field. Looking at the demons below, Chiny Yang was satisfied in his heart. From the first wave of the offense, he had a crooked idea. One's own seeing me as heaven allowed for ranged control, and this, coupled with the constant mental suppression exerted by the Emperor's dragon chariot, made the control sustainable and effective. In this way, he was able to keep opening the next round of offense and release the demons behind him. As soon as those demons stepped out of the portal, they would immediately be forced to kneel, posing no threat to the Divine Sword Pass. When the demons have gathered to a certain number, then the Palm Lamp Golden Crow will be released to physically transcend them all at once. At this point, he had opened his attack rounds. To the 11th wave, the demons that came out of the portal were all level 22. See me as the mechanism of heaven. It was the suppression of people whose spiritual power was lower than Chiny Yang's. Even if the demonic creature's level was higher than his, it could not disobey the Imperial Order. However, Chiny Yang was also nearing his limit. The Palm Golden Crow eats spirit as well. I have to set aside a portion of the surplus. It's time to harvest a wave. Chiny Yang said in his heart as he looked at the ground full of demonic creatures. The experience on this level, which was cut down to 10%, was quite a bit of magic. When 11 rounds of demons were gathered together, there were thousands of them. After this wave of harvesting, it is estimated that you will be able to rise to level 20. Drinking a bottle of extraordinary spirit potion, his spirit power is restored to its full state. Chiny Yang slowly drew out Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword, pointing his sword to the sky. He drank, palm-like golden crow, with a high-pitched cry. Above the white moon, a blazing sun appeared. How did this become daytime again? Outside, Hanggu City, under the curtain of light, everyone was still discussing Chiny Yang's group illusion. The sky of the conscription battlefield suddenly produced a strange change. The scene that was originally night had turned into day in an instant. The moon had disappeared into obscurity under the light of 10,000 feet. However, Chiny Yang, who was floating in the air, was still clearly visible. A golden glow flowed over his red dragon robe. It made it look like a red diamond-shaped crystal, shining between heaven and earth. It was the blood condensed into a supreme, dominating absolute. Immediately after that, the lens of the heavenly Tao light curtain was given to the demonic creature below. Skeletons, Cerberus, vampire bats. These undead attribute demons had begun to spontaneously combust under the illumination of the 10,000-foot divine aura. They remain in a kneeling, prostrate position, allowing their bodies to be scorched and disintegrated. Grass ash like smoke and dust flew up from them, rising throughout the battlefield of conscription. The countless particles refracted light from each other, forming a cloud of golden fire that made up a sacred picture. At the bottom of the screen, the filthy darkness of the undead. In the middle layer of the picture, there is a golden brilliant fire cloud, and at the top of the picture was the red-robed emperor standing in the midst of 10,000 fathoms of divine aura. The whole picture, like a fresco in a religious sanctuary, depicts an epic scene of the coming of the gods. The millions of people under the curtain of light were dumbfounded. The shock in their hearts could no longer be described in words. It was as if something was choking him, and he couldn't spit out half a word. And at that moment, Chiny Yang's kill count began to grow, from 0 to 1 to 1,000. This process took less than a minute and a second. You have killed a level 15 skeleton warrior. Experience plus 115. You have killed level 18 Cerberus. Experience plus 184. You have killed a level 22 vampire bat. Experience plus 310. Kill tips. Experience tips. Brushed the screen like a waterfall. The Palm Light Golden Crow already had a damage enhancement for undead. You can also enjoy the fivefold effect enhancement of sweeping armies. As long as he kept outputting his spirit, Chiny Yang could keep this sun burning. Of course, this could not be done without a refill of psychotropic potions. 30,000 for a special spirit potion. Chiny Yang was built as a Red Bull, but the investment was worth it. The experience value pounced on Chiny Yang like waves. The experience bar becomes even more of a loading bar. It went to 100% in only 60 seconds. You rise to level 20. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Still no skills. After the upgrade, Chiny Yang frowned. The meager upgrade attributes no longer satisfied him. Keep upgrading then. Chiny Yang gazed at the battlefield filled with light clouds and once again opened the demonic attack. According to Suda, she was able to gain the skill Imperial Proclamation at level 21. There are 19 more waves of demon attacks to come, so eat up the experience and you're bound to make it to level 21. The 12th wave of demons began to attack. The 13th wave of demons starting to attack. The 14th wave of demons starting to attack. The 20th wave of demons began to attack. As he did, Chiny Yang turned on the demons in waves. Start the monster. Control it. A wave sweeps it, and the cycle repeats itself. Under the scorching heat of the palm lamp Golden Crow, the grass and wood ash that the undead had turned into filled the entire battlefield of conscription. Even Chiny Yang's figure gradually faded into the radiant clouds. Only the rising number of kills heralded his presence. 25 waves later, the demons pouring out of the portal grew stronger and stronger. The magic stone golems that appeared were even more non-undead attributes. The speed of the palm-like Golden Crow's overdrive was beginning to fail to keep up. There's no excuse for that. It was supposed to be just an illumination spell. It's already honorable to be able to do that. In this regard, Chiny Yang also had a backhand. His masterpiece, the World Warrior, hadn't even made his debut yet. Just as he was about to open the king's treasure, a prompt appeared in front of him. You rise to level 21. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Acquisition of vocational skill, Imperial Proclamation. Yo, finally got that skill. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up as he opened the skill introduction. Tai Shang's. The plot about Su Qingqing has been revised. Chapters 43 to 44. To give a rough idea, Su Qingqing went offline early, and Hui Yu fell into a deep sleep after being contracted. That's the only way to change it. It was kind of a mistake on my part and I won't make it in the future. Forgive me, Your Majesties. Occupational skill, Imperial Proclamation. Introduction, as the 9 to 5. You can consume the power of the Emperor to summon a hero in the Chinese civilization where the stars are shining. The hero will immediately intervene in the battlefield to fight for you. And after the fight is completed, the hero will return to his position. Note 1, at the initial stage of the skill, the assisting hero will only release one skill, and as the skill level increases, the strength of the assisting hero will also increase. Note 2, the summoned hero is a special character and is not limited by attributes. The stronger the 9 to 5 is, the more the summoned hero's combat power tends to be that of a full body. Currently summonable heroes, Su Daji, Generation Siren. Chiny Yang scanned the skill introduction. In his mind's eye, he couldn't help but see the figures of all the Chinese heroes and heroines. Luan Jun, Champion Marquis, Guan Sheng Di Jun. Can call them to this world. It is only then that you can realize the romance of the Chinese emperor. The only one who can be summoned now is Suda. Let me see the strength of a generation of demonesses. Chiny Yang turned his head to look at the dragon carriage at the back and said in a loud voice, Xian, Suda. The voice of the emperor reverberates through the heavens and the earth, as if the sound of the flood bells of the law exudes an irresistible majesty. Soon, a chirpy voice responded, Concubine Sudaji, hear the announcement. Immediately afterward, a demonic red color rose from the 10,000 lights. The radiant clouds transformed rapidly into a rosy red haze. In the haze, a pair of eyes faintly emerged. Those red eyes swirled with psychedelic ripples. In a flash, a charming atmosphere swooned between heaven and earth. On the earth, the demons advancing against the Supreme Yang divine mantle were all slowed down, and within a few steps, they collapsed to the ground and fell into an endless ecstasy. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. Suda didn't let him down. Illusions are inherently defensible. Group illusions, moreover, can create disasters. Imagine that. If a group illusion was cast in the center of a busy metropolitan area, the car accident alone could cause a large number of casualties. Grasping this ability, no one could fail to respect the Qin family. Chiny Yang wasn't afraid of exposing his strength either. It was only a matter of time before the transfer to the 9-to-5 and the yellow robe. Look again at the demon beneath you. They've all gone into a signet funk. The body, however, was exposed to the scorching heat of the Supreme Yang divine manifestation. They could resist the Supreme Yang divine mantle hard, but they couldn't hold out for too long. Over time, it will eventually die in a dream. Golden awns, red haze, silver glow, 3 beams of light intertwined, rendering this part of heaven and earth like a dream. Chiny Yang's experience bar once again reached 100% and his level came to 22. Immediately afterward, the bell rang. The heavenly prompt appeared. You have passed the 2nd level. Excalibur Pass. You're ranked number 1. Reward, Special Attribute Fruit *3. Special Attribute Fruit, plus 20 to all basic attributes after consumption. 240 attribute points to hand. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart, opened hhis backpack and directly consumed it. The personal interface was then opened. Name, Chiny Yang. Race, human. Level, 22. Occupation, 9-to-5, only. Strength, 232, plus 323, plus 111. Agility, 222, plus 308. Physique, 327, plus 368. Spirit, 232, plus 483. Skills, Exterminate the 9 clans, max. Senia's Heaven, LV1. Divine Soldier of the World, LV1. Imperial Guards, LV1. Brocade Guards, LV1. Dragon and Phoenix, LV2. Hands of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial Grace, LV1. Imperial City Guard, LV1. Emperor's Demeanor, LV1. Supreme Dragon Body, LV1. True Dragon's Lookout, LV1. Palm Lamp Golden Crow, LV1. Imperial Dragon Chariot, LV1. Imperial Proclamation, LV1. Imperial Power, 244,344, plus 1,013 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. The basic attribute has broken 1,000. Seeing his panel, Chiny Yang's eyes burned. Right now, he was able to accumulate 312 points of Imperial Power per day. Not counting consumption reduction, it also guarantees 50 band troops, online 24 hours a day. And after Chiny Yang's basic attributes were boosted, the strength of a single forbidden army was comparable to a level 50 professional. The basic attributes of a level 50 professional are above 1,500 points. Counting the synchronized level equipment, there should be 3,000 points of total attributes. And the attributes of the 3 kinds of forbidden troops were all above 3,000 points. That is to say, the current Chiny Yang had a squad of level 50 professionals. This number could be even higher if you don't consider 24-hour online. Such a force, when placed in Hanggu City, would be a party of vassals. As long as Chiny Yang wanted to, he could casually hang around for 2 or 3 months and save up 100,000 forbidden troops. Claiming the throne in Hanggu City requires only a thought. After this conscription to the battlefield, the Qin family's reputation will increase a lot, and I will also receive attention from many parties. Whether or not there will be a safe environment to develop depends on the operation of the emperor and the imperial uncle. Chiny Yang thought as he collected the palm light golden crow. Su Daji, who had just left the battle, also drifted in. She intimately burrowed into Chiny Yang's arms and said, Your Majesty, I felt the power of the Supreme Yang from that blazing sun. Could it be that you're already cultivating the Supreme Yang hegemony body? Hearing this, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. It's true. The The Supreme Yang body that the Golden Crow Divine Mantle had refined was related to the Supreme Yang Overlord body. Maybe it's not enough rank to make a difference. As the Palm Lamp Golden Crow leveled up, it would surely be able to transform to the Supreme Yang Hegemony body. At that time, it would be possible to join Su Daji and achieve the Taishu mixed body. Chiny Yang was thinking. Suda threw another rewarding wink. But there was one thing Chiny Yang hadn't done. He looked around and whispered, "True Dragon, look out." A ring of light spread underneath his feet, quickly spreading to the entire Divine Sword Pass. Underneath the giant sword behind the Divine Sword Pass, a purple light rose up to the sky. I knew there were hidden rewards. Chiny Yang smiled, gently pushed Su Daji away, and floated towards the Divine Sword Pass. Well, it's the second time your majesty has pushed your concubine away. Suda, who was pushed away by Chiny Yang, all a bit skeptical of their own charms. Instead, it was Chiny Yang who was becoming more and more fascinating to her. Su Daji can confuse the people with her charm. It relies on the mastery and titillation of desire. Only those who can harness desire are qualified to harness her. Su Daji was intoxicated by Chiny Yang's back and was about to float to follow. But suddenly her petite body lurched and snapped her head up. After the majestic pass, a huge black sword hung upside down in the air. Su Daji's pupils shrank as she said horrifiedly, "It's the regulus sword." At this time, Chiny Yang had already entered the valley. He then realized that this level actually had 3 lines of defense. The one in front of the valley is a swordsman's golem. One in the valley was the 10,000 sword formation. Behind the majestic pass, there are various machine gun batteries. This shows that the difficulty of this level is not as perverted as one might think. Professionals are capable of fending off the tide of magical creatures as long as they use these organs wisely. Chiny Yang flew all the way inside the Divine Sword Pass, where a single puppet swordsman stood in formation. When the demons attacked the Divine Sword Pass, these puppet warriors would be activated and awakened, but Chiny Yang didn't give them a chance to wake up. Let's just say, his strength is beyond the scope of this challenge. The source of the purple light was a circular platform. Above the platform was the giant sword hovering. How does it look? Like an execution table? Chiny Yang frowned slightly, but still mounted the platform. After all, it was from the platform that the purple light emanated, and the hidden rewards wouldn't be anywhere else. Just the moment Chiny Yang stepped onto the platform, a prompt surfaced in front of his eyes. You have discovered the legendary quest, Recasting Excalibur. During the quest you will receive the buff, Heaven and Earth Sword Intent. Upon completion of the mission, the Sword of Heaven and Earth will remain forever. Do you accept the mission? Chiny Yang's mind was shaken, tilting his head to look at the huge black sword suspended in the air. He had a certain premonition in his heart. Artifacts. Above the platform, Chiny Yang's eyes slowly moved upwards. In the middle of the sky, the giant sword hovered silently. Underneath the black sword body, there was a hidden fluctuation, as if it was sealed with a grave and ancient aura, filled with endless power and majesty. Chiny Yang flew high into the air. Make your line of sight flush with the body of the giant sword. His gaze, as if traveling through 1,000 years, was fixed on the huge sword suspended in the sky, and his calm eyes carried a complex emotion. Respect, curiosity, and a touch of reunion. It's like a wanderer drifting in a foreign land who meets the elders of his family. Perhaps it was sensing the scent of a kindred spirit. The heavy giant sword, trembling slightly, responded to Chiny Yang's gaze. Chiny Yang was finally sure. This huge black sword was one of the 10 great divine weapons of the ancient world. The regulus sword. The Xian Yuan sword is sealed? Chiny Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The black sword in front of me, though magnificent, is dark. It was as if that supreme greatness, desecrated, was hidden in the endless darkness. All around, the chains are like scaly dragons, wrapping around the hilt of the sword. Apparently, this is the way prisoners are treated. Chiny Yang once again looked at the quest prompt. Legendary quest, Recast Excalibur. Even if there's no reward, it's still something to do. Chiny Yang murmured, choosing to accept the quest. You have accepted the quest. Recast Excalibur. Mission details. This sword is a heavenly object, containing endless sword intent. Since the beginning of the descent, it has changed the laws of heaven and earth, and was later suppressed and sealed by all the gods, as the energy source for the casting of the Sword of the Divine Sword Pass. Series of quests. Break the chains and get the sword tire. Using regulus as a sword casting energy source? Arrogant. Seeing the desecration of an artifact of the same lineage as your own, a fury rose in Chiny Yang's heart, and in his eyes, golden thunderbolts bloomed. The red dragon robe was shaken by the Emperor's might, making it hunt. Just then, hints surfaced in front of his eyes. Ranjun, regulus is a sacred weapon of China. I will liberate it and recast its glory. Power plus 10. The faint king, before the great right and the great wrong. I will listen to the 2 oldest brothers. Physique plus 10. Tyrant, raise this Excalibur pass to the ground, proclaiming the hero of the dragon's guts and silver lance. Genshin's silver spear. Chiny Yang's heart snapped. It can't be him, can it? Definitely him. Genshin's silver spear. Who else could it be? It can't be Chief Derb, can it? Without thinking, Chiny Yang decisively chose the Tyrant option. You have been given the hero of the proclamation. Declared hero, Zhao Yun. Consumption of proclamation, 1,000 points of imperial power. Declared number, Dragon Spear and Silver Guts. Introduction, the so-called summoned heroes are special characters who have regrouped their physical bodies and souls under the Emperor's chi, and their memories have been modified to have a memory centered on the 9 to 5, and the heroes do not have a role relationship with each other. Skills, Dragon swimming in the sand, Dragon falling in the center, Dragon flash protecting the Lord. Emperor's power bonus, 100 points per hour, requires admission to the point of view. Dragon swimming in the sands, Zhao Yun transforms into silver lightning and quickly travels through enemy squares. Dragon falling into the middle army, Zhao Yun transforms into silver lightning and slashes down from high in the sky, dealing ranged damage and knockback. Dragon flash protector, Zhao Yun protects his master at all times, and can flash to the Emperor's side in an instant to ward off all attacks. Here we go. He's coming. He came carrying a silver spear. Chiny Yang was ecstatic in his heart. It feels like Suda doesn't even smell good anymore. Beauty. Just the Emperor's daily routine. It is the general star that is the Emperor's romance. Chiny Yang's eyes were filled with fervor. Can't wait to see Zhao Yun in action. The dragon swims. The dragon falls. The dragon flashes. Judging by those 3 skill names, he's pretty cool. So, start tearing the house down, Chiny Yang secretly said, his mind moving. A divine weapon of various shapes and forms suddenly coalesced beside him. Long swords, battle rifles, giant axes, and other various types of weapons were arranged in arrays and suspended in the air, as if waiting for orders. Chiny Yang was in the midst of the array of divine soldiers, as if he were a heavenly god. His eyes locked onto the chains wrapped around the hilt of the sword and he secretly said, break! Shoo shoo shoo! The divine warrior phantom that received the command immediately shot towards the chains like a meteor. Bang! 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 The sound of metal scraping suddenly blared. Above the chains, blinding golden sparks erupted. For a time, the entire challenge space was filled with high-frequency sound waves. At that moment, a flood bell sounded. Excalibur Pass is under attack. Excalibur Pass is under attack. Excalibur Pass is under attack. Chiny Yang froze and looked downward. Only the swordsman puppet inside the majestic pass had red light coming out of its eyes. The machine turrets on top of the city walls also switched directions in unison and aimed at themselves. The flying swords in the valley outside were even floating and flying up, forming a locust-like sword cloud that surged towards him. Sure enough, I've become an enemy unit. A smile surfaced on Chiny Yang's face. It turns out that breaking the chains will be targeted by the Excalibur Pass. This hidden reward. It's not really something you can get your hands on. If the quest is opened while the demons are attacking, then you can still draw fire with the demons. But now, Chiny Yang was the only intruder within the Xiongguan. All the firepower aimed at him. However, there were no waves in Chiny Yang's heart. His own choice was to swing the Excalibur Pass. At this point, inside, there were puppet swordsmen who rushed up to the sky. Outside, there was a tide of flying swords that attacked like a locust transit. The machine turrets on top of the city walls were even flashing with blue light. Chiny Yang probed with his true dragon lookout. A quick glance found the biggest threat. The swordsman puppets below, numbering around 100, were all at level 24. Their attributes were naturally not high, yet they had the self-destruct skill. A threat that could not be underestimated. 100 puppets blowing themselves up. I'm still a bit unsure. Then let's dismantle these toys first. Chiny Yang's eyes flinched. Ding, ding, ding. The dense, ethereal buzzing sounded again. Thousands of divine soldier phantoms molded in the air. From below, it looked like a vast array of stars. Break! Chiny Yang snapped. Thousands of divine weapons, like a golden rainstorm, invaded towards the puppet swordsman below. Each divine weapon dealt a whopping 575 damage. A level 24 unit in the district could not withstand one of its blows at all. Bang! 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 As soon as the swordsman puppets that rose up into the sky touched the divine soldier phantom, they were shattered like Legos, turning into parts and pieces that drifted all over the sky. A kill prompt also appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. You have killed level 24 golem swordsman. Experience plus 3,889. You have killed level 24 golem swordsman. Experience plus 3,889. You have killed level 24 golem swordsman. Experience plus 3,889. The golem swordsman's experience wasn't cut. Chiny Yang was overjoyed in his heart. The experience value of the demons on this level has been cut to 10%. but the puppet swordsman, not being in the attack camp, has 100% experience. Make a fortune. Chiny Yang's gaze was fiery. Looking around, there were as many as 100 puppet swordsmen within the Majestic Pass. It added up to nearly 400,000 experience points, which was completely enough for him to move up another level. 4 levels up in 1 level. That's nice. Feeling the irrigation of experience, Chiny Yang was satisfied in his heart and once again condensed his divine soldiers, killing the organ turrets on the city wall. One by one, threats appear and disappear quickly. The seemingly solid defenses within the Majestic Pass quickly disintegrated under the sweep of the divine soldiers. You rise to level 23. All attributes +2. Gain 5 free attribute points. After Chiny Yang had risen to level 23, the only threat left on the conscription battlefield was the swarm of flying swords. Facing this locust-like flying swords, Chiny Yang could also choose to use the Divine Warrior Phantom to blast against it, but that would be a bit extravagant. He looked at his skill bar. The corner of his mouth curved up into an arc, and he said aloud, Xian, Dragon Gut Silver Lance, Zhao Yun. Boom! A thunderclap exploded in the sky. Layers of silver lightning swam through the clouds. Amidst the thunder, a clear voice responded, Zilong, lead the way. Boom, boom, boom. With rolling thunder, from the clouds, a silver meteor shot down, descending sharply above the walls of the Majestic Pass. As the silver light flashed, a valiant figure was revealed. That person, dressed in dragon scale battle armor, held a coiled dragon silver spear. The body is great, but not too agile and swift. All over his body, he contained a terrifying explosive power. The tip of the long spear in his hand was also blooming with silver-colored arcs of electricity, emitting a continuous shrill whistling sound, as if it was a dragon roaring up to the sky. Chiny Yang had seen Zhao Yun's image in countless movie and entertainment productions. At this point, seeing it with my own eyes, even my breathing is a little unsteady. Even when he met that Suda Ji, it didn't make him so excited. Heroes cherish heroes. It's not about desire. It's not about profit. I'm just glad that I can coexist in a world. At this point, the locust-like flying swords had swooped down to the front of the Majestic Pass, like black clouds pressing down on the city. Chanshan Zhao Zilong is here. Don't even think about crossing the city. Facing the flying swords that covered the sky, Zhao Yun kicked his lance and transformed into a silver swimming dragon that swept into the air. The cloud formed by the flying swords immediately flashed with bursts of electric arcs. Swimming dragons entered the formation, and silver spears turned into thunder. Above the sky, there was a dense sound of metal clashing. The gentian spear in Zhao Yun's hand spun at high speed, transforming into a swirling barrier. The swarm of flying swords immediately shattered into pieces as soon as they touched the barrier. Although they were in the thousands, none of them could cross half a step in front of Zhao Yun. Seeing this scene, Chiny Yang lowered his heart. He once again activated his imperial power, and above the sky, he condensed a divine weapon phantom that shone like a star. Immediately after that, the palm of the hand was pressed downward. The heavenly divine soldier shot down towards the chains on the hilt of the Xianyuan sword. In a flash, an even more violent metallic clash blossomed. The dense, shrill whistling seemed to be tearing the entire space apart. Under the fierce assault of the divine warrior, the huge black chains, with cracks appearing, began to crumble and disintegrate. Boom! The chains completely collapsed and a roar erupted. It was as if the law that had imprisoned the Xianyuan sword had collapsed and dissipated at this moment. At the same moment, cracks appeared on that black sword body. A brilliant golden light came through the crack. Chiny Yang's eyes snapped open and he coalesced an invisible and gigantic hand of imperial power, gripping the hilt of the Xianyuan sword. Click, click, click. In a flash, the black sword body began to crack. Cracks through the golden light, like walking dragon veins, crawled all over the sword. And with Chiny Yang's force, the Xianyuan sword, which was hanging upside down in the sky, was flipped and lifted up. The huge and heavy body of the sword stirred up the vast wind and clouds, causing a large amount of sand, rocks, and dust to surge up into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The moment, it was as if the gravity within the entire challenge space had been flipped. Chiny Yang, who was floating in the air, had raised his huge sword high. He was amazed at himself for making it this far, but quickly figured it out again. Don't look at the fact that his strength was only 666 points, but after the tenfold boost from the hand of royal power, it would be 660 points. With this divine power, even Chinfon couldn't arm wrestle with him. As the giant sword of Xianyuan was raised above his head, the black seal on it had dissipated, finally revealing its original appearance. The sword is long and straight, with a gentle golden sheen emanating from its body. It seemed to contain the light of the sun, reflecting everything around it. In the center of the double blades, a huge painting was carved and inlaid. Inside the scroll, There were depictions of mountains and rivers, the sun, the moon and the stars. In the dragon and phoenix cloud patterns, spirit beasts of various colors were hidden. As if it was an unfolded mountain and sea scripture, one gets the feeling that this is not a weapon, but the authority of an entire civilization. At this time, the power of civilization is pointing to the sky. The body of the sword trembled slightly, emitting a distant and shocking low sound, as if it was announcing to this world the coming of a great civilization. Chiny Yang's hand gripped the hilt of his sword as his mind stirred. The one you raise above your head yourself is not a sword. It is the Chinese chi that stretches on and is passed down for 10,000 generations. Just then, the sword body became illusory. Chiny Yang realized that this was not the full-bodied regulus sword. It has been restored as a sword tire, waiting to be recast by the Emperor. Mission accomplished. You have obtained the sword tire of regulus. Heaven and Earth swordsmanship turned into an achievement. Resident enhancement. Heaven and Earth sword intent, LV. 1. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 5% consumption reduction when wielding a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Regulus tire, Emperor's collection, place it inside the palace. Imperial power plus 50/per-hour. Series of missions 2 opens. Quest description. The main material for the regulus sword is the copper of the first mountain. The first mountain doesn't exist in this world, but there are many metals that contain divine power, and you need to search for the right material to prepare for the recasting. Quest reward. Heaven and Earth sword intent level up to LV2. The forgers in this world probably don't have the ability to recast the regulus sword, but the metal that contains divine power. Gu, you should know something about it. Go back and ask her. Chiny Yang murmured in his heart. Legendary quests just provide an artifact clue. There was quite a bit of work to follow if you wanted to recast regulus, but that was all after you exited the draft battlefield. Chiny Yang looked toward the majestic pass. At this moment, Zhao Yun, who had already knocked down as many flying swords as he could, was standing independently on top of the walls of the majestic pass, looking at Chiny Yang from afar. A single rider can fend off attacks like flying locusts. As you can see, Zhao Yun's ability to guard is far above that of the Imperial Guards. It's just a shame that he belongs to a missionary unit. Your Majesty, Zilong has completed his mission. On top of the city wall, Zhao Yun half-kneeled. Calling units cannot exist for long. Zhao Yun is going to return to his position after completing his mission. Chiny Yang nodded slightly and said, "Stand down." Zilong leads the way, and waits for his Majesty to be summoned again. Zhao Yun gripped his spear in a gesture of greeting and transformed into a silver thunderbolt that shot up into the sky and was hidden in the clouds. Genshin's silver lance. How dashing. Chiny Yang let out a dark sigh. What a bountiful harvest for this level. Not only did he make it to level 23, but he also gained Zhao Zilong as a fielding dad. For Chiny Yang, the significance of Zhao Yun's appearance on the scene was more than just a simple matter of his battle power becoming stronger. Mostly, it's a dream come true. Hua Zaiwei, Bai Qi, Zhao Yun have all reported. What are you waiting for? Chiny Yang looked up at the night sky. It's as if you see the generals that have been passed down through the ages in the shining stars. Back to the battlefield. Chiny Yang's boost wasn't weak anymore. After completing the quest, Heaven and Earth sword intent became a permanent buff. Holding a sword-type weapon to release a skill consumes less. In this level, there is already a full-grade version of the Heaven and Earth sword intent bonus, reducing consumption to 50%. This was supposed to be a divine buff for sword class professions. However, it was bugged by Chiny Yang. He had just tested it. Maintaining the palm lamp golden crow, consumption is calculated at 10%. The same was true for the thousands of divine warrior phantoms that had coalesced, one only requiring the consumption of 1 point of imperial power. That is to say, he doesn't just eat his 40% reduced consumption, it also ate up the 50% reduction in consumption from Heaven and Earth sword intent. This shows that he has the skill to eat all weapon bonuses. Even though my Heaven and Earth sword intent is LV1, it can be upgraded by completing quests, and everyone else will have to say bye-bye to this godly buff after they exit this level. Chiny Yang laughed. He could even imagine how overpowered those sword-type professions would be at this level, but what he doesn't know is that, when he put the sword tire of the regulus sword into his backpack, the bonus of Heaven and Earth sword intent disappeared from everyone's level. Why is it consuming so fast? Isn't there the Heaven and Earth sword intent? Outside, on the observation deck, Dongfang Chan looked at the curtain of light in the sky, his eyes reddening with anxiety, hating the fact that he could not rush into the battlefield of conscription and save his disciple. The light curtain, the sword immortal, Yi Qianing, was already cloaked, deeply surrounded by demons she was. Long ago there was no previous proud immortal posture. Her face was pale and her eyes were slack. The figure was shaky, as if it would fall at any moment. The dark green flying sword was even duller and as powerless as a fallen leaf. Anyone could see that this sword immortal had been overconsumed. Don't talk about manipulating flying swords. How long she would be able to stand was unknown. If it wasn't for those swordsman puppets guarding her from the side, she would have been drowned by the demons. But there are no professionals to work with. How long can the swordsman puppet hold out? It was clear in everyone's mind. Yi Qiu-ning's fall was only a matter of time. Over time, the battle in the conscription battlefield became more and more intense. The number of rounds that the demons have attacked has reached 20 levels or more. The level and number of demons were all increasing. Almost all of the professionals retreated behind the Divine Sword Pass, relying on the machine turrets and puppet swordsmen in it to make a last stand. During this period, a large number of professionals exited the secret realm. They all just gave up on the next round of challenges after clearing a round of demons. Those who were unable to clear the demons had no chance to withdraw, and could only watch as the demons grew in number, forcing them to live and die with the Divine Sword Pass. Even worse, many sword-type professionals found out. In the level, the reinforcement of the Heaven and Earth Sword intent disappeared. This is certainly an epic nerf for them. The moment, the hearts of the crowd in Hangwu City were in their throats. In the curtain of light, Sword Immortal Yi Qiu-ning had retreated behind the Divine Sword Pass, having previously dominated her. The state is much worse than other professionals. Luan Tian, Chu Mengxian, Nan Wu, and other celestial pride were also caught in a fierce battle. However, their blue bar was well preserved, and with the assistance of the puppet swordsmen, they only retreated as they fought, and did not fall into a disadvantage. As for Yi Qiu-ning, under the support of Heaven and Earth Sword intent, she didn't even consider the duration, which led to the disappearance of the reinforcement. Her blue bar directly to the bottom. At this time, Yi Qiu-ning, not nearly as useful as a puppet swordsman. She won't last long like that. On the viewing platform, Zhong Yuan was also a bit anxious and asked towards Dongfang Qing, "Your Zhongshuan immortal sect, didn't you give people with life-preserving props?" Dongfang Qing shook her head in despair and said, "Yi Qiu-ning has only just entered the immortal sect not long ago, and has not yet qualified for a body protector. And my own body protector is also a bound prop, so I can't give it to her. Just this and you're still a 100-year-old clan? It's really lame." Luan Lord on the side shrugged his shoulders and said with disdain in his eyes, "Luan Lord, you dare to insult my clan? Do you think that I, a Chi-Men celestial master, really isn't good at fighting?" Dongfang Qing's mood was already bad to the extreme, and as soon as she heard that Luan Lord was still shady, she immediately snapped, stomping her toes and opening her skills. Blue light flooded, and beneath Dongfang Qing's feet, arcane formations emerged, enveloping the crowd. The people on the observation deck were stunned, and they hurriedly rose to advise. "These two are honored guests. If they get into a fight, how will it end?" Luan Lord is not care. Unforgiving, I said wrong? Tianjiu is the future. Life preservation props do not give them. Do you want to give a bunch of old things to the ground? So seniority. Sooner or later you will be finished. You. Luan Lord's words were like a sharp sword that pierced into Dongfang Qing's heart, leaving her speechless. Not only was she speechless, but even Zhong Yuan and the others were unable to refute it. Luan Lords is right. Seniority is everywhere. After all, without respect, there is no legacy. But to take seniority too seriously is to suppress newcomers. Seeing that the crowd was unable to refute themselves, Luan Lord was also getting more and more energized. He commented as if he were an expert. "This profession of Sword Immortal also has a lot of problems. High consumption and a single form of attack. I really don't know how it was rated at the Transcendent level. My dad graded it." "You have a problem with that?" Luan Lord's words had just finished. Then a woman's voice rang out. "Who?" The crowd simultaneously flinched. It was a voice that belonged to no one present. Zhong Yuan snapped his head up and looked toward the roof above the observation deck. A woman was seen, lying on her side on the roof. The long skirt spread out gently along with her languid stance, and her long hair was lightly draped over her shoulders, dyed a warm golden color by the setting sun's afterglow. The woman's face was clear and elegant, with an unruly look between her eyebrows. She held her head in one hand and her long sword in the other. On the hilt of the long sword, there was also a stale wine gourd hanging. The fragrance of the wine wafting out from it, mixed with the evening breeze, actually gave the crowd on the observation deck a slightly drunken floating feeling. It's Big Brother. While slightly intoxicated, Zhong Yuan was in awe. The woman was able to appear silently without being detected, and her strength was feared to have crushed everyone present. Zhang Qian also realized this. He immediately got up and respectfully said to the woman, "Senior Zhang Qian, I didn't know that Senior came to Hangwu. I hope to forgive you." The woman ignored Zhang Qian as she raised her eyes slightly and looked at Dongfang Qing, saying, "Hey, remember me?" Dongfang Qing looked at the woman in confusion, seemingly not acquainted with her. But after some reminiscing, her pupils suddenly shrunk. Half a year ago, she took Yi Ning out for an adventure and met a drunken woman. Once the woman saw Yi Ning, she was very fond of her, and had to give her a palm reading. While looking at it she also said what the 8 characters match. Heavenly good fortune nonsense. Dongfang Chung, who was a Chi-Men heavenly master, naturally stayed in an awkward position, pulling Yi Ning and then continued to rush. But after that, Yi Ning's understanding of the sword immortal skyrocketed. It was only after Dongfang Ching inquired that she learned that the woman had passed on a nameless sword technique to Yi Ning when she was reading her palm. Returning to the sect, Dongfang Chung reported this matter to the patriarch. That's how I learned the true identity of the drunken woman. Latecomer Dongfang Cheng. Greetings to the Wine Sword Immortal. Wine Sword Immortal. Dongfang Cheng's words were like a thunderbolt, causing the crowd on the viewing platform to wake up from their slightly intoxicated perceptions. In the entire Kyushu Federation, there is only one Wine Sword Immortal. That was the daughter of the Sword Emperor of Kyushu, a level 149 monarch-ranked professional, Linier. What Songxian Immortal Sect? What Songxian Luan family? In front of the Sword Emperor's daughter, they were all ants. Even the entire Hanwu city, in her eyes, was nothing more than an ant nest. Lin Jianxian, forgive me, I really didn't mean to rush the Sword Emperor. Luan Lord, who was high-mouthed just now, was already kneeling on the ground, shaking like a sieve. The Songxian Luan family was large, but in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, it could be destroyed with the snap of a finger. Even, there was no need for the Sword Emperor to make a move. Linier could exterminate it with a hiccup. The city's owner, Qian, was even more in a cold sweat as his mind raced, thinking about the reason for Linier's visit to Hanwu City. Just then, Linier herself put the reasoning out. There's no need to be alarmed. I just came to see my son. Son? The crowd was confused in place. When did she, Linier, have a son? Zhang Qian looked at Zhong Yuan in confusion. Zhong Yuan, on the other hand, nodded slightly. The age of the professional is not visible. As a peak monarch at level 149, Linier's physique had already reached the standard for longevity. She didn't look more than 30, but in actuality, she should be around 40. Having a son at that age, that's normal. Just who could his son be? Just at this moment, Dongfang Qing pleaded to Linier, Senior Lin, Ning is in a desperate situation. I still hope that you can remember it's one side of the story and lend a helping hand. Dongfang Cheng will be willing to be a dog and horse in the future. Okay, I've heard too many pretty words. Linier waved her hand and looked into the airlight, her thoughts in turmoil. The reinforcement in the level should have been taken away by Chiny Yang, which will cause many people to die because of him and get involved in some unnecessary karma. Thinking that, she unscrewed the wine gourd and a drop of agar flew out from it. At once, the entire Hanwu city was filled with the fragrance of wine, and everyone was intoxicated. The drop of agar was as if the essence of heaven and earth had condensed, emitting infinite sword intent. And within the battlefield of conscription, Yi Ning had already run out of oil. A trace of sword intent could not be condensed, and he could only hold a long sword and kill the demon in close quarters. But as a sword immortal, her physical attribute was not high. Without the sword intent enhancement, her melee combat ability was not as good as that of other sword class professionals. Boom boom boom. The puppet swordsmen assisting in the defense fell one after another. The flying swords in the air also fell back to the ground due to the exhaustion of their sword intent. The entire battlefield, a scene of withering. Chop out the last sword. Yi Ning, whose face was pale, let out a long sigh. With the last of her strength, she raised the dark green longsword. The emotions of remorse, unwillingness, and anger condensed at the tip of the sword, forming the last trace of sword intent. Sword will is mind. The sword immortal practiced not the sword, but the heart. That's what the sister with the hiccups told her. When you are in a desperate situation, you can sacrifice the heart of the sword and cut out the last sword. Blip. Yi Ning drank softly. After cutting out the sword that sacrificed her sword heart, no matter if she lived or died, she was no longer a sword immortal. But, at least it didn't disgrace the sword fairy. Yi Ning's eyes were determined, and he was about to cut out the last sword. At that moment, the smell of wine suddenly filled the sky and earth. Amidst that rich wine aroma was an endless stream of sword intent. Yi Ning was violently stunned, looked to the sky, and muttered, "Is it you, drunkard sister? Thank you, Elder Lin, for your help." On the observation deck of the city lord's mansion, Dongfang Cheng knelt down towards Linier. At this point, Yi Ning in the light curtain had regathered her sword intent and was once again active. The dark green flying sword shone brightly as if it was a green light, flying up and down in the tide of demonic creatures, reaping a great harvest. The desperate situation had passed, and Yi Ning's life was saved. The other sword class professionals, too, regained their level buffs. There has been a turnaround of disadvantages to advantages, and a return to extinction. The crowd on the observation deck was relieved to see this. At the same time, he cast a gaze of awe at Linier. She was actually able to intervene in the conscription battlefield, from the outside world. This kind of ability, in the eyes of an ordinary professional, was no different from a god. It's true, the heroic order is the limit for mortals. On top of that, the monarch order has naturally been transcendent. What's more, Linier was still a peak monarch. Its strength was not something that they, the elite rank, could attend to. Zhang Qian pondered for half a day and finally summoned up enough courage to ask Linier, "Senior just said that this trip was to meet your son. May I ask if your son is based in Hanwu City?" Speaking of this, Zhang Qian was afraid that Linier would think too much and added, "I have no other intention. I'm just afraid of having eyes that don't recognize him. Tai and slowing down your son." Linier raised her hand, pointed at the leaderboard, and said, "Nu aw, the first place is my son." First place? Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang was the son of the wine-sword immortal. Crap! A sound of teeth clashing rang out from the observation deck. The bodies of both Zhang Qian and Luan Lord were shaking so much that they were about to fall apart. Even Zhong Yuan, who was as steady as an old dog, was in a cold sweat. Luan Lord's question is okay. He just gloated over Chiny Yang. Zhang Qian, the city lord, had a big problem. Before, he had wanted to suppress the Qin family. Qin Chuan, master of the Qin family. If you have such a big background, you should have said so earlier. This messed up to take the liberty. It's over. This kid Zhang Qian is finished. Zhong Yuan glanced at the young city lord. Zhang Qian was already ashen. Odds are, at this point, was thinking about how to write a resignation report. But is it useful to resign? This side suggests that the resignation report and the suicide note are written at the same time. Inside the conscription battlefield, Chiny Yang was sitting in the front yard of the palace, looking up at the sky with puzzled eyes. At that moment, there was a familiar scent of wine that was lingering at the tip of his nose. As far as he could remember, the smell of this wine came once a year. The answer I got after asking Qin Chuan was that the family was making wine. When asked where the brewed wine was, Qin Chuan would ask Chiny Yang in return, "Have you done your homework today? Are you still playing to awaken your profession?" Thus, Chiny Yang stopped asking, nor was the scent of the wine being taken to heart. But at this time, when he smelled this wine fragrance again, Chiny Yang realized that something was wrong. He could clearly perceive the unbridled sword intent in the fragrance of the wine. What's the smell of this wine, anyway? Why is it in the draft battlefield? Chiny Yang couldn't figure out the situation in front of him at all. So, he simply didn't want to. He was bathing under the divine aura of the palm lamp golden crow. Let the warmth of the supreme yang divine charm wash over the cells of the entire body. The light golden dragon's blood flowed slowly, a flame in the center of the heart, blazing, above the dragon's spine. It was even flooded with a slight spiritual charm. Congratulations, Supreme Dragon Body level up. Supreme Dragon Body, LV, 2 physique plus 200. A cue went off that. Qin Yang Tun had the feeling of breaking through the shackles. He only felt that his qi and blood were more solidified and his breathing was more fluid. Between the meridians, there seemed to be golden lightning traveling, incomparably smooth. Qin Yang's eyes exploded open as golden thunder flashed. As he gasped for breath, he actually let out a dragon's roar. Sunbathing and upgrading the Supreme Dragon Body. It's just too wonderful. Qin Yang was overjoyed in his heart. Want to upgrade passive skills? Daily exercise is indispensable. But Qin Yang didn't have enough time to play. So where would he want to exercise? There you go. The little golden crow lamp shines so brightly that sunbathing can be upgraded. God, just spoil me. A favorite one doesn't squeak. Say, when will the Supreme Yang Overlord Body be practiced? Qin Yang was in a good mood and his heart was filled with anticipation. He had asked Suda before. The Supreme Yang Body in the Palm Light Golden Crow's still description is actually the early stage version of the Supreme Yang Overlord Body. The difference between the two lies in the physical attributes. In addition to the 4 attributes, professionals also have some hidden attributes. Things like elemental resistances, physical resistances, and so on. These attributes will not be data mined, but are real. A new attribute, toughness, is also unlocked when the base physique reaches 500. Toughness is about controlling resistance. Those with toughness are easily immune to control against low-level professionals, which is equivalent to having a resident bully. This resilience, it was the key to the transformation of the Supreme Yang Body into the Supreme Yang Hegemony Body. Before 500 points of base physique, it is a body of Supreme Yang. After 500 points of base physique, it is the Supreme Yang Hegemony Body. And the current Qin Yang already had 429 points of physique. The goal is clear. Free attributes in the back. All plus physique. Qin Yang heatedly laughed and pinched Su Daji's thigh. Your Majesty, you're bad. Suda grunted, shoved a grape into Chingy Yang's mouth. She muttered in a feigned grudge. Concubine worked so hard just now, and His Majesty hasn't rewarded me yet. Look, another rush. Chingy Yang laughed and also stuffed cherries into Sudaji's mouth. A demonic concubine and a dim king. A natural pair. Just then, a bell rang in the sky. End of second level. Fully cleared, 12. 968. Withdrawal, 30012. Deaths, 8. 911. The third level is about to begin. Level 3, Cloud Ring. Level rules, in addition to the top 10. All participants can challenge upwards. Successful challenge can obtain each other's rankings. When the top 10 final confirmation. Open the Kaiju challenge. Note 1, top 1 cannot be challenged before the Kaiser's challenge opens. Level limit, no limit. Level enhancement, no enhancement. The top 1 can't be challenged before the Quintessence challenge opens? So, I become the final boss? After reading the rules, Chingy Yang was flooded with a smile. Such a rule coming out proof that he had been recognized by the Heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the various heavenly prides on the conscription battlefield were also looking up at the sky. It's finally time to meet the first place winner. Who could she be? Yi Qiu Ning, or Chu Meng Xian? These two, neither of them is a match for me. Next to the corpses of a bunch of demons, Luan Tian's eyes were red and his face was filled with excitement. In the first level, he finished third. By the second level, he thought he was hitting his stride, but unfortunately he still only got second place. This made his heart full of unwillingness. But it's okay. The third level would be tailor-made for him. The profession of Fury Blood Berserker was best at 1v1 single combat. And before he challenged the leader, he needed to accept other people's challenges to stabilize the top 10 throne. Just right. He was still able to build up a wave of fury before seeing the first place. Come on, little brats. With your blood, roll out the red carpet for me to the top. Luan Tian laughed madly. He could, finally, go on a killing spree. Taishangs, ask for a wave of power for love. Just watch the ads and help me stabilize my numbers. I made a mistake in the rank. I left out the master. Linier set the rank to 149. King rank. The real battle for the title is about to begin. Young Qin's face is so big that he was arranged to be the boss. Isn't that a boss? I don't even know how I'm going to beat him. Hanggu City. Under the curtain of light. The crowd perked up again. Perhaps because of the low level. The process was quite a bit shorter this time around with the draft battlefield. But the excitement, definitely, is no less than ever. Mainly, it was Chingy Yang's performance that really blew up. Prior to this, many people only knew that the legendary class professions were strong, but had no specific concepts or perceptions. Now, everyone knows. The so-called occupational ratings were not set blindly, but were truths summarized by occupiers over 500 years of fighting. Under equal conditions, a regular career cannot be stronger than an exceptional career. Exceptional careers, too, are not likely to be stronger than transcendent and epic. As for the legend, and everyone saw it, with the strength that Chingy Yang had displayed, you take your head and beat it? And everyone had a feeling. This guy, he hasn't gone all out yet. Yi Qiaoning, Luan Tian, Chu Mengxian, none of those top-ranked celestial pride had experienced bitter battles, and Yi Qiaoning had even fallen into a desperate situation. But what about Chingy Yang? From start to finish, he didn't even mess up his hair. He's in the draft battlefield like he's playing. This kind of strength was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the future, whoever says that the intensity of a career is determined by the person will be invited to die first. Now it's up to the gang of heavenly prides during the battle for the title, whether or not they can force out young Qin's full strength. It looks hard to me, unless they're all together. Together? That's going to be a good show. I want to see the heavens pride fight the boss. The professionals murmured, extremely excited for the next battle. Don't get excited too early. A professional said in an old-fashioned manner. Maybe, it'll be seconds again. Concerned about this draft of the battlefield. There are quite a few powerful professionals. Those with a sharp eye can naturally see that. Chingy Yang was not in the same dimension as the others. It's useless to fight high dimensions in low dimensions, just to have the numbers. Before the third level officially begins, there are quite a few professionals who have quit the draft battlefield. Obviously, they realize the danger. The third level is unlimited fighting with no rules. The casualty rate will only be more, not less, compared to the previous two levels. When you meet a kind-hearted opponent, you can still stay alive if you lose. But when it comes to the ruthless ones, it's a no-win situation. The bright moon was in the sky, as a flood of bells rang out. In the light curtain of the heavenly Tao, battle images appeared. The battle between professionals has officially begun. Warrior versus mage, mage versus archer. The professionals who stayed behind challenged upwards, one-on-one, or one-on-many. Ignore the evenly matched rookies. The heavenly light curtain, directly giving the camera to the top 10. Only a four-sided platform was presented in the canopy screen. Yi Qiaoning, Chu Mengxian, Nan Wu, and the other top 10 celestial pride, all appeared in the picture. As the challenged target, they all saw their opponents. Songxian City's Luan Tian even chose to go one-to-many, dealing with the challenges of 1,000 strong professionals at the same time. In the center of the four-sided platform, Luan Tian stood proudly, the red aura of intense blood lingering around him, and around the platform, multiple figures flashed out in a row. Paladin, Flame Mage, Wind Ranger, the 10 excellence grade professionals, after only slightly exchanging glances, reached an agreement in their hearts. 10 to fight 1, take down Luan Tian and then fight for second place. But they overlooked one thing. The multiplayer challenge was opened by Luan Tian himself. Only seeing his eyes showing excitement, he roared at the 10 challengers. Trash, what are you waiting for? Come on. Luan Tian's arrogance provoked the anger of the challengers. Rangers strung their bows and mages gathered their flames and got into battle stance. And Luan Tian just made a move. Biting his finger, he wiped the blood on his brow. At that moment, the blood on his brow, as if it were alive, swam around his face. Luan Tian's body, too, underwent a drastic change during this period. His pupils changed to red, the whites of his eyes to black. The already gnarled muscles bulged even more exaggeratedly. The blood-red aura that lingered around his body began to boil as if it were aflame. He's going berserk. Quickly gather fire. As one of the holy light priests gave the command, the challengers offered up their own kills. Flames and lightning, splitting heads and faces, surged towards Luan Lord. The Wind Ranger's 5 consecutive vectors were the first to reach Luan Tian's body. Just as the 5 arrows that had formed a line were about to pierce into Luan Tian's brow, he was transformed into a blood-colored residual shadow and disappeared in place. That fast? The Windwalker Ranger's eyes popped open and he let out a gasp. How could the opponent, a berserker, have such high agility? Just then, Luan Tian's voice came from behind him. You're the one who's too slow. The Wind Ranger looked with his afterimage, and in his vision, only a fist appeared. Bang! A large cloud of blood mist spread out, shooting yellow and white in all directions. A level 30 Windwalker Ranger, who was punched in the head. Snap! The headless body fell limply to the ground, and rolls of viscous blood emerged from the bull-sized scar. This blood did not flow to the ground, but was spreading upwards, as if there was an invisible blood vessel that guided the blood to Luan Tian's brow. Gollum! Gollum! Luan Tian's throat wriggled and he made a swallowing sound. It gave the impression that it was like taking the blood of the other side and swallowing it. Delicious fracking blood. With a face of enjoyment, Luan Tian looked towards the remaining challengers, as if these people, all of them, were fruits to be plucked at will. Seeing this scene, everyone else panicked. They had seen many ferocious demons, and it was the first time I had seen such a vicious human. They wanted to withdraw from the challenge, but they received a rejection prompt. Undivided. You can't quit. City Lord's Mansion. On the viewing platform, Linier had taken Zheng Qian's seat. She's just picked up a chicken leg. Then he saw the bloody image in the light screen. Luan Tian, with the strength of one person, took 10 professionals, dismantled them and emptied their hearts. Linier frowned. Her appetite was suddenly a lot worse, and she looked at Luan Lord with some dissatisfaction. This kid is poisonous, isn't he? Killing people is killing people. Why do you have to be so disgusting? Luan Lord, who was named, immediately got up and said with a trembling voice, my brother's profession is Fury Blood Berserker, and he needs to accumulate Fury Blood Chi. So he struck out a little bit harder. Junk careers. Linier unscrewed the wine pot and said, when he is killed, you can't cry. Luan Lord sighed and nodded heavily. He was able to understand the meaning of Linier's words. According to the rules of the 3rd level, Luan Tian would definitely encounter Chingy Yang. If he remained in control of his mind by the Fury Blood, then even if the God of Heaven came, he would not be able to save him. The key is, even if he was killed, Luan Lang could not yet take revenge. The Zhongshan Luan family had no right to resist in front of this wine-sword immortal. This Luan family's son finally felt the helplessness of being oppressed. Right at this moment, Linier's eyes lit up. A look of doting surfaced, and she let out a light laugh. The stupid girl of the Chu family. She's being born more and more beautifully. It's worthy of being the one I've fallen in love with. Fancy that? The crowd was in awe. Dare I say that the Chu family of Jingming City also had a sword emperor background? Everyone looked towards the light curtain in the sky. The only thing you can see in the picture is a young girl with a marble head, doing stretching exercises. The proud figure, together with the close-fitting martial arts uniform, gave a sense of beauty that was resilient and contained strength. That was none other than the daughter of the Chu family of Jingming City, Chu Mengxian. At this moment, She was being surrounded by 10 challengers in turn. The occupations of these challengers are surprisingly uniform. Swordsmen, gun and shield soldiers, assassins, great sword war, a water of melee professions. The swords, guns, sticks, and clubs, carrying gusts of wind, took turns attacking Chu Mengxuan's body, blossoming with sparks. Facing this kind of chopper team, if it were a normal meat shield profession, it would have already broken the defense. But Chu Mengxian was doing stretching exercises with ease. It was as if those attacks, they didn't even hit her. Out of the bully already? The level of the golden bell. It should be LV5. Not bad, not good in the head, but talented. Linier's eyes were filled with praise. Just then, Chu Mengxian finished stretching. She stomped her foot to the ground and her fist unfolded. A male lion that loomed behind it. Just this burst of chi attack alone shook the two warriors and sent them flying backwards. She then took another arrow step forward, like a cannonball, and slammed into a gun and shield soldier. The 8 poles collapsed. The shield of the gun and shield soldier shattered in response, and the hand holding the shield even took on a twisted shape. Obviously, it was fractured by that huge force. Black Tiger Hollow Dash, Bucking Dragon Swing Dash, No Shadow Kick Dash, Iron Mountain Leaning Dash. Chu Mengxian struck out with one move of her unarmed fighting technique, and in less than 10 seconds, she was able to put down all 10 challengers as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Phew! The battle ended, and Chu Mengxian took a deep breath. Then he made a bow with both hands and saluted one by one towards each of the professions that had fallen to the ground. Her people are quite good. The character can be cute and adorable. It feels more pleasing than Yi Qiu Ning. Powdered. Che, is that what you like? I don't even want to talk about you. Chu Mengxuan's martial etiquette and Luan Tian's tyranny formed a huge contrast. For a time, it had gained countless fans and won the favor of countless professionals. Right at this moment, an assassin challenger suddenly stormed out, flashing his dagger towards Chu Mengxian, who was making a gesture of greeting. Not good, there's a dog. Maruko-chan, be careful. Seeing Chu Mengxian being sneak attacked, the crowd under the curtain of light was appalled. Admittedly, assassins win by stealing, can sneak up on you after the fight is over. It's still offensive to most people. Just as everyone's hearts were in their throats, Chu Mengxian was the one who instantly raised her hand and violently grabbed the assassin's hand that was holding the dagger. At the same time, the palm of the other hand was spread out, and it was held hard towards the assassin's chin. Snap! The tremendous force actually lifted the assassin's head, directly out. The headless body, bubbling with rolling plasma, collapsed limply. Chu Mengxuan's kill screen was just as bloody as Luan Tian's. However, it caused thunderous applause within Hangwu City. Great job! Cool, Maruko-chan. A dog like that should have his head ripped off. It's the presence of these inhuman, ghostly beasts that makes professionals have no trust in each other. Seeing the assassin being split up by Chu Mengxian, the professionals all clapped their hands. Even Linier, who was on the viewing platform, was full of complacency as she asked the crowd, I have a good eye, don't I? The Chu family's girl is stupid, yes, but stupid to the right degree. Yes. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Qian nodded their heads and laughed along, all the while mentally muttering, stupid to be just right? How can you praise someone like that? The third level, the Cloud Challenge, is synchronized. It didn't take long. The professionals then decided the winner. The final order of ranking has changed a bit. Of these, the top 100 saw the largest changes. Almost half of them were brushed off. Among these, there were many others who were eliminated because they challenged the top 10 and were eliminated instead. On the contrary, the order of the top 10 is unchanged. With the exception of Chiny Yang, the 9 Heavenly Pride had all experienced round after round of challenges, yet they were as unshakable as 9 great mountains, and in front of these 9 great mountains, there was the highest peak, Chiny Yang. When a flood of bells rang out, the final battle for the title is officially open. Buzz. 9 pillars of light flashed. On the 4-sided formation, 9 figures appeared. They were all second to 10th place Heavenly Pride powerhouses. Since entering the battlefield of conscription, it was the first time these 9 people had met, and they'd been at each other's throats for a long time before this. After signaling each other with a look, a young man dressed as a monk said in a warm voice, looking at the rules of the level, it's our joint crusade for first place, so in order to facilitate cooperation, let's all introduce ourselves. After saying that, he proclaimed the Buddha's name and said, Poverty Monk Nan Wu, profession Voodoo Vajra, positioning warrior. A teenager with a feminine temperament responded, Hana Hikari, flower knight, output means mainly poison, can play some control. After Hana Hiko, the crowd introduced themselves. Yi Qiu Ning, sword immortal, specializes in long range. Sanjin, shadow phantom stab, sneak attack. Zwa Dong Dong. Profession Holy Light Bishop. I specialize in team gain. My core skills are Holy Light Healing and Holy Light Shield. Then you can't work with me. A girl with a gloomy temperament and skinny bones raised her hand. My name is Lin Mo. My occupation is Undead Monarch. Watch out when the bishop releases his skills. Don't yank me. Put. You talk funny. Chu Mengxian smiled heartlessly and said, my name is Chu Mengxian. 100 Beasts Martial Artist. I can be a front row or an output. In the end, only Luan Tian clasped his arms and didn't say a word. Chu Mengxian frowned and introduced to the crowd. This beep is Fury Blood Berserker. Can play front row and lose. Without waiting for Chu Mengxian to finish her sentence, Luan Tian interrupted. There's no need for introductions. I'm going to single-handedly take first place. Singles? The crowd froze and looked at each other. Nanwu shook his head for a while and stepped forward to advise. All of the Heavenly Dao's arrangements have a certain amount of reasonableness, and the fact that it allows us to jointly crusade against the first place proves that the other party is very strong. Nanwu is right. Yi Qiaoning nodded his head in agreement and said to Luan Tian, if a single fight could be won, the rule wouldn't be a joint crusade. Luan Tian remained unmoved and coldly said, I have my own backbone. Wait and you guys just watch. Che, pretend you do. Chu Mengxian hummed. The necromancer by the side. Lin Macho murmured, why hasn't the first place come yet? Making the 9 of us wait for him? What a great official authority. That's right. We'll have to make him suffer old age later. Chu Mengxian waved her fists, full of vigor. Just then, on the clouds, the floating and sinking 4-square formation trembled slightly. From the heavy clouds ahead came a solemn battle cry. Wind! 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 The clouds rolled in, thick with military momentum. Hearing these war cries, the crowd couldn't help but tremble. What is this? Coming? It feels like the heavenly soldiers are coming. But we challenged. Aren't we alone? Don't panic. Possibly to set the mood? Several heavenly prides looked at each other, all seeing fear in each other's eyes. At this moment, the clouds ahead slowly dispersed, as if pushed away by an invisible force. An even taller, grander platform revealed itself from it. The platform was like a temple suspended in the sky, blending in with the clouds and mist, towering over everything in the world. Rows of warriors in dark gold armor stood along the edges of the platform, forming a row of golden barriers. After the forest of halberds, in the center of the platform, there was a magnificent throne. On it, sat a man in a red robe. The red robe is like blood and fire, like the heart of the sky. As golden lightning erupted, 2 stern gazes stared through the clouds. Moment. The 9 celestials on the 4-sided stage, all experienced an unprecedented sense of oppression. This feeling of oppression is not the suppression of the weak by the strong. Rather, it is a naturally occurring law when the higher dimensions look down on the lower dimensions, hoping it's really a heavenly soldier. My Buddha is merciful. This is not the right script, is it? The mild-mannered monk Nan Wu, with a trembling voice, cried out. Clearly, he was panicking, but he wasn't the only one who panicked. Luan Tian, who had just said that he would single-handedly challenge the first-place winner, had long since frowned and retreated to the back of the crowd. The Taishang Emperors, the Emperor's daily greetings, begging for catch-up reading, begging to see the ads ors. It's so much fun to play the beep na. On the throne, Chiny Yang propped up his head and looked down at the crowd below, in a relaxed mood. In fact, he didn't intentionally try to act beep. It's just that the Heavenly Dao positioned him as a boss, and even the throne was arranged. On your side, you can't make a shabby entrance, can you? And so, he summoned the Forbidden Army and had it form a square formation. The Imperial Guards and the Brocade Guards, on the other hand, were serving on the left and right. As for himself, he lifted his dragon robe and headed for the throne. Not to mention, it smells like something. Are these the challengers? I don't know how strong they are. I hope they can make me a big show. Chiny Yang said in his heart, looking towards the 4 directions array below, from which he saw a familiar figure. Chu Mengxian. This girl too? That's done. It's easy difficulty. Chiny Yang sighed, somewhat disappointed. He was aware of Chu Mengshuan's strength. Transcendent level profession. 100 Beasts Martial Artist. A golden bell. Invulnerable to swords and spears. As a result, he was still punched out of his own near-death state. If the strength of the others was comparable to Chu Mushuan's, then this battle would be extremely boring. It's good enough to come to me. Play with them. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang rose from his throne, spread his arms like a dragon spreading its wings, and said in a loud voice, seeing me as heaven, why don't you worship me? Boom! In a flash, the clouds were like boiling water, raging and churning. A terrifying pressure descended as if it were a heavenly tilt. The 9 people on the quadrilateral formation only felt that 1,000 iron shackles had been applied to their bodies, and without a moment's hesitation, they knelt down in unison. Ah, ouch, my knee is going to shatter. Is the person we're challenging really a participant? Yeah, that doesn't look like a level 30 at all. Will we die? The crowd of celestial pride were still young and hadn't appreciated such a powerful force, and they all knelt on the ground, trembling. Among them, only Luan kept his cool and yelled at Zhuodongdong, "Holy Light Bishop, quickly lift the control." Zhuodongdong mortared his staff, his face pale. "I can't undo it. My Holy Light Purification. It's useless against this control skill." Suppression skill? Luan Tian's pupils shrunk. Suppression skills were mostly effective singly, and he had yet to hear of any profession that could suppress in groups. This kind of skill put on the battlefield could already seal a god. Damn! Who is this? Luan Tian cursed, wanting to see the caster's appearance, but under that pressure, he couldn't even lift his head. Helplessly, he looked at Chu Mengxian and Yi Ning and asked, "Do you guys know this person?" Yi Ning blanched and shook her head. Chu Mengxian is even more full of confusion. "I can't reach Professionals were already a minority, and the number of geniuses, even more so, was a handful. Large clans, great sects, and great guilds would all make digging out potential newcomers a top priority. Every year after the awakening, as soon as someone comes into their own, they are immediately targeted. Therefore, Luan Tian felt strange. The person in front of him was clearly a top genius, and you don't have any information about him? Is this the other side hiding well? Or is the family's intelligence department swinging for the fences? Just then, the man on the throne spoke again. "All of you are Heaven's Pride, but Heaven's Pride is only the threshold to see me. If this is the only extent, it is not enough for me to make a move. I'll give you 10 seconds to automatically exit the conscription battlefield." Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. A hint of indignation flooded the eyes of Luan Tian and Yi Ning. Since their awakening, they had been surrounded by stars. When had they ever suffered such disparagement? Heaven's Pride is just the threshold to see you? What a cocky tone. Others, on the other hand, took it in stride. Flower Knight Hana Hikari, looking toward Monk Nanwu, asked in a low voice, "Retreat or not?" Nanwu nodded slightly and said, "We're already in the top 10. There's no need to risk our lives for a leader." At this time, Luan Tian said angrily, "Retreat my ass. Everyone, don't fall for it." Fooled? Zhuodongdong was a bit puzzled. Yi Ning explained, "This suppression skill, there should be a time limit. The other party might be swindling us." Nanwu frowned. "But what if it's not a swindle?" Yi Ning said, "Why don't you give it a try?" Luan Tian nodded. "Right, I just don't believe that he can kill us all instantly." Hanahiko shook her head. "This is too risky for you guys. What's with all the bickering?" Lin Mo smiled helplessly, looked at Chu Mengxian beside her, and asked, "Pale head, are you backing out? I'll join you." Chu Mengxian, on the other hand, had a dull gaze and murmured, "I feel that I know this person." Who? Hearing those words, everyone looked at Chu Mushuan. Chu Mengxian, on the other hand, was unsure. "It seems like, my hairdresser?" The crowd froze. "Your childhood friend? So you're still on your knees? That's not a very good relationship, either." 10 seconds had passed as the crowd spoke. "None of them quit? You have a lot of courage. Then grant Heir et al. The opportunity to please me." Above the throne, a majestic voice once again came. There just seemed to be the slightest hint of excitement in his voice. Buzz. Suddenly, the crowd felt the pressure on their bodies disappear, and their bodies could move freely again. Yi Ning was delighted and said, "The bet is right. This skill of his, it has a time." The crowd perked up at these words. "Hey, he's so good at pretending. He almost got fooled. I told you, they're all level 30s. Even if they're legendary level professions, they won't be too far off from us. The first place in front of us is not unbeatable. Then take him in one fell swoop. None of you should reserve your strength. Whoever gets the most credit will be the leader." Luan Tian's double fists hammered, and the chi of fury blood was in full bloom. "Okay, Buddha as a witness." Nanwu clasped his hands together and drank. Vajra Dharma. Boom! As the swastika formation manifested underneath his feet, behind Nanwu's back, the shadow of a furious Vajra emerged. The Vajra was born with 6 arms as if it was a bright king descending into the world. Not to be outdone, Hanahiko drew his longsword, threw an elegant sword flourish, and drank flower armor. With that, the already gorgeous armor blossomed with gaudy flowers, crawling with barbed thorns, making it look like a deadly konjac. A hint of flame also surfaced in the eyes of Lin Mo, who had a somber expression. As she opened the door to the underworld, she said to Zhuodongdong, "The first time we work with Holy Light, we'll win, right?" "Well, it's going to win." The Bishop of Holy Light smiled, then his gaze became holy. She pointed her staff to the sky and droned, "Holy Light, please gaze upon us." As she shouted, a pair of eyes slowly opened above the sky. Those are the eyes of the gods, and when they look down on the battlefield, all will be blessed. For a while, each of the 9 heavens pride showed their abilities and fired off their own stunts. And under the gaze of the holy light, each of them was enchanted with a shield and their attributes were enhanced on all fronts. These 9 people stood together, like a troupe of protagonists who had come to the final showdown, which could have set Chingy Yang, who was on the throne, ablaze. It's so combustible, I'm tempted to join them, but I'm the villain. Chingy Yang also got into the swing of things. As the villain, it's time for him to give a philosophical speech at this point. For a while, boss figures from various movies and TV shows haunted his mind. Skyless Buddha, ancestor of the moon worshippers, and Pain of the 6 Paths. All of these charismatic villains have their own philosophies that create their high points. Like them, Chingy Yang had also gathered his life's realization into 24 words of truth. Human formation. Yenling releases Aros. Feathered charge. The hand of royalty. The golden crow of the palm. The world's divine soldier. Wow. Armor trembled and metal clanged. The human forbidden army struck their shields with their long swords as if they were beating drums. The wild gooseplume prohibition army strung their bows as neatly as if they were copying and pasting. Shoo shoo shoo. Prickly prickly. It was accompanied by sharp cracking and arcing sounds. The lightning arrows formed a thundercloud that filled the air towards the 4 directions formation. Below the thunderclouds were hundreds of halberd-wielding, lined up and charging featherwood prohibition guards. They were like a golden torrent that, pouring down the steps of the throne, and above the sky, spots of golden light lit up. Look closely. That golden light was a weapon that shone with a golden glow. Their sharp blades are all pointed at the eyes of the gods. The sky was lined up as if it were dotted with stars. In the midst of the stars, there was even a sun suspended, radiating hot sunlight. Meh, this will win my ass. The undead monarch, Lin Mo, looked up at the sky and muttered, "The not over?" Hanggu City, under the curtain of light, 10,000 people stood one after the other, but there was silence. Just now, they witnessed an endgame battle. 9 human celestials, through many trials and tribulations, killed before the throne, facing that red-robed Chingy Yang, who was dressed as if he was a demonic emperor. Celestial pride who had never known each other were all in the same breath and formed a team. Even holy light and undead, 2 elements that didn't get along, stood together. The undead monarch's undead ocean, the divine eye of the bishop of holy light, the floral realm of the flower knight, Vajra Dharma of Vajra, transcendental level professions, each with their own power, powerful skills that are dazzling and eye-opening. One time, it's as if we all saw the Showa when it came. The 9 war gods who fought for the revival of the human race. Think about the beginning. They also, as they are now, faced the torn sky straight on. With a mortal body, he repelled the tide of void bugs and defended the human civilization. And the scenes in the light screen are almost a feverish replica of that epic segment. Just, the 2 end, not quite the same way. The epic of the human race is the great victory of the 9 war gods after 10 days and 10 nights of fierce battle. The image in the light screen was of the 9 great celestial pride's entire army after lying prone for 10 seconds. The phantom of the Vorpal Vajra was punched through the air by Chingy Yang. The sword immortals flying with their swords were thundered out of their X-rays by the dense lightning arrows, and were scorched on the outside. The berserkers, who had turned on the fury blood, were pressed to the ground by 5 gold-armored warriors, punching and kicking them. The sea of undead summoned by the undead monarch, on the other hand, went up in smoke under the piercing eye aura, and the eye of the god that floated above the dome of the sky hadn't even looked at the battlefield twice before it was poked and blinded by the countless golden divine soldiers. The crowd of celestial pride were completely beaten up from one side to the other. The only one who had a chance to launch an attack on Chingy Yang was the phantom assassin who had hidden his figure from the start. The phantom assassin's ability to be rated at the transcendent level lies in its absolute stealth effect, being able to travel through the shadows. Using this ability, the assassin named Sang Qin managed to touch Chingy Yang's rear, only just about to make a move were the 2 guards, wearing flying saucer helmets, pressed to the ground. For a mere 10 seconds, the 9 great celestial pride pounced on 8.5. The only one standing was Chu Mengxian, but she was half of her body nailed to the ground, so she didn't fall down. That's a bit of a stretch. City Lord's mansion. On the viewing platform, even Linier revealed a look of surprise. Through the previous battle, she already knew her son's strength, but I didn't expect that it would be so strong. 9 transcendent level heavenly prides. He's like an ant in front of him? Linier reminisced about the past. When she was young, she had merely grabbed 5 heavens pride and beat them like dogs. Compared to Chingy Yang, not only was the number less, the degree of crushing was also insufficient. So much better than his dad. Pops would have loved him. The corner of Linier's mouth hooked up into a smile, and a look of doting flowed from her eyes. Compared to Chinfon, Chingy Yang was already qualified enough. to stand in front of the Sword Emperor. Just then, a flood bell sounded. The final settlement rankings appeared in the light screen. This draft battlefield event is over. The final rankings are as follows. First place, Chingy Yang. Second place, Wan Tian. Third place, Chu Mengxian. Fourth place, Nan Wu. 10th place, Yi Qiuning. Rewards are being distributed. Inside the conscription battlefield, Chingy Yang stood on top of the four-sided platform with an expression of intent. Strictly speaking, these 9 heavenly prides had not succeeded in pleasing him. However, it did surprise him a little. The Eye of the Gods summoned by the Bishop of Holy Light is kinda interesting. If it wasn't for the Divine Warrior Phantom on which the shadow damage from the little black skycloak could be attached, he hadn't really been able to poke those eyes out in the first place. Other than that, that assassin was good. She was actually able to travel through the shadows. It's a skill that's really defensible. The good thing is, the Brocade Guards have that too. As the assassin crouched in the shadow, the Jinx crouched across from her. The two were eye to eye and the other froze. Worthy of being a transcendent level profession. The skills are distinctive and eye-catching. It might be more fun to encounter epic and legendary levels later. As Chingy Yang was thinking, a prompt surfaced in front of his eyes. This draft battlefield event is over. You're ranked number 1. Congratulations. You have obtained a level 30 diamond treasure chest *3. Congratulations. You may draw a transfer prop. Your second career has been detected as 99 human emperors. Transfer props are being distributed randomly. You have obtained the colored prop, Kongdong Seal. You can quit the draft battlefield at any time. And you will be forced to quit after 1 minute. Kongdong Seal. Chingy Yang was ecstatic in his heart. This luck. It's too good to be true. It was not long ago that I learned about the line of chakra. This comes to unlocking props. With a thought, Chingy Yang opened his backpack and checked the props. Props, Kongdong Seal, unique. Quality, colored products. Introduction, the Kongdong Seal is the most precious treasure of the human race. Jointly controlled by the 5 emperors of the human race. Suppressing the fortune of the 5 sides of the southeast, west, north, and west. And those who hold the seal can condense the human race's fortune in themselves. And the value of fortune can be exchanged for attributes to unlock the potential. Redeeming attributes? If I keep redeeming my physique, won't I live forever? Wait, unlocking potential? While Chingy Yang was in an excited mood, he found the highlight. In this world, magical creatures have potential. According to human statistics, potential is categorized as 1 to 6 stars. The higher the star level, the more perverse the attributes. In the later stages, many high-level and high-attribute magical creatures were almost unbeatable. But strangely enough, humans are the only ones that have no potential. This question has been studied by mankind for many years without result. In the end, it was just a phrase, the special characteristics of the Divine Order race, that was used to pass it off. You can see the introduction of the Kongdong Seal. Chingy Yang sprouted a guess. The potential exists in humans. It's just locked away. Mythically, the human emperor can gather the entire clan's chi and raise the nation for the same sacrifice. Could it be that I can unlock the potential for the human race when I become the human queen? Chingy Yang's eyes bloomed with golden light. If you can unlock the potential of the human race, then the strength of the human race might go up in a flip-flop. In this way, all those so-called invincible demons would become experience packs. Maybe it will be possible to raise the nation to soar and blow the horn against the 10,000 realms. But that's afterward. Chingy Yang stopped his reverie. To him now, the greatest use of the Kongdong Seal was that it could unlock the Chi Luck system. Read the description that Chi Luck can also be redeemed for basic attributes. Good lord. One more path to growing imperial power. Let's study it later. There are still 3 diamond-level treasure chests. Wait to go back and open them together. Chingy Yang thought as he transformed into a golden light and rushed straight into the sky. In Hangwu City, the light curtain slowly closed and turned into a vortex. A stream of light glowing with golden thunder flew out from the vortex. Upon seeing the stream of light, the entire city instantly boiled. Congratulations to Young Chin for winning the championship. Young Chin's martial arts luck is prosperous. He will reach the top. The true dragon has descended. Hangwu has become a place where dragons flourish. Young Chin, look at me, ah, we had dinner. Nearly 1 million people cheered at the same time, their voices shaking the sky. The golden stream of light, on the other hand, made a turn over the sea of people and flew in a certain direction. Linier frowned when she saw the stream of light turn. That's not the direction of the Chin mansion. Where is this kid going? After reading that, she directly transformed into a sword aura and chased towards the stream of light. Lin Jinxian, you wait. Zhang Qian reached out to call out to Linier, but Zhong Yuan stopped him. Zhong Yuan said, City Lord, don't stay. I can't stand my heart if she's here. Elder Zhong, we can't let Lin Jinxian follow us. Zhang Qian shook his head repeatedly and said anxiously, the direction that Young Chin went to. is the Sea King Palace. Sea King's Palace. On the sweet terrace, a golden stream of light split down, and a man in a red robe appeared from it. I'm so tired. I can finally take a break. Chiny Yang stretched and yawned. Inside his chest, a purring sound similar to a dragon's roar was emitted. Is Wang Kai not here? He should have been eliminated a long time ago. Chiny Yang looked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. He booked this suite with Wang Kai. Wang Kai paid the money and Chiny Yang paid the card. By all rights, Wang Kai would have returned here before him. However, there was no sign of him in the suite, which couldn't help but make Chiny Yang worried. Fat ass. You're not going to die in there, are you? Chiny Yang thought to himself. He has few friends in this world. It'll be lonely if Wang Kai dies. Master, you're back, meow. Just then, the floor-to-ceiling window was pushed open. Two subhumans, one white and one black, walked out of the suite. It's a pair of sister cat ladies. The black cat is called Phantom and the white cat is called Joan of Arc. The first day the sisters arrived at the Sea King Palace, they were bought out by Chiny Yang and unpacked for them overnight. Now, it had become Chiny Yang's royal maid in the Sea King's Palace. Master Meow, Xiong Yu, who was dressed in a white maid's outfit, made a ball-bearing crash and jumped into Chiny Yang's arms. Her cat ears are pointed, snowy white and soft, with a touch of mischief and innocence. Unlike Xiong Yu's pampering, Phantom just held the drinks and stood respectfully at the side. The curled-up cat tail, however, was revealing her excitement. As the bottom race of this world, the character of the master determines the fate of the subhuman. They're only subhuman if the master is a person. If the master is a ghost, then they are animals. Even dishes on the table. Chiny Yang played with flowers, but his personality and appearance were considered good among humans. The cat lady twins feel lucky to have met such an owner. The appearance of the cat lady attendant also swept away the worries in Chiny Yang's heart. Participating in the battlefield of conscription is supposed to be a firefight, and casualties cannot be avoided. Wang Kai's life and death are determined by fate. If he dies, I will posthumously appoint him as the Marquis of Anil. Chiny Yang thought, picked up Xiong Yu and headed to the suite, ready to let her perform the cat stomping milk to give herself a good relaxation. Just then, a tinkling wind chime sounded. In just an instant, Xiong Yu was a soft body, fell into a deep sleep in Chiny Yang's arms, and the phantom on the side even fell directly to the ground, not even humming. At the same time, a cool voice came out, 2 at a time? You're quite good at it. Instant hypnosis. Chiny Yang's heart and mind flinched as he coalesced the hand of imperial power and looked in the direction from which the voice had come. Only a woman in chivalrous attire was standing on the railing of the terrace. The woman was about less than 30. Exquisite features and a dashing figure. All over, there was an unruly arrogance. It was only the sulking eyes, wrapped in heavy pressure, that actually forced Chiny Yang to take a step back. Excuse me? Chiny Yang said as he opened the True Dragon lookout. Name, Linier. Chakra, 5 million. Race, human. Level, 149. Profession, Wine Sword Immortal. Power, 8091, plus 6324, plus 4325. Agility, 8191, plus 7300, plus 3098. Physical fitness, 4011, plus 5068, plus 1856. Spirit, 4242, plus 3483. Skill, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Equipment, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Kidding? Seeing the opponent's attribute panel, Chiny Yang had no intention of even parsing the skill. Level 149, Monarch Order Professional. Total attributes 56,000. Such a person can give Chiny Yang with a single pooch attack. In a flash, Chiny Yang's brain was running at high speed, thinking about the identity of the other party. This woman is good looking, but her body is not my type, and odds are she's not a bitter victim of my slagging. Of course, that doesn't preclude me from slagging off her sister or sisters, but I usually give enough for the breakup and never make anyone feel aggrieved. Could it be that I killed someone in the conscription battlefield, and this is to seek revenge? Chiny Yang's pupils shrank, carefully recall the final battle. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he was already closing in on the fight, and many times he didn't put down a death blow. But swords have no eyes, and casualties are inevitable in a fight. There was also no rule that you couldn't kill people in the conscription battlefield, and every participant was considered to have made a contract of life and death from the moment they went in. But if the other party really came to seek revenge, Chiny Yang had no reason to speak, under the force of the king's order, what the other side thinks is the reasoning. Entering Yunyao's space should be able to temporarily avoid this calamity. With this thought in his mind, Chiny Yang looked at the woman and said, I wonder what senior is looking for me for. It does have some pointers. The woman glared at Chiny Yang and asked, does your father know about coming to a place like this? Chiny Yang frowned, thinking that this person's control was really wide. Could it be a relative of the family? But Chinfon Lao Deng hadn't said that there were still relatives of the monarch order in his family either. Linier. There's no one in the family with the last name Lin. Chiny Yang was puzzled in his mind and said, Elder, I'm already an adult and I don't need to report to my father wherever I go. You mean, he can't control you? Linier frowned and placed her hand on the hilt of her sword, saying, then I'll manage for him. Chiny Yang was stunned but relieved. This person is not here to seek revenge, and is definitely related to the Chin family. Since this was the case, Chiny Yang didn't cover it up and laughed. Senior is mistaken. Of course my father knows that I'm here, and this VIP card was also given by him. Upon hearing this, Linier directly froze. Halfway through the day, he broke into an odd grin. He still has a VIP card? Well. You, father and son, are quite affectionate. The woman's smile caused Chiny Yang to feel chills, nodding his head somewhat confusedly and responding, my father and I are also teachers and friends. So senior you are. Exactly. I'll teach you a lesson. Then I'll teach him a lesson. Get the fuck in here. Before Chiny Yang could finish his words, he saw Linier wave her large sleeve. Then, he only felt a flash of light before his eyes. A time tunnel-like, light-filled scene emerged from the vision. Once he opened his eyes again, he was already in a sword field filled with swords. Not waiting for him to figure out what was going on, Linier's clear and cold voice came from the air. Kid, take out your full strength to deal with this. I'm not very good at releasing the sea. Chiny Yang looked up and saw that Linier was already standing in midair. Above her, countless flying swords converged in a vortex shape, as if they were the eyes of a typhoon with chilling flashes. AI, Lao Deng victimized me. Chiny Yang sighed. He was now 80% sure that this woman and Chinfon knew each other. Moreover, the generation was far above that old den. But, it didn't matter who she was, how high her generation was, or how strong she was. Challenging the 9-5 supreme beings would be inverting the Big Dipper. Chiny Yang decided, even if you activate the Nuwa stone once, make an impression on the other side as well. 9-5. Chiny Yang, be taught. Chiny Yang politely arched his hand. Afterwards, he flew up into the sky, so that his line of sight was flush with Linier, the world's divine warrior. With a low voice, the Imperial treasury unfolded. A golden light flashed behind Chiny Yang. The golden light became denser and more blinding. In an instant, thousands of Chinese divine weapons came through time and space. Behind Chiny Yang, it formed a huge square formation, like a golden boundary. It really dares to make a move. Not bad. Come on, open your mom's eyes. Linier's eyes burned as she let out a loud laugh. How is this still right on the line? Chiny Yang forced himself to resist the urge to open his spray, and with a wave of his sleeve, thousands of divine weapons were like a rainstorm of laws, pouring towards Linier. Shoo. The divine weapon phantoms were like pouring rain, pouring towards Linier. Chiny Yang had seen Linier's attributes. It was also clear in his heart that with just his current strength, it would be impossible to break through the opponent's defense with even a greater number of divine warrior phantoms. However, compared to the other attributes, her mental power was slightly weaker, less than 8,000 points. Then, there was only one way to go if you wanted to impress Linier. Summon Sudaji and cast Qingqiu Mystic Dream. Chiny Yang's spiritual attribute had reached 700 plus. Under the sinister dragon's roar, it can add a 30% attribute bonus. 700 plus 210 is 910 for the illusion effect. And Cygnus Mystic Dream is a ranged skill. You can enjoy a 500% bonus on sweeps. It works out to be a 45-50 plus illusion effect, plus 60% mental skill settlement enhancement. That's 280 points of illusion effects. Finally, and the spiritual suppression of the Emperor's Dragon Chariot. It could weaken Linier's spiritual attributes even further. With this and the other, there was a real possibility that he could control her by surprise. Of course, this was all Chiny Yang's conjecture. Linier is a 149 level powerhouse. It's impossible not to have illusion resistance on your body. However, this was Chiny Yang's only chance. How would he know if he didn't try? Moreover, Chiny Yang's spirit was more than 700 plus. Previously, on Su Chenqing's body, he had drawn quite a lot of chi luck value. Now that the Kongdong seal was in his hand, he was already able to add attributes with his chi luck value. Only, Chiny Yang felt that he could still look at the situation. After all, it's not a life and death battle, so there's no need to pike. Dang it! A violent metallic friction sounded. Under the attack of the 1,000 divine warrior phantoms, Linier had transformed into a golden flower that bloomed with incomparably bright sparks. Listening to the voice, Chiny Yang knew her own attack did not do any damage to her. Only, in that bright spark, there were actually threads of silver flames mixed in. This is The flame of the glowing moon? Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, just when he had a guess. A soft voice rang in his ears. Master, this place contains endless sword intent. I've been awakened. It's good to be awake. Terazuki. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. Teruyuki's awakening at this time could not have been more timely. The divine soldier phantom was clearly attached to the flame of the glowing moon. This flame can cause damage to the spirit. It would further weaken Linier's spirit again. Chiny Yang was thinking. Kagaya said again. Master, I feel that this sword domain has countless sword spirits. Countless sword spirits? Chiny Yang was violently stunned, looking towards the sword cloud floating and hovering in the air, and an idea sprouted in his heart. It must be hard to hallucinate Linier, but what if it's a sword spirit? Ha ha, not bad not bad. Your attack. It's actually able to attach both shadow and moonfire damage. This is something that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to catch. Ahead. There was the sound of Linier's laughter. It seemed to be satisfied with Chiny Yang's performance. Since Senior likes it, I'll have some more. Chiny Yang smiled and nodded his head as he once again condensed 1,000 divine soldier phantoms. This time, all of the divine weapons were attached to the flame of the glowing moon. The two colors of gold and silver were intertwined, making the already gorgeous divine soldier look even more dazzling. When it hit Linier's body, it was called an iron tree and silver flowers, gorgeous and eye-catching. Bang! With a burst of sword energy, the second batch of divine soldiers were also all disillusioned. Linier held the 3-foot clear wind and juggled the sword flower, seemingly unfulfilled, and raised an eyebrow at Chiny Yang. A bit of means, but not much. It's not over yet. Chiny Yang laughed and raised his hand. At the time of the dragon's roar, a palace gate emerged in the void. The palace doors slowly opened. A pavilion in the sky slowly floated out under the drag of the 9 dragon ponies. In an instant, Linier frowned. She felt some kind of power that was suppressing his mental powers. Yes, anything else you can do, bring it out. Heavy reward for making my mother happy. Linier looked at Chiny Yang with an approving look. Elder, you can't bring your family with you when you curse. Chiny Yang drank a bottle of spirit potion and grunted coldly. Yanling, release the arrows. Prickly prickly. In an instant, the thunder and light was loud. Only then did Linier realize that on the ground below, a large number of golden armored warriors had appeared. Their number, as many as 200. The arrows they shot were like thunderclouds that rose up to the sky. Unavoidable. Linier thought that these arrows couldn't hurt her, yet she wouldn't let them touch her. Then, with a flip of his jade hand, he transformed a majestic sword chi and swept it towards the bottom. The thunderclouds met the sword chi and immediately turned into nothing. Together with the Yanling forbidden army below, they were also like ears of wheat, being swept away by a single sword. Zilong. See, just then, another thunderclap rang out. In the sky, a silver-colored thunderbolt came crashing down. Linier raised his eyes and saw a silver spear sticking towards his face. This kid, he's got so many skills. Linier gave a heartfelt cry. Chiny Yang's skills, not to mention keeping her hands busy, were a bit overwhelming. Just as Linier was about to cross her sword to block the lance, the sky suddenly lit up with blinding sunlight. The temperature of this light was extremely high, as if it contained the might of the blazing sun. Linier was flashed, and actually felt her eyes swell slightly. It was also the split second of effort that the long spear that flashed with silver-colored thunderbolts had already stabbed. When silver snakes danced wildly and waves of air tumbled, Linier hurriedly blocked the attack, but due to her unsteady center of gravity, she was knocked back half a body length. I'm repulsed? Linier was astonished in her heart. His own level 149 peak monarch was actually knocked back a body position by his level 23 son. Even if it's a letdown, it's still a bit of a shame. She swung her sword again, swinging away the thrusting lance. The lance, however, was like a lightning swimming dragon, stabbing one after another, one shot more powerful than the other. When, as the electricity flashed and thundered, the more Linier fought, the more excited she became. This gunplay, it's already remarkable. Linier was in a white aura, yet she was able to rely on her sword heart and judge her opponent's attack. With her perception, even without her eyes, she could tell that the attacker was not Chiny Yang. If it wasn't Chiny Yang, then it was bound to be a summon. It was a bit hard for Linier to figure out that the summon had such a powerful shot, but the more you think about it, the more exhilarating it becomes. My son, Chiny Yang, has the stature of a great emperor. Linier was in a stirring mood and couldn't wait to talk to her son about the future. Then, end the fight. Linier thought and pinched out a sword trick with one hand. In an instant, the dazzling white aura suddenly contracted. It was as good as compressed into a point of light by Linier, and then snuffed it out carelessly. The view of the sword realm returned to its previous appearance. The cluster of flying swords hovering overhead was still slowly circling. Chiny Yang, dressed in a red robe, also remained floating in the air. Only, by his side, there was an additional demonic woman. Subhuman foxes? Is this a summon, or a contracted beast? Why did she put her arm around my son? Slut. Linier's brows furrowed. For some reason, as soon as she saw the fox woman with 9 tails, she was a bit offended. Thinking of this, Linier urged her sword intent and was about to command the sword cloud in the sky above to give that slutty fox a little color. However, only just after urging her sword intent, she noticed that something was wrong. The 10,000 swords sword spirit, which was originally connected to his mind, was actually as if it had fallen asleep, not being able to hear his own summons. Soon, Linier came to a realization. I couldn't help but blurt out, "Son of a thief, you really are a fucking talent. Surprisingly, you hypnotized my old lady's sword spirit." Taishang Emperors, it's the weekend. The Emperor's son greets his fathers, who are free to read the ads for love one more chapter later. The group hallucinogenic skill is already very strong, and as a result, this kid is using it in a very creative way. If this is to be placed on the battlefield, I don't know what kind of strange effect it will have. Linier looked at her son with a mixture of anger and amusement in her heart. She's been crisscrossing the world for so many years, it can be said to have hit the ground running. Except at the hands of my father, there has been no defeat. As a result, today it is in the hands of the son. Planted a heel. Granted, she had a way to awaken the sword spirit, but isn't that still an operational step? When it comes to competing against the true masters, winners and losers are often decided within 1 or 2 operations. If Chiny Yang's level, equipment, and attributes were the same as his own, then there is no doubt that one has lost. Damn it! I can't believe I'm getting the short end of the stick. This potential of his, it's too terrifying. Linier was used to being bossy. This was still the first time she felt convinced Chiny Yang would be a stranger. She would definitely shout out that this son must not be kept. But if it's your own son, it's all smiles. She was worried that she had no reason to gather resources from the Sword Emperor. The good Dale then gave a reason that couldn't be refused. Peak Emperor? There's a legacy. Linier looked at Chiny Yang, the color in her eyes constantly changing. Surprise, indignation, joy, favor. Chiny Yang was aware of his words and thoughts. This man looked at me kindly. Could it be? Chiny Yang thought to himself. He grew up following Chinfon. Naturally, he asked about his mother. But Chinfon kept his mouth shut about it. Ask more questions and he'll still be emotionally unstable. He can say things like not everyone has a mom. The former Chiny Yang was not of good character. But he wasn't stupid either. Guessing that Chinfon should have suffered a marital injury, he didn't pursue the matter any further. Anyway, I've never been short of love. 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 However, at this moment, Chiny Yang was somewhat agitated. From the moment she met herself, Linier's words were extremely high in moments. At first, Chiny Yang thought she was cursing, but now it doesn't really seem to be. Chiny Yang was thinking. Linier suddenly dodged and arrived in front of him. Almost at the same time, a tall figure followed and flashed, separating the two. That was none other than the Imperial Guard. Get out of the way. Linier lightly shouted and slashed out with her sword. The Imperial Guard draws his sword and blocks, triggering a perfect vibroblade. There was a loud bang when the 149th ranked powerhouse attack was actually blocked away. Just outrageous. Linier's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise before she slashed her handblade. Boom! The Imperial Guards were thunderstruck. Like a cannonball, it smashed into the ground. After resolving the Imperial Guards, Linier shook off her hand and said, "A summon that not only has flash reinforcement, but also a perfect vibroblade. This profession is really outrageous." After saying that, she looked at Chiny Yang again. After staring for a few seconds, a smile spread out and she said, "Introduce yourself. My name is Linier. I'm your old lady." Sure enough, Chiny Yang's pupils shrunk and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. Chinfon. Ah, Chinfon. You're the real mean one. Level 65 soaking 149? I'll soak 10,000 of them and they won't be as quality as the one you've got. Chiny Yang was shocked by 10,000 things in his heart, but he also had many doubts. And let's not talk about what conflicts there are between these two mouths. On the point that he had never seen Linier, it didn't make much sense. If Linier wanted to see herself, Chinfon would definitely not be able to stop her. Then there is only one possibility. Linier didn't want to recognize himself. But why? Now that we can recognize each other again? Chiny Yang's mind was in a whirlwind of thoughts, torn between whether or not to open his mouth and call out Mom. In case Chinfon was abandoned by Linier, wouldn't the two masters be clowns if they shouted like that? Hey, I knew it would be like this. Linier seemed to have read Chiny Yang's mind as she twirled the long sword in her hand and said, "It's right that it's hard to accept, but I've actually seen you every year, so take your time." Saying that, she reached out and lightly pushed Chiny Yang. In an instant, Chiny Yang felt another suction, and tunnel-like light appeared in his eyes again. When he opened his eyes again, he was on the terrace of the Sea King's palace. In her ears, Linier's voice still echoed, "I'm going to go talk to the city lord about something. I'll see you at the Qin mansion." Watching the streams of light in the sky, Chiny Yang still felt a bit unreal. Participate in a battlefield of conscription and you get an extra mom of the monarch rank? Nice guy. Wouldn't this be? Can you lie flat to your death? And so on. Chiny Yang suddenly felt a chill in his heart. I came to the Sea King's palace by myself and was surprised to be caught by my mom. Then, Chiny Yang looked behind him at the suite inside. Can I come back? Later? Should I say? Will there be a Sea King's palace in the future? What are those bitter sisters whose fathers gamble and whose brothers are poisoned to do? Thinking that, he awakened Phantom and Xiongyu in turn. These two sisters, they're switching to work at the Qin mansion. Returning to the Qin mansion, Chiny Yang made some simple arrangements and directly dug into his room. So much has happened in the course of this day. He's going to get organized. Linier's matter. I guess it's very complicated, so I don't want to think about it for the time being. All he could do was focus on himself and dish out a good change. Chiny Yang thought, opening his personal interface and expanding the panel of the Kongdong seal. Props, Kongdong seal, unique. Quality, colored products. Chakra gathering, 3000 points/day. Function 1, your chi will continue to coalesce. In addition to this, you can loot your chi from others by weakening and killing them. Function 2, using the value of chi. You can exchange basic attributes. For every 1000 points of chi, you can exchange 1 point of attributes. Consuming your chi luck will not affect you. Function 3, unlock human potential, unlocked by transferring to the 99 human queens. Function 4, enhance the human race's luck, unlocked by transferring to the Empress of the 9 Nines. Function 5, expand the human population, unlocked by transferring to the 99 human queens. There's a lot of features, but it takes 2 turns. 1000 points of chi value for 1 point of attribute. 3,000 points of chi per day and 3 points of attributes per day. Does this mean that if you live long enough, sooner or later you will be invincible? Chiny Yang took a deep breath and opened his interface. Name, Chiny Yang. Chi luck, 250,000. Race, human. Level, 23. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Strength, 234, plus 323, plus 111. Agility, 226, plus 308. Physique, 429, plus 368. Spirit, 239, plus 483. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Dragon and Phoenix, LV. 2. Supreme Dragon Body, LV. 2. Imperial Power, 214,344, plus 1,113 per hour. Achievements, Sweeping the Armies, max. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. Surprisingly, there's 250,000 chi luck values. This is all from Suchenxing, right? It can be exchanged for 250 points of attribute value. Not very good, but it's quite a lot. Let's start with a boost, and add to 500 in physique. Chiny Yang mentally arranged it directly. After his physique reached 500, he would sunbathe again, and what he refined could be the Supreme Yang Hegemony body. After a flurry of additions, his attribute panel changes as follows. Strength, 278, plus 323, plus 120. Agility, 300, plus 308. Physical fitness, 500, plus 368. Spirit, 300, plus 483. Imperial Power, 214,344, plus 1,478 per hour. Okay, perfect. Chiny Yang exclaimed in admiration. The moment the physique reaches 500, that clearly felt like something had changed in the body. A rigid astral energy seemed to appear in his body. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a sign of unlocking toughness. With resilience, you can resist control. With a whopping 868 total body mass points of his own, almost ignores level 30 control skills. I've had more than a little boost. Chiny Yang thought and turned his gaze to the treasure chest in his backpack. Level 30 diamond treasure chest. This is a treasure chest quality that most people, in their lifetime, have never seen. Open 3 diamond treasure chests in a row. Chiny Yang was excited in his heart. Luxury like the Qin family's second son couldn't help but take out his cell phone to record the good life. The room was filled with radiant light. In a trio of crisp sound effects, the 3 diamond chests are opened consecutively. A series of prompts appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. You opened the level 30 diamond chest. Jewelry drawing, Goddess Amulet, orange. Weapon, Star Sword, purple. Equipment, Stargazer Set, purple. Prop Skill Awakening Scroll *3. Props, Occupy the Order Flag. Skill Book, Destiny Pact. Food, Extraordinary All-Elemental Resistance Fruit. Food, Extraordinary All-Elemental Strengthening Fruit. Jing Yuan, 80 million. Orange Equipment. Before Chingy Yang's eyes, there was a purple light. Among them, a ray of orange light that was particularly dazzling. Diamond treasure chests to open purple equipment is the basic operation, but it's a bit of luck to open an orange equipment. Even if it was just drawings, that was a treasure that could make all the powers red in the eyes. Moreover, in the case of orange equipment for Chingy Yang, it was red. This grade, without some status and position in the Kyushu Federation, you can't even see it. Chingy Yang opened the equipment introduction. Equipment, Goddess Amulet. Quality, orange. Part, necklace. Level, 30. Necessary materials, holy tears. Haze crystals. Must have attribute, spirit. Must have phrase, holy light blessing. Eye of the gods. It's worthy of being an orange suit. It requires materials that I've never even heard of. Chingy Yang skimmed his lips, feeling a bit troubled. However, after seeing the necklace's words, he thought it was still necessary to build this piece of equipment. The Eye of the Gods. It was a skill that Chingy Yang was deeply impressed with. That holy light bishop, during the final battle on the conscription battlefield, used the Eye of the Gods once. When the eyes opened above the firmament, Chingy Yang felt a hint of pressure. It was an experience of being looked down upon, watched by higher dimensional beings. Had it not been for the fact that he was carrying the supreme dragon body, Chingy Yang guessed that he would definitely be suppressed. This skill is permeated with the power of the gods. It's necessary to study it. Chingy Yang thought. In this conscription to the battlefield, he had come into contact with the gods, once to face the Eye of the Gods, and once to liberate Regulus. After 2 contacts, he had a hunch. The power of the 9-5 supreme beings, or the 9-9 human emperors, was in some conflict with this world. One's continued development is less likely to have to deal with higher dimensional beings. So, before that, it's still necessary to know about the so-called gods. Moreover, Chingy Yang was eager to see it. What the goddess amulet becomes when transformed by the imperial style. Whose eyes will the eyes of the gods become? With anticipation in his heart, Chingy Yang continued to take stock of his harvest. In addition to the jewelry, weapons and sets were also opened this time. It's all purple finished products. No need to gather materials. Not bad luck for a diamond chest popping rate. Use imperial style for 1 turn. And that's a full body set of orange items. Level 30. Full body orange equipment. It's also pretty bombastic when put into the 500-year history of the transfer era. However, at this moment, Chingy Yang did not have the heart to check the attributes of the equipment. In the rewards, he saw a prop that was even more explosive than an orange or even a red item of equipment. Occupy the order flag. See those 4 words. Chingy Yang only felt his scalp tingle. A strong sense of foreboding came rushing in. Finally, the corner of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up, turned off the cell phone's shooting, and deleted the previous videos. One by one, Occupy order flag appears. But it's not the good life. Instead, it's a rebel life. Props, Occupy the order flag. Quality, purple. Introduction. Using this prop can turn a piece of medium-sized secret realm into an exclusive secret realm. And the secret realm, if there is a level restriction, cannot exceed level 30. Note, if the secret realm already has an administrator, the administrator's consent is required for occupation, of course. You can also kill the other party. Exclusive secret areas. As the name suggests, it is the secret realm that is under the complete control of the professional. In the exclusive secret world, the administrators are gods. There are only 2 uses for exclusive secrets. One is to allow professionals to practice in them for a fee. The second is to clear land in it and establish territories. The former is a money-printing machine and the latter is a gold-gobbling beast. And, after the establishment of the 9 States Federation, it was a felony for an individual to exploit a secret realm. Exclusive secret areas developed during the war years are also subject to regulation. By federal law, Chingy Yang hit the occupation flag, which was to be handed over. But, the laws of this world can only restrain the weak. Chingy Yang, as the 9-5, had his own rules. The medium-sized secret realm is huge, the size of a Hangwu city. With the Qin family's financial power, opening up a territory is no problem at all. Grabbing some strong men and locking them up in the secret realm to open up the land. There's no fear of anyone snitching on them. It's just that there are very few secret realms that aren't known. So where should I go to search for territories? Chingy Yang thought in his mind and suddenly had a flash of light. Don't you have a ready-made secret world yourself? Thinking of this, Chingy Yang spoke. Yun Yao. Yun Yao is in. A young girl's silhouette emerged in the room. The deer-descended subhuman with antlers on his head half-kneeled and saluted towards Chingy Yang, my emperor. Long live. Level off. Chingy Yang nodded in satisfaction. He did not teach Yunyao these manners. However, Yunyao was the one who had learned a lot from the Forbidden Guards. Chingy Yang asked Yunyao, your domain of intent also belongs to as an exclusive secret realm, right? I remember that the stronger the spiritual power, the larger the area of the domain. But is that so? Yunyao nodded her head obediently and said, yes sire, as long as my spiritual power is high enough, my field of intent is infinite. She then blinked and said, your majesty, are you going to help me raise my spiritual power? Chingy Yang shook his head and said, I'm going to use the occupation order flag to occupy your intent domain. Yunyao, Chingy Yang's gaze flinched. Unwilling? Yunyao was stunned, panicked and knelt down. Your majesty, the field of intention is my natural ability. After being occupied by you, I will lose this ability. Yunyao is not reluctant to give up the ability. Saying this, Yunyao lowered her head. Just, Yunyao without her ability, can she still stay by his majesty's side? So that's what I was worried about. Chingy Yang smiled in his heart. Indeed, the intent domain was constructed in Yunyao's intent. After occupying it himself, the domain would naturally fall under his intention, and Yunyao would lose this natural ability. Yunyao is just a special ghost. Can't fight, can't assist. Without the field of intent, she was truly useless. Just, she doesn't realize it yet, how important what he had offered himself was to Chingy Yang. Is that the field of intent? No. It was the land of the dragons rising, the territory of the kingdom of God. Just this credit from the dragon alone was enough for Yunyao to be made a marquis and hereditary. Chingy Yang waved his hand and said, there is no need to worry. I will not abandon a meritorious servant. Open your domain. Hearing Chingy Yang's words, Yunyao was relieved, and immediately, within the room, he unfurled a vortex-shaped portal. Chingy Yang did not go in, but activated the occupation flag in front of this exclusive secret realm. Occupying the secret realm, the realm of intention. Secret realm manager, Yunyao. Manager's attitude, agree to occupy. Is it occupied now? Yes. Chingy Yang's mind moved. Immediately, the vortex in front of him shimmered with golden ripples. After about a minute, Chingy Yang saw the prompt. Occupation complete. You have gained the natural skill. Field of intent. You can visualize a piece of space with your mind and enter it at any time. Within this space, you are the absolute master. The area of the space will grow as your mental power increases. An infinitely large field, enough to build a nation. And this kingdom, still, exists in my will. If I am here, then the country is here. If I live forever, the country lives forever. Chingy Yang was in a somewhat agitated mood, and at that moment, a hint that excited him even more appeared. Facing your own dragon's rise, you choose. Renjun, build the Stargazer. I will gain insight into the world's destiny, and establish a royal dynasty in this otherworldly realm. Reward, Stargazer. The Faint King, build the Bronze Sparrow Terrace. I will take all the beautiful people in the world, and have many children in this other world. Reward, Bronze Sparrow Terrace. Tyrant, build the general's platform. I will summon 1,000 famous generals, and in this other world, seal the wolves. Reward, the pointing platform. The Taishangs, the emperor drank a little today and fainted. Stargazer, Copper Bird, Point Guard. Looks like the territory mode is on. Chingy Yang looked at the options and his eyes blossomed with a golden aura. He knew that the upper limit of the profession of the 9 to 5 would not be limited to personal strength. It's just that the options, this time, are a little hard to choose. By preference, Chingy Yang definitely favors Copper Bottom, but dimness was only his character, not his personality. Reason thought that a Stargazer and a Point Man were what he needed. Stargazer for future developments. The point of view of the generals can strengthen their own force. If it were to be in the past, Chingy Yang would definitely focus on the present and conjure up the point of view. But now, with the inexplicable appearance of a level 149 mom, things are different again. No exaggeration. In this world, Linier was a nuclear weapon level deterrent, enough to provide a safe environment for his development. Then, the one that would help Chingy Yang the most would be the Stargazer that had insight into the world's situation. So, I choose all of them. Chingy Yang read in his mind. He wasn't sure if it would work, but he couldn't always be trapped in the rules. He had to try to break them. You triggered the hidden option. God King. Note, triggering the Divine Monarch option requires the simultaneous approval of the Chinese Emperor. Cue the appearance of the occasion. Chingy Yang only felt a tremor in his soul. In an instant, heavy phantoms appeared before his eyes. One could only see countless silhouettes standing proudly on the clouds in that 9 heavens. These shadows, with large and small figures, were like the descent of the gods. They were all dressed in dragon robes with crowns on their heads, gazing at Chingy Yang in silence. This is the Emperor of Huaxiaolai? No need to explain and think too much. Chingy Yang already knew the identity of these shadows. These are the people who have served as the 9 to 5, active in the history of that great civilization. Chingy Yang's eyes met the gazes of the emperors. As their eyes intertwined, the winds of the 9 heavens rose. You want all the rewards. You have to get their approval? A bit of a council of the gods. Chingy Yang thought in his heart, cleared his throat and spoke aloud towards the emperors on the clouds. Su, the emperor of Huaxiaolai, I will be in this other world. Establish the divine dynasty of Huaxia, pass on the fire of 10,000 generations, and conquer the boundless frontier. Lift up the nation, lift up the tribe, lift up the world, and ascend. Boom! Chingy Yang's clear voice was like ocean waves, spreading heaven and earth. As the sea of clouds tumbled, the Chinese emperor raised his hands and bowed at the same time. Establish the divine dynasty of Huaxia, pass on the fire of 10,000 generations, and conquer the boundless frontier. In the 9 heavens, the emperor's voice echoed 99 times like the flood bell of the great Tao. Thank you, Emperor Len. Chingy Yang bowed toward the 9 heavens. Immediately afterward, the illusion smoldered. A new line of options surfaced before Chingy Yang's eyes. Divine Monarch, observe the world's situation. Point out 1,000 famous generals. Hide the neon dresses of 10,000 worlds. I will set up a Chinese divine dynasty in this other world. Pass on the fire of 10,000 generations, and conquer the boundless frontier. Rewards, Stargazer's platform, General's platform, Bronze Bird's platform. It's done. Chingy Yang was delighted in his heart. The 9 to 5 is the coalescence of the Chinese emperor's qi. Benevolent, faint, and tyrant. These 3 options represent the 3 ways in which the emperor behaved. To get multiple choices, the behavior has to be in line with what all the emperors think. But, judging from the scene of the Council of the Kings, this divine monarch option is not that good of a trigger. It's good to trigger it once in a while. Let's see the rewards first. Chingy Yang recited, and with a thought, he entered his idea space. As the scene changes, it opens up. The originally gloomy idea space was now a haze of light, as if it was a divine kingdom. With 300 points of base mental power, the idea space was much more expansive than before. The subhuman palace that was devoid of any aesthetic appeal had even changed into a complex that Chingy Yang was familiar with. Forbidden City. The sunlight pierced through the mist and shone on the golden glazed tiles, flashing a layer of radiance, signaling that glorious history. The tall palace walls, tinted with the red of age, the exquisite carvings on the window panes, implicitly detailing the 5,000 years of heritage and charm. Huge clusters of palaces, lined up according to the square of heaven and earth. It was like an incomparably huge dragon, lying in the east and gulping down chi. Layers of roofs, staggered and stretched out. The haze filtered through the buildings, illuminating wisps of smoke and dust. It was a vast history of untold stories. Solemn, magnificent. I am the only one in heaven and the only one in earth. Now that's a palace. Swing back to the palace. With great pride in his heart, Chingy Yang raised his hand and summoned the emperor's dragon chariot and flew to it. Immediately afterward, the dragon carriage flew to a high altitude and slowly entered the Forbidden City. Once they entered the palace gates, 100 golden-armored forbidden guards half-kneeled on the vast platform. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Honorable cries echoed and churned like a tsunami, and 3 golden pillars of light rose at the same time. Chingy Yang released his eyes as hints appeared in front of him. New building found. Building, the point of view. Introduction, you can summon the summoning heroes, and the heroes will accelerate the accumulation of the imperial power when they are stationed. Building, Copperbird Terrace. Introduction, you can search for the world's beauties, and when the beauties are stationed, they will accelerate the accumulation of imperial power. Building, Stargazer. Introduction, you can observe the stars, check the world's situation, and ask the secrets of heaven and earth. 3 new buildings have been situated in the palace, scattered in the north, east and west. Let's go to the point man first. With a thought from Chingy Yang, the 9 dragon colts swung their heads and tails, pulling the dragon carriage as it sped away. The point man on the table. The Dao dragon flag was hunting in the wind. War drums painted with dragons were placed in 2 rows. A general in silver armor stood in the middle of the war drums with a gun. Zhao Yun. See your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. As the dragon carriage approached, Zhao Yun held his lance and knelt down on one knee. At this point in time, he has been inducted into the point guard and has plus 100 per hour to his imperial powers. Level off. Chingy Yang nodded his head and looked towards the highest part of the pointing platform. There was an incomparably huge circular war drum there. Chingy Yang immediately understood that as long as he sounded the war drums, he would be able to summon the heroes. As the eyes coalesced, a prompt surfaced in front of him. For every 100,000 points of Imperial power, a random hero may be summoned. To designate as summoning, an Imperial treasure, or heroic token associated with the hero is required. Can we only have random call-ups now? Chiny Yang was a bit torn in his heart. In his last life, when he played the sweepstakes game, he didn't he was truly afraid that the first time he drew a prize, he would draw Xing Daorong's stream. It says in the introduction that the summoned heroes are all generals. Xing Daorong doesn't count as a general, does he? Better bet around. If it's Xing Daorong, I'll let Jiayan stab him to death. Chiny Yang read in his heart, stud 100,000 Emperor power, and began to summon. Knock, knock, knock. Thunderous drums sounded on the huge drums on the nodding platform. On the surface of the drum, a picture of war emerged. In the picture, a man with excellent armor and blue eyes and purple beard was galloping his horse in the battlefield. With a panicked expression on his face, Chiny Yang's pupils shrunk violently. Blue eyes and purple beard, galloping his horse in a frenzy of panic. This, isn't it Sun Yat-sen? Ad Hufei. He was dispersed by Zhang Liao with 800 men to break up 100,000 troops. Can he, Sun Quan, be considered a general? Chiny Yang only felt his eyes go black. He never expected that his first round of card draws could be as dark as this. Black face. It's not nearly as fun as Xing Daoyang has. Chiny Yang's heart was incredibly complicated. In his eyes, Sun Quan, like Yuan Shu and Chen Yuliang, could only be considered a pseudo-emperor. As for the generals, it's even worse. No matter what others thought, Chiny Yang just didn't like this person. If only this proclaimed hero could be dissuaded from going back to where he came from. Chiny Yang read in his mind. Just then, the blue-eyed child in the picture leapt on his horse and actually flashed out of the picture. Immediately afterward, the scene behind him, too, unfolded in full. Only a mighty man holding a crescent moon halberd was seen charging back and forth among the thousands of troops. Wherever it passed, weapons crumbled and limbs flew up. That martial valor caused Zhao Yun, who was standing in front of the drum, to let out an exclamation of praise. Good force, this is a true hero. Chiny Yang was also energized, his mood excited again. Sun 100,000 has exited the screen. It means that the person who made this proclamation was not him, and there was only one person who could whisk the blue-eyed child away in a hug. Could it be? This is the scene of the mighty prosperity. Chiny Yang was ecstatic in his heart. It wasn't Sun Quan he summoned, rather, Zhang Liao. Boom! A thunderclap rang out. Hoo-hoo! The wind was blowing furiously on the point man's platform. Before the drum, a whirlwind blew out of nowhere. Soon the whirlwind dispersed. A stout man appeared in Chiny Yang's line of sight. Thin lips and straight nose, face like a knife, wearing a tiger's head basilisk silver armor, head wearing a four-winged probing cloud helmet, foot chasing star treasure boots, holding a crescent moon halberd. All over his body, he exuded an innate aura of a king, like a fierce tiger in a mountainous area, not angry and authoritative. Zhang Liao's gaze was like a torch as it landed on Chiny Yang. Immediately withdrawing his own aura and kneeling down on one knee, he said, Zhang Liao, see your majesty, level off. Chiny Yang pressed his excitement and checked Zhang Liao's panel. Declared hero, Zhang Liao. Consumption of proclamation, 1,000 points of imperial power. Su and No, the ancient calling of the tiger. Skills, tiger's whistling wind. Wind scroll, wind swept long forest. Tiger's wind, Zhang Liao's battle cry is like a tiger, catalyzing a large amount of wind elements, increasing his own strength and providing a 500% speed bonus to friendly units. Wind scroll, Zhang Liao's body is surrounded by a raging wind that can cut through everything, continuously dealing a large amount of wind elemental damage to the surrounding area. Wind sweeps the forest, Zhang Liao condenses the wind element on his crescent halberd and thrusts it forward, dealing wind elemental damage to a range of 1,000 meters in front of him and forcing him to displace. Emperor's power bonus, 100 points per hour, requires admission to the point of view, assist, damage, and control all at once. That's $1 million mechanic to put in a game. Chiny Yang secretly praised Zhang Liao's skills and was very satisfied with him. Whether he's charging solo or aiding himself, he can make a huge difference. Against Linier, if Zhang Liao had been there, it wouldn't have been a matter of knocking her back by half a body length. It would have been a matter of knocking her back by 1,000 meters. The party scared me to death. Thought it was Sun 100,000. Chiny Yang took a long breath. To be able to summon Zhang Liao, this 100,000 imperial power, is not a bad thing to spend. Chiny Yang forced his heart to draw again and looked at the other two pillars of light. The bronze sparrow terrace can search for the world's beauties, so it should be a kind of lottery as well. Stargazer, on the other hand, collects clues, kind of like opening a quest. Let's go to the Stargazer first. Chiny Yang thought for a moment before making a decision. It's not that he doesn't miss the beauties, but he's afraid that if he goes to Copper Bottom, he won't be able to resist spending his imperial power. The dragon carriage swings and takes to the air. Soon, it came to a lofty high platform. The structure of the Stargazer is perfectly in line with the concept of the circle of heaven and earth. In the center, on a high platform, there is a huge sun gauge cast in ancient copper, on which mysterious inscriptions such as the river map and 8 trigrams are engraved. The sun gauge is slanted towards the sky, as if it were a radome receiving signals, connecting the exchange of information between heaven and earth. Chiny Yang gazed at the day rule with his gaze, and hints immediately appeared before his eyes. Function 1, Ask the Sky. Introduction, evaluate the general situation of the world and make a projection. And finally list an event that is relevant to you. Consumption, no consumption. Limited to once a month. Function 2, Ask for land. Introduction, search around a keyword and give information about that keyword. Consumption, 10,000 Emperor's Power/time. Function 3, Ask. Introduction, randomly open a career quest. After completing it, you can get rewards such as Imperial treasures and hero tokens. Consumption, 100,000 Imperial Power/time. There's a lot of play. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. The Stargazer can not only predict the world's situation, but can also be used as a search engine. In that case, wouldn't it be a breeze to find the artifact? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang immediately chose the Ask Earth function and filled in the keyword artifact to search. Soon, multiple results surfaced before Chiny Yang's eyes. Result 1, the Oath of Excalibur, the sacred weapon of the Lionheart Kingdom. Result 2, Smiley Face, Witch Cranium, Shaman's artifact for communicating heaven and earth. Result 3, Dragon Court brand hair removal pen, a hair removal device developed by Dragon Court Group. My family started selling hair removal devices? What the hell is this? Wrong keyword? Seeing these search results, Chiny Yang was a bit confused. Results 1 and 2 are sort of pithy secrets that you can't find online. But when it comes to result 3, it has a strong bidding ranking flavor. It seems that Ask Earth is really a search engine that can search for anything, but you need to filter the information yourself. Subsequently, he changed the keyword to 10 ancient divine artifacts, but the results came out, and there was still no term that he was familiar with. Finally, he directly entered regulus and searched precisely, but the result was that he did not find any information. Chiny Yang then realized, to successfully search for information, you need accurate keywords, and the 10 great divine artifacts had completely different names in this world, and only in one's own hands would they show their true names. Since the keywords are based on this world, searching for metals that contain divine power should be useful, right? Chiny Yang pondered, searching again. At this point, he had spent 30,000 Imperial powers. Well, the third search brought up the information he was looking for. Result 1, the 10 most powerful metals, the last of which is held up as a myth. Result 2, attention. Pick up these 10 kinds of metal. Do not throw. Result 3, federal top secret information, divine forging materials, plutonium iron, sacred silver, void copper. The search came up with a variety of results. The only thing that's reliable is the top secret federal files. In the archives, 3 metals containing divine power are recorded: Stygian iron, sacred silver, and void copper. Stygian iron is a dark attribute and doesn't fit the regulus setting. Sacred silver did contain divine power, but it was also the power of holy light. Of these 3 metals, the only one that matched the attributes of regulus was void copper. It was said to be a metal with space-like properties, also known as the copper of time and space, and the regulus sword, which could cut through space, was having this attribute of space. Chiny Yang had a strong premonition. The copper of time and space was what he was looking for. It's a bit of a headache that you can't buy this stuff on the market. When checking the files, Chiny Yang had already understood clearly that those 3 metals were strategic materials, and buying them was definitely out of the question. What you can't buy, the Dragon Court Guild can't get. It seems that the only way is to get the Empress Dowager to step in. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. Linier was at the top of the pyramid. She wouldn't have failed to understand the copper of time. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang couldn't help but sigh. The life of a double king of parents can be pretty awesome. Perhaps the task of recasting regulus would be much simpler than expected. Just then, the voice of the Brocade Guards came to his ears. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has arrived and has entered His Majesty's chambers. Chiny Yang was stunned. Entering a room without permission? Are all moms in this whole world the same? Exit the field of intention. Chiny Yang returned to his room. Once he turned his head, he saw Linier sitting on the sofa. That sprightly sitting position, uninhibited, as if he had been in and out of this room often. And on one side of the couch, there was a girl sitting. Chiny Yang immediately recognized the other party. who was none other than Yi Qiuning, who had appeared within the conscription battlefield. She was still wearing a sword immortal attire. Her robes were light and loose and could not hide her proud figure, and her long hair was draped behind her like a waterfall, swinging gently, a delicate long sword, laid across her knees, her hands resting on it, her slender fingers uneasily pointing at the scabbard, appearing to be in a state of consternation. At this moment, she gave off the impression that she was not a sword immortal, but a young daughter-in-law in her first mansion, her bright eyes filled with uneasiness and panic. Isn't she from the Zhongxian immortal sect? How come she knows Linier? Chiny Yang was thinking. Linier on the sofa was surprised and asked, "Not bad, you have your own field? Whether it's a skill or a prop, domain-type abilities are rare." Linier's infinite sword domain was also obtained after level 100. One could only say that her son's potential was something that even she, the wine sword immortal, could not assess. This field, which was obtained by chance, under the chance given by Pops, Chiny Yang nodded, not forgetting to give Chinfon credit. Linier raised her eyebrows and was a bit surprised. "Yo, he's still very powerful if he can get this for you." At the mention of Chinfon, a young girl's blush appeared on Linier's face. Chiny Yang was a bit surprised. So it seems that these two are in love and still seem to be doing well. His worst fears of a parental breakup drama won't come to pass. At this moment, Linier pointed her finger to Yi Qiuning on the side and said, "Introducing, this is Yi Qiuning. You guys should have seen her before. She was originally a disciple of the Zhongxian immortal sect, but now she's with me. Hello, senior brother Qin, please take care of me." Yi Qiuning stood up and placed both of his hands in front of him, a far cry from his previous arrogant sword immortal stance. Even, there was a hint of fear in her gaze as she looked at Chiny Yang. "Looks like I'm scared of the fight," Chiny Yang inwardly slandered. "He's all over the place when it comes to beautiful women." Yi Qiuning's looks and figure were very much to his liking, so he was naturally impressed. He remembered that in the battle for the title, Yi Qiuning was shot into a hornet's nest by the Gooseplume Forbidden Guards, and even the X-rays were mined out. At that time, Chiny Yang thought that the girl had disappeared, but now she was sitting here in good health. It seems that he was saved by Linier, otherwise it would be impossible for him to recover so quickly. I wonder what happened to the other 8. When I beat Chu Mengxian, I was merciful. It won't be a big problem. The most miserable should be that undead monarch. I remember that she was roasted to the point of smoking by the Golden Crow Divine Mantle. It doesn't matter. Even if I die, no one will dare to seek revenge on me. Chiny Yang thought, and asked Linier, "What's the matter?" Seeing that Chiny Yang still refused to call herself mom, Linier's smile disappeared and she sighed. "I came here to talk to you about why we don't recognize each other. And it's all thanks to your grandpa." "Oh, and Grandpa Na?" Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he had a premonition in his heart. The setting of two kings for parents could continue to be strengthened. "What do you mean there's a grandfather?" Linier glanced at Chiny Yang and said, "When I was pregnant with you, your grandpa made an enemy. And the other party was also quite strong. An emperor-ranked professional. So after I gave birth to you, I embellished with your grandpa to the Sea of Annihilation." Ah, Chiny Yang was confused. The enemy is strong. An imperial professional. That's why they went to the Sea of Annihilation. What level is this grandpa? Chiny Yang was confused. Linier continued, "With such an enemy in place, this relationship between our mother and mother naturally cannot be said to the public. Otherwise both your father and son will be in danger. But in fact, I will secretly come to see you every year, and look at your father in the meantime." "Then why can we recognize each other now?" Chiny Yang asked. He is still very sensitive to the word enemy. An emperor-ranked professional. Minimum level 151. If Linier was a little boy-level nuke, that emperor-level enemy would be a big Ivan level. Destroying Hongwu City would be a breeze. You can recognize each other. Naturally, because the enemy has been solved. Linier had a relaxed look on her face and said, "Not long ago, your grandfather exterminated the enemy family. Even the family dog was not spared. So our family can have a family reunion." Chiny Yang's pupils shrank. Thoughts raced. It was really in the news not too long ago. Cherry Blossom Country's 170-level township powerhouse, Long Zaidao, was tragically exterminated by a powerful member of the Kyushu Federation, with his entire family of 241 mouths, chickens and dogs left behind. At that time, watching this news, Chiny Yang was still secretly happy for a while. Hopefully, it was a relative of the family who did it. Doesn't this mean that Grandpa's strength above level 170? Chiny Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. He finally understood why Chinfon was so rolled up. The old father-in-law was an emperor-rank powerhouse. Any other upwardly mobile son-in-law would feel the pressure. Chinfon was not wanting to eat soft food before he went crazy with the inward roll. However, Chiny Yang would not be under any pressure. He's going to do something that goes way above and beyond shame. What's wrong with being a softie? What's wrong with chewing on your old man? I'm not just going to eat. I'm also going to talk about nutrition and flavor. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang remembered the matter of the copper of time. He asked to Linier, "Mom, do you have?" Halfway through his words, Chiny Yang suddenly paused and looked at Yi Ning. There's an outsider here, and it seems inconvenient to talk about things. Hearing Chiny Yang call out Mom, Linier immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled. At the same time, he also understood Chiny Yang's meaning and said to Yi Ning, "Go wait for me in the hall." "Yes, master." "Senior brother, I'll step back first." Yi Ning immediately got up, bowed towards her mother and walked out of the room. After the door to the room closed, Linier made a wink towards Chiny Yang. "This girl's 8 characters match yours, and I've got my eye on her as well. Do you like the Chu family's girl a bit more? Or this one?" Chiny Yang was slightly stunned and hurriedly said seriously, "Mom, I don't have that kind of feelings for Chu Mengxian, and this Yi Ning is even more of a stranger, so, you can have it all." "Ha?" Linier froze, seemingly not expecting at all that Chiny Yang would answer like this. She thought hard and said, "That's a little hard, isn't it?" "Ha?" Chiny Yang was also surprised by Linier's reaction. He thought he was going to be reprimanded, and as a result, she gave it some serious thought. "You spoil your son like that?" "Actually," Chiny Yang said that merely to show an attitude that he would not be bound by anything. After conveying his meaning, Chiny Yang spoke back to business. "Mom, have you ever heard of void copper, or copper of time?" "Void copper." Linier's thoughts were pulled back by Chiny Yang and asked in surprise, "You still know about this? That's a lot of knowledge." Chiny Yang nodded. "The main one is good at learning and seeking knowledge." Linier spread a smile and said, "Actually, that should be called the copper of time and space, and I happen to have a small piece of it." With that, she flipped her right hand, and from her backpack, she took out a piece of gray metal the size of an egg. "What? That's it?" Chiny Yang's eyes went straight. "It's true. A good family is different." Chiny Yang was busy looking at the gray metal. It was in Linier's hand, yet one felt that it did not exist. It was like being out of the dimensions of time and space, independent of the great Tao, yet omnipresent. The feeling was bizarre, even paradoxical to say the least. Even though it was only the size of an egg, it just gave off a grandiose feeling. It was as if it contained an entire universe within it, where time and space were intertwined, alongside the past, present, and future, side by side. Chiny Yang reached out to touch the copper of time and space. Hints immediately surfaced in front of my eyes. The metal matches the properties of regulus. You have completed series of tasks 2. The level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent is raised to LV. 2. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV. 2. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 10% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Series of tasks 3 opens. Mission description: collect 9 pieces of copper of time and space in preparation for recasting the regulus sword. Reward: Heaven and Earth Sword Intent level up to LV3. Yes, the buffs are upgraded. Chiny Yang was pleasantly surprised in his heart. Level 2's Heaven and Earth Sword Intent only provides 10% consumption reduction, but cumulatively with Chiny Yang's equipment, it was also 50%. And Heaven and Earth Sword Intent is a buff, and like the passive, it does not take up equipment lifts. When this buff is leveled up to full, it will provide 50% consumption reduction. With the equipment, you can easily reach 90% of full value. Even scarier, skills that count consumption based on the target's level, such as Exterminate the 9 Clans, See Me as Heaven, and Emperor's Style, can also eat the reduced consumption enchantment. That is to say, originally, executing Zhong Lao's 9 clans required 13 million points of imperial power, but now it would only require a little over 6 million. If he could pile up the consumption reduction to 90%, even if Zhong Lao could wholesale 9 clans, it wouldn't be enough for him, Chiny Yang, to exterminate them. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. Granted, 90% consumption reduction isn't that good of a stack, but he had the Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, which was a whole lot simpler than others. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Linier opened her mouth and asked. She looked at Chiny Yang with some suspicion, smiling strangely and scary. Thinking of something bad, right? Chiny Yang shook her head back and forth, covering up. I'm just happy that I have a mom. Hearing this, Linier's gaze softened a lot and she asked softly, Silly child, you must have blamed me in your heart, right? Thinking that he still had 8 pieces of the copper of time and space to collect, Chiny Yang immediately turned on the actor mode. His eyes lowered, and said, There has indeed been a strange, my childhood. It was very incomplete. Upon hearing this, Linier felt incomparably self-conscious. Despite her spontaneous nature, she couldn't see a child aggrieved. Immediately, he said. I'm sorry, I can't make up for the past, but from now on, whatever you want, I'll fulfill you. Chiny Yang looked up. Really? Really? Linier nodded her head. Even if it's a star in the sky, your mom, I am truly capable of this. Chiny Yang's smile spread. I want 8 more pieces of copper of time and space. Ha? I had tears in my eyes and it turned out to be you acting? Linier's face fell. Chiny Yang sighed. Hey, a motherless child is like grass. Okay, I'll go collect it for you. Linier was amused by Chiny Yang and cried and laughed. It always felt that he was here to help Chinfon collect his debt. Seeing that the matter was accomplished, Chiny Yang immediately wanted to take that piece of copper of time and space, and put it into his backpack. Linier, however, stopped him and said in a cold voice, Wait, give me that thing. What is it? Chiny Yang's heart trembled, and he still wanted to pretend to be confused. Supreme VIP card. Linier's eyes glared. Chiny Yang's heart sank. What's coming is coming. But he still handed over the VIP card. The VIP card is not a big problem without it, as long as the Sea King Palace wasn't leveled by Linier. Moreover, he still needed her to collect the copper of time and space, and now was not the time to rebel. Linier snatched the VIP card and snapped. Looking so handsome and going to a place of fireworks. Don't you think it's a loss? Where? Giving grace to the world. Chiny Yang shrugged. Linier hummed and said, Are there fewer women around you? There are 4 that I know of alone. 2 cat descendant subhumans, a fox descendant summoner, and an elven sword spirit. Can you be busy this night? The sword spirit is not yet. Chiny Yang smiled awkwardly and suddenly froze. I didn't summon that sword spirit. Linier coldly grunted. I'm the wine sword immortal. She's awakening in my sword domain. I would not be able to perceive her? Saying this, Linier suddenly paused, as if she was thinking about something. Turning to him, he said, This sword spirit has a lot of potential. If you can't grasp it, you can let her follow me for a while and I'll help you develop it. Chiny Yang was stunned. Linier's words were not unreasonable. 9 to 5 can use sword-type weapons, but is not a sword-type profession. Phaeton, on its own, can only increase in rank, but if you give it to a sword fairy who can raise a sword, the growth is all-encompassing. And Linier's wine sword immortal was still above the sword immortal. With Phaeton in her hands, she might really be able to grow into a major battle force. However, Chiny Yang also remembered his agreement with Wei Yu. As a 9 to 5-year-old, it is natural for him to be a man of his word. He said to Linier, I promised this sword spirit that I would help her recover her flesh. You should have a way. Mom, right? Linier nodded her head as if she was very experienced and said, Using the sword as a fetus to reshape the physical body is not much of a problem. Hearing Linier say this, Chiny Yang was relieved as he opened his mouth and called out, Hui Yu, as a wave of energy rippled open. The outstanding appearance of the holy maiden of the elf clan appeared beside Chiny Yang accompanied by a seemingly indistinct floral fragrance. Master, Mother June. Hui Yu had already awakened and was able to hear Chiny Yang's conversation, so she naturally knew Linier's identity. She crossed her arms over her chest and saluted Chiny Yang and Linier with the etiquette of the elves. Not bad. You have 3 stars of potential, so I'm sure your identity isn't simple. Linier looked Hui Yu up and down, a satisfied look in her eyes. Then, with a slight wave of her hand, she summoned a long sword. The longsword's body was slender and carved with gorgeous patterns, looking extremely elegant. Hui Yu's gaze was stunned. Junmu, this is, Linier said smugly, this is one of the holy swords of your elven race. You will stay in this sword from now on, and I will use it as a fetus to recast your physical body. Teruyuki's figure trembled, his pupils vibrating. Her original idea was to use the sword as a tire to recast her fleshly body, but she never imagined that she could take the elven holy sword as a fetus. Let's just say that choices matter. If anything, choosing to become Su Chinching's sword spirit was God's punishment for her. Turning to Chiny Yang, then, is self-redemption. Thank you, Mother June. Teruyuki saluted once again, his silhouette blurring a bit with excitement. Just assist my son from now on. Linier waved her hand and put Hui Yu into the elven sacred sword with a crisp movement. She then added to Chiny Yang, She's just boarding in my sword. Your summoning contract with her is unbroken. So in this way there's a connection between us as well. I can immediately sense when you're in danger and appear by your side. Well, there's only one thing better in the world than a mommy. Chiny Yang laughed, satisfied in his heart. It's not like they broke their word and dumped the thing out again. It's wonderful. Seeing that things were pretty much accounted for, Linier stretched and said, I'm leaving to find your father. Finally gone, Chiny Yang secretly said, but on his lips, he said, You're leaving already? We've only just recognized each other. What does someone like you care about that? Your mom doesn't like to get mushy and... Linier waved her hand, took out the VIP card, and gritted her teeth. I'm going to ask Chinfon about this VIP card face to face. Linier is indeed of a spontaneous nature. Said he was leaving and left immediately, without even a meal. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chiny Yang looked at the two sword-ons that disappeared into the sky with an incomparable ease in his heart. The materials for recasting the Xianyuan sword would be collected by Linier. On your own side, you'll be able to go and do something simple. For example, upgrades. It's already level 23. Be diligent during this time and level up to 25 as soon as possible. And after that, go to the goblin's lair, pull your level up to 31 and break through to the elite rank. In front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Chiny Yang briefly planned the subsequent arrangements and walked into the bathroom. Through the bathroom's communication device, a message was sent to Chance. Let the cats come over. You have killed the level 25 Thunder Wolf Beast. Experience plus 4,325. You have killed the level 25 Thunder Wolf Beast. Experience plus 4,325. Outside Hanwu City, Dongwinling. More than 100 forbidden guards in golden armor, disguised as the wild area that skulked, were scattered in the jungle, hunting demons of all colors. Wherever they go, even dogs get a slap on the wrist. Chingy Yang, the true dragon of the Imperial Court, was coiled within the garden of the palace, enjoying a rare moment of comfort. After the conscription battlefield ended, Hanwu City was still bustling for 3 or 4 days. Transportation in this world is not well developed. The field professionals made a rare trip, and they all intentionally stayed in Hanwu City for a few days, acquiring props and forage, or expanding their own networks. People with family backgrounds are more likely to walk around each other and connect emotionally. The Chin family was already a local hegemon, and this time, with the emergence of the leader, it attracted a large number of climbers and friends to their door. There was an endless stream of people giving away treasures, money, and women. In response, Chingy Yang was overwhelmed. Straight away, he pushed Prince Peak to the front of the stage and ran off to the wilderness to practice himself. Wilderness practicing, while dangerous, has several benefits. There's enough magic, the place is big enough, and the location is remote enough to connect to the internet. Just in time, it would allow Chingy Yang to avoid the recent wind and practice leveling in peace. As for the danger, no worries at all. The Imperial Guards, the Brocade Guards, and the Praetorian Guards are not paid for nothing. In addition to them, there are 2 famous generals, Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao. Moreover, Chingy Yang, himself, wasn't a vegetarian. Without a heroic rank strength, it wouldn't be possible to walk in front of him. At this moment, Chingy Yang was lying on a rocking chair, absorbing the experience of the kills while basking in the Golden Crow Divine Mantle. It was so comfortable. At this rate, I'll be able to level up to 25 in a day. Chingy Yang looked at the soaring experience bar and was satisfied in his heart. This thought, to be known by other professionals, would be more or less solid. Level 23 to 25 adds up to 980,000 experience points. The magical creatures in this wild area were generally around level 25, with 4,000 plus experience per head. To get 2 levels in a row, you need to kill about 250 heads. For the average professional, this is not a task that can be accomplished in a day. And let's not talk about the fact that searching for, and hunting down, magical creatures takes time. Injury poisoning, weapon wear and tear, mental drain. These battle depletions alone couldn't make the hunt last long. It takes even more time to set up camp and repair the state. For an ordinary occupier squad, killing a dozen or so demons in a day was already considered efficient. After all, there was no one who could just pull 100 minions out to fight monsters like Chingy Yang, and the experience would still be eaten by himself. In the garden of the palace, Chingy Yang had nothing to do and swiped his cell phone. At this moment, a group chat called 9 Suns Taking the Lead was chatting away. The people in this group were all in the top 10 of the draft battlefield. Luan Tian, Chu Mengxian, and Yi Chioning were all inside. The name of the previous group was called Hanwu Recruitment of Top 10 Youths. Later, at Chingy Yang's suggestion, it was changed to 9 Suns Taking the Lead. People in this world don't understand the terrain of 9 Suns Seize the Throne, and the group members don't know that they are being taken advantage of, and they also think that Chingy Yang's group name is spot on. Luan Tian, et al. I'm going back to Zhongxian City today, so I'll see you around. Huayan, Luan Xiao. You have more than 300 fractures all over your body, and this is how you can get out of bed. Lin Mo, broken bones are fine. He must be very traumatized, being held down and beaten by 5 people with a circle of people posing next to him. Luan Tian, shut up ribs girl. You're all baked into crispy bones. Lam, you withdraw your finger. Zua Dongdong, don't laugh at anyone. Everyone has come back from the Ghost Gate. Only Chu Mengshuan's injury is the lightest. Lin Mo, at Chu Mengxian. Qinsha's tenderness is all for you. Chu Mengxian, gentle? The kind that sends me to meet too much milk? I don't want to care about him for a year. Yo! Still talking about it. Seeing the group message, Chiny Yang burst into joy. These 9 celestial pride, all young men, had no deep grudges against each other. After taking a beating together, they actually got along as friends, and from time to time they had to spit on Chiny Yang in the group, or spit on each other. Chiny Yang was still satisfied with this result. It's better not to fight than to beat a dead man to death. Just then, Chu Mengxian at Chiny Yang said, "Still in the wilderness? I'm going back. Don't you come to see me off?" Chiny Yang replied, "Having given you all the tenderness you have left, you still want to give it away? Chu Mengxian, put away your damn tenderness, please." At this moment, Undead Monarch Lin Mo at Chiny Yang said, "Big brother, you're going to the Goblin Lair next?" The Goblin's Lair was a wilderness secret realm, close to Blackwater City where Lin Mo was located, and Chiny Yang had casually asked her for some information before, but it was something that he had taken to heart. Chiny Yang replied, "Yes." Lin Mo said, "My teacher has a Goblin secret realm treasure map in her hand, which can upgrade the Goblin Lair into a Goblin kingdom. Do you want it?" Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he replied, "Private chat. Secret treasure maps are occasionally dropped in the secret world. This thing has only one function, which is to expand the size of that secret area. The larger the size of the secret realm, the more demons there are. Of course, the rewards will follow the difficulty and go up with it." Chiny Yang was fretting for the past 2 days. Level 25 Goblin Lair fits well with Exterminate the 9 though, but there weren't too many demons in it, only 3 to 400. Chiny Yang could get a maximum of 3 million experience by killing them all, which wouldn't be enough for him to level up to 30. Chiny Yang had been thinking all day about whether or not to give up the Goblin Lair. After all, this secret realm was a bit of a distance away from Hanwu City, and it really wasn't worth it for him to make a trip for 3 million experience. But if you can scale up a Goblin Lair, there's still something to be done. Chiny Yang asked Lin Mo, "How large can it expand to? What is the number of demons? Is the entry level still level 25? Lin Mo replied, "The demons are around 1200. The entry level will remain the same, but the final boss level will be raised to level 35. Beautiful." Chiny Yang gave a heartfelt cry. 1,200 demons, counting the bosses, had roughly 5 million experience, enough for him to level up to 30 and save up to break through to level 31. He immediately pursued, "How much is the secret treasure map?" Lin Mo sent a wealthy emoji and replied, "No money, but I want to ask you for a favor. Tell me about it." Chiny Yang returned. Lin Mo posted several profile links in a row, and then said, "The final boss of the Goblin Kingdom will burst a tainted holy staff? This is something I've wanted for a long time. If you can hit it then prioritize out to me. I'll pay for it. Why don't you fight it yourself?" Chiny Yang asked suspiciously. Lin Mo was a level 30 professional. Profession is still a transcendent level undead monarch. A level 25 secret realm shouldn't be hard for her to defeat. Lin Mo sent a skeleton emoji. "The boss is using holy light. Skykick me. A boss of the Goblin Kingdom that uses holy light?" Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. "It seems like, guessed some information." Chiny Yang opened the information sent by Lin Mo. In it, it's all about the Kobold Kingdom. Secret realm, Goblin Kingdom, requires treasure map advancement. Level 25 to level 35. Team size, limited to 20 people. Magical creatures, small goblin LV 25. Large goblin LV 28. Mad goblin LV 30. Goblin king LV 30. Sacred lady of compassion LV 35. Secret state, circular, independent. 72-hour cooldown. Introduction to the secret realm. This is a special kobold lair, in which the kobolds actually built palaces and can use holy light magic. Is really unbelievable. Secret difficulty, it is recommended to enter in a group of 30 to 35 levels. Secret world evaluation, female professionals should enter with caution. Pure love warriors should enter with caution, and necromantic professionals should not go looking for death. Pure love warrior discretion. Chiny Yang almost laughed out loud. Indeed, the kobolds of this world are the setting for brother kill. Kobolds don't have females or reproductive isolation, so they take females of other species captive and use them as breeding machines. And the higher the potential of the birthing machine, the more the kobold that is born, the stronger the bloodline will be. This setting, even Chiny Yang, a pervert, felt perverted. It's also because of the sick setting that Goblin Lair is extremely popular. Pure love warriors vent their anger. Bull-headed warriors hunt. There are even individual female professionals who like to patronize it. Chiny Yang was doubtful if they were there to practice or not. Compare that to Goblin Lair. The Kobold Kingdom is considerably more difficult. The boss of the Goblin Lair was the level 30 Goblin King. Instead, the Goblin Kingdom has an additional boss, the level 35 Sage of Compassion. On the surface, there's not much difference between level 30 and 35. But in reality, it's the difference between classless and elite. There is a 300% difference in attributes for equal potential. However, this had nothing to do with Chiny Yang. His basic attributes now exceeded those of a level 50 professional. He could even take out the Virgin manually, first, and then clear out her heirs with the extermination of the 9 families. This saves a lot of imperial power. Actually, it doesn't have to be with the execution of the 9 clans. Chiny Yang was calculating in his mind. The demons of the Goblin Kingdom were bloodthirsty though. But compared to Mother Worm's Forest and Plague Rat Road, there are less of those thousands of environmental demons. It's not really cost-effective to use the execution of the 9. Those 1,200 kobolds, if left to the Praetorians, would be taken care of quickly. His current royal power recovery rate had reached 1,778 per hour, and he was able to accumulate 42,762 points of royal power per day. This is equivalent to 8,000 plus divine soldier phantoms and 4,000 plus imperial city guards. Such a force would be enough to topple the Goblin Kingdom. There are more and more places where the royal power needs to be used. The Point, the Copper Bird, the Stargazer. These 3 buildings cost, moving 100,000 at a time. The royal power still has to be spent sparingly. Chiny Yang thought and summoned another 100 Imperial City Prohibited Guards. 100 Imperial City Guards are still too slow. 1,000 is enough. Potion after potion was drunk. The Forbidden Army appeared one batch after another. Soon, the number of Forbidden Guards in the Imperial City, it would have exceeded the number of magical creatures in the area. The speed at which the experienced tips appeared immediately doubled. A level 25 Thunderwolf beast couldn't go 2 rounds in front of the Forbidden Army, and most of the time was still spent looking for magic items. Luckily, the Thunderwolf beast was not the type of demonic creature that had a spirit. No amount of forbidden troops would scare them. The sun sets in the west. A golden light that spilled over Chiny Yang's body. You rise to level 25. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Your profession skill, World Divine Warrior, has been upgraded to LV2. Does upgrading also improve skills? Seeing the hint, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. Under the sweep of the Forbidden Guard, in almost half a day, he had risen from level 23 to level 25. When you go up to level 24, you only gain attributes. A surprise came in reverse when I moved up to level 25. Upgrading yourself, surprisingly, can raise the level of your skills. Upgrading causes the skill level to increase. It's knowledge that's not in the textbooks. My career, once again, breaks perception. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. Upgrading skills, in this world, is hard work. Not only do you have to use it a lot and practice it, practice makes perfect, but you also need a certain amount of talent. For an ordinary person, it takes 10,000 swings of the sword to get the skill upgraded. In the place of a heavenly pride, it might be enough to swing the sword 1,000 times. Take Chu Mengxian for example. Stupid people, yes, but very talented in combat. At the mere age of 17, he had practiced his golden bell to LV5. Anyone else would probably have to practice most of their lives. Also, the stronger the profession, the harder it is to upgrade the profession skills. Chiny Yang used his skills quite a bit. In the conscripted battlefield, the world's divine weapons come in 1,000 at a time, and you don't see any upgrades. Also, this Praetorian Guard has recruited thousands, so it's reasonable to upgrade. Chiny Yang guessed, either that, or he was not gifted in combat. Either that, or it's the only hidden career pot. Who'd have thought that upgrading would raise the skill level? That's a real saving grace. Thinking about it, Chiny Yang opened the panel and checked the skill introduction. Occupational skill, Divine Soldier of the World, LV2. Introduction, coalesce the phantoms of the world's divine weapons, inflicting 600% mental damage to the designated target. Each divine weapon consumes 10 points of imperial power, with no upper limit. Damage added 100%. Not bad. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. Other professional skill upgrades. The damage was increased by 20% to 50%, but he himself was doubled and doubled. His current spiritual power was close to 800 points. The damage of each divine weapon is 4,800 points. Counting the equipment's mental skill enhancements, it's straight up to 5,000 points. This is damage that Chinfon may not even be able to beat. Upgrading to improve skills is good too. I already have a lot of skills. Other professions still only have 5 or 6 professional skills at level 25. The skills are going to come in so many ways that I won't be able to utilize them. Chiny Yang pondered in his mind. Except against Linier, he hasn't been on fire yet. Against an average professional, he couldn't even hit a single combo. AI. Invincibility. How lonely it is. Chiny Yang was being self-absorbed. A long whistle pierced the sky. He frowned and looked away, only to see that a spatial crack was actually torn open in the midst of the originally splendid red haze. Blazing flames burned in the cracks, radiating scalding heat. A huge lizard-like head poked out from it. Megalosaurus. Chiny Yang's pupils shrank. The demonic creature above the sky turned out to be the top predator of this world. The Western Dragon. This is the pseudo-dragon meeting the real dragon. For some reason, the moment Chiny Yang saw this giant dragon, a feeling of disgust surged in his heart. With a gaze, he unleashed his skill, True Dragon Lookout. In the crack, the attributes of the giant dragon immediately unfolded before his eyes. Roar! Roar! The huge dragon, lying on top of the crack, threw back its head and roared. It's as if a felon who has been incarcerated for a long time has seen the sky again. Within the East Pass Ridge, birds of prey flew up in flocks. The beasts had clapped their tails and ran for their lives. Some timid demons were even directly scared to death. This is the suppression from the higher bloodlines. The sky was filled with the intimidating pressure of a top predator. Face the dragon. Chiny Yang stood up from his rocking chair. Before his eyes, the attributes of his opponent had appeared. Name, Red Dragon Okados. Chakra, 10,000. Race, Dragon. Level, 60. Power, 3250. Agility, 1250. Body mass, 4250. Spirit, 1250. Skill, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Equipment, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Seeing the attributes of the giant dragon, Chiny Yang's gaze flinched. Level 60 Peak Elite. 3-star potential attributes. So, what are you barking at? Chiny Yang cursed and flew into the air. As a true dragon, it was impossible for him to look up to a pseudo-dragon. What's more, this lizard's attributes weren't even 10,000. With this strength, it really wasn't qualified. Wailing in front of Chiny Yang. However, Chiny Yang did not act rashly. This lizard dragon's physique wasn't bad, and it possessed an extremely high magic resistance. It was hard to say how much damage the Divine Warrior Phantom could do to it. And, who knows if there's only one dragon in that crack. These lizard dragons were not like lowly magical creatures. They possessed a high level of intelligence. And even if they were to invade the human world, they would not come alone. Taking Hangu City as an example, there weren't too many level 60 professionals, and a dragon-slaying squad could still be pulled out. Coupled with the cooperation of the magic guide cannons, a level 60 dragon that attacked Hangu City alone would be giving away experience. With the wisdom of the dragons, they couldn't do such a thing. Chiny Yang concluded in his mind and took his cell phone to shoot from a distance. Regardless of whether or not this dragon would rebel, it appeared in the vicinity of Hangu City. Then it was time to be vigilant. It was, in all likelihood, a scout dragon. Sure enough, the red dragon named Okados gazed in the direction of Hangu City, then let out a low roar and retreated back into the crack. And that spatial crack, like a living wound, healed quickly. Everything was back to the way it was, and the sky was still red. Just, the blazing temperature still lingered in the air, reminding all living beings that the master of the skies had sailed here. Chiny Yang's gaze was grave. In the first instance, the video was sent to Chinfon to inform the city lord. Hangu City, City Lord's mansion. Inside the office, Zhang Qian looked at the video on his cell phone and had a bit of a headache. It's just been a busy time recruiting for the battlefield. Another dragon has appeared. He's got to work his way up in this class. Mentally spit on it. But Zhang Qian didn't panic too much. Hangu City had been the first line of the Imperial Demon War. Those magic-guided giant cannons, all left over from the war years, were immensely powerful. And there was still the Qin family sitting within Hangu City. Behind the Qin family is the Wine Sword Immortal, Linier. Behind Linier was the Peak Emperor, the Sword Emperor of the 9 states. Such a configuration. Even the Dragon Clan could not easily overthrow Hangu. It was just that as the city lord, Zhang Qian couldn't exactly lie flat. Even if he's playing second fiddle, he's got to do something. He said to Zhong Yuan, Elder Zhong, I suggest transferring Songshuan City, Jingming City's guard force over. Speaking of this, he paused and added, the official guarding force is not enough. God knows how many dragons are in that rift. It would only be more secure if the guilds and clans experts could be mobilized. I'll take care of this. Zhong Yuan nodded. The Qin family has already stated that they will allow experts within the guild to participate in the co-defense and patrols. And through their connections, they will also be able to mobilize the Gale Wang family and the Jingming Chu family. Hearing this, Zhang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. He thought to himself, why did he have to deal with the Qin family in the first place? Doesn't he smell good when he's being supported by the big boys? The Qin family's thigh. He was determined to hug it. If he could fend off this invasion, his own career path would be absolutely smooth. Thinking of this, he said to the secretary beside him, Have all departments move to take a careful inventory of whether Hangwu City has enough food and potions, and make a meticulous plan for distributing the supplies, and at the same time, organize several anti-invasion drills. The undercurrents are raging. Since the conscription of the battlefield, there's no more double breaks for the public servants of Hangwu City, just when everyone was busy trying to fend off the invasion. Instead, Chiny Yang rode in the dragon carriage and flew away from Hangwu City. After learning of the demonic invasion, he made a trip back to the Qin mansion, but it was only to fetch the secret treasure map sent by Lin Mo. By the way, the attributes of the gargoyles were explained to Prince Peak. So far, what he had to do, he had done. Hangwu City was not a top-tier big city even if it wasn't, nor did he need to be guarded by a level 25. All he had to do now was get to level 31 and continue to grow in waves. After leveling up to 31, not only will your attributes see a surge, but you'll also be able to wear the level 30 star set, even, potentially, a career skill or two. This is much more efficient than guarding the city of Hangwu. The speed of the dragon carriage is comparable to that of a high-speed train. In just one night's time, Chiny Yang reached the sky above Blackwater City. Blackwater City is in the same state as Hangwu City, but prosperity is 100,000 miles behind. Here, gangs are pervasive, and the city's lords are corrupt and incompetent. Many of the best professionals have gone to other cities. For example, Lin Mo. She didn't intend to come back this time when she arrived at Hangwu City. Chiny Yang didn't need supplies, so he didn't enter Blackwater City. Directly following the map information given to him by Lin Mo, he searched for the location of the goblin lair. Soon, an outpost was found in a vast jungle. Secret entrances in the wilderness usually have outposts established. One is to prevent the secret realm from getting out of control and demons invading from it. Secondly, it is convenient for professionals to rest and resupply. This outpost is built around the goblin lair. It's now the wee hours of the night though. The outpost was, however, brightly lit. Professionals of all shapes and sizes walk among them. Chiny Yang let his eyes go. The looks of these people were all fierce and open. Even the women are mostly in the taiyaki look, each heavily made up and standing around swallowing clouds. It's quite in keeping with the folklore of Blackwater City. Chiny Yang gave a dark cry and led the Imperial Guards, walking into the stronghold. Immediately, the occupiers in the stronghold all looked towards it with different expressions. Wary, curious, greedy, teasing. The two heavily made-up female professionals even whistled at Chiny Yang, one licking her lips and the other scratching her head. The male professional with the large flowery arm tattoo, on the other hand, threw him a menacing look. It's as if it's a pack of wild dogs asserting sovereignty over the poles. Chiny Yang frowned slightly. The feeling he had at that moment was like going to school and straying into a den of delinquents. I, for one, am so worried about being bullied, Chiny Yang said secretly in his heart. A punk is the kind of thing that will mess with you if you ignore him or not. In front of them, whether you hold your head high or nod your head, you will not be spared from trouble. Unsurprisingly, at this moment, a few punks who were originally squatting, simultaneously stood up and walked towards Chiny Yang in a hangdog manner. Seeing this, Chiny Yang let out a light laugh and slightly raised his hand. Wow! Inside the stronghold, a golden light shone. 60 human forbidden guards, coming from the idea space, appeared out of thin air on both sides of Chiny Yang. Armor clanks and clangs. Underneath the dark gold mask, a red aura flashed up. Instantly, a cold killing intent filled the entire stronghold. Clank, clank, clank. 60 human forbidden guards in 2 rows. With the long sword in his hand, he struck the shield violently. The heads of the beasts on that shield seemed to have come to life. As the killing aura filled the air, dozens of professionals inside the outpost were all shaken, muddling through the entrance of a level 25 secret realm. The level and insight of this group of people couldn't be any higher, so how had they ever seen a summoner who summoned 60 units at once? In a flash, all those wild and untamed gazes disappeared. Instead, there was a look of fear and panic. Those few punks who came towards Chiny Yang froze in place for more than 10 seconds before they grayed out and squatted back into the corner, pretending that nothing had happened. Not bad, humane. Chiny Yang was satisfied with the situation at hand. Wild dogs are also humane and know who not to mess with. As a punk, if you don't even have that kind of eyesight, you'd be dead on the streets already. Wow! The human forbidden guards stood still, separating the other professionals from the periphery and making way for Chiny Yang to lead to the entrance of the secret realm. Chiny Yang stepped forward and touched the vortex, and the information of the secret realm immediately unfolded before his eyes. At this point, the name of the secret world is still Goblin Lair. The leader demon, too, was only a level 30 Goblin King. So what the heck is the Holy Virgin of Compassion? Chiny Yang thought and activated the item Goblin Lair Secret Realm Treasure Map. At that moment, a golden ripple rippled through the secret vortex. After a burst of energy fluctuations, Hints had appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. Secret World, Goblin Lair. Expanded. After the prompt appeared, a faint red glow surfaced again in the secret vortex. Experienced professionals can see at a glance what this means. Even secret realms of the same level had difficulty distinctions. The terrain, the environment, the flow, all affect the difficulty of the secret. These differences, while present, are not concretely manifested. But, when the boss is significantly stronger than the others, a dangerous red glow emerges from the secret vortex. It's a warning, a goodwill from heaven. The potential of the Sage of Compassion is at 4 stars, which is considered a strong existence in the bosses. Chiny Yang recalled the secret realm information in his mind. Curiosity grew towards this holy maiden of compassion. And at that moment, the crowd of professionals all showed surprise when they saw Chiny Yang upgrading the secret realm. They're all people who feed off the Goblin Lair. Naturally, he knew how exaggerated the difficulty of that secret realm was after it was upgraded. So far, there have not been many adventuring teams that have managed to get through the Goblin Kingdom. Even if it passes, it's going to cost you a pretty penny. And looking at this male's stance, it seemed like he wanted to single-handedly paint the Goblin Kingdom. However, none of the people present doubted Chiny Yang's strength. Summoning 60 summoning units with the raise of a hand was clearly not your average minor character. That's a big one. That was close. We almost kicked the bucket. That's inaccurate. Kick the iron and you'll only get hurt. Kick this guy and you'll die. A few punks squatted together, talking. At this moment, a Taime girl exclaimed, "Wait a minute, he seems to be Chiny Yang from Hongwu City." Chiny Yang? Sounds a bit familiar. Who is he? Chiny Yang doesn't even know? The leader of the Hongwu City conscription battlefield. There was also an information cocoon in this world, and the focus of the professionals was different. Not everyone could brush up on news about Chiny Yang. Just as that little girl was holding her cell phone and giving the crowd a general introduction to the top 10 classic images of the draft battlefield, Chiny Yang had already stepped into the secret vortex. This time, the Imperial Guards, who followed him like a shadow, did not follow him in. He turned and stood after Chiny Yang entered the secret realm. With 60 human forbidden guards, they all guarded outside the secret boundary. Chiny Yang did this out of caution. God knows if these people will ambush themselves outside the secret boundaries. With the Imperial Guards and 60 forbidden guards watching, at least there's a warning. With a slight mental tremor, in a flash, Chiny Yang appeared in a jungle. After briefly looking around his surroundings, he raised his hand slightly and summoned the trifecta. The Imperial Guards, the Brocade Guards, and 60 secret tour groups consisting of the 3 types of forbidden guards, Huban, Feilin, and Yanling, took shape in a matter of moments. Chiny Yang's total base attributes, having long exceeded 1,000 points, could summon a second Imperial Guard. Strategically scorned and tactically valued was Chiny Yang's consistent style of behavior. The Goblin Kingdom, being little challenge to him, didn't mean he could let his guard down. After completing the summoning, Chiny Yang activated the True Dragon Lookout again and scanned the entire domain. Within view, a pillar of purple light rose into the sky. While locking the location of the treasure chest, he also roughly confirmed the boss's location. The Goblin Kingdom is a dungeon, and the location of the boss and the entrance are definitely not together. Chiny Yang recalled the secret realm information. The main body of the Goblin Kingdom is actually an underground world with the entrance hidden in this jungle. Go, find out the entrance to the dungeon. Chiny Yang spoke to the Brocade Guards. Receive the decree. The Kitsune retreated into the shadows with clasped fists. Though he was an assassin unit, he was able to navigate through the shadows. Its maneuverability, in place of a scout, is no problem at all. It didn't take long for the Brocade Guards to reappear in the shadows. He half-kneeled and saluted, saying, "Your Majesty, a relic has been found which contains an entrance to the underground. In addition, there are 15 sentry points of various sizes spread throughout the forest, and there are even countless traps, so I hope that your Majesty will be careful." Chiny Yang nodded slightly. Kobolds are ugly in appearance and vile in nature, but possess some intelligence. Moreover, according to the information, the kobolds of this secret realm even knew how to use tactics. Only, tactics remained powerless in the face of absolute strength. Chiny Yang raised his hand once again and increased the number of forbidden guards to 100 before waving his hand in a big wave and saying, "Swing everything. Wind." The 100 forbidden guards declared a military horn in unison and crushed away in the direction that the Brocade Guards were pointing out. Wow! Birds fly in flocks in the forest. A burst of killing shouts and strange cries echoed. In front of Chiny Yang's eyes, experience prompts were constantly pulsing. You have killed a level 25 lesser kobold. Experience plus 4,324. You have killed a level 25 lesser kobold. Experience plus 4,324. It's true that you can't use the big trick of executing the 9 clans. Chiny Yang said in his heart. It takes 1.3 million points of Imperial power to kill a level 35 unit in seconds. It's also 750,000 points counting the 50% reduction in consumption. It is not cost-effective to use it for this secret world. Moreover, Chiny Yang also wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of existence the Holy Maiden of Compassion, who had fought with the kobolds, was like. The Forbidden Army opened the way, not to mention the traps. Even the bushes that were in the way were uprooted by them. Soon, before Chiny Yang's eyes, the remains of a building appeared. Broken Roman columns lay sprawled across the floor. A ring of crumbling walls is carved with relief designs. The relief frescoes are obscure. Chiny Yang, however, noticed a detail. In the mural, there is a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that were flooded with tears and hung above the firmament. The eye of the gods? Or the eye of a god that sheds tears? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. He thought of his orange drawing. The goddess amulet. The amulet of the goddess summons the eye of the gods. And the material used to create the amulet is tears of holiness. Be lucky. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. He had a premonition that the core material of the goddess talisman was in this secret realm. At that moment, there was a sound of masonry scraping. The tiles in the center of the ruins actually slowly opened, revealing a tunnel leading down. Cold, damp air bubbled up from it. An extremely magnetic woman's voice echoed out leisurely. Adventurers, welcome to my kingdom of Elysium. Taishang Emperors, high energy ahead. Ask for a wave of power generation for love? Give the Emperor a little help. Are you sure you're welcome? Chiny Yang looked into the dark tunnel. He had already guessed that this was the voice of the Holy Virgin of Compassion. Her voice was tinged with a sense of indefinable feeling. It sounded soft in tone, but with a hint of mania. In short, it reeked of evil. Chiny Yang's tone was flat as he called out, "Palm light golden crow." A small sun surfaced, and the dark tunnel was immediately as bright as day. A mournful and strange cry came out from it. Apparently, there are monsters being lit up. Kill. With a command from Chiny Yang, the Praetorians fishtailed toward the tunnel. Soon, the entrance was cleared of kobolds. Only after confirming that it was safe did Chiny Yang step into it. Under the illumination of the golden crow divine aura, the passages of the underground palace were unbelievably open. The mold that had attached itself to the walls and floors turned into ash, and the air, which had been humid, became dry. Chiny Yang followed behind the Forbidden Guards, pacing slowly, as if he had arrived at a tourist attraction, looking around and walking around. Not to mention, the underground tunnels, they do look like attractions. The walls on both sides are lined with relief frescoes. The style of the mural is classical. The figures on it are all elegantly dressed in white veils. Chiny Yang watched carefully for a while, found that it seems to be a mythological story about the holy light. Not a mythological story, exactly, but a divine epic. You can record the mural and go back to a few experts in holy light to study it. It might help in finding other artifacts. Chiny Yang thought to himself and took out the topography scroll from his backpack. As if operating a cell phone, the relief images were recorded. Sooner or later, Chiny Yang would have to deal with the gods. Information about them should certainly not be spared. Walking along the way and taking notes, Chiny Yang completely entered the state of traveling. No way. No kobold had been able to walk into his line of sight since he had descended into the dungeon. If it wasn't for the constant experience prompts in front of him, he would have almost forgotten that he was here to practice. Of course, the traps in the tunnels still did some damage to the Praetorians. Poison arrows, rolling stones, ground pits, various trap devices were frequently activated. It caused many of the Forbidden Guards' bodies to hang in color. Chiny Yang was surprised in his heart. The setting, on the contrary, is very similar to the game. Trap devices do significantly more damage than skills. No wonder. The top cause of death for professionals is stepping on traps. The good thing was, the minimum physique of the Praetorians was 1,500 points. The defense-oriented Huban Forbidden Army was even higher at 2,500 points. The traps in this secret realm were not enough to kill them. The tunnel got deeper and wider and soon came to an end. What unfolded before Chiny Yang's eyes was a huge underground space. The space was so large that it was like carrying another world. In it, sat a small city, as if it were a relic from an ancient legend. The city consists of alleys, streets and building complexes that are small in size but have all the essentials. In the very center of the city, a high tower towered, as if it were the spine of the underground world, supporting the order of the entire space. At the top of the tower, a soft holy light emanated, illuminating the entire city. A little something. Chiny Yang's eyes slowly widened. Even if you learned this early on from the information, a sense of shock also flooded his heart. It is indeed fantastical. No wonder this level 25 secret realm can be evaluated as an epic secret realm. Chiny Yang thought to himself, the secret realm of the Goblin Kingdom, which is highly discussed on the internet, has always had a veil of mystery. The reason for this is that no one has yet achieved a perfect pass. According to the secret strategy, all raiders used decapitation tactics, i.e., all assassin professions except for the necessary support, infiltrate the tower and steal the mini-boss, the Goblin King, outright. Doing so will result in a quick easy pass, but the reward will be incomplete. And to pass the level perfectly, you have to overthrow the entire kingdom and kill the Holy Maiden of Pity. It's just that so far, no one has done it. The information on the sorrowful Sacred Maiden was all mostly speculation as well, because almost everyone who has fought her is dead. The only thing that was certain was that this boss could use the Holy Light skill, and the big brother Bryn in the kingdom is also a clear paladin. The secret realm is restricted to professionals within 35 levels. The group size is only 20 people, and on average, one person has to kill 60 demonic creatures. It's really hard to pass perfectly when this is a normal professional squad, Chingy Yang said in his heart. He was, by now, able to summon 2 Brocade Guards. Beheading the Goblin King is a no-brainer, but he's aiming for a perfect pass. Today, the city must be broken and slaughtered. Meet that saint of compassion one more time. Chingy Yang drank the extraordinary spirit potion. Batch by batch, the Imperial City's forbidden guards were summoned. Only when the number reached 1500 did the summoning stop. It is said that there is no limit to the number of people who are on the 10,000th, but a gathering of 1,000 people is no longer small. When 500 Imperial City Guards, divided into 3 squares, drove toward the city ahead, there was also smoke and dust, and the earth trembled. The golden armor shone under the light of the golden crow divine mantle. It's like 3 giant gold bricks, crushing forward. After the 3 armies, there was the dragon carriage flying in the air. Chingy Yang stood on top of the pavilion, his heart pounding. It was the first time he had pulled the number of forbidden troops up to 500. The scene in front of me really felt like a royal expedition, not counting equipment. The attributes of the Forbidden Army were comparable to a level 70 professional. Such a force is at the city's doorstep, not to mention the Goblin Kingdom in front of us. Even if it was Hangwu City, then the highest level of alert had to be sounded. At this time, the Goblin Kingdom, inside the Holy Light Tower, the Goblin King pushed open the door and stepped into the sanctuary. Its entire body was covered in golden armor, and its red cloak stretched along its tall body to the ground, as if it was a blood-colored river. Holy Mother, a foreign enemy has entered. The Goblin King walked to the center of the sanctuary and dropped to one knee. At the end of the sanctuary was a bedstead covered with a light veil. A soft voice floated out of the bed. Just deal with it the way you did before. If you lose the battle, I will grant you a new life and send them off with a reward. That's right, the Goblin Kingdom, which has never really been cleared. This secret realm is not the so-called circular secret realm. Rather, it was an exclusive secret realm where the rules were mastered by the Holy Virgin of Compassion. Those so-called passers have never killed the Goblin King either. He was resurrected by the Holy Virgin of Compassion every time he fell in battle. The so-called simple pass was a reward that the Holy Virgin of Compassion had manually allocated with her secret realm authority. No, Holy Mother. The Goblin King looked up. The full coverage helmet hid eyes that looked panicked. Holy Mother, this time the enemy did not sneak in. He seems to completely destroy the kingdom. Destroy the kingdom? Inside the sanctuary, a light wind blew up the veil on the bed. A pregnant woman with skin as smooth as snow was lying on her side on the bed. She possessed the pointed ears of the elves. Her appearance was stunning, and her body was filled with an aura of holiness. The round and bulging pregnant belly adds a bit of maternal temperament. This person was none other than the sovereign of the Goblin Kingdom, the Sacred Maiden of Compassion. All the kobolds within the kingdom are related to her by blood. The pregnant sage of compassion got up with difficulty and asked the Goblin King, "Red, you are my 10th generation child and have reached 3 stars in potential. It stands to reason that an ordinary human would not strike fear into you." The Goblin King looked up at the Holy Virgin of Compassion and said, "Holy Mother, you'd better step out of the high tower and take a look." The ones who came this time seemed to be gods. Kobold Kingdom, on the Tower of Holy Light. The Sacred Virgin of Compassion came to the terrace with a big belly. At this moment, a golden glow was emanating from the eastern sky. It was a floating pavilion, towed forward by 9 steeds. Towed forward. A man dressed in red vestments stood on top of the building, and underneath the pavilion were thousands of warriors clad in golden armor. The sheer number of them had exceeded the strength of the garrisons in the Goblin Kingdom. One person can summon 1,000 armies. What kind of terrifying profession is this? And my elven wizards are ineffective. He is by no means an ordinary human. After some probing, in the kind eyes of the Holy Maiden of Compassion, a nervous expression appeared. She hadn't encountered such a powerful challenger since she founded the Goblin Kingdom. Get the kids ready. 8th generation, 9th generation all into battle. This battle is a matter of life and death. The Sage of Compassion said to the Goblin King, Holy Mother, are you still not taking part in the battle? The Goblin King was a bit surprised and said, those golden armored warriors, they gave me a strong sense of oppression. And most of the soldiers within the kingdom are 3rd generation goblins, so they definitely won't be able to stop them. I know. The Sacred Maiden of Compassion nodded slightly and said, therefore, I want to produce the Divine Son before the kingdom is destroyed. Giving birth to the Son of God? The Goblin King froze slightly, the tension in his eyes easing. It was his child, the 11th kobold, that the Holy Virgin was now conceiving. Among these, it is highly likely that there will be a bloodline that breaks through the limit. The God Goblin. If a God Goblin could be born, then the level and potential of all goblins would be increased. He was now at level 30, and with just one level up he would be able to advance to elite, and his attributes would see a surge. Combined with the increase in potential, his strength would at least triple. In this way, it may not be impossible to hold the kingdom. The Goblin King asked, how much time do you need, Holy Mother? About half an hour. Can we hold it? The Sacred Maiden of Compassion said. The Goblin King nodded confidently and said, there is no problem. Although the other side has a large number of summons, it's not that easy to attack in. On top of that, we still have 2 lines of defense, the urban area and the high tower. That's enough. The Saintess of Compassion agreed, saying, you can try beheading the summoner, and even if you fail, you can force him to recall the summon. I know. I'll stop him. The Goblin King looked towards the building in the sky with a steely gaze. Then, like a father, he stroked the pregnant belly of the Holy Virgin and said, children, our kingdom depends on you to save it. The Holy Maiden smiled happily at this. She reached out and wrapped her arms around the Goblin King's neck. On its golden helmet, he placed a soft kiss and softly said, go, you are braver and stronger than your father ever was. The Goblin King nodded and hugged the Sage of Pity tightly. For our children. The Sage of Compassion closed her eyes and murmured, for all the children. Dang, dang, dang. The sharp sound of a bell, coming from a high tower. One by one, kobold soldiers in fine armor weave through the city, converging towards the walls. All of these kobolds were of different sizes. There are little kobolds the size of monkeys. There are also big brother brims that are as big and strong as an ogre. Their actions, very disciplined, were completely different from ordinary kobolds. This is the 3rd and 4th generation of children of the Virgin of Compassion, possesses intelligence and attributes that far exceed those of ordinary kobolds. Chiny Yang, who was on top of the dragon carriage, also discovered this. Just by looking at the eyes of those kobolds, he could conclude that, as a human, Shu Mengxian was not as smart as these little monsters, and under the probing of the true dragon lookout, Chiny Yang also knew the reason for this. These kobolds, collectively, have exclusive names. Little Goblin No, Little Goblin Han, Big Brother Bryn Strong, Mad Goblin Blaze. It's the demon that was given the name. No wonder the spirit is so high. Chiny Yang thought to himself, name giving, a high-level general skill that not only grants wisdom to magical creatures, but also enhances their attributes. Almost all sentinels come to a book at a later stage, but the name-giving technique also had an upper limit, and the Holy Maiden of Compassion was able to make so many kobolds have exclusive names, using absolutely other means. At this point, Chiny Yang had already taken the goblin's attributes and looked at them pretty much. A level 25 little kobold had a total attribute of nearly 600 points. The big brother Bryn at level 28, on the other hand, had reached the standard of 2-star potential, with attributes as high as 1260, which was even stronger than Shu Mengxian, who was wearing the equipment. Individual level 30 mad goblins, which even possessed a 3-star potential, were a mini-boss to an ordinary professional. See these. The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth couldn't be suppressed. High potential represents a lot of experience. On this trip, he estimated that he had risen to more than just level 31. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang was a bit impatient. With a big wave of his hand, he ordered, release the arrows and fire them. Immediately, the sound of gusts and bowstring tautness came from the Yanling square. Immediately after that, there was a sharp cracking sound, and the bared sound of electricity arcs blooming. A blue thundercloud rose and poured back into the city of Goblin Kingdom. You have killed level 25 small kobold white. Experience plus 5192. You have killed level 25 small kobold Ken. Experience plus 5192. You have killed level 25 small goblin Ming. Experience plus 5192. Instantly, a large amount of experience prompts appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. In just one wave of flurry, dozens of kobolds were harvested. Release the arrows, release the arrows. A dry growl came from above the walls. A tall, wild kobold was ordering return fire. Soon, A large number of black arrows poured out from the city walls. But this arrow formation shot at the human Forbidden Army's shield, not even leaving a scratch. How do you break the city? Chiny Yang scrutinized the city walls below. That wall wasn't that high, only 6 or 7 meters. With the agility of the Forbidden Army, they could have jumped over it. But then it doesn't feel like breaking the city. Of course, Chiny Yang could also fly into the city in his dragon carriage and use the world's divine soldiers to clear the field. But the Emperor, who is first on the horse and charges into battle, only appears in TV dramas. Chiny Yang pondered for a moment. His gaze flickered, and he called out, "Xian, ancient calling tiger." Phew! A whirlwind that blew up out of nowhere in front of the city walls. After the gale dispersed, a tall and heroic figure appeared. Zhang Liao. See you. Zhang Liao held a crescent moon halberd and half-kneeled. Level off. Chiny Yang raised his hand slightly and pointed at the city gates. Break the city. Lead the way. Zhang Liao stood up in his temerity. Hoo. Front. Zhang Liao danced the crescent moon halberd in his hand into a large flag. The wind whipped up the sand and whistled. The streaming tassels of the Forbidden Guards' helmets danced in the wind like rows of flames. The kobolds on the city wall, even more so, were blown around by this gale, and all of them hid behind the palisades, shivering. However, the walls do not shelter them. Look at the halberd. Zhang Liao, who was placed in the gale, let out a roar. Slamming towards the gates, he stabbed out a halberd. The wind swept through the long forest. Boom! The gale was like a long dragon piercing through the sun, unstoppably shattering the city gates, and then swept forward along the entire center line of the city. Wherever it passed, the earth cracked and buildings were shattered. A large number of kobold warriors were killed on the spot by this halberd that ran through the mountains and rivers. The great land, the scar that was cut by the gale, it stretched all the way to the bottom of the high tower in the middle of the city. The Goblin King, who was on top of the tower, looked down and almost vomited. Only at the end of the gully that extended to the tower, countless broken rocks and broken flesh were squeezed together, presenting a horrifying scene of stone pinching flesh and flesh pinching stone. These kobolds, all 5th-generation children of Our Lady, they have a tribute growth that exceeds that of 2-star demons. As an elite guard, it stood guard behind the walls, forming a second line of defense. It was thought that it would be able to slow down those golden armor warriors. As a result, it was crushed into a meat pie by one of the other party's skills. The intruder, is it really a professional within level 35? The Goblin King's body trembled uncontrollably. The golden armor on his body made a gurgling sound of friction. If that storm just now had extended a little further forward, this tower of holy light, then, has collapsed. No time to celebrate. At this time, a large number of golden-armored warriors had rushed into the city and unleashed a one-sided massacre on those 4th-generation kobolds whose positions were in disarray. No, he's not just a summoner. The Goblin King's body shook as he hurriedly turned around and shouted, "Decapitation Squad, stop the attack." Unfortunately, it's already too late. At this moment, there were already 30 streams of light, flying towards the pavilion in midair. They were 8th-generation mad goblins with the ability to levitate and fly, and were extremely strong in combat. By all accounts, such a team would be enough to overpower any invader squad. Even if it was pulled into the human world, it would still be a considerable fighting force. But the Goblin King saw them strike. There was actually a sense of powerlessness like a meatbag beating a dog. In the meantime, Chiny Yang also saw the kobolds flying towards him. He was a little taken aback. These monsters, can they all fly? Professionals mastered the ability to fly, generally after level 60. Those like Chiny Yang, who were able to fly at less than level 30, could not find 3 people in the entire Hanwu city, and this little kobold kingdom. Yet it is possible to raise 30 flying units. Put it in the whole world of professionals and it's pretty much a blast. But it's still just a mosquito fly. Chiny Yang slightly raised his hand. Above the building, a starlight shone. A golden divine soldier phantom coalesced and took shape. As Chiny Yang pointed forward, hundreds of divine weapons emitted sharp buzzing sounds, breaking through the air and attacking towards the 30 targets in front of them. Put! A mist of blood exploded in the air, and the 30 kobolds that sped towards them were instantly melted down by a large portion. The remaining mad goblins, after all, had turned on the paladin's invincibility, immunizing themselves from the damage of the divine soldier phantom. In the face of this blessing from the gods, Chiny Yang had his own way of dealing with it. On your knees! As a stirring cry mixed with a dragon's roar rang out, the dozen or so goblins who were covered in invincibility fell down, their knees slamming into the ground so hard that if they didn't have invincibility to protect their bodies, the fall could have killed them. Before the might of the true dragon, even the gods must take a back seat. You have killed level 30 Mad Goblin, June, plus 10, 500 experience. You have killed level 30 Mad Kobold Ka, Experience plus 10. 500. You rise to level 26. You rise to level 27. You rise to level 28. These kobolds, with their higher potential than other magical creatures and their experience, could be considered fat and juicy. The soaring experience bar was like the progress bar of the overthrow of the Goblin Kingdom. It simply couldn't be stopped. You rise to level 29. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Your profession skill, Imperial Manner. Level up to LV. 2. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. Another skill upgrade. He casually coalesced dozens of divine soldier phantoms, and after point-blank killing all the mad goblins kneeling below, he began to check his skills. Occupational skill, Imperial Demeanor LV. 2. Introduction. The Emperor's style will change the appearance of the equipment and strengthen its attributes while optionally increasing the level of that equipment by 1 to 5 levels. Beautiful. Chiny Yang was ecstatic in his heart. The higher the equipment level, the higher the initial attributes, which equates to further enhancement. It just so happens that the star set hasn't been transformed yet. This wave of upgrades earns a lot of attribute points. Chiny Yang was in a good mood. Unable to help but open his arms toward the kobolds below, he shouted, "Lead your neck to the slaughter, and keep your body intact." The high call was accompanied by a high-pitched dragon's roar that trumped all shocking skills. Under the absolute suppression of bloodline and strength, all the kobolds lost their courage to resist. They have frozen in place and allow yourself to be drowned by the golden flood. The Battle of the Forbidden Army also changed from a one-sided slaughter to a slaughter. Soon, Chiny Yang's dragon carriage drove in front of the Holy Light Tower. Standing in his way was a single slender, handsome-faced kobold. The Goblin King standing in the very center was even taller and more powerful, like an iron tower. "Invaders, if you want to enter the Holy Light Tower, step over my corpse first." Below, the Goblin King in golden armor drew his sword and pointed it at Chiny Yang. The kobold dudes around him followed suit and drew their swords. There was a great sense of bravado in defending the country. Only, the Goblin King's voice was very shaky and completely colorful. Seeing this, Chiny Yang was confused. From their attribute panel, these things are indeed kobolds, but they didn't look like kobolds at all, except for having green skin and pointy ears. Technically, they were more like a combination of humans and elves. No wonder the Sacred Maiden of Compassion calls this the world of ultimate bliss. The looks of these kobolds are first-rate handsome when placed in the human world. Even the male son of the Sea King Palace isn't this good-looking. Just, why are there such kobolds? Chiny Yang was puzzled in his mind. These kobolds are very different indeed. By the vile setting of kobolds, they are bound to flee when they sense danger. But these guys in front of him, they dared to face themselves straight on, which was considered to give this race a long face. Unfortunately, it's all just experience packs. Chiny Yang was not a magic scholar and was too lazy to think about it in detail. He simply swept the other party with a faint glance, coalesced his hand of royal power, and slapped down towards the Goblin King below. Bang! A huge plume of smoke rose. The ground in front of the tower was slapped with a deep pit in the shape of 5 fingers. The kobolds who were so spirited just a moment ago were now lying on their backs in the pit as if they were a piece of compacted, blood-colored discus. Chiny Yang's palm, 7200 plus power bonus, being slapped by him. Even if this Goblin King was a 3-star potential, it was impossible for him to keep half his breath. You have killed Mad Goblin Don. Your experience plus 11. 500. You have killed Mad Goblin Nya. Your experience plus 11. 500. You have killed Goblin King Red. Your experience plus 55. 500. You rise to level 30. All attributes plus 2. Gain 5 free attribute points. Occupational skill, Supreme Dragon Body level up to LV. 3. Unlocking Chi transformation into dragon. True dragon form? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned and checked up on the skill description. Occupational skill, Supreme Dragon Body, LV. 3. New introduction, you have completely awakened the True Dragon bloodline. The breath of the True Dragon can be solidified into a 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon can use the True Dragon Breath and Dragon Whistling 9 Heavens 2 skills. Note, the higher the level of the Supreme Dragon Body, the longer the golden dragon lasts. Ha, I've made it. Chiny Yang raised his head to the sky and laughed 3 times. In ancient times, emperors and kings have fancied themselves as dragons. Yet no one, really, can transform into a dragon. And with a single breath of Chiny Yang's breath, he could transform into a true dragon. Tremble, Western false dragon. Chiny Yang's heart was magnificent. Just then, inside the Tower of Holy Light, there was a baby's cry. Immediately afterward, the tip of the tower bloomed with 10,000 feet of holy light. A magnetic woman's voice echoed away. The Son of God descends. Children, all wake up to the ascension of the race. The words fell. Inside the ruined Kobold Kingdom, bloomed into a radiant golden lotus. The Those goblin warriors who had died were actually revived in full blood in the Golden Lotus. Chiny Yang swept his eyes with his true dragon chi. Surprising discoveries. The levels of the kobolds were all raised by 1 level. Attributes, moreover, have been doubled or tripled in a row. It shows that their potential, collectively, has increased. Chiny Yang's eyes slowly widened as he breathed heavily. It took half a day to hold his tongue. Full field resurrection. And a good thing like underground space, bright as day. An air of holy solemnity pervades those kobolds that would have died. It was actually reborn in a golden lotus flower. Resurrected. They are not only full of blood and full of condition, the grade and potential, moreover, were both increased. In the 5-fingered deep pit in front of the Tower of Holy Light, the Goblin King, in the Golden Lotus, slowly stood up. His level had broken through to level 31, advancing to the elite rank. The potential even went from 3 stars to 4 stars, with a total attribute of 9,300 points. Feel it, I feel the power. Our race, once again, has advanced. Praise the Blessed Mother. Praise be to God the Goblin. The Goblin King clenched his fists and erupted into a roar. Praise the Blessed Mother. Praise be to God the Goblin. Praise the Blessed Mother. Praise be to God the Goblin. Praise the Blessed Mother. Praise be to God the Goblin. A sea of chants erupted from the ruins of the city. Meanwhile, the terrace of the Tower of the Holy Light, a figure in a white veil appeared. The Holy Virgin of Compassion, who was carrying her newly born divine child in her arms, watched over her children. All the kobolds, their eyes were glistening with tears. Since the birth of the god goblins, they have finally gotten rid of their vileness. The moment. They are no longer them. They are them. The resurrected kobolds, towards those gold-armored warriors, launched a fierce counterattack. That mad goblin was raised from level 30 to level 31, and after being promoted to 3 stars, its attributes also reached 4,500 plus. With the attributes of the Forbidden Army, there was only a difference of 200 or 300 points, and buoyed by the promotion of the entire clan, the kobolds were demoralized. For a time, it was actually an even fight with those powerful invaders. The Goblin King picked up the longsword on the ground and once again looked up at the building in the sky and said, "Come on, invaders, let's fight again." At this point, he was already full of confidence. The Son of God descends and the kingdom soars. The strength of the entire community has doubled or tripled. Even if the opponent was a legendary professional, he would still fall in the Goblin God's kingdom. Chiny Yang ignored him, just looking around the battlefield. Excitement that was hard to suppress erupted from his eyes. The kobold's advancement was not even on his radar. All he knew was that the demon was resurrected and could kill again. Double the experience. Double the fun. Nope, not double. The potential and level of these magical creatures have increased. More experience value than before. One more wave of kills and I'll be able to level up to 35. The Kobold Kingdom is credited with offering the treasure. I, for one, will enshrine you in the annals of history. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. Subsequently, the power in his body was catalyzed. Activate the skill. True Dragon Form. The Goblin King beneath the dragon carriage was still unaware of the gravity of the situation. He was like an honorable knight who, after issuing an invitation for a duel to his opponent, waited meditatively for his response. It was only after a long time without a response that he spoke again, saying, "Your Excellency, avoiding an invitation to a duel is the behavior of a coward." After saying that, he waved his longsword once again and pointed it at Chiny Yang, saying, "Holy sword nah, you see that?" The Kobold King hadn't finished his spell yet. A majestic roar then came from the sky. In an instant, the entire underground space shook. Deep within this roar, the Goblin King with nearly 10,000 body mass actually felt a sharp pain in his eardrums and his blood flowed backwards, all over his body. He couldn't stop trembling. This kind of roar was somewhat similar to a dragon's dragon roar, yet it was 10,000 times more shocking. And when the Goblin King looked to the sky again, the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Just see the sky above. A strange creature appeared. Its body is long and massive. Golden scales were attached to his entire body. The 4 claws were incredibly sharp, as if they could tear through space. The tail swung gently, bringing up a wild storm. At that moment, the huge head was hanging low. With a disdainful air, he looked down below. His eyes were like 2 bright stars, and his long beard and hair danced in the wind, full of unrivaled majesty. What kind of creature is this? It's even more terrifying than a giant dragon. The Goblin King's legs went weak. Born with a vile bloodline, the kobolds have a deep-seated fear of dragons. The creature in front of him, on the other hand, was one that made him feel that it was even more powerful and honorable than the dragon. Not to mention kobolds in the presence of such a creature. Even a giant dragon would lose its fighting spirit. The light of the Golden Lotus has not yet dissipated. but the resurrected kobolds were once again in fear. Those small level 26 kobolds even lost their minds and knelt on the ground under that mountainous pressure. And the supreme creatures of the air, who took all things for granted, had no need for them to kneel. He just raised his massive head and, toward the bottom, he opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath. Boom! The so-called dragon's breath. It was a laser haunted by golden lightning. Wherever the laser passes, everything goes up in smoke. The golden flames left behind were spreading even faster, devouring everything around them. Barely, that laser-like dragon's breath swam through the ruins. The Goblin Kingdom, which had only just seen the light of day, sank once more into a sea of golden fire. The color of the abyss, at this moment, is not black. Rather, it is the supreme, radiant gold color. In front of this monstrous divine flame, level 30 is the same as level 31. 3-star potential is the same as 4-star potential. All of them are unbearable. The kobolds, which had just been revived, once again died in pieces. Holy Light Tower. On the terrace, the Sacred Maiden of Compassion looked at the scene in front of her in despair. Oh holy light, why do you punish me? Did I do something wrong? She didn't understand or believe it. He had clearly redeemed a race, yet he was to be punished by such a god? If it wasn't for divine punishment, how could a mere human professional have such great power? I can't let the pack die out. I'm going to send you to another time and place to avoid the gods. The Sacred Maiden of Compassion's gaze flickered as she looked at the baby in her arms. The baby had green skin, but looked like a human. This is the 11th generation of kobolds under the Sacred School of Compassion. Enough god kobolds to change the bloodline of an entire species. She's going to cast a forbidden spell. Teleport the Son of God to an adjacent spacetime. At the cost of his own life. She closed her eyes gently and recited a mantra like a song. An arcane spell formation swung open beneath the feet of the Holy Maiden of Compassion. Tick-tock. At once, the entire underground space resounded with the sound of a clock rolling. A divine light penetrated down and enveloped the entire spell formation. Meanwhile, the life of the Sacred Maiden of Compassion was rapidly draining away. Her skin, at a rate visible to the naked eye, paled, but the baby in his arms, sent upward, so that it along the light column, Su flew into the sky, and then disappeared. Chiny Yang, who was spreading his joy in the air, suddenly felt his spirit lifted. It seems like there is a change in the space of your own mind. He swept his eyes at the Tower of Holy Light, and immediately commanded the golden dragon to swing its head and swept the laser that was spewing across the room. Boom! The tall Tower of Holy Light, as if it were a building block, collapsed in response. With the loss of this spine, the entire underground palace shook. In a flash, it was as if the sky was falling apart. Large chunks of debris fell, and the cave dome rapidly collapsed. The vastness of the night sky unfolded above the underground space. Chiny Yang, who was protected by the 5-clawed golden dragon, was not afraid of this disaster. He used his true dragon lookout to lock onto the Holy Maiden who had fallen into the ruins, and ordered the golden dragon to spew out a mouthful of dragon breath once again. In the heat that burns everything, the body of the Holy Virgin of Compassion inches into dust. A tear fell from the corner of his eye and crystallized. You have killed the level 35 Sacred Lady of Compassion. Experience value plus 67. 200. You've cleared the Goblin Kingdom perfectly. You have obtained the level 35 Diamond Treasure Chest. You obtained the plot exclusive material, Tears of Holiness. The kill prompt surfaced. A golden light flooded the huge golden dragon's body. Upgrades plus breakthroughs. What a blast! Chiny Yang said in his heart. A high-pitched dragon roar was emitted. After the kobolds were resurrected, their experience all increased by 50%, and some even increased by 100%. When he spat out the first dragon breath, Chiny Yang's experience value touched near level 31, and at that moment, he happened to have a breakthrough treasure pearl in his backpack. When the experience value overflowed, he immediately used the treasure pearl to break through and became a level 31 elite professional. The next nearly 8 million experience points were not even a little bit wasted, and all of them were absorbed. At this point, his level had risen to 35, which greatly exceeded the expectations of the original plan. More welcome. As expected, he obtained the holy tears for forging the goddess amulet. It's worthy of being an orange prop, and the materials it takes are really hard to obtain if you're not an ordinary person. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. The secret realm of the Goblin Kingdom did give him a sense of epicness, and according to the hints, it's still a plot secret. Maybe communicating with the Sage of Compassion will give a full story. However, all he wanted to do with his mind was to upgrade. The so-called plot is not really interesting. The story of this secret realm should be quite interesting. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. After invoking the 5-clawed golden dragon, he got high for a moment. Would have liked to have had a conversation with the Sage of Compassion. It turned out to be a brain fart and gave her a breath of air. It doesn't matter. It's the circular secret realm. Big deal. We'll make a trip again later. As Chiny Yang was thinking about it, suddenly, prompts appeared before his eyes. You can exit the secret world at any time. Cobalt Kingdom disappears permanently when you quit. Modified, exhale into a dragon. Not transform into a dragon. Also, kobolds didn't run. The kobolds didn't run. The kobolds didn't run. Blame me for not being blunt. The secret world is permanently gone? Isn't this the circular mystery? Chiny Yang froze slightly and looked at the entire underground space. Looks like a real plot mystery. It's a good thing that most of the information was topologized. Chiny Yang pondered. Some special secret areas with plots will close permanently after a certain condition is reached. However, the plot information in it will mostly point to secret areas that are related and of a higher specification. Only, Chiny Yang was so focused on practicing that he didn't read the plot. The good thing is, what's on those murals has been documented. Go back and study it. There's no telling if you can dig up clues to the subsequent secret areas. Moreover, Chiny Yang was not very interested in these secret plots. His main quest was to collect divine artifacts and transform into the Emperor of the 99 humans. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang released his mind. With one last look at the underground space, he exited the secret realm. He's out so soon? It's been less than half an hour. It seems that decapitation tactics were used and only a simple pass was reached. Nope. Even if it's a decapitation, half an hour isn't enough. It's going to take a lot of time just to sneak into the Goblin Kingdom. Chiny Yang had just returned to the stronghold when he heard a murmur. Look around. 60 forbidden soldiers, along with the Imperial Guards, remained at the stronghold. And among the strongholds, there were more than a few straggling professionals. They all had uniform armbands, like minions of the same gang. However, the minions did not act rashly and kept their distance from the forbidden soldiers. The two sides couldn't talk about a confrontation, but there was a wary look in each of their eyes. Alerted the groundhog? Chiny Yang looked around the room with some amusement in his heart. The 60 forbidden soldiers plus the Imperial Guards were indeed a considerable force. Placed in the gang-ridden, scattered Blackwater City, it was a heavily armored synthetic brigade. As long as Chiny Yang was willing, he could become the man of the Blackwater City's word tonight. But it's not necessary. Chiny Yang is not to say that he has the right roots, but he is also a royal bloodline. This kind of rat's nest is completely unappealing to him. Chiny Yang slightly raised his hand and summoned the Imperial Dragon Chariot. The red brick and gold-tiled pavilion floated in the air, and the 9 dragon horses hissed with their heads held high. An imperial pressure swept away in an instant. Those yellow-haired minions all took a step back, looking horrified. Some even put their hands on top of their weapons, ready to defend themselves. Chiny Yang just coldly swept a glance at them, flew up into the dragon carriage in the air, and sped towards the night sky in full view of everyone. Damn, is this a legendary level profession? I've been out so long. It's the first time I've been scared out of my pants. If he tries to crash the party, we're all screwed. If he were to do it, it wouldn't be a smash and grab. It would be a Rico storm. Looking at the building that flew into the sky, the minions breathed a sigh of relief. Chiny Yang's cold eyes, on the contrary, made this group of unruly people feel at ease. It is said that a strong dragon does not suppress a snake, but the strong dragons we encountered today were too strong. If he wanted to sweep Blackwater City, it would be a real storm of blackmail. The good thing is, other people look down on their own little yakuza. Leave the molehills behind. After Chiny Yang set the direction of Hanbu City, he caused the dragon carriage to autopilot and entered the interior of the dragon carriage himself. From just now, he then had a strange feeling. It seems, something more in the space of one's mind. The idea space was connected to Chiny Yang's spirit. Any change in it, he would sense. The idea space is completely under my control. What will happen during my absence? Chiny Yang was curious in his heart, and from inside the dragon carriage, he entered the idea space. With a change of sight, the huge imperial city appeared. Chiny Yang floated in the air, sweeping away with his true dragon lookout. Immediately, a pillar of orange light shot up into the sky. It's an orange pillar of light. Could it be that my idea space will still brush out treasures? Chiny Yang's eyes lit up and he immediately flew towards the direction where the light pillar was located. Soon, he arrived at a corner of the imperial city. Gazing downwards, he immediately revealed a confused look. Only a baby was seen floating in front of a tower. The baby had green skin, similar in appearance to a human child, and was covered in a faint golden glow. Chiny Yang was violently stunned and seemed to have thought of something. Once again, he cast the true dragon lookout to check the baby's information. Name, God Goblin. Chakra, 1 out of 10 million. Race, Kobolds. Level, 1. Power, 100. Agility, 100. Physical fitness, 100. Spirit, 100. Skills, none. It is. Chiny Yang recalled his experience in the Goblin Kingdom. those kobolds were able to suddenly get evolved, all because of the Holy Virgin of Compassion, who gave birth to the Son of God. God Goblin, why are you running to me? Could it be? Is it a reward for my perfect clearance? Due to the existence of the Imperial Beast Master, many secret realms rewarded cubs. Examples include dragon cubs, tiger cubs, etc. The Grimoire can contract them, cultivated as part of your own war effort. Of course, other professions can contract Imperial beasts as well. There is just a lack of training and nurturing of professional skills. There will be no bonuses in terms of battle power for the cultivated Imperial beasts. So, most of the people contracted to the Sentinel. Both use them as mounts. Chiny Yang was puzzled in his mind and didn't think much about it. When it comes to his territory, it's his stuff. I'm going to have a royal beast too. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. The God Goblin has 100 in each attribute right out of the box, and its potential is probably above 4 stars. And that 10 million chi cap, more than that, it could bring Chiny Yang great benefits. After obtaining the Kongdong seal, he had gained insight into the laws of chi. In this world, everyone has chi. There is just a difference between more and less. As long as it exceeded 100,000 points, it would be labeled in the panel and displayed by the Kongdong seal. In Chiny Yang's understanding, this was the threshold for becoming a son of chi. The higher the chi, the more good things come their way. Examples include talent, wealth, and various wonders. Su Chinching possessed 250,000 points of chi, counting as a low-level son of chi, which was said to be excellent, but the world was not so big that he was the only one. As for Linier, who had traveled across the 9 states, she had 5 million chi. That's almost like being one of the best. You can't find many of them in the world. And the god kobold in front of us, yet it has a 10 million point chi cap. It hasn't grown up yet, but it has a promising future. Only, it was now Chiny Yang's chi. Chiny Yang opened his backpack and flipped out a skill book. Orientation skill book, Destiny Pact. Restricted professions, Beastmaster, Hunter, and Ranger professions. Introduction, you are able to bind fate with a unit. After signing the contract, you will gain all the attributes of the other party. And when the value of the attribute is lower than the other party, you will automatically pull in line with them. This skill book, which was a reward obtained from the conscription battlefield, was considered to be a divine skill of the Imperial Beast Master. The biggest pain point of the Imperial Beast Master was that people were inferior to beasts, and with this skill, the Imperial Beast Master can also gain a strong battle power. At that time, Chiny Yang did not have any contractable Imperial beasts around him, so he did not rush to awaken this skill. Now, he has a 5-star potential Imperial beast. As an emperor, it's not too much to ask for an Imperial god, is it? Chiny Yang made up his mind, and to the destiny contract, he used the scroll of awakening. Skill transformation successful. You have gained the occupational skill, recruitment of the 10,000 races. Introduction, you can contract any race. After reaching the contract, the descendants and children of that unit will honor you as the emperor for generations. I'll go, this skill is fine. Seeing the skill introduction, Chiny Yang instantly thought of the usage. The ability to contract any race suggests that you can contract humans as well. When the other is indentured, the heirs and children will honor themselves as the emperor. Doesn't this mean that, by contracting the king of a country, you can instantly annex its kingdom? It's just a pity that there is no emperor in the current Kyushu Federation, or else I would have directly unified the world. Chiny Yang thought to himself, since the end of the civil war in the Confederation of the 9 states, the policy of centralized coordination of local governance has been followed. There is a high degree of autonomy everywhere, and some states even have their own armed forces. No way. If you want to centralize power, you have to master the power to crush the 4 directions, and it's hard to do that in a world of inflated personal force. Individuals who have force are inclined to dominate one side, the emperor of the earth. The bigger the country, the more such landed emperors there are. However, I can start recruiting individuals. As long as 1/2 of the world's strongest men are indentured, the other half will fall in line. Put it in the world of the 10,000 races, and it's the same. Chiny Yang's eyes narrowed as the road ahead became clearer and clearer. Thinking that, he once again looked at the God Goblin and directly activated the skill. You're contracting with the God Kobolds. The God Goblin didn't refuse. The contract is successful. Kongdong seal triggered. Does it absorb its chi? It's only 100 points of chi. Save it for diapers. Chiny Yang skimmed his lips and opened his mouth to call out. Yun Yao. The silhouette emerged, and the dear descendant Asian saluted slightly. Your Majesty. Chiny Yang pointed to the God Goblin. This is the Imperial Beast that I have contracted and entrusted to you to raise and care for. Yun Yao looked at the God Goblin and was slightly stunned, as if he was surprised by its appearance. Indeed, It was the first time Chingy Yang had ever seen a kobold that looked like a human. Soon, Yunyao thought of something else and said with some difficulty, "Your Majesty, Yunyao doesn't have the experience or hardware to raise a baby." Chingy Yang looked towards Yunyao's flattened chest and nodded silently. She has a point. It's just a shame that the god goblin's mom has been seconded by herself. Chingy Yang rummaged through his backpack, found some nutritional potions. This was a potion refined from a variety of foods, and compressed cookies were one and the same, allowing professionals to be in the secret realm and have sufficient nutritional supplements. As for whether it could be used to raise a baby, Chingy Yang was not sure. Anyway, make do with what you've got. Can the son of God still be raised to death by himself? If he's really that delicate, it means he doesn't deserve to live. After handing the nutritional potion to Yunyao, Chingy Yang exited the idea space and returned to the dragon carriage. This trip to the Goblin Kingdom was quite rewarding. The original plan was to go up to level 31, but it ended up drying right up to level 35. It's a good thing we didn't use the 9 clan stripping technique. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch the double pleasure of that full field resurrection. And a level 35 diamond treasure chest. Open it up. Chingy Yang thought to himself and opened the treasure chest in his backpack. You opened the level 35 diamond treasure chest. You got weapon, immortal staff, purple. Props, holy light scripture. Material, holy silver *3. Food, intermediate holy light fruit *5. It feels a little dark. All that holy light stuff. Chingy Yang checked the reward description. Weapons are purple, but restricted to use by priests of holy light. Holy light scripture is the transfer material for holy light priests. Sacred silver is the strongest forging material of the holy light system. By the looks of it, it's all worth its weight in gold. However, for Chingy Yang, the most useful one was the fruit of holy light, which when taken would enhance the affinity with holy light, strengthen the auxiliary effects of holy light, and increase resistance to necromantic spells. The healing potion also has an ingredient of holy light in it, which is equivalent to increasing the healing effect. Without hesitation, Chingy Yang took all 5 fruits, and a soft warmth immediately flooded his body. It was as if the whole body, all over, had been caressed by the goddess. He sighed comfortably and placed the rest of his belongings in the corner of his pack. Holy Light Priest is a mainstream profession with generally expensive equipment and props. The rest of the stuff Chingy Yang couldn't use, but he could sell it for a good price, especially the Holy Light Scripture used for transferring to a new job, which is an existence that can go on the auction house. After a little organizing, Chingy Yang stood up and put on the set of level 30 equipment he had obtained from the conscription battlefield. The Star Set. This kit contains hands, feet, torso, shoulder pads, boots, 5 parts. Together, it provides 1,200 points of spirit, 300 points of strength, and 100 points of constitution. The words are then set words. When the 5-piece set is assembled, it possesses a 20% reduction in consumption, as well as the ability to master Astral Nimbus. With it, there is also an Astral Sword, which increases 400 points of spirit while further strengthening the Astral Numinous power. I can't believe I can use Star Thoughts. It's worthy of being a reward from the conscription battlefield. As a purple suit, the strength is a bit over the top. Chingy Yang marveled in his heart. The wording of this set seems to be inferior to that of the Molten set, but level 30 gear that can reduce consumption by 20% is already scary. In addition, the star power is similar to the ability of the Gravity Fruit, and is also the core skill of the Transcendent level profession Star Mage. With that phrase, it's like whoring out a small half-dozen transcendental professions for nothing. Any mage profession that gets it, that takes off in place. The look of the gear, of course, is above a 9. The style is similar to a mage's robe, but with both armor accents. Wearing them, they not only have a scholarly air, but also look tall and powerful. However, the appearance didn't even matter to Chingy Yang. The look of the outfit, after the Imperial style transformation, only got better. Chingy Yang activated the skill and a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Converting a level 30 piece of equipment requires 50,000 plus royal powers. The Emperor's style upgrade also allows you to raise your equipment by 1 to 5 levels when you transform it again. Chingy Yang chose to pull full since he was ready to transform the Star Set into level 35 equipment. And to his surprise, leveling up equipment does not increase consumption. The Imperial power consumed is still calculated at level 30. With a 50% reduction in consumption, it would only be 25,000 points of Imperial power, and 5 pieces of equipment plus a weapon would only be 150,000 Imperial power. Chingy Yang looked at his Imperial power. It was completely sufficient. After switching to the Emperor Yang set, he directly chose to batch transform, with a clanging sound effect afterward. In Chingy Yang's backpack, there were 6 more pieces of equipment that shone with orange light. He looked at his level and then at his backpack and couldn't help but feel a little smug. Chinfon had rolled for most of his life, but he was only a purple equipment. As for the orange equipment, he had only seen and never touched it. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, had 7 orange suits at level 35. So, inside scrolls don't change destiny, much less get through to heaven. Chiny Yang thought and looked at the equipment introduction within his backpack, but just by looking at the name of the outfit, he froze. Set, Como Star Robe, Kumu, Stars, Son of the Realm, Archmage Lucio? Chiny Yang snapped. Nice guy. Emperor Yang of Sui retired. Emperor Guangwu is at it again. This emperor skin. It's one change after another. Delighted for a moment, Chiny Yang immediately put the suit on his body. At once, the entire interior of the palace was covered in a layer of starlight. Chiny Yang's body was being covered by a layer of starlight. It can be seen in its vague outline. It was a dragon robe with a straight upper body and a slender lower body. As the starlight dissipates, the details of the lightning martial star robe were revealed one by one. It was different from Emperor Yang's blood-red dragon robe. The light-sworn star robe is dark blue in color overall. On the fabric, even faint starlight could be seen, as if it was made of a night sky. Though it is a dragon robe, its shoulders and wrists are covered with armor. The armor was elegantly shaped and as clear as crystal. In it, there was a flowing vastness of nebulae, as if a whole universe was sealed. If said, Emperor Yang Sin's dragon robe embodies the world's living beings, all in the mouth of the hegemony. The starry robe of the light warrior symbolizes the greatness of dominating the realm and holding the stars in your hands. Worthy of being called the son of the realm, the emperor. Even the skins are full of special effects pull, Chiny Yang mentally said, checking up on the equipment's attributes. Set, Como Star Robe. Parts, hands, feet, torso, shoulder pads, boots. Quality, orange. Level, 35. Attributes, full attributes plus 1200. Word 1, hands pick the stars in the sky. Consume the power of the stars to summon a meteorite to blast a designated area, causing widespread damage. The higher the spirit, the greater the destructive power. Word 2, point to the heavens to form an abyss. Consume the power of the stars and designate a target, any, to have a strong gravitational pull on all things. The higher the spirit, the greater the gravity. Word 3, starlight flow. All skill consumption reduced by 40%. Article 4, nabbing all the starlight. Under the night sky, one can continuously absorb the power of the stars. No, you can really summon meteorites. Seeing the words of the lightning martial star robe, Chiny Yang couldn't help but smile. Old brother Wang Mang, you've really lost. Mentally spit on it. Chiny Yang looked again at the star sword that had been transformed by the emperor's style. Weapon, Kumu Bastard Star Sword. Quality, orange. Level, 35. Attributes, full attributes plus 300. Word 1, star manifestation. When star power is stored up, the damage of star-type skills is increased by 50%, and other skills are strengthened by 20%. Word 2, heavenly fire streaming light. Summons 6-star lasers that continuously attack the target. The higher the spirit, the greater the destructive power. Unsurprisingly, this star sword was also transformed into the Lucio brand. This is summoning meteorites again, and heavenly fire. It wasn't really too much of a stretch for people to tease him about being a forbidden mage. It's just that all of Emperor Guangwu's skills require the consumption of star power. It's a good thing that Jaizen is not too difficult. You just need to bathe in starlight. It's just the right time of night to go out and build up a wave. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang soared out and arrived outside the pavilion. The night sky is filled with stars and rivers of stars. Just by lifting your eyes, you can see the vastness of the universe. On the pavilion, Chiny Yang stood with his arms crossed. The star robe on his body trembled slightly. The universe within that transparent armor seemed to have a two-way induction with the night sky, in which the river of stars flowed significantly faster after absorbing the starlight. At the same time, before Chiny Yang's eyes, hints appeared. You have absorbed the power of the stars, 1/10,000. You have absorbed the power of the stars, 0.2. You have absorbed the power of the stars, 0.3. It goes up about a little bit a second. This means that it only takes 3 hours to build up the power of the stars. The data of the star power should be displayed on the panel. Chiny Yang thought and opened his personal panel. After a flurry of upgrades, advances, and dress-ups, his numbers have changed radically. Name, Chiny Yang. Chakra, 15,000/infinity. Race, human. Level, 35. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 464, plus 1563. Agility, 486, plus 1583. Physique, 876, plus 1593. Spirit, 486, plus 1638. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Supreme Dragon Body, LV3. Divine Soldier of the World, LV2. Dragon and Phoenix, LV2. Imperial Demeanor, LV2. Recruiting the 10,000 clans, LV1. No other changes. Imperial Power, 214,344, plus 3,012 per hour. Star Power, 125 out of 10. 000. Achievements, sweeping away all armies, max. Bug Nemesis, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. I am comfortable. Chiny Yang let out a long breath. He hadn't paid attention to his attribute panel for a long time. Usually, you open it and just look at the accumulation of Imperial Power. Had to take a closer look at this one. Just advancing from classless to elite. He then gains hundreds of points of attribute replenishment. After advancement, you can gain 30 points of attributes per level. The Kobold's Resurrection of level 5 for nothing added another full 150 attributes, plus the basic attributes provided by various equipment and skills. Chiny Yang's basic attributes were already a full 2,312 points. This is not really the standard for elite professionals anymore. Probably, Zhong Yuan's basic attributes are not as much as mine. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. Zhong Yuan has made his way to the top of the list of thousands of professionals. It also took most of my life to get up to level 60. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, had used less than 2 months. Then, in terms of attributes and equipment, they completely surpassed each other. Of course, Zhang Lao's profession is a Chimen Tian sure. As a functional support, upgrading is more difficult than the average career. No other transcendent class professional who had lived to his age would be lower than level 70. But if you were to count the equipment, even against a level 70 professional, Chiny Yang would have the power to fight. I have no more rivals among my peers. Even Xinchuan Lao Deng is not necessarily a match for me. Chiny Yang stood on top of the pavilion and looked into the distance. Own a feeling of emptiness, loneliness, and coldness in high places. Just then, his cell phone rang. When I opened it, it was an email. Chiny Yang's eyes widened. There was only one person around him who was okay with liking to send emails. Xinchuan, he came out of the secret realm? Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart and hurriedly opened the email. Son, see the letter as you meet. Thank you so much for helping me with my mission. I have been informed that Hangu City is in danger of a dragon invasion. Currently on a fast track to support. Before the crisis, you are expected to do the following. 1. Help Uncle 2. Prepare wartime supplies. 2. In my name, lead the guild members to be ready for war. 3. Settle the relatives of the guild members in a centralized place for protection. 4. Why did you betray me? Please think of a reason why I won't beat you. Taishang's, 3 chapters and I would have been able to write more. But this chapter came out with the attribute panel, and the before and after changed too much. So forget about it for quite a long time. I actually read the panel every dozen or so. Don't say I'm watered down. Also I'll keep trying to keep up with more. And everyone to become a dragon opinion In fact, the Emperor is the 5-clawed golden dragon. However, I also took into account the mood of everyone. Made some small changes, so that the protagonist spit out the breath solidified as a dragon. So that the setting is preserved, but also comfortable for the book club. Is not it beautiful? Old Den is finally back. But as soon as he comes back he's going to screw up. After reading the email, Chiny Yang was in a good mood. He was also just a small company employee in his last life. Organizing small events like annual conferences and trade shows can work, but it's a little difficult to direct the movement of supplies and the settling of people throughout the city. Not bad for an old Den. The man is yet to arrive, and he is going to make me roll up, to come back and take it out on me. How come Linier didn't cripple him? Thinking about it, Chiny Yang wanted to tell Xinchuan to get his ass back to the secret realm. Just then, a prompt appeared in front of him. In the face of the Emperor's decree, you choose. Benevolent King, I will be diligent in my government and save the people from destruction. Physique plus 10. The Faint King, Government Affairs? Just leave it to the Phase Father. Bonus building, Zeos Pavilion. Tyrant, someone. Send the Emperor to the border. Power plus 10. Out of the building. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he consulted the reward information. Z Emperor's Pavilion, a governmental bureaucracy that can consume imperial power to summon civil ministers, who, once stationed, can handle governmental affairs and will accelerate the accumulation of imperial power. Note, the Imperial Court of Zwo will automatically collect information, and the civil ministers will organize the plan. The more civil ministers are stationed in the court, the better the ability to handle government affairs, and it will have an impact on the buildings such as the arsenal and the horse farms. Could be, civil and military belongs now. Chiny Yang immediately made a choice. Immediately after seeing the hint that the building was completed, he entered the idea space. Within the Imperial City, There was a pillar of light that was shooting up to the 9 heavens. The location of the Zhua Emperor's Pavilion, situated in the southeast corner of the Imperial City, was adjacent to the pointing platform, both of which were on the outskirts of the Imperial City. Compared to the solemnity of the pointing platform, the mystery of the Stargazer's platform, and the elegance of the Bronze Sparrow's platform, Zhuahuanga does not have too prominent style, is a strong flavor of books, 3x3, moderate classical architecture. Before the main pavilion, a huge bright mirror was erected. Chiny Yang looked towards the bright mirror, in which prompts immediately surfaced. Consume 100,000 points of imperial power to summon a random civilian minister. Designation of a summons requires an imperial treasure associated with a civil servant, or a civil servant's token. Note, civilian ministers are functional units. Not all of them can respond to the skill call for heroes. Civilians, like beauties, are only in battle for certain characters. Chiny Yang understood for a second and looked at the royal power. There were still 214,000 royal power points left. After the proclamation, there are just 110,000 points of imperial power left, which feels a bit insufficient. Chiny Yang made an excuse for himself and went to the Copper Bird Terrace to pillow on Suda's thigh and take a nap. 2 hours later, royal power has come to 220,000 plus 120,000 imperial powers, enough to defend themselves. Moreover, being able to exhale chi and transform into a dragon now is not entirely dependent on imperial power. After securing his battle power, Chiny Yang once again went to the front of the Zhua Emperor's Pavilion, poked 100,000, and randomly summoned the civil ministers. At once, a picture emerged from the bright mirror in front of the Zhua Emperor's Pavilion. The picture shows a bright moon in the sky. A man in a broad robe was spurring his horse. He looked anxious, as if he was chasing something. Seeing this, the corners of Chiny Yang's mouth rose. He had already guessed who it was that had pronounced the summons. He must be SSR. Good luck. At the end of the image, the man seemed to catch up with the person he was chasing. Panicked, he dismounted and ran towards the camera. At this point, the card draw animation ends. Before the huge bright mirror, a middle-aged ancient man appeared. He wore plain, unadorned official robes. The forehead is broad, and the eyes are small but sparkling, as if able to see through a person's future. I, Xiao He, pay my respects to your majesty. The civil official named Xiao He, with a loud cry, knelt down and bowed towards Chiny Yang in the air. Xiao He chased Han Xian under the moon and chased him to me. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and signaled Xiao He to level off. Also, check its properties. 1 Xiao He. Introduction. Xiao He is good at handling civil, official and financial affairs, and also possesses the ability to discover talents. Skill, appraisal of the stars to raise a wise man. Xiao He will occasionally trigger the citation of virtue, after which you can summon that hero or minister. Xiao He will also recommend specific beauties, e.g., Shangguan Waner. Xiao He will also recommend specific beauties, e.g., Shangguan Waner. Imperial power plus 200 points per hour. I have a feeling that the first person Xiao He will recommend may be Han Xian. Chiny Yang was excited in his heart. He had a hunch. Han Xian will be different from other generals. With his skills, he should be heading towards unity. At the later stage of development, Chiny Yang also really needed someone to command the army. The first 3 items explained by Lao Deng can all be left to Xiao He. As for the last article, Chiny Yang thought about the last item of the email and felt a sense of amusement in his heart. It was estimated that Chinfon had been taught a lesson by Linier over the matter of the Sea King Palace VIP card. This time, he came home to take it out on himself. Just, let me find a reason not to get beaten? Can you beat me? Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. Before changing into the lightning martial star robe, he still respected the Taishang Emperor a few times. But now, the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up as he exited the idea space. Then he took out his cell phone and replied to the email. The reason for not getting beaten has already been thought of. You can't beat me. This kid's drifted. Above the wilderness, smoke and dust rose. A group of people were heading in the direction of Hanwu City. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man with a magnificent figure and extraordinary martial prowess. He rode a tall overlord blue dragon with a Jinyue greatsword on his back, and his torso was covered by a fine set of jeweled armor. This person was none other than Chiny Yang's father, Qin Xuan. He looked at his cell phone and gave the look of an old grandpa looking at his cell phone. This guy even said that I can't beat him? So arrogant. I have to extinguish his arrogance. Chinfon locked the screen of his cell phone. A smile spread across his face as he spoke harsh words. He had already learned about Chiny Yang's deeds from Linier's mouth. Legendary career. Conscript battlefield leader. 1 person cross levels to hang 9 transcendent level professions. Knocked the 149 level Linier back by half a body length. These battles, not to mention yourself. Even the young Linier couldn't do it. Happiness comes so suddenly. It led to a smile on Chinfon's face when he was subjected to domestic violence. The heart couldn't let go of any other emotion than triumph and pride. But there's no getting carried away. Chinfon's eyes sank. In this world, force comes first. But you can't get away from the means if you want to dominate. With Chiny Yang's profession, there was definitely no problem with force. I just don't know if he has a talent for management. Chinfon's idea was to take advantage of this crisis of the dragon invasion to test Chiny Yang's management ability. If qualified, the Dragon Court Guild could then be handed over to him to take care of. As for himself, he was going to conquer the subhuman world and lay down a territory for the Chin family. I, Chinfon, vow to build a kingdom and put it in front of my old husband's eyes. Chinfon looked up at the starry sky and made a secret vow in his heart. 3 days later, Hanwu City, facing a possible invasion crisis. Shiroyama Ken didn't choose to hide it from the people. He issued a red alert, via online media, to the millions of residents in the city. Thanks to a detailed response plan, order in Hanwu City did not fall into chaos. The populace was also under the dispatch of the city's main office, and began to work on the preparations before the disaster. The professionals who were in possession of the force even spontaneously reported to the city defense force, ready to be dispatched by the city lord's office. Chiny Yang looked at all this with some emotion in his heart. There were quite a few large and small professional guilds in Hanwu City. There are a number of conflicts and grudges between them in order to compete for benefits. Even the Dragon Pavilion Guild, which was sitting firmly at the head of the pack, would be smeared and planted by their peers. But in the face of disaster, these conflicts of interest, these personal grudges are put aside. An entire city, all united to guard a common home. This is the world that has only really experienced Armageddon, knowing that personal gain is insignificant in the face of disaster. And in the meantime, Chiny Yang also did a lot of work. Mobilize the Chin family's industries and prepare wartime supplies. Construction of temporary shelters to accommodate relatives of the guild. Meetings are held, performed on site, and data is disaggregated. One thing after another, which could not be described as uncomplicated, was organized by Chiny Yang. Of course, this is all a program made by Shaw. Chiny Yang just turned his hand and left it to the people below to carry it out. However, Chinfon didn't know this. At this time, he has been in charge of the Chin family business for nearly 20 years, but his dog nephew is actually convinced. The Dragon Pavilion Group was so big that trying to do a reasonable dispatch of its internal resources was not a simple matter. But Chiny Yang was meticulous about everything, listing the solutions one by one. All the work is organized in a well-organized and targeted manner. These maneuvers directly gave Chinfon a silly look. How is it that this guy, in the midst of all his spending and drinking, has learned to rule the country? Inside the office, Chinfon couldn't help but ask Chiny Yang, "Nephew, where did you learn these skills? If I were to be given these things, I wouldn't be able to do them as leveled as you are." "Self-taught. I call it systems thinking. Born to lead." Chiny Yang pretended. He can't say that all these things were done by Xiaohe. Having said that, Chinfon didn't recognize it. Chinfon shook his head. "I really didn't see that you had this talent before. This awakening of yours is more than just a profession. There's also a IQA." Chiny Yang's achievements over the past few days had not only surprised Chinfon. Some seniors who knew him were also impressed. After Hanwu City issued martial law, Jingming City, Gale City, and Songshan City all sent support forces, not only official forces, but also civil forces. Among them, the Wang family of Gale City and the Chu family of Songshan City were all invited over by the Chin family. At this point, the Chu family head as well as the family elders were all in Chin Feng's office. Ha ha, Chiny Yang has really grown up. He was naughty and mischievous as a child, but now he's really mature and stable. He has his father's style. On the tea house, a middle-aged man laughed. This person was the head of the Chu family, Chu Mengchen, level 62 transcendent professional, windbreaker martial monk. He was a close friend of Chinfon's during his entrepreneurial days, and he was also a lifelong friend of Chinfon. And beside Chu Mengchen, there was also a crane-haired old man sitting beside him. The old man's name was Su Nantian, and he was a level 80 epic profession, dragon fighter. He was a foreign elder of the Chu family, running the Chu family's martial arts school, as well as Chu Mengxuan's master. Su Nantian was, at this moment, quietly watching Chiny Yang with a hint of doubt hidden in his eyes. From the moment he had seen Chiny Yang, he had sensed, if anything, an intimidating pressure on his body. It was a feeling he had never had before. His awakened profession was a dragon fighter, and he had cultivated a dragon soul. This dragon is not a Western dragon. Instead, it's the much more powerful dragon of the East. By all rights, all the bloodlines in the world would not make him feel oppressed. But in front of Chiny Yang, TSK, Su Nantian smacked his lips, unable to figure out what was going on. Even if legendary professions are suppressed against epic professions, but one's rank is here. A level 80 clan master can still be overwhelmed by a level 35 elite? As Su Nantian was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and looked up, only to see that Chiny Yang was looking at himself with flat eyes. In a flash, Su Nantian seemed to see a pair of golden vertical pupils. The dragon soul inside his body actually let out a low chant that only he could hear. What's going on here? My dragon soul. Bowing down to him? Su Nantian was inwardly surprised. Subconsciously, he avoided Chiny Yang's gaze. At once, the dragon soul in his body was much more peaceful. Inside Chiny Yang's body, there must be an existence related to the dragon soul. And what would that be? Su Nantian murmured in his heart and couldn't help but feel a little excited. Dragon fighter. The advanced profession of the 100 Beasts martial artist. Like the 100 Beasts martial artist, the dragon fighter had no career skills. In addition to the generalized skills, you can only learn the directed skills of the martial arts monk class of professions. However, this profession has a core ability called Dragon Soul. Strengthening directional skills with the Dragon Soul is the professional skill of a dragon fighter. In addition to leveling up on a daily basis, dragon fighters need to train inward to continually strengthen their dragon souls. The stronger the dragon soul, the stronger one's skills would be. Su Nantian had a premonition. The thing in Chiny Yang's body could make his dragon soul stronger. As he was thinking about it, Chiny Yang had already finished reviewing all the work reports and handed the information over to Chinfon. Said, "Second uncle. Things are all approved. Just leave it to the people below to execute. I'm going to go and busy myself." After saying that, he got up and nodded towards Chu Mengchen and Su Nantian. "Uncle Chen, Elder Su, I'll excuse myself. It's been a tiring few days, too, so get some rest." Chu Mengchen smiled brightly. Su Nantian also buried the excitement within his heart and nodded with a smile. After Chiny Yang left the office, Chinfon shook his head and laughed, convinced this guy, he didn't have a proper behavior before, but now he's doing things so neatly, and he even gave me a job to set up. If your nephew is powerful, you two brothers will steal a smile. Chu Mengchen patted Chinfang's shoulder inside. Unlike me, my daughter is stupid. What can I do with my Chu family's industry? With that, he looked at Chinfon. Chinfon blankly glanced at him. You're really a beast Before also said don't let Chiny Yang scourge Xiener. Now again. Fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. Chu Mengchen smiled awkwardly. I figured it out. With my daughter's intelligence, she's always going to be scourged. So it's better to let someone trustworthy scourge her. Chinfon said in disgust. I'm not even willing to poke you. Is that because you trust Chiny Yang? That's you craving his ability. After finishing everything, Chiny Yang took a long breath and thought about where to go to relax. It's just that the entire city of Hangwu City is now under martial law. Most of the entertainment venues were closed. I don't know how long this is going to go on, either. Chiny Yang thought to himself. After learning that the giant dragon had appeared outside of Hangwu City, Zhong Yuan of the city lord's mansion, as well as Dongfang Cheng of the Tsongshuan immortal sect, both made deductions. According to the two men's predictions, there will be a big change in Hangwu City in a week's time. The crowd decided that this was the time of the dragon invasion. Due to the advanced knowledge of the disaster, the executives of Hangwu City did not panic. Now, supplies and defenses are pretty much ready for the dragon to deliver. Chiny Yang felt the same way, and he only wished that martial law would end quickly so that he could play around to his heart's content. If we don't play again, when Chinchuan comes back, he'll be yakking again. Suddenly, Chiny Yang had a flash of light. The stargazer can ask about the world's affairs. Maybe ask about the time of the dragon invasion as well. A stargazer. It should be more accurate than a Chiman celestial master, right? Chiny Yang thought and entered the idea space. Some small uncomfortable details on the front have been changed. I'm begging the Taishangs to follow up, like, and generate love for the emperor to help stabilize his numbers. Enter the space of intention. Chiny Yang was the first to arrive in front of the stargazing platform. After 3 days of build-up, his royal power has come to 240,000 plus. You can use, ask the earth, 24 times. Still, Chiny Yang's idea was to start by asking for the sky. Asking heaven can know the general situation of the world. I wonder if the invasion suffered by Hangwu City can affect the trend of the world pattern. Chiny Yang Xin said, turning on Ask the Sky. Ask the Sky does not need to be consumed, but is limited to once a month. Soon, 3 messages appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. The greatest momentum the queen of the Lionheart Kingdom has collapsed. The nobles are restless for the throne and are about to start a civil war. And the era of Sunset's overseas colonization is beginning to come to an end. Ozeki 2, unknown mutated magical creatures have appeared in the ocean, and the island's cherry blossoms will no longer bloom. The Great Power 3, the city-state of the Kyushu Federation has been destroyed, and the great clans are vigorously developing force in the name of self-preservation. The world will be divided after a long period of unity. The destruction of the city-state of the Kyushu Federation? Hangwu City has fallen? Chiny Yang's eyes were stunned and his heart was suspicious. As of now, only Hangwu City has a warning of an invasion. The city-state mentioned in Osei 3 is nowhere else. It shouldn't be. All this preparation. And they're still destroyed? Hangwu City's defenses are not weak. It's impossible to demolish it without coming up with 10 giant dragons. Giant dragons are proud of their nature. And having 10 of them gathered together is a big deal. Trying to horn more than 10 heads, it would require a strong leader. It's so strong that it must be able to defeat all the gargoyles. Could it be an ancient dragon? Chiny Yang guessed in his mind. There are ranks amongst the gargoyles. Ancient gargoyles were far stronger than ordinary gargoyles. Generally speaking, one can take on a human monarch rank powerhouse. If it's an ancient dragon, that makes sense. Just what does Hangwu City have that could attract such a thing to descend? Chiny Yang's eyes narrowed. There are demons that attack cities simply to feed and kill. And the purpose of a demonic creature like a giant dragon would never be that simple. If we can find out what the gargoyles are for, there may be a way to avert this disaster. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. Look at the stargazer and use ancient dragon as the keyword to open Ask Earth. Arcane spell formations floated and star shadows emerged. In front of Chiny Yang's eyes, 3 prompts appeared once again. Result 1 inventory of the top 10 ancient magical creatures. The last one lives with heaven and earth. Result 2, the Lighthouse Kingdom has secretly formed the Dragon Knights to wage war against the Land of Sand. Result 3, the ancient dragon Acker has been resurrected and is overlooking the Kyushu Federation. It wants its dragon heart back and to activate it with human blood. It really is an ancient dragon. Chiny Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. The ancient dragon had descended, and no amount of preparation on the part of that Hangwu City would solve the problem. A demonic creature of this level could only be faced by Linier. The residents of Hangwu City are thankful to me, Chiny Yang said. It's not easy to practice. A powerhouse of Linier's caliber would not make a move easily. Just like the great powers of the cultivation world, they would not gamble their long road to immortality for irrelevant villages and towns. But being in Hangwu City itself, it was different. Not to mention Linier, even the emperor-ranked grandfather behind him could be invited. Of course, even if Linier made a move, those preparations made by Chiny Yang were not useless. Linier definitely had no time to think about anything else when he intercepted the ancient dragon. The professionals of Hangwu City still had to face the normal gargoyles. Chiny Yang thought, looking again at the results of the questioning ground. The ancient dragon wants the dragon's heart. This sounds familiar. It could be a forging material. No matter what it is, it should belong to the Chiny family when the invasion is successfully fought off. Chiny Yang muttered. This time, the first credit for defending the city must go to the Chiny family. And it's not too much to ask for some payment. Wait, dragon heart. Suddenly, Chiny Yang's eyes were stunned. He remembered that he had actually heard of it. The guild's forge master, Guyu, said before, to forge equipment of purple or higher quality, it's best to go to Jingming City. There is a magma pool known as the Dragon's Blood Furnace. Using the magma there to build equipment has a much higher success rate. As to why it has this effect, no one knows. The unifying guess is that a dragon's heart is hidden within the magma pool. So the dragon's real target is Jingming City? Chiny Yang's gaze intensified. Everything is wrong. The giant dragon appeared outside Hangwu City. Doesn't mean it's going to attack Hangwu City. Or, perhaps, to survey the terrain. Or, perhaps, it's tuning the tiger out. These lizards, they even play Sun Tzu's Art of War? Chiny Yang's gaze blazed. This ancient dragon called AKA must not be kept. The high combat professionals from Jingming City have been transferred to Hangwu City. We have to get them back as soon as possible. Things were grim, so Chiny Yang used, ask the ground, again. This time the question was asked. When the invasion of the gargoyles would take place, the results that came out shook his entire body. Result 4, tonight, the roar of the dragon will shatter the night sky. Just tonight? Then in 2 hours? Chiny Yang's pupils shrunk. This result was a week earlier than the Chimin Skymaster had projected. My projections are definitely more accurate than those of the Chimin Tianshur. Well, something big is going to happen. With a thought, Chiny Yang exited the idea space. Hangwu City. City Lord's Mansion. What? Jingming City? Inside the conference room, the Chu family head didn't control his emotions for a moment and Templar rose. Just now, Chinfon had conveyed Chiny Yang's prediction to the city lord. What the dragon is going to invade is probably not Hangwu City, but Jingming City. Among the invading dragons was an ancient dragon. And, the time to attack, is tonight. Upon hearing this news, even the level 80 elder Sunanshan's face turned white. The level of the ancient dragon was, At least 100 levels, plus the potential of the gargoyles. Without a strong person of the monarch rank sitting in the middle of the scene, it simply couldn't be dealt with. After he patted Chu Mengchen's shoulder in a soothing gesture, he looked at Chinfon again. Chinfon? On what basis did Chingy Yang make this prediction? Chinfon looked straight at Sunantian and said, I'm not sure, but I trust him. Sunantian nodded his head slightly and looked at Zhong Yuan at the side again. Yuan, I'm sorry, but I also chose to believe Chingy Yang's prediction. Zhong Yuan got up and arched his hand. Elder Su, you don't have to apologize to me. Chiman deduction is not always accurate by nature. While the 9-5 Supreme is a legendary level profession that is rare to see in 100 years, and is ranked above the Chiman Celestial Masters, and I'm willing to believe in Chingy Yang as well, with the previous winning achievement in front of him. The group of bigwigs in Hangu City all had a good impression of Chingy Yang. The man is loose and unruly, but will never mess around before right and wrong, plus the aura of a legendary level profession. Chingy Yang's prediction was not challenged. And, of course, no one dared to question it. People can't afford to offend this person, much less take the blame. Soon, the crowd worked out a plan to deal with the situation. Sunantian and Chu Mengchen both have the ability to fly. They could take a bunch of advance teams and be the first to return to the defense of Jingming City. If things go well, you can get there in 2 or 3 hours. Those professionals who couldn't fly would also take the iron armor train to Sanchuan City, then take the Sanchuan Immortal Sex flying boat and transfer to Jingming City. In this way, the large force could also arrive at Jingming City in the latter part of the night. At the same time, the Zhongxian Immortal Sect would also send 2 sword immortals to aid Jingming City. This force doesn't claim to take out all the gargoyles. At least, it would last until Linier rushed back from the Sea of Annihilation. The sun had gone down after all the arrangements had been made. The crowd remembered Chingy Yang's prediction. Tonight, the dragon's roar will shatter the night sky. This tonight could be the second half of the night or it could be now. There is no time for. Chu Mengchen winced, desperate to save his daughter. He planned to go first, just as he was about to make arrangements. Instead, a long, drawn-out growl was heard from outside. The crowd looked up and only a huge dragon was seen above the clouds, looming. Everyone stabilize your minds. The dragon roar is coming. Sunantian shielded Chu Mengchen behind him and shouted in fear. Boom! A blast of thunder rang through the air. Immediately afterward, the glass of the conference room was shattered. Zhong Yuan, Zhang Qian, and Chinfon were all lifted out at the same time by the huge airflow. Boom! A blast of thunder rang out. The entire Hanwu city shook. It was not the sound of thunder. Instead, it was the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar is quite powerful. Chingy Yang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the cracks in the glass and lamenting. He learned from the Stargazer. Gargoyles use roars to activate their skills. The battle between the 2 dragons could be seen as a complete spray of curses against each other. It's just that the cussing is a little more powerful. The glass in the Qin mansion is made of special metals. Not only can it isolate detection spells, but it can also defend against attacks from professionals below the elite rank. Instead, the aftershock of the dragon's roar shook it out of its cracks. This showed how powerful the dragon's roar was. How powerful it was. No surprises. The glass of the entire Hanwu city shattered. Uncle Tu seems to have invested in a glass factory and is going to make a lot of money this time. Qin Yangshin said. The giant dragon descended on Hanwu city, but he didn't panic much. Stargazer's prediction was spot on. It was only just nightfall when the dragon arrived. This reinforces the fact that the real danger is not Hanwu, but Jingming City. The dragon's descent into Hanwu was nothing more than a feint. Unsurprisingly, the residents of Jingming City have already seen the giant dragon. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang took out his cell phone and flipped through the 9 Sons Taking the Lead group. Inside the group, there is a lively conversation going on. Luan Tian at Chu Mengxian. I heard that the dragon is going to attack Jingming City. How is the situation on your side? Hanahiko, huh? An attack on Jingming City, not Hanwu? Luan Tian, yes. We've been notified. My brother is on his way to Jingming City for support. Lam, so bombastic? Lin Mo at Chu Mengxian. Bao, you take good care of yourself. Luan Tian, this is the time to run as far as you can. Lin Mo, Pa, what's going on over there? Why don't you reply? Zwa Dong Dong, it can't be. Has already started, right? Chu Mengxian never replied to the message. This worried everyone. But Chingy Yang guessed. Chu Mengxian should be on the way to escape. After all, his dad was the first to know the news and must have already made arrangements. Those 2 hours were enough time for her to run out of Jingming City and away from the place of wrongdoing. Chingy Yang was thinking. A message popped up in the group. It was a video that captured the sky. In the video, more than 10 giant dragons, circling in the sky, let out a frustrated roar. Chu Mengxian, look, you guys, lots of dragons. Chiny Yang froze and asked in the group, did not run? Chu Mengxian replied, didn't run away The boundary appeared outside the city, and there are a lot of dragon descent soldiers pouring in. I'm now ready to go to the underground shelter. Junction? And dragonborn soldiers? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. Dragon descendants looked no different from lizardmen, but possessed the bloodline of a giant dragon, and were magical creatures that only appeared in high-level secret realms. As set up, the dragonborn are a subordinate race to the gargoyles, and it makes sense to act in tandem with them. It's just very rare. It seems that the scale of the invasion is bigger than I thought. Chiny Yang recalled the tips from the Stargazer. AKA is going to use human blood and activate the heart. It's going to slaughter the city. Chiny Yang took a deep breath. Things are getting serious. He replied to the group. At Chu Mengxian, eat and drink something. Stay in the shelter and don't move around. Wait for your dad to arrive. After sending the message, Chinyo poured himself a glass of red wine. He needs to calm down. From the moment the dragon appeared, he then got a sense of excitement that was hard to suppress, as if the hunter had seen his prey. If I'm not mistaken, this is the true dragon bloodline stirring. Western dragons are blasphemers and food to Eastern dragons, and it is normal to have the urge to hunt. Chiny Yang sipped his red wine while looking out the window at the giant dragon hovering outside. At this time, the magic guide giant cannons of Hangwu City had already been turned on. Blue lasers, like giant swords, swung towards the dragon in the air. Professionals with the ability to fly had even flown high into the sky. All sorts of skills, as if they didn't need money, were smashed towards the giant dragon. When Chiny Yang saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. The invasion of Hangwu City is definitely not big. Should we go slay a dragon and try our hand at it? He's a 35th grade kid though, but the combat is close to level 70. Under the cover of other professionals, hunting a giant dragon was really not a problem. And, in this world, those who are able to slay dragons will not only enjoy a high reputation, but will also receive the achievement of Dragon Slayer. This achievement adds quite a few attributes, so it's kind of a chance. Many of the professionals who came from out of town for support had this goal in mind. Kill the dragon and get the Dragon Slayer achievement. I am a true dragon. How can I tolerate lizards flying above my head? Fuck it. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang finished the red wine in his glass in one gulp. Get up, open the door and step out of the room. And the moment he stepped out of the room, he suddenly had a mental jolt. This was followed by feeling a huge suction force that pulled him into the space tunnel. Jingming City, a blazing fire that burns the earth. Smoke rolled in, obscuring a large portion of the sky. Among them, there were constantly giant dragons swooping down from high above, accompanied by bursts of thunderous dragon roars and spewing out fiery dragon breath. And on the ground, a tall figure, traveling through the inferno of fire, hunted down anything that moved. The clang of weapons clashing was accompanied by the crunching sound of blood and flesh separating. The cries and howls were mixed with the sounds of killing, just like a piece of hell on earth. Daylily, the entrance to the shelter is in the parking lot. In the firelight, a middle-aged woman was dealing with 20 dragonborn soldiers alone. This person was Chu Mingxuan's teacher's mother, Su Nanshan's wife, Chu Jing. She was a level 60 professional, Thunder Fist sect. This is an exceptional level career though. However, with the addition of a purple equipment, Chu still had a notable battle power. Together with the slight suppression of her level, she had managed to block 20 dragonborn warriors with the strength of one person. While fighting, he did not forget to shout to Chu Mengxian behind him, "You quickly go to the shelter. The gas valve is on the right side. Close the door once you're inside." "Close the door? What about you, Shifu?" Chu Mengxian asked as she ran. "Get rid of this burden of yours and I'll have my own way." Chu Jing shook back 2 dragon descendant soldiers with a thunderclap and snapped, "Don't hurry up yet. You are the greatest danger when you are beside me." Chu Mengxian came to a sudden realization. After figuring out your position, you riveted yourself to the front. Just as she was about to enter the underground parking lot, a dark shadow fell from the sky and landed on the roof of the parking lot entrance. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard and the ground shook. The heart of Chu Jing, who was tangling with the dragon descent soldiers, tightened as she looked back and almost took a back breath. Only a huge black dragon was seen, which had collapsed the roof of the parking lot. The entrance to the underground shelter was completely blocked. Crap! Chu's heart went cold. Secretly, the Chu family is the rhythm of re-practicing the trumpet. At the moment, she could imagine it. That black dragon was staring at Chu Mengxian with a pair of vertical pupils. At the same time, a bloody mouth slowly opened. The next moment, it was about to spit out the dragon's breath that melted everything. Chu frantically urged the power of thunder. Defiantly, he rushed towards Chu Mengxian. She might not be able to dodge the dragon's breath, but she was able to send Chu Mengxian flying with a palm. However, there was no movement at all after that huge dragon fell. Chu fixed her eyes and snapped. That black dragon. It seems to be dead. Taisho, hold on for one more day. Then it's vacation. Guaranteed 3 shifts during May 1st. I'm begging for more. I'm begging for power for love. Ouch. The black dragon that fell from the air was like a puppet with broken strings. Lifeless. Its hardened scale armor already broken. Blazing dragon's blood continued to gush out from the horrific wound, flowing onto the ground and emitting bared white smoke. Chiron is dead? Chu could not believe her eyes a little. In her worldview, dragons weren't invincible, but they definitely weren't that easy to kill either. 60% immunity to dragon skin spells is not that easy to break defense, but looking at the wounds of this black dragon, it was obvious that the defense was broken in one blow. The color of surprise still lingered in those violently open dragon eyes. Apparently, before it died, it saw the existence of a cognitive breakthrough. Who did this? Chu was inwardly suspicious. All of the high combat professionals in Jingming City had gone to Hangu City. Even if they had rushed back early, there weren't many people who could abuse the giant dragon. Chu was clear that even the level 80 Su Nantian could not do this. With misgivings, Chu Jing ran towards Chu Mengxian. At this moment, Chu Mengxian seemed to be in shock. She sat on the ground, pointed her finger to the sky, and stammered. Qin. Chu Jing froze, thinking that it was the Qin family that had come. However, Qin Xuan didn't have the ability to abuse a giant dragon either. She looked up into the air and froze instantly. Only a man whose entire body was flowing with starlight was seen floating in the air. Around him, golden weapons were constantly condensing as if they were meteors, striking towards the huge dragon hovering in the air. The power of that golden weapon was extremely terrifying. The dragon's double-resistant pull-full dragon skin was like papier-mâché in front of these weapons. Just one shot would instantly cause a huge wound. In just one round of strafing, 2 more dragons fell. Seeing this, the other giant dragons all scattered like birds and beasts. It was the first time Chu had seen the scene of a giant dragon fleeing in haste. Is he Chiny Yang? Seeing that golden divine soldier, Chu Jing already had a guess in her heart, but inherent perceptions made it hard to believe the answer in her mind. Only a short while ago, Chiny Yang had participated in the conscription battlefield. No matter how perverted a legendary level profession was, it wouldn't be able to abuse a giant dragon at the stage of 20 or so levels, would it? It's just that perception is meant to be broken. That person whose entire body was covered in starlight was none other than Chiny Yang. At this moment, a line of hints was floating in front of his eyes. You have slain the Western Dragon and have earned the achievement Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer LV. 1. Your damage to Western Dragons is increased by 10%, and your full attributes are plus 30. Why have I come to Jingming City? Black smoke rolled above the sky. Qin Yang condensed the divine soldier phantom while overlooking the bottom. He had already seen Chu Mengxian, who was sitting on the ground, as well as her master's wife, Chu Jing. Just now, he had only taken one step out of the room and was sucked into the time tunnel. When he slowed down, he was greeted by a huge black dragon, breaking through the air with its bloody mouth open. Good thing he reacted in time. A round of sweeping shots from the heavenly warriors brought down that black dragon. Looking again at what was in front of him, it quickly became clear. He himself was crossing hundreds of kilometers to come to Jingming City. Come to think of it, it's the effect of the Gemini amulet. Thinking about this, it dawned on Qin Yang. The eve of the draft battlefield, Chu Mengxian was ordered by her family to protect Qin Yang. She gave Qin Yang a pair of Gemini amulets. Whenever one party's life is in danger, it will teleport the other party to its side. The prop is a double-edged sword. If there is a danger that cannot be resolved by either, that's 1 death and 1 delivery. I forgot to remove this talisman. The Chu family is also considered unintentional and blessed by me. Qin Yangshin said. That level 60 black dragon just now should have been heading towards Chu Mengxian. If he hadn't appeared in the air, this girl would already be dead. This level 60 black dragon has 450,000 experience points. This should be a 3-star potential. Good. Just 4 more kills and we'll be up to level 36. Qin Yang recalled the feel of attacking the giant dragon. It doesn't feel like slaying dragons is a hard thing to do. It is rumored that the dragon skin of the gargoyle has close to 60% damage immunity, but the damage of the divine soldier of the world was already as high as 12,000. Add to that the spirit damage settlement from the flat sky crown, and it's even closer to 20k. Even with 60% damage immunity on top, it still deals 8,000 plus damage. In front of the divine warrior phantom, the giant dragon had no way to deal with it other than dodging. The dragons had fled, but there were still a number of dragonborn soldiers on the ground, massacring the city's inhabitants. On the streets, corpses of professionals and ordinary people could be seen everywhere. Qin Yang raised his hand once again and recruited all 500 forbidden guards stored in his idea space. Subsequently, an additional 500 were summoned. All of a sudden, golden auras shot out in all directions within the fire-lit Jingming city. 1,000 forbidden guards in golden armor, as if they were divine soldiers, brushed against the faces of those dragonborn soldiers. False dragons, shoot to kill. Chiny Yang issued an order in the air, and the voice of the emperor overshadowed the frequent blasts of dragon roars. Wind. Thousands of forbidden soldiers shouted their military trumpets, and their military momentum surged like a tsunami, as if they were going to pounce on that monstrous fire. In this instant, the firelight in Jingming city dimmed quite a bit, as if the arrogance of those dragonborn soldiers. Clang. Pust. The sound of metal clashing and blood separating rang out. The forbidden guards turned into a golden torrent and rushed into the fire, as if they were heavenly soldiers counterattacking hell. The lined-up charge of the feathered guards, the swords and shields of the Huban forbidden guards waved. The thunderlight arrow formation of the gooseplume prohibition guards. In just one round of offense, the offense and defense completely changed shape. The dragonborn soldiers who had just been burned and slaughtered suddenly became objects to be slaughtered. The kill prompt, as if it were a brush screen, surfaced in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. Most of the dragonborn soldiers are level 40. The experience for each head killed was around 30,000, twice as much as the average demon. That means they have a potential of 2 stars. Plus dragon skin, and the ability to spit dragon breath. This kind of demonic creature was extremely deadly to ordinary professionals, but in front of Chiny Yang, they were just experience packets. You rise to level 36. All attributes plus 5. You have gained 10 points of free attributes. A golden light flashed as Chiny Yang upgraded. He glanced at the experience bar, which was still growing rapidly. I can't help but say, I've come to the right place. Level 35 to level 36 requires 2 million experience points. The amount of experience needed going forward will continue to increase even more. Although the higher the level of the demon, the more experience it has, you have to be able to kill it. Demons after level 31 not only have high attributes, but also more refined skills. This is the reason why many professionals start swinging after they reach level 31. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. Not everyone has the skills to enjoy this high-level experience pack. See the experience packs all over the city. Chiny Yang was all set to lay a guilt trip. He still underestimates himself. If it weren't for the Gemini amulet, this wave of opportunity, wouldn't that be missed? The Chu family should be rewarded. It should be heavily rewarded. Chiny Yang laughed 3 times and looked towards Chu Mengxian and Chu Jing below. When she met Chiny Yang's gaze, Chu Jing only felt her blood flow backwards and her legs weaken a little. She had followed Sunantian for many years and had seen many powerful professionals. They were all capable of releasing a powerful pressure that caused low-level professionals to tremble. However, the pressure on Chiny Yang's body was extremely unusual. That feeling, it's like being watched from a higher dimension. Again, it's as if you're staring into the abyss. Those eyes, both the firmament and the abyss. Just as Chu Jing's heart and mind were in shock, Chiny Yang had descended from the air. It landed in front of the master and disciple. It was very handsome just now. Oh, Chiny Da, are you here with my dad? Without waiting for Chu Jing to speak, Chu Mengxian stood up. By now, her pretty face was pitch black from the firelight, except for a pair of bright eyes that still flashed with clear stupidity. She didn't seem to have thought about the Gemini talisman at all, and thought that Chiny Yang was rushing to provide support. Her eyes filled with admiration. As one of the heavenly prides who had been singled out by Chiny Yang, Chu Mengxian had cut her teeth on the strength of her opponent. It was completely unsurprising that Chiny Yang supported Jingming City. Although Chiny Yang's rank was low, it wasn't that difficult to mix with a top 100 king in Hangu City. Where's my dad? He's not with you? Chu Mengxian looked around, searching for Chu Mengqian's figure. Daddy, am I not coming? Chiny Yang replied back, then looked at Chu Jing and said, Senior Chu, what's the current situation in Jingming City? It was only when she heard Chiny Yang calling herself that Chu Jing awoke from her shock. She settled down and said, it's not looking good. These dragonborn soldiers were airdropped by the dragons, and there aren't many of them yet. Outside the east gate, at the north gate, there are still a large number of dragonborn soldiers. Once the gates are breached, Jingming City will be an empty city even if it is defended. Chiny Yang nodded in recognition. The area of Jingming City was a bit larger than Hangu City, which had 1.2 million city dwellers in it. Unless 10,000 forbidden soldiers were summoned, it would be hard to protect everyone. 10,000 forbidden soldiers is a bit much to consume. The best way is still to use a wide-range skill to clear out the demons outside the city. It's just as well. The demons are all outside the city, so they can unleash their hands on the heavenly star without fear. After understanding the situation, Chiny Yang flew directly into the air, overlooking the entire situation. Dragonborn soldiers are not to be feared. The key is to dispose of the gargoyles. With 1 000 Praetorians. The city would soon be cleared of dragonborn soldiers, but the dragon in the sky would have to use other means. The flying speed of these giant dragons was very fast, and the fact that he was able to instantly kill 3 of them with the divine armor of the world caught them off guard. Now that they have defenses, hits are not so easy, unless, of course, a dense barrage attack is arranged, but that would inevitably consume too much imperial power. Right now, the ancient dragon had yet to show up, so Chiny Yang had to be a bit cautious. It's better to leave it to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Chiny Yang thought and transported the true dragon's blood. A powerful energy flowed around him, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. As his breathing became deeper and deeper, the energy became stronger and more dazzling. Suddenly, Chiny Yang's eyes snapped open, accompanied by a frustrated dragon whistle. A golden breath was gently exhaled from his mouth. This golden breath was like a flowing ribbon, circling and tumbling and expanding in the air, gradually transforming into a huge object. Boom boom boom. Jingming City, Northern Wall. The dragon's breath was like a path of heavenly fire, falling from the sky. Wave-like ripples rippled across the blue barrier held up by the many auxiliary professionals. Click, click, click. Cracks spread across the barrier as the paraprofessionals spat blood and fell one after another. It's not going to hold. On top of the city wall, an old man holding a wooden sword had a grave gaze. This person was the vice commander of the Jingming City Guard, a level 65 Taoist, Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's gaze was fixed. This barrier is the last line of defense for Jingming City. Once shattered, the wall would be too much to handle, and beyond the walls, there were thousands of dragonborn soldiers. To let them enter the city, Jingming City would die at least 70% of its people. It was as if he had heard Zhang Yunfei's heart. Those circling dragons swooped down and launched a frantic attack on the wall barrier. Under the thunder-shattering dragon roar, the barrier cracked inch by inch and crumbled and shattered. In this instant, the support professions on the city walls, almost all of them fell. The last line of defense of Jingming City was declared to have collapsed. Next, it's a white-knuckle fight. Zhang Yunfei glanced towards the outside of the city. Those dragonborn warriors had charged the walls. If we let them storm the city, there would be no need to wait for any support. Zhang Yunfei took a deep breath and shouted at all the combat professions. Melee professions above level 55. Follow me down to the city and meet the enemy. Yes. The professionals chanted in unison, each with the realization that they were as good as dead. They enjoy high status and high income on weekdays and must show their value at this time. If we don't, the values of this world will collapse. Just as the professionals were about to jump off the walls and fight for their lives against those dragonborn warriors, a fiery laser glowing with golden thunder swept through the air. The laser, like a divine sword, sliced the swooping dragon in half. Dragon corpses of enormous size, sprouting white flames, fell into the squares of dragon descent soldiers, inflicting great damage like a meteorite fall. Is this reinforcements coming? Just as Zhang Yunfei was surprised, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. All of them turned around and looked towards the back, and they were met by a wave of air sweeping over them. The intimidating pressure wrapped in the airwaves spread throughout the city like ripples. The fires in the city were extinguished under this breath. In the midst of the chaos in Jingming City, it was as if the mute button had been pressed. The professionals in the battle, and the ordinary people who fled in haste, all looked to the sky in unison. Above the sky, a golden oriental dragon was coiling. Its whole body was covered with shining scales, as if it was cast in gold. A long and powerful body, full of strength and grace. A pair of gleaming eyes looked down on the world. The dragon's head was high, and golden flames spewed from its mouth. In the midst of the rolling smoke, illuminating the entire city. That seems to be the Eastern Dragon. Many people are seeing the Eastern Dragon for the first time, but some learned scholars are no strangers to this. It is said that before the Great Tribulation, the Eastern Dragon is the totem of the Kyushu region. It's just that the era of universal transmigration has seen the emergence of all sorts of magical creatures. Even Western dragons have appeared, but Eastern dragons have never been seen. Only the epic-level professional dragon fighter was also able to visualize a dragon's soul, proving the existence of the Eastern Dragon. But that was just a dragon soul shadow. An Eastern Dragon with a physical body had never appeared in the history of the Kyushu Federation. But today, history has been rewritten. The Eastern Dragon. It's the Eastern Dragon of Kyushu, Zhang Yunfei shouted with a trembling voice. Thanks to the versatility of the Taoist profession, he was one of the few geniuses in the history of the Kyushu state who had become the commander of a city with a distinguished level profession. At the same time, he is a scholar. He had a deep study of that broken culture of the Kyushu Federation, and his understanding of the Eastern Dragon was no less than Sunantian's. When he heard that long, distant and high-pitched long chant, he thought it was Sunantian rushing to support him, only to look up and see that It was actually a sighting of the mythical creature he had been chasing for half his life. It's a physical Eastern dragon. It really exists. Zhang Yunfei's voice trembled with old tears, but the senator on the side was on the verge of crying with fear. He looked at the behemoth in the air, his eyes filled with fear, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. Don't be afraid. Zhang Yunfei patted the general's shoulder and said, the Oriental dragon is the totem of our Kyushu. You and I are the heirs of the dragon, and it has descended here. It will surely come to guard us. After saying that, he looked toward the huge dragon hovering in the air and roared somewhat maniacally. You self-proclaimed dragon lizards, open your eyes and see what it means to be a dragon. Taishangs, happy May Day. Guaranteed 3 chapters more on May 1st. Begging for catch-up reads and freebies. Ow. The storm clouds are changing. The long, frustrated roar of the true dragon shook everything. That golden dragon body was like a blazing sun. It stamped the rolling smoke into a reddish haze. Su Nantian, is that you? Zhang Yunfei tilted his head and looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon in the air and muttered. In his impression, within Jingming City, only Su Nantian's ability was related to the true dragon. If this 5-clawed golden dragon was summoned by Su Nantian, that meant that his profession as a dragon fighter would be taken to another level and promoted to legend. And Jingming City, which had a legendary professional, would become a first-tier big city. Heaven won't kill my Jingming City. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunfei sighed in relief. Just then, the huge dragons that were circling in the air pounced towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. When Zhang Yunfei saw this, his heart that had just been put down hung again. Su Nantian may have just broken through. I wonder if I can handle so many gargoyles. Chiron is arrogant by nature. One never admits defeat easily without experiencing a vicious battle. Perhaps I should do something about it. Zhang Yunfei's gaze condensed as he pinched up his sword finger, and a talisman with flickering lightning appeared on his fingertip. This was the thunder-evoking talisman he had made, which was still in a semi-finished state, only capable of creating thunder clouds. Gargoyles are called masters of the skies, but they cannot control the wind and clouds. Thunder clouds can't kill dragons, but they can restrict their movements. As long as we slow down the giant dragon's flight speed, we can help Su Nantian. Thinking that, Zhang Yunfei waved his hand violently and shot the talisman into the sky. At the same time, under his breath, he recited, hastily, Lei Lai, boom. The sky above the rolling black smoke was covered with dark clouds, in which the thunder serpent shone, illuminating the entire city as a negative. The dense thunder element converged and was on the verge of being energized, as if a heavenly calamity would fall at any time. Zhang Yunfei only felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. Even that head full of gray hair stood up. On his skin, he was even flooded with a tingling sensation. He was slightly stunned, and thought, it's not right. My talisman is only half finished. How can one gather such a majestic thunder element? Did my talisman come true? Zhang Yunfei looked to the sky, his eyes showing delight. And in the sky above, Chiny Yang laughed coldly in his heart as he looked at the huge dragon that lunged towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. These big lizards, instead of surrendering, dare to return fire on me? What an inverted Big Dipper! Can't they see that my 5-clawed golden dragon is already summoning the heavenly calamity? The 5-clawed golden dragon condensed by the true dragon's breath possessed 2 skills. One is the true dragon spitting breath, and the other is the dragon whistling in the 9 heavens. The effect of dragon's whistling 9 heavens was to summon a thunderbolt and rain down 10,000 pounds of thunder. Anyone who's ever been struck by lightning knows that. The heavenly thunder was a head-locking attack, and no matter how fast the dragon flew, it was impossible for it to dodge the lightning. Ouch! As the thunderclouds filled the air, the lizards, with their large fluttering wings, had broken through the air. The 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes showed a disdainful look as it slowly raised its massive head. Ow! The dragon's roar was accompanied by rolling thunder that shattered the sky. A streak of white thunder tore through the sky and descended with a roar, blasting with unerring precision at the rapidly flying dragon. Boom boom boom! Blinding white auras bloomed in the air. 12 white fireballs, trailing long trailing flames, crashed into the city like meteorites. At one time, countless houses collapsed and an unknown number of people were mistakenly injured. But in return, the giant dragon that threatened Jingming City was completely destroyed in one wave. You have slain the level 60 red dragon Kisanshu, plus 450, 000 experience. You have slain the level 60 black dragon Luofan, plus 450, 000 experience. You have slain the level 60 red dragon Okados, plus 450, 000 experience. The 12 noble dragons, without even uttering a single roar, turned into white fireballs and fell into the city. And after absorbing almost 6 million experiences, Chiny Yang's level, which had come directly to level 38, almost rose to level 39. At the same time, the Dragon Slayer achievement has just been raised to LV 2. Dragonslayer LV. 2. Your damage to Western dragons is increased by 20% and your full attributes are plus 50. This achievement is just average for me. Chiny Yang was not very satisfied with this achievement in his heart. A level 2 achievement only added 150 points of basic attributes, which was the extent of 18 primary attribute fruits. It wasn't that hard for him to do. However, this was only for Chiny Yang. Attribute fruits were something that didn't circulate in the market at all. Professionals without a certain background can't get it with money. And those professionals who can't afford it, who want to get extra base attributes, have to fight desperately for chances, such as risking dragon slaying. It was a pity that all the giant dragons in Jingming City had been killed by Chiny Yang. Now, that leaves the dragonborn soldiers outside the city, right? Chiny Yang looked towards the outside of the city. Jingming City has 2 gates, the North Gate and the East Gate. According to Chu Jing, the pressure on the North Gate was much greater than the East Gate. The city's forbidden guards, now, had marched toward the East Gate. Each of them had the strength of a level 60 professional. Holding the less pressurized East Gate is not a problem. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang put away the 5-clawed golden dragon whose breath had condensed and flew towards the North Gate. Those dragonborn soldiers are experience packs. Today, he's going to level up to 45. On the northern wall, a loud cheer rang out. After the giant dragon fell, the large number of dragon descent soldiers outside the city were no longer enough to be feared. As long as we wait for those support professions to slow down, we will be able to support the moat barrier again. And with less aerial attacks from the dragons, it was impossible for the dragonborn soldiers below the city to break through the walls. Marshal Zheng, you're too strong. A single thunder talisman has actually split 12 giant dragons to death. Yeah, Marshal Zheng is going to be famous in the 9 states. On the city walls, the crowd cast admiring glances at Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei, however, smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "Don't flatter me, everyone, my thunder talisman didn't work, and the giant dragon wasn't killed by me." Ha, the lightning charm didn't work? The people were all a little confused. Everyone saw him send the thunder talisman into the sky. Immediately after that, there was £1,000,000 of thunder descending, splitting all the giant dragons to death. It wasn't Zhang Lao who killed. Could it be the 5-clawed golden dragon? The crowd all looked into the air again. At this moment, that 5-clawed golden dragon was turning into gold dust and slowly dissipating. However, its lingering pressure still loomed over the entire city. Zhang Yunfei said with a look of awe, "It is rumored that the Eastern Dragon is in charge of the wind and cloud phenomena of heaven and earth, and it is really true when I see it today. For me to use a thunder talisman in front of it is simply an offering." When these words came out, everyone revealed a look of fascination. For 500 years, the Western Dragon has been rampaging across the skies, claiming to be the master of the skies. Today, it's a natural enemy, the Eastern Dragon who can rule the storm. It's only the true master of the skies, Marshal Zhang, the one who summoned the Eastern Dragon. Was it Elder Su? A senator asked. Su Nantian was the strongest combatant in Jingming City. Also, the only epic level professional in the city, the Dragon Fighter. Dragon Fighter grows much slower compared to other epic professions, but Dragon Fighter also has a higher ceiling. As long as the Dragon Soul was strong, it could even be compared to a legendary level profession. Now, the 5-clawed golden dragon had appeared over Jingming City. This proved that Su Nantian's Dragon Soul had, once again, made a breakthrough. At the mention of Su Nantian, Zhang Yunfei's expression was smug. He and Su Nantian were close friends. After the other party transformed into a dragon, not to mention that his own status would go up a level, perhaps, the other party could also help him or her advance in their profession and achieve Celestial Master. Just as Zhang Yunfei was thinking about the future, a silhouette in the sky flew in at extreme speed. Zhang Yunfei was just about to arch his hand and say some words of congratulations to his best friend. However, he realized that the visitor was not Su Nantian. Instead, it was a young man with a handsome face and a slender figure. He was dressed in a starlight flowing Dharma robe, as if he was the reincarnation of a star ruler. As it broke through the air and sped along, it carried a gust of pressure. It seemed to be even more powerful than that 5-clawed golden dragon. "He's not Su Nantian. Which great power is this?" Zhang Yunfei muttered. Just then, someone recognized the identity of the visitor. "He seems to be Duke Qin of Hangu City." "What?" Zhang Yunfei snapped. "The Qin family's son? Chiny Yang? Isn't he only in his 20s? The silhouette in the air was instantaneous. As the strong wind swept through, a dragon's roar was faintly heard. Phew! Dust rose in all directions and figures landed on the ground. Zhang Yunfei fixed his eyes and couldn't help but be shocked. He lived to be almost 70 years old. It was the first time I had seen a human with such an offbeat temperament. The body is upright and slender. A majesty that could not be ignored radiated around him. It was an innate imperial aura that made people want to submit and worship. A gorgeous robe was embellished with countless shining stars, as if the vast Milky Way was flowing on his lapel. Even an ordinary soldier with little knowledge could tell that this equipment was not below an orange product. Immediately, the eyes of everyone looking at Chiny Yang were filled with awe, without a trace of impurity. In this world, battle power comes from skills and equipment. Wearing an orange equipment, the strength of even a level 10 professional could not be underestimated. And in Zhang Yunfei's eyes, Chiny Yang, whose clothes were flowing, was even more like an exiled immortal. From the moment he landed on the city wall, he vaguely sensed that Chiny Yang's attributes had far exceeded his own, and that he wasn't a level 20 professional at all. Qin Shao, I am the adjutant of the Jingning City Guard. Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei's eyes dodged a little. According to his age, he was considered the elder of Chiny Yang's elders, but in front of it, there was an indescribable panic, as if it were a child. Chiny Yang nodded his head indifferently and said to Zhang Yunfei, Vice Marshal Zhang, don't let your guard down. The intelligence that came back from Hangu City should have said that there is also an ancient dragon among the demons that invaded this time. Hearing this, the other defenders all flinched. A senator general said with trepidation, Ancient dragon, that's a monarch. Shut up. Zhang Yunfei glared at the senator. Then he arched his hand towards Chiny Yang again and said in a low voice, Young Qin, in order to stabilize the heart of the army, I didn't tell the matter of the ancient dragon. I hope for understanding. Chiny Yang nodded slightly. Indeed. With the current guarding force of Jingning City, just the words ancient dragon could scare them to death. If you tell the truth, the odds are that morale will crumble and you won't even be able to defend the first wave of attacks. Well, the shock brought to them by the five-clawed golden dragon was not small. At this time, hearing that an ancient dragon had descended, the various professionals were not yet broken. After all, there's a high roof when the sky falls. With the presence of a battle force like Chiny Yang, the crowd had a backbone in their hearts. Only, before seeing the attributes of the ancient dragon, Chiny Yang wasn't fully certain that he could defeat his opponent. Linier is coming from the Sea of Annihilation. It's still unknown when he'll arrive at the battlefield. Right now, the most important thing is to kill as many demons as possible and level up a few more. Opportunities like a demon invasion don't come around often. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang said to Zhang Yunfei, let all the professionals below the city come up. Let them come up? Zhang Yunfei froze. At this time, a white-knuckle battle was going on below the city. After letting the professionals retreat, the dragonborn soldiers could be about to threaten the city walls. But without waiting for Zhang Yunfei to inquire, Chiny Yang had already floated up in the air. The robe that was already flowing with starlight was even cloaked in a layer of radiance, making his entire person look as if a heavenly god had descended. He was seen slightly raising his hand and reaching towards the sky. The movements were slow, but incredibly powerful. No good. He's going to zoom in. Zhang Yunfei felt the energy within the starlight. He immediately shot out 3 sound transmission talismans and droned, everyone, withdraw to the city walls. And at that moment, the professionals below the city, too, felt the burst of energy fluctuations. It was as if something was about to descend through the air. Meanwhile, it's not just the professionals who have this perception. Those Dragon Descent soldiers also got agitated and started to become fearful and uninterested in fighting. This gave the human professionals even more of a chance to quickly get out of the battle. And without a moment's hesitation, they retreated towards the city walls after hearing the call. Just then, there was a loud buzzing sound. The clouds in the sky suddenly spread out in a circle. Immediately afterward, a meteorite the size of a small mountain rushed down. Ha! 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 Seeing the meteorite descend, the crowd of professionals were dumbfounded. The whole wall was a crouching mess. Even Zhang Yunfei, who was nearly 70 years old, couldn't help but burst out. The 5-clawed golden dragon just now was shocking enough. This summoning of a meteorite, what kind of magical power is that? Even if it's a legendary level profession, it's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Zhang Yunfei covered his heart and forced himself to calm down. The meteorite was headed for the dragonborn soldiers in the distance though. However, the shock aftermath caused should definitely not be underestimated. Quickly, go inside the walls. Zhang Yunfei roared at all the professionals. With that, he headed towards the interior of the city wall and jumped down. Immediately afterward, a violent boom resounded in the distance. The voice seemed to shatter the heavens. The ground shook as if the sky was falling. A huge mushroom cloud that slowly rose up, as if it were a moloch with teeth and claws. And underneath the mushroom cloud, large swaths of forest were reduced to scorched earth. The black ground, burning with red fire, was like hell. And within this hell, no living creature exists, except for Chiny Yang who was floating in the air. You have killed a level 40 Dragonborn warrior. Experience value plus 30,000. You have killed a level 40 Dragonborn warrior. Experience value plus 30. 000. Experience tips swiped. Chiny Yang's level increased crazily. Level 39. 40. 41. 45. In just 1 second's time, he had absorbed tens of millions of experience points and traveled the journey of most people's lifetime. In this instant, not only were the attributes skyrocketing, his professional skills, too, were improving one by one. Occupational skill, seeing me as heaven, upgraded to LV. 2. Occupational skill, Brocade Guard, upgraded to LV. 2. Occupational skill, summoning heroes, upgraded to LV. 2. Cozy. At this moment, Chiny Yang only felt that the blood in his body was rushing, and his body was soothed. Unable to help himself, he let out a hiss, bringing out a high-pitched dragon's roar. The dragon's roar was long and continuous, but it caused the entire Jingming city to fall into silence. No one in the city was sure what was happening. It wasn't even known whether the person who gave out this dragon's roar was a foe or a friend. They all dared not make a single sound, afraid of offending the terrifying presence in the distance. The garrison troops who witnessed the meteorite's descent were even more under pressure and shock, not even daring to breathe a single breath. They only dared to sigh inwardly. I've seen a lot today. This is a legendary level profession. Who can beat this? It's like a dream. I've actually fought side by side with a legendary level professional. Raising your hand and summoning a meteorite? What the fuck? Is the difference between that and a god? The professionals of Jingming City didn't know Chiny Yang too well yet. If this were Hangwu City, I'm just afraid that everyone's third opinion won't be preserved. 2 months ago, Chiny Yang was still a cynical young master. Now, it is the one who is transformed into a god and lifts his hand to pluck the stars. It's a change that would be hard for anyone else to accept. For example, Zhang Yunfei, who had some knowledge of Chiny Yang. It's a dream come true. The dude who was once a dude has grown to this point. Zhang Yunfei looked up at the sky. Chiny Yang's figure was already hidden in the starlight. He is like a star that shines on the earth. Instantly, a sense of submission surged in Zhang Yunfei's heart, murmuring, the Qin family is going to produce an emperor. Teishos, there's one more chapter today. Crap, what's happening? In the jungle, a thunderbolt was speeding through the air. The person bathed in thunderous light was the president of the Dragon Pavilion Guild, Qin Xuan. He was halfway back to Hangwu when he received intelligence. What the dragon really wanted to attack was not Hangwu City, but Jingming City. The matter was urgent, so he directly threw down his team and used his flight ability to rush towards Jingming City. But when he was about to arrive, he saw a huge mushroom cloud rising in the direction of Jingming City. The heat wave was so intense that it nearly reached the entire forest. Chinfon current location was 20 kilometers away from Jingming City, but you can still feel the strong wind on your face, and with a hot temperature. I'm still late. Chinfon's heart pumped. As far as he knew, all the experts within Jingming City had been transferred to Hangwu. The strongest person in the city at this time was only a level 65 Taoist, Zhang Yunfei. The Taoist profession, which is a multi-purpose all-rounder, will not be very destructive. So, that mushroom cloud on the skyline couldn't have been caused by a professional. Ordinary gargoyles don't have this kind of power either. It must be the ancient dragon descending. Chinfon's heart was sad. With the garrison strength of Jingming City, it's impossible to survive an attack by an ancient dragon. The previous plan was for Linier to intercept the ancient dragon, but as things stood, Linier should be late. It can't be helped. Spatial chaos in the Sea of Annihilation. It's nice to walk through it and not get lost. Linier might have been caught in the spacetime turbulence and couldn't get out for a while. This can only be said that it is heaven that wants to kill Jingming City. Of course, it's also a man-made disaster. In the neighboring cities of Jingming City, it wasn't that there weren't any monarch-ranked professionals, but when they realized that an ancient dragon had descended, they all chose to remain on the sidelines. This is a common problem with strong human beings. The more powerful you are, the more you fear death and the less you are willing to give. In response, Chinfon had nothing to say. He had not yet become a king, so he could not judge the king. He just felt heartbroken. Within Jingming City, there was the daughter of his dear friend. Xu Mengchen has just one daughter. How hard it must be for him. Thinking of this, Chinfon also had some regrets. If it wasn't for his own irritation with Xu Mengchen, the two families would have been in-laws. If Xu Mengchen had crossed over to the Qin family, she wouldn't have died under the demonic invasion. It's called making things happen. Just as Chinfon was regretting in his heart, his cell phone rang. Clicking on it, it was actually a call from Linier. Sister E, you came out of the Sea of Annihilation? Chinfon picked up the phone and asked at the first opportunity. Just out. On the other end of the phone, Linier's lazy voice came. So you're in Jingming City now? Chinfon pursued. Linier said, there's no need to go. I met that ancient dragon in the Sea of Annihilation. It's already been killed off by me. I came out to call you just to save a transmitting note. Finished? That fast? Chinfon froze and looked at the mushroom cloud in the direction of Jingming City again. If the ancient dragon had already been killed by Linier, who caused that mushroom cloud? Could it be that there is more than one ancient dragon? As Chinfon was thinking, Linier's huffy voice came over the phone. You didn't even ask me if I was hurt? Chinfon froze and asked. Then, is there any injury? Linier returned. No. Ha, women. Chinfon rolled his eyes and added. The side of Jingming City seems to have suffered great destruction. I'm worried that there are 2 ancient dragons. Do you want to go over and take a look? No need. I just asked Chu Mengxian. Her side is fine. Linier replied back and added. By the way, my son is also in Jingming City. So go over and take a look. I won't be going. The Sea of Annihilation is going to start a storm soon. So I have to rush back as soon as possible. Chiny Yang? Why did he come here if he didn't stay in Hanwu? Chinfon was stunned and looked at Jingming City, outside the city. Chiny Yang was still floating in the air. He looked to the sky vigilantly, preparing for the ancient dragon that might descend at any time. It was just that the boundary that surrounded the outside of Jingming City had begun to fade. This ancient dragon is not coming? Chiny Yang was suspicious in his mind. The ancient gargoyle used a boundary to surround Jingming City with the purpose of preventing the humans in the city from escaping, so that it can activate its heart with the blood of millions of humans. The boundary faded, and that meant the invasion was over. But, the ancient dragon, however, did not show up. Could it be that it was scared off by its own power? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Indeed, the shot of hand-picking the stars just now gave him a direct shock to himself. That power is already comparable to a small nuclear bomb. If it wasn't for the long throwing distance, the aftermath alone would have caused great destruction to Jingming City. No exaggeration. A level 80 or 90 professional. Not even that destructive. From today, I will not eat beef. Chiny Yang said in his heart. The current him already had the strength of one person to slaughter a city, have the final interpretation of the laws of the Kyushu Federation. And this wave of dragon invasion was a big meal for him. It hadn't been long since we'd gotten out of the Goblin Kingdom. It went straight from level 35 to level 45, and all kinds of skills were upgraded in droves. It's hard to read all those tips that swipe through the screen like a waterfall. One of the hints intrigued him even more. Occupational skill, Imperial Power Forever. Introduction, some of the skills that have high consumption of Imperial Power will settle the level difference. For example, exterminate the 9 clans, see me as the sky, Imperial Grace. In what way does this settlement, etc., mean extremely poor? The higher the level, the lower the consumption? I've made another leap in strength. I'll have to take a good disc when I get back. Chiny Yang said. He was not at all surprised by the exponential rise in strength, nor was he as excited as he was initially. Awakening professions for so long. Chiny Yang had long since realized that his opponents were not human. Not, even, the so-called ancient dragons. Rather, they are the gods of this world. The growth rate has to keep up. How was it possible to achieve human emperor under their noses? After thinking about it, Chiny Yang was ready to summon the dragon carriage and set sail back to the palace. Condensing a 5-clawed golden dragon with a true dragon's breath was still a bit of a burden for him. At this point, he was a little sleepy. Just then, a figure glowing with thunder was rapidly approaching at a speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Flying Thunder Feather? Chiny Yang was stunned. He recognized that skill. This is a short-range flight capability that can reach speeds above the speed of sound. Its user was none other than his own old den, Chiny Yang's spirit lifted, and he laughed in his heart. The Father and Son Bureau. Is it about to begin? Taisho's 3 screwed-up chapters. A little late, haha. Sorry. As the thunder flashed, the stout figure whistled. The visitor was sword-browed and handsome. Although he is middle-aged, there is a teenager-like enthusiasm and arrogance between his eyebrows. With that kind of face shape, put it in any movie or TV show and you're playing the lead role. It's been a long time. Chiny Yang slightly raised his hand and laughed. Since awakening the memory of his past life, it was the first time he had met with Chinfon. I can't say dad for a while. Chiny Yang? Chinfon was also a bit unrecognizable when he saw his son. There is no one who knows a son as well as his father. The image of Chiny Yang was already deeply rooted in his heart. He was naughty and mischievous as a child, and even more lazy and horny when he grew up. Even before his awakening, he didn't have a straight face. Sure, Chinfon had also heard about Chiny Yang's recent changes, and thinking that he should have matured a lot more than before, his heart was immensely pleased. But at that moment, after seeing the real person, he was bewildered. Chiny Yang, where is this maturity? He is clearly becoming immortal. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like stars, The long hair was neatly combed and cascaded back as if it were a waterfall. As he floated in the air, his clothes fluttered, and he could be described as an immortal. Chinfon was all confused. This is your own son? You can have a son like that yourself? As Chinfon froze, Chiny Yang gave a dry cough and said, "What, don't even recognize your son? It's not that I don't recognize it, but I'm afraid to. You're making it look like a god with this outfit, and at first glance, I want to kowtow to you." Chinfon spat in his mind. It was at this moment that he noticed Chiny Yang's equipment. The starlight flowed as if it sealed the universe. Purple-grade equipment wouldn't have such fantastic special effects at all. This outfit, it must be an orange item. He even has orange equipment? A huge wave rose in Chinfon's heart. He hadn't even obtained an orange equipment until now. Chiny Yang, however, possessed an orange set? Where did he get it? Did the old man give it to him? Absolutely. A sour feeling welled up in Chinfon's heart. I'm sure it's intergenerational. You can't even drink a bottle of wine yourself at your old man's place. When it comes to Sun Tzu, it's a gift of orange equipment? Good. So much for playing it right. Chinfon was a bit stifled in his heart. However, he didn't let these little things affect his mood. Away and flying. He had seen the sinkhole under the mushroom cloud. That horrifying image made him, a level 70 professional, tremble. At the same time, doubts arose in his mind. If this was the work of a demon, this sinkhole shouldn't be outside the city. So, this sinkhole must have been caused by a professional. Who could it be? Someone with such a strong power should be above the heroic rank. This was a real powerhouse, and should never be slowed down. Thinking of this, Chinfon asked Chiny Yang, Son, you also participate in the city defense battle, right? Which senior caused the sinkhole ahead? For some reason, Chinfon was a little bit out of sorts when he called out to his son now. Chiny Yang raised his eyes toward the mushroom cloud and said, I caused it. No shit. Seriously. Chinfon waved his hand and said with a straight face, if that senior were to hear you joking around like that, he would think something of our Chin family. Hearing this, Chiny Yang frowned. I'm having a hard time with you right now. Don't you believe your son's words? Trust you? Have I been lied to by you enough? Chinfon rolled his eyes and waited for Chiny Yang to answer truthfully. However, Chiny Yang didn't continue the conversation, only casting a rebellious look at himself. He recognized the look in his eyes. It would only appear when he had really wronged Chiny Yang. He asked incredulously, You weren't kidding? Chiny Yang glanced at him and said, Do you want me to show you? Hearing this, Chinfon's entire body shook dramatically. There is no one who knows a son as well as his father. Whether or not Chiny Yang was lying could be seen in his eyes. At this point, he was able to determine that the kid wasn't lying. But, Pops, I've been imploding for half my life and the most damage I can do is a tornado destroying a parking lot. You've only just awakened less than 2 months ago. That's all it takes to make a crater that big? Is the progress of young people nowadays so exaggerated? Chinfon's inherent perceptions are being shattered. It wasn't that he didn't believe in his son. Just more faith in the science of the universal transfer era. Who's the kid that can smash out of a crater 2 months after awakening? Oh, I know. Chinfon's eyes suddenly lit up as he flashed to Chiny Yang's side in an instant. He elbowed his son's chest and said darkly, Is it my old husband? Who gave you some kind of heaven-destroying prop? Quickly take it out and show it to me. Chiny Yang shook his head. No, I haven't even met Grandpa. Chinfon was unforgiving. That's what your mom gave you. Pops, I'm just taking a look. And I'm not going to rob you. I said no. Cheap with me. Ha! After the father and son had a tug in the air, Chinfon's figure suddenly retreated, saying, Since you're so petty, I'm going to have to settle my score with you. You should give a reason for betraying me, right? Chinfon said as he drew his own greatsword. It wasn't that he cared about being betrayed. He merely wanted to find a reason to test Chiny Yang's strength. After all, after this, one would have to train Chiny Yang with all one's might. Hearing this, Chiny Yang also came to life and laughed. I've already given the reason. You can't beat me. Yes? Chinfon snorted coldly. The heart said that this kid was a bit cocky. Wasn't it just knocking Linier back half a body length? Is that a big deal? Your father and I can still repel it repeatedly. And again, when Linier fought Chiny Yang, she was switching to a set of purple equipment. If he was truly a full body in an orange suit, Linier wouldn't be able to be shaken by half even if he stood and let him fight. It's hard to be complacent when you're a teenager. I'll have to teach him a lesson. Chinfon said in his heart, pouring his entire body's lightning power into the large sword in his hand. Immediately, a dazzling white aura flickered on that all-black sword. The sharp sound of electricity was like millions of birds of prey chirping. When Chinfon pointed his greatsword towards the sky, the already clear sky was once again covered in dark clouds, as if a storm was about to descend. Chiny Yang looked up at the sky. Dead childhood shadows. attacking him again. Chinfon initial profession as a storm swordsman. This was supposed to be an excellence-level career. Strength even ranked below Blade Master Swordsman. However, Chinfon, the king of roles, had actually completed the transfer task. By promoting a storm swordsman to a thunder swordsman, one can, to a certain extent, summon lightning and control the heavens. When Chiny Yang was a child, whenever he did something bad, Chinfon would summon thunder to scare him. So much so that the current Chiny Yang was still somewhat sensitive to lightning. I will destroy this shadow today. Chiny Yang looked at Chinfon and unleashed the true dragon lookout chi. Name, Chinfon. Chakra, 1 million. Race, human. Level, 70. Profession, thunder swordsman. Power, 2262, plus 4563. Agility, 2252, plus 4583. Physique, 1221, plus 2293. Spirit, 1122, plus 1438. Skills, can be parsed. Equipment, can be parsed. Old dense physique. Not even 4000? I'm going to have to go easy on you. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. After seeing Chinfon's attributes, Chiny Yang probably had a number in mind. He wasn't sure how much Chinfon's resistance reduction was, but estimated that it wouldn't be as high as a giant dragon's. So much for that. The skill Heavenly Warrior won't work. The damage of the Divine Soldier Phantom could not even be carried by a giant dragon. So Chinfon could not carry it even more. And looking at all of Chiny Yang's skills, the only one that could master lightness was the Hand of Imperial Power. This skill can be used as a control or as a poke. Within 10x, there is control over how much power you want to exert. Hey, I'm actually thinking about how to put water on Pop. Taisho, you're not very good. Chiny Yang mocked in his heart and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps the smile at the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth was too arrogant. Chinfon's forehead rippled with veins as he shouted, "Don't be complacent, kid. Today, I'll let you savor the long-lost love of your father." After shouting, he charged up with his huge sword that flashed with lightning. In response, Chiny Yang merely nodded slightly, coalesced his Hand of Imperial Power, and said, "Let me also honor you with filial piety." Boom, boom, boom. Thunder once again resounded through the heavens and earth. It lifted the spirits of the two professionals who were flying. The thunder is coming from Jingming City, which means the battle isn't over yet. The city hasn't completely fallen either. Sunantian flew through the air and comforted Chu Mengchen, who was filled with anxiety. Let's hope so. Chu Mengchen nodded heavily. He knew that Sunantian was comforting himself. When he saw the mushroom cloud in the sky, Chu Mengchen's heart had cooled halfway. The height of that mushroom cloud was at least 1,000 meters. Could cause a cloud of smoke of this magnitude. There must have been an extremely horrific explosion. And the location of the explosion. The probability is that it's in the city of Jingming. He just can't imagine that. What devastation the whole city has suffered. Most likely, half of the city had been reduced to rubble. The dead and wounded are no longer in the tens of thousands, but in the hundreds of thousands. The current Chu Mengchen only hoped that his daughter, who had taken refuge in the shelter, could escape this. That said, the feeling of this lightning is a bit familiar. Sunantian, who was on the side, said. Hearing those words, Chu Mengchen was slightly stunned, and also realized that, it's Chinfon's skill. Chu Mengchen's eyes lit up. He and Chinfon had fought and sparred no less than 1,000 times, and the two were extremely familiar with each other. Simply by listening to the rhythm of this current surge, he could tell that the one releasing the thunder in front of him was his own dear friend. Pick up the pace and go help him, Chu Mengchen said to Sunantian, pulling his flight speed up to full and speeding forward. He had already lost too many things when Jingming City was struck, and he didn't want to lose this life and death friend again. On the other side, father and son had fought. Since he was only testing his strength, Chinfon's attacks were all straightforward and wide open, and he didn't use the combat techniques he had honed for half his life. However, a few exchanges of hands were exchanged. He actually found himself at a disadvantage. Although his own attacks were direct but also powerful, they were completely unable to suppress Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang just floated in the air with his hands behind his back like that, facing his own attack. He didn't even raise his hand. The sword at that waist was more like an ornament. All of Chinfon's attacks would be blocked and dissolved by an unseen force, as if Chiny Yang was maneuvering a pair of large, invisible hands to fight with himself. Those big hands not only blocked attacks, but sometimes they came at him. On several occasions, it nearly shot itself off the heights. This means of attack is invisible to the naked eye, and it's too rascal. Chinfon looked at Chiny Yang, who was floating in the air, and could not help but feel a bit of fury. It is clear that one tests the strength of the other, but after half a day of testing, the other side is not moving. Instead, it was himself, jumping up and down, left and right. Who's testing who here? I was the one who underestimated him. It dawned on Chinfon in his mind. Linier had also said before that Chingy Yang's methods were many and deep, and even she hadn't really measured his strength. It seems that it won't work unless you show some real skill. Thinking of this, Chinfon said to Chingy Yang, "Good boy, the strength is good, but I'm going to make it more difficult, so I hope you can see my movements." After saying that, he vigorously urged the elemental power in his body, and his entire body transformed into a ray of thunder, attacking towards Chingy Yang. The moment it moved, it actually made a violent sonic boom. It's the flying thunder feather. Chingy Yang's gaze was fixed. This was Chinfon's famous stunt. This skill allows Chinfon to have speed beyond the speed of sound. In battles below the heroic level, this is the equivalent of opening up. From what the guild members had said, Chinfon had used this move back in the day to decapitate the presidents of the 3 major guilds in Hangwu City in a row, which had led to the current Dragon Pavilion Guild. Good. Using a famous stunt to beat your son. Ha! Chingy Yang was a bit displeased. Right now, he couldn't see objects moving at the speed of sound. The hand of Imperial power has not been able to keep up with Chinfon's speed, but while he couldn't see it, someone else could. This kid still doesn't hide? Chinfon, who was moving at the speed of sound, saw that Chingy Yang did not move at all, so he immediately rotated the hilt of his sword and switched to slapping with the blade of his long sword. He had already taken a beating from Linier and didn't want to take a second one. And, if you hurt Chingy Yang, it's not just Linier who will beat herself up. The Sword Emperor of the 9 states will also join in. But this kid is too big for his britches. He's going to get this slap from me anyhow, Chinfon mentally said, waving his long sword and slapping it towards Chingy Yang. Just then, a golden aura flashed. There was suddenly one more person in front of Chingy Yang. It was a warrior covered in heavy armor. It had actually appeared between him and Chingy Yang out of nowhere without any warning. Flash aid. Chinfon snapped. Immediately after that, the hands holding the sword shook violently. When the sound of violent metal clashing rang out, Chinfon only felt that his sword slapped on an incomparably hard object. The recoil that came from it actually almost caused his weapon to fall out of his hand. Vibroblade? Chinfon was appalled. Sparing his battle sense, he tightly gripped his long sword, but his stance had been shaken back and his center door was wide open. Crap! Chinfon's heart pumped. When masters fight, success or failure is determined in an instant. With the center door so wide open, the next step is to fight the damage with your body. Chinfon subconsciously opened the skill that a strong electric current was released throughout the body, wanting to use the might of the thunder explosion to shock back the opponent. The result was a sudden feeling of tightness throughout his body. His own body, it seemed, was being held by something. Old Den, you lost. The sound of electricity was bared, and Chingy Yang's voice was heard. Under the electric light, he was raising his hand in a grasping motion. Click, click, click. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out. Under the tremendous gripping force, Chinfon's piece of jeweled armor was slightly twisted and deformed. Such a high power. Chinfon was shocked. This set of armor for himself was a purple equipment anyways, but it was squeezed and deformed by that invisible giant hand? If this were a weaker professional, wouldn't they be directly pinched to death? This power value, it's a bit exaggerated. In the invisible giant hand, Chinfon could feel that the power released by this giant hand was at least 8,000 or more. Even if all the skills were on full blast, he wouldn't necessarily be able to break free. This kid is covered in vestments. Isn't he a mage? Chinfon thought, and wanted to probe Chingy Yang's attributes. And at that moment, a stern cry came from the distance. Brother Chin, hold on, we're here to help you. Chinfon looked back. Only a green and purple light was seen, coming this way. It was none other than Shu Mengchen and Sun Antian. No, we're in a father-son bureau, and you're calling for help? Seeing the two streams of light attacking, Chingy Yang frowned. That's Uncle Chu. He wants to test your strength too. Chinfon, who was firmly held by the hand of Imperial power, laughed. He had already sensed Shu Mengchen's aura. Inwardly, he said with a dark, bad smile, these two couldn't have come at a better time. I've been embarrassed by my son's control. I don't know how to handle this father-son relationship in the future. Now that's good. Shu Mengchen is here too. Well, I can't lose this face alone. Thinking of this, Chinfon released an even stronger current. It caused Chingy Yang's figure to be completely hidden in the lightning. Afterwards, he smiled badly at him and said, Son, show your Uncle Chu. This is about our Chin family industry's big plan to enter Jingming City. Oh yeah? Hearing that it was about business, Chingy Yang became interested. He looked toward the two streams of light that sped by. Shu Mengchen's level was not as good as Chinfon's, and his combat skills were even worse, so he was not to be feared. More troublesome was the level 80 dragon fighter. Sunan Tian. This is an epic level occupation. Not to be underestimated. Just to be safe, it's better to condense the 5-clawed golden dragon. Let them dragon souls take on the true dragons. As for Chu Mengchen, repelling is fine. Thinking for a moment, Chiny Yang called out, Xian, ancient calling tiger. Phew. On the ground below, a whirlwind blew up. Zhang Liao, holding a crescent moon halberd, unfolded from it. Zhang Liao, greetings to your majesty. Your majesty? Seeing Zhang Liao half kneeling and saluting, Chinfon was surprised. Are the summons of a legendary level professional all this elaborate? And his majesty? Don't you usually call your master? And at that moment, Chiny Yang said to Zhang Liao, use the wind to swipe the long forest and repel that green-colored stream of light. Zhang Liao, lead the way. A pair of tiger eyes looked towards the sky, and after locking onto Chu Mengchen, Zhang Liao immediately stabbed out a halberd towards him. Hoo-hoo! Wild wind erupted from the tip of the halberd's blade, coalescing into a horizontal tornado that blasted toward Chu Mengchen, who had come at him in the form of a green light. Flying sand and stones, trees that were turned into charcoal, were all swept up into the sky. That tornado instantly transformed into a black dragon, rushing toward the front with teeth and claws. Seeing this scene, Chinfon was a bit tense and shouted at Chiny Yang. I told you to show your strength. I didn't tell you to take his life. This rookie has a very low physique. Don't worry. Chiny Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. He still had a good idea of what his skills were. Windswept Longwood is not an output skill, but a forced displacement. Hitting a level 65 professional doesn't cause fatal injuries. Even if Chu Mengchen's physique was almost as good, it would only be a matter of injuring his bones. After taking care of one uncle, that left the other old man. In the face of an epic level profession, Chiny Yang intended to take it seriously. He took a deep breath and gently exhaled a mouthful of golden breath. The other side. Sunanshan's eyes were already bloodshot as he looked at the gully on the ground for a long time. Just now, a black tornado suddenly struck and engulfed the Chu family head. The power of that tornado was so strong that it actually scraped out a gully of thousands of meters on the earth. The other party is probably a heroic rank professional. Sunantian took a deep breath as his gaze intensified. Now, there were two options before him. One is to go back and look for Chu Mengchen, who was swallowed up by the tornado. The second was to go and help Chinfon deal with strong enemies and guard Jingming City. In just a moment, Sunantian made his decision. The family head's breath has not been extinguished, so his life should not be in danger. Right now it's better to focus on the big picture and repel the enemy in front of us first. After thinking that, Sunantian no longer preserved his strength. He closed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, Yuan, wake up. Abyss was the name of the dragon soul cultivated by Sunantian. His dragon soul already possessed a spirit. Normally, they were all in deep sleep, and only a portion of their power was divided and given to Sunantian to use. And now, Sunantian was going to call upon the full power of the dragon soul. Ow! A murmur emanated from Sunanshan's chest. The dragon soul inside him awakened. Old Su, why do you want to wake up Mr. Yuan? An old voice resounded in Sunanshan's ears. Sunantian said, Abyss, I've encountered a heroic rank opponent. The other party should be a wind attribute expert. Oh, it's rare to find someone who makes you serious. This seat will meet him with you. The dragon spirit named Abyss laughed softly. As a creature of legend, he was confident. As long as he and Sunantian combined their efforts, they would be invincible at the same rank. Even if they encountered an opponent of a higher rank, they would still have the power to fight. As the power of the dragon soul was released, Sunanshan's body manifested a set of black and purple dragon scale armor. At the same time, the entire person was bathed in a shadow. That virtual shadow was extremely large, with a sinuous body, the very shadow of an eastern dragon. This was Sunanshan's full strength stance, the dragon soul dharma phase. In this stance, he was able to open the sky with a single punch. No level 90 or above professional could withstand his full force. Ow! The black dragon silhouette swung its head and tail, looking towards the direction of Jingming City. In that hollow dragon's eyes, purple flames flickered, and it actually contained a look of disdain and arrogance. And at this point, in the sky above the citadel of Jingming City, there was also a huge object that was coalescing. The black dragon silhouette was violently stunned. The purple flames in his eyes trembled suddenly. The previous haughty look was no longer there. Instead, there was amazement and horror. Fuchi is afraid? Sunantian, who was in the shadow, sensed the dragon soul's emotions and couldn't help but have his heart pump. Since condensing the dragon's soul, he had yet to see a dragon spirit fear anything. The only time the dragon soul had ever been submissive was when it faced Chiny Yang. But now, the dragon soul actually cowered once again. And it was even more intense than the emotions he felt when he saw Chiny Yang. To be able to make a mythical creature so fearful, what kind of existence was the other party? As Su Nantian was thinking, he heard the dragon soul say in his mind, "Old Su, Mr. Yuan, and you are true for true. And you want Mr. Yuan to deal with the ancestors? What ancestor?" Su Nantian froze and raised his head toward the front, and his pupils immediately shrunk, only to see that in the sky in front of them, there was an incomparably huge oriental dragon coiled in the air with a golden color all over its body. This eastern dragon was not an imaginary shadow, but a real presence. The scales covering its body trembled slightly with the movement of the dragon's body, emitting a burst of buzzing sounds. A pair of dragon eyes that flickered with white flames were gazing this way. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The golden dragon did not roar, but its heavy breathing still caused it to emit a thunderous snort. It just gazed this way contemptuously without making any movement. However, Su Nanshan's dragon soul phantasm could not maintain it. The black dragon's shadow form began to distort, already on the verge of collapsing. Before it completely disappeared, it said to Su Nantian, "This is the five-clawed golden dragon, the leader of the dragons under the sky, the 9-5 supreme being that reaches up to the heavens and falls down to the abyss. 9-5. He's Chiny Yang." Su Nantian drifted off as he finally realized. The emotions he was feeling now were very similar to when he faced Chiny Yang. That's kind of the feeling of wariness of being suppressed on all fronts of bloodline, power, and bitterness. Fuchi was right. The feeling he had at that moment was like standing in front of his old ancestor. Taishang's 3 chapters to follow. The real, materialized oriental dragon. Facing the long golden dragon in the sky, Su Nanshan's entire body couldn't stop trembling. There was fear in him, but more excitement. 500 years in the Age of Transfiguration. This was the first time that a materialized true dragon had appeared. For ordinary people, they can only sigh with relief that the totem of the 9 states really exists. But for the dragon fighter, it means that the dragon soul can exist in more than just the form of a soul. According to Yuan, this 5-clawed golden dragon is the supreme dragon of all dragons. More than anything, it shows that there is more than just one eastern dragon in this world. The dignity of 10,000 dragons, the 9-5. Thinking about the words of Abyss, Su Nantian immediately collected all his aura and descended from the air, kneeling down in front of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Late generation Su Nantian, greetings to the true dragon. Su Nantian knelt dryly, not caring at all that this 5-clawed golden dragon was behind him, merely a junior among his own juniors. That's normal. Generations give way before honor. That's the end of it. Not as long as I lasted. Seeing Su Nantian kneel down, Chinfon skimmed his lips. He still wanted to see Su Nanshan's dragon fist open heaven. Chiny Yang explained, "My ability, Tian Ku Dragon Boxer." Chinfon nodded slightly, looking at the 5-clawed golden dragon in the air, and fell into silence. To be honest, the shock within him was not weaker than Su Nantian at all. Controlling your level 70 self with one hand, knock back level 62 Chimengchen with a summon. In the end, with just his chi, he suppressed the level 80 Su Nantian. One should know that the 3 of them together were enough to sweep through a city. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, was a one-man force that overwhelmed the 3 males. This strength had exceeded Chinfon's cognizance, and was sufficient to subvert the pattern of the 3 southern states of Jiangnan, and even the entire Kyushu Federation. A genius like Chiny Yang hasn't even appeared in history. It's hard to grow up smoothly without a deep background. Fortunately, he has a background. Chinfon thought in his heart, and for the first time, he was glad that he had a strong old man. Just as Chinfon was secretly celebrating, on a certain isolated island in space in the Sea of Annihilation, an old man dressed in white robes was gazing at the vortex in front of him. The image displayed in the vortex was none other than the battlefield of Jingning City. He was actually controlled by his own son. With one hand, how could I have such a loser son-in-law? What a blind daughter, but God had the good sense to give me a talented grandson. Thinking of this, the old man's expression eased considerably. This person was Linier's father and one of the 4 emperors of the 9 states. The Sword Emperor, Lin Shen. He's up to level 180, has half a foot in the metamorphosis stage. Even among the 4 emperors, it was the first in line. Breath transforms into a dragon, lifting hands to pick stars. Even if it's a legendary level profession, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Lin Shen muttered. Occupational strengths are all human rated. In the perception of ordinary people, the highest ceiling was the legendary level. But for the truly top-tier powerhouses, the end of their careers was not the legendary level. Above the legendary level, there are unique professions. A profession with uniqueness. It is impossible for a second one to appear in the world. And the strength is far stronger than other non-unique legendary professions. Above these unique professions, there is another level, called the Supreme. The meaning is the existence beyond all occupations. By virtue of experience, Lin Shen had a vague premonition. Chiny Yang's occupation not only had uniqueness, and the potential far exceeds any other soul occupation. The 9 to 5 is probably the supreme that was envisioned. It's a good seedling to become a god. Looks like I should do something about it. Thinking of his grandson's future achievements, Lin Xian murmured. Immediately, he picked up the longsword that stood aside and slashed vertically towards the sky. All of a sudden, space tore apart and cracks opened up in both directions. A cityscape was revealed in the crack. That was none other than the administrative center of the Kyushu Federation, Shangjing City. In the meantime, Shangjing City, inside the Tianji Pavilion, Si Jinfeng, one of the 5 sages, was listening to Jingmingqing's report. The gargoyles that invaded Jingming City have been repelled. The city has suffered some damage but not widespread destruction. Casualties are still being counted and are currently predicted to be within manageable limits. Finished the fight so soon? Si Jinfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, which monarch made the move? The subordinate official shook his head and said, no monarch has appeared in Jingming City, and the one who repelled the giant dragon was Chingy Yang, who won the Hanwu recruitment battlefield a while ago. Enlisting the quartermaster of the battlefield? Si Jinfeng froze. The recruitment battlefield in Hanwu City had only ended a short while ago. That young man of his still had some impression of the young man who had won the title. Level 23, profession 9 to 5, has been rated legendary strength. It's amazing that a level 23 can repel a giant dragon. Is this some kind of joke? Is there a video? Si Jinfeng confirmed to the lower officials. Yes. The subordinate official nodded and dropped the video that had been prepared in front of Si Jinfeng's eyes. As the video plays, Si Jinfeng's sitting position, too, was gradually changing. From lying backward in the beginning, to sitting up straight, to leaning forward. Finally, even stood up. In this video, not only did he see the Eastern Dragon, and even saw the meteorite that fell from the sky. Those shocking images made him a 145 level monarch. Feel his heart tremble. This can't be 20 or so levels. Si Jinfeng asked his subordinate officials, how many ranks does Chingy Yang have? The subordinate official shook his head and said, the detection technique is useless against Chingy Yang, but there is intelligence that shows that Chingy Yang broke through from the classless rank to the elite rank before the giant dragon invasion. That would be level 31 or higher. This upgrade speed, it's exaggerated. Si Jinfeng was alarmed. The fastest record in the world, from level 1 to level 31, is 6 months and 7 days. And Chingy Yang had only been awakened for less than 2 months and had already broken the record. This was an existence to be looked up to at the top of the pyramid of professionals. Of course, this was not the point that shocked Si Jinfeng. The point in focus is, the elite ranked Chingy Yang was actually able to summon a meteorite and an eastern dragon. Si Jinfeng drew in a breath of cold air. At this time, he was already convinced that the occupation of 9 to 5 must be a unique occupation above the legendary level. Mom is Linier, and Grandpa is Lin Xian. This Chingy Yang has already booked a new generation of 4 emperors, Si Jinfeng said, sitting back on the sofa. And the sentence that followed the subordinate official's comment made him feel that his pattern was still small. Si Shang. It is said that the time and place of the giant dragon invasion was also speculated by Chingy Yang. What? Si Jinfeng, who had just sat down, stood up again. In his profession, he can still predict heavenly chances? Yes, his predictions are more accurate than the Strange Gate Heavenly Master. The subordinate official nodded. It's a civil and military profession. Si Jinfeng's eyes narrowed, like he was hiding the fear in his heart. 9 to 5 is a career that's so strong it's over the line. There is no absolute balance in careers, but there are tendencies. What's strong in combat is weak in functionality. Functionality is bad in combat. Similar to Chi Men Tian Shi. This kind of profession that could break through the heavens' mysteries was usually not good at fighting. As for the profession of the 9 to 5, not only does it possess the greatness of summoning meteorites, but it also possesses the metaphysical god of predicting heavenly chances. Isn't this a civilized and military man? No, it's literary and military. Si Jinfeng's gaze flickered. In the eyes of their group of rulers, civilian and military split up, neither of which will make it to the top. But if you're a civilian and a martial artist, it's too much of a kill. Upon learning that the 9 to 5 can also predict heavenly chances, Si Jinfeng immediately felt a deep fear. The Qin family was not a grassroots, and now that they had produced a literary and military figure, if they were allowed to develop, they would definitely affect the pattern of the Kyushu Federation in the future. If they cannot be used for official purposes, then the great Kyushu picture of centralized power can never be realized. We're going to have to do something. Si Jinfeng muttered to his subordinate officials. Go, gather the other 4 sages. We must discuss how to deal with the rise of the Qin family. Okay. The subordinate officer nodded in agreement, but stayed on his feet. Seeing his subordinates in action, Si Jinfeng frowned and asked, is there anything else you want? However, The subordinate officials were like wooden statues, not moving at all. Xi Jinping's heart tightened and he secretly said that it was not good. Right at this moment, a voice rang out, to discuss how to deal with the Qin family. How is it possible that old me is missing? Hearing this voice, Xi Jinping immediately realized who the visitor was. He wanted to let out a long sigh, but he couldn't do it at all. At this moment, the entire space of the room had been frozen. Even the dust hovered in the air, no longer floating. Behind the dumbfounded subordinate officials, a white-robed old man appeared. He was none other than one of the 4 emperors of the 9 states. Lin Shen. You don't have to talk, just listen to me. Lin Shen walked up to Xi Jinping and said with a straight face, Heaven's destiny has its own destiny. Don't think of relying on the so-called power tactics to forcefully reverse it. Speaking of this, Lin Shen gazed at Xi Jinping and said with a warning tone, Chiny Yang is my grandson, and I don't wish for his growth to suffer any interference or obstruction. If you hear me, say in your heart that you understand. Got it, Xi Jinping said in his heart. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction and said, I will continue to guard the 9 regions because my home is here. After he said that, he waved his hand slightly, and his figure drifted away in a cloud of smoke. At once, the condensed spacetime began to flow again. Xi Jinping immediately collapsed onto the sofa, his face pale. As the Sword Emperor of the 9 regions, it didn't surprise Lin Shen that he was able to condense space and time. What frightened Xi Jinping was that Lin Shen was already able to hear the heart. This means that all power plays are ineffective against him. The Qin family, which can no longer be restrained, can only follow the fate of heaven, Xi Jinping said in his heart. At that moment, the subordinate official asked with concern, Xi Shang, you look a bit pale. Are you not feeling well? Xi Jinping shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. The meeting is cancelled. Go and get through to the 4 sages and make it clear that I have an attitude towards the Qin family. Upon hearing this, the subordinate officer immediately took out a pen and paper. After Xi Jinping pondered for a moment, he said, I, Xi Jinping, follow the fate of heaven. When the professionals arrived at Jingning City in their flying boats, it was already nighttime. They were halfway there when they received the news that the crisis had been lifted. The scale of the invasion, according to many, was not as large as it was thought to be, but when they saw the huge crater outside the city, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The huge crater, still burning with flames, looked like the entrance to hell from the flying boat. Seeing this, the crowd of professionals all had chills down their backs. This kind of battle that could change the terrain was not something they could even imagine. The one who started it all is deep in the clouds, floating in the air. Summoning a meteorite requires the power of the stars. At this moment, Chiny Yang was bathing in starlight, accumulating star power while taking stock of his own changes. Name, Chiny Yang. Chakra, 18,000/infinity. Race, human. Level, 45. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 514, plus 1,563. Agility, 536, plus 1,583. Physique, 926, plus 1,593. Spirit, 636, plus 1,638. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Senia's Heaven, LV2. Brocade Guards, LV2. Declare Heroes, LV2. Imperial Power Forever, LV1. Otherwise no change. Imperial Powers, 232,500, plus 3312/hour. Star Power, 456010, 000. Achievements, Swept Away, max. Dragon Slayer, LV2. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. The Spirit attribute is still too low. In the future, the main adds Spirit. Looking at his attribute panel, Chiny Yang pondered. With the increase in skills, his attributes were sufficient for the time being. Considering that the idea space only eats spirit, the direction of the next phase of additions is clear. The higher the base mental power, the wider the range of the idea space. Moreover, Chiny Yang realized that the spirit's addition to the idea space seemed to gradually increase. Yunyao's 200 points of mental power could accommodate 100 Imperial City Guards. According to this ratio, one's 600 points of spiritual power should only be able to put down 300 Imperial City Guards. But the truth was that with 600 points of mental power, Chiny Yang was able to put down 1,000 Imperial City Guards in the field of intent. Moreover, the area of the domain, too, had expanded by an unknown number of times. Chiny Yang guessed that when his spiritual power reached 1,000, the area of the idea domain would be even larger than the Shangjing city of the Kyushu Federation. From now on, this will be my base. There should be a name for the idea space. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and turned to the several skills that had been upgraded this time. The first is to see me as God. When raised to LV2, in addition to making the opponent kneel forcibly, It also shocks the opponent's spirit, causing them to feel a sense of submission. This confirmed Chiny Yang's conjecture that the success rate was directly doubled after seeing me as heaven linked up with recruiting the 10,000 races. The boost is even more horrific when you go up to level 2 Broodmaster. As a summoner, he has a new skill, First Cut. This skill puts the Cayman Rider into an inspection state. While in the inspection state, the Brocade Guards will disguise themselves as hawks and dogs, automatically searching for targets that are hostile to the 9-5, and if they perceive that the target is a greater threat, they will kill them on their own. Chiny Yang was satisfied with this skill. Thunderbolt tactics, though crude, are extremely effective at a given time. The main thing was that he didn't have to bother. As for summoning heroes, it's simply a numerical increase. Summoning a military general now enables him to use 2 skills. The alterations may seem small, but the combat power is up by leaps and bounds. But take Suda, then casually throwing out 2 illusion system skills could cause a city to be in turmoil. These 3 skill upgrades, all of them gave Chiny Yang a considerable boost. However, what was truly terrifying was the newly acquired occupational skill, Imperial Power Forever. This is a passive skill with one effect. It was so that skills such as exterminating the 9 clans, which calculated the consumption of Imperial Power according to the level of the target, also calculated Chiny Yang's own level at the same time. Simply put, it meant that the closer Chiny Yang's level was to the target, the less it would consume. And casting 9 clans stripping on a target of a lower rank than one's own was even less of a need to consume Imperial Power. Now, Zhong Yuan, at level 60, was no longer qualified to be the unit of measurement for the stripping of the 9 clans. The new unit of measurement is Su Nan Tian, Su Lao, Taishangs. I got stuck today and almost rewrote 2 chapters. I'll make up for the difference in 4 tomorrow. The formula for the perpetuation of Imperial Power is crude. The percentage derived from dividing Chiny Yang's level by the target's level was the percentage of reduced consumption. Take level 60 Zhong Yuan. Level 45 divided by level 60 equals 0.75. The reduced consumption of Imperial Power, then, is 75%. It's just a shame. The reduced consumption of this skill does not stack, and can only be calculated after calculating Royalty Forever, and then going on to calculate its own reduced consumption. This has been horrible. At this point in time, Chiny Yang, divested of the Zhongyu security clan, only need to hang on for 15 days, and level 80 Su Nan Tian, only less than 1 year. The key is that this passive can still be upgraded, and there's still room to lower the consumption. True to form, royal power is eternal. Chiny Yang sighed inwardly, only to feel that the limiter had been lifted. For units of the same level as himself, or lower than himself, he has been able to do the whole plan without consuming seconds. However, Chiny Yang didn't indulge in this either. Those of high rank, he had not yet placed in his eyes, much less looked down with a lowered brow at those who are weak. He knew exactly what he was going to do: achieve the human emperor. By the way, the heart of the ancient dragon should belong to me. It suddenly occurred to Chiny Yang that there was another treasure within Jingming City. If he hadn't stepped in this time, Jingming City would have been overrun before Chinfon arrived. How can you not be rewarded for such a feat? He swept away with his true dragon lookout, and a pillar of red light immediately appeared in his vision. Red pin? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. The direction of the light pillar is the world-famous Dragon Blood Furnace in Jingming City, where the heart of the ancient dragon is located. That beast that was decapitated by the Queen Mother is quite high in rank. Chiny Yang secretly marveled. He had already learned from Chinfon that it wasn't that the ancient dragon hadn't come. It was just that it had been intercepted halfway by Linier and beheaded in the Sea of Annihilation. In the end, without the Chin family, nothing would be left of Jingming City. Thinking that, Chiny Yang immediately flew towards that red pillar of light. A few seconds later, he arrived at the top of the Dragon Blood Furnace. From high up in the sky, the Dragon Blood Furnace was a huge deep well whose depth was about 100 meters, and inside it was ablaze with fire. There are a large number of buildings surrounding the inner walls of the deep well. The complex continues to spiral down to the lava pools at the bottom. This was the Dragon's Blood Castle that was famous in the 9 states, and many of the orange and red equipment that were regarded as the greatest treasures were produced in the magma pools below. Chiny Yang floated above the Dragon Blood Fortress and immediately felt the rolling heat. There was not only pure heat in this heat flow, but also a manic aura. If I'm not wrong, this is from the heart of an ancient dragon. A heart can emit such an aura. I'm afraid there are quite a few treasures on the ancient dragon. When the strength is up a bit, we can have to go hunting. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. The current him was no longer under pressure to slaughter giant dragons. Hurry up and ask mother what the ancient dragon's strength is. If it's average, then let's go slaughter a few for fun. Thinking that, Chiny Yang slowly descended above the lava pool. At the same time, following the example of salvaging treasure chests during the conscription battlefield, He coalesced his royal hand and probed into the lava pool. At once, a dominating heat energy surged into Chiny Yang's body. Under the supreme dragon body, the true dragon breath immediately recoiled and suppressed the heat. It's kinda hot. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and fiercely exerted himself, probing the hand of imperial power into the depths. Immediately, the hard feel came. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. He had already taken the dragon's heart and held it in his hand. Wow! Magma splashes. As Chiny Yang raised his hand, a branding iron with a reddish glow was salvaged by him. The size of this branding iron is not large, diameter of only 5 meters, but extremely heavy. Chiny Yang unleashed 10 times his strength bonus before lifting it up with one hand. At this time, the branding iron floating in the air, like a sunset. But after the lava, the red light on the branding iron will faintly dim. Soon, it seems, to be a piece of scrap metal. This dragon's heart is dead, sustained by the heat of the magma, and its own breath, in turn, is infusing the magma pool with the power of an ancient dragon. Chiny Yang was instantly dazed. The dragon's heart and the magma pool, both of which are combined together to be effective. In that case, he would have to think differently. It is useless to take the heart of the dragon alone, but only the entire dragon blood furnace. For themselves, the dragon blood melting furnace creates a huge amount of wealth for Jingming City every year, and if the Qin family can pocket it, their strength will rise another level. It's just as well to take this opportunity to incorporate Jingming City into the Qin family's territory as well. Qin Yangshin said. In the old days, it would have been very difficult to acquire federal assets. But now, the Qin family has the leverage to negotiate. Coupled with the Chu family's power in Jingming City, the Qin family didn't have to worry about not having roots in their new territory. Of course, there will certainly be resistance. But, the Brocade Guards, who are first to kill, are no slouches. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang edited a message to Chinfon. Second uncle, the dragon blood furnace in Jingming City. The Qin family wants it. After editing it, Chiny Yang felt it was inaccurate again. Deleted and re-edit the entry. Prince Peak, Jingming City, the Qin family wants it. In the Dragon Pavilion Guild, there was Qin Chuan in martial arts and Qin Feng in literature. Qin Feng's advantage over Qin Chuan was that he had a delicate mind and was good at strategizing. In order to attack the city without bloodshed, we still have to rely on Prince Feng. Soon after, Qin Feng replied to the message. What's that, Prince Peak? But you're thinking with me. This is indeed an opportunity. Look at your second uncle, Jing Mingqing, already in the bowl. Not bad for the country. Chiny Yang smiled in satisfaction. Qin Feng could not be blamed for the Qin family being able to build up their power in just 20 years. However, Qin Feng was only a mortal and had limited energy. Chiny Yang was also considering the idea of having his own civil officials to assist him. It's just that civil officials can't be summoned to the present world at the moment, and they can only work in the Zhao cabinet. Wanting them to assist Qin Feng, they needed a medium to pass on the information. Chiny Yang pondered for a moment and his eyes lit up. There it is. Jinui. Thinking of this, he moved his mind and entered the idea space. After Chiny Yang entered the idea space, he went straight to the Zhua Emperor Pavilion. I, Xiao He, pay my respects to your majesty. Level off. After rousing the kneeling and saluting Xiao He, Chiny Yang opened the door and said, Xiao He, from now on, you will begin to assist Prince Peak without having to enlighten him on everything. My lord, receive the decree. Xiao He respectfully accepted the decree, and then asked with some confusion, Your Majesty, how should I get in touch with Prince Feng? Chiny Yang was prepared for this question. He slightly raised his hand and a figure immediately appeared in front of him, wearing a flying saucer helmet on his head, a flying fish costume, and an embroidered spring sword at his waist. It's none other than the Ming Secret Service, the Jinui. He now had a base agility of 500, and could actually summon 5 genie guards. The remaining 4 Brocade Guards were already on patrol, clearing all potential threats for Chiny Yang. First to file, royal license. Before that, the Brocade Guards were only used for gathering intelligence here in Chiny Yang. Most of the time on a daily basis. Only one will be summoned. Not anymore. He wanted to use these hawks and dogs as a grip to keep the cities of Hanggu and Jingming firmly in his hands. In the future, the 5 Brocade Guards will be in permanent status, and as the sphere of influence expands, the ranks of the Jinui will increase. Chiny Yang said to Xiao He, This Brocade Guard will pass messages between you and Prince Peak. My lord, I understand. A dawning look flashed in Xiao He's eyes, and then he arched his hand again and said, Your Majesty, I have recently found a virtuous talent that I would like to recommend to your Majesty. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he listened. This is the launch of Xiao He's Lift the Sage skill. Who could it be? Han Xin? Sage, what's your name? Chiny Yang asked Xiao He. Xiao He twirled his whiskers and smiled. This man is a disciple of Mr. Yuan possesses vertical and horizontal talents. Oh, hearing Ghost Valley's disciple, Chiny Yang knew that this person was not Han Xin. However, he wasn't overly disappointed. What comes around always comes around. Also, at this stage, he had no battles for Han Xin to fight. Possessing vertical talent. Is this Su Qin, or Zhang Yi? As Chiny Yang was thinking, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Xiao Yi's recommendation of Sage's skill has been activated, and he has recommended Zhang Yi to you. You can now summon Zhang Yi in the Emperor's Pavilion. Just in time, Chiny Yang smiled slightly. To reap the benefits of Jingming City, it must have gone through many rounds of negotiations. Zhang Yi was able to lobby the 6 kingdoms and combine them. With that mouth of his, he's considered a godsend. Chiny Yang looked towards the huge bright mirror in the front yard of the Zhou Emperor Pavilion and lifted his hand to spend 100,000 imperial powers for a directed summon. In the mirror, the picture was immediately revealed. One could only see that within a Chinfon ancient palace, a grey-robed man, who was standing in the midst of the group of ministers, spoke eloquently. The eyes of the 100 officials looking at him, however, were full of contempt and skepticism. Even the monarch above the palace looked disinterested. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. He hadn't really expected that he would see King Huiwen of Qin in Zhang Yi's over-the-top animation. I'm sure this is one of Zhang Yi's famous scenes. He visited Qin for the first time, but was thwarted in front of 100 officials. Even King Huiwen of Qin, a brilliant ruler of his generation, did not see his talent for a while. In the scene, Zhang Yi realizes that he is not valued, so he bows deeply to King Huiwen of Qin and turns to leave the palace. He walked towards the mirror and took a step into the Zhou Emperor's Pavilion. The world is a place for profit, and the world is a place for profit. I, Zhang Yi, have come for fame and fortune. Long live the Emperor, long live the Emperor. Zhang Yi knelt down with his face toward Chiny Yang and said without blushing. Chiny Yang couldn't help but feel amused. This E also comes with a greaseball persona. I like it. Chiny Yang's gaze stared as Zhang Yi's information appeared before his eyes. Literary Minister, Zhang Yi. Introduction, Zhang Yi is extremely good at negotiation and diplomacy, and if he cooperates with Su Qin, he will add the new skill combining vertical and horizontal skills, lobbying the nations. Traveling to the nations, Zhang Yi can enter and exit any space to conduct negotiations and diplomacy. Imperial power plus 200 points per hour. Yes, Prince Peak has another right-hand man. Chiny Yang nodded his head in satisfaction and said to Zhang Yi, Zhang Zi, you and Prince Feng go all the way and take Jingming City for me. Zhang Yi smiled easily, raised his hand in a bow, and said, My lord, receive the decree. After explaining everything, Chiny Yang felt doubly relaxed. He was about to go to the Copper Bird Terrace to relax when a prompt suddenly appeared in his eyes. You gained Divinity. Recasting Excalibur Series Quest 4 opens, Fighting the Law. Introduction, after Regulus entered the other world, it was affected by the law of the world. Before recasting Regulus, you need to have Divinity to fight against the interference from the gods of that world. Mission Progress, Divinity, 1/1. Completed the Recasting Excalibur Series Quest 4, Fighting the Law. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV. 3. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV. 3. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 15% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Series of Quests V opens, The Furnace of Swordcasting. How did I gain Divinity? And skipped Mission 3 and finished Mission 4 early? After seeing the prompt, Chiny Yang didn't react for a moment. Just then, Yun Yao's voice came from the distance. Your Majesty. Chiny Yang sniffed and looked over, only to see that Yun Yao was flying through the air. In her arms, she was also holding a glowing object. Yun Yao flew to Chiny Yang in a panic, pointing at the god goblin in her arms. She's glowing. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. The god kobold seemed to have grown a bit. The eyes that had been closed had also opened. Golden eyes, glowing with radiance, hanging on a chubby round face, were actually a bit cute. Can't really tell it's a kobold except for the fact that the skin is green. Chiny Yang was secretly astonished as he sensed a trace of holiness in this god goblin's body. At the same time, he noticed that the god goblin was actually a female. This has broken the setting of the race, which has no females. Chiny Yang was curious in his heart and looked with his true dragon lookout. The attributes of the god goblin immediately unfolded. Name, God Goblin. Chakra, 10,000/10 million. Race, kobolds. Level, 2. Power, 260. Agility, 260. Body mass, 260. Spirit, 260. Skill, Godlife Empowerment, LV. 1. This actually upgraded automatically? 1. 040 base attributes at level 2? It's 6-star potential. Seeing the attributes of the God Goblin, Chiny Yang was a bit surprised. With 6-star potential, It's 40 times the attribute growth, meaning that a god goblin could have more attributes than a level 90 professional at level 20. It's a good thing this guy has been indentured by me, otherwise it grows up to be another demon. Chiny Yang said in his heart and looked at the god goblin skill. God life-giving, LV. 1. The god goblin possesses divine nature and was born with the power to master the laws of life, capable of giving life to the soil. Make a man? Chiny Yang was shocked. No wonder he suddenly gained the power of the laws. The god goblin skill, which is even more exaggerated than the 6-star potential, can actually pinch earth and create people. That's really contracting a god. In that case, I am above the gods. Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart, eager to see what kind of life this god goblin could create. However, the god kobolds are still too small now. There was no telling what monsters she might create if she was allowed to play as she pleased. The timing wasn't right. Chiny Yang simply dismissed the idea and said to Yun Yao, "She's upgraded, so continue to tend to raising her, and from now on, you'll be the god's nanny." Gods. Yun Yao froze, surprised. Chiny Yang didn't say much and gave Yun Yao another 10 bottles of nutritional potions, saying, "If there are any subsequent changes in her, notify me immediately." After Yun Yao took the potion, she looked at the baby in her arms and said to Chiny Yang, "Your Majesty, should we give her a name?" Chiny Yang thought for a moment and said, "You can start with a nickname." He hadn't gotten the name-giving class skill yet, and was in no hurry to officially bestow a name. "I'll call you Qingbao then." Yun Yao teased the baby in her arms and smiled cheekily. Green skin is called green treasure? What a naming waste. Chiny Yang blankly glanced at Yun Yao and spat in his heart, but he didn't have the heart to care about that. At this moment, his attention was on the introduction of the quest to recast the regulus sword. Recasting Excalibur Series Quest V, Furnace for Casting Swords. Introduction, searching for a furnace that can cast the regulus sword. Furnaces that can cast regulus. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. I wonder if the dragon blood melting furnace in Jingming City is eligible. No, the dragon blood furnace shouldn't fit. Looking at the mission prompt in front of him, Chiny Yang's thoughts were varied. By all accounts, casting the regulus sword, the dragon blood furnace was not qualified. There's the heart of an ancient dragon in there. The dragon's blood must be the blood of ancient dragons. These two things may be rare, but to use it to recast regulus would be a sacrilege. And series quests are triggered automatically. For example, after gaining divinity, you immediately triggered and completed quest 4. And Chiny Yang had gone to the dragon blood melting furnace before. If the dragon blood furnace was able to recast regulus, I think it would have triggered mission 5 a long time ago. It can be seen that dragon blood furnace forging ordinary equipment is fine, but it's completely irrelevant to regulus. So, where would one go to find such a furnace? Chiny Yang bowed his head in deep thought. The dragon blood furnace in Jingming City was already known throughout the world. In Chiny Yang's impression, there was no better place to forge swords than this. It would be all but impossible to find out for yourself. Unless this furnace was not found, it was built. Chiny Yang was inspired. Yeah, the quest just said it needed a furnace, but it didn't say which one. I'll just build one myself, won't I? Back when he was observing the dragon blood melting furnace, Chiny Yang had an inspiration in his mind. The heart of an ancient dragon can create the world-famous furnace. Then wouldn't one's true dragon's blood be able to forge divine weapons? Could try finding a bigger lava pool. Chiny Yang thought in his heart and immediately soared up, heading towards the stargazing platform. After arriving at the stargazing platform, Chiny Yang directly used large active volcano as the keyword to open Ask Earth. Result 1 inventory of the top 10 active volcanoes. The last one erupts at any time. Result 2 the secret archives of the Kyushu Federation, the Desert Fire Rift. Result 3 Sakura Secret Archives, MT. Tamagusuku Yankee. Not MT. Futsuki. It doesn't deserve it. Chiny Yang took a look at the prompt and immediately rejected result 3. It turns out that there are quite a few large volcanoes dished out in one, and the scale is okay, but it never feels metaphysical enough. Looking down the list, it's also more likely that only outcome 2, the Desolation Rift, is more likely. The so-called Desolate Fire Rift, which was also a volcanic crater, was located in the southwestern state of Lizho, but unlike a normal crater, it's actually a gateway to an alien dimension. 100 years ago, in the Desolate Fire Rift, a large number of demonic creatures surged out, almost causing the entire Lizho to fall. It took 10 years of resistance before the human race was able to clean up those demons, at an extremely painful cost. By now, the Desolate Fire Rift hadn't completely closed and was still under surveillance. If you want to get close to the Desolate Flame Rift, I'm afraid you'll have to go through a little bit of connections, so you can let Mother step in. Chiny Yang said in his heart. The location and position of the Desolate Fire Throne was marked out by the Stargazer, but one could not necessarily get close. Surveilled secret areas like this one have military strongholds around them. You won't be let through without a pass. It's finally time to take a trip. Chiny Yang looked to the southwest. Lizhou was in the southwestern part of Kyushu, an extremely mysterious region. A type of transcendental professional known as the voodoo poisoner is prevalent there. Obviously, the ability of this profession, which mainly originated from compulsion, could be considered as an imperial beast-type profession, but the power of the compulsion is vicious and poisonous, and cannot be defended against. Rumor has it, even a level 10 voodoo poisoner could kill a level 60 professional. Certainly not an instant kill. Rather, they planted a compulsion on them without God's knowledge, causing them to die a chronic death. This process can take a year or 10 years, depending on the person. Don't say it. It's kinda like Chiny Yang. Both of them are hanging on for dear life. However, Chiny Yang didn't feel that this was so terrible. He himself had the supreme dragon body, which was invulnerable to all poisons, and was almost the natural enemy of the voodoo poisoner. Chiny Yang was still rather excited at the thought of going to Lizhou. He hadn't traveled far in all his life. It can't be helped. The world doesn't like traveling around. Beyond the city lies a wilderness dominated by demons. Humans could only develop within the walls of their cities, and the movement of people and goods from one city to another was mainly by trains with heavy armor. There were quite a few carriers that could fly, but flying over a wasteland full of magical creatures was a dangerous thing to do. However, all magic creatures that can fly are far stronger in aerial combat than humans. The skies of this world, like the oceans, are not man's home turf. If Chiny Yang didn't have the Emperor's dragon chariot, he would have to choose an armored train, swinging from one stop to the next. Thinking about this, Chiny Yang's next stop goal, too, was determined. The task of collecting the imaginary copper was not yet complete, but it did not affect his ability to move first. It is said that the girls of Jiuli can sing and dance well and are hospitable. Chiny Yang, who was used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, also wanted to experience an exotic flavor. You're going to Liju, Jingming City, inside the Chu mansion. Chiny Yang, Chinfon, and Chinfon were sitting cross-legged facing each other, sipping tea while chatting about the recent events and their plans for the future. When he heard that Chiny Yang wanted to make a trip to Lizhou, Chinfon's brows furrowed and he glanced at Chinfon with some shame. Chinfon, on the other hand, smiled and said to Chiny Yang, "Be careful when you go to that place. Your second uncle I was victimized by a voodoo poisoner and lost my fertility forever. Heard it from my dad." Chiny Yang nodded. Chinfeng's inability to have children so far is the result of being victimized by witchcraft. Chinfon has always been haunted by this incident, and always felt that he had harmed his brother. Chiny Yang had also thought of using Imperial Grace to heal Chinfon, but because the injury was too old, it was recognized as a full state by the skill, making it impossible to heal. As soon as this past event was mentioned, Chinfon was not in a good mood and asked Chiny Yang, "What are you doing in that place?" Chiny Yang thought about it, but still didn't tell the truth. The stronger the profession, the less chance of transferring. Transcendental profession, capable of transferring twice. Epic professions that can be transferred once. And with legendary level professions, it's straight to the top. 500 years into the age of transmutation, there hasn't been any legendary level profession that has continued onward and upward. Being able to transfer yourself is considered breaking the law. It's certainly not a good thing for too many people to know. Moreover, Chinfon couldn't play much of a role in collecting divine artifacts, so it would be better not to let him know. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang, possessed by the movie star, sighed. "It's nothing special, just that I want to visit Lizhou to see if there's a way to cure second uncle." Upon hearing this, the two brothers across the street were touched to the core. Chinfon shook his head and sighed, saying, "They say that a man grows up in an instant. My son has really grown up." Chinfeng's eyes were even more red, but he still waved his hand and choked out in a pretense of relief. "Don't bother. I have such a good nephew like you, and I don't need an heir." At that, he gave a sudden lurch, and then his expression became serious as he said to Chiny Yang, "Lizhou is not a safe place. Don't go there if you can. In case you are also trapped, our Chin family will be extinct." "Yeah." Hearing this, Chinfon also slapped the coffee table and said to Chiny Yang, "No way, you can't go. You're the only son I have." "Ha?" Chiny Yang froze and hurriedly said, "It's not. I also have very important things to do when I go to Lizhou. What could possibly risk extinction?" Chinfon waved his big hand and said, "You can go if you want to. Leave me a seed before you go." After saying that, he said to Chinfon, "Doesn't Chu Mengchen want to talk about tying the knot? Go and call him over. We'll have a chat just in time." "That's right, just in time to get this out of the way." Chinfon nodded heavily, and with that, he got up and left the room. "No, would you guys be too sensitive?" At this moment, Chiny Yang's heart was full of regret. It's not good to make your own excuses. You have to pretend. Now it's good. pretending to put yourself in the pocket. Taishan Huan's, today 3 chapters first posted. There is still a chapter missing. May have to be early in the morning to change. Now have not eaten ors. Let Xian'er marry Qin Yang? Chu Mansion. Inside a certain room, Chu Mengchen, Chu Jing, and Su Nantian were discussing the future of the Chu family. Chu Jing asked Chu Mengchen, "Family master, Xian'er is still young and her mind isn't quite awake. Would it be too early to talk about this matter? I just wanted to get it while I could." Chu Mengchen sighed and said to Su Nantian, "Elder Su, you know what I mean." Su Nantian nodded slightly and explained to Chu Jing, "Judging from Qin Yang's recent performance, this person is definitely a supreme heavenly pride. And I feel that in less than a decade, the Qin family will become the top family in the 9 states. Chu Mengchen shook his head and said, "Elder Su, your estimation is still a bit conservative. 10 years from now, the Qin family will not be a top-tier family, but a royal family." Royalty? Could it be that the Qin family wants? Chu froze, feeling that she had heard something extraordinary. This is the greatness of the world. Chu Mengchen nodded his head and said, "The civil war in the 9 states federation is over, but the states are highly autonomous, which is actually similar to vassalage, and this situation won't last long." Su Nanshan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I also sensed it. This time when Jingming City was stricken, the ones who came to support it were all low-ranked professionals. None of those monarch ranks were willing to make a move. They're obviously conserving their strength." Chu Mengchen, "Yes, the era of the rise of the herd will soon come again." Hearing the duo's conversation, Chu Jing also understood somewhat. Although the Chu family was a large family in Jingming City, all these years it had mainly focused on opening martial arts schools and doing business, and had not bothered to develop its own force. Once they were caught in a chaotic war, Su Nantian alone would not be able to keep his current estate. But the Qin family is different. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a powerful background. The point is that a new generation has come into its own. 2 months after Qin Yang's awakening, he was able to face 12 giant dragons on his own. This would be unimaginable to any other young man. Continue to let him grow for 5 to 10 years. And there will definitely be a seat for him among the emperors of the 9 states, together with the 2 great war powers of his mother, Linier, and grandfather, Lin Xian. The Qin family even had the strength to crush the 4 directions and establish centralized power. The resurgence of the beacon in the 9 states would be a disaster for the Chu family, but for the Qin family, it was an opportunity through the sky. If they could hold the Qin family's thigh in advance, the Chu family would have no fear of the chaotic world. Thinking of this, Chu Jing looked up and asked, "Then, what does Xian'er think?" Chu Mengchen smiled gently, asked, "Twisted, and not so resistant." Chu Jing nodded. Indeed, since returning from the conscription battlefield, she has changed her opinion of Qin Yang a lot. I don't know if she's been beaten into submission or what. Su Nantian laughed. Then don't dilly-dally. Go through the process as soon as possible. There are quite a few matchmakers for the Qin family recently. We need to move fast or we'll have to be the little ones. Still need to go through the process? Can't I just get married? Do you listen to yourself as a human being? In the Chu mansion, the 2 of them, Qin Yang and Chinfon, were chatting in their room. With regard to the marriage between the Qin and Chu families, Qin Yang had been prepared in his heart. Qinchuan's previous warning not to scourge Chu Mengxian was actually a fear that Qin Yang would draw his sword mercilessly, which didn't conflict with the marriage afterwards. Chu Mengxuan's brain is not smart, but her body and looks are unbeatable. As a carnivore, Qin Yang, where would he refuse such a good thing? And couldn't wait to fast forward to the last step. Recasting regulus was imminent, and he didn't really have the heart to go through the process right now. Chinfon glanced at Qin Yang and asked, "What are you going to do when you go to Lizhou?" "To do the transfer quest." Considering Qin Feng's delicate mind, Qin Yang still revealed a bit of information. "A transfer quest? You can still transfer?" Chinfon froze in place, his face full of disbelief. The higher the strength of the profession, the less chance of transferring. Transcendent level professions with 2 chances to change professions. Epic only happens once, and at legendary level, it's capped. Chinfon hadn't heard that a legendary profession could continue to transfer. Turning further up, what level would that be? Once again, you've shattered my perception. Chinfon muttered. Perceptions are meant to be broken. Qin Yang laughed. What's a transfer of functions? If Chinfon knew that he was prepared to stiffen the world laws and recast the out-of-boundary divine weapon, would he not be paralyzed with fear? Every single thing on your own weighs heavy. Chinfon quickly recovered his emotions and added, "It's just that Lizhou is still too dangerous, and those witchcrafts can't be defended against." Qin Yang shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm already impervious to all poisons, and the parasites will only become nourishment in my body." Well. Chinfon made 3 good sounds in a row. What could he say when faced with someone who had poison immunity at level 45? But as an elder, it's still a good idea to give more advice. Take more guards with you. The people of Lizho are tough and there will inevitably be some ungrateful ones. Am I still short of an escort? Chiny Yang let out a light laugh. Speaking of escorts, he remembered something. To Chinfon, he said, by the way, I want to introduce you to two people. With that, he raised his hand slightly. Immediately, there were two figures that appeared in the room. One was dressed in a gray robe, the other in a flying fish suit. It was the civil servant Zhang Yi, with the Jinui who acted as liaison. I, Zhang Yi, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Be excused. This, looking at the human who appeared out of nowhere, Chinfon subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, he couldn't tell if this was a professional or Chiny Yang's summon, but either way, it shocked him. If it was a professional, just by appearing out of thin air with this move alone, he was no longer mortal. If it's a summon, it's also an extremely rare spirit category. That is, a summon that comes with its own identity, and ordinary professions can't summon it without a level 90. And their titles for Chiny Yang were also intriguing. In general, a summoned object's honorific title for its summoner is Master. It's the first time I've seen your majesty. They're treating Chiny Yang like an emperor? Chiny Yang had expected Chinfeng's surprise. Without explaining too much, he pointed to Zhang Yi and said, Second uncle, this is Zhang Zi. He will assist you in your negotiations with the forces of Jingming City to gain more benefits for the Qin family. Zhang Yi, Greek Prince Peak. Zhang Yi saluted towards Chinfon. You're welcome. Chinfon was a bit frazzled and thought to himself that this summoning object, it was too elaborate. Moreover, they were truly treating Chiny Yang as an emperor. Otherwise, how could you call yourself Prince Peak? Chiny Yang then pointed to the Brocade Guard and said, this guard is a liaison officer. Through him, you can get in touch with a schemer named Xiaohe, who will assist you in managing the Qin family's estate. Prince Peak, on behalf of Lord Xiaohe, I greet you. The Brocade Guards cupped their fists and saluted towards Chinfon. And, there are schemers? Chinfon froze and looked at the Brocade Guard, only feeling that his nephew was unfathomable. It is said that professions exist for fighting, but Chiny Yang's 9 to 5 seemed to exist for the sake of hegemony. At this moment, Chinfon understood. Chinchuan and Chiny Yang shared the same ambition. Previously, Chinfon had found his brother's ambitions difficult to realize. Such things as the pursuit of the world still depended on a bit of luck. Now it seems that even if the brother doesn't have chi, the nephew will. Thinking of this, Chinfon smiled towards Chiny Yang and said, Imperial uncle understands. You feel at ease to enhance your strength, and just leave all the logistics to Imperial uncle. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. You're putting on the python robe here? Chinfon, our whole family rebelled. What's there to hide? Uncle and nephew were laughing when the Brocade Guard suddenly said, Your Majesty, Chu Mengxian is here. Chu Mengxian? Chinfon looked at Chiny Yang and revealed a meaningful smile, saying, young people are all very open, and if the other party doesn't care, the process isn't that important. Saying this, he paused again and said, besides, I'm not as upright as your father, so if you can cook rice in the raw, we can eat up the Chu family as well. No shame. Chiny Yang understood and waved his hand slightly, allowing Zhang Yi and the Brocade Guards to retreat. The two brothers, Chinchuan and Chinfon, had completely different personalities. Chinchuan is a man of integrity and bravado. Chinfon, however, was more focused on pros and cons and efficiency. In the matter of marrying the Chu family, he also wanted to maximize his benefits and take the initiative completely. It's up to you. Chinfon smiled at Chiny Yang and turned to open the door. Uncle Peak, yo, come to play with Chiny Yang? Aha, you guys have fun then. I'm going to go find your dad. My dad is drinking with Uncle Chuan. Chinfon had the good sense to find an excuse to leave. Chiny Yang looked toward the door, only to see Chu Mengxian walking into the room with a big grin. The hairstyle was still a fresh, playful bun, with two loose double ponytails that bounced merrily with her movements. Sweet face with an innocent smile, a soft touch at first glance. Are you still used to living here? Chu Mushuan raised her hand in greeting and sat directly on the bed. Your guest room is a little small. Chiny Yang also sat down on the sofa, his eyes turned on scanning mode. Today's Chu Mengxian, wearing a short cheongsam with red flowers and white leaves. The two peonies were designed right in front of her chest, which could be described as full and delicate. The sides of the cheongsam opened up to her thighs, revealing her rounded legs. TSK. She did it on purpose, didn't she? Seeing what Chu Mengxian was wearing, Chiny Yang had to suspect that this girl might not be stupid. How else can you dress up and be just the way you like it every time? Chiny Yang's gaze was unapologetic. Looking at Chu Mengshuan's ears, she subconsciously tugged at her cheongsam as if to retrieve her benefits and said, that, Didn't you ask me before if you knew about the haze crystal? Haze crystals. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, hearing that there was something serious to talk about. The evil fire in his heart immediately dimmed by a few points, and he asked, "There's news about the Xia light crystallization? The two materials, the tears of sanctity and the Xia light crystals." He had not only asked Gu Yu, but he had also inquired from Chu Mengxian. After all, Jingming City was a holy place for forging equipment, and many rare materials would appear here. Chu Mengxian nodded and said, "There is news. Do you remember Zhuo Dongdong?" Chiny Yang nodded. "It's that holy light bishop. Chu Mengxian, her tutor is very powerful, an epic level profession holy light archbishop, and she happens to have a haze light crystal in her hand. How much to sell?" Chiny Yang asked. "To forge the goddess amulet. It could be left to the haze crystals. It would be best if it could be forged successfully before going to Lizhou." Chu Mengxian said in disgust. "Where does someone else's holy light archbishop care about money? So what does he want? He wants... Wait, I forgot." Chu Mengxian took out her cell phone and looked through the chat records. Then, the voice sent by Zhuo Dongdong was played directly. Chiny Yang perfectly cleared the Goblin Kingdom before. He should have seen the entire plot of the secret realm. "Ask him for me if he can share the plot of the secret realm. It's very important to my mentor. If it's possible, the charming crystals are given to him." The Goblin Kingdom episode. Chiny Yang took a deep breath. He went in there and went straight to the monsters in seconds, and hadn't really watched the episode. However, he did ask about the Sacred Maiden of Compassion on the stargazing platform. The general story is, the Holy Virgin of Compassion was originally a bishop of Holy Light named Canary Squad. On one of their adventures, was attacked by a demonic creature and wiped out, and she was severely injured, taken captive by the kobolds in their lair, and subjected to inhumane torture. In the dark underground caverns, she gave birth to a number of baby kobolds. One of them, after all, had developed a spiritual intelligence higher than that of its kind, and was even able to communicate with Canary and possess rich feelings. Canelli was very surprised. The kobold, she realized, hadn't just had a stronger bloodline. Rather, it breaks the boundaries of race. As Canary continued to be forced to procreate, more and more similar little kobolds were born. Some of the lesser kobolds even mastered holy light spells. They call Mercy Canelli Our Lady. Surrounded by these sons and daughters, Canelli broke free of her kobold captivity and made her way out of the underground cavern. In the moment of seeing the sunlight again, Canelli received a revelation from the higher dimensions. As long as the kobold's bloodline continued to be purified, the potential would continue to strengthen. Eventually it will become a more powerful race than the elves, the dragons, and after giving birth to a divine child, Canary would become the god of the race. Following that vague guidance, Canary led a group of her children into a holy relic, creating the Goblin Kingdom. She will rely on these heirs to continually purify the bloodline and give birth to the Son of God in Revelation. After a long time, Canary had purified the kobold bloodline to the 10th generation. In the end, Chiny Yang was ushered in before the 11th generation of God's sons descended. I have to say, this Canary is quite unlucky. Thinking back to the plot of the Goblin Kingdom, Chiny Yang spat in his heart. But on second thought, I can't say I've sinned. Perhaps Canary's ultimate mission is to deliver the Son of God into her hands? Chiny Yang thought to himself and said to Chu Mengxian, "Let Zhuo Dongdong send over the Shaguan crystals. I will personally organize the plot information." The information he knew should go beyond the plot and be enough to trade for the Kasumi crystals. Of course, Chiny Yang would definitely not say anything about the Divine Son. Chu Mengxian was surprised. "You personally organized it?" Chiny Yang blanked Chu Mengxian. "What else? Unknown secrets are extremely valuable, and finding someone to organize them isn't spreading the wealth?" Even if Chiny Yang didn't organize it, it was given to Xiao He to organize it. However, Chu Mushuan didn't think about it so much. She just felt that Chiny Yang had changed too much compared to before. Not only is it so powerful that you can only look up to it, it's become even more polite and understanding. It's a world away from that bratty dude. If it wasn't for the hot, rolling eyes that were still the same as before, Chu Mengxian would have thought that Chiny Yang had already been taken over. But, to Chiny Yang's eyes, Chu Mengxian wasn't that resistant. After all, she subconsciously steals glances at each other too. Thinking of this, Chu Mengxian couldn't help but lower her head, her ears burning. Just then, a good smell hit me. Chu Mengxian snapped her eyes open, and in her bright eyes, an irresistible face was reflected. "Why are you suddenly so close?" Chu Mengxian shrunk toward the bed. Chiny Yang said, "You know about the marriage alliance." "I know. What do you think?" "It didn't look like much. Nothing more than moving in with your family." Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Then put your hair up." "What?" Chu Mengxian was stunned, not understanding what it meant. Chiny Yang pushed her back and said, "I said, put your hair up." When, in the sky above the Chu mansion, a sound similar to the sound of a bell rang out. Is that the sound of a golden bell? Chu Mengchen, who was drinking with Chinfon and frowned and said to Chu Jing, "Go see what's going on." Chu Jing, however, smiled bitterly and shook her head, saying, "It's fine. The hood is just broken." The reconstruction of Qingming City after the disaster continued for a week. Since the houses that were damaged weren't that many, the whole city soon returned to normal. During this period, all forces gathered in Qingming City. Everyone's purpose is very clear. It was to take advantage of the reshuffling of power in Qingming City to get a piece of the pie. Although this dragon invasion was successfully defended, the problems of Qingming City were also exposed. The lord of the city ran off without a trace at the moment of the invasion with the master of the garrison, and the two dared to show themselves only after the invasion was over. Also, the biggest power in Qingming City, the Dragonheart Guild. They clearly possessed a large number of professionals, but when the main city was invaded, they chose to save their strength and all of them entered the refuge. Not even their proxy money printing machine, the Dragon's Blood Furnace, was guarded. With such cowardice, the city lord and the Dragonheart Guild would definitely not be able to hang around in Qingming City, and the cake in their hands will have to be redistributed once more. For the sake of this matter, the three members of the Qin family had been resident in the Chu residence. Even the Dragon Pavilion Guild's top combatants were stationed within Qingming City in the name of rescue and relief, plus the support of the Chu family. The current Qingming City had fallen into the hands of the three rebels of the Qin family. Once production and order were gradually restored, the powers sat down at the same table and began round after round of negotiations. Obviously, Chinfon, who had the assistance of Zhang Yi, killed madly at the negotiation table. In just 5 days, Chinfon had taken the exclusive rights to forge, smelt, and supply materials in Qingming City for the Qin family. Once the agreement is signed, that all starts at 30 years. The other forces couldn't help but sigh. The two brothers of the Qin family are really thick-skinned people. They clearly could have grabbed it, but they insisted on signing the agreement. When the two brothers of the Qin family went on a looting spree, Chingy Yang's side was not idle, and has been busy developing Chu Mengxian. Don't say that this person who practiced martial arts since childhood. Flexibility is good. Chingy Yang unlocked a lot of play in its body. After the goddess amulet is built, I'm going to Li Zhou. Inside the room, Chingy Yang said as he rested on Chu Mengxuan's thigh. After compiling information on the plot of the Sacred Virgin of Compassion, Zhou Dongdong then sent over the Shaguan crystals. Chingy Yang immediately notified Guyu and asked her to come to Qingming City quickly. The forge has now been underway for several days and will soon be completed. Chu Mengxian fed Chingy Yang a grape and asked, "Will you take me to Lizhou AC? Don't bring it." Chingy Yang did not hesitate. "Humph, must think I'm dragging my feet." Chu Mengxian hummed and crossed her arms. From Chingy Yang's perspective, he couldn't see Chu Mengxuan's expression. He didn't care what the other party's expression was, and said indifferently, "It's good that you know about dragging your feet. Cultivate your dragon soul well, and advancing to Dragon Fighter at an early date is the right way to go." Recently, a strand of soul had appeared within Chu Mengxuan's body. Occasionally, a faint dragon's roar would be emitted. As Su Nanshan's disciple, Chu Mengxian immediately realized that she had cultivated a dragon soul. Hearing Chingy Yang mention the dragon soul, Chu Mengxian also had a strange look on her face as she said, "Yes, it's just strange. I haven't even cultivated to that point. How come I suddenly have a dragon soul? That's naturally because of the talent." Chingy Yang opened his mouth perfunctorily. He naturally wouldn't tell Chu Mengxian that the other party had absorbed a large amount of dragon ambergris dragon essence to produce a true dragon aura. But it's just talent. It took Master 30 years to cultivate the dragon soul, while it only took me 2 years. Hearing Chingy Yang praising herself, Chu Mengxian was very pleased. Her hands crossed her waist, causing her 2 white rabbits to tremble. "No, it only took you a week." Chingy Yang spat in his mind. He was really surprised to have Chu Mengxian promoted to Dragon Fighter. Just like Chu Mengxian said, Dragon Fighter was the most difficult epic professional to promote. The vast majority of 100 Beasts martial artists, throughout their lives, were unable to continue their transitions, and Chu Mengxian had automatically cultivated her dragon soul after only playing with herself for a week. This was equivalent to helping a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage to make Dan in advance. When you look at the whole world, it's extremely bombastic. I can let 100 Beast martial artists advance to Dragon Fist Master, and I can definitely let Dragon Fist Masters continue to advance. Further, it's a legendary profession. In the near future, the Qin family will have one more legendary professional. The corners of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up, and a sense of fulfillment in his heart flooded with nurturing. For him now, being strong alone was no longer enough. He wanted to grow the Qin family first, then the 9 states, and finally the human race. The space that Regulus pointed to was all the territory of the human race. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang was again anxious about the trip to Lizho. Regardless of whether the goddess amulet could be forged or not, he had to move as soon as possible. Just then, the phone rang. After connecting, Guyu's delighted voice came from inside. "Young master, the goddess talisman has come true." "Beautiful." Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he immediately got up and headed to the Dragonblood Fortress. "Come to the front of the Dragonblood Castle." Chiny Yang immediately sensed a deep aura. Only the bottom of the Dragonblood Castle was filled with onlookers, and above the magma pool, a golden light ball was floating. This is orange equipment. Dragonblood Castle hasn't produced orange equipment in many years. My eyes have been opened today. Orange equipment that appears comes with its own special effects. I can feel the divine power contained within. The crowd of onlookers murmured. In this world, the purple suit was the upper limit for elite-ranked professionals. Orange equipment, on the other hand, was the ceiling for Zhongshu-ranked professionals. Take level 80 Su Nantian. He didn't even have a single piece of orange equipment until now. Looking at the amulet floating above the lava pool, envy was written all over everyone's faces. Some, even with a strong look of greed. Orange equipment can not only change a person's fate, but also change the fate of a family. In the face of this kind of supreme treasure, there were people who were willing to take the risk. If the owner of this equipment did not have the background nor the strength, then he would definitely not be able to walk out of Dragonblood Castle. At this moment, Guyu also had a hint of nervousness. This goddess amulet comes with the binding trait. It's why she didn't put it in her backpack in the first place. Otherwise, how could it be possible for the supreme treasure to be exposed to the eyes of so many people? Luckily, she had brought quite a few members of the Dragon Pavilion Guild with her as well. Under their deterrence, no one dared to make a move against the talisman yet. Nice. Chiny Yang descended from a great height, very satisfied with Guyu's performance. The man has a bad temper, but is very disciplined in his work. If she hadn't arranged for the Dragon Court Guild's professionals to be present, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be an outlaw jumping out to grab the talisman. Young master, seeing Chiny Yang descend from the sky, Guyu and the other members of the Dragon Pavilion saluted respectfully. Chiny Yang, who had descended from the sky, carried his own intimidating pressure. It caused some of those who had misgivings to lower their heads sheepishly. Chiny Yang swept a glance at the crowd and directly put the goddess amulet into his backpack, not even interested in checking the attributes of the amulet. Self-contained properties are meaningless. What Chiny Yang was concerned about was what kind of changes the talisman would have after being transformed by the Emperor's style. It comes with the Eye of the Gods skill. Whose eyes will it become? Teisho's 3 chapters taken care of today. In fact, I still owe you all a chapter for May 1st, so I'll continue with 3 chapters tomorrow. Guyu, you have merited in forging, rewarded with 3 million crystal dollars. I'm appointing you Chief of Forging for the Dragon Court Guild. In the future, this Dragon Blood Castle will be presided over by you. Chiny Yang got the goddess amulet and naturally didn't forget to seal the reward. The fact that Guyu was able to forge orange equipment had proved her strength, and it was a good start for the Dragon Pavilion Guild to take root in Jingming City. Most of these onlookers were forges trained by the Dragonheart Guild. When I heard earlier that I was changing my old boss, many people couldn't accept it and didn't want to believe it. Now, Chiny Yang's public announcement was considered a finalization. As soon as Chiny Yang's words fell, the surrounding people cast envious gazes at Guyu. Guyu's eyes were also red and she was too excited to speak. Managing Dragon Blood Castle. This is definitely a fat job with both fame and fortune. Previously, the steward of the Dragon Blood Guild had earned hundreds of millions of crystals just by relying on the material bundle sales routine. Of course, it wasn't how much money Guyu wanted to make. She only exclaimed inwardly that she had been so lucky these past 2 months. Since helping Chiny Yang forge equipment, her career could no longer be described as flourishing, but rather as growing by leaps and bounds. At the age of 25, becoming the chief forge and being able to take charge of the world-famous Dragon's Blood Castle was something that the vast majority of forges would never dare to dream of. Even her own classmate, Luofan, was not as accomplished as she was now. She now finally realized that chance was more important than diligence and hard work. It's all because of young master. He's my nobleman. Thinking of the way he used to treat Chiny Yang, Guyu just wanted to give herself 2 slaps. If it wasn't for the crowd right now, she would have wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang didn't know Guyu's mental activities. He had his own agenda in rewarding Guyu in public. He was trying to tell the forges present, the Dragon Pavilion Guild, with merit, will reward. $3 million snapped. The young master is really big. Brothers have to work hard. The Dragon Pavilion is more generous than Dragon's Blood. They really dare to reward. It's also rumored that the Dragon Court draws a lower percentage than Dragon Blood, with only 20% for a piece of equipment and 30% for Dragon Blood. A crowd of forges were talking about it. Visions of the future came to their faces. Seeing that his purpose was accomplished, Chiny Yang immediately flew towards the outside of the city. He had a premonition in his heart that the movement of transforming the goddess talisman would be relatively large. Although the Chu family is in-laws, it is still crowded. He'd find a secluded place to transform. It would be more secure. Soon, Chiny Yang arrived at the crater outside the North Gate city. Nearly 2 weeks had passed, and the charred crater was still radiating heat. One can only imagine the high temperatures generated the moment the meteorite descended. Chiny Yang floated above the giant pit and opened his backpack. In the corner of the backpack was lying an ornament with an orange border. Chiny Yang briefly scanned the attributes. Spirit plus 300. Physique plus 300. Suitable for mages and tanks. There is only one of its words, and that is the Eye of the Gods. It was a skill that could distinguish between enemy and self units based on the caster's mind. Boosts friendly attributes by 30% while weakening enemy attributes by 30%. Moreover, it was still effective in groups, which was considered an extremely powerful skill. The skill isn't foolproof. Chiny Yang's supreme dragon body would not be able to be suppressed. There's nothing to see in the attributes of the goddess Amulet. What Chiny Yang cared more about was still the introduction of the equipment. Equipment description, Ellerbella, a combination of the god of light and the god of life, possesses both a stern and a merciful character. When Ellerbella gazes over the entire battlefield, you will be inspired, while your enemies will be suppressed. Ellerbella, is this the true name of the holy light? No wonder the goddess Amulet is a bound equipment, so it's leaking the true name of the god. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. Unlike other gods, the holy light has always been a very mysterious presence. Zhuo Dongdong, who was the bishop of holy light, didn't even know its real name. The equipment introduction of the goddess Amulet was a giveaway. I'll get a lot of favors in exchange for that name alone, Chiny Yang thought in his mind. In this world, chanting the true names of the gods gives you their blessings. Professions such as those tied to bizarre religions are even more capable of summoning evil gods. A true name is, in this case, a curse. Sure, Chiny Yang does not believe in any gods. The name Ellerbella doesn't mean anything to him, but I'm afraid it means a lot to the Holy Light profession. Most priests and bishops of the Holy Light do not know the true name of the Holy Light, and can only shout Holy Light when casting spells. If you can call out your real name, Ellerbella, the effect of your skill will change. It can be said that the equipment introduction of the goddess Amulet is worth much more than the equipment itself. After writing down the name of the Holy Light, Chiny Yang directly activated his Emperor's style and started transforming his equipment. Goddess Talisman being transformed. Conversion successful. You have obtained the equipment, Amulet of Humanity, red item. Humanity. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. He naturally knew that these two words had a gold content and immediately looked at the equipment introduction. Equipment, Amulet of Humanity. Part, jewelry. Quality, red product. Level, 35. Attributes, full attributes plus 500. Phrase, gathering the chi of humanity, transforming into a phantom to add to oneself. The phantom possesses 100 times its own attributes, and continues to consume a great deal of spiritual energy. Eyes rolled out? Chiny Yang frowned. The wordings changed completely after the talisman transformation. From the gaze of the divine eye, it became the addition of the humanitarian dharma. However, Chiny Yang didn't lose heart. Instead, he was even more delighted, gathering the chi of humanity and transforming the phases of the law to aid in battle. These words reminded him of the journey to the west, where Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's dharma heaven and earth. That's a lot of magic. It allows the caster to emulate the heavens and mimic the earth. Become a being as high as the heavens and as wide as the earth. Here's a try. Chiny Yang put on the talisman and immediately activated the words. Buzz. As a powerful imperial pressure erupted, a golden vortex of energy formed around Chiny Yang. The vortex continued to gather, and the image of an emperor in armor began to take shape around Chiny Yang. The emperor's appearance was 9 times similar to Chiny Yang's, with eyes like the sun, moon and stars. The long golden hair, which flowed with the rising air pressure, was like a dragon's beard flying. Chiny Yang floated in the emperor's dharma, becoming one with this divine being. At this moment, his eyes shone with golden thunder, bathed in majestic energy. It was as if he could easily move mountains and call the wind and rain with his hands and feet. At this point, his base attributes had doubled 100-fold. The panel is as follows. Power, 46. 400, plus 1,563. Agility, 48. 600, plus 1,583. Physique, 87,600, plus 1,593. Spirit, 48. 600, plus 1,638. Nice one. With this attribute, the mother will have to shout out a good big sun when she looks at it. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. He really didn't believe that the full-bodied Linier's attributes would be stronger than his own at this time. Just then, Chiny Yang suddenly felt a throbbing. The humane chi in his body seemed to resonate with something. Boom! The humanity's chi fortune suddenly erupted, as if it was the sea waves that engulfed heaven and earth, and rose up from him, breaking the clouds in the air, opening a large hole, revealing the azure sky. Immediately afterward, the sky changed. That golden haze gradually twisted and formed a splendid vortex. In the middle of the vortex, a pair of huge eyes slowly opened. Within those eyes, they possessed 6 star-like heavy pupils, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The colors of the 6 heavy pupils were also different. Some are as brilliant as a blazing sun, others as deep as a black hole. There were more, as if they were a blood-red heart. The eyes are still coming. Looks like it's much stronger than the eye of the gods. Chingy Yang, who was in the Dharma phase, was shocked by the eyes in the sky before he had a chance to feel this 100-fold increase. Without waiting for him to ponder the origin of those eyes, a prompt appeared before his eyes. You have received the power of humanity for the first time. You can consume the Amulet of Humanity to activate the profession skill, 6 heavy pupils. Consume equipment and activate skills? 6 paths. Heavy pupils. Chingy Yang was shocked in his heart. He vaguely sensed that the 2 eyes in the sky were far more powerful than the humane talisman he had just transformed. Or, the power of the Amulet of Humanity was part of that 6 heavy pupils. I choose to consume the Amulet of Humanity. Chingy Yang did not hesitate and immediately made his choice. Gear is only temporary. Skill is eternal. Humane Amulet expended. Activate skill, 6 heavy pupils. With a ding, the humane talisman on Chingy Yang's chest instantly disappeared, but the phantasm of the talisman's opening persists. Apparently, the equipment has a word skill that is not lost with the consumption of the equipment. At the same time, an additional skill appeared in Chingy Yang's skill bar. Profession skill, 6 heavy pupils, unlocked 1/6. Introduction, the 6 pupils of the 6 paths correspond to the heavenly path, the human path, the Shura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path. Each pupil has a strong power, and after lighting up the 6 pupils, you will gain the power to control the 6 paths, and all things in heaven and earth will bow down to you. Collecting the power of the 6 paths of heaven, humanity, and Shura can unlock the professional skill, 6 paths heavy pupil. Pupil humanity, gathering humanity's chi and transforming it into a phantom to aid in battle. Pupil heaven's way, unlocked. Pupil Shirado, unlocked. Pupil animal way, unlocked. Hitomi hungry ghost road, unlocked. Hitomi hell's path, unlocked. Hiss. I feel that this skill is a bit strong. Chingy Yang took a deep breath. 1 skill, 6 effects. This 6 heavy pupils. It's definitely a big late stage skill. The so-called 6 paths. Both heaven, man, Azura, animal, hungry ghost in hell. These 6 paths encompass all things in the world, even the immortal gods. In the description of the skill, it says, the power of the 6 paths, which means that you are in charge of all things in the world. One can only imagine how powerful the full-bodied 6 paths heavy pupil would be. So, regarding the attributes lost by consuming the humanity talisman, Chingy Yang did not care at all. Attributes, skills, both are of high importance. Attributes are more important than skills for the average professional. This is due to their low skill bonuses and poor skill effects. But when you switch to a transcendent level or higher professional, skill comes first, especially a sole occupation like 9 to 5. Even with lower attributes, you can still deal horrific damage by relying on the high bonuses of your skills, such as the world's divine warriors, and similar to the extermination of the 9 clans, it is even more so that there is no requirement for attributes. A profession with this skill is called a mechanism monster. You can never lose money by trading attributes for skills. 6 heavy pupils, 1 pupil, 1 great power. In addition to the human Dao talisman, there should be a corresponding heavenly Dao talisman. The Shura Dao talisman? Chingy Yang's mind was filled with thoughts. The humanity amulet is transformed from the goddess amulet. The goddess amulet also corresponds to the god of holy light, Eller Bella, the god of holy light, also known as the patron saint of mankind. Transformation into humanity is a good fit. So, other 5 paths such as heaven's path, Shura's path, and hell's path can also be transformed through the talismans of other gods? Chingy Yang's thoughts were in a flurry, and his heart made a bold guess. If you want to light up all 6 heavy pupils, you might have to spend some time and study the gods of the other world. Just as he thought of this, Chingy Yang felt his temples swell slightly, a reflection of the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy. He immediately realized that his humanity dharma phase was still consuming a lot. That makes sense too. 100 times the attribute bonus. It's not possible to turn it on indefinitely. Before the dharma phase was lifted, Chingy Yang intended to test his greatness as he turned his head to look at Jingming City behind him. Today is cloudy. Above Jingming City, it was covered with thick clouds that felt like it would rain at any moment. I don't like cloudy days. Chiny Yang gave a heartfelt cry as he slowly raised his right fist. The gigantic Emperor Phantasm made a synchronized move, and golden energy gathered in his fist, forming a dazzling ball of light. Open the sky. Chiny Yang let out a low shout, controlled the phantom, and threw a punch towards the sky. Instantly, a majestic aura shot up into the sky. The dark clouds in the sky receded like a tidal wave, and a huge crack appeared in the clouds. The crack grew wider and wider, like a door in the sky, revealing the azure sky. Brilliant sunlight, through the gates of heaven, poured down on the earth. Jingming City, which had a population of nearly 1 million people, instantly transitioned from a cloudy day to a sunny one. Since Chiny Yang was swinging his fist in the air, the gusts of wind that were set off did not affect the residents of the city. The average person is just glad that the clouds have turned to sunshine, and it is completely unthinkable that this is man-made. However, the huge crack in the sky attracted the attention of many professionals. Jingming City, Chu Family Martial Arts Center. 2 disciples of the martial arts school, who were lazing around on the rooftop of the martial arts school, couldn't help but sigh when they saw the heavenly gate in the air. Is this master practicing boxing? Definitely. Who else in Jingming City can do a punch to open the sky besides Master? Master's power is even deeper than before. The wind of the fist he struck before couldn't dispel such thick clouds. Humph, I knew someone was slacking off on the rooftop. Just then, Su Nanshan's voice came. You too, hurry up and go practice your fists. Holding a thermos cup, Su Nantian walked up to the balcony and drank at the 2 disciples. The 2 disciples froze, looking at the heavenly gate and then at Su Nantian, who had just walked onto the rooftop. If that heavenly gate was opened by Su Nantian, then he should be a long way away. One of the disciples didn't hold back and asked, Master, why are you here? Where can I be if I'm not here? Su Nantian didn't have the good sense to say. The disciple pointed to the sky and asked tentatively, then this heavenly gate is not opened by you? What heaven's gate? Su Nantian frowned and looked to the sky. Bang! The thermos fell to the floor, and the goji berries, fast soaking white, spilled all over the floor. One punch to open the sky. Who did this? Su Nantian looked shocked. He took one look at the flared crack in the sky and knew what was happening. With the wind of his fist, someone dispersed the dark clouds over Jingming City and managed to open the sky with a single punch. Seeing Su Nanshan's shocked expression, the 2 disciples were also confused. The one who opened the sky was surprisingly not the master. Wouldn't that mean that outside of Jingming City, a more powerful dragon fighter had appeared? At this time, Su Nantian had already walked to the edge of the balcony and looked toward the distance with a grave expression. He was known for opening up the sky with one punch, but he had never done it, dispersing the clouds over the entire city. Obviously, the punching power of the man outside the city was above him. There is no room for complacency among the strong. Yuchi, do you want to befriend and spar with your opponent? Su Nanshan's heart was pounding. As a professional of the same martial arts class, he was eager to make friends with this man who opened the heavens. Just then, the dragon soul inside him spoke. There's no need to befriend. You know this person. Who? Su Nantian froze. There didn't seem to be any martial arts class professionals around him that were stronger than him. However, Fuchi's answer shocked him. There are still hints of true dragon scent lingering in the air. If I'm not mistaken, this person who opened the heavens is Chiny Yang. What? Su Nantian was petrified on the spot. As a martial artist's moral heart, it shattered to pieces. He's taken a bit of a beating in his time. He himself had practiced for decades before refining his dragon soul. An apprentice brother Chu Mengxian had only been awakened for more than a year, and she was already able to condense the breath of a true dragon. This caused Su Nantian to wonder a few times if his martial arts talent was not too good. Now, seeing Chiny Yang open the heavens with a single punch, he was even more quite devastated. One must know that the punch he used to open the sky had gathered 50 or 60 years of strength. And Chiny Yang? It's only been 2 months of work, but it's opened a much bigger door to heaven. Good. You two, you're working together to beat me up, aren't you? Su Nantian let out a bitter smile and said. The previous wave died on the beach outside of Jingming City. Chiny Yang looked at his fist, and his expression was also somewhat surprised. He also didn't expect that he could dispel the dark clouds over the entire city with a single punch. Obviously, that punch just now wasn't just a 100-fold attribute boost, but also a boost of humane chi. The consumption of phantasm is great, but it is indeed strong. The bottom card +1. Chiny Yang rubbed his temples, his brows furrowed, but the corners of his mouth were rising. The phantasm just now. He only maintained it for more than 10 seconds, but having those 10 seconds or so was enough for him to deal with the threat of the peak heroic rank. Even in front of the monarch rank, self-preservation was no problem. Not bad. The goddess talisman's enhancement to me has far exceeded expectations. So I can head to Liz Ho, Chiny Yang said in his heart and immediately flew towards the Chu mansion. I've heard that the mushrooms in Liju are delicious. So bring me back some acrid and cicada nymphs and grasshoppers and stuff. Bear with me, it's all delicious. Holler. Chu mansion. Inside the room, Chu Mengxian, who was flushed all over, snuggled in Chiny Yang's arms, dreamily inventoried the gifts she wanted, and let out a faint snore as she spoke. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her nose rose and fell slightly as she breathed. Looking at this sweet sleeping face, Chiny Yang pushed it away gently with great reluctance. It was the wee hours of the morning, and he was ready to leave for Liju. The reason why we chose to leave in the early hours of the morning was also out of caution. It was a time when he was too popular, and it was best to conceal his movements for such a big event as going away. Getting out of bed and putting on his clothes, he took a brief inventory of his props and potions. Chiny Yang raised his hand and tore a teleportation talisman, instantly appearing outside Jingming City. This was a pre-made teleportation array that would allow Chiny Yang to leave Jingming City without God's knowledge. In this way, no outsiders will know their exact whereabouts. Chiny Yang was so cautious, his family would be even less unprepared. Immediately after Chiny Yang landed on the ground, a voice rang out from the darkness. Going away, wa? Ha! Yeah, old cousin. Chiny Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. The world has changed, but the accent hasn't. The person who made the noise in the darkness was none other than a friend from Lizhou, voodoo poisoner, Huang Liang. It was a tall, thin young man. The nose is high and straight and the eyes are slender. A pick-dyed hair looks unruly. He was the assistant Linier had arranged for Chiny Yang. At the age of 25, he had risen to level 45, and was considered a generation's pride. Certainly, battle-wise, Huang Liang couldn't actually do Chiny Yang any favors, but according to Linier, this person had a great background in Lizhou and could help Chiny Yang approach the desolate fire rift. As it happened, Chiny Yang also needed a guide. During this time, he had been collecting information on Lizhou. Lizhou is more remote and much more closed, both in terms of transportation and information. Even, there is very little information on the internet. The feeling given to Chiny Yang was as if it was a separate heaven and earth. According to Chinfon, the power pattern in Lizhou is extremely complicated. Each cottage, with its own laws. Once you break the taboo, not even the officials of the Kyushu state can save you. Of course, it was the demons that were the most troublesome. The soil and water of Lizhou not only nourished people, but the magical creatures were fattened as well. It was not only a haven for insect-type demons, but also a variety of plant-type demons that were extremely good at hiding. Not many field professionals who can't figure out the situation and rush into the mountains will be able to come out. The two brothers of the Qin family were almost devoured by a demonic creature called the Faceless Taiyang back in the day, causing the two of them to not dare to look at the pork. All in all, Lizhou was a dragon's den in the mouths of these two brothers. But looking at the entire 9 states, there was no better quality furnace than the desolate fire rift, a higher quality furnace. For the sake of the Xian Yuan sword, Chiny Yang must make the trip himself. After possessing the 6 heavy pupils, his battle power soared by a large margin. It wasn't like the voodoo poison had any effect on him, so there was nothing to worry about. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang said to Huang Liang, "Old cousin, my mount is faster. You may not be able to keep up. Let's go separately. I will share my position with you when we get to the territory of Lizhou, and we will rendezvous again." Huang Liang shook his head and said, "It's best to wood together. The network won't work after getting close to Lizhou. Also, my flying mount is fast." After saying that, he took out a jade flute and played a slightly bizarre piece of music. Buzz off. As the flute floats, Chiny Yang immediately heard a sound of vibrating wings. Looking up, a black dot was flying this way under the night sky. It was a dragonfly the size of a helicopter. Taishangs, although there were no 3 shifts today, they were 2 big 3,000-word chapters. I'll continue the challenge of 3 shifts tomorrow, and try to get 3 shifts all month, and punch a burst of full shifts. When the last chapter was uploaded yesterday, 600 words were copied less and have been made up. What is as free as the wind? Feel your tenderness. Unable to stay. Sky above. A giant dragonfly breaks through the clouds and lifts its wings. Sitting on a dragonfly, Sorghum hums a little tune cheerfully, following closely behind the dragon carriage in front of them. Old cousin Chin's ride is really luxurious. Surprisingly, it's a building. Oh, the son of Lord Winesword Fairy is different. Huang Liang looked at the dragon carriage and praised it repeatedly. What he doesn't know is this. At this moment, Chiny Yang, too, marveled at his flying speed. Huang Liang's mount can barely keep up with my dragon carriage. That giant dragonfly. It's kind of a supercar. Above the dragon carriage, Chiny Yang was looking back at the giant dragonfly in the rear from a distance. This is the imperial beast of the bugfucker. And the pre-existing profession of the voodoo poisoner is the bugfucker. This is an exceptional level profession, categorized in the Imperial Beasts category. Only, the upper limit of the bug manipulator was far stronger than the other Imperial Beast Masters. The average Imperial Beast Master has 2 or 3 Imperial Beasts. Instead, the bug manipulator's Imperial Beasts were swarms of thousands of bugs with no upper limit. If you don't have the strength to crush the bugfuckers, then you can't defeat them. If anything, the Blast Swordsman is the most popular and exceptional profession. That bugfucker is recognized as the most powerful profession of excellence. Along with undead and mechanical, they are known as the 3 great natural disasters. No wonder it's said that Lizho is dangerous. Here, apart from the bugfuckers, it's the voodoo and poisoners. Chiny Yang was sort of clear about why the Chin brothers were so afraid of Lizho. The power of the Bugmaster is still only on the surface. A voodoo and poisoner, that's powerful both explicitly and implicitly. But unfortunately, Chiny Yang completes these 2 professions. Swarm, the art of stripping the 9 tribes. Understand. Compulsion, the Supreme Dragon Body is invulnerable to all poisons. Think of the Supreme Dragon Body. A smile appeared on Chiny Yang's face. During this period of time, he hadn't failed to summon the Palm Lamp Golden Crow and absorb the Supreme Yang Divine Manifestation. At this moment, the chi of Supreme Yang in the body was vaguely sized. It felt like it was not far from achieving the Supreme Yang Hegemony Body. After obtaining the Supreme Yang Hegemony Body, I will have extreme resilience, can be completely immune to normal control skills. Just as he thought of this, a sultry voice rang out from behind him. Your Majesty. Immediately afterward, Chiny Yang felt a softness behind him. Your Majesty's body. It still smells like her. Su Daji wrapped her arms around Chiny Yang from the back, lightly sniffing his body like an animal. Chiny Yang traveled between flowers every day, and it was common for him to carry the scent of flowers on his body. Usually those scents dissipate quickly, but this time is different. That pure and sweet flavor had occupied Chiny Yang's body for a long time, which caused Su Daji to care a little. Don't worry about that. Gamblin won't miss a single flower or plant. Chiny Yang turned around with a light smile and swept the demon fox into his arms. Chamamum is a dessert with the right level of sugar, and it's a delight to eat. The sundae, on the other hand, is a rare game, and to say that it is a feast for the gourmets would be an understatement. As a gourmet, Chiny Yang will not favor any dish or miss any dish. My Supreme Yang Hegemony Body is about to become a reality, so get ready. Chiny Yang stroked the soft fox tail and laughed. Hearing Chiny Yang's words, Su Daji smiled charmingly and said, At that time, my concubine will definitely treat your Majesty well. Chiny Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. I am tired. You come and press me. With that, he wrapped his arms around Su Daji and headed inside the dragon carriage. Just then, Chiny Yang suddenly smelled an evil aura. The scent was still so familiar, as if he had encountered it not long ago. He ordered the dragon carriage to slow down while looking down with a lowered brow at the sea of trees below, murmuring, This seems to be, like, the flavor of the mistletoe willow. In the sea of trees below, there were 3 professionals, looking up at the sky. They were 2 men and 1 woman, and the style of their equipment was extremely bizarre. That outfit was said to be armor, rather than seen as an organ growing outside the body. Between each piece of armor, there are writhing blood vessels linked, and with the blood pulsation undulation, completely living tissue, looks extremely evil. Father, this is a fortune. One of the 3, a young man laughed playfully. That's right, this flying palace is actually a carriage. I haven't seen such a peculiar ride, and the people on it are either rich or noble. The old man called Dad revealed a greedy gaze. Behind us is the 18 mountain fortresses. We need to make our move as soon as possible or we'll be thwarted. Behind the old man, a woman urged. The woman was clean-cut and looked to be in her early 20s, but there was more evil in his eyes than the father and son. She hemmed and hawed. The man on the pavilion is very good-looking. I'm going to refine him into a chrysalis for my collection. The youth also let out an evil laugh. That fox woman. She's mine. With that, the 3 of them took out their weapons. It was 3 Shao-type instruments, engraved with inscriptions as if they were reptiles. As the 3 of them played together in an ensemble, eerie music that spread throughout the forest that covered the sky. Dozens of basketball-sized insect chrysalises on a large, twisted tree suddenly ruptured in unison. A baby's cry rang through the jungle. It was as if thousands of babies were born within this eerie forest in this instant. Aha! A big-headed monster baby with 3 pairs of arms and light cicada wings on its back was crawling on a tree and crying. After a few seconds passed, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing blood-red eyes. The pupils locked in a direction after a quick twitch. Afterwards, the cicada wing lifted its wings and flew rapidly towards the sky. 1, 2, 3. After someone took the lead, the other big-headed monster babies lifted their wings and took off. Soon, A grayish-yellow smoke filled the air above the sea of green trees. Countless hideous-looking babies were fluttering their cicada wings, sweeping towards the dragon carriage that was speeding through the air. Between heaven and earth, there is such a disgusting demonic creature? Seeing these babies that were like worms, even the demon king, Su Daji, frowned. This is something that I have seen once. Chiny Yang spoke blandly. He's confirmed it. These insect-looking babies were the same kind of thing as the mistletoe babies they had seen in the challenge space before. Just then, Huang Liang's voice came from the back. Qin Xiao, we're under enemy attack. Chiny Yang sniffed and looked over. Huang Liang was riding on a giant dragonfly, flying below the dragon carriage. Enemy attack? Cousin, are the people of Lizhou so hospitable? Chiny Yang asked Huang Liang. If these infants were demons, Huang Liang wouldn't have said it was an enemy attack. It seems that they were intercepted by professionals. This Lizhou, it's really a tough folk. No whoops. Huang Liang waved his hand and said, these grippers are playing with the Jiao compass. Completely indiscriminate killing. Quickly pull up the altitude. The grippers can't fly too high. Pull heights? A hint of viciousness flashed in Chiny Yang's eyes, and he smiled at Huang Liang. Watch the old table. I'll do a magic trick for you. He then looked over to I1/2 Bobby I1/2 and activated the skill. Infant, level 30. 13, 231 people up and down the 9 clans. 13, 231 people have been locked in, of which the highest level is 40, requiring 0 points of imperial power to be consumed. Young Qin, pull up the altitude. Looking down at the thousands of trematodes below, Huang Liang eagerly shouted. Don't look at the fact that these mistletoe bugs were only level 30, but they possessed an extremely high resistance to fire and water. Gathered together in thousands, even if they encountered a giant dragon, they would be able to gnaw on it until only their skeletons remained. At this time, the mistletoe insects hidden in the sea of trees had already flown out as much as they could. Although they are in the image of babies, they have hideous faces and sharp claws and teeth, and emit ear-piercing cries and howls that are creepy. Gathering together like a large grayish-yellow net, it enveloped towards the dragon carriage in the sky. Chiny Yang, who was in the dragon carriage, but with a smile on his face, slowly said 4 words. Execute the 9 clans. All of a sudden, the mistletoe that was still in flight underwent a bizarre change. Their flesh and blood began to rapidly collapse, turning into a puff of smoke. The original grayish-yellow insect cloud began to spread rapidly after the smoke rose, filling the entire sea of trees above. The forest was plunged into darkness as the sunlight was blocked. The 3 professionals who manipulated the mistletoe bugs looked at the sky with shocked faces. All the mistletoe are dead? The compass mother bug is dead too. The old man who led the group was pale. Swarms, in general, do have the weakness of being cleaned up by a wide range of skills. And these mistletoe worms are made from the larvae of the mistletoe motherworm, which eat the flesh of human babies. Every single mistletoe possessed an extremely high level of resistance and physique, and even if they were baptized by a wide range of skills, it was impossible to be instantly seconded. The Jargonite school can always suppress the witchcraft school. It's all about these ferocious, punch-resistant bugs. But now, are they actually instantly reduced to smoke? What kind of skill is this? Not even a move out? Thinking of this, the woman at the side said in alarm, Father, the person in the flying pavilion has the ability to restrain the mistletoe compulsion. He is most likely sent by the officials of the Kyushu state. The old man nodded his head slightly, his gaze heavy as he said, the officials of the Kyushu state are going to lay their hands on Lizhou. Let's go. We need to inform the king of the bird of prey of this matter. The 3 of them looked at each other and were about to retreat towards the forest. And at that moment, there was a figure that came out of the darkness, wearing a flying saucer helmet on his head, a flying fish costume, and an embroidered spring sword at his waist. You are. The old man was just about to open his mouth to inquire about the other party's identity when he felt a coldness in his neck in the next second. After a moment of heavenly rotation, he saw a headless body that was gushing blood and collapsing limply. That seems to be your own body? The old man's eyes widened violently, and he was plunged into boundless fear before his consciousness faded. He was a level 65 Zhongshu ranked professional, and yet, he couldn't even see his opponent's raised hand movements. With this strength, I'm afraid it's a level 90 or above professional. Poof, poof, 2 more headless bodies fell. A son and daughter, like himself, were beheaded before they could make a move. Done. The experts from the 9 states are really here. The Lizhou compulsion school. It's going to be over. The old man's vision went black and his consciousness disappeared. The eyes on its head had completely lost their expression. A breeze blew through. The gloom that pervaded above the sea of trees dissipated with the wind. The sky is clear again and the sun shines brightly, as if it was the end of a nightmare. I gripe. Am I dreaming? Huang Liang looked at the sky dumbfounded for a long time before reacting. He was aware of the power of the mistletoe. If the voodoo poisoner's swarm is a natural disaster, that compulsion of the poisoner's cymbidium is a natural disaster plus a man-made disaster. Mistletoe is a combination of human and compulsion. Not only was it thick-skinned, but it also fed on swarms of insects, so it could be considered the natural enemy of the voodoo and poison masters. Just as Huang Liang was curious about Chiny Yang's means, it was Chiny Yang's voice that came from above. Old watch, go down and take a look. This. Huang Liang followed the dragon carriage and descended all the way to the forest below. Immediately, a violent smell of blood hit his face. Only 3 headless corpses were seen, lying on the ground, their heads rolling off to the side. A warrior with a scimitar, standing tall in a pool of blood. Huang Liang's gaze fell on the warrior. He felt an eerie aura come over him. It was as if what stood in front of him was not a person at all, but a knife. Is this young Qin's secret guard? What a terrifying aura. The strength has to be of the heroic rank, right? Huang Liang sucked in a breath of cool air and muttered in his heart. At that moment, Chiny Yang had already descended in the air. The Brocade Guard immediately put away the embroidered spring sword and arched his hand towards Chiny Yang. Your Majesty, the assassin has been killed. Chiny Yang nodded slightly. This Jinchuai was already in inspection mode. With the aid of being able to walk through shadows, he had been lurking in the shadow of the dragon carriage. Almost as soon as the mistletoe took off, the brood locked onto the source of the threat. Even if Chiny Yang didn't use the 9 tribes stripping, those 3 people who manipulated the mistletoe bugs would still be killed by him first. It's just a shame that you don't get experience for beheading a professional. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. The world is still somewhat protective of humans. Not only is there no experience in decapitating a professional, there will also be no experience gained from beheading pets such as mounts and imperial beasts of professionals. Otherwise, with that old man's level 65, he could provide quite a bit of experience. Chiny Yang looked at Huang Liang and said, Old watch, identify these 3 people. Huang Liang immediately jumped down from the dragonfly and approached the 3 heads that rolled to the ground. This is one of the 3 ghosts of Lizhou. After checking the face of the head, Huang Liang suddenly exclaimed, The 3 ghosts of Lizhou? Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he asked, Or are you the star here? Yahoo! Huang Liang nodded repeatedly, pointing to one of the heads. This gripper is called Hu Guangming. I 1/2 compound poisonary 1/2 and one of the most vicious criminals in Lizhou. Mistletoe poisoner? Chiny Yang was curious. What's the difference between that and a voodoo poisoner? Huang Liang explained. Actually, they're all sorcerer poisoners, just the means of raising the parasites are different. The normal parasites are raised with poisonous insects plus sorcery, but the mistletoe parasites are refined with people and bugs. So it is. Chiny Yang nodded. The insect gull willow encountered in the challenge space should be the technique used to refine the mistletoe. However, that patch baby has 4-star potential. The attributes of those mistletoe bugs that had just been eliminated, on the other hand, were more ordinary. It seemed that the different methods of refining would also give birth to different strengths of mistletoe. The same profession has 2 schools of thought. This voodoo poisoner, it's really a magical profession. Chiny Yang praised. Not just 2 kinds yet. Huang Liang was a bit smug. Different techniques of raising parasites produce completely different parasites. Even the character of the person raising the parasites will determine the ability of the parasites. No parasites are the same in the world. As he spoke, he summoned a large number of beetles. Like a black smoke, the beetle flew to the 3 headless corpses. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of gnawing and chewing came. Chiny Yang realized that the beetles were gnawing on the corpses. It might be a bit disgusting, but these corpses are nutrients. Huang Liang explained with some embarrassment. Chiny Yang didn't care. He looked to the heads on the ground and asked, What are these kept for? Huang Liang glanced at the heads on the ground. All 3 of them, are on the bounty order, and the heads can receive a reward. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, asked, How much are they worth? Huang Liang thought about it and said, 10 million for the old man and 3 million for each of the other 2. The key is not yet the question of money. After getting rid of these 3 scourges, you will also have a certain reputation in Lizhou. That's good. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. $16 million. Enough to splurge on yourself for a while. I didn't realize that I had just arrived in Liju and made an extra fortune. In no time at all, the 3 headless corpses turned into 3 white bones, with not even half a bit of flesh and blood left behind. The 3 heads were also packed and collected by Huang Liang, ready to be brought to the 18 camps to collect the bounty. The 2 were about to set off again when they suddenly heard the sound of a mountain song. Mountain to mountain comes cliff to cliff. Bees pick flowers from deep in the mountains. Hearing the song, Huang Liang was suddenly startled and shouted, Young Qin, quickly cover your ears. This is a sound compulsion. Sonic compulsion? Chiny Yang was a little curious in his heart, but he still heeded Huang Liang's warning and shielded his eardrums with his true dragon breath to isolate the sound. Just then, there was another vision over the forest. The azure sky above the shade of the trees was suddenly taken over by a swarm of butterflies. The number was so great that it could be said to cover the sky, forming a fantastic colored cloud. Under the sunlight, the colorful clouds shine with psychedelic colors. Each butterfly, like a tiny prism, refracts colorful light. Just then, Huang Liang on the side suddenly danced with his hands, and his eyes were flooded with a mesmerized look, as if he had been seduced. He's compulsed. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. He had just felt a slight mental fluctuation even as he looked at the group of butterflies. Since the fluctuations were so slight, he didn't even care. But looking at Huang Liang's reaction, he instantly understood. This swarm of butterflies. Something is terribly wrong. This voodoo poisoner is indeed powerful. And the means of placing the parasites are not only sound and rhythm, but also this fantastic butterfly-colored cloud. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. Who wouldn't look twice at so many beautiful butterflies? Yet if you watch it, you're compelled. That's what's so disgusting about a compounder. When and how to do it, you have no idea. That said, there won't be a beauty compulsion. Will there? That would be too much of a restraint for me. Chiny Yang thought and took a deep breath. Fortunately, the supreme dragon body could suppress the world's parasites. Otherwise, it's not Huang Liang alone who was dancing now. Chiny Yang wasn't too sure about how to unravel the parasites. He could only try to break it by violence. 6 heavy pupils. As the skill activated, Chiny Yang's eyes flashed with golden lightning, manifesting 6 heavy pupils of different colors. Once again, he flew up in the air, and all around him, a golden light surged up. The golden light gradually transformed into the image of an emperor wearing armor and standing on top of the sky. Chiny Yang, who was in the middle of the empire, eyed the skyline of the forested sea of trees and muttered to himself, I have only just arrived here, and you have given me 2 downers. Good. I'll return one of yours, he said, clenching his fists. Just like that in Jingming City, he blasted out a punch towards the swarm of butterflies in the sky. Boom! In an instant, a powerful fist force erupted, setting off a gale. The wind swept over the sea of trees, blowing their branches and leaves. The wind was so strong that it actually caused the sea of trees to create a ripple, like ripples on water. The butterfly cloud that coalesced above the sea of trees was even swept up by the sudden gale. Countless butterflies tumbled and tumbled in the wind. Their beautiful wings were torn apart by the gale, and the colorful clouds they constituted even instantly collapsed and dissipated. After the gale stopped, broken butterfly wings intertwined with fluttering leaves and drifted above the sea of trees. The Emperor's Dharma looked down indifferently on everything and drifted away with the breeze. 100 kilometers away, inside the tent of a mountain fortress, an old woman with a silver headdress suddenly opened her eyes. Her cloudy eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. Pust! The old woman violently spat out a mouthful of blood and tilted backwards. Seeing this, the maid on the side immediately stepped forward to assist her and asked anxiously, Grandmother Ancestor, what's wrong with you? The old woman, who was called Grandmother Zhu, vomited blood while saying with difficulty, Someone broke my illusory color sound compass. The illusory butterflies are dead. The moment these words came out, the people inside the tent all revealed a look of fear. The phantom color sound compass is a natural enemy that can restrain the mistletoe insects. Losing this line of defense, Lizho will be swept away by thousands of quail parasites. Several maids immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, and one of them eagerly rushed out of the tent and shouted at everyone, Enemy attack! All battalions sound the alarm. The 1st Battalion contacted the major mountain fortresses. The 2nd Battalion went to find the Kyushu City Defense Army. 3rd Battalion, follow me to invite the Heavenly Compass Medium. Soon, above the sea of Lizho trees, gusts of red smoke rose. That's the old and effective way of passing information. For a while, the 9 turns and 18 walled villages, wolves and smoke rose up, as if they were facing a great enemy. And on the other side of the forest, Sorghum is still dancing around with his hands. Don't you know how to sing? Learn to sing. How do you swing it? Agor. Snap. Chiny Yang slapped Huang Liang's face with both hands and shouted, Old table, wake up. However, no matter how much Chiny Yang called out, Huang Liang was all engrossed in his dance steps and even wanted to pull Chiny Yang along. This really isn't an illusion. Chiny Yang marveled in his heart. Illusions are as defensible as compulsion. But normal illusions are easy to break. A big slap in the face is all it takes. But once this parasite is planted, unless we find the person who placed the parasite, it is really not good to solve. My true dragon breath, on the contrary, can suppress the compulsion. But I can't just ferry him mouth to mouth, can I? Shall we try it with the royal favor? Just as Chiny Yang was thinking about how to uncompel Huang Liang, the guy suddenly twitched and stopped dancing. He looked around with dull eyes and shivered violently. I lost. Did I just get compelled? Yeah, and you tried to drag me to play a song. Seeing Huang Liang wake up, Chiny Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Whoops, Grandma Zhu's mountain patrol compulsion formation has been upgraded again. It used to be just the sound compulsion, but now it's also added the illusory butterfly compulsion. Huang Liang patted his chest and said, "Luckily, my illusion relieving compass didn't fail, or else I'd have to jump until I die today." Hearing Huang Liang's self-talk, Chiny Yang did not feel strange and asked, "What is the patrol mountain compulsion formation?" Huang Liang explained, "The mountain patrol compulsion formation is specialized in restraining the mistletoe compulsion. As long as someone awakens the mistletoe insects, this compulsion formation will be triggered and kill the mistletoe insects." Chiny Yang asked, "So those butterflies are attacking indiscriminately?" Huang Liang nodded and said, "Well, there used to be only the sound compulsion, but now that it's been upgraded, I didn't react for a second and got hit. However, all of us in Lizho have the anti-fantasy compulsion on us. It's equivalent to an immunization vaccine." Speaking of this, Huang Liang remembered something else and said, Qin Shao, you also saw the butterfly. How come you didn't get compelled?" The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. Not only was he not compelled, he also broke Rizhou's patrol compulsion formation with one punch. Hopefully, there won't be any repercussions. Will there? Chiny Yang looked in the direction of the 18 walled villages and said silently in his heart, "The Emperor, I promised 3 chapters and I did it. I'm begging you to do it for love." After breaking the mountain patrol compulsion formation, Chiny Yang and Huang Liang continued their journey, came to a cottage before the sun went down. A gate made of bamboo was set up at the entrance of the cottage. Its natural color blends perfectly with the verdant green mountains and forests around it. "Who are you people?" In front of the cottage gate, a guard-like professional looked at Chiny Yang and Huang Liang warily. Huang Liang stepped out and said, Brother, I'm Huang Liang of the Huang family village, and I'm here to pay my respects to Grandmother Zhu." "It's the Huang family?" The guard was slightly stunned and immediately said to his side, "Open the door. You've got quite a reputation around here." Chiny Yang laughed. Linier had asked Huang Liang to accompany him to Lizho because he had a background in Lizho. As expected, the guards released him immediately after he declared himself, which really saved Chiny Yang a lot of trouble. Huang Liang shrugged. "I'm not the one with the reputation. It's my cousin Wu." Click, 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 with the scuffling of chains. The gate, made of bamboo, slowly opened backward. A mountain fortress with a Miaojiang style was displayed in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. The cottage is situated halfway up the mountainside, built with footstools of different sizes, tiers upwards, overlapping. Villagers dressed in traditional costumes, running around the camp in a hurry. The women are all head-crafted detailed silver jewelry, skin a little darker but bright-eyed, very close to the scene in Chiny Yang's memory. Only, instead of songs and dances, there was a tense atmosphere inside the cottage. On everyone's face, there was a look of anxiety, as if their nerves were tense. Just as he walked into the cottage, a middle-aged man with a slim figure, leading 5 guards, greeted him. The middle-aged man smiled at Huang Liang and said, "Huang family little brother, I didn't expect you guys to back up so quickly. It's still the Huang family walled city that's powerful." Huang Liang froze. "What kind of support?" The middle-aged man also froze and asked, "Didn't you rush over for support after seeing the wolf smoke?" Huang Liang shook his head and said, "I saw the wolf smoke, but I came from Yangzhou in the south of the Yangtze River. Oh, what happened to the cottage?" "From Yangzhou?" Only then did the middle-aged man notice Chiny Yang and asked, "And this little Ajushi is?" Huang Liang immediately introduced, "This is Chiny Yang from Yangzhou's Hanggu city. He came to Lizho with a very special mission." Speaking of which, he moved to the middle-aged man's ear and whispered, "Don't ask too many questions. There's a big background Wu." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately introduced himself towards Chiny Yang. "Hello, I am the city defense commander of the 18th walled city, Ji Yuanqing, a level 70 voodoo poison master." Chiny Yang nodded. Level 45. Profession 9 to 5. 9 to 5. Hearing Chiny Yang's occupation, Ji Yuanqing froze violently. It's true that information is a bit more closed in Liju compared to other states. Still, the occupational records of the Kyushu Federation are regularly updated and communicated within the military. Just a little while ago, the Federation updated a brand new profession. Occupation, 9 to 5. Positioning, summoning mage. Advantages, large number of summons. Ranged control. Ranged output. Super high sustained burst. Extremely restraining undead. Strength, legendary level. When he saw the file, Ji Yuanqing thought it was outrageous. Ranged control and ranged output at the same time is already evil enough. What do you mean? Ultra high sustained burst? High burst plus sustained output? Isn't that invincible? However, the files of the Kyushu Federation do not write blindly. The content is absolutely true, even if it is outrageous. This profession is considered a T0 sequence in the legendary class. Moreover, this profession has only been updated not long ago, indicating that the awakening has not lasted long, but he's already level 45. Is this the leveling efficiency of a legendary level profession? Ji Yuanqing looked at Chiny Yang with a shock in his heart. A level 45 professional can be considered a high-end talent. The deans of many academies and the presidents of guilds were only at this level. Even if you put it in the military, the rank wouldn't be any lower. Huang Liang, for example, was one of the heavenly prides of Lizhou. It is now attached to the military and has the treatment of a city defense force senator. And Chiny Yang looked much younger than Huang Liang. This person must be one of the top future powerhouses of the Federation. Thinking of this, Ji Yuanqing took a deep breath. The eyes that looked at Chiny Yang had a little more awe in them. At this time, Huang Liang asked Ji Yuanqing, "What happened?" "I see wolf smoke rising from all 18 mountain fortresses." Ji Yuanqing sighed, looked around warily, and said, "Follow me." Following Ji Yuanqing, the two of them entered a hammock building and walked up the steps to the top floor. Inside the top room stood three old men. They all looked grave, their gazes alert. When they saw Chiny Yang arrive, they immediately looked at each other in unison. At that moment, Chiny Yang sensed a mental fluctuation. At the same time, the true dragon breath in his body operated on its own. He frowned and said to Huang Liang, "They're putting a compulsion on me." Huang Liang was shocked. "You can still sense someone placing a compulsion? Awesome." Ji Yuanqing on the side smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, young Qin. When outsiders arrive at the cottage, they are all treated this way, mainly because they are afraid of unsuspecting people coming in. Don't worry, after knowing that you are one of us, there will be someone who will remove the parasites for you." Chiny Yang listened and took a deep breath. This Lizhou cottage is really overbearing. For the sake of safety, they even directly put down the parasites without distinguishing between the enemy and us. Moreover, the means of placing the compulsion was extremely covert, and it seemed that it could be done with just the eyes. If not for the fact that he is the body of a true dragon, there is no way to realize that someone is putting a compulsion on you. Just then, a weak, old voice rang out. "Is it the little Ajushi of the Huang family?" Hearing this voice, Huang Liang froze violently and looked toward the front, then exclaimed, "Grandmother ancestor, how did you become like this?" Following the gaze of Huang Liang, Chiny Yang also saw the person who spoke. It was an old woman wrapped in a black blanket with loose hair. Her eyes were tightly closed, and black blood continuously flowed out of her eyes. Her appearance looked very scary. At this moment, her body was shivering and appeared very weak. One must rely on the assistance of the two mates beside him to barely sit. Chiny Yang swept his eyes with his true dragon lookout. The other party's information immediately surfaced. Duan Hanchun, level 102 voodoo poisoner, 100 level bigot. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. This Grandma Zhu is a heroic rank professional. Within the Kyushu Federation, it was considered the tip of the pyramid. However, now that she was in a state of serious injury, her basic attributes had fallen to less than 2,000. If Chiny Yang wanted to press her to death, he only needed to stretch out one finger. At this time, Ji Yuanqing explained to Huang Liang. Grandma Zhu sensed someone casting the mistletoe technique and immediately commanded the illusory butterfly sound compass to suppress it, but as a result, she didn't see the mistletoe man, and the compassion formation was also broken. The mountain patrol compulsion formation is broken? Huang Liang was violently shocked and asked, "Did that gang of grips playing with the grips do this?" "No." Duan Hanchun, who was called Grandma Zhu, shook his head and said, "The one who broke the compulsion formation was a golden giant 100 meters tall, who killed all the phantom butterflies with a single punch." Huang Liang froze. 100 meters high is so dickish? Right. Ji Yuanqing suddenly asked. 100-meter tall target should be big. You guys seem to be coming from that direction as well. Didn't you pay attention to that golden giant? Huang Liang shook his head and said, "I did see the illusory butterfly compulsion formation, and I was compelled at that time. I didn't notice any gold." Speaking of this, Huang Liang gave a sharp start. He thought of something. Yeah, Chiny Yang was awake when he himself was bewitched. By all rights, he should have seen the golden giant, but he didn't mention it at all. It's hard not to. Huang Liang looked at Chiny Yang and realized that Chiny Yang was also looking at himself. At the corners of its mouth, there was also an imperceptible arc. "I threw." Sure enough, the one who broke the compulsion formation is your old cousin Qin. Sweat overflowed from Huang Liang's head. Chiny Yang could instantly kill thousands of trematodes in seconds. It wasn't impossible to take care of grandmother ancestor's compulsion formation with one punch. At the time, both of them saw the illusory butterfly compulsion formation. He himself was immediately struck, but Chiny Yang was not in the least bit bothered. When he woke up, the illusory butterfly compulsion formation had also disappeared without a trace. Stringing all this information together, it's not hard to guess the answer if you let your imagination go a little. The person who broke the compulsion formation was Chingy Yang. After figuring everything out, Huang Liang didn't make a sound. He calmed down a bit and pulled away from the topic. After losing the mountain patrol compulsion formation, those grips playing will surely mess things up, right? Ji Yuanqing nodded gruffly. That's why all 18 of our villages are under martial law. But you've seen the situation with Grandma Zhu. If they attack in force, we won't necessarily be able to withstand it. It's not that scary. Wrapped within the black blanket, Duan Hanchun laughed. Don't say this in front of the guests. Things aren't that serious. Only after hearing this did Ji Yuanqing react. He immediately introduced Duan Hanchun. This is Chingy Yang, who came from Yangzhou in Jiangnan. His occupation is 9 to 5, which is the newest legendary level occupation this year. Oh, legendary career. Duan Hanchun was slightly stunned, then said to the crowd next to him, "This is our honored guest. You must entertain and protect him properly. Don't move to place a compulsion." "Yes, Grandmother Zhu." The elders in the room all bowed their heads in agreement. A male elder with thinning hair said to Chingy Yang, "I'm sorry, young Chin. I've just placed a surveillance compulsion on you. I'll come and remove the compulsion for you." Chingy Yang shook his head and said, "There's no need. Your compulsion didn't work." What? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. That elder with thinning hair was a peak sect master. Even a heroic ranked professional couldn't escape the compulsion he had placed. The young man in front of me said that he had failed to place the compulsion? Did this young man has immunity to compulsion? Can't you just walk around in Lizhou? There was a silence in the room. After a long time, Duan Hanchun spoke. "Heroes come out of youths. Ah, may I ask, what is the purpose of your coming to Lizhou?" Hearing this inquiry, Chingy Yang pondered. This Duan Hanchun was a heroic rank powerhouse, and Ji Yuanqing, who was the city defense commander, had to call her ancestral grandmother. As you can see, she is extremely high up in Liju. If one wanted to have a look at the desolate firecrack, one would definitely not be able to bypass her. Chingy Yang thought for a moment and truthfully said, "I want to examine the desolate fire rift." "A desert firecrack?" Duan Hanchun frowned and asked again, "Is it an official commission, or a personal act?" "Personal behavior," Chingy Yang said. At this time, Huang Liang also added from the side, "Grandma Zhu. Young Qin's mother's surname is Lin." "Surname Lin. I understand." Duan Xianchun was slightly stunned before nodding his head. "I'll make arrangements for this. It's just that the cottage is facing a crisis right now, so young Qin might have to wait here for a while." "There's no rush." Chingy Yang laughed, satisfied in his heart. He had previously thought that there would be quite a few twists and turns if he wanted to get close to the military-guarded desolate fire rift. Unexpectedly, Huang Liang solved it in one sentence. His mother's last name is Lin. What a powerful phrase that is. As for having to delay some time in the cottage, Chingy Yang didn't think it mattered. Anyway, there's no rush so soon now that the imaginary copper hasn't been collected. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this opportunity to enjoy the Lizhou women, the singing and dancing flavor. After meeting Grandmother Zhu, Huang Liang took Chingy Yang to another hammock. As soon as he entered the building, he approached Chingy Yang and asked in a low voice, "Young Qin, you broke the compulsion formation, didn't you?" "Yes, I was thinking it was a hostile attack." Chingy Yang didn't hide it, but added, "I'm not going to pay for it because it was self-defense." "You're awesome." Huang Liang gave a thumbs up and said, "Don't worry, I'll designate that I can't let you pay for it. It's just that with this patrol compulsion formation missing, the cottage might be attacked by the compulsive poison master. Tell them to let their horses loose." Chingy Yang said indifferently. Even if it was a 100-level voodoo poisoner, he didn't put it in his eyes. The battle power of this group is not in the compulsion. It's in the bugs. There are two skills, Supreme Dragon Body and Exterminate the 9 Clans. He has the highest ecological position in Liju. Whether you're playing with compulsion, or you're playing with a stiletto, in front of him, it's all playing in the mud. Adhering to the ideal of unifying the 9 states, Chingy Yang was also a bit curious about the power relations in Lizhou. Toward Huang Liang, he asked, "What is the relationship between this compassionist and you?" "Actually, they are all from the same lineage. It's just that the mistletoe school's means of refining parasites are too ferocious, and they have always been suppressed by the various witchcrafts. Since the mistletoe bugs are not afraid of water and fire, they played a great role in the era of the invasion of the desolate fire demons." Huang Liang poured Chingy Yang a cup of oil tea and explained, "Well, this oil tea is good." Chingy Yang sipped the oil tea and praised it. "Yesu, do you want to bring back some specialties?" Huang Liang laughed. The two are of similar age and have compatible personalities. Chingy Yang was quite relaxed in front of Huang Liang. He glanced outside the hammock, at the women with silver jewelry on their heads, and whispered, Is there a ball here? Just the kind where you dance hand in hand? Huang Liang shrugged. Usually there are ooze. But now that martial law is in place, who has the heart to dance? That's a shame. Chiny Yang lay backward. He also wanted to enjoy the flavor of the Lizho women that can sing and dance, but the result was that he spoiled the fun. So much for that. Chiny Yang didn't want to waste time here again. He asked Huang Liang, I'm examining the desolate fire rift and the mountain fortress martial law don't conflict. Why do I have to wait for a while? What do I have to wait for? Huang Liang said, we have to wait for the heavenly compass spirit medium. What's that? Chiny Yang asked. It's the one who can communicate with the 10,000 parasites. And if you want to get close to the desolate fire rift, you'll need a spirit medium to guide you. But even if the spirit medium comes, he or she will only be able to enter the mountain with you after repairing the compulsion formation. Huang Liang explained as he took out his cell phone and answered the call. I should have known to leave that swarm of butterflies alone. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. He's kind of lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. If he hadn't broken the compulsion formation with a single punch, the current situation could have been very different. Thinking of this, he asked Huang Liang again. So when will the psychic arrive? That's coming. Huang Liang, who was answering the phone, turned on the speakerphone. A woman's voice came from the cell phone. Cousin, I'm coming out. Ooh. Your cousin is psychic? Chiny Yang asked, pointing at Huang Liang's cell phone. I had heard Huang Liang say before that his background came from his cousin. So, it's a psychic who can communicate with all the parasites. Right? Oh, our whole family depends on her. Huang Liang nodded. Cousin, who are you talking to? Hearing Chiny Yang's voice, the psychic asked over the phone. It's a pretty boy. Ooh. Huang Liang laughed into the phone. Whoops, I can't believe it's not a grifter. It's supposed to be a pretty good-looking guy. There was a hefty chuckle on the phone. The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. What a heavenly compulsion psychic. The accent, the flavor is so right. Is this the same flavor when communicating with the 10,000 parasites? That image, it's too comical. Mango, here we go again. Pretty girl. Psychic, yes. Just as Chiny Yang was floating around, Huang Liang's side had finished the call. Chiny Yang asked to him, how did your cousin communicate with the 10,000 compasses? Was that a talent? Or a skill? Huang Liang put the phone away and said, it should be considered a skill. The heavenly compulsion psychic is actually a profession, with its strength being set at the epic level. That's pretty impressive. Chiny Yang nodded. Huang Liang sighed and said, it's hard for her too. He then explained to Chiny Yang, those who awakened the profession of heavenly compass spirit medium were also regarded as the chosen ones, shouldering the responsibility of representing the witch and poison masters and communicating with the mountain essence and 10,000 compasses. This cousin of Huang Liang's usually stays in the deep mountains, and rarely comes out once a year. This shall not suffocate? Chiny Yang sighed. Don't say it's deep in the mountains. He can't even stay in this martial arts cottage for a bit. There was no singing or dancing and no good wine or food. Everyone was on edge, guarding against an attack that could come at any moment. This is just boring. How about the grippers that put the game on are wasted? A thought flashed through Chiny Yang's mind. The mountain fortress is under martial law for fear of an attack by the compass school. Then won't martial law be lifted if you exterminate the compulsion school yourself? It feels feasible. In any other place, Chiny Yang would not have been so bold. After all, it was impossible for there to be no monarch-ranked professionals within a state. And the fact that this force, the compass, could survive for so long without being wiped out meant that it had a deep heritage. And even if it didn't have monarch-ranked professionals sitting around, it must still have quite a few hero-ranked powerhouses. But they're voodoo poisons. Chiny Yang only needed 2 skills to restrain them to death. It might be harder to deal with the monarch rank, but if it was the heroic rank, it was still capable of touching it. Chiny Yang's thoughts were in a flurry as he looked at Huang Liang and asked, what is the rank of the strongest person in this compulsion school? Huang Liang recalled and said, the strongest person is the king of the patchwork. According to the intelligence from 5 years ago, the rank was at level 120. I don't know if it has broken through to level 121 now. Hiss. Chiny Yang frowned. Levels 120 and 121. One is of the heroic rank and the other is of the monarch rank. That's a pretty big gap, not to be taken lightly. It's better to send out the Brocade Guards first and find out the truth. If you catch a mistletoe pie gripper, you can feel out the mistletoe king. Chiny Yang's thoughts raced. Huang Liang saw Chiny Yang's stern gaze and immediately realized what was going on. He asked in a bit of panic, young Chiny, you're not trying to cause trouble for King Patchouli, are you? There's something about the old watch. Chiny Yang sighed at Huang Liang's acumen. It really wasn't an ordinary person who could be recommended by Linier. Chiny Yang nodded. Playing grips doesn't just affect my progress, it spoils my fun, and I can't sleep unless I do something about it. When Huang Liang heard this, He took a deep breath and said, Qin Shao, you are worthy of being the son of the Wine Sword Immortal, and your character is similar. Saying this, he then reminded, it's just that we don't even know the exact strength of the Hedgerow King. It's a bit risky, isn't it? It doesn't have to be directly against him, Chingy Yang said. Then he slightly raised his hand. In the shadows of the room, 3 figures immediately stepped out. The very same Brocade Guards lurking in the shadows. Huang Liang had a look of fear in his eyes. This is not. Did you kill one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho before? There were surprisingly 3 experts of this strength. The Qin family is really big. Qin Yang ignored Huang Liang's shock and didn't explain too much. To him he asked, what is the name of the remaining 2 ghosts of the 3 ghosts of Lizho? Huang Liang hurriedly opened his cell phone and flipped through the files he had saved, saying, Yi Zhenya, female, level 68 voodoo poisoner, Han Wenbin, male, level 70 voodoo poisoner. Qin Yang pursued, what's the name of the king of the? Huang Liang shook his head and said, there is no information on the king of the patch. Qin Yang nodded slightly and said to the 3 Brocade Guards, I'll give you 3 days to kill these 2 men and find out the details of the king of the birds. Lead the way. The 3 Brocade Guards simultaneously arched their hands and retreated into the shadows. Seeing this scene, Huang Liang was dumbfounded. The bounty on the 3 ghosts of Lizho has been hanging for 20 years. You're only giving 3 days for something the people of Liju haven't done in 20 years? That's 3 days. That's not even enough time to find them. Huang Liang advised Qin Yang, Qin Shao, if you can get Hu Guangming's head, I surely don't doubt your ability. It's just that if you take the initiative, you may make the people of the sect jump over the wall. And we don't have the mountain patrol compulsion formation right now, so I am afraid that we will only have to take the initiative. Qin Yang waved his hand and said, the best defense is offense. Doing away with a few of their high fighters will instead serve as a deterrent. After saying that, he patted Huang Liang's shoulder and said, don't tell anyone else about this beforehand, and don't cash in the bounty on those 3 heads of Hu Guangming's for now, so as not to frighten the snakes. Good. Huang Liang nodded heavily and sighed. Young Qin is right to sue. As soon as he comes to Lizho, he's going to get rid of the 3 evils for us. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Little Yellow, you remember, we, the professionals, have to keep the safety and security of the world in our hearts. In the face of Huang Liang's sentiments, Qin Yang had to put on a wave of his own, but only he knew in his heart what he was doing this for. I'm afraid, the 3 ghosts of Lizho would never have imagined it until they died. The reason he was killed himself was just that someone wanted to see the Lizho song and dance. Old cousin Qin, what a mindfulness of the world. Huang Liang walked out from within the hammock, still sighing uncontrollably. The words Qin Yang had just spoken were deafening to him. Worthy of being the grandson of the Sword Emperor and the son of the Sword Immortal. It wasn't just strength that those top powerhouses passed down. And, chest, ding 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 ding. Just then, a sound of silver jewelry clashing came. Huang Liang looked up, only to see a woman with a beautiful figure and a veil, walking slowly towards the side. The silver jewelry on her head jingled as she moved. Cousin, so soon, oh. Huang Liang's eyes lit up and he laughed. The woman looked at Huang Liang with an indifferent expression. Then, a voice resounded in Huang Liang's mind. Cousin, call your position outside. It's a transmission compulsion. Huang Liang froze, immediately realizing his mistake, and blurted out, Huang Liang, pay respects to Lord Spirit Medium. Spirit mediums are the chosen ones in the state of Lai and have the godhead in them. When no one is looking, my cousin can be cheeky with herself, but at the cottage, she must act high and unapproachable. Otherwise, it's not only the persona that crumbles, but also the godhead. The cousin nodded her head slightly with an indifferent expression and asked with a voice transmission compulsion, that pretty boy Nat? Huang Liang turned toward the hammock and nudged it. A hint of curiosity flashed in her cousin's eyes as she transmitted, after we meet grandmother Zhu, we'll come and see how gorgeous he is. Inside the deep mountains, in a red light swaying and permeated with eerie tombs, more than 20 professionals with strange clothing and gloomy expressions stood in 2 rows. Da-da-da-da. With the sound of a footstep, a man wearing a mask stepped out of the gloom. The gusts of fishy wind brought up by its pace were also mixed with faint wailing, as if it was a voice from hell. At this moment, the crowd of professionals all lowered their heads. Greetings to the king of the patch. The man with the mask slowly walked up to the masonry throne in the tomb, turned back and sat down before coldly scanning a group of subordinates. The professionals averted their eyes and looked intimidated. After a moment of silence, King Kraken manipulated his dry, shriveled voice and said, an announcement is made. Hu Guangming is dead. When these words came out, the crowd of professionals froze. Hu Guangming was one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho, and with a level of 65, he was not a small player in Lizho. How come it's gone? King Patch, what happened? A woman with fair skin and a full figure stepped forward and asked. This person is one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho, Izengia. She was best at refining parasites with her flesh and blood. Although she is over 60, she has the face of a young woman. In addition to her compulsion, her hot body and beauty were also a killing tool. Once caught in her mesmerizing compulsion, they would willingly be made into a man for her. Being in the same top 10 on the bounty order, Yi Zhengya was well aware of Hu Guangming's strength. Even if he encountered a strong enemy that he could not defeat, he would still use the technique of compulsion to ask for help from the 4 directions. It was impossible for him to die silently without even making the slightest movement. Unless, of course, Hu Guangming was killed in seconds. But in Lizho, who has such strength except for the king of the birds? Regarding Hu Guangming's death, King Quan did know some inside information. He waved his hand slightly and summoned a flying insect with a flashing red light. The Mistletoe King said, "This is the Nayan compulsion that I planted on Hu Guangming's body. So listen to the contents." The flying insect's wings then vibrated and made a staccato sound. The trematode bugs are all dead. The parasite mother is also dead. This man can refrain from compelling compulsion. You are. Upon hearing this voice, the professionals within the catacombs all revealed a look of horror. They were all people who had refined the mistletoe and knew very well the power of the mistletoe. In contrast to ordinary parasites, the mistletoe has not only quantity, but also quality. Trying to kill them all in one battle was simply unrealistic. You can listen to Hu Guangming's last words. Not only were his bugs killed off, even the parasite mother bug that was hidden in her body is dead. This makes even less sense. The compulsion mother worm was the lifeblood of a compulsor, and it was usually hidden within the compulsor's body, and would not be released to fight. Obviously, the last words spoken by Hu Guangming's daughter are the truth. Their family encountered a professional who specialized in restraining parasites. Not only could it kill thousands of trematodes in seconds, but it could also follow the trail and clean out the mother compulsion worm in the compounder's body. The king scanned the crowd and looked at one of the slim, feminine-looking teenagers. At that moment, the teenager's face, which was wearing a sickly smile, seemed to have something to say. "Wenbin, what is your opinion?" the Mistletoe King asked to the teenager. The young man's name is Han Wenbin, and he is also one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho. Isaiah specializes in using compulsion to stay young. What Hammond Bin is good at is borrowing corpses. Han Wenbin looked around at the group of professionals and said, "Everyone should have gotten the news that the 18-walled village's mountain patrol compulsion formation has been broken, and combining that with Hu Guangming's murder, it's not hard to come to a conclusion." Speaking of this, he paused and said to the King of Bamboo, "There is an outsider coming to Lizho, and he does not harbor good intentions for both witchcraft and bamboo compulsion. A mixed river dragon. Lizho is going to be in chaos." "That's what I thought." The Mistletoe King nodded. At this time, Izenga said, "According to the latest intelligence, the Huang family brought an outsider with them, a level 45 legend-ranked professional. Is there any chance that he did it?" Level 45. Level 45 killing level 65 Hu Guangming, plus a pair of level 50 sons and daughters, is a bit outrageous even for a legendary level profession. The king murmured and looked at Han Wenbin. "What do you think?" "I think it's entirely possible." Han Wenbin explained. Occupations are all mutually exclusive, and when encountering the Tianka occupation, rank is not the standard for judging strength, and it is not excluded that the other party has props that specialize in insect parasites in their hands. Yi Zhengya said doubtfully, "That's not right. If the person who broke the mountain patrol compulsion formation was also him, then he would have been an enemy of the 18 villages. So how could he be living in the mountain villages?" Hearing this, Han Wenbin frowned and said, "I also have some misgivings about this, so we're going to go to the camp and poke around." The king nodded his head and looked at Isaiah. "You are good at confusing people. Go and poke around personally. No matter what the background of the other party is, as long as you have the chance, just do it." Isaiah arched her hand and said, "Yes, King Hattori." Just as Isaiah was about to turn around and leave, Han Manbin called out to her, "I am told that this outsider is very handsome, so if you can, leave me the body and I'll get just the right skin for it." "Yes, but only after I've played it badly." Isaiah smiled wickedly, and her body instantly shrunk after a flash, actually transforming into a 1-finger-long red centipede that crawled towards the outside of the chamber. Dark clouds cover the moon, and the night is obscure. A curfew was imposed in the fortified cottage. No one is allowed to walk outside except the guards. At this time within the cottage, all the households have already extinguished their lights and rested early. Outside, there was only the faint chirping of insects, and it was terribly quiet. However, there were rays of golden light coming from within a hammock, which stood out in the cottage. "It's almost done." The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. He had vaguely perceived the breakthrough to the supreme Yang hegemony body had reached its final critical moment. At this moment, Chiny Yang was sitting on a bamboo bed, his entire body bathed in the Supreme Yang divine aura emanating from the palm lamp golden crow. His skin was translucent with a faint golden glow. His eyebrows revealed a transcendent aura, and his long hair was draped behind his back like a waterfall, reflected as strands and strands of golden silk. And at that moment, there was a blood-red centipede that climbed up onto the windowsill. The centipede raised the first half of its body like a viper. In the position of its head, there was a woman's face. Those who were familiar with the Lijo bounty order could recognize it at a glance. This person is one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho. Izenjia. There's the out-of-towner. That's a handsome looker. The woman's face on the centipede's armor surfaced with an evil smile. The man in front of her was far beyond Izaya's knowledge. She had lived 60 years and had never seen anyone so handsome. Under the shroud of that golden light, the man's image was no longer a mere physical body, as if he was the embodiment of light, without a trace of dust, as if he were an immortal god. It was this immaculate sanctity that gave Izaya the desire to desecrate. She gazed greedily at the man in front of her, itching to attack immediately and use her life's work to torture him to death. Finally, give it to Hammond Bin and play it again in a different way. It was a pity that the golden light seemed to have an extremely strong fire attribute. Izaya, who had transformed into a centipede, really didn't dare to do it at this moment. He should be meditating here. It's best to wait until the meditation is almost over. Izayoi said heartily, hibernating quietly on the windowsill. But over time, not only did the golden glow in the room not diminish, but it became more and more dazzling. Izaya bathed in it, already feeling intense discomfort. It's hanging over the fire and roasting in general. Something's not right. This light isn't right. Izaya was appalled. She had sensed danger. If this golden glow was any stronger, her centipede body would be burned to black charcoal. At that thought, she immediately wriggled her buggy body and tried to climb down from the windowsill. But it's already too late. The bright golden aura suddenly bloomed 100-fold. All of heaven and earth were turned into a golden color. At this moment, Izaya only felt that even her soul was on fire. It was at this point that she responded. That golden divine aura was not of any fire attribute. Rather, it is the attribute of Supreme Yang that restrains all filth and evil spirits. Aha! It's too late to change forms. Izaya's centipede body twisted frantically, and under the wash of golden light, gouts of white smoke rose up, emitting a bared sound like frying and grilling. Taishan Wan's, these 2 days are a bit dizzy. First 2 shifts to stabilize a bit. After recovering continue to hit 3 shifts. I hope you more catch up on reading. Give a for love power. Eye-piercing golden auras burst out from within the hammock. The cottage under the night was immediately illuminated as if it were day. The guards patrolling outside, looking towards the source of the light, were instantly flashed with stinging eyes and a buzzing in their heads. Even scarier, the parasites that they kept in their bodies seemed to have suffered extremely serious injuries, and all of them were signaling to their hosts that they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, the flash was only momentary, and quickly faded. If it had taken any longer, the entire foundation of the cottage would have been uprooted. What happened? Inside a 3-story hammock building in a mountain fortress, the celestial compulsion spirit medium snapped to his feet. She was just in the middle of healing grandmother Zhu's injuries when she suddenly felt a wail from the parasites inside her body, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. It was a fear that came from the depths of the soul. It was as if a worm had met a bird and a ghost had met a god. At this time, a guard ran in from outside and said in a panic, "Lord Spirit Medium." Just now, a flash of light suddenly erupted from the hammock where Qin Shao lives. Flash? The heavenly compass spirit medium frowned. She had just been so focused on healing her wounds that she hadn't really paid attention to the exterior. The guard went on to say, "When that burst of flashing light came on, the parasites in our bodies were wailing and almost died." The heavenly compass spirit medium nodded slightly. She had just had a similar feeling. It's hard to believe that this is a skill against witchcraft. Just as the heavenly compass spirit medium was guessing, she heard the inverted ancestor Granny transmit her voice to her. "Ge, quickly go to Qin Shao's place to take a look. He's the grandson of the Sword Emperor. He can't be alright. My side is already much better." The Sword Emperor's descendants? Hiji's entire body shook as she immediately said to the 2 maids, "You guys take care of Grandma Zhu." After saying that, she led the 2 elders and rushed towards the hammock where Qin Yang was. At the same time in his mind, he said, "Pretty boy, don't let anything happen to you." While at this moment, Qin Yang was immersed in the joy of upgrading. Acquired occupational skill, Supreme Yang Hegemony, LV. 1. It's done. Qin Yang took a deep breath. Within his chest and abdomen, the vastness of the Supreme Yang breath immediately churned up. It was as if a gentle breath could exhale hot dragon breath. When he raised his hands and threw his feet, he was able to bring up gusts of astral wind. He opened his personal panel and looked at the skill description. Description: you possess extreme resilience, immune to control below the power, and immune to damage dealt by shadow, undead attributes, cold, and other nether attributes below the power. Note, empowerment skills are not immune to this, but can still significantly reduce their effects. Empowerment, a new term. Seeing unfamiliar terms appear, Chiny Yang understood. This is a skill that goes beyond common perception and touches a deeper level. And taking it literally, Chiny Yang could guess, the so-called powers should be law-based skills. That is to say, he was now immune to all control skills except for the law skill. Looking around the world, one has never heard of such a passive existence. There are also professionals with attributes such as shadow, necrotic, and cold. In front of Chiny Yang, it was even more indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The Supreme Yang Hegemony body can still be upgraded. I don't know if it will be able to withstand the power force afterwards. It doesn't matter if you can't. It's just a transition anyway. Chiny Yang pondered. The next step in accomplishing the Supreme Yang Hegemony body was to carry out the research work of a duo attack with Su Daji, who possessed the Xianin enchanting body, to further enhance it to the Taishu mixed Yuan body. This Supreme Yang Hegemony is just a transitional stage. Finally we can take that fox, Chiny Yang thought viciously in his heart. In these 2 months, he had been teased hard by Suda. I had thought about it before, taking advantage of the invincible nature within the dragon chariot to forcefully try it out. But Su Daji said that even if the Xianin Mei bone couldn't hurt him, it could still affect his progress in cultivating the Supreme Yang Overlord body. This Chiny Yang is definitely not doing it. He cultivated the Supreme Yang Hegemony body, and it wasn't entirely for the purpose of eating wild game. Refining the Taishu mixed Yuan body and achieving human emperor was the ultimate goal. Beauty, the world, I want it all. Thinking that, Chiny Yang collected his thoughts and looked towards the window. There was a meandering trail of ash right on the bamboo-woven windowsill. The 3 ghosts of Lizho are not small in courage. How dare they take the initiative to come to me? The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up, his eyes blazing. Before he broke through just now, he noticed the centipede. There was no early strike, just wanting to observe how the Supreme Yang Divine unkilled the insect parasites. As it turned out, it kinda surprised him. In the instant that the Supreme Yang Hegemony body was refined, all of his organs and bowels turned golden, and the Supreme Yang breath that had accumulated in his body exploded out in this instant. And after this outburst, Chiny Yang immediately received a kill alert. You have killed level 68 voodoo poisoner. Isaiah, nice guy, a heroic rank professional. Just like that, died. Moreover, it's one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho. Chiny Yang was so surprised in his heart that he didn't quite believe it himself, but after thinking about it for a while, the principle was also understood. The word Yang is no joke. Insect parasites, like the undead, belong to the same category of filth. The Supreme Yang Divine Mantle wasn't necessarily strong in drying other things, but against these things, it was definitely a relationship between a blazing fire and dry wood, with an unresolved heavenly gram. Just then, a footstep came from below. Chiny Yang turned his head to look. A woman, fully clad in fine silver jewelry and traditional dress, was seen coming up from downstairs. The woman wore a light veil that covered the lower half of her face, but Chiny Yang was still able to determine, in an instant, that this was a beautiful woman. The woman's eyes were long and thin, with upturned lashes at the end. The eyebrows were like the same delicate curved blade, and with the indifferent eyes, they looked graceful and mysterious. This is the celestial compulsion spirit medium, isn't it? Chiny Yang guessed in his heart and had expected the visit of the heavenly compass spirit medium. He had just made quite a commotion, and he was sure to invite people over. He opened his mouth and asked, "You're the celestial compass spirit medium, right? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, young Chin." He nodded with an indifferent expression, but her hands, hidden under her wide sleeves, were somewhat nowhere to be found. She hadn't seen many men since she had lived in the mountains for so long. In its small world, cousin Huang Liang was considered pretty, but when she saw Chiny Yang, she realized, cousin can only be considered a pretty boy among dicks and a dick among pretty boys, and the man in front of me is the prettiest of the prettiest. This pencil-thin figure, this waterfall of long hair, this starlight flowed through the vestments, this look, this temperament. I'm suffocating. He gazed at Chiny Yang, using indifferent eyes to hide the fluttering in her heart. She was a celestial compulsion psychic and a 17-year-old girl. Other people are flying in love at that age. Instead, she had to be in the deep forests, in the company of all the parasites of heaven and earth. It's so hard to come out and pretend to be high and deep. It was making her, whose personality was already lively, on the verge of depression. Now, seeing the characters coming out of the novels, it's even more of an instant head trip into all sorts of romantic plot fantasies. If it wasn't for the veil, hiding the crazy upturned corners of her mouth, her high and mighty psychic medium persona would have already crumbled. At this moment, the elder at the side asked, "Young Chin, it's great that you're fine. The flash just now. What was that all about?" Chingy Yang smiled faintly. "Just now, I was meditating and had a slight breakthrough in my skills, which may have caused a little commotion." Meditation. The two elders looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Active skills are upgraded by brushing proficiency. Upgrading passive skills is much more complicated. Different passives with different boosts. Meditation, forging, breathing, etc. The information showed that Chingy Yang belonged to a mage, and there was nothing wrong with meditating. Just, that flash of light that nearly wiped out all the cottage parasites was just caused by meditation? So how powerful do you have to be with this passive skill? Just as the two elders were astonished, Hiji had broken free from her love brain. Still maintaining her indifferent look, she asked Chingy Yang, "Young Chin, that flash of light just now almost killed all the parasites within our cottage. This passive skill of yours, is it capable of restraining parasites?" Chingy Yang nodded his head and said, "There is indeed a certain restraint, so I have already collected my efforts while meditating." Ha! Everyone had a heart attack when they heard that. There's a certain amount of restraint. It's been put back together. So, if you don't put in the effort, all the parasites in the cottage will die? At this moment, even Hezi, who had been maintaining her persona, was a bit nonplussed. She couldn't quite tell now if Chingy Yang was saying this at Versailles, or if he was shocking himself. Every single person in Liju has a parasite in their body, including ordinary people. Compulsion is not only capable of killing the enemy, but also healing and increasing, even able to be used as a tool to contact each other and locate each other remotely. That's what the people of Liju settle for. And whether it's a bugfucker or a voodoo poisoner, the native parasites in the body all need to be cultivated for a lifetime. If something like this dies, the professional is 90% wasted. So, Chingy Yang, who absolutely restrained the parasites, had a deterrent effect on Lizho that was no less than a nuclear bomb. Hizigi had reason to believe that Chingy Yang had a deeper purpose for coming to Lizho. Thinking of this, Hizigi had sobered up a lot when she looked at Chingy Yang again. At that moment, the elder on the side transmitted a voice to her. "Lord Spirit Medium, young Chin possesses the power to absolutely restrain us. It seems like the Nine States Federation is going to make a move against Lizho." "I know, don't transmit the voice anymore. And even more so, don't use compulsion in front of Chingy Yang." Hiji reminded that what the elder was going to say had already occurred to her. Although Lizho was within the Kyushu Federation, it has a high degree of autonomy and can be said to listen to neither tunes nor declarations. The Kyushu Federation, which aims at unification, will definitely not tolerate the continuation of this situation, and it's only a matter of time before it lays its hands on Lizho. Chingy Yang, who was able to restrain the insect parasites, must be the Nine States Federation, sent over to show off his muscles. Whoops, can't get a grip. Oh. Thinking of this, Hizigi couldn't help but get nervous, though she is the highest ranking person in the state of Le. But at the end of the day, it's a young man, completely inexperienced in the grasp of politics. Standing in front of Chingy Yang, she was a bit at a loss for words, and could only try to maintain her high and cool demeanor, her eyes looking around to avoid the other party's eyes. Suddenly, she saw a meandering trail of ash on a side windowsill. On it, there was also a faint aura of a trematode. "Go see what that is." Hiji looked toward the windowsill and opened her mouth. An elder beside him immediately stepped forward to check it out, and after looking at it for not even 2 seconds, he violently took a step back and exclaimed, "This is Izengia." What? When these words came out, everyone inside the hammock froze. Hiji also reacted only after a long time, and she immediately flipped her left hand and cast the soundproof compulsion technique. Immediately, the entire hammock was enveloped within a film. "This is Isaiah?" Hiji walked quickly to the windowsill and looked at the ash. That elder said with anger in his panic. "That's right, she killed my daughter. I will never forget her scent until I die. But why is she in such a state?" Hiji said incredulously. Isaiah was one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho, with a level as high as 68. Over the years, the crimes she has committed in Liju have been too numerous to mention, but due to its strength and strange movements, even grandmother Zhu herself failed to catch her. Results now. Burned to ashes on Chingy Yang's windowsill? Hizigi looked at Chingy Yang, trying to do expression management, and asked, Chin Shao, did you do this?" At this moment, Chingy Yang did not intend to pretend anymore. He sat down on a bamboo chair and said gently, "This guy slipped in while I was meditating and got burnt to a crisp because he was too close." Chingy Yang's words were said in a very relaxed manner, but in the ears of Hizigi and the others, it was like thunder. "That's a level 68 sovereign ranked professional. You gave her a raise just for getting closer to you?" Inside the hammock, There was a silence. At this moment, the three of them, he Zi, stood in front of the windowsill like wooden statues, staring blankly at Chingy Yang. Seeing this, Chingy Yang intended to show his cards. He had wanted to inform the crowd of this plan after he had done away with the three ghosts of Lizho, but now there was no need to do so. He stood up and assumed a look of righteousness, addressing the three men. I'll be honest with you. I've come to Lizho this time, and in addition to examining the desolate fire rift, I'm also examining Lizho's public sentiment. When I set foot in the land of Lizho, I heard that the three ghosts of Lizho were evil, and I cannot tolerate such scum who jeopardize the four directions. Coupled with the fact that the mountain patrol compulsion formation has been broken, all 18 mountain strongholds are in danger of being slaughtered, and I can't just sit back and do nothing. Therefore, I will get rid of the three ghosts of Lizho and deter the Compass School. Not afraid to tell you. Now, 2 of the 3 ghosts of Lizho have been removed, and the third is on his way to be ambushed. Chingy Yang's words were powerful and loud, speaking with passion. He even mobilized his true dragon breath and let out a faint dragon roar. The mighty pressure emanated from within, blowing up his long hair, as well as the ashes on the windowsill, completely blowing them away into the night. Wow, so cool. In the instant Chingy Yang's long hair flew, he only felt that her heart was hit by something. A little. The cold gaze completely dissolved and flooded with the color of nymphomania hidden within. Couldn't pretend anymore. She really couldn't. In the meantime, there's another guy who can't pretend anymore. That is Han Wenbin, one of the 3 ghosts of Lizho. At this time, Han Wenbin, no longer the usual calm and comfortable military style, he is in the shadowy cave, scrambling to pack his luggage, to get out of here as soon as possible. Leave Li Ju. Be quick, be quick. Han Wenbin's state was as if he was insane. Among the 3 ghosts, he was very close to Isaiah. These 2 men, one capable of eternal youth and the other capable of constantly replacing their young bodies, often discussed academics together. Out of the compulsive style of doing things, the 2 men planted all sorts of compulsions on each other. 2. With the help of a 3-eyed spell that captures vision, Hammondben witnessed the entire process of Isaiah's death. Isaiah, who was level 68, actually died like a bug. Hammondben has confirmed his suspicions. The Federation of the 9 States is going to beckon to Lizho. However, they have no policy of recruiting for the Jegwa faction, only killing without amnesty. That handsome-looking young man was the catalyst of the Halloween compulsion school. The more Han Wenbin thought about it, the more scared he became. Now he has only 2 choices. One is to return to King Hashimoto's side as soon as possible, and hold on to him. The second is to just leave Li Ju and run as far away as you can. Han Wenbin thought about it for a while, but chose the latter. It was true that the King of the Bird had the strength of the monarch rank, but it was impossible to fight against the entire 9 states. Moreover, judging from Isaiah's pre-mortem image, that handsome young man's ability was no longer to restrain the parasites, but to crush them without reason. It's an insecticide-like presence. If he's strong enough, can he be stronger than an insecticide? Thinking of this, Han Wenbin became even more determined that he would leave Lizho. Han Wenbin took stock of the props and supplies and immediately headed towards the cave entrance. Just then, a voice came from outside the cave. Jinyui, by decree. Han Wenbin snapped and looked toward the front. Only 3 figures were standing at the entrance of the cave. The moment, the moonlight, the light of the knife, and the gaze, are all penetrating the cold. All are dead. Catacombs. The masked mistletoe king rose violently from his masonry throne. At this point, he was already breathing heavily and his whole body was trembling. Even that hideous mask couldn't hide his panicked gaze. Just now, the Neon compass planted on his subordinate had told him, Isaiah and Han Wenbin are both dead. In one day, all 3 ghosts of Lizho died. These 3 people, although not considered the top experts of Lizho, were still reigning figures. In such a short period of time, perished one after another, and did not make a move. To fight back, this is enough to prove that the other party is powerful. The king of the mistletoe took a deep breath. He had realized the seriousness of the problem. Such a powerful man sailing to Li Ju. Surely they won't just kill a couple of small-time leaders. Thinking of this, King of the Patchwork murmured with a horrified expression. Bad. This person is coming for me. The Taipans, it's finally the weekend. But I don't have a weekend. I'm going to give the fathers 3 shifts. The king stood in front of his throne and froze for a long time. The sound of his heartbeat echoed within the empty, dank chamber. After advancing to monarch, he hadn't experienced the feeling of panic in a long time. And at this point, there was a sense of suffocation. Breaking the mountain patrol compulsion formation and killing the 3 ghosts of Lizho, the young man called Chingy Yang, possessing the ability to absolutely restrain the parasites. Even if he was strong as a monarch, he could not exert his strength in front of him. And the purpose of his visit to Lizho was not to examine the desolate fire rift, but to rectify Lizhou, deterring and recruiting the cottages, and decimating the Jiepai. Could it be that the compass is going to be retired from the stage of history? The king of the Kraken murmured with dismay. As a leader of a school, he was very reluctant to see what had been passed down from his old ancestors become extinct. It's called a bird in flight, a good bow in hiding. The king of the Tritons let out a long sigh, and his eyes wandered up. He recalled 100 years ago, when the desolate fire rift opened. There were blazing fires all over Lizhou. During that decade-long war, the mistletoe faction professionals played a great role. Their mistletoe bugs were invulnerable to fire and water, and had always been the main force on the battlefield. It can be said that without the Jegwa Efa, Lizhou is already scorched earth all over the place. However, after this, the Huan faction was suppressed for using humans to refine parasites. The Zhao Compass faction, driven into the deep forests of the mountains. Thinking of this, King Kashizudo clenched his fists. What's wrong with using ordinary people to make parasites? Isn't it the common man who serves the professional? They are supplies, even food, when necessary. Why don't you guys say that the mistletoe was evil when you're fighting against the desert fire? The world is at peace now. You're going to kill all of them? Okay, then don't even cross. The mistletoe king let out a cold snort. There's no need for Rizhou to exist if it loses the mistletoe technique. This king will open the desolate fire rift, so that Chi Yu's fury will burn everything. A dry, shriveled voice echoed within the chamber. The resentment contained therein colored the torch green. The ninth cottage. Inside the three-story hammock, the lords of the 18 mountain strongholds were all gathered in one room. They sit in a circle on the floor. A white cloth was placed on the floor in the empty center. Placed on the white cloth were the corpses of the three ghosts of Lizhou. 2 heads, a throw of ashes. Looking at these 3 things, on everyone's face, a look of shock hung over them. At the same time, sighing in his heart, Lizhou was going to change. The mountain patrol compulsion formation was broken, and all 3 ghosts of Lizhou died. 2 major events. Actually, in one day, it was surreal, and even more incredible. The person who killed the 3 ghosts of Lizhou was only a professional who had just turned 18. According to the informant, the professionals of the Patch faction are fleeing out of the country. Grandma Zhu, who had regained her sight, took a sip of her oil tea and said to the crowd, 3 high combatants died at once, and they were stunned as well. A wiry walled city lord, stroking his beard, asked, where's the movement of the king? Grandma Zhu said, the whereabouts of the mistletoe king is also unknown, but the professionals of the mistletoe faction were all under his spell, and the fact that those people were able to run out of Lizhou proves that they had his tacit approval. Hearing these words, all of the 18 walled city masters emerged with smiles. An obese walled city lord asked, in that case, the faction is scattered? Grandmother Ancestor nodded slightly and said, from the current situation it looks like this is the case. They have realized that Kyushu is going to go after them. So what do we do? I don't think Kyushu is just going after the Hashimoto faction. Is it? The fat walled city lord and the thin walled city lord looked at each other and then asked. Upon hearing this, Grandmother Zhu did not answer directly, but instead looked around at all the walled city lords present. Their expressions varied from relief to suspicion, to worry. Grandmother Zhu pondered for a moment, rose trembling, and rushed everyone. The autonomy of the Liju has given the lords of the villages a great deal of power. Now that the Kyushu Federation is going to take the power back, there are bound to be a lot of people who don't want it. I know, you all want to be kings of the earth and hold on to your acreage, but everyone has seen Chingy Yang's strength, and I now suspect that our mountain patrol compulsion formation was also destroyed by him. If we don't accept the recruitment of the Kyushu Federation, we'll end up like the compassionate one faction. Grandmother Zhu's voice was soft, but it was like thunder, exploding in the ears of every walled city lord. Yeah, the deaths of the 3 ghosts of Liju were a welcome gift before the recruitment of Liju. If you don't accept this gift, it will only become a gift. Seeing that all the people were keeping their heads down, they didn't know what they were thinking. Grandmother Ancestor added, I advise you not to think of resisting, and even more so, not to have any crooked thoughts about Chingy Yang. After all, at that, she paused before saying in a rare, stern tone, it takes evidence to straighten out the law and order, but all it takes to quell a rebellion is a coordinate. Hearing this, all the walled city lords' bodies shook. Grandmother Zhu, we won't have that kind of mind. Yeah, we still have a good idea of how much power we have ourselves. Lizhou is an inseparable part of Kyushu. Several walled city lords panicked and stated. Grandmother Zhu nodded in satisfaction and said, tell the city defense force that the 18 walled villages will be under the supervision and management of the Federation and will accept recruitment. What? Rizhou accepts recruitment? Since when do we want to recruit Lizhou? The news from Lizhou quickly traveled back to Shanjing. The large office echoed with the federal sage, and Xi Jinping inquired in astonishment. Just now, the 18 villages of Lizhou suddenly sent a report to the Federation. In the report, the 18 walled villages expressed their recognition and gratitude for the Federation's actions in Lizhou, and hoped that the Federation would send more professionals into Lizhou. That's a rarity. Si Jinping took a deep breath. Liju has its own armed forces and has been very resistant to federal garrisons before. Instead, it is now the Lord who is begging for a federal hike. What about their own armed forces? Is it internally polarized or has it suffered heavy losses? And, when did the Federation start an operation in Liju? He was one of the 5 sages, but he didn't know anything about it. Si Jinping's mind was filled with questions. Just then, the secretary handed up a stack of information and said, Si Shang, take a look at this. This is Chiny Yang's movements in Lizhou. Something to do with Chiny Yang? Si Jinping froze. He then remembered that some days ago, Chiny Yang had also gone to Lizhou. The Qin family said to the public that he was traveling. Si Jinping took the information, clattered through a few pages, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Killing the 3 ghosts of Lizhou in a row. Doubt breaks the patrol compulsion formation. So, Chiny Yang went out on a trip and leveled Lizhou? One man pacified a state. He's worthy of the Imperial Temple. I didn't realize that Liju was recruited just like that. Inside the hammock, a smile appeared at the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth after listening to the report from the Brocade Guards. Lizhou was a vast area with abundant products and countless heavenly materials and treasures. Under the shelter of the mountain forest one compass, the number of professionals in Lizhou, too, was far greater than in other regions. It was a very strong area during the Civil War years. However, it was such a difficult region that he had inadvertently pacified. This is a feat that will go down in history. The pacification of the Southwest is a great achievement. I, for one, will reward myself. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. After waving his hand for the Brocade Guards to retreat, he immediately entered the realm of intent before flying quickly towards the Copper Bird Terrace. Grrrrrr. The palace door with carved beams and painted phoenixes was opened. Chiny Yang stepped into the bedchamber that was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Under the dense light, Suda was kneeling on the ground, her head hanging slightly low. Inside the eyes, there was a glint of winks that could not be hidden. The 9 foxtails raised as if they were white flames. Under the white light veil, the scarlet bellyband was more like a flaming core in a flame. How high is the desire of man? How high is the temperature of the flaming core? At a glance, you could feel the blazing heat. Seeing Chiny Yang approaching, Su Daji raised her head. A deadly smile rippled across the absolute face. With a voice full of temptation, she said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for achieving the supreme Yang hegemony body. My concubine has been waiting for a long time. What emperor? Who can withstand such a test?" Chiny Yang took a deep breath. At this moment, Su Daji's wings were pulled to the extreme. Even with the supreme dragon body, Chiny Yang was somewhat unable to hold on to it. He felt the supreme Yang Qi in his body, raging and tumbling. It seemed that it was sensing the Xianin power within Suda's body. Sure enough, Yin and Yang are mutually exclusive. Only by merging and intersecting together can we become the one. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang took a step closer to Su Daji and said, "Let me appreciate what the Xianin enchanting body is." He didn't make Su Daji flatten herself. He just picked her up by the waist and walked towards the dragon couch at the end of the bedchamber. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Illusion resistance increased dramatically, absorbing a strand of Xianin power. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Spirit plus 20, absorbs a strand of Xianin power. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Agility plus 20, absorbs a strand of Xianin power. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Imperial power plus 100, 000, absorbing a strand of Xianin power. A few days later, Chiny Yang was sitting on top of the dragon couch. Meditate on the 2 forces in your body. At this moment, the power of Xianin had mingled with the breath of Supreme Yang, forming a vortex at the Dantian. In the center of the vortex, a glass ball was suspended. Chiny Yang probed with his consciousness and found that its interior was actually a void. And in the depths of nothingness, a force seemed to be condensing and compressing. Could it be? This is the singularity? Chiny Yang thought to himself. Taishu, which means universe. He had reason to guess that the nothingness at his Dantian was the predecessor of the universe. Just wait for the singularity to explode and a void will be formed. And at that time, he himself would have achieved the Taishu Hunyuan body. Xianin enchanting body. It's really wonderful. Chiny Yang opened his eyes and looked at Su Daji on the dragon couch. At the moment, she was curled up in a deep sleep. The stunningly beautiful and pretty face was somewhat lacking in blood color, and the plump lips were slightly white. Obviously, it's hurtful. Underdogs. Chiny Yang let out a light laugh. The fox had some arrogance before launching into academic research. It went so far as to advise Chiny Yang to moderate himself and not to overwork himself. Even if you can stand the baptism of the Xianin power, nor can they necessarily stand the draw of a naturally wintry body. And with his actions, Chiny Yang showed her how wrong she was. In normal battles, Chiny Yang, who was cautious by nature, might have some reservations, but when it comes to free-for-alls, he is capable of giving it his all and firing on all cylinders. Men, the fight is a breath of fresh air. She's quite a rival. Though, Chiny Yang let out a light breath. It felt like the true dragon breath in his body had weakened by a drop. Just then, a voice rang in Chiny Yang's ears. Your Majesty, Huang Liang seeks an audience. Got it, Chiny Yang said indifferently. In the past few days, he had spent most of his time in the Copper Sparrow Terrace, studying the Taishu Hunyuan body, and had not paid any attention to the outside world. So now it was time to go out and take a look. The swirling portal opens. Chiny Yang walked into the hammock. To Huang Liang, who was waiting outside, he called out, Old watch, come in. Bam! Huang Liang jogged to the second floor and smiled at Chiny Yang. Young Chin, good news, martial law has been lifted. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. After the death of the three ghosts of Lizhou, the mountain fortress did not immediately lift martial law, still observing the movements of the Huan faction. After all, without the mountain patrol compulsion formation, they were very insecure. Now, at last, martial law was lifted, and the whole cottage loosened its taut nerves. Wouldn't that be a song and dance? Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. Days of academic research eliminated the evil fire in his heart, but did not extinguish his enthusiasm to appreciate the flavor of foreign lands. He smiled at Huang Liang and said, Then why don't you hurry up and light the campfire? Huang Liang nodded heavily and said, Yes, there will be a bonfire dance tonight. Grandmother Ancestor asked me to invite you to be the guest of honor. Chiny Yang agreed in one breath. Okay, first come teach me how to play the song. The bright moon was in the sky, and its silver splendor spilled over the valley. The fresh air carries the mixed aroma of grass and leaves. A huge bonfire, blazing in the center of the cottage, dressed in festive attire. Men and women of Lizhou gather around the bonfire, swaying to the rhythm, their loud and simple mountain songs resonating through the night sky. The children romped and played, occasionally joining the dance circle and mimicking the adult steps. Ziyi sat in the upper guest seat, looking at this energetic, cozy and prosperous scene, with thousands of feelings in her heart. In all her life, she'd never seen a Rizzo so relaxed. The compassionate faction disintegrated, and the dark clouds that lingered over Lizhou all dispersed. Nowadays, the people of Lizhou are finally not afraid of their own children being captured to make parasites. It's all because of Pretty Boy. Ziyi looked toward Chiny Yang in the crowd, who was holding hands with Huang Liang and stepping in that simple yet joyful dance. Unlike his usual calmness and transcendence, at this time, Chiny Yang's eyes were pure and his smile was warm, just like a sunny and cheerful big boy. Ziyi stared blankly, mesmerized. At this moment, she only hated herself for being a heavenly compass spirit medium. Obviously, he was so aroused that he was about to explode, but he also had to pretend to be high-strung and maintain his persona. Moreover, she would have to stay in the deep mountains for the rest of her life, and even though she had an extremely high status, she was unable to have the life of an ordinary person. Ziyi, there is something you need to do. Just as Ziyi was watching mesmerized, she received a transmission from Grandmother Ancestor. Ziyi froze and asked in a voice transmission, What is it? Ancestral Grandmother. Grandmother Ancestor looked at Chiny Yang and transmitted. Young Chin came to Lizhou this time, but he also had to examine the desolate flame rift. Is it for me to go with him? Ziyi was delighted in her heart, but still asked without changing her face. Grandmother Ancestor did not move and continued to transmit her voice. Near the desolate firecrack, there are a large number of compassionate spirits. You have to go and do the translation. Amount. Good point. Ziyi let out a bitter laugh. In the mountains and forests of Lizhou, there were a large number of compulsion spirits living. Ziyi's job is to communicate with them. The compassionate spirit is the foundation of Liju. The power of witchcraft originates from them. Compassionate spirits come in all shapes and sizes, both good and evil. But one thing they have in common is the rejection of outsiders. An outlander entering the mountains would surely be blocked by the companion spirit. This would have been fine if it was anyone else, but they were no match for the compassionate spirit anyway. But in Chiny Yang's place, it was different. In Lizhou, he was the top predator, and was fully capable of drying out the companion spirits to extinction. For the sake of the foundation of the art of witchcraft, there must be an interpreter to go with Chiny Yang, and the kind-hearted compulsion spirits encountered can still be persuaded, lest they be set on fire by Chiny Yang. Ziyi looked at Chiny Yang with some joy in her heart. Being able to travel with a handsome man, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Just then, a shout came from Huang Liang in the crowd. Cousin Chin, stop shaking, my milk tea is going to spill. Ziyi looked up and saw that his cousin Huang Liang was trembling in his legs. Chiny Yang on the side assisted him, his face full of puzzlement. What kind of milk tea? He frowned. Cousin didn't have any of the so-called milk tea on hand. Why did he say that the milk tea was going to spill? At that moment, Grandma Zhu cried out in panic. No good. The mushrooms are not right today. Huang Liang is poisoned. He thinks he's milk tea. Tay shows. I'll post another one out later. So everyone click to rush for love. I misspelled Taishu mixed body before. It's Taishu Hun Yuan body. Fungus in Lehigh. It's dangerous nah. Ha 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 ha. Inside the hammock, Chiny Yang rubbed his abs, which were a little sore from laughing, and couldn't help but laugh out loud once again. That yellow sorghum. Surprisingly, the bacteria are poisoned. In the hallucination, he thought he was a cup of milk tea. I'll go. What kind of picture would that be? Is fungus poisoning so interesting? I'm so excited to experience this. Chiny Yang was delighted. But, there is the supreme dragon body. He is not going to get a chance to experience bacterial poisoning. He had a lot of that fresh mushroom soup, but there was no physical discomfort. It was thought that the toxin was dissolved the moment it entered the body. According to my current physique, even if I don't have the supreme dragon body, I can easily immunize myself against this level of toxin. Chiny Yang thought. Although he hadn't upgraded during this period of time, he had also gained quite a few attributes through the dragon and phoenix skill during his academic research with Suda. Moreover, the supreme dragon body had also risen to LV4, and his physique had skyrocketed by another large margin. Thinking that, he opened the attribute panel. Name, Chiny Yang. Chakra, 90. 000/infinity. Race, human. Level, 45. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 514, plus 1563. Agility, 616, plus 1583. Physique, 1326, plus 1593. Spirit, 756, plus 1638. Skills, exterminate the 9 clans, max. Supreme Dragon Body, LV4. Supreme Yang Hegemony, LV1. Imperial Power Forever, LV1. No other changes. Imperial Power, 862. 500, plus 3912/hour. Star Power, 10. 000/10. 000. Achievements, Swept Away, max. Dragon Slayer, LV2. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. The Royal Power is all 860. 000. It's full of security. Chiny Yang let out a dark sigh. Star Robe, Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, Flat Sky Crown. Together, these three provide a 71% reduction in consumption. 860. 000 Imperial Power, which is approximately equal to 220. 000 Divine Warrior Phantoms. Even the sky can poke a hole in it. Chiny Yang was in a happy mood, lying on the bamboo bed with his head in his hands, savoring the freshness of the mushroom soup. Because the mushrooms were not stewed, a number of people, in addition to Huang Liang, showed symptoms of poisoning. Fortunately, there were many professionals within the cottage, and there was no shortage of various antidote props, so the poisoned people were quickly saved. It's just that a good bonfire ended early. While rescuing the poisoned person, He, who was a heavenly compass spirit medium, found Chiny Yang and informed him of the arrangement to examine the desolate flame mystic realm with him. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang frowned. In a normal situation, he definitely wouldn't mind traveling with a beautiful woman, but the purpose of one's trip was to transform the desolate fire rift into a furnace for building the regulus sword. It's not very convenient to do this kind of thing with someone around. However, He said that she could unlock the mountain forest ban and communicate with the compulsion spirit that blocked the way. So Chiny Yang reluctantly agreed. He was not good at fighting in his life, and it was best if he could travel to the desolate flame rift without any problems. And for He also had a way to deal with it. That was to use Su Daji's illusion to put He to sleep at the critical moment, so that the content of the second turn quest would not be revealed. By the way, I don't know how well the mother's imaginary copper has been collected. Chiny Yang suddenly thought, if the virtual copper was already in place, it would be possible to recast Regulus directly, saving another trip. Thinking of this, he immediately got up and took out an annihilation transmission note from his backpack, to which he uttered 3 words. Where's the imaginary copper? The prop activated, and the annihilation transmission note transformed into a red light that shot into the sky. On a lonely island in the Sea of Annihilation, Linier, who was wearing a white robe, was meditating cross-legged, up and down her body. Strands of sword intent lingered as if they were silk threads. At that moment, a red light shot down from the sky. Linier's eyes snapped open, revealing a worried expression. The annihilation transmission note was an extremely valuable red item. It was something that she would only give to her closest relatives so that they could contact her first in case of a crisis. Seeing the annihilation transmission note, Linier naturally assumed that her closest relative had suffered a crisis. Is it Chinfon, or Chiny Yang? Linier gave a heartfelt cry and immediately raised her hand to fix the red light and undo the prohibition in it. At once, Chiny Yang's voice came from among them. Where is Void Copper? I'm going. Linier was speechless and couldn't help but curse. This guy, he's too much of a loser. Hearing Linier's curses, Sword Emperor Lin Xian suddenly dashed in from 1,000 meters away, narrowing his eyes and asking in a cold voice, what stupid thing did Chinfon do again? Linier shook her head. It's not Chinfon, it's Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang? Lin Xian's narrowed eyes slowly widened as he asked with a doting smile. What happened to my grandson? Your grandson is a loser. Linier sighed and said. This guy, Chiny Yang, sent the annihilation transmission note as if it were a text message just to ask me about the Void Copper. Do you think I'm angry? Red item props well. It's not something very expensive. Lin Xian shrugged. Ha, that's not expensive? Hearing her old dad's words, Linier's white eyes rolled up to the sky. She figured that Pops had two attitudes toward his son-in-law and his grandson. This was if Chinfon would use the sound transmission note like this. Pops would definitely break through space and rush to him to break into a rage. But when the target was changed to Chiny Yang, he even said that the red item props were not expensive? When did our family become so rich? Linier shook her head helplessly, feeling suffocated for her husband. Right at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly said, I've already gotten together the imaginary copper that my grandson wants. So use the mail prop and send it over to him. Linier was violently shocked. Virtual copper is, in fact, a collapsed state of space. To get it, you have to make space collapse, and it has to be megaspace. Chiny Yang needed 8 pieces of void copper, which meant completely destroying 8 mega-secret realms, and mega-secrets are strategic resources. There are less than 30 in the entire Kyushu Federation. If this is going to destroy 8 of them, the professionals in the Kyushu Federation mustn't blow up? Linier was worrying about this. But then Pops came up and said that he had already collected them all? Linier asked Lin Xian, Pops, where did you destroy the secret realm? Lin Xian hemmed and hawed. 3 from San, 3 from Sakura, and 2 from Stick. You. Linier drew in a cool breath and said, Pops, you've done a bit too big a job with this vote. Lin Xian shrugged. It can't be helped. The grandson wants it. The Taipan's posting a little late, but it counts as 3 shifts. Above the green sea of trees, the dragon carriage rode in the wind. Chiny Yang stood at the front of the dragon carriage, feeling the gentle caress of the cool breeze, and on the rear flank of the dragon carriage followed a huge fluttering moth. To be exact, it was He Ji who had manifested butterfly wings. She flies faster than Huangliang and flies with ease. There's still something about an epic level profession. Chiny Yang looked back at He Ji and praised in his heart. At first, he was worried whether He Ji could keep up with him. After the spiritual power was enhanced, the flying speed of the dragon chariot had already surpassed that of a high-speed train. By all accounts, it was impossible for a professional below the heroic rank to catch up with himself. But He Zi's level was only 30, about the same as Chu Mushuan. Yet, he was able to keep up with his speed by relying on his flying skills. It is evident that epic careers are 2 or 3 dimensions above transcendental careers. Why is she only level 30? Chiny Yang's mind wondered. According to Huangliang, He Zi had awakened her profession at the age of 15, and it had been almost 3 years now. According to the strength of the epic level professions, they could at least go up to level 40. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang asked He Zi, don't you usually practice leveling? He Zi froze slightly and said in a cold voice, when did you use the scrying technique on me? Meeting you for the first time, Chiny Yang said. Side 1. He Zi's pupils shrunk slightly, and she was surprised in her heart. Professionals would sense when they were being probed. But she was oblivious. It seems that pretty boy has strong detection skills. If you want to see it, just say so. Why are you sneaking a peek? Nasty. He Zi's heart was in turmoil, but she still maintained her persona and said with an indifferent face, young Chin, secretly detecting other people's attributes is very impolite behavior. Chiny Yang let out a light laugh and said, then you're being polite when you keep stealing glances at me with your eyes? I didn't know. He Ji. Who was broken? Instantly red temperature. Even the accent came out. She panicked and looked into the distance, taking a few deep breaths before stabilizing her mind and pulling away in an indifferent tone. Young Chin, there's a prohibition in the swamp in front of us. We're going down. Pretend you do. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart and was unwilling to point out the other party. During this time, the entire cottage was under the surveillance of the Brocade Guards. What they said, what they ate, what expressions on their faces, Chiny Yang knows it all. This so-called heavenly compulsion spirit medium had also long been figured out by him. Don't look at this woman who is cold and arrogant all day long, but she's actually a love brain plus a nymphomaniac. The first day she arrived at the cottage, she pestered Huang Liang for her contact information, and she had to splash around if she didn't give it. That's it. And you're still pretending to be cool with yourself? Can I play with you? Just as he was thinking, He had already flown towards the bottom. Chiny Yang also maneuvered the dragon carriage and lowered its height, following behind it. The area below was a huge wetland swamp filled with a strong white miasma. He came to the front of the swamp, turned to Chiny Yang and said, "Young Chin, there is a compass spirit guarding this place. We can't fly over it. Wait for a moment. I'll communicate with it." Chiny Yang nodded slightly, causing the dragon carriage to hover behind He. He turned to face the swamp, closed her eyes lightly, and raised her hands slightly. Immediately afterward, a dense chorus of insects resounded within the miasma-filled swamp. This world is filled with ghosts and spirits, and it's still an interesting place to see a lot of interesting things while exploring and conquering. Chiny Yang thought with interest. At this point in time, he had already considered Lizho as his own territory. It's not an over-the-top idea. For the dismantling of the stabilization faction alone, it caused him to gain a great deal of prestige in Lizho. If he could get the head of the king of the troublemakers, his reputation would be comparable to that of a heavenly compass spirit medium. It's just that, the king of the patch has the strength of the monarch rank. The current brood can't pinpoint him yet. As Chiny Yang was thinking, he suddenly noticed a hint of something wrong. The sound of buzzing insects from the depths of the swamp grew louder and louder. Even if Chiny Yang didn't understand the bug language, he could still hear a hint of annoyance. It was as if the bugs were angry. Angry? Is it ungrateful? Chiny Yang's eyes narrowed. The reason he let He follow him, it was considering that Lizho was his own territory, and those insect spirits guarding the mountains and forests were considered his own subjects. That's why the policy of appeasement was adopted, not wanting to go on a killing spree. If he really wants to force his way in, how can those bugs stop him? Just then, He suddenly opened her eyes and cried out, "Young Chin, the bug spirit refuses to communicate with me. The situation is not good. I can see that," Chiny Yang said indifferently. A dull voice rang out. In the green swamp, more than a dozen dark green tentacles suddenly stretched out, twining towards He. He was shocked. She had never encountered such a situation before. In the past, there have been instances where the bug spirit has refused to communicate, but it has never been attacked. The compass spirit that guarded this swampy land was very gentle, and even if it was angered, it would not attack directly. The compulsion is being manipulated? He guessed in her heart, but at this point, she had no time to think about that. Facing the rapidly incoming tentacles, she darted back while waving her wide sleeves into a whirlwind. The instant the vortex took shape, more than 10 red residual shadows flew out. Immediately afterward, the sound of brush chopping was heard. After a burst of blood splatters, those 10 or so tentacles were chopped off as much as they could. Could be. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up in admiration. The red residual shadows that flew out from the vortex were actually 12 giant mantises that were more than half a man in size and blood red in color. Chiny Yang swept with his true dragon's look chi and was surprised to find that this was actually a level 45 demonic creature named Bloodside Mantis. Looking at its superlative attributes, it wasn't hard to tell that the potential of this demonic creature was at 3 stars. 3-star potential. 5 times the attributes of a normal demonic creature. Put it in the secret realm, it's at least an elite monster to start with. Chiny Yang marveled in his heart. Although his Zi is only level 30, yet it has 13 level 45 3-star imperial beasts. With this strength, it was already able to hang on to the level 45 Huang Liang, in exchange for Chu Mengxian, who was of the same level. She could even be easily crushed. In this comparison, Chu Mengxian is too rubbish. We have to help her awaken her dragon soul and promote her to dragon fighter as soon as possible, Chiny Yang thought in his mind. Just then, the insects in the fog began to grow shrill, and it was clear that there was something that was completely enraged. Immediately afterward, a chilling gurgle of babies crying and howling came. Hearing this voice, Chiny Yang and He froze at the same time. Looking at each other, they said in unison, "Mistletoe." Hearing the sound of the mistletoe, He's eyes showed panic. Judging from the sound, the number of trematodes within the miasma should be no less than 1,000. With this number of trematodes, it would be difficult to cope without the illusory butterfly sound compulsion formation. And what worries He even more is that there is only one possibility for the appearance of the mistletoe in the area guarded by the compassion spirit. That is, This parasitic spirit has been contaminated or manipulated by the mistletoe technique. Ah! The wailing grew more and more mournful, from far and near. Phew! A cloudy wind blew through the thick miasma, spreading out from both sides. Red mud tumbled out of the green swamp. In the next second, a huge object surfaced in front of Chiny Yang and the two of them. The swamp, which reeked of blood, suddenly turned up in a muddy wave. Immediately afterward, a monstrous worm the size of a dump truck peeked out of the water. It was a creepy, gigantic 1,000-legged centipede. Its length rivaled that of a train, with each section of its body covered in hard armor, and countless slender legs protruding out from underneath it like a sharp spear. Facing this mountainous monster, He only felt her legs go weak and her body involuntarily trembled. It's been parasitized by a trematode. It's been seen, Chiny Yang said in a flat tone. The giant centipede's armor had countless baby faces on it. Each face had a twisted expression, some crying, some screaming, some howling with rage and oozing howls. That voice was like the wail of an evil spirit from the depths of hell, reaching right into the depths of the soul and sending shivers down one's spine. Chiny Yang swept away with his true dragon lookout. The panel of that giant centipede immediately unfolded. Name, King of 1,000 Feet. Race, Bugs. Level, 125. Strength, 102. 100, serious injury, 80% reduction. Agility, 36450, serious injury, 80% reduction. Physique, 113. 200, weakness, reduced by 80%. Spirit, 37730, frenzy, reduced by 80%. Skill, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Monarch rank, 4-star potential. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. Worthy of being the patron saint of the mountains and forests of Liju. Though the rank of the 1,000-foot king is of the monarch rank, the attributes could be far stronger than an emperor-ranked professional. That's the advantage of a demonic creature. The potential exists for humans to not be able to surpass the demons. In terms of attributes, in the later stages, the attributes of magical creatures are usually frighteningly high. But that's just a numerical value. Human professionals, who could rely on equipment additions and combinations of battle techniques to make up for the gap in attributes. Moreover, the 1,000-foot king in front of him was not in full condition. After being parasitized by the mistletoe, its attributes plummeted by 80%. It's about the same value as the gentler version of Linier. 125 levels of experience value. How many levels will this allow me to ascend? A hint of excitement appeared in Chiny Yang's eyes. His strength had skyrocketed compared to when he was drafted to the battlefield. Together with the ability to restrain insect parasites, it might not be impossible to decapitate this parasite spirit. It was at this moment that He's voice rang out. 1,000-foot king, you have been manipulated by the mistletoe. I order you to wake up as a heavenly compass spirit medium. Wake up! He forced down the fear in her heart, her eyes firmly looking straight at the parasite spirit that was being parasitized by the mistletoe compassion. And she kept shouting under her breath in an attempt to wake it up from its berserkness. The compulsion spirit was incomparably powerful, and once it got out of control, it would be a city-ending disaster. On top of that, they are also the guardian spirits of Li Zhou. If it invites the merciless decimation of a human powerhouse, more than that, it will hurt the roots of the art of witchcraft. The only optimal solution is to wake it up. In the face of He's call, the 1,000-foot king instead let out a mournful roar. The mistletoe on its armor, on the other hand, let out a dry, shriveled laugh. They opened their mouths at the same time and laughed, commanding it to wake up. Spirit medium, do you really think you're the god of Lizho? He froze. Familiar with the dry voice, she asked in surprise, are you, king? Who else can manipulate the compulsion spirit besides me? I'm the king of Li Zhou. Thousands of infants opened their mouths at the same time, their voices dry and their tones frantic. He forced herself to calm down and said icily, King of the birds, do you know what kind of disaster will be brought about by contaminating the compassion spirit? Disaster? Ha 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 ha, I want disaster. The mistletoe king lent his mistletoe baby's mouth and laughed crazily. If you let the mistletoe faction perish, I'll let the whole of Lizho be annihilated. Your use of humans to refine parasites was originally a wrong path. He was about to say something else when she heard a stern voice from midair behind her. What are you bullshitting him for? Stand down for me. The voice exploded like thunder, shaking He's body. She turned sharply to look, only to see that the upper part of her head was already covered with stars. Upon closer inspection, those stars were actually a supreme divine weapon shining with golden light. And in the center of these weapons, Chiny Yang was like a towering emperor, suspended in mid-air. He looked down on the 1,000-foot king from above. The majestic aura emanating from his body was intimidating. It was as if he was the true god above the compass spirits and the 10,000 mountains. Seeing this scene, The jackal on the 1,000-foot king's armor became even more hideous and hissed. It's you! You destroyed the balance of Lizho. You are the disaster of Lizho. Offending and deceiving the king. Chiny Yang's gaze flinched as he raised his hand and pressed downward. Go! At that moment, the stars turned into streams of light and shot towards the 1,000-foot king. Sharp air-breaking sounds resounded throughout the mountains and forests, startling a large swathe of flying birds in the crow's nest. Immediately afterward, a dense clanging sound was heard, before the king of 1,000 feet could react. The bright golden sparks then erupted from his body. A circle of terrifying might echoed out with it as the center of the circle. Seeing this scene, Ziyi, who was retreating at a rapid pace, couldn't help but burst out. I throw. Isn't he a summoning mage? Ziyi has also read the information on the 9 to 5. The profile clearly says, position summoning mage. But how is it that when you strike, it's such a violent outburst? But it doesn't matter. Ziyi once again looked at the 1,000-foot king. The cyborgs attached to its armor were being poked and burst one by one by those divine soldiers as if they were pustules, leaving behind only a black hole of wounds, flowing out scarlet and foul-smelling blood. At this rate, it might be possible to clear the mistletoe compulsion and awaken the manipulated 1,000-foot king. But just then, from the wound that was flowing with scarlet blood, a baby human face actually grew again, emitting a dry laugh at Ziyi, as if mocking her for being too naive in her thoughts. Ziyi took a deep breath. She suddenly remembered that the 1,000-foot king's swampy land possessed the ability to heal parasites. No wonder the mistletoe king wanted to parasitize the 1,000-foot king. As long as he was in the swamp, his mistletoe bugs could be revived indefinitely. Indeed, the king of the patch was at least a monarch-ranked professional. How could he break his mistletoe spell so easily? The only thing that could be done now was to retreat as quickly as possible, report this matter upwards, and let the top powerhouses of the Kyushu state deal with the patchwork king. Young Chin, the 1,000-foot king's swamp has a healing effect. We can't defeat it. Why don't we retreat first? Ziyi turned back and said to Chiny Yang. But in response to her, there was a biting voice. Didn't I tell you to stand down? Rack it down. As soon as the words fell, Ziyi felt two more figures beside her. With that, the hands tightened and the shoulders heaved, and the whole person was pressed into a 90-degree bent position. This is, I throw. Before she could react to what was going on, she felt a lightness under her feet, and her entire body was forcefully lifted up and fell into the boundless darkness. It's okay to let go. After Ziyi was racked into the shadows by the two Brocade Guards, Chiny Yang looked at the 1,000-foot king in front of him again, and a look of excitement flowed from his eyes. The demonic creature in front of him didn't even die after taking 100 rounds of his own divine warrior phantom. It's enough to see how resistant this guy is to being punched in the face. It's good to resist a punch. It's been a long time since I've revitalized my muscles. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart as his expression became serious. Meet an evenly matched opponent. Just the chance to develop combat experience. Chiny Yang, who was used to killing in seconds, was very inexperienced in combining skills. Just now Ziyi had said that this swamp possesses healing abilities. In Raider terms, this belongs to being a terrain effect. To change the terrain, it's appropriate to pick a star with your bare hands. And, of course, it can't just be about changing the terrain. This centipede has thick skin and flesh. It will have to consume a large amount of divine weapons to break its defense, and it's best to let the meteorite inflict damage on it. It's just that the chanting time for unarmed star picking is very long, and the movement of the move is also very loud. This centipede's agility is in the tens of thousands, so it might be able to dodge it. Well, have to incorporate a bit of control skills. Chiny Yang's thoughts raced. Since awakening his profession, he rarely thought about skill articulation. The magical creatures and professionals that he encountered were basically killed in a single move. The only target that could make him use his third skill was Linier. Now, this big centipede has a chance to be the second. Chiny Yang's expression, which appeared somewhat serious as he thought, gave his opponent the wrong information. Ha ha, clueless, ha, this kid is strong. But he was still crushed by the 1,000-foot king's attributes. Inside the shadowy cave, the mistletoe king flashed a smile. The burst of golden streams of light that had just attacked had only caused some scratches on the 1,000-foot king's armor, and hadn't broken the defense at all. This young man called Chiny Yang was strong, but his rank was still too low. 1,000-foot king even if it plummets 80% of its attributes. The combat power was also stronger than most human monarchs. It was simply not something that a level 45 professional could shake. As long as he was killed here, he himself would be able to enter the desolate fire rift without any fear and ignite the Chiyu's wrath that had ignited the entire Lizho. Thinking of this, the mistletoe king immediately drove the mistletoe technique and launched an attack towards Chiny Yang. Rumble! Thousands of miles away, the 1,000-foot king suddenly raised his massive head and spewed out a large amount of red mist towards Chiny Yang, who was floating in midair. These mists, in fact, were made up of nanoscale trematodes that possessed the ability to draw nutrients from flesh and blood and split infinitely. As long as Chiny Yang inhaled a little bit, he would be gnawed away from the inside by the infinitely proliferating nanotrematodes. Sure, as long as there were professionals with intelligence, they would not harden themselves against the poisonous fog. The purpose of the Mist King releasing the poisonous mist was only to block Chiny Yang's alignment and pave the way for the next feat. This was what made professionals stronger than magical creatures. Not only did they possess fighting instincts, but they would also use tactics. The 1,000-foot king that was manipulated by the Mistletoe King was not much weaker than when he was in his full strength, even if his attributes had dropped. However, facing the poisonous mist, Chiny Yang just slowly raised his hand as if he was storing up some skill, until he was completely drowned by the scarlet poisonous mist. He didn't see any evasive action. It can't be that it's relying on having toxin resistance and just ignoring the poisonous mist, can it? Do you really think you're invincible in Lizho? I'm not a normal toxin. Seeing Chiny Yang ignoring his poisonous mist, the Mistletoe King had some anger in his heart. I'm at least a monarch-ranked professional, and I can't get any respect from you? So much for disrespecting me. You don't respect the spirits, do you? However, the fire of the King of Patch quickly dissipated. Through Mistletoe's vision and hearing, he saw the picture he wanted. Chiny Yang, who was in the middle of the poisonous mist, let out a hiss. The figure in the poisonous mist was violently twisting and seemed to be in extreme pain. Ha ha ha, this is what you get for defying the compulsion. In the dimly lit cavern, the Mistletoe King laughed madly. Chiny Yang has been poisoned. His organs and bowels will soon be eaten up by the trematode worms. It's a pity, I wasn't able to refine him into a mistletoe. Thinking about this, Dawn feel a little regret. Chiny Yang had the ability to restrain parasites in his body, so if he could refine them into his own baitworms, he would be able to walk horizontally in Lizho. Just then, his spirit lurched, sensing a great threat approaching. As he looked out through the eyes of the mistletoe, the light around him instantly became incredibly dim, as if shrouded by a mysterious shadow. The Mistletoe King's heart tightened, and he hurriedly drove the mistletoe insects to look towards the sky. The moment was jaw-dropping, only to see a rock that looked like a mountain was falling sharply from the sky. Along with the strong atmospheric pressure generated by its descent, the entire swamp began to tumble violently, splashing mud in all directions and creating a chaotic scene. The king of the mistletoe couldn't help but break into a loud curse and quickly maneuvered the 1,000-foot king in an attempt to dodge out of the way. At the moment, however, the meteorite had ridden the face. Only an earth-shattering thud was heard. Boom. The meteorite crashed heavily into the swamp. In an instant, the sky broke and the earth shook. Berserk shockwaves suddenly erupted, sweeping around like a tsunami. Wherever it passed, grass and trees were destroyed and waves of mud rolled over. The entire wetland swamp was instantly boiled by the high temperature, and a thick white smoke rose up, making a chaotic mess in a radius of 100 miles. Rumble. The shockwave continues to spread. The gusts of wind that swirled around the sea of lichu trees made ripples after ripples. The 18 mountain strongholds scattered among the 10,000 mountains all felt a shaking of the earth. There was a creaking and scraping sound from the wooden and bamboo hammock. An earthquake? It's time to fix the house again. Grandma Zhu, who was resting her eyes with her eyes closed, felt a slight vibration, and a trace of annoyance surfaced on her wrinkled face. The boundaries of Lizho, with its multiple volcanic belts, quake every now and then. However, these earthquakes were very mild. Each time it caused damage, it only caused minor damage to the hammock. Just then, she felt the light in the room dim a little. Isn't it a sunny day? Grandmother Zhu was wondering in her mind and muttered as she looked out the window. The sight in front of her, however, made her freeze in place, only to see a huge mushroom cloud rolling up from a large mountain in the distance, blocking out half of the sky's sunlight. Grandmother Zhu's heart tightened, remembering the volcanic ash that covered the sky when the desolate fire rift opened. It can't be the desolate fire rift erupting, can it? With no time to think, Grandma Zhu quickly got up from her bamboo rocking chair and stumbled to the window. By this time, the people in the fortress were also gathered outside, pointing in the direction of the mushroom cloud. What's going on here? Grandmother Zhu leaned against the window and asked downward. The crowd looked up and saluted respectfully. A young child, who was being held in his arms, pointed in the direction of the mushroom cloud and shouted, "Grandmother Ancestor, a small mountain just smashed down." Little mountain? Grandmother Zhu snapped. Yes, there is. The toddler opened his hands as if to compare the size of a small mountain. The latter, realizing he couldn't even compare it, simply pointed to a small hill and said, "It's that big." Grandmother Zhu looked at the small hill and drew a breath of cold air. "That's not a hill. That's a meteorite, my pa." Grandma Zhu's face turned white, and she had a vague feeling in her heart that this was no ordinary natural disaster. Moreover, The place where the meteorite smashed down was right in the middle of He and Chiny Yang's route. Something's wrong. Grandma Zhu let out a long sigh and said to the walled city below, "Contact the city defense force and organize manpower to go into the mountains to take a look." The cottage elder in the crowd asked, "Grandmother Zhu, should we open the Mirage Compass first and take a look at what's going on?" "Mirage Compost is fine." Grandmother Ancestor pondered for a while and immediately sacrificed her own compulsion. This compulsion was called the Mountain Viewing Mirage Compulsion, capable of reflecting light and projecting a distant scene in front of the near future. One could only see Grandmother Zhu reciting an obscure incantation under her breath. Then she waved her hand around, summoning a large group of crystalline parasites that flew towards the sky. Before long, the Mountain Viewing Mirage Compass formed a mirror in the sky, reflecting the scene thousands of miles away. Seeing the image reflected by the Mountain Viewing Mirage Compass, everyone in the cottage was silent. Inside the mirror formed by the mirage compulsion of Mt. Kunyam, it was a gruesome sight to behold. In the midst of a vast sea of trees on 10,000 hills, a red and black scar appeared suddenly. The mushroom cloud, which was like a giant pillar in the sky, rose up from the scar. Inside the scar, a blazing scorched earth. Scorched earth burned in flames everywhere, and countless beings died in it. And in the center of the scorched earth lay a behemoth on its back. That monster was shaped like a centipede, covered with a thick layer of armor, like an armored train, with sharp claws and sharp teeth that made people shudder. This giant centipede seemed to be seriously injured. The hard armor was full of large holes with blood, lying on top of the blazing scorched earth, as if lifeless. "Oh my God, it's the 1,000-foot king," a walled city resident shouted in alarm. The people of Lizhou are incredibly familiar with the compulsion spirits that guard the mountains and forests. They've been worshipping the spirits of the companions for as long as they can remember. Even if you haven't seen them in real life, you've seen pictures of them. Seeing that giant centipede at this moment, even a teenager could recognize its identity. The compass spirit that guarded the mountains and forests is dead. In an instant, the entire cottage was thrown into a panic. Everyone looked at the huge corpse in the mirror of the Mirage Compass in shock, their hearts filled with doubt, fear, and uneasiness. It's over. The compassion spirit has been smashed to death by the meteorite. Will this be the wrath of God? Don't be ridiculous. Could this have been the work of the hobgoblins? That's even more outrageous for you. Since when can a Satora spell summon a meteorite? Inside the cottage, there was a lot of talk and fear. Grandmother Zhu was also looking at the picture in the sky, worried. The great power of summoning a meteorite was something that a monarch-ranked professional didn't necessarily possess. This being that Hunt's compulsion. It's likely that it's an emperor-ranked professional. But why would he do that? Is it to kill monsters and get experience? The 1,000-foot king is only level 125. An emperor-ranked professional hunting it would not gain experience at all. If not for the experience, it would have to be for the materials. But the 4 emperor-ranked professionals of the Federation should be clear about the importance of the compassion spirit to Lizhou. And unless it was treason, it was unlikely that they would do such a thing. In all likelihood, this is a foreign professional. Thinking of this, a surge of anger welled up in Grandmother Zhu's heart. Fighting materials to the territory of Kyushu, and hunting my Lizhou guardian spirit? Has this man eaten a bear's heart? Do you really think that Lizhou is a place where no one cares? With a tap on the windowsill, Grandmother Zhu offered another contact compulsion and spoke. "Commander Ji Yuanqing, have you seen the mushroom cloud?" Not long after, the parasite lifted its wings and made the sound of Ji Yuanqing's voice. "Grandmother Zhu, I've already seen it, and I'm sending people that way." Grandmother Ancestor sighed and said, "Let them all withdraw. The 1,000-foot king has been hunted. The other party is very powerful." "What? The 1,000-foot king was killed?" The parasite let out a shocked cry from Ji Yuanqing. This shouldn't be possible to do without emperor rank strength, right? Or perhaps, is a large group of monarch professionals? Could it be that is being invaded? Grandmother Ancestor nodded her head slightly and said, "I have such suspicions as well, so quickly report upwards." Speaking of this, she paused and added, "Incidentally, the direction where the 1,000-foot king is located is also the path Chiny Yang must take to examine the desolate flame rift." There was a silence on the other end of the contact comp. Seemingly, it was shocked by the words. It was only after a long time that Ji Yuanqing's voice came over. "I know. I'll report to the 5 sages." Putting away the contact compulsion, Grandmother Zhu sighed. "It's been a rough time in Lehigh lately." Just then, a cry of alarm sprang up from the cottage. "Why him? Why did he kill the compassion spirit?" "Him? Who?" Grandmother Zhu looked up towards Mirage Compass. Only a familiar figure appeared beside the corpse of the millipede. Chiny Yang. Seeing Chiny Yang, Grandmother Ancestor only felt her scalp tingle and her head felt like it had been electrified. What she had feared had happened. Chiny Yang possessed the ability to absolutely restrain the parasites. Despite the low rank, Grandmother Zhu still thought that the other party could pose a threat to the compassion spirit. That was why he had specially arranged for the heavenly compass spirit medium to travel with him. So much for that. Both Chiny Yang's safety and the safety of the compulsion spirit could be guaranteed. But now it seems, the heavenly compulsion psychic didn't work. Chiny Yang still fought with the compulsion spirit. Good news, the grandson of the Sword Emperor, Xin Shao is fine. Bad news, the Jinshan compass spirit cooled off ahead. No kill alert. Is it still alive? Thousands of miles away, Chiny Yang floated in midair, overlooking the giant centipede below. Before summoning the meteorite, he made a small gesture. That was to summon Suda Ji and cast a group illusion on those insects. He had heard Huangliang say before that mistletoe bugs were invulnerable to fire and water and had thick skin, but were extremely afraid of illusions. Chiny Yang also tried to make the meteorite hit the 1,000-foot king. Don't tell me. The illusion works. Directly controlling this centipede in place for more than 10 seconds, he let the meteorite hit him squarely. But what surprised Chiny Yang was that this centipede had taken a meteorite shot and was still alive. True Dragon Lookout is activated, and the opponent's attributes unfold before his eyes. Name, King of 1,000 Feet, Dying. Race, Bugs. Level, 125. Strength, 102. 100, Serious Injury, 99% Reduction. Agility, 36,450, Serious Injury, 99% Reduction. Physical Fitness, 113. 200, Serious Injury, reduced by 99%. Spirit, 37730, Serious Injury, 99% Reduction. Skill, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. It's worthy of being a 4-star Monarch rank demon. The previous attributes were reduced by 80% and still survived the meteorite blast. If this is at 100% status, I can't really do anything about it. Chiny Yang marveled in his heart and frowned at the same time. The parasitized state of the compass was lifted, and a reason had to be found to make up for it. Level 125. 4-star potential. That was a lot of experience value, and there was no way he was just going to let it go. Although it was manipulated, it still committed the crime of regicide, and it was supposed to be executed to the 9 clans, but now I'm only killing one of it, which is already considered merciful. After thinking of a good reason, Chiny Yang raised his right hand and prepared to coalesce the Divine Warrior Phantom to make up for it. The image in the crater was projected by the mountain viewing mirage. When he saw Chiny Yang raise his hand to condense the Divine Soldier Phantom, a shout immediately erupted from the mountain fortress. The 1,000-foot king isn't dead yet, but Xin Shao still has to make up for it. The 1,000-foot king is a 10,000 mountain pill spirit. Why would young Qin want to kill him? Grandmother Zhu, you have to stop him. Seeing that Chiny Yang was preparing to execute the 1,000-foot king, the walled city residents looked to Grandma Zhu and begged him to stop Chiny Yang. But Grandmother Zhu also shook her head helplessly. Even He Ji, who was a heavenly compass spirit medium, hadn't been able to stop Chiny Yang, so what could she, who was thousands of miles away, do? Seeing Grandma Zhu sigh and shake her head, a look of sadness and despair appeared on the faces of the cottagers. The 1,000-foot king was terrifying in appearance, but was the kindest of the many parasites. When a walled city resident is seriously ill or poisoned, as long as he or she lets the heavenly compass spirit medium call out to him or her in prayer, he or she will send a small centipede to the injured or sick person's side. These little centipedes, they are medicine spirits. They burrow inside the body and absorb and dissolve the toxins. It is also willingly used in medicine to treat various diseases. Such a kindly compassionate spirit was struck down, both profit-wise and emotionally. The cottagers couldn't take it. Faced with the begging of the walled city people, Grandma Zhu was unable to do anything about it. She did try to contact He Ji but got no feedback. He himself was even thousands of miles away from the 1,000-foot king, and was unable to stop Chiny Yang at all. And there was quite a bit of doubt in her mind. As a compass spirit, the 1,000-foot king, who was fighting on his home turf, had many means to stop Chiny Yang. The miasma above the swamp not only had a paralyzing toxin, it could also absorb spiritual energy. Even if Chiny Yang wasn't afraid of poison, he would still be drastically weakened mentally by the miasma, resulting in all sorts of hallucinations. The gentle character of the 1,000-foot king was not good at fighting in the first place. Coupled with the fact that there was a heavenly compass spirit medium to communicate with, the probability of both sides having a big fight was even lower. Something must have gone wrong here, Grandmother Zhu guessed in her mind, but she didn't have time to think about that now, only praying in his heart that Chiny Yang would show mercy to the 1,000-foot king. Thousands of miles away, Chiny Yang had already condensed 100 divine weapon phantoms above the 1,000-foot king. It's not that he's cruel, rather, the 1,000-foot king in its residual blood state still had thousands of physique bonuses, doesn't ensure a kill shot, and will probably rise up and hurt someone. Only, when he was about to strike, Chiny Yang actually hesitated for a second. For some reason, He felt that killing the 1,000-foot king directly would not maximize his gains. To be a demon and still be worshipped as a guardian spirit of the party. This big centipede definitely has something special. I can try to recruit before I consider whether or not to execute. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang temporarily allowed the divine soldier phantom to levitate. Then, towards the dying 1,000-foot king, he unleashed the skill recruitment of the 10,000 races. You are recruiting against the 125th level 1,000-foot king. The 1,000-foot king is in a near-death state and cannot respond. The king of 1,000 feet did not refuse your recruitment. Congratulations, the 1,000-foot king has become your imperial beast. It's done. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. The moment of successful recruitment. Chiny Yang only felt a slight tremor in his soul. He was surprised to realize that what he had contracted was not an individual, but a system. The moment the contract was reached, Chiny Yang established some sort of connection with the dirt under his feet, the surrounding woods, and so on. It was as if the sea of 10,000 mountains and trees in Lizho had become a part of his body. He could even hear the whispers of the forest and feel the awareness of nature. I've become a heavenly compulsion psychic? Chiny Yang was delighted in his heart. He hadn't really thought that the recruitment skill would have this effect. So it seems. It's only a complete conquest when you contract a party of guardian spirits. Hey, good things happen to good people. It is my benevolence that has made the companion spirits of Lizho voluntarily submit. Chiny Yang was in a good mood, and established in his mind the policy of conquering the world with the way of benevolence. Go to a place and recruit first, and if the other guy doesn't agree, then fight until he does. Anyway, no one can refuse my mercy. Chiny Yang looked at the 1,000-foot king. At this time, it had actually regained some vitality. A 100-footed insect dies but never falls down, not to mention the millipede with a body mass of up to 100,000 plus. Still, the recovery is too slow. Chiny Yang raised his hand to activate the skill, Imperial Grace. Grace target, 1,000-foot king, level 125. Requires 26299/171221 points of royal power. Death countdown, 120. This reduction in consumption is a tough one. Chiny Yang sighed darkly. At the original 100% consumption, healing a level 125,000-foot king would have to consume 171,221 points of imperial power. When you have royalty forever, you can divide your level by your opponent's level to get a 36% reduction in consumption. The consumption of imperial power plummeted to 109,581 points. And after that, one more time to calculate one's own fixed reduced consumption, which is 76%. This gaga a meal to reduce down. Full blood healing 125 level units, even as long as more than 20,000 imperial power. Doing that math, that's 95% off, which is more than enough to reduce the consumption limit. And this formula, when applied to skills such as execute the 9 families and imperial style, has the same effect. The price of the 9 clans stripping technique has finally been knocked down. Chiny Yang revealed a smirk. A hand of imperial grace, a hand to destroy the 9 clans, can really be said to be in charge of life and death. Buzz. Royal grace is exerted. A ray of golden light surged into the gigantic body of the 1,000-foot king. Instantly, its cracked armor, as well as the ulcerated wounds caused by the mistletoe parasite, were all rapidly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge body, which was like a train, also let out a tremor. Click, click, click. The tentacle feet of the 1,000-foot king began to swing. Rows and rows of what seemed like thousands of soldiers, wielding halberds and hooks and scythes. Chiny Yang was surprised to find out, on the joints of this guy's tentacle feet, there were even eyes, which looked extremely oozing. 1,000 feet, 1,000 eyes. Chiny Yang murmured in his heart, feeling somewhat familiar. Boom boom boom. A large amount of black dust was shaken up. The massive body of the 1,000-foot king tumbled for a while, causing his supine body to revert to the ground, and then slowly raised the front part of his body to look at Chiny Yang. Head raised too high. Chiny Yang's eyes glared. The 1,000-foot king froze and violently dropped his enormous head down. Speaking in a hoarse voice, "My emperor, long live." Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. In this world, the only ones who would shout hail to the emperor were their own summons and proclaimed heroes. As for Yun Yao, that also followed the example of the Forbidden Guards. The first time the king of 1,000 feet saw himself, he knew to call out "My emperor." Had the 10,000 tribes recruited and assimilated him as a summoner? Chiny Yang shook his head, feeling that things would not be so simple. He opened his mouth and asked, "You recognize me?" The 1,000-foot king nodded his head slightly and said, "Your Majesty is the 95, the emperor who rules the world, and in the future, he will even be the 99 human emperors who will rule over the humanity." "How did you know?" Chiny Yang asked. The 1,000-foot king was silent for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, I'm not sure why, but I have these things in my memories." Sure enough, Chingy Yang's eyes narrowed, confirming his suspicions. The world. It's a giant hodgepodge. Both the professions and the demons. The settings are taken from the world of the heavens. Most of these magical creatures are from Western fantasy settings, with very few from metaphysical settings. The King of Thousand Feet in front of us has an Oriental metaphysical background. If the guess is right, it has a name other than King of the 1,000-foot, multi-eyed centipede, the flooded immortal insect. If the 1,000-foot king was related to the multi-eyed centipede, then Chingy Yang had picked up a treasure, the multi-eyed centipede, also known as the immortal insect of the flood. This guy, but the 5 major demonic insects in the floodplains, participated in the God's Sealing War. After that, he followed Vishnu Purana, an ancient Buddha who practiced Dharma with unfathomable strength, thousands of feet and thousands of eyes. The setting is in line, plus the point of being kind by nature also fits well into the context of practicing Buddhism. It feels like it's not running. Chingy Yang guessed in his heart, almost certain that the 1,000-foot king in front of him was the flood immortal worm. It was just that this 1,000-foot king's cultivation level didn't seem to be in place yet. The flood immortal insect's armor was golden, while the 1,000-foot king's armor was black, and it felt like there was a difference in strength of several grades, but it doesn't even matter. By following Chingy Yang, the illumination technique can evolve into the golden crow. It wouldn't be a problem for the 1,000-foot king to evolve into a flood immortal insect. Moreover, in the 1,000-foot king, Chingy Yang had found new inspiration. The 1,000-foot king was still only one of the guardian spirits of Lizho. If one recruits each of these guardian spirits, then won't Lizho belong to him completely? With these guardian spirits holding down the fort, how dare the people of Lizho disown his 9 to 5? Thinking of this, Chingy Yang asked the 1,000-foot king, how many other compass spirits like you are there in Lizho? Back to your majesty. 12. The 1,000-foot king replied respectfully. Chingy Yang, you can communicate with them, right? The king of 1,000 feet said. It can be done. That's all right. Chingy Yang nodded his head in satisfaction and said, pass on my decree. Let them come to face the saint and claim the throne within a day's time. If not from. Saying this, Chingy Yang paused for a moment, waiting for the 1,000-foot king to make a statement. The 1,000-foot king immediately understood and said, I have some status and strength among the compulsion spirits, and will invite them one by one. Go down. Chingy Yang waved his hand in satisfaction. In the end, the compulsion is quite strong. The 1,000-foot king was contaminated by the mistletoe compass and his attributes dropped by 80% before he was bloodied by a meteorite shot. If one were to count it in its full state, Chingy Yang would only be able to defend himself in front of it. It's okay now. The king of 1,000 feet has become a royal beast. With it as a fighting force, even if they fought one by one, they would be able to take in as many compulsion spirits as they could. It was just a matter of taking a little more time. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang was in a good mood and said to the Brocade Guards in the shadows, release that woman. At this moment in the 9th mountain walled city, all the walled city residents were relieved. Through the mirrors of the mountain watching mirage compass, the walled villagers saw that not only did Chingy Yang not kill the 1,000-foot king, but instead, he performed a skill that healed it instantly. For the people of Lehigh, this is tantamount to avoiding a major catastrophe. While celebrating, people noticed some unusual points. How did the fight between Chingy Yang and the 1,000-foot king happen? After defeating the king of 1,000 feet, and why did you heal it? This back and forth seems contradictory. Just then, Grandmother Zhu explained, children, we should thank young Chin. Our 1,000-foot king was contaminated by the mistletoe compulsion, and it was young Chin who awakened and cured it. Hearing this, some of the professionals in the cottage reacted. As Chingy Yang cast his skill and healed the 1,000-foot king, they all saw the small, densely packed holes in its armor. Those who had fought against the Hattori faction professionals were no strangers to the head-sized hole. That was exactly the ulcerated wound left by the mistletoe worm after its parasitization. As Grandma Zhu said, the 1,000-foot king had been manipulated to break out into battle with Chingy Yang. Eventually, he was awakened and cured by Chingy Yang. The 1,000-foot king is contaminated by the mistletoe technique? It's horrible. Yes, it's a compass spirit that rules over the medicinal spirits. I can't even imagine what would happen if we took the contaminated medicinal spirits. The consequences are obvious. Many people will be parasitized by the trematodes. In that case, Qin Shao has saved our Lizho once again. Hearing Grandmother Zhu's words, all the walled city residents felt a chill down their backs. At the same time, admiration rose for Chingy Yang, who had saved them. In a world where martial arts are honored, people are strong. What's more, it was the hero who got rid of the 3 evils for them and saved the parasitic spirits. At this very moment, in the hearts of the many walled villagers, Chingy Yang's image was already incomparably tall. Even, it could be compared to the highest status heavenly compass spirit medium. And in Grandmother Zhu's opinion, Chiny Yang's ecological position in Lizho had surpassed that of the heavenly compass spirit medium. How could she, with her venomous eyes, ignore the 1,000-foot king's action of bowing his head to Chiny Yang? Although she didn't know how Chiny Yang did it, Grandma Zhu was able to conclude. Chiny Yang had already tamed the 1,000-foot king. He can actually contract a compulsion. Could it be that's what he came to Lizho for? Grandma Zhu's hand was on the windowsill, and cold sweat broke out on her palm. Prior to this, she guessed that Chiny Yang's purpose of coming to Lizho was to rectify the compassionate faction and at the same time deter the 18 mountain strongholds, paving the way for the subsequent recruitment of the Kyushu Federation. But now it seems, Chiny Yang wasn't even here to make the lay of the land. His true purpose should be to tame the compassion spirit and take Lizho in one step. No exaggeration. That's what nailed Rizzo. The highest status heavenly compass spirit medium in Lizho was still only communicating with the compass spirit. This was good for him. He directly took the guardian spirit as his little brother. Even the guardian spirit was hanging out with him, and it wasn't good for the heavenly compass spirit medium to speak. If the people of Lizho don't serve him, who else can they serve? That's a tough move. Grandma Zhu had another doubt. If Chiny Yang tamed all the compulsion spirits, then he can be the emperor in Lizho for the rest of his life. Wanting to establish a centralized Kyushu Federation, how could a person like that be allowed to exist? Or is it Chiny Yang? Is that the center? Thinking of this, Grandma Zhu only felt a chill down her back. You can't think about it anymore. If you do, you'll hit a red line. No matter what Chiny Yang's role is, it's over if you support him strongly. The guardian spirits were all in his hands, and the Lichuan people had no choice. Vomit. In the dimly lit cavern, the Mistletoe King woke up ghostly from his stupor. Only just barely conscious, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. In a moment of suffocation, he removed his mask to reveal another mask of pain. It was the face of a middle-aged man, his eyes and nose twisted together from the pain. Ahem! Cough! After a fit of violent coughing, the Mistletoe King finally slowed down. He leaned against a boulder and struggled to calm his breath. The distorted features, too, soothed, gradually returning to a rather handsome man's face. After a few moments of silence, the Mistletoe King shook his head and laughed bitterly, muttering to himself, I thought he was on the parasites. How restrained it is. It turned out to be such a restraining method. Speaking of which, he couldn't control his emotions. Slamming his fist into the ground, he growled alone. Summoning meteorites. What the fuck do you call that restraining? You fucking call that open cock hair. After a burst of furious venting, it was only then that the Mistletoe King let out a long breath, hobbled up and looked towards the depths of the cave. I'm afraid the only way to deal with this monster is to summon Chiyu. Taishangs, I was in a hurry to send out the manuscript, so I forgot to greet you daily. So, the 1,000-foot king has become your imperial beast? In front of the swampy land, he Ziyi, who had just been released by the Brocade Guards, froze and looked at everything in front of her, muttering under her breath. Swamp. Where else is there a swamp? The only thing that presented itself to her was a huge, deep pit and blazing, scorched earth. Previously, Hiji was pressed into the shadow space by the Brocade Guards, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. When he was released, he saw the devastation. Hiji didn't even dare to imagine what a horrible thing had just happened. Changing the terrain with skills could only be done by a monarch-ranked professional. That is to say, the level 45 Chiny Yang was, in a way, already comparable to a monarch. And what surprised Hiji even more, or the matter of the 1,000-foot king being contracted by Chiny Yang. The power of the 1,000-foot king was ruling over the 10,000 mountain medicine spirits of Lizho. All the sicknesses in Liju are treated by the king of 1,000 feet. If you contract it, isn't that the same as controlling the whole of Lizho? Is this, in the setting, allowed? Is it stuck on some bug? If the compulsion spirits are all contracted by Chiny Yang, then why do you need me as a psychic? Unemployed. Thinking of this, Hiji sighed. But instead of losing her heart, she was somewhat relieved. As a heavenly compass spirit medium, she had to stay in the deep mountains for the rest of her life. For a young girl of less than 20, it's no different than going to jail. This job, Hiji had long been annoyed with doing it, especially after meeting Chiny Yang. He felt that the more he got on, the more he lost. The pretty boy is right in front of you, but you still have to maintain your image and pretend to be cool. Isn't this purely anti-human? Ho 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 ho. Finally, I can quit my job. This will lead the way for Chiny Yang to find the other compass spirits. Hiji thought inwardly and reached out to remove her veil. The veil represents her disguise and cover as a psychic medium, and now she is determined to let go of all restraints and begin to let herself go. And at that moment, Chiny Yang happened to float down from the air, taking in the moment when Hiji took off her veil. On a googly-eyed face, the nose is straight and the eyebrows are beautiful. A pair of almond eyes weren't particularly large, but they had a natural innocence to them. The features are soft and natural, an extremely standard first love face. Hiss, 9 points. The moment he saw He's face, Chiny Yang let out a sigh of admiration. Combine the 3 criteria of looks, stature, and temperament. There aren't many people who can make him score a 9. He's figure was still hidden under the wide robe, but Chiny Yang is still willing to give a score that must be taken. Let's just say that first love face is killing it with him. 2. Huang Liang's old watch has been stuck at level 45 for a year. He should really want to progress, right? Chiny Yang thought darkly in his heart and asked He's with a smile, why did you remove the veil? He's, who had unloaded her baggage, looked like a different person, blossoming a smile without any scruples, causing Chiny Yang to think of 3 words, white moonlight. At this time, He opened her mouth. I'm going to lose my job, so why am I still pretending? Once you've contracted these compulsion spirits, the heavenly compulsion spirit medium can be laid off, and I can go out and go crazy. Ho 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 ho. The joyful accent made the white moonlight in Chiny Yang's mind instantly disillusioned. Chiny Yang sighed and said, I still like your cold look, please recover. Che. He rolled her eyes, instantly switching out of the psychic's demeanor. He said in a cold voice, young Chiny, what's the next step? Chiny Yang looked up at the gradually dimming sky and pondered in his mind. The energy of the light warrior star robe was only enough to release the skill twice, so it was best to slow down and store up a bit of energy before acting. Moreover, the mistletoe king is still hiding in the shadows. Chiny Yang guessed that he would meet him again at the desolate fire rift. This was a monarch-ranked professional, and it was important to play it safe and pull up to full status. Thinking that, Chiny Yang slightly raised his hand and summoned the Emperor's dragon carriage. As soon as the dragon carriage landed, it automatically unfolded into a small traveling palace. Pavilions in the palace are scattered, surrounded by lush gardens, wigwam pools dotted with them, exotic flowers and grasses competing for color and fragrance. Looking at the palace that looked like a fairyland on earth, He was confused. She grew up in a simple cottage, and Grandma Zhu's 3-story hammock was already considered luxurious to her. Where had she ever seen such a beautiful building? What kind of aptitude is this? You have? He pointed at the palace in front of her and stammered a little. Chiny Yang had expected He's reaction. A high building rising out of the ground and a palace in place would shock anyone who saw it. It's just camp skills. Come in and have a few drinks with me, Chiny Yang said to He's, then stepped into the courtyard of the palace. The desolate fire rift. What exactly is the situation? Beside the stone table in the courtyard, Chiny Yang asked He while smelling the fragrance of the wine. After encountering the 1,000-foot king whose true identity was the flood immortal insect, Chiny Yang had a very strong premonition. This desolate flame mystic realm also had an Eastern metaphysical background that he had to ask about. At this moment, He was still immersed in shock. The camping skill of summoning pavilions was exaggerated enough. Where did all this exquisite wine and food come from? Is this how you enjoy yourself when you go down to the secret world on weekdays? As a professional, having this kind of skill is too cool. Asked you. Seeing He's eyes wandering, Chiny Yang urged and asked. He reacted furiously and asked, are you asking about the background of the desolate flame mystic realm? Yes. Chiny Yang nodded. He pondered for a moment. Torn. The background of the desolate fire mysteries is top secret information of the Federation. If Chiny Yang didn't even know about this, then his official status, it seemed a bit untenable. Thinking of this, He tried. This is top secret information. Oh, I don't know if I can speak to you. Chiny Yang let out a light laugh. Say, I forgive you for not being guilty. Ha! He felt something was wrong. But to think that Chiny Yang was able to contract the Lizho compass spirit, even if he wasn't an official of the Federation, he would still be the king of Lizho in the future. Simply take the opportunity to stand the team up. He organized her thoughts and said, the desolate fire rift is a plot secret realm with no level requirements. Plot mystery? Chiny Yang came to his senses as he remembered the Goblin Kingdom from before. This secret realm, which can be considered a real world, where time is always moving forward without any reset loops. Take the Goblin Kingdom, for example. If Chiny Yang had gone in at a later time, the Sacred Maiden of Compassion would have been able to make the Goblin Kingdom into a Goblin God Kingdom with the help of the Son of God. The invasion of the desolate fire rift was 100 years ago. I'm afraid that time has changed drastically even after such a long period of time. Just then, He continued. In the desolate fire rift, there is a nation called the Desolate Fire, who worship flames, and a god called Chiyu. What did you say? Chiny Yang was so startled that he thought he had heard wrong. He was all too familiar with the word Chi, the main military god of Huaxia, and the Yellow Emperor, Yendian known as the Three Ancestors of China. It is even the top fighting force in the gods and devils of the heavens in all kinds of metaphysical works. If the boss of the desolate fire secret realm is Chi Yu, it must not be the current self can challenge. Must be Grandpa Lin Xian shook to come to the line. No, it won't even work if Lin Xian comes. Chiny Yang pondered for a moment and secretly shook his head. In this world's power system, Emperor rank professionals are just the peak of mortal combat power. Chi, on the other hand, is not a mortal. Under the metaphysical background, he was one of the 10 righteous gods of the ancient times. If you put it in this world, it would have to correspond to some god at the very least. Lin Xian is strong, but it doesn't seem to be at a level where it can slaughter gods. Got it backwards. Got the mission backwards. Recasting the regulus sword is definitely the final stage of the second turn. I'm going to do this straight from the hardest task. Chiny Yang was amused by himself. That's the bad thing about open world games. Easy to be a newbie and run into late bosses. However, one thing is confirmed. The lava pool of the desolate fire rift definitely met the requirements for recasting the regulus sword. But the embarrassing thing is, the Yellow Emperor forged the regulus sword to cut Chi Yu. It's a bit inappropriate to recast regulus on his turf. Chi should be very angry, right? Chiny Yang thought in his mind. Recast Excalibur for this series of quests. The design of the genera is a bit harder. It was just that it wasn't in Chiny Yang's character to give up just like that. Besides, he had a problem he hadn't solved yet. That would be the King of the Horns. This guy had said before that he wanted to overthrow the entire state of Lizhou. Judging from the fact that he could control the compulsion, he did have the ability to do so. But if that was all, Chiny Yang wasn't really afraid, and even wanted to form a team with the King of the Patchwork. Compassionate spirits that were contaminated by the mistletoe technique would all have their attributes dropped, which was definitely a divine assist. Chiny Yang is worried. King can restart the desert firecrack and release the chi power in it. If it really works, it's going to be a world of chaos, though the world's chaos is favorable to the cause of unification. But now the Qin family, too, was on a smooth wind bureau, with all plans advancing steadily, and Chiny Yang was able to develop steadily in a stable environment. And a sudden upheaval would definitely create some unforeseen situations that might not necessarily be favorable to the Qin family. After deep thought, Chiny Yang still decided to inspect it first. At the very least, search for the Mistletoe King. Just then, Chiny Yang sensed a gaze. He looked up, only to see He Ji looking at him. That girl's face was flushed with a flowery, silly smile, revealing 2 shallow pear swirls. Her eyes curved into a crescent moon, her gaze very lost, as if she was caught up in some fantasy. Chiny Yang was no stranger to this kind of gaze. He likes to stare at beautiful women. Wouldn't women just stare at him? Everyone knows that Qin Shao is scummy, but ignores the fact that he can be scummy in his own right. Do you really think he got the pretty girl just by throwing money at her? Money plays a role, but not a big one, and there are always people who don't love money. What really made Chiny Yang travel between flowers, 7 in and 7 out, was still his face value. A handsome and rich man like Chiny Yang. It's the equivalent of a good girl with a giant bunny face. When women see him, as usual, they can't walk away. It's not an exaggeration to say it's a chimera. An untouched young girl like He Ji naturally had little resistance to Chiny Yang. Wake up! Chiny Yang reached out, in front of He Ji, and snapped his fingers. Bared. He Ji woke up with a jolt, sucked in her saliva, and laughed in a panic. I got lost in thought. Where did we talk about just now? Chiny Yang shook his head and said, no more chit-chat. The background of the desolate flame rift is clear to me. Rest and prepare for the road. Wow. He Ji nodded her head resentfully, leaned her body forward slightly and asked, pretty boy, do you have a girlfriend? Chiny Yang froze in thought. She even came over? He laughed softly and asked rhetorically, you should be asking how many there are. Ha? He Ji was a bit confused, but when she thought about it, it was quite true. The more powerful a professional was, the more followers he had, which included both teammates and subordinates as well as female companions. If it were up to the average person, this thread would probably end there, but facing Chiny Yang, He Ji would like to find out what her serial number was. So, following up, and, how many girlfriends do you have? Who knew that Chiny Yang was shaking his head, saying, it's not important. Ha? He Ji was completely confused. Chiny Yang didn't want to talk about it anymore. He opened the panel and looked at the energy of the eyewitness star robe, which was already fully stored. Immediately, he said to He Ji, don't care about the serial number. Prepare to move. As soon as the words were spoken, a loud boom was heard. All of a sudden, outside the courtyard of the palace, the ground was already shaking and the wind was blowing furiously. Chiny Yang snapped and looked toward the distance. Only half of the sky was visible, already burned to a fiery red. Under the red skylight, the entire forest was transformed into a red maple forest. Chiny Yang's heart jolted as he looked extremely far toward the distance. As far as his eyes could see, half of the sky seemed to be ignited by a blazing flame, burning into a dazzling crimson color. Under the light of that crimson as blood sky, the originally lush and dense forest was instantly transformed into a gorgeous and colorful red maple forest. That's the direction of the desolate fire rift. He Ziyi's eyes widened and her voice trembled a little. Without he Ziyi saying it, Chiny Yang guessed that something big was going to happen. He immediately called out in his mind, 1,000-foot king, I am. After contracting the 1,000-foot king, Chiny Yang had been able to communicate directly with the compulsion spirit like the heavenly compass spirit medium, and there was even no distance limitation. He asked the 1,000-foot king, can you sense the situation over at the desolate fire rift? Back to your majesty. Yes, the millipede respectfully said. It seems that someone is trying to activate the desolate fire rift. Chiny Yang sighed in relief. Just trying to activate. Not activated yet. He continued to the 1,000-foot king and asked, where are you now? The 1,000-foot king said, I am using the Dharma to persuade the manifestation king butterfly to be loyal to his majesty, but it doesn't seem to understand much, so I am going to persuade it in a different way. Oh, this mana king butterfly is going to suffer. Chiny Yang did not feel a little amused and said, don't persuade me first. Immediately call out your previous fellow compassionate spirits and go over to the desolate flame rift to stop the secret realm from opening. I'll be right there afterward. King of 1,000 feet, I take orders. Afterward, Chiny Yang looked at Ziyi and said, as for you, you go back to the mountain fortress. You can't help with what's going on behind you. Helpful. Ziyi shook her head violently and said, my phaseless Tai exists to defend against the desolate flame. Unfazed. Tai Yang. Chiny Yang froze. It seemed like he had heard this term in Chinfon mouth. Taishan Huang's, after recasting regulus, the worldview will be slightly expanded again. Everyone more urges more. For the love of power the dragon carriage sped across the sea of trees at great speed. The closer he got to the red light in the sky, the more pronounced the burning sensation on his skin became. Chiny Yang looked downward. A large part of the mountain forest had begun to catch fire, and birds and beasts were scattered in all directions. Black smoke rolled in the air, reflecting the red firelight like a dark red sea. At this moment, it was as if the entire Lizho was plunged into hell. Almost there. In the dragon carriage, He reminded, as fast as she flew, but it couldn't catch up with the top speed of the dragon carriage. Chiny Yang considered her role in extinguishing the fire. Still, the honor of boarding the dragon carriage was bestowed upon her. Chiny Yang followed Ziyi's gaze. Only in the midst of the heavy mountains, there is a wilderness where not a blade of grass grows. Right in the middle of the wasteland is a slightly elevated crater. In it, magma tumbled and erupted with a rich element of flame. Is that king? Chiny Yang's pupils shrank, only to see that in the churning magma, there was actually a large flesh-colored tree growing, 50 meters tall and extremely conspicuous. At a closer look, it was not a big tree, but a tree-like monster formed by a thick tentacle, twisted together. A human face emerged from the tree-like monster's body, flaunting a twisted expression. Sparing Chiny Yang, even after reading it, his mental energy dropped wildly and he felt his scalp go numb. He swept away with his true dragon lookout, and a panel of tree-like monsters immediately appeared before his eyes. Name, Huang Jingshan. Chakra, 500,000. Race, human. Level, 121. Occupation, celestial compulsion psychic. Power, 2,630, plus 1,068. Agility, 2,330, plus 1,483. Physical fitness, 6,030, plus 7,324. Spirit, 3,630, plus 3,300. Skill, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. Equipment, requires consumption of Imperial Power Resolution. A heavenly compulsion psychic? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned and asked Ziyi beside him. Is the occupation of the king of the also a celestial compulsion spirit medium? You can detect his attributes? Ziyi was shocked. The king of the mistletoe was a 100-level powerhouse. Chiny Yang's detection skill. It could even take effect across so many levels? However, now is not the time to think about that. Knowing something about the mistletoe king, she was able to recognize at a glance that the monster in the form of a large tree was the mistletoe king Huang Jingshan. Ziyi's face showed a look of gravity as she said, my previous heavenly compass spirit medium was the king of the bird, and he was also a member of the Huang clan of Lizho, so I have to call out to him as my third granduncle. No wonder it can control the compulsion. Chiny Yang nodded slightly. Same as the other composters of the mistletoe school. The attributes of the mistletoe king are also based on physique. A body mass of up to 13,000 allowed him to stand in the midst of rolling lava without being scalded. Only, for Chiny Yang, this physique wasn't high enough. My spiritual power has reached 2400. The mana damage bonus of the Divine Soldier of the World becomes 600%. Each shot of Divine Warrior deals 14,000 plus damage. Hitting the Mistletoe King should break the defense. Chiny Yang secretly calculated his damage in his mind. In terms of attributes, he already had the ability to break the defense of the King of the Jade. However, it is not possible to look at attributes alone. A professional like the King of the Dash must be crazy about piling up meat. And the skills, equipment, and items on his body may all have the effect of the word damage reduction. True Dragon Lookout parses skills and equipment instead. But Chiny Yang didn't feel the need to use it. The difference in rank between him and the King of Patch is not small. To parse it once, you have to consume tens of thousands of points of Imperial power. Facing other professions, he would more or less care about the opponent's undercard. But these guys who play compulsion, no matter what cards they play, they can crush themselves. Instead of spending tens of thousands of points of Imperial power to see the opponent's meatiness, it would be better to transform it into 1,000 divine weapons to fight a round of eruption and see. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang immediately pointed towards the sky. Above the rolling black clouds, a starlight immediately shone. Thousands of divine warrior phantoms instantly took shape, their spearheads pointing directly at the King of the Birds. At the same time, the palm lamp Golden Crow, which shone with the aura of the Supreme Yang God, emerged in the air. With the infusion of a large amount of spiritual energy, the palm lamp Golden Crow also swelled into a blazing sun, and the entire wilderness was illuminated as bright as day. The divine aura that restrained all evil spirits was like a strand of sharp swords that pierced the body of the King of the Mistletoe. The twisted human face on the trunk of the big tree erupted into a howl of agony. Prickly, prickly. Under the light of the Supreme Yang divine manifestation, gusts of white smoke rose from the large tree that the Mistletoe King had transformed into. It was as if flesh and blood had been splashed with sulfuric acid, rapidly corroding and melting. Many of the faces on the big tree had shriveled and distorted, revealing disgusting and strange expressions. Seeing the effect of the Supreme Yang divine mantle, the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth hooked up. The Supreme Yang divine mantle itself did no damage, yet it could cause a level 121 professional to continuously lose blood. It confirmed his judgment. A monarch-ranked Traian king was nothing but a bit of meat in front of him. Just then, on the trunk of the large tree, the human face opened its mouth at the same time, spewing out a thick stream of scarlet mist. The mist rose and haunted the large tree's torso, forming a layer of protection in an attempt to block the Supreme Yang divine manifestation. Does it work? Chiny Yang's gaze was disdainful as he pressed down with one hand. The 1,000 divine weapons that had long since coalesced shot down as if they were a shower of meteoric arrows. Bang! 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 An ear-splitting crash hit. Chiny Yang frowned slightly. From the sound of it, you could tell that the divine soldier phantom had been blocked. As he gazed downward, he only saw the big tree's circumference, rapidly flashing with a trail of residual shadows. Scarlet blood and limb-like objects were splattered everywhere. Chiny Yang saw it clearly. The residual shadow was a speedy waving tentacle that smashed the unbreakable divine soldier phantom. Hard. It must have hurt. Ha! Chiny Yang laughed softly. Even though the divine warrior phantom was knocked away, it also severed those tentacles. This proved that the physical resistance on the Mistletoe King was not that high. Saying that, Chiny Yang once again condensed 1,000 divine soldier phantoms. He wanted to see if the Mistletoe King's tentacles grew faster or if his own divine soldier sliced faster. The traitor who upset his own plans. It has to be a death by 1,000 cuts and a lingering death. The sound of breaking air rang out again. A golden stream of light descended. The large tree in the center of the magma pool was overwhelmed by the dense golden blade light, and a sound of blood and flesh breaking came out. In all of these sounds, it seemed that one could hear the cries from the King of the Mistletoe. It looks so painful. Is this a sustained outbreak? Ziyi, who was standing beside Chiny Yang, got goosebumps. She remembered the word on Chiny Yang's file, continuous outburst. She was a little confused when she saw those 4 words. She had only heard of burst output and sustained output. Burst output, meaning instantly dealing high amounts of damage. Sustained output, which says that the damage is not high, but the output is long. Previously, Ziyi had thought that Chiny Yang was in possession of these 2 abilities. Who knows? He is merging the 2 abilities by taking the best of both worlds. The burst is high and the output is still long. Nice guy. Even if the King of Mistletoe had a high level and thick blood, it wouldn't be able to withstand him scraping like that. Sure enough, after the second attack, the large tree in the middle of the lava pool twitched violently. The red mist that haunted his body dispersed, and the top and bottom of the tree where the blood and flesh coalesced were filled with horrifying wounds. Not a single piece of good flesh. Dark red blood, like a broken levee, flowed out of the wound and poured into the magma pool. Bared white smoke. Only the King of Mistletoe roared in a weak voice. Ouch! It hurts so much. Fucking dick hair. The desolate fire rift has begun to unfold. The entire state of Lijo will fall into hell. The battle between the witch compass and the mistletoe compass will continue in that world. Before his words fell, the earth violently trembled as if it was violently torn by a giant invisible hand. The magma tumbled like a boiling, angry wave, raging and surging. In an instant, the hot magma surged out of the crater like a dike-breaking flood, rushing wildly toward the surrounding mountains and forests of Lizho. The hellish realm of 100 years ago has once again descended upon the world of man. A devastating disaster is crushing in. Desert fire. It's desolate fire. Desolate flame is back. The moment the desolate fire crack erupted, all the Lijuans have sensed it. The crimson fire that lit up half the sky. It activated the fear that was etched in their bones. For a while, all of those mountain fortresses, big and small, hundreds of them, were thrown into chaos. The villagers scattered in all directions, screaming their hearts out. Grandmother Zhu smelled the pungent sulfur in the air and turned white with anxiety. The observation range of the Kanyama Mirage Compass is limited. She couldn't see beneath the red clouds in the sky, but it was also clear that this was the desolate fire rift being activated. She eagerly asked towards the contact compulsion. Commander Ji Yuanqing, is there still no feedback from Shangjing? The desolate fire rift has been activated. There was a moment of silence from the contact compulsion flying in the air. It was only after half a minute that Ji Yuanqing's voice was heard. Grandma Zhu, don't be in a hurry. The city defense forces have already rushed to the various mountain fortresses to organize the evacuation of the fortress residents. Just organizing an evacuation? Is the Federation not going to support us and is going to abandon Liju? Grandma Zhu's gaze was desperate. It's not as if the pros haven't defeated the desolate fire. If the Federation sends professional support, everyone is able to keep their homes. But after she asked for help, the Federation had no intention of backing her up, and simply told the city defense forces to organize an evacuation. Isn't this like asking the people of Liju to completely abandon their homeland? The strength of the people of Liju comes from the Liju Wanshan. With the destruction of the Liju Wanshan, all Liju professionals will become ordinary people. No, the people of Lehigh will never accept it. Grandmother Zhu's gaze flinched as she said to the contact compulsion, if the Federation doesn't support us, then we'll organize our own forces to resist the desolate fire. Even if we turn into mistletoe bugs, I'm still going to guard Lizho. Grandmother Zhu's voice was tinged with sadness and madness. 100 years ago, the people of Lizho had relied on the art of quillwork to withstand the desolate fire. Countless voodoo and poison masters, self-sacrificing, transformed into water and fire invulnerable mistletoe bugs, blocking the spreading mountain fire with their bodies. Facing disaster once again, Grandmother Zhu intends to transform the mistletoe, starting with herself. Grandma Zhu, I've been told to take it easy. You let me. Tisk. In the contact compulsion, Ji Yuanqing was in a difficult position, as if he was holding back some words that he couldn't say. Only after a long time did he say, Grandmother Ancestor, this desolate fire outbreak is an auspicious sign. That's all I can tell you. Grandmother Ancestor froze and asked with great incomprehension, an auspicious sign? How can this world-destroying heavenly calamity be said to be an auspicious sign? Ji Yuanqing said, this is what the Dao Tian Emperor said. We just act according to the plan. You, don't ask any more questions. Dao Tian Emperor. Grandmother Zhu was shocked in her heart. It was a title she was all too familiar with. Dao Tian Emperor, formerly known as Zhang Lingxiao, was a legendary ranked professional. He is one of the 4 emperors of Kyushu. Also, one of the 5 sages. The outbreak of the desolate fire 100 years ago was predicted by him beforehand. Also, it was he who instructed the people of Liju to use the art of to fight against it. Now, he reappears. But to say that the outbreak of the desert fire is an auspicious sign? Sankyo City. 3 silhouettes stood in the vast council hall. The third of the 5 sages, Si Jinfeng. At the end of the 5 sages, Zhang Lingxiao, Elder Zhang. Are we really going to stand on the sidelines when it comes to Lizho? Si Jinfeng asked Zhang Lingxiao, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe and had crane hair. Don't rush it. Zhang Lingxiao stroked his white beard and laughed. Didn't I say? This is the phase of great fortune. Do you know what great fortune means? Si Jinfeng smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, all I know is that if something happens to Chiny Yang and Lizho, it will be a great evil for our Kyushu. It doesn't exist. Zhang Lingxiao called Si Jinfeng a cigarette. Si Jinfeng frowned and said, Elder Zhang, smoking is prohibited in the council hall. It's not smoke, it's merit. Zhang Lingxiao shrugged his shoulders and lit one for himself, while leisurely spitting out a smoke ring, and on his crane-haired face, he was filled with a playful expression. The corners of Si Jinfeng's mouth twitched, and he thought that it was not for no reason that this master, who was clearly as strong as an emperor, was ranked at the end of the 5 sages. Just then, A sword mark suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the Great Hall. With a piercing sound, the space cracked and a white-robed man emerged from it. It was none other than the head of the four emperors, Lin Shen. Xi Jinping was numb. This is at least the highest temple in Kyushu. Can't you come in through the front door? Do you have to cut through the void? Xi Jinping inwardly spat. But when he saw Lin Shen, he still cupped his fists and respectfully said, "Greetings, Sword Emperor. There's no need to be polite." Xi Shang. Lin Shen, who had come by cutting through the void, merely waved his hand at Xi Shang. Afterward, he walked straight to Zhang Lingxiao, his gaze so sharp that it seemed as if he could release a sword blade. At the sight, Xi Jinping frowned and took 2 steps back. As soon as the news of the accident in Lizhou came, he informed Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian was about to go to Lizhou to save Chingy Yang, he was stopped by Zhang Lingxiao, saying that he wouldn't be allowed to go. Not only did he not allow Lin Xian to go, but he also didn't allow other experts to go, which directly pissed Lin Xian off. Look at Lin Xian's posture. If Zhang Lingxiao didn't give a reasonable explanation, he could tear down Shangjing City. In the face of Lin Xian's furious glare, Zhang Lingxiao, however, only smiled faintly and shot out a cigarette, saying, "Have a merit badge?" Snap. Sword energy erupted and the cigarette was shaken into smoke. Lin Xian said in a cold voice, "Show me your so-called auspicious signs. If my grandson loses a hair, today will be your day of great evil. You're all in a hurry." Zhang Lingxiao spread out his 2 hands and then gently stepped. A circle of arcane 8 trigram formations immediately surfaced on the floor tiles of the council chamber. The formation began to rotate, emitting channels of radiant light. With a flash of light, the vision in front of Xi Jinping's eyes instantly transformed. Beneath his feet, a sea of 10,000 mountains and trees appeared. Above, dark clouds rolled across the sky with a red glow. Looking around, Xi Jinping was surprised to find that this was actually the scene in Lizhou. Could it be that he had been teleported to Lizhou? At this moment, Lin Xin coldly snorted. Spatial projection? Kind of interesting. Hearing this, Xi Jinping drifted off. As it turned out, it was just a stereo projection, and he himself was still in the council chamber. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face and he pointed in a direction. "Look, my grandson." Seeing Lin Xian's expression, Xi Jinping was surprised. This unsmiling sword emperor. It's amazing that you can have such a gracious smile. Following his gaze, Xi Jinping froze slightly. In the midst of thousands of golden awns, an upright figure was floating. The long hair was flowing, and the instrument was extraordinary. Even if it's only seen through projection, one could also feel the gust of pressure on its body. It's rare to find someone like this in the world. Xi Jinping shook his head in admiration. He had seen Chiny Yang in video footage. At the time, it was just that the man was ridiculously powerful. Now viewed through a holographic projection, again, its extraordinary aura was felt. While praising in his heart, he also patted Lin Xian's ass in passing. "That's what I love to hear. Sis hen." Lin Xian laughed. When he first arrived, he was indeed in a bad mood. Now he was relieved to see that his grandson was fine. In the holographic projection, Chiny Yang was continuously condensing divine soldier phantoms and attacking towards the strange big tree in the center of the magma, as if he was driving a stake. "That tree, what is it?" Xi Jinping frowned. "It's the Mistletoe King," Zhang Lingxiao said as he clicked on the merit. "King. Huang Gingshan." Xi Jinping's eyes were stunned and his heart was appalled. Huang Gingshan was once a celestial compulsion psychic in Lizhou. On the bright side, it is the bridge between the 10,000 people of Lizhou and the compulsion spirits. Behind the scenes, they are practicing the art of quaking, killing people and making parasites. By the time things were exposed, he had killed more people than he could count. This person had turned into a monster. But Xi Jinping was not surprised. He was surprised that the Ding Ding King would be beaten like a steak by Chingy Yang. According to the latest intelligence, Huang Jingshan's level has reached 120. This was the peak heroic rank. Chingy Yang was only level 45. How could he break through Huang Jingshan's defense? That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Xi Jinping's breath was a bit disorganized. Previously, he had also received information that Chingy Yang had defeated Sunantian. Nothing else came to mind at the time. Just that the intel was bogus. What about playing a level 45 elite and defeating a level 80 zoner? Even if it was a legendary level profession, it wasn't that much of an exaggeration, but now he's seen it with his own eyes. Chingy Yang was thrashing level 120 peak heroes. Moreover, it was still a physique-based sect compounder. Is this reasonable? Thinking of this, Xi Jinping couldn't help but ask, "Sword Emperor, I'll take the liberty of asking if your grandson has a divine weapon in his possession?" "I never gave it anyway." Lin Xian shook his head and asked rhetorically, "Why do you ask?" Xi Jinping pointed at Huang Jingshan and said, "This person is majoring in physical fitness. His level is as high as 120. It is reasonable that a patriarch cannot break through his defense. But your grandson is. Speaking of this, Chinfon laughed and said, I'm a bit unable to see the damage he's doing. What's there to see here? It's just a restraining relationship. Lin Xian laughed lightly and explained, even through the projection alone, I can feel that my grandson exudes an aura of supreme yang and fierceness, a power that can restrain evil spirits such as the Jiao Compass. Chinfon, still a bit confused, said, there is indeed a restraining relationship between elements, but it is not obvious when the difference in levels is too great. Chinfon's words were met with Lin Xian's blank stare. Do you only know about level differences? Eyesight still needs to be raised. Chinfon was slightly stunned. If you were a normal person and dared to talk to him like this, the entire 9 clans would be considered to have nothing to do with Kaogong. However, the one in front of him was the Sword Emperor, so he still had to humbly ask for advice. Sword Emperor, please teach me. Lin Xian didn't look at him and said, in addition to rank and level, there's a third standard by which professionals are judged, called dimensionality. Dimensions. Chinfon froze. He naturally understood the meaning of those 2 words. Professionals are a dimension above the average person. What is that one dimension higher than a professional? Then, Chinfon thought of a term that has been classified as a top-secret taboo by various countries. The empowered. Liz Ho, desolate firecrack. While Chiny Yang continued his outburst against the king of the bashers, still keeping an eye on He Ziyi's side. Immediately after the outbreak of the desolate firecrack, He Ziyi flew far away and started her fire-extinguishing work. Chiny Yang was also ruthlessly shocked. Who would have thought that a young girl with the face of a first love could summon such a terrifying imperial beast? Phaseless Teo. At this point, the wasteland where the firecrack was located was surrounded by a huge mountain made up of countless sarcomas. It was a bizarre presence that was hard to describe in words. It has no fixed shape, and is composed entirely of countless stacks of flesh, pustules, and misshapen tissue, like the unnameable things of nightmares. It was like a twisted dam holding back the raging, crashing lava. That blazing magma, as soon as it touched the Teiyukai, would quickly cool down, seemingly being swallowed up with all its temperature in an instant. This thing, it's evil, Chiny Yang murmured in his mind. He was disgusted, yet intrigued, by the appearance of the phaseless Teiyukai. That thing gave him a feeling that he couldn't describe, as if it wasn't in the 6 paths. There was a vague feeling that it would have something to do with his transfer quest, but there was no time to think about that now. Chiny Yang turned his gaze downward to the king of the bird's nest below. The guy was still laughing maniacally, and the rotten flesh on his body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he just couldn't die no matter how much Chiny Yang slashed at him. This scene reminded Chiny Yang of the mistletoe baby willow that he had encountered in the Plague Rat Road. Could it be that the main body is down there? Chiny Yang pondered and looked towards the magma pool. At this moment, a whirlpool had appeared in the magma pool. From the point that the vortex flow rate was getting faster and faster, the desolate fire rift hadn't completely exploded yet. It was just slowly opening up. Then it won't wait. Chiny Yang's gaze flickered as he coalesced the hand of imperial power. Click, click, click. When the huge invisible hands gripped the tree-like body of the mistletoe king, the powerful force immediately caused it to emit a burst of bone misalignment sounds. And at this moment, the mistletoe king seemed to understand Chiny Yang's intentions, as he immediately stopped that maniacal laughter, and the human face on his body revealed a look of extreme panic. Looks like the right place to find it. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart, and then his eyes blossomed with golden thunder. Get up for me. The huge power of 10 times the attribute exploded. Aha! I don't know whether it was because of pain or anger. The big-headed monster baby erupted into a mournful hiss, which was tiresome to hear. The instantaneous force merely plucked the strange tree away from the pool of magma. The intricate roots were hidden in the pool of magma, but it also allowed Chiny Yang to see the main body that was hidden in the magma. Right in the middle of the intricate roots and whiskers, there was a big-headed monster baby hanging, which was almost exactly the same as the insect gall willow that Chiny Yang had seen before. How twisted is this heart to cultivate such an ugly ability? Chiny Yang's heart was disgusted, and he even felt that the king had soiled his royal hands. Just as he was about to exert further force to completely pull up this disgusting plant, he was the one who suddenly felt a huge pull in the opposite direction, as if there was something that was engaged in a tug-of-war with him. What's the situation? Chiny Yang looked at the collapsed flesh-colored roots and was suspicious in his heart. According to the reasoning of the king's power finger, it should not be able to resist his own tenfold power. Where did this force come from? Just a moment of Chiny Yang's thinking. The space around them suddenly distorted. Without waiting for him to react, a light and strange scene appeared in front of his eyes, as if he had fallen into a 10,000 splendor mirror. When Chiny Yang's mind stabilized again, only a line of prompts floated in front of him. You have entered the secret realm, Jiuli Desolate Fire. Pulled into the secret world. Seeing the prompt, Chiny Yang took a deep breath. He had read about the professionals being pulled into the secret realm and the information. This is considered an extremely dangerous accident. 90% of those who were pulled into the secret realm never came out again. According to survivors back in the real world, if you passively enter the secret realm, all props for returning to the city cannot be used. The only way to return to the real world is to kill the bosses in the secret realm. Associated with the boss of this secret realm, Chiny Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of pressure. He himself has only been on the throne for less than 3 months. Just going to face a being like Chi? While thinking, Chiny Yang looked around. What presented itself to the eye was a scene of desolation and grandeur. The vast, endless wilderness stretches to the end of the horizon. The earth took on a dark reddish tone, as if scorched by flames, giving off a hot and heavy aura. In the distance, a lofty mountain peak rolled beneath black clouds. It was like a giant from the ancient times, emitting a majestic and oppressive aura. Just then, a burst of heavy footsteps came from the distance. The flying red dust was like a burning wall of fire. Is this coming? Chiny Yang's heart fluttered. He learned from He. The demons in the desolate fire mystic realm had a minimum level of 60, and after 100 years of time, they may be even higher in rank. Facing a large group of high-level demons, Chiny Yang became somewhat excited. High risk, high reward. High-grade magical creatures are not that easy to see. He immediately waved his hand and recruited all 1,200 forbidden guards that existed in the spiritual realm. This was followed by 2 consecutive bottles of extraordinary spirit potion, and 2 additional rounds of summoning once again. Instantly, there was a dense flash of golden light. 3 golden barriers appeared in front of Chiny Yang's body. Huban, Feilin, Yanling, 2,000 Imperial City prohibited guards, arrayed in front of them, killing intent rushing to the sky. At the same time, 1,000 divine weapon phantoms coalesced in the air, scattering a murderous starlight towards the earth. The Imperial Dragon carriage slowly emerged, and Chiny Yang floated up and stood on it. 2 Imperial Guards, serving on either side of Chiny Yang. Behind him, 4 Brocade Guards stood with swords. I would like to see the strength of the Chi army. Looking at the golden square of forbidden guards below, Chiny Yang felt that he had done it again. These forbidden guards, all of them had the strength of a sovereign-ranked professional. If there was no intervention from the Monarch Order and Emperor Order professionals, relying on these 2,000 patriarchs alone, Chiny Yang had opened the northern expedition and oohed and awed over the 9 states. Moreover, this was not all of Chiny Yang's power. The 3 heroes, Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, and Su Daji, have yet to make their debut. 5-clawed golden dragon, humanitarian dharma, picking stars with bare hands. These kills, moreover, are reserved for the final boss. No way. Now that he has been pulled into the secret realm, then we'll have to deal with it. Even if the person waiting for him ahead was the soldier lord of the world, I hope that this secret realm will be pleasing to me. After making all preparations, Chiny Yang looked into the distance. In the rolling smoke, soldiers in armor, holding round shields and spears, charged this way. The attire of those soldiers had a strong Western style. They wore full coverage helmets, with black and gray close-fitting armor on the top half and split-piece skirt armor on the bottom. The red cloak, like a blood residue, fluttered behind him. Spartan? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. He imagined that the wildfire cultists, it should carry a minority oriental image. How come it's a Spartan warrior similar to Pansun? This is a bit of a mess. Chiny Yang unleashed his skill and swept away with a glance. The Spartan warrior panel immediately unfolded. Name, Spartan War Spirit. Race, Celestial Gods, Spartan. Level, 70. Power, 2625. Agility, 2625. Body mass, 3625. Spirit, 1625. Skill, need to consume the royal power to analyze. It's a 2-star potential demonic creature. Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. The attributes of these Spartan war souls were even stronger than those of a level 70 professional, with a whopping 10,800 total attributes. Just 1,000 points less than the Praetorian Guard. Judging from the size of their military formations, they also numbered more than 1,000. Such a force would already be able to sweep across Lizho in a short period of time. But in front of Chiny Yang, they were all experienced bags. And it's a great experience pack. A level 72-star demonic creature. It's over 100,000 feet of experience. Chiny Yang was in an excited mood. This wave is truly rich. At the same time, he was a little curious. Why would a Spartan warrior appear in the secret realm known as the 9 Lives of Desolation? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang said to the Brocade Guards behind him, "Go grab a tongue." No. One of the Brocade Guards clasped his fist to receive the order, and his figure disappeared as a residual shadow. Afterward, Chingy Yang once again looked at the charging enemy army and issued an order to the Forbidden Guards. Release the arrows. Wind! With the sound of a military bugle, the wild gooseplume guards moved neatly to raise their longbows and pulled the bowstring. Blue-white lightning condensed on the sharp arrows. Release! Yanling Forbidden Guards shot in unison and drank. A thundercloud rose up, accompanied by dense thunder, and fiercely blasted into the enemy's square formation. Snap! Thunderbolts exploded, people toppled over, and the Spartan war souls who had rushed to the forefront fell to the ground in pieces. A kill prompt immediately appeared in Chingy Yang's eyes. You have killed the Spartan war spirit. Experience plus 12. 000. You have killed the Spartan war spirit. Experience plus 12. 000. You have killed the Spartan war spirit. Experience plus 12. 000. Only 12. 000 experience? That's not right, is it? A level 72 star demonic creature should have an experience value of over 100. 000. Chingy Yang's mind was puzzled as he looked carefully towards the battlefield. Those Spartan war souls that were killed in seconds by the lightning arrows immediately turned into light and disappeared after falling to the ground, leaving no corpses behind. Seeing this, Chingy Yang came to a realization. The only ones that don't leave a body behind when they are slain are ghostly demons. These Spartan war spirits have the word spirit in their name, but they do not have the characteristics of a ghost. They're supposed to be a kind of summoner. As for the experience of the summons, it was only 10% of the level standard, which fit in with the experience Chingy Yang had gained. Chingy Yang couldn't help but feel some regret. In this world, most of the people's levels are below level 60. Upgrading can be very difficult after reaching high levels. There are two main reasons for this. For one thing, high-level demons are extremely dangerous. Secondly, high-level magic items are very rare. A secret realm with 100 level 70 magical creatures would be considered a strategic resource. If they numbered in the thousands, it would be enough to attract the covetousness of enemy nations and breed mold. When he saw thousands of level 70 demons rushing towards him, Chingy Yang thought he was going to get rich. As it turns out, it's some summons, which is really disappointing. That's just it. If quality doesn't work, then quantity will. Eat these 1000 summons and I'll be able to level up by 3. Chingy Yang once again looked at the massive Spartan military formation. The first round of Thunder Light Arrow formation had thwarted them, but it did not stop their pace. Those Spartan war souls that were charging had raised their shields, causing the killing effect of the second round of lightning arrows to be drastically reduced. At the same time, their bodies glowed red. This is obviously a berserk type of skill. Seeing this, Chingy Yang immediately raised his hand and pressed down. The phantoms of the divine weapons in the air were caused to attack down as much as they could. Immediately, he ordered to the feathered forbidden army, charge in formation and harvest them. Why would the heavenly god clan appear in the desolate flame mysterious realm? Shangjing City, Council Hall. Lin Shen looked at the projection dead on, a look of worry in his eyes. Obviously, the desolate flame mystic realm has been invaded. Zhang Lingxiao snuffed out his meritocracy and smiled. Xi Jinping was somewhat speechless. It was at this point in time that this Dao Tian emperor could still laugh. Being pulled into the secret realm was originally a 9 deaths. This was even more serious when they also encountered the heavenly god race, the celestial god race, the favored race of the gods. The race has 3 branches, namely, Spartan, Amazon, and Viking. Their racial talent, which was even more powerful than elves and orcs, belonged to the same level as the Western gargoyles, and their initial level was even higher than that of the gargoyles. Lin Shen can still be stable. That has the ability to break through space. If he hadn't, he would have prepared a banquet, and that hard dish at the reception. It must be you, the Taoist heavenly emperor, Zhang Lingxiao. Seeing Lin Shen's mood stabilized, Xi Jinping didn't dare to say anything more. He looked at the projected image again. At this time, Chingy Yang had already summoned a large number of golden-armored warriors. That solemn image caused Xi Jinping to feel a chill down his back again. There is no upper limit to Chingy Yang's summons. Based on that alone, he'll be able to sweep the world. Xi Jinping had delved deeper into each of Chingy Yang's battles. The strength of all those summons of his were judged. Each of the golden-armored warriors possessed the attributes of a cleric-ranked professional, only that they were somewhat singular in their skills. But in the face of numbers, that's not even a disadvantage. There are a lot of skills that you can't use in a large-scale white-knuckle fight. Huge number of soldiers, powerful single-soldier attributes, accurate battlefield intelligence. Those are the things that sway the battle. And as a summoner, these gold-armored warriors are infinitely respawnable. Add to that the large number of same-screen features, and that's an army of undead. A force strong enough to be dispersed in all directions and yet absolutely loyal. The 3 elements that make up centralized power are all together. Xi Jinping's breathing was a bit rapid. At this point he has realized, Chingy Yang possesses the ability to unify the Kyushu Federation. No, not the Federation. Chinfon secretly shook his head. In this world, the so-called federalism is a kind of compromise, a kind of concession to the big families and the cutthroat forces. Without absolute crushing strength, one cannot manage professionals. This is a truth summarized by countless people with blood. But what Kyushu needs is a powerful empire. Only an empire of one mind can fully mobilize the force and open the journey to the stars. This must have the force to single out all the lineages. No one has done that in 500 years. The one who had the most hope of doing so was, I'm afraid, Chiny Yang. Between his thoughts, Chinfon's heart surged. When he looked at the projection again, the battle had already begun. Spartan warriors numbering in the thousands are charging. Put it in the real world and it's a disaster. Their level of danger definitely exceeded that of the gargoyles. Most of the military professionals in the Kyushu Federation were at level 40 to 60. Most of the officers, on the other hand, are between 61 and 90. As for the heroic rank, those were all great generals who were defending a state. To be able to deal with these 1,000 Spartan warriors, Kyushu would need to deploy at least 2 to 3 elite regiments, which would not only need to have hero-rank generals, but would also need to be backed up by heavy magical weapons. However, Chiny Yang is only one person. Just give these 1,000 Spartan warriors a hold, only to see that the golden divine weapon fell as if it were a laser, sending a small friend, blasting the Spartan warrior with high offense and high defense, into a mist of blood. The warriors in golden armor were more than capable of arranging themselves in formation and launching a coordinated charge. Like a meat grinder, it caused the army of Spartan warriors to break up. In just one round of exchanges, the battlefield situation was divided into winners and losers. Those brave Spartan warriors, already in a big mess in formation, were divided and surrounded by the golden armored warriors. As for Chiny Yang, he just carried his hands on his back and stood on top of the dragon carriage. It can be described as having your hands in your pockets and not knowing what it means to be an opponent. Chiny Yang's battle power alone already exceeds that of 3 elite groups. It's been less than 3 months since he awakened his profession. I don't even believe it when I say he's not ordained. Chinfon took a deep breath, glad that he had made the right choice. Just then, Lin Xian eeped and said, these Spartan warriors, they're summons. Summons? Spartan war spirit? Chinfon was violently shocked. It's okay if you just meet a Spartan warrior, but this is a Spartan war spirit. Summoner, that can summon 1,000 battle spirits. It can only be the gods behind the celestial gods, the gods of war. Unlike other gods who are understated and obscure, the hot-tempered god of war not only likes to go around causing trouble, but also likes to bully the weak and abuse mortals with his divine body. It's not the first or second time this has happened. 100 years ago, when the Kyushu Federation was defending itself against the invasion of the sky god race Viking, it was crushed by the god of war, which not only lost a large part of its territory, but also led to the deaths of 3 monarch-ranked professionals. Now, the appearance of the Spartan war spirit in the desolate flame mysterious realm made it clear that it was the god of war who was messing with the situation, and perhaps at this moment, he was paying attention to the battle. Thinking about this, Chinfon was anxious. He didn't want to see the future master of the Kyushu state fall in the secret realm. He looked at Zhang Lingxiao very seriously. Zhang Shang, don't try to make a fool of yourself. Can we get this straight? Chiny Yang was sucked into the secret realm. Is this a trap set up by the Heavenly God clan? And what exactly is this auspicious sign you speak of? The sky is the limit. Zhang Lingxiao sighed and said, I can only explain one thing. The one who pulled Chiny Yang into the secret realm was not the god of war, but the god of our Kyushu. Hearing this, Chinfon directly froze. The god of the 9 states? Currently, there are 8 orthodox deities that have been determined to exist. They correspond to the professional powers of Holy Light, Elemental, and Imperial beasts, and their background settings are all derived from Western myths and legends. Western fantasy professions like druids, wizards, and the like dominate the world. Surely the gods of the Eastern setting must have existed. Otherwise, professions with Oriental characteristics such as sword fairies and Taoist priests would not exist. Hearing that Chiny Yang was pulled into the secret realm by the gods of the 9 states, Lin Xian's gaze became somewhat excited. Combined with Zhang Lingxiao's auspicious sign, he had realized that Chiny Yang had encountered a heavenly opportunity. He asked Zhang Lingxiao, "O Taoist priest, why do you think our gods are hiding in the shadows?" Zhang Lingxiao lit another merit badge. After a moment's swallowing, he said, "To the world, they're sort of invaders." Jiu Li desolate fire. Chiny Yang, who was standing on the dragon carriage, was bathed in a golden light. After resolving thousands of Spartan war spirits, his level came to 48. The lift isn't great, but the hints that appeared before his eyes caused his heart to rejoice wildly. All attributes +5. You gain 10 points of free attributes. You have gained the occupational skill, Imperial Enshrinement. Out of skill. Chiny Yang's eyes burned. The power of the 9 to 5 came from a single perverted skill. Every time he gained a skill, or a skill upgrade, his strength would rise by a large margin. I wonder what kind of play this royal enthronement will be. Couldn't it be that you can strengthen others through enthronement? Chiny Yang speculated in his mind and opened his personal panel to look at the skill introduction. Occupational skill, Imperial Enthronement LV. 1. Introduction. By consuming Imperial power, you can enshrine an official position on a target. Different official positions have different templates. The higher the official position, the stronger the template. Enthronement of a target. Not limited to professionals and magical creatures? Chiny Yang was violently shocked. This is a skill that could go against the grain. There is no limited goal of enshrinement. Wouldn't I be able to enthrone ordinary people then? Chiny Yang's gaze was grave. Feeling that something big was about to happen, he immediately unfolded the skill details to check the ability to enthrone an official. May be appointed to an official position, soldier. Template 1, Qin Rui Shi. Introduction, a sword and shield heavy armor unit that can also use crossbows. Skills, Tiger and Wolf Martial Courage. City destroying shield strike. Strong strike of the wind. Unlocked with the level of the enshrined target. Template 2, Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Introduction, a heavy cavalry unit that can use both bows and arrows and long swords in combat. Skills, Wei Wu Waves Whip. Horse treads on Jiangdong. 8 sweeping directions. Unlocked with the level of the enshrined target. Template 3, the Tenji Camp. Introduction, a spell unit that can also use healing and augmentation skills in addition to long-range spell attacks. Skills, Thunder and Fire Laws, Water and Wood Laws, Aroshiyumo Laws. Unlocked with the level of the enshrined target. Note 1, if the target has no occupation, it will automatically form a personal panel and become an upgradable unit after being enshrined. Sure enough, Chiny Yang took a deep breath. The world is ruled by professionals though, but more than 80% of the human race are ordinary people. They have little presence and merely keep the world going like fuel and batteries. Under the rule that force is the most important thing, these most people cannot turn their lives around, and can only hope that their own descendants can be awakened to become professionals. Now, there's no need to wait. A true god has appeared in the world who can give ordinary people the power of occupation. This skill, it's really harming me. Chiny Yang looked at his skills and couldn't calm his heart for a long time. From the skill description, there was no time limit on official abilities, and they could last as long as he, the 9 to 5, wished. That is to say, he can make ordinary people professionals. With this skill in place, it was a dog that could rule the world, let alone Chiny Yang, a high-quality human. Chiny Yang's gaze was grave, his thoughts racing. This ability has broken the rules. It seems to be good for all mankind, but it touches the interests of the professionals and is bound to invite a lot of trouble. Whether Grandpa can fight against the world or not, I am not sure, but the two brothers of the current Qin family will certainly not be able to catch this wave of splashy riches. Think long and hard about this skill. It can't be exposed early. Go back and enthrone Olden and the others first. Chiny Yang secretly pondered. His ideal was to become a human emperor, and the establishment of a temple was nothing more than a matter of passing. Before having absolutely crushing strength, he didn't want to get himself into too much trouble yet. Just then, a Brocade Guard appeared from the shadows. In his hand, he also carried a fainting Spartan warrior. Your Majesty, I have interrogated this man, and the crimes he confessed to have committed have been recorded in the Sangha. The genie threw the Spartan warrior on the ground and respectfully handed over a zheng towards Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang took the zhengbiao and swept his eyes over the Spartan warriors on the ground. Name, Spartan Warrior Okern. Race, Celestial Gods, Spartan. Level, 80. Strength, 4625, serious injury, reduced by 90%. Agility, 2625, serious injury, reduced by 90%. Physical fitness, 6625, serious injury, reduced by 90%. Spirit, 2625, collapse, reduced by 99%. Skill, need to consume the royal power to analyze. He's not a summoner. Chiny Yang thought to himself. A level 82 star demonic creature is indeed strong, but it can't be done to summon 1,000 Spartan war spirits. The one who summoned these war spirits must be someone else, or another god. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang turned over the zheng folders. At once, a large amount of information flooded into the mind. So, it is. After reading the information in his mind, Chiny Yang's eyes flashed with intense anger as he stared fiercely at the Spartan warrior on the ground and drank. Pull it down and chop it up. No. The Genie clasped their fists and took orders, dragging the Spartan warrior into the shadows. Immediately afterward, a prompt appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. You have killed level 80 Spartan warrior Okern. Experience value plus 222,375. The 220,000 experience credited did not cause Chiny Yang to smile. At this time, He was still shocked and enraged by the contents within the Zhangbiao. Sparta is a dependent of the god of war. Nature knows some secrets not known to mortals. This world, in fact, has a world will. It was a subordinate law of the heavenly Tao and possessed self-awareness. The entire world, including the gods with entities, is under its administration. And within those 500 years, the will of the world senses a powerful intruder. This intruder constantly transmits forces that do not belong to this world, in the form of projections. All of the Eastern background occupations, too, came out of this. Seeing this, Chiny Yang understood. Jiuli Desolate Fire and Excalibur pass like this. All of them have the projection of the Chinese gods. And it was suppressed. 100 years ago, the realm where Qi was projected into this world. After the fusion, Qi was immediately suppressed by the combined efforts of the gods of the world. The subsequent outbreak of the Plague of Desolate Fire is actually Qiyu's outward exploration, hoping to escape from the world's laws and the suppression of the gods. Unfortunately, it failed. After this, the god of war directly entered the Desolate Fire Rift. He killed all of the wildfire cultists, and sent his own dependents to guard the Qi projection. At the same time, it also draws a constant stream of power from Qi. Not only do you use regulus as a battery, but you also use Qi as a blood pack. The gods of this world are pretty loco. Chiny Yang's gaze was cold. Projection is also part of the ontology. The gods have done this to his own kind. Isn't that a slap in his face? Chiny Yang raised his eyes and looked away. According to the information given by the Brocade Guards, the big mountain in front of us is the place where Qiyu is imprisoned, and there are still a lot of Spartan war spirits guarding the place. Just then, a prompt popped up in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. Completed series of quests v. Sword Casting Furnace. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV. 4. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV. 4. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 20% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Series of tasks 6 opened. Master of the World's Soldiers. Introduction. Qiyu entered the other world, suppressed by the laws of the world. You need to fight against the law of divinity. Wake up Qiyu. Let him assist you to recast Regulus. I laughed at. Let Qiyu recast Regulus? Is this something he can agree to? Seeing the quest prompt, Chiny Yang cried and laughed a little. Yellow Emperor casting Regulus sword is used to cut Qiyu, and finally cut to death. Qi saw the sword. Not to lift the table is good, but also to help their own reset? Seeing the mission requirements, Chiny Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. It feels like convincing Qi to cast the sword is the biggest difficulty of this mission. Whatever, go get him first. Chiny Yang gathered his mood and had the Imperial City's forbidden guards rearranging their formation, and then he swept towards the distant volcano to open up. Above the volcano, a Spartan warrior holding a spear and shield looked down at the golden torrent, and a strong look of shock passed through his eyes. He's the god of war's favored one, Christ. He was instructed by the gods to guard the outer limits with another Spartan warrior, Orkan. That loser from Okan is dead? The Spartan warrior's gaze was fixed. He himself has been guarding the Jiuli Desert Fire for nearly 100 years. Never seen a human invasion here yet. And the humans in front of us were not only able to invade easily, even more so, he crushed 1,000 battle souls in his first battle. They were called by the god of war himself as jailers. It's impossible for an ordinary human professional to have this kind of strength. Could he be the dependence of the outer realm demon god? At that thought, Christ's mind shook and he turned to look down behind him. Inside the huge volcanic cavern, magma churned as if it were ocean waves, and in the middle of the lava stood a giant 100 feet tall. The giant possessed bull-like horns and thick whiskers that were like thorns curled together, and even though his eyes were tightly closed, he was radiating a majestic pressure. If it wasn't for the fact that his entire body was entwined with chains that possessed the power of laws, Christ wouldn't have dared to stand beside him at all. Out of bounds demons. The words were on his lips. A look of fear passed through Christ's eyes. He looked once again at the slowly approaching golden torrent. The eyes locked onto the figure on the sky tower. Those golden armored warriors, too, are just summons. Just killing this human will stop the invasion, right? Christ's eyes showed disgust and anger. A mere human dares to set foot in the prison of the god of war? And still, it's the black pupil who shouldn't have existed in the first place. Come on, come a little closer. Christ let out a low growl. He did not choose to charge recklessly in the face of the intruder. Instead, they waited quietly for each other and entered the valley in front of the volcano. Tap, tap, tap. The forbidden guards, dressed in dark gold armor, drove towards the crater at a neat pace, and soon came to a narrow valley. On both sides of the valley, there were steep slopes without an inch of grass, with a drop of more than 30 meters. Chiny Yang, however, turned a blind eye and ordered the forbidden guards to open the road directly. Seemingly completely oblivious to the fact that such terrain is perfect for an ambush. However, the Imperial Guard, who was floating to the side, had already placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Obviously, they sensed danger approaching. This detail was also seen by Chingy Yang, but he still did not change his plans. Sun Tzu's art of war, for Chinese people, is engraved in their genes. How could he not see that the terrain here was vulnerable to ambush? Just don't care, not just don't care, and prepare to surprise each other. Just then, a loud voice came from the end of the valley. Intruder, this is the prison of the god of war, Aros. In the name of the god of war, I will rain down divine punishment on you. The voice was so high-pitched that it shook the heavens and earth. Chingy Yang raised his eyes and unleashed the true dragon lookout, a look of delight in his eyes. Name, Spartan Warrior General, Christ. Race, Celestial Gods, Spartan. Level, 90. Power, 5125. Agility, 4225. Physique, 7225. Spirit, 3025. Another Spartan Warrior, leveled up to 90. Let me do the math. There should be 300,000 experience points. However, his attributes are also strong. Chingy Yang calculated in his mind and began to parse his skills on it. Battle Spirit Spear, after storing up power. Thrust a spear forward, inflicting 140% strength damage to enemies within a distance of 50 meters, and instantly decapitating the target if their physique is below 30%. Battle Spirit Pressure Kill, after leaping up violently. Slam your shield into the ground, and there will be a Battle Spirit Pressure on the way down, making the target unable to move. Spear of the God of War, gather the power of the God of War and hurl the heaven-breaking spear, which deals 200% strength damage and will pull the thrower forward, dealing 80% ranged damage to enemies in a straight line. It's nothing special, should be able to second. After looking at the Spartan warrior's skills, Chingy Yang lightly laughed and ordered the army to continue forward. At the same time, a sinister grin blossomed under Christ's fully covered helmet. The prey walks into the cage. With that, he put the spear in his hand and violently pestled it to the ground. Took out a horn made of curled ram's horn. Buzz! The dull sound of trumpets resounded through the land. Immediately, channels of red light descended from the sky and landed on the slopes on both sides of the valley. In moments, a single Spartan war spirit, armed with a war spear and round shield, stood all over the hillside. Ha 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 ha! Humans, it's too late to kneel now. Christ erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. He hadn't even expected it to go so well. That seemingly powerful human didn't have the slightest bit of brains. At this level, you're worthy of commanding fighters? The war spirit of Sparta. Trample the humble ants before you. Sacrifice them to the god of war. Spartan, Christ growled as he raised his spear high. The Spartan war spirits that roamed the mountains followed suit, raising their spears and roaring. Spartan, 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 noisy, facing a mountain of war cries. Chingy Yang just pulled out his ears. Spinning around, he raised his hand slightly and ordered, kill, wind, big wind. The 2,000 Praetorians chanted in unison. The raging military momentum rose up to the sky, causing the clouds in the air to churn. In the next second, the Imperial city's forbidden guards actually flew up, transforming into a stream of light and killing the Spartan war spirits on top of the hillside. The halberd-wielding feathered guards were in the lead, formed an army formation in the air and launched a 3D three-dimensional column charge. The Huban forbidden guards, on the other hand, raised their shields high and charged across, like a cannonball, blasting straight into the mountain. The Feather Forest Prohibition Guards were even more exaggerated. They directly flew up high into the sky and descended roiling thunderbolts from above. Supreme Dragon Body upgraded. All of Chingy Yang's summons had the ability to fly. Wanting to occupy the high ground to ambush him, it would be better to ambush the heavenly soldiers and generals. Ha! Seeing this scene, the spear in Christ's hand almost didn't hold steady. Not, you can still fly here, can't you? Then why did you just walk into the valley? Christ settled down and looked at the battlefield again, and was shocked. The Spartan war spirit that was placed on the hillside was already routing. The steep terrain would allow them to strike the enemy from a high position, but it also keeps them grounded. Facing an enemy capable of flight, they had no power to fight back. Christ's defeat was even swifter than the previous charge fight commanded by Orkan. Instantly, Christ understood. This Fey God-favored one had deliberately lured himself and set up his battle spirit on the mountainside. To use such a dirty trick. Vile. You are desecrating war. Watching the Spartan war souls get slaughtered, Christ's eyes were red and, all but forgetting that they also attempted to use a ploy. In anger, he poured his entire body's strength into his spear, aiming at the human on top of the aerial pavilion, and directly opened his killing move. Spear of the God of War. When you can't fight in a group, you can only take the head of the enemy's commander. No more. Kill that human and fight him one-on-one. God of War. grant me the will to fight. Christ hissed as he built up his strength, all but oblivious to the threat from above. At this moment in the Taishu universe, there were 6 stars blooming with light, one by one aiming their lasers at the hissing Spartan celestial god clan. Phew! The 6 lasers pierced through space and converged towards the Jioli desolate flame. Meanwhile, Christ has finished building up his strength. This is Spartan. With a roar, Christ swung the spear in his hand violently and threw it towards Chingy Yang. Boom! The spear came out of his hand and immediately turned into a crimson stream of light that sped away. The destructive force of its high-speed rotation even distorted spacetime, pulling out a tunnel as if it were a ballistic chamber. Only for a moment. The spear of the god of war that penetrated through space had already killed close to the pavilion in the sky. Can't even react? Weak race. The corners of Christ's mouth hooked up, just when he thought that the divine spear was going to turn the human into smoke. A warrior in heavy golden armor appeared in the air before the spear. He went so far as to, against the spear of the god of war. A blocking maneuver was made. Ridiculous. This is an attack infused with the power of the war god. Can you block it? Christ laughed madly, already able to think of the scene where the egg was smashed by the stone. Boom! In the very next second, a violent wave erupted in the air. The eggs did rot, but not the golden armored warrior, but the spear of the war god, only to see an out-of-control spear rapidly spinning and flying towards the air amidst the collapsing crimson battle intent. Blocked? How is this possible? Being hit in the face at the speed of light, Christ's eyes and beads flew out, but only for a moment. He smiled again. At this moment, the warrior who had blocked the war god's spear, just like a cannonball, smashed towards the dragon carriage at the back. It's a mortal body after all, Christ said viciously. He was offended by the fact that the war god's spear was blocked. But the other party will also have to bear the consequences of offending the god of war. The force of the war god's spear was enough for that heavily armored warrior to blow up his master, along with that aerial pavilion. However, Christ hadn't been smug for a second. Something weird happened. The heavily armored warrior who flew towards the air pavilion actually turned at an acute angle without warning and blasted heavily onto the ground. That's when Chris noticed, behind that heavily armored warrior, there was another heavily armored warrior. He was holding his position behind the downward slash of his long sword and gazing at himself warily. I can't believe he, blocking your own companion, as an attack, that tough? Chris just felt his scalp go numb. All he could think was that the people across the street were more vicious than they were Spartan. It was a bit of an exchange of blows. Christ has come to appreciate the power of his opponent. In the arrogance in his eyes, there were a few more moments of fear. After forcing his composure, he smiled again. The war god's spear is only the first segment of the skill. The second attack. It's my flesh. Christ smiled maliciously. The air-breaking power of the war god's spear had opened a channel for him to be able to approach his opponent instantly. Even if the opponent could block the spear, he would be unable to withstand his shield strike across space. 2 damage. Just ask if you can carry it. At this point, Christ had completed the second build-up. Just as he raised his shield to strike 1,000 blows towards his target with the pull of the war god's spear, there was a shattering sound in the sky. Christ subconsciously looked up, and before his eyes was a blinding white aura, with nothing but searing pain, erupting in his eyes beneath his helmet. Ah! The searing, sharp pain caused Christ to let out a heartbreaking hiss. Blood, mixed with golden powder, poured out of the full coverage helmet. And that's just the prelude. With a guttural whine, 6 streams of heavenly fire flowed across time and space, focusing on his body. The blazing heat instantly ignited everything. The flesh of the divine race that possessed the blood of the gods cracked inch by inch in the terrifying heat. The smoke and dust it turned into was sucked in by the spatial cavities penetrated by the war god's spear, and drifted away before the pavilion in the sky. You have killed level 90 Spartan warlord, Christ. Experience plus 301,310. The ashes are floating my way. What bad luck. Looking at the ashes floating in front of him, Chiny Yang frowned slightly. At the same time, he was also marveling in his heart at the damage done by Heavenly Flame Streamer. The skill, Heavenly Fire and Streaming Light, comes from the Lightning Star Robe. Same as picking stars with your bare hands. It's all attacks from the sky. However, unarmed Picking Star was a ranged attack and Skyfire Streamer was a single attack. Theoretically, single damage is much higher than ranged damage. Chiny Yang also wanted to take this opportunity to test the damage of the skill. Who knows? This level 90 demonic creature was blown to slag. It's a sign of massive damage overflow, just like the Divine Warrior Phantom, which always knocks the target into a bloody mist. He's still too brittle for seconds to even have a little touch. Chiny Yang said. He always had the feeling that his limit damage had always been a mystery. Unable to break defense against level 149 Linier, can do damage overflow against level 92 star demons. What stage is one's strength zone? Exactly? Try looking for a level 100 next time. The only way to test the exact damage is to hit the blood in one hit, Chiny Yang said, raising his eyes to scan the battlefield. At this point, the massacre of the Spartan war souls by the Praetorians was nearing its end. In front of Chiny Yang's eyes, they were also filled with tips of experience value growth, as if they were brushing the screen. You've risen to level 49. All attributes plus 5. You have gained 10 points of free attributes. Escalation is like drinking water. Chiny Yang gave a heartfelt cry. He'd long since lost sight of the 3 melons that came with the upgrade. Upgrades without gained skills were as bland as plain water to him, but he neglected to mention that the principal of his own vocational college was only in his 40s. It took him half a lifetime to get to this level of rank. The massacre is over. After the break, the Praetorians once again arranged themselves in square formation. This time, Chiny Yang didn't let them walk. Instead, they were divided into 3 columns, floating in the air on both sides of the dragon carriage and in front of it. Chiny Yang did this for the sole purpose of being able to make the array a little more grand. After all, she is just ahead. Before he was about to meet him, Chiny Yang was all rare and excited. How he feels now. It was as if a wanderer who had been stranded in a foreign land was about to meet his elders in the old country. Taishang Emperor's son's daily greetings. Point and click to urge more yo. Without the war god clan in the way, Chiny Yang rode the dragon carriage and flew over the crater. Inside a pool of hot, rising magma, a 100-foot giant stood with his eyes closed. Half of his body was under the lava. Chains of law with glittering inscriptions were wrapped around his body. Judas, a prisoner soaked in a watery prison. What arrogance! Chiny Yang looked up at the sky, his eyes blazing. Although the chi in front of him is only a projection, he is also an elder in his old family. In the spirit of loving the house, seeing chi being treated like this, Chiny Yang's heart felt extremely nasty. However, he didn't break the chains first. The mental state of this elder of his own is still uncertain. He was not only the lord of soldiers in the world, but also the oldest god of war in the long history of China. He's going to start a fight, and he's not necessarily going to be able to hold it down himself right now. Let's try to have a conversation first, Chiny Yang thought in his mind. He straightened his coat and mobilized the breath in his body and said in a loud voice, Soldier Lord Chi, wake up. Boom boom boom. A deafening thunderclap resounded. It was as if it was going to tear this heaven and earth apart. The fiery pool of magma became raging, as if it had been infused with endless anger and rage. Chi's eyes, which were tightly closed, slowly opened. Instantaneous. It was as if 2 stars were burning and exploding, releasing a massive amount of might. Staring into eyes that contained monstrous flames of anger, Chiny Yang only felt like he was in the middle of a solar storm. All over his body, the raging heat raged. If it wasn't for the supreme dragon body, I think that at this point in time, my hair would have been burned out. I'm the one who pulled you in. In you, there is an aura that is familiar to me. So, who are you? Chi scrutinized Chiny Yang without opening his mouth, but managed to make a sound. Seeing that the other's mental state was still stable, Chiny Yang sighed in relief and replied flatly, I am the Emperor of China, the 9 to 5. She is indeed the master of soldiers in the world, but he is also uniquely 9 to 5. The Emperor of Huaxia. What is Huaxia? She exuded a puzzled look. In the ancient times, there was no concept of Huaxia, but soon, as if he had received some information, his expression changed rapidly. Doubt, anger, relief, satisfaction, relief. So it is. From tribe to nation, from nation to civilization. Quite a rippling history. Chi seems to be in an instant, reading the entire history of China. After digesting the information in his mind, a hint of a smile appeared on that slightly menacing face. He looked up to the sky and sighed. I originally thought that I would die out in the river of history if I became a king and lost, but I didn't want the descendants of future generations to remember me. Seeing this, Chiny Yang knew that the time had come and quipped. How could the people of Huaxia forget the merits of the soldier lord? To practice the art of conquest in war, and to practice metallurgical forging, pass on the rite of drumming in music, and teach the rite of sacrifice. In later generations, you were honored as one of the 3 ancestors, the best in the history of literature. Chi's eyes lit up. Did they really say that? Chiny Yang nodded. Much controversy has been raised by previous generations. However, as a nation that promotes ancestor worship, the descendants will not begrudge the incense and praises of those who have performed meritorious deeds in history. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Chi looked up to the sky and laughed so hard that the ground shook. He looked at Chiny Yang and said, I see that you are not bad either. Being able to carry all the imperial chi of China, I think you must possess the same unearthly talent as I do. I, for one, have much to learn. It was rare for Chiny Yang to be modest, and this was also to pave the way for the follow-up. No need to humble yourself. You can drop. She raised his arm and waved his hand slightly. It caused the giant chains on his body to shake. Seeing this, Chiny Yang said, "Unlock the chains first." She lifted the chain, shook it, and asked, "You can undo this? Mention the chains on your body." A stifled look appeared on Chi's face. "This thing is evil. By definition, no metal can bind me, but as soon as I exert my power, this chain absorbs my strength, and it feels as soft as a punch in the water." Chiny Yang nodded slightly. He knew that it was the power of the laws of the world. Each world will have its own laws. Chi is powerful, but in this foreign world, it will also be incompatible with the water. The Chinese gods want to exert their power here. Then it would have to go through myself, a half local, half foreigner. It's not for nothing that the occupation of awakening the 9 to 5 is a good one. Chiny Yang had an epiphany. It's a Trojan horse program itself, to bring to this world, the mysterious power of the East. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang felt the need to explain to Chiyu. He looked at Chiyu and said, "We are already in another world, where there is no opening of the heavens and no manhwa to create people, but rather there is another set of laws and another group of gods. The power that binds you is the laws of that world." "Other world?" Chi asked. "Who sent me here?" "You can understand the sky." Chiny Yang was just about to explain. "Again, I don't think heavenly is the right word." Turning to correct himself, he said, "It can be understood as the way of the divine." Chi heard, silent for a while, laughed. "I understand. This is to live." Chiny Yang nodded. "My goal is to name this world China. Soldier Master, are you willing to open up the frontier for me?" "A word." Chiyu pounded his chest and pointed at Chiny Yang. "If you have a job, you open your mouth." Only when he reached here did Chiny Yang put his heart down. That's the temperament of the old family members. When there was no foreign enemy, they fought and killed each other. When there is a foreign enemy, brothers from all corners of the world compete for the genealogy. Chiny Yang slightly closed his eyes, and with his spiritual power, he drew out the divine nature of the god goblin. It was a force that seemed to be there, but was extremely solid. It symbolizes the unshakable laws of this world, which only the so-called divinity can break. The world's divine warrior. Chiny Yang's eyes widened. Attach the divinity, which represents the law, to the divine weapon phantom. Shoo shoo shoo. Tao divine warrior phantom stabbed towards the law chains, exploding into bursts of fluctuations with inscription symbols. Bang, bang, bang. Under the fierce attack of the divine warrior phantom, the law chains collapsed and broke, as if they were a dead auger python, falling into the magma. At the same time, hints appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. Completed series of quests v. Sword Casting Furnace. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV 5. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV 5. You comprehend sword intent at all times and possess a 25% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release skills. Series of quests 6 opens. Recasting Regulus. Introduction. Let the world's military master Chi recast Regulus. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Recovering his freedom, Chi raised his hands high and laughed at the sky. The laughter went straight to the 9 heavens and the clouds, shaking the red clouds that tumbled and receded like waves. And on the other side of the sky, beyond space, inside the vast palace in the sky, the giant sitting on his throne, his eyes snapped open. He slowly got up and with heavy steps, he walked out of the palace and looked towards the endless sea of clouds. The sea of clouds churned and slowly displayed a mirage. In the mirage, Chi, who was standing in the lava pool, was waving his arms up to the sky. The law chains are broken? The war god's eyes lit up with fury as he droned. Warriors, descend upon the Jioli desolate flame and seal the demon god beyond the realm. Yes, Lord War God. An answering voice came from the air. Immediately, the reddish rays of light turned into meteors and descended towards the lower realm. Above the Jioli desolate fire, Chi Yu, who had been released, craned his neck and asked Chiny Yang, "What are we going to do next?" Chiny Yang looked at Chi Yu and said, "Help me recast the Xian Yuan sword." "Well, say." "Wait." Chi Yu froze. "What sword?" "Shangjing City, Council Hall." Looking at the projection in front of him, Lin Xian's eyes were glazed over, and Xi Jinping was even more dumbstruck. This was the first time they had seen a living god. "This is the god of Kyushu. It's really mighty." Xi Jinping sighed repeatedly. The 8 orthodox gods of this world have statues, but statues are dead things. Built as tall as they are, they cannot truly convey the majesty of the gods. And through this projection, instead, they were able to physically experience the power of the giant in the lava pool. It had to be said that Zhang Lingxiao's tactics were indeed brilliant. What surprised Xi Jinping even more was that Chiny Yang was able to float in front of the deity, leveling his eyes with him, completely unaffected by his mighty pressure. This is so weird, even if it is viewed through a projection. Xi Jinping even felt like he couldn't breathe a bit. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, didn't have any problems at all. And why would the gods allow a human to look at themselves as equals? Is it because of the temper? Shouldn't be. Chinfon secretly shook his head. Looking at the image of that giant, he can't be a good-natured man. Who's Mr. Nice Guy can spit fire out of his eyes? Thinking of this, Chinfon looked towards Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian had already reacted from his shock. The corners of that wildly upturned mouth were on the verge of being suppressed. Chinfon guessed that Lin Xian was thinking the same thing as himself. Chiny Yang had the ability to communicate with the gods. And it's equal communication. This meant that Chiny Yang had the ability to harness the gods. Chiny Yang's profession is not a legendary level, but a legendary peerless one. I didn't expect that. This level, it really does exist. Chinfon took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian, wanting to confirm from him. Who knew that Lin Xian was also looking at himself? His eyes were full of thirst, as if to say, "Are you in doubt? Ask me if you have questions. It's hard for me not to play this pussy." Chinfon has been in politics for many years. What a format that is. Immediately, in a puzzled tone, he asked Lin Xian, "Sword Emperor, why is your grandson, unaffected by the divine's pressure, able to look at him as an equal? Could it be that?" Lin Xian immediately followed, his eyebrows fluttering as he said, "Because Chiny Yang's occupation is not a legendary level, but a legendary peerless level. To be precise, this is not an occupation, but a god position." Lin Xian looked at the projection again and said, "He's not a professional either, but an empowered one. The powers that be." Chinfon marveled. This is a legendary existence. There are only descriptions in the Kyushu archives. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Lin Xian was glowing. "It's confirmed now. My grandson is a power user." Chinfon, your grandson is making history. The corner of Zhang Lingxiao's mouth on the side twitched as he quietly watched the two perform. Lin Xian looked at Zhang Lingxiao and said, "Can you give some reaction?" Zhang Lingxiao sighed and changed his expression to one of surprise, saying, "Sword Emperor, your grandson is awesome. True or false?" Lin Xian snorted coldly and asked to him, "Is this the auspicious sign you're talking about?" Zhang Lingxiao nodded and shook his head again, saying, "It's not over yet. Sword Emperor, dare you let your grandson take a risk?" Lin Xian directly looked away. "I wouldn't dare. You guys." Zhang Lingxiao frowned, and without any more pretense, he directly said, "Chiny Yang's auspicious sign. There is still one thing missing. Without it the auspicious sign will still turn evil." Hearing Ji turn evil, Lin Xian immediately turned his head and asked, "What's the difference?" Zhang Lingxiao shook his head. "I didn't figure it out, but you surely know that what Chiny Yang needs is on you." "On me?" Lin Xian instantly responded. "The copper of time and space." Here the copper of time. Chinfon also realized the problem. "So Sansakura and their mega-secret realm was destroyed by your living father?" Lin Xian ignored Chinfon as Zhang Lingxiao asked, "What do I have to do?" Zhang Lingxiao said, "Send in the copper of time and space." Lin Xian asked, "What about the risks?" Zhang Lingxiao, "It will open up a spatial rift and invite more Spartan sky god clans to allow the god of war's projection to descend." Lin Xian said, "Then I'll personally send it in." Zhang Lingxiao nodded his head, revealing a rare serious look as he said, "Lin Xian, I counted this hexagram 100 years ago, and have deduced it countless times since then. If there is another solution, I won't let you guys take the risk." Saying this, he paused and said, "It's not really a risk. It's just that this time your opponent is the god of war, so I don't count the results as great." Finally, he lit a merit badge and added, "You grandparents like to pretend, so you'll have to go big this time." Recast Regulus? The corners of Chi's mouth rose as he asked, "What happened to Regulus?" Chiny Yang said, "Just like you. When you entered this world, you were suppressed by the law and are now transformed into a sword fetus." "Wonderful." Chi's mouth couldn't be suppressed. "That sword. It's nothing more than that." Chiny Yang laughed bitterly in his heart. Chi is still holding a grudge against Regulus. He already knew, however, how to go along with Chi's words. He cleared his throat and agreed. Regulus is the highest status sword in the long history of China, but it is not the most perfect sword. Curious? Chi asked. "How so?" Chiny Yang, "It lacks the aura of killing and soldiering ferocity. If it was built by a soldier lord, it might be able to make up for that." "Ha ha 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 ha, you're setting me up." Chi saw through Chiny Yang's intentions and laughed. "But I eat you this set. Where does that guy Shen Yuan know how to cast a sword? Or have to I come?" When Chiny Yang heard this, he was happy in his heart. Originally thought it would be difficult to persuade Chi to cast the sword. "I didn't think it would be that easy. It's just a shame. That leaves 8 pieces of copper of time not yet in place." Chiny Yang looked down to the magma pool below and couldn't help but feel some regret. Without the main material, even Chi, it is a clever woman. "We'll just have to wait to hear from mother." Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. Too many surprises happened on this trip to Liju, causing plans to be adjusted all the time. Fortunately, the main objectives have been met and exceeded. Not only did he find the sword casting furnace, he also found the sword casting master. Since we can't recast Regulus immediately, Chiny Yang is about to consider a question. It was different from the Excalibur Pass in the challenge space. The Jioli Desolate Fire was a secret realm that existed on a fixed basis. It can be invaded once by the gods. It can be invaded a second time. Is it possible that one has to station troops here? Or, perhaps, sit in personally? Thinking of this, Chiny Yang was a headache. With a sense of powerlessness that comes with playing a handheld game and getting stuck with key material. Sure, with the dragon carriage, it wasn't a problem to be permanent in the secret realm. Not only food and clothing are guaranteed, but also can give Chi spread dog food. What Chiny Yang was really worried about, it's the Spartan sky gods that will be making a comeback any day now. He had a hunch. Next time it comes, it won't be an 80 or 90 level minor character. Taishang Emperor, about the Chinese gods were suppressed. All is a moment, because it is a projection of the body. Plus the world law is not the same, so the water and the soil is not suitable, is not weakened. Looking at the red clouds rolling across the sky, Chiny Yang didn't dare to let his guard down. He had a premonition that the Spartan Celestials, at any moment, could descend. It's better to exit the secret realm first, and then find mother and grandfather as soon as possible. We'll see what happens. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang decided to exit the Jioli Desolate Flame first. There's so much energy in the house, it's a waste to not use it. It's a bit dangerous to stay here by yourself. Chiny Yang was thinking. A red light flashed in the sky. He looked up and his eyes lit up. That red light he had seen before. It is the visualization of the annihilation transmission. This red pin prop is capable of transmitting messages across space. The one who could use it to send a message to himself was most likely Linier. Chiny Yang had asked Linier about the progress of the copper of time and space. This red light should be her reply. Chiny Yang's brows furrowed. The annihilation transmission note, a prop to be used at important junctures. You don't walk through with this thing just to reply with a Roger. Is it collected? Or did it go awry? Chiny Yang was a little nervous and reached out to collect the red light. Immediately, a prompt appeared before his eyes. You received an email from Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Chiny Yang frowned. It was the first time he had heard the name. But if the last name is Lin, it's most likely a family member. Chiny Yang thought in his mind and opened the email. Text, wait for me. Accessory, imaginary copper *8. I'm Trough. Chiny Yang was violently shocked. The email attachment was actually a copper of time and space. This Lin Xian, he can't be my grandfather? Chiny Yang was shocked in his heart, feeling that he couldn't be wrong. Void copper, also known as copper of time. It's rare material that's been federally included in the top secret files. It would be no one else but your own family who could give it to you for free. Only Lin Xian was able to take out 8 void coppers in such a short period of time. Long live the Imperial Prince. Chiny Yang sighed in his heart. He doesn't have the annihilation transmitter anymore. If you do, reply with a high or low, kiss grandpa. It's just a matter of time. Chiny Yang had plenty of time to honor the Sword Emperor's grandfather. All we have to do now is to recast Regulus. Chiny Yang clicked on the email to receive the attachment. Immediately after the void copper entered the backpack, a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Completed series of quests 2, Copper of Shushan. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV 6. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV 6. You comprehend sword intent at all times and possess a 30% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release skills. After the mission is completed, Chiny Yang's panel reduced consumption, which had come to 86%. I remember that the reduced consumption of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent max is 50%. For more quests after recasting Regulus? It can't be that you want me to recast the scabbard, can it? Chiny Yang spat in his mind. This mission stinks and is long. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a divine artifact, he wouldn't bother doing it. Whatever. Now that everything is ready, let's get started. Chiny Yang looked at Chi Yu and said, Soldier Master, start recasting the Xian Yuan sword now. With that, he raised his hand from slightly. A golden light flew out of the Imperial Dragon carriage and landed in his hand. It was a sword-shaped golden metal. On it, a gust of ancient and heavy emanated. It seemed to contain the spirits of all the mountains and rivers of China. I can feel Regulus' breath. Seeing the sword tire of the Xian Yuan sword, Chi's gaze was heavy, as if he was caught in memories. But immediately after, his mouth changed and he laughed at the Regulus tire. Ha ha ha, Regulus, just you still forge swords? I can tell by looking at this sword tire that it's inferior. Looking at Chi Yu's mouth, the corner of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. He's the same character as swordsman? This is the kind of trash talking that you do, even to yourself. You haven't forgotten, have you? You were killed by this sword. Chi taunted the sword tire for a while. Only after his emotions were released did he say to Chiny Yang, Take the sword tire and the copper of Shushan and throw them both into the magma pool, and leave the rest to me. Chiny Yang nodded. All of the sword tires, as well as the 9 pieces of imaginary copper that had replaced the copper of Shushan, were thrown into the magma pool. Boom! The moment the material enters the furnace, a majestic might exploded out. The ripples formed by the airwaves spread to the entire secret realm. The sheer thrust of this wave of air, in fact, it almost dispersed Chiny Yang's heavenly soldier formation. Chiyu said to Chiny Yang, "It may take a bit of time. You come and guard me. Leave it to me." Chiny Yang nodded. The recasting of Regulus has begun. Not to mention the heavenly god race coming down again. Even if the god of war came, he would still be there to the end. Also, he had a hunch. One's own sword emperor grandfather, coming soon, delivering key materials at key moments. He also made a point of urging himself to wait for him in the transmissions. It meant that the sword emperor had been paying attention to himself in the outside world. Wait, what tone of voice would be more filial to call grandpa? Chiny Yang thought in his mind. The sword emperor's thigh was much bigger than Linier's. When you meet someone for the first time, you have to give them the best impression. What can't you get when you have a sword emperor grandfather to spoil you? Very open. The casting of the sword begins. The entire crater was wrapped in a red storm. In order to avoid being affected by the waves of might, Chiny Yang led the 2,000 Imperial City Forbidden Guards and withdrew 1,000 meters backward, returning to the top of the valley once again. In the meantime, the outside world, the Kyushu Federation, also suddenly announced that the entire territory had entered a level 1 alert. This was a decision made by one of the 5 sages, Chinfon, after long consideration. A divine war is about to break out in the secret realm located in the federal state of Lai. This is no small thing. Even if Zhang Lingxiao said that this was an auspicious sign for the state of Kyushu, Chinfon didn't dare to be arrogant. Once the divine war got out of control, no one could grasp the direction of events. All he could do now was to keep his internal and external guards as full as possible for the crisis of annihilation that was likely to come. "Si Shang, you're pulling the highest alert, but it's going to leak." Zhang Lingxiao pinched the merit on his fingertips, but did not ignite it. Suffice it to say, the divine calculator of Kyushu is also very nervous at this time. Chinfon sighed and said, "In the event that the power of the gods overflows through the secret realm, it would be a catastrophe that would turn the world upside down. I have to make sure that the Federation is prepared before the catastrophe arrives. And as for secrecy, it can only be put in the second place to be considered." Zhang Lingxiao nodded his head as if he was speaking to himself and said, "Don't be nervous, Lin Xian is out to win this time." Liz Ho, desolate fire crack. Rolls of smoke rose from the grassless wasteland. The air was filled with a pungent odor. Hiji fluttered her butterfly feathers and flew through the air, concentrating on gazing downward. The rolling magma that gushed out from the desolate flame crack was blocked by the phaseless Taiyan that had transformed into a rolling mountain of flesh, forming a magma pool that was huge in size. From a high altitude, it looked like an illuminating lamp emitting red light. Thanks to the phaseless Taiyang, the living souls of Lizho were preserved. But at this time, Hizi's heart was a million times harder. Just a short time ago, Chiny Yang was sucked into the desolate fire rift. Hiji knew how dangerous this was. Being passively inhaled into the secret realm, it was 9 deaths and 1 disability. Although she had witnessed it with her own eyes, it was as if she was unwilling to admit the truth. Hovering high in the sky, looking for traces of Chiny Yang, hoping to see a miracle. Right at this moment, a blood-red tentacle shot out of the magma pool and attacked towards Hiji, who was flying in the air. "Crap!" Hiji cried out in shock. As soon as she looked at the blood-red tentacles, she knew who her attacker was. King of the Mistletoe, Kingston Wong. "He's not dead." Blood-side mantis. In fear, Hiji activated her skill to summon the Imperial beasts. 12 half-man-tall blood-colored mantises flew out in red light. In an instant, the tentacles that flew at him were cut off. Hiji quickly pulled up in altitude, but not before she took a breath. Dozens more tentacles shot out of the magma pool. Shoo shoo shoo. The blood-red tentacles were like vipers, wrapping around the 12 blood-scythe mantises and dragging them into the lava pool in the blink of an eye. At the same time, more tentacles flew up from the magma. It was as dense as a hairline. Hiji could not avoid it and was entangled into a ball by a large number of tentacles. The same is true of the Celestial Compulsion Psychic. She's only level 30. As for King Patch, he's already level 121. When the two fought, it didn't even take a single round to separate the winner from the loser. Ha ha ha. A big-headed monstrous baby floated out of the lava pool and let out a dry, strange laugh. Chiny Yang has been pulled into the secret realm, and already has 9 lives to live. Now, the heavenly compass spirit medium is in my hands again. Even though I can't overthrow Lizho this time, I can still resolve the hatred in my heart. I'm going to refine you into a mistletoe now. The strange baby transformed by the mistletoe king stared with spiteful eyes and shouted wildly. He was originally a celestial genius, and once also served as a celestial compulsion spirit medium, guarding the mountains and forests of Lizho. And now, it's down to everyone. Doesn't matter. After sacrificing his ZE to a bug, he's going to disappear to another country. After that, he spent his whole life as an enemy of Kyushu, and an enemy of Lizho. Evil energy surged out from the mistletoe king's body, and through a large number of tentacles, it was channeled towards Hege, who was entangled into a meatball in the air. Just as the power of evil was about to be conveyed to the meatball, a sharp whistle came from the sky. Only a silky silver light was seen cutting through. The tentacles that were as dense as strands of hair actually broke off in unison and drifted apart in a messy manner. It was as if a pair of scissors had stopped them in their tracks. Barely. The scarlet power of the mistletoe compass, spewing out from the tentacles, landed in the magma pool, emitting rolling black smoke with a pungent smell. As the tentacles crumbled, Hege, who had been entangled into a meatball, was also freed from them. Unconscious, she fell toward the lava pool below, along with the disconnected tentacle. Just as she was about to fall into the hot lava, her body suddenly settled in mid-air. A man in a white robe appeared out of thin air beside him. The man looked to be in his 60s, with a decent, unruffled appearance, a head of silver white hair that was combed extremely neatly. When he appeared, the entire wasteland let out a sharp buzz, that sword intent vibrating. The entire wasteland had been covered by his sword intent. The visitor was none other than the Sword Emperor of the 9 states. Lin Shen. Who are you? You again. One by one. You're not finished. The king of the mistletoe saw that thousands of tentacles had been severed. Immediately realizing that the arrivals were strong, he blustered and blustered as he questioned loudly towards the sky on one side. On the other side, it split into a smaller baby body and dived into the depths of the magma, intending to escape with the technique of the golden cicada. However, all of his little maneuvers were being watched. Lin Shan swept his eyes at the king of the mistletoe and poured his sword chi into the pool of magma. In a split second, the sharp sword intent, transformed into billions and billions of nanometer steel needles, filled the entire magma pool. Not to mention the small number 1 body split by the king of mistletoe. Even if it was as microscopic as a water bear bug, it would still have to be pierced with 1,000 holes. The kill is plain and deadly and needs little description. The king of mistletoe didn't even have time to hum out, and his entire body turned into a bloody mist under the rush of the sword intent. As a level 121 monarch ranked powerhouse, in this world, he's already won over the vast majority. However, the person he encountered today was the Sword Emperor of the Kyushu state who had half a foot in the metamorphosis stage. In the absolute sword intent domain, killing an initiate monarch was like crushing a bug. Freak! Lin Shan snorted contemptuously, showing the same look of disgust he had when he crushed the bug. He then pointed downward and mouthed, "Congeal." In moments, the magma below was drained of its temperature and quickly cooled to rock, creating a landing spot. After putting the unconscious Heze down, Lin Shan looked towards the center of the magma pool and said to himself, "The crack is right there." He slightly raised his hand and conjured up an ancient longsword. After condensing his sword intent, he violently slashed out a sword chi towards the center of the magma. Boom! Sword intent erupted. Space shook, and the light around them distorted. However, the image Lin Shan had imagined did not appear. The space in front of them only twisted and shook for a while and returned to its original state. Can't open it? Lin Shan's brows furrowed. His sword intent could break through space at will. The two spaces could go back and forth at will as long as there was some connection between them. As for the desolate fire rift in front of him, a spatial path clearly existed, but the sword intent was unable to penetrate. As the unexpected appeared, Lin Shan couldn't help but get a little agitated. At his level, there's no point in vigorously flying bricks. What you can't cut through is what you can't cut through. Splitting 100 swords, 10,000 swords is useless. Lin Shan also didn't intend to waste any more sword intent. He raised his hand and shot out a sword intent towards Heze. The sword intent turned into energy and surged into Heze's body, washing and nourishing it like a fresh breeze. A second later, Heze woke up. Without waiting for her to respond, Lin Shan asked, "Spirit medium girl, the desolate fire rift seems to have a prohibition. Do you know how to open it?" A confused Heze blinked. After seeing Lin Shan's appearance, he was violently energized. She had long since learned about Chiny Yang's background from Huangliang. Mother is level 149 peak monarch, father is level 70 patriarch, and grandfather is level 180 peak emperor. The appearance of the old man in front of him was extremely similar to Chiny Yang. Heze moved her head slightly. Just know the identity of the person in front of you. The first sword of heaven, one of the 4 emperors. Lin Shen. Sword. First time I've seen such a big man. He isn't even very good at talking. She stroked her tongue before saying, back to Lord Sword Emperor. The desolate flame rift was sealed with the mistletoe technique, and if you want to activate it again, you'll have to use the mistletoe technique. Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Not good. Your own hands are quick. Should have known better and left that bug alive. Where are we going to find someone who can do this? Just as Lin Xian was feeling a headache, He continued. Sword Emperor, I can open the crack. Lin Xian was startled and looked at He hadn't really thought that this pretty girl would know the evil art of manticore. However, He did not seem to be ashamed of this. She looked towards the phaseless Taiyu who had been transformed into a mountain of flesh. Said, the phaseless Taiyang is the most powerful tremodode in Lizho, so you can use it as a passageway to enter the desolate fire rift. No phase. Taiyaki. Lin Xian looked at the mountains of flesh in a circle around him and was slightly startled. He remembered a past event. 100 years ago. He was a child. At that time, the desolate fire rift erupted. Magma erupted and the alien race descended. The whole of Lizho was turned into a sea of fire. Under the guidance of Zhang Lingxiao, the Lijuans learned that the mistletoe bugs could restrain the flames. The undeclared Teo is a product of that time. That was the mistletoe that Zhang Lingxiao had made with the evil weapon. The 10,000 soul streamer. Shit. Looking at the phaseless Teiyukai that surrounded a mountain, Lin Xian couldn't help but burst out in foul language. 100 years ago, Zhang Lingxiao was still a heroic rank professional. At that time, he was able to refine such a horrible thing? This stinking Taoist. You're not good in a fight, but you've got a lot of tricks up your sleeve. The Supreme Emperors, what is this 10,000 soul streamer? How do I use it? I don't know. Jiuli Desolate Fire. The huge volcano was completely enveloped by a whirlwind of flames. In it, a sword-row-shaped shadow was faintly presented. A gust of ancient and majestic aura swept out like ripples. Chiny Yang stood on top of the dragon carriage, his eyes burning. After regulus is in hand, he then had 3 ancient divine artifacts: Nuwa Stone, Kongdong Seal, Regulus Sword. It's been quite a toss-up in the middle though, but only 3 months have passed. If the later artifacts are entered at this efficiency, then in less than 2 years, he would be able to achieve the 99 human emperors. All of this is no accident. Chiny Yang murmured in his heart. After this trip to the wildfire, he has touched the hidden truth. The world is facing a powerful intruder. Mysterious forces from the east. It's world versus world. No one can escape this coming storm. And he himself, the 9-5, the future emperor of the 9-9, was the disturber of this storm. I am being manipulated? Chiny Yang's brows frowned slightly. His heart was enlightened, but he became more and more skeptical. From what I've seen so far, he seems to have been ennobled by the mandate of heaven. There was a certain presence in the underworld that was showing him the way. Who will it be that guides me? Chiny Yang closed his eyes slightly and fell into thought once again. In his mind, images of the past flew back. It's back to where it all started. On the awakening stage, Chiny Yang stood silently. The profession of 9 to 5. Who gave it to you? Anyway, is it the so-called heavenly way? The living providence? If so, how would he or she get rid of the heavenly mandate and be a true human emperor? With many misgivings, Chiny Yang carefully recalled every detail of the awakening. In his mind, 8 big words appeared once again. Mandate to heaven, both life and eternity. Mandate to heaven, both life and eternity. Is it granted? Not received? Ordained to heaven. I understand. Chiny Yang jolted awake. Golden lightning erupted from his eyes. His face was full of the ecstasy of an epiphany. He understands. The concepts of receiving and giving are fundamentally different. The emperor must obey the order of heaven in order to live long and prosper. The term ordained by God means something else. Emperors delegate their own authority to the heavens. It will assist the emperor to achieve longevity and prosperity. One heaven is the master and the other is the servant. Chiny Yang's situation falls into the second category. Along the way, he was indeed guided by the divine. But it's not about carrying the mandate of God. Rather, it's the divine carrying out his orders. Give directions for attaining both longevity and eternity. I will not be manipulated by any being. That is, heaven's order. Chiny Yang instantly came to an epiphany, and an imperial aura erupted into the sky. The tumbling red clouds in the air suddenly spread out like ocean waves, revealing the azure sky. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Chiny Yang's eyes. You have realized the mandate of heaven. Early access to a wisp of the human emperor's breath. The human emperor's breath will gradually coalesce and grow. All of your attacks will have the human emperor's breath attached to them, and can cause damage to the gods. Human emperor breath. Seeing the hint, Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. Just as he wanted to find out more, there was a toothsome sound of repairing flesh tearing against bone from the sky. Chiny Yang frowned and looked up. only to see a disgusting mass of sarcoma, which actually appeared out of nowhere in the air. The sarcoma was rapidly expanding, as if it were an infinitely proliferating lesion. In just the blink of an eye, the sky that Chiny Yang had previously rushed away from, was once again covered up, and in the center of the sarcoma, there was a cavity. The cavity expands as the sarcoma expands. Looking into it, one could actually catch a glimpse of a deep, starry sky. A phaseless Teiyukai? Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. He had seen that sarcoma before, and it was precisely He Jiyi's Imperial Beast. Why did this thing appear in the Jioli Desolate Fire? Although the phaseless Taiyu is He Ziyi's Imperial Beast, but Chiny Yang was recasting the Xian Yuan sword. At this moment, his mind was unusually tight. There is no room for error at such an important time. Chiny Yang slightly raised his hand, instantly condensed 1,000 divine weapon phantoms. All together, they aimed at the large sarcoma in the sky, ready to strike at any moment. Right at this moment, in the cavity with the view of the starry sky, He Jiyi's voice came. "Pretty boy, it's me." With a familiar accent, He Jiyi fluttered her butterfly wings and flew out of the cavity. "How did you get in here?" Chiny Yang asked with a frown. He Jiyi approached towards Chiny Yang while explaining. "I'm here to open the way for your outsider. Oh, this secret realm, I can open it as well. The Imperial Grandmaster is here." Chiny Yang froze and looked at the cavity again, but there was a delay in seeing Lin Xian's figure. Chiny Yang asked He Jiyi, "Where is my grandpa? His old man?" At this time, He Jiyi had already flown close to Chiny Yang and said, "He can't get in yet." With that, she pointed to the cavity in the air and said, "The spatial channel unfolded by the phaseless Taiyao is still fragile, and your grandfather is so strong that he can easily destroy the cavity, so I'll need a certain amount of time to reinforce it." Chiny Yang was astonished. The unseen Tao can still open space tunnels? Don't say. It's ugly, but it really works. What to do? Kind of want to. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. It's just that the Imperial beasts are non-transferable, but it's not completely out of the question. Chiny Yang looked at He Jiyi. "Well, it's okay to take the Royal Master with you." While Chiny Yang was plotting in his mind, He Jiyi looked around and said in a panicked manner, "Pretty boy, you have to be careful. Your grandpa said that there will be a heavenly god race coming soon, so you should get ready." Chiny Yang was slightly stunned. The heavenly god clan would make a comeback at any time. This he did know. He hadn't felt much tension before. Those Spartan war spirits, they didn't put much pressure on him. But, after He Ziyi reminded him of this, Chiny Yang was a bit flustered instead. The reason is simple. If the resurgent heavenly god clan was still as strong as before, then there was no need to ask Lin Xian to make a move at all. Letting a sword emperor come all the way here for support, it can only mean one thing. The next opponent was never going to be able to handle himself. Chiny Yang's gaze flickered, revealing a rare look of gravity. He Ziyi, who was on the side, was also pale and panicked. In order for the phaseless Taiyang to continue expanding the spatial cavity path, she had to be in the front to guide it, which was why she came within the desolate flame mysterious realm before Lin Xian did. Tell the truth, she was rushing her ducks and coming on strong. The celestial god race were the familiars of the gods, and technically speaking, they were no longer demons, but predators above humans. He Ziyi is still a level 30 kid. Aside from the compulsion spirit, she hadn't even seen a level 70 or higher demonic creature. Suddenly, she was made to face a level 70 starting god's favorite. It would be strange if she wasn't scared, but it's no use being afraid. The powerful heavenly god clan and the angry sword emperor Lin Xian. She always had to pick one to face. Moreover, from her perspective, she didn't want anything to happen to Chiny Yang. "How long will it take my grandfather to get in?" Chiny Yang asked He Jiyi as he drummed in his heart. He Jiyi looked up at the phaseless Tai and estimated. "It feels like it will take about 20 minutes. Hearing this, Chiny Yang sighed in relief. 20 minutes. That's fast. As long as Lin Xian arrived, he would have nothing to panic about. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a majestic aura that spread across the entire realm once again erupted from the sky-rushing flame tornado in the distance. The recasting of Regulus seems to have entered a new phase. The sword-shaped silhouette in the flames had become clearer and clearer. He Jiyi, who was still in a mortal body, after being swept away by this power, her entire body was confused, and she immediately lost her concentration and fell from the air. Chiny Yang instantly exerted his hand of imperial power, holding it in the air and placing it on top of the dragon carriage. He Ziyi was awakened by the weightlessness of free fall, pointing to the flame tornado in the distance, and asked Chiny Yang, "What's that? What's that?" "Don't ask too many questions." Chiny Yang let out a cold snort and placed it on the dragon carriage. 20 minutes wasn't long, but it was just enough to ease his tense nerves. To be completely relaxed, he wasn't that big-hearted. At the moment, he had a strong premonition. The celestial gods were already on their way. Perhaps it would arrive earlier than Lin Xian. Facing an opponent that even Lin Xian couldn't take lightly, Chiny Yang then dared not slack off even more. Can't keep it any longer. Chiny Yang scanned his supplies and took out a bottle of extraordinary spirit potion. He was going to pull the Praetorian Guard full while there was still time to prepare. Shangjing City, the council hall. Bang! The bronze gates of the city were pushed open. A tall figure, leading a group of people, walked in hurriedly. With a clatter of footsteps, a man in black armor with a figure of over 2 meters came to Xi Jinping's side and asked in a loud voice, "Si Shang, what on earth is going on? Why did you suddenly pull the territory-wide alarm?" The person who spoke was none other than one of the 5 sages of the 9 states, the 149th level epic professional, Jim Tianxiong. Xi Jinping glanced at Zhang Lingxiao and received a look of approval before he said to Jim Tianxiong, "Sage Jim, the desolate flame mystic realm in Lizhou is about to be invaded by the divine familiars." Divine familiars? Jim Tianxiong was violently stunned and asked, "Which god is it?" Xi Jinping said, "The god of war, Aros, Aros." As soon as he heard this name, Jim Tianxiong sucked in a breath of cool air, and a look of fear surfaced on his stalwart face. The subordinates behind him were even more vocal. "What's going on here? How did we mess with the god of war in Kyushu? Does Aros even need to be messed with? There's no logic to his behavior. No wonder they had to pull a territory-wide alert. I'm afraid Lizhou can't be saved." The subordinates brought in by Jim Tianxiong. The per capita rank is at the monarch rank. They are the 3rd tier of professionals in Kyushu. But when they heard the words God of War, they all showed a look of fear. The reason is simple. They recalled the past battle of the invasion of the heavenly god race, which was the worst loss since the founding of the Kyushu Federation. Thousands of professionals were sacrificed, and all the monarchs involved in the battle fell, completely being crushed unilaterally by the heavenly god race. Since then, everyone's been talking about God a little bit. Why didn't you say anything about this? Jim Tianxiong forced himself to calm down and said to Xi Jinping, "Have the people in Lizhou started to move?" "No." Xi Jinping shook his head and said, "The people of Lizhou don't know about this news yet. Are you giving it all away?" Warrior Tianxiong lowered his voice and looked incredulous. In his opinion, the heavenly god clan invaded Lizhou. Then Lizhou could be dispensed with. Fighting is definitely not an option. The only thing you can do is to keep the person as long as possible. Both ordinary people and professionals. But Xi Jinping didn't make a single arrangement. Isn't this a complete disregard for the people of Liju? However, in front of so many people, Jim Tianxiong didn't have a fit. He swept his eyes at Daotian Emperor Zhang Lingxiao, and with a strong disgust showing in his eyes, he opened his mouth and asked, "Daoist, do you have some more pretentious arrangements?" Zhang Lingxiao shrugged his shoulders and said, "How am I capable of making arrangements? All arrangements are predestined by the heavens. I can only give a divination, which happens to be an auspicious sign." Bullshit. How many people were killed in the last counterattack against the Sky God clan, which you also said was an auspicious sign? Jim Tianxiong gritted his teeth and said, "If eyes could kill, Zhang Lingxiao would already be dead." Zhang Lingxiao spread his hands. "There are times when fortune-telling is not allowed. Otherwise why don't I go to speculate on stocks? Then you count as a granny ball." Jim Tianxiong placed his hand on the hilt of his sword with killing intent. But soon, he put his hand down again. He's the 5 sages of Kyushu, not a streetwalker. He sighed, suppressed his anger, and asked, "Taoist priest, are you accurate in your calculations this time? There are tens of millions of lives in Lizhou." Hearing tens of millions of lives, Zhang Lingxiao's cynical expression instantly disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly as he seriously said, "This time, it's me who has the element of gambling, and the probability of winning is only 50-50, but if I don't gamble, the Kyushu state will still be in this situation." Hearing this, Jim Tianxiong took a deep breath. The Taoist priest in front of me was both good and evil, which was certainly disgusting, but it had to be recognized that he was an emperor-ranked professional. In deducing the general situation of the world alone, he had saved the 9 states several times. No one can afford to take the trigrams he has calculated seriously. Jim Tianxiong looked at Xi Jinping and asked, "Si Shang, what can I do now?" Xi Jinping fixed his mind and spoke of the defense deployment that had been planned long ago. On the northeastern border, 3 monarchs; on the southwestern border, 5 monarchs; on the eastern sea border, 5 monarchs; and on the southern ocean border, 10 monarchs. When he finished, he asked, "Can you handle it?" Jim Tianxiong felt a great deal of pressure. There aren't that many kings within the Federation. If you want to reach Xi Jinping's deployment, you'll have to ask the great families. Some families are good to talk to, and contributing people is not a problem. But some families, they're lucky if they don't add to the confusion. But it's a matter of life and death for a state. Jim Tianxiong has to reach this defense deployment. He assured Xi Jinping, "Leave it to me, If the king is not enough, I will ask my father to step in, even if I have to let him waste one of his right hands. Si Jinping nodded. Please. Right at this moment, Zhang Lingxiao's body suddenly shook and he immediately pinched his fingers and projected. After a long time, he tried his best to hide his panic and said with a fake smile, over at the Desolate Flame Mystic Realm. It seems like it's started yet. Teishos, daily treats and requests for hypes. By the way, do you guys watch KOF? Zhang Lingxiao pinched his fingers and forced himself to maintain a smile. Will you stop selling? Jim Tianxiong was speechless when he saw Zhang Lingxiao. This guy is still this dangling. Faking it when it counts. Zhang Lingxiao said. The good news is that Lin Xian has already arrived at the Desolate Flame Mysterious Realm. Or he's fast. Si Jinping's eyes lit up. Sankyo is about 4,000 kilometers away from Liju. Even at the speed of sound, it would take nearly 4 hours. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was able to reach the Desolate Flame Mystic Realm within 10 minutes. The ability to space travel is just handy. What about the bad news? Si Jinfeng continued to ask. Zhang Lingxiao laughed bitterly. The Heavenly God Clan is faster than Lin Xian. They have already entered the Desolate Flame Mysterious Realm. When these words came out, Si Jinping's face went white. Chiny Yang had just settled the Heavenly God Clan within the Desolate Flame Mystery. It was only a short time before the follow-up reinforcements arrived. It was enough to see how much the God of War was concerned about this secret realm. The Divine War is bound to break out. I'm going to ask the Dharma Emperor to come out. Jim Tianxiong let out a low cry and immediately turned around, facing the 12 monarch subordinates. Chen Meiran, Jiang Liu, and the other 6 monarchs will guard Shangjing, and the rest of them will return to their respective positions according to their jurisdiction. Roger that. Jim Tianxiong's subordinates shouted in unison. They are the top fighting force of the Kyushu military. It is also the last line of defense for thousands of people. Sure, with just these monarch-ranked professionals, there was no way to ensure that the Kyushu would still be peaceful and calm under the Divine War. It was never just demons that threatened humanity. There's also desire and ambition from the same kind of people. Even if the Kyushu Federation won miserably in the Divine War, it is also subject to other forces taking advantage of the situation. These threats come from the eye of the tiger's worldly families. It also comes from forces outside of Kyushu, outside of the country. Humans never learn from history. The fights and conflicts are never-ending. After making his deployment, Jim Tianxiong, who was in charge of the Federation's force, was ready to move to leave the council hall to ask the French emperor, one of the 4 emperors, to come out. The Dharma Emperor was named Zhanshan, and was an absolute powerhouse second only to Lin Xian, one of the 5 sages. Jim Tianxiong is his son. Jim Tianxiong's character is fierce. Although he has awakened the mage-class profession and has the natural ability inherited from the Law Emperor, he still chooses to wear armor to practice melee combat, and has become a melee mage with dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. For this matter, the French Emperor had severed his relationship with Jim Tianxiong, and even more so, he had severed his ties with the Kyushu Federation. There was only one way to get the French Emperor to make a move. That would be for Jim Tianxiong to waste his sword-wielding right hand, thus returning to the mage sequence and inheriting the mantle of the Law Emperor. Jim Tianxiong has a bold personality and is wide open. In this critical situation, there is no hesitation. He had it in his mind for a long time. The odds are that those families will not give the Federation a helping hand. The remote location of Lizhou was nothing to the interests of his great families. Instead, they want to see the Federation in chaos so that they can profit from the chaos. And Sword Emperor Lin Xian is not necessarily a match for the gods. If one wanted to avoid this calamity, one would definitely not be able to do so without 2 emperor-rank powerhouses. Jim Tianxiong was ready to preserve the foundation of the Federation even if he could not hold a sword in this life. Jim Tianxiong walked towards the outside alone. All the subordinates, all of them closed their eyes inside. A warrior with both magic and martial arts training loses his right hand and everything has to start over. Si Jinfeng looked at Jim Tianxiong's back and wanted to say something, but held back. Since he didn't want Jim Tianxiong to be invalidated, he couldn't hold to continue the exploration of the dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. But the situation at hand is already considered a major disaster. One more emperor-ranked professional was one more chance to win. Just as Jim Tianxiong was about to walk out of the council hall, Zhang Lingxiao suddenly called out to him, "Jim, take this with you." From his backpack, Zhang Lingxiao took out a round stone and said, "This is called a shadow retaining stone. I will send you the battle situation within the Desolate Flame Mystery, and if things take a turn for the better, turn around?" Jim Tianxiong's eyes lit up as he asked, "In the face of the gods, do we still have a chance to turn around?" "Yes." Zhang Lingxiao nodded slightly and said, "The destiny lies with Lin Xian's grandson. As long as he gets what he wants, we will definitely be able to get through this calamity." At that, he paused and laughed. "So you don't want to be impulsive. How inconvenient it is for a man to not have a right hand. You roll o. Jim Tianxiong was angry and amused, knowing that Zhang Lingxiao was telling him to preserve his right hand as much as possible. The look he gave Zhang Lingxiao eased up a bit in a rare moment, but he still snorted coldly. With this virtue of yours, how on earth did you become a sage? Go away, go away. After saying that, he led a group of monarch-ranked professionals and walked out of the council hall. After Jim Tianxiong left, Xi Jinping said to Zhang Lingxiao, Dao Emperor, has the spiritual power come back up yet? Take a look at the situation within the secret territory. Another rush. Zhang Lingxiao frowned and somewhat reluctantly pinched his fingers, and an arcane spell formation emerged under his feet. At the same time while saying, look and cherish it, it's a cross-space snooping skill. Not only does it consume spiritual energy, it also consumes the user's young life. Saying that, the entire council hall immediately surfaced with a wraparound holographic projection. When they saw the scene in the desolate flame mysterious realm, everyone in the hall drew a breath of cold air, and even Zhang Lingxiao showed a rare look of astonishment. Only the blazing earth above there were layers and layers of golden circles floating around, as if it were a celestial instrument. It surrounds an aerial building. Upon closer inspection, those huge circles that moved and interlaced were actually composed of an arrangement of warriors dressed in golden armor. At a glance, the number of golden armored warriors was as high as 4,000, as if they were heavenly soldiers. Not only do his summons have no limit to their number, but they also possess a powerful single combatant. That alone is outrageous. And now they've activated the ability to fly? It's the same legendary level profession. Why am I so much worse than him? The person who spoke was the youngest monarch-ranked professional in Kyushu, the only 32-year-old Chen Meran. His profession was Heavenly Calamity Overlord, the final sequence of undead-type professions, the same as 9 to 5, a legendary class profession. As a Heavenly Calamity Overlord, Chen Meran's summons naturally had no upper limit, but when it came to the quality of the summons, those skeletal warriors of his were far inferior to Chiny Yang's golden armored warriors. There's also a difference between up and down in same level professions, just like how a sword dance singer, can never beat a wine sword immortal. The only female among the 6 monarchs, Jiang Liu shook her head and smiled bitterly. She and Linier were once known as the twin swords of Kyushu. The two were also competitors for a while, but after entering the heroic rank, she couldn't even see Linier's taillights. Xi Jinping did not agree with Jiang Liu's words. The 9 to 5 and the Heavenly Calamity Overlord are not professions of the same level. There's no excuse for that. At the level of the 6 monarchs, they could not yet see the highest top secret. The word supreme is known only to the 5 sages and the 4 emperors. Of course, even knowing Chiny Yang's upper limit, Xi Jinping was still shocked. These 4,000 golden armored warriors all possessed the battle power of a Zhongsha-ranked professional. By relying on these battle forces alone, the Qin family could have occupied a state and established themselves as kings. Plus having Lin Xin's back, Linier, the Kyushu Federation can't do anything about them. Combined with those pretentious remarks of Dao Emperor Zhang Lingxiao, it wasn't hard for Xi Jinping to guess who the future master of Kyushu would be. I'm kind of standing in line early here, Xi Jinping thought darkly, proud of his keen sense of smell. Right at this moment, only Zhang Lingxiao could be heard saying, they're coming. Xi Jinping's mind was in awe as he looked at the projected image, only to see a magic formation emerge from the scorched black earth. As if it was everywhere. In the middle of the spell, warriors with spears and round shields slowly rose. Roughly speaking, the number must have exceeded 5,000. That's a lot of. Seeing this scene, all 6 monarchs revealed a look of fear. Those warriors with round shields are the Spartan war spirits. Each battle spirit starts at level 70 and is high in attack and defense. A single skill called Dragon Hunspear, which can ignore defense by a percentage. 5,000 war souls hurling at the same time. Even they, the monarchs, would be killed in seconds. Compared to the astonishment of the 6 monarchs, Xi Jinping didn't feel that it was that scary. Just a short while ago, Chiny Yang had also exterminated more than 2,000 Spartan war souls, with a battle damage ratio of a staggering 110, and there was just no difference between it and a massacre. Now 4,000 to 5,000. The advantage remains with Chiny Yang. What really worried Xi Jinping? It's those magic formations that unfold in the air. The 30 magic arrays unfolded vertically, like 30 circular doors. The area of those spell formations was larger than the ones on the ground, and the patterns were more complicated. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the thing that came out of it was definitely more powerful than the Spartan war spirit. And what would that be? Xi Jinping muttered, having a bad feeling in his heart. Jiu Li Desolate Fire. Chiny Yang stood on top of the dragon carriage and swept his cold eyes over the Spartan military formation with spears like a forest through the slowly moving circle of forbidden guards. Not bad. The number of experience packs is over 5,000. Even if the experience of the summons is only 10%, that's still 60 million experience, enough for me to level up to 57. Chiny Yang was in an excited mood. Even mega secret worlds rarely have experience packs of this size. It's going to take quite a bit more time to upgrade if you miss this wave. And besides these Spartan war spirits, Chiny Yang also noticed the vertically unfurled magic formations. Being able to appear in the sky proved that it was a demonic creature with the ability to fly, and its experience was definitely higher than that of a Spartan war spirit. Of course, the aura overflowing from that magic formation was extremely powerful. Chiny Yang knew in his heart that what would greet him would be a vicious battle. To recast the regulus sword has really caused a lot of trouble. I hope that this battle will allow me to rush to level 60. Just thinking about it. A group of heavily armored and imposing warriors sped out of the vertical magic formation like birds of prey. They each held 2 spears, while a pair of feathered forms of armor adorned their backs unfurled. Beneath the full coverage helmet, 2 red points of light glowed, giving a sense of oppression that was furious and ferocious. Chiny Yang turned on his skill and swept away. Name, Spartan Ascender Marg. Race, Celestial Gods, Spartan. Level, 100, reduced by 40%. Strength, 13. 350, reduced by 40%. Agility, 11,150, reduced by 40%. Physical fitness, 13. 200, reduced by 40%. Spirit, 7,250, reduced by 40%. Skills, Dragon Hunting Spear, LV6. War God's Fury, LV5. Dual Wielding Storm, LV5. Champion Charge, LV5. Extreme Flight, LV3. Note, this unit suffers from law suppression, reducing all attributes by 40%. Level 100. 3-star potential. Laws of Discipline? Chiny Yang's gaze was stunned. The total attributes of these ascenders had reached 45,000 points. Compared to Linier, motherly version, the attributes are only 20% worse. And that mother-son cut Chiny Yang, but he couldn't even break Linier's defense. Of course, his strength now was not what it used to be. If there was another mother and child bureau, the humanitarian heavy pupils Dharma Heaven and Earth alone would be able to rebel in front of Linier. Look again at these powerful ascended beings. They all have the negative status of the law suppression. With a 40% weakening in strength, there's even less reason to wimp out. Aren't these people the familiars of the gods? Why are they being suppressed by the law? Chiny Yang's brows furrowed as his mind made a guess. The Yuan sword that was being recast was constantly emitting a majestic aura. Chiny Yang had a feeling from before that there was a force that was taking shape in the Jioli Desolate Fire. Did Regulus brought the laws of the mysterious East? Chiny Yang guessed in his mind. But there's no time to think about that now. Even if they were weakened, Spartan Ascendants had a total attribute of close to 30,000, and their skills were certainly more powerful than normal demons. And they numbered as many as 30. It's definitely important to pull out all the stops in this battle. It's kind of a challenge to test the limits of my strength. Chiny Yang got a little excited. He had already calculated the experience value of all the demons. 5,000 plus Spartan War Souls, plus 30 Spartan Ascendants. This wave of experience added up to one mini-objective. Enough to get to level 60. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang looked downward at the Spartan War Spirit and droned. Xian, Dragon Gut Silver Lance. Spartan Ascendants, 30? The God of War is too giving, isn't he? In the Heavenly God clan's counterattack back then, there were only 10 ascended ones on the opposite side as well. Is Aros as cruel as that? How did Chiny Yang piss him off? All 6 monarchs were a bit tense. The Spartan sky gods had invaded Kyushu. They hadn't studied each other much as the core force of the military. If the Spartan war spirit was still just an elite demon, these Spartan ascendants, then, are bosses through and through. Initial level 100. Potential 3 stars. Total 4-dimensional attributes 45,000. A monarch-ranked professional with weaker equipment wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. Instead, Chiny Yang had to face 30 ascended masters. Isn't that bullying? At this time, Chinfon was also pale. He really couldn't imagine how Chiny Yang was going to survive from under the ascended masters. 30 ascended masters is enough to exterminate a small country. Chiny Yang's strength was indeed overpowered, but it was not even close to level 50. Even if he has a lot of means, he has the ability to deal with 1 bar. But what about 30? This isn't a 1 plus 1 math problem. As Chinfon was thinking, he was awakened by an intense glow. Only a white thunderbolt struck down from the air and it landed in the middle of the Spartan war spirit's military formation. The power of this strike was as if the gods were shaking the earth. Countless Spartan battle souls were sent flying by this terrifying force, as if they were grains of grain thrown up by a shovel. After this, there was even a swimming dragon like silver lightning that charged back and forth through the Spartan army formation at an extremely fast speed. The neat square formation was attacked by this attack, and immediately caved in a large piece. and gradually collapsed. The crowd fixed their eyes and realized that the person who rushed into the military formation was actually a silver-armored warrior holding a long spear. And who is this man? Reinforcements? Even Lin Xian didn't enter the secret realm. How did this person get in? Could it be a summon? Whose summon can be this handsome? Jiang Liu, an older woman, couldn't help but sigh. The young man with the silver spear who was charging through the military formation was born with a sword brow and starry eyes, with a majestic posture, and was definitely a first-class handsome man. Is your focus that strange? Chen Meiran was speechless to Jiang Liu. Isn't the real concern the horrible strength of this summon? To be able to mow the grass in the Spartan war spirit's military formation, his strength had definitely reached the monarch rank. But how many levels was Chiny Yang? His summons can be monarch strength? Isn't that a little out of line? Who is that pretty boy? In the Jiuli desolate fire, He Ji stared blankly at Zhao Yun, who was swimming in the enemy lineup with a face full of incredulity. When 5,000 Spartan war spirits appeared, she was so scared she couldn't stand up. Since she was a child, she had only seen bugs that numbered in the thousands, but she had never really seen demons that numbered in the thousands. Not to mention, a level 70 Spartan war spirit. He Ji was paralyzed on the spot. And, it's so pathetic to think about your life. Went to the deep woods as a miner and dealt with bugs every day. Not to mention falling in love. I've never even seen a few pretty boys. Now, on the contrary, I saw Chiny Yang, a pretty boy. But what's the use? She's genuinely afraid to believe it. Chiny Yang was still able to take her and survive the hands of thousands of Spartan war spirits. I'm afraid we'll have to go to the netherworld to talk about this relationship. Tears were about to come out of her eyes as He Ji thought about it. She just wanted to ask God what she had done to offend it. As a result, what responded to her was a silver-colored thunderbolt. Immediately afterward, the Spartan war spirits were seen flying up like grains of grain. A pretty boy with a silver spear was like a scythe, frantically mowing the grass in the rice paddy-like military formation. Zhao Si is still strong. Chiny Yang ignored He Ji and just looked at Zhao Yun, who was swimming in the enemy formation, and marveled at the strength of his fielding father in his heart. Imperial Proclaiming has been upgraded to allow the proclaiming hero to unleash 2 skills when assisting. Zhao Yun's dragon falls into the middle army, directly broke the Spartan war spirit's formation. After that, the dragon swims the sands. It's more of a reenactment of the Changban scene from back in the day. It can truly be described as 7 in and 7 out, as if it were a dagger, taking the enemy's military formation and cutting it like tofu. Just then, a spear flew up from the military formation below and sped towards the dragon carriage where Chiny Yang was. In the midst of the chaos, Spartan war spirits still organized a round of attack. It was just that these spears were sparse and did not form a set fire offense at all. Without waiting for Chiny Yang's order, the Huban guards floating in the air had already held their shields in front of them, blocking all those incoming spears. For these experience packages, Chiny Yang didn't put it in his eyes at all. He waved his hand and had the Featherwood Prohibition guards line up to charge, soldier to soldier, general to general. Meanwhile, the Spartan ascender in the air made a move. Only a burst of air-breaking sounds were heard. A spear wrapped in red light came flying in. From a long distance away, Chiny Yang could sense the destructive power of these spears, which were not at all the same thing as the spears thrown by the Spartan war spirits. Chiny Yang didn't dare to slow down, immediately controlling the Huban guards around him to come forward to block. At the same time, he urged the power in his body and exhaled a mouthful of true dragon breath. 50 Huban shouted the military horn and held their shields to the front. In front of Chiny Yang, 3 human walls were constructed. The true dragon breath was like a strand of golden ribbon, floating into the air, gradually expanding into a body of a huge 5-clawed golden dragon. Bang! 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 A series of sounds of metal clashing and blood separating rang out. A burst of golden light erupted in front of Chiny Yang. He knew that it was a special effect of the death of the Forbidden Guards. The Huban Forbidden Guard's constitution was as high as 6,000, and there were also defense-type skills on his body. The Ascended One's spear, on the other hand, was able to break down the human wall with great force. At this, Chiny Yang was not surprised. He had already seen all the skills of the Ascended Masters. The damage bonus of the Headhunter's spear is 180%, with sequentially decreasing penetrating damage. After 3 penetrating decrements, the damage is reduced to 120%. This level of bonus was something that could be easily blocked by the Imperial Guard. Bang! 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 3 walls of people were routed through, and dozens of red streams of light sped in. Almost at the same time, 2 Imperial Guards instantly appeared in front of Chiny Yang, drawing their swords to block with great speed. Dang! 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 With a burst of ear-splitting sound blasts, the streams of light that came from breaking through the wall of people were blocked as much as possible. When Chiny Yang saw this, his heart was glad. I'm glad I parsed my opponent's skills ahead of time. If you were to follow the 180% damage, the Imperial Guard would not be able to block it. It was so important to know your enemy and know yourself when fighting at the same level. It's like playing a game. Not only do you have to be able to play your own character, but you also have to understand your opponent's character. However, Chiny Yang was able to block these attacks thanks to the mysterious law suppression. The opponent suffered a 40% weakening, and his original strength of 13,350 dropped to 8,000 plus. Otherwise, with his current strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to take these attacks hard. He actually blocked the dragon hunting spear. Inside the council hall, a gasp erupted. The 6 monarchs and Chinfon, both of whom had studied Sparta. The damage bonus of the dragon hunter's spear becomes 180% of strength. Spartan Ascender, on the other hand, has a power of 13,000 plus. Calculating the damage of this skill, it reached a terrifying 23,400. At this value, not many even monarch-ranked professionals would be able to receive it. Chiny Yang, a level 50 or less, had managed to block 30 dragon hunting spears by relying on 2 summons. What kind of summon is this, and a skill like flash reinforcement? Isn't this the core skill of the Divine Shield Guard? Not just flash reinforcements, but perfect vibroblades. That warrior holding a silver spear is already outrageous enough. And there are 2 Divine Shield Guard level escorts around him. Legendary level professions are just too strong. The 6 monarch rank professionals sighed in succession. Chen Maran, who was the overlord of the heavenly tribulation, was even more devastated and skeptical, saying, the same legendary level profession. Why don't I have such an excellent summon? It's not fair. Zhang Li looked at Chen Maran and comforted him. Don't think too much about it. It could also be that your profession is inaccurately graded. The strength of a heavenly calamity overlord can't even reach the legendary level. Boom! 5 thunderbolts. Zhang Li's words broke Chen Maran's defenses even more. So I've been proud of myself for so many years, and my profession isn't legendary level? If the heavenly calamity overlord wasn't legendary ranked, then all of its subordinate professions would have to be lowered by 1 rating. Epic Undead Overlord, reduced to Transcendent. Transcendent level Undead Monarch, reduced to Excellent level. Excellent level Necromancer, reduced to regular level? Crap. If you mess up like this, a lot of professionals in the undead lineage will jump, right? Chen Maran was silent. The pride that had been there since the awakening shattered. Xiao Jiang, don't you scare little Chen. Chinfon chortled at Zhang Liu and said, you guys are just talking about Chiny Yang's skills. Haven't you considered his maneuvers? Operation? Zhang Liu didn't react for a moment and froze for 2 seconds before she suddenly said, that's right, he arranged 3 human walls beforehand to weaken the penetrating damage of the dragon hunting spear. Speaking of which, Zhang Liu was even more puzzled. How did he know the skill information of the dragon hunting spear? He's so much lower in rank than the ascended masters. He shouldn't be able to tell? Chinfon nodded his head and said with a grave expression, this is where Chiny Yang is truly terrifying. He seems to be able to detect skill information. Hearing this, everyone's bodies shook. They looked at each other, and a look of fear spread across their faces. In this world, it is extremely difficult to get information about skills that are not mastered. Most of the information about the skills of magical creatures was calculated by human professionals in actual combat, with the help of various damage figurative props, groping for them. Low-level demons are not so bad. When you encountered a powerful demonic creature, you would have to use your life to fill in if you wanted to figure out the opponent's skills. If Chiny Yang really had the ability to detect skills, then he was a vital existence to Kyushu, to the entire human race. And, of course, a scandalous presence. Humans are a species that likes to kill each other. In many cases, the danger comes from the professionals themselves. The higher the level of the professional and the rarer the profession, the more you have to hide your cards, poking around for information about someone else's skills, either in good faith or in bad faith, can be construed as malicious. That was why, while Chiny Yang was getting so much attention, no one had ever asked for information about his skills. Even Linier hadn't inquired about it. This is the bottom line that all professionals share, and this bottom line or rule was directly pierced by Chiny Yang. Being able to probe skill information at will meant that all professions, in front of him, had no cards to speak of. If those emperor-ranked professionals knew about it, Chiny Yang's situation would be extremely dangerous. Thinking of this, Chinfon swept his eyes at the 6 monarchs and said in a deep voice, you guys wait and go to the Taoist emperor's place to put on a forbidding spell. Whoever says anything about Chiny Yang will die. I, Si Shang. The 6 monarchs responded in unison. They were all aware of the seriousness of the matter and did not dare to push back. Otherwise, Chinfon would have chosen to silence him on the spot, and he had the ability to do so. While at this moment, Zhang Lingxiao was saying, don't bother. I have a way to make you guys forget about this. Look quickly. Chiny Yang is already about to make a move. Hearing that Chiny Yang was going to make a move, Chinfon immediately looked at the projection. After blocking a round of attacks, it was Chiny Yang's turn. The 1,000 Goose Plume Forbidden Guards had already drawn their longbows to full strength. Dense lightning arrows, divided into 2 torrents of lightning, poured out towards the Spartan ascendants floating side by side in the air. With his 7,000 plus agility, the Spartan ascender made a quick evasive maneuver, brushing the edges of the 2 torrents of lightning, each dodging to the left and right. Chiny Yang had known that his attack would fall short. He made the Goose Plume shoot 2 streams of arrows in a formation just to seal the walk. At this point, the Spartan ascendants floating side by side had split into 3 streams. 12 of them were gathered in the center. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Chiny Yang immediately coalesced 1,000 divine weapon phantoms while shouting in a low voice. Declare, ancient calling tiger, Zhang Liao, lead the way. A whirlwind surfaced in front of Chiny Yang. Zhang Liao, who had a mighty figure, was revealed in it. The wind sweeps through the forest. As soon as Zhang Liao appeared, he immediately brandished his weapon and stabbed out a halberd towards the 12 ascended ones that were gathered. The incomparably violent wind element was instantly released, transforming into a tornado that blasted out. 1,000 divine warrior phantoms were excited at the same time, following the turbulence of the dragon scrolls and attacking towards those 12 ascended ones. At this moment, both sides were filled with torrents of lightning light shot out by the Yanling Forbidden Guards, and the 12 ascendants had no room to dodge, instantly drowning in a huge tornado with a diameter of tens of meters, and were forced to repel 1,000 meters. At the moment this skill took effect, the ascended person could not make any evasive movements, and naturally, he could not defend against the 1,000 divine warrior phantoms within the tornado. But the divine soldier phantoms were like a torrential rain, pouring down on top of the flesh. The ascended ones didn't even have time to shout before they turned into a massive blood mist. You have killed Spartan Ascender Marg, plus 792,500 experience. You have killed Spartan Ascender Nanonas, plus 792,500 experience. You have killed Spartan Ascender Winger, plus 792,500 experience. An Ascender with nearly 800,000 experience points. With this wave of combined attacks, Chiny Yang directly harvested about 8 million experience. Your level is raised to 49. Your level is raised to 50. The level of the Imperial Guard is raised to LV2. Introduction, Imperial Guard skill level +1. Imperial Guard gains the skill, Sacrificial Aid. Skill up. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up, but he didn't have time to read the skill descriptions of the summons. At that moment, the Spartan Ascendants, who were split to the sides, had rushed towards him. Roar! A tiger's whistle resounded through the sky. Zhang Liao released his second aid skill, Tiger Whistle Wind. Instantly, the speed of all summons is increased by 500%. The human Forbidden Guards who stayed by their side, then rushed towards the 10 ascended ones on the right side at a very fast speed. The 4 Brocade Guards behind Chiny Yang turned into stumps and attacked towards the Spartan Ascender on the left. The agility of the Jinshur is already 7,500, which is faster than that of an Ascended being suppressed by the law. Together with the 500% speed increase, the stance was even faster than the naked eye could see. Brush up! Swords bloomed in the air and blood splattered everywhere. There are only 6 Spartan ascetics on the left side. Although they were flying towards Chiny Yang, in the eyes of the 4 Brocade Guards, they looked like targets that wouldn't move. In just the first round of exchanges, 4 ascended masters' corpses were separated. The headless body also sprinted forward for a split second before losing control and falling towards the bottom. The remaining 2 ascenders were even more miserable, being attacked back and forth in the air by the 4 Brocade Guards, hacking and splattering blood. 1 cut to the vitals kills, at least 10 cuts to the non-vitals, and that's without being able to block. The output of the assassin profession is still rather harsh. Looking at the 2 bodies that were constantly soaring with blood, Chiny Yang silently recorded the test results. In this battle, he was going to absorb as much combat experience as he could while testing his ability to do damage. For example, when killing the first batch of ascendants, Chiny Yang judged the damage of the Divine Soldier Phantom against an ascended person with a body mass of around 10,000. You can do a hit to kill or cripple them, but you can't do it to blow up the torso. This meant that the amount of damage was just right, and the power of the Divine Warrior Phantom was, sort of, a standard. As he was thinking about it, hints appeared in front of Chiny Yang's eyes. The 2 remaining ascendants were also lynched. The 4 Brocade Guards, again, returned behind Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang turned his head to look at the ascender on his right. They had already battled with the human Forbidden Guards. The human guards get a speed boost, barely able to catch the movements of the ascender. They were dividing into groups of 10 and attacking the individual ascendants in a pack, and it was at this point that the terrifying battle power of the Ascended One could be seen. Facing the Human Guard's pincer attack, they just double-wielded their guns and danced around and pounded away. That powerful attack could even shatter Human's shield. Surrounded by 200 Human Forbidden Guards, the fight was overwhelming. During the attack, they were still able to find time to dodge the lightning arrows of the Wild Gooseplume Prohibition Guards. This is agility suppression. The gap in that attribute is so large that it is difficult to touch each other. Hide. I'd like to see if you can hide from the heavenly calamity. Chiny Yang glanced at the sky. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed by the breath of a true dragon had already coalesced into shape. The large dragon's head slowly lifted up and let out a high-pitched dragon's roar towards the nine heavens. Boom boom boom. The dragon whistling in the nine heavens skill is activated. The sky was thick with black clouds and lightning. Almost at the same time that the dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth, dozens of lightning bolts descended from the sky. Precise hits on all Spartan ascendants. This is a headlock attack, and once it's launched, the target can only take it hard. And Dragon's Whistling Nine Heavens does more damage than Divine Soldier Phantom, a target that the Divine Warrior Phantom could cripple with a single blow. The Nine Heavens Thunderbolt was even more so. As the lightning flashed and thunder roared, the remaining 10 ascenders died almost at the same moment, falling from the heights with rolling black smoke. So far, all 30 Spartan ascendants have been resolved. Chiny Yang was also bathed in golden light, and his level once again increased continuously. You have risen to level 51. You have risen to level 52. The level of the Jinui is raised to LV3. Introduction, Brocade Guard skill level up. And for every 100 points of agility, Brocade Guard cap +2. Yes, Chiny Yang's heart flowed freely. In this battle, he finally hit a bit of action. Still close to seconds though. Yet multiple skills were used in a short period of time. Block alignment, play control, eat gain, and stall for time. Each skill has its own role to play in tactics. The overall feeling was a bit overwhelming. However, Chiny Yang only wanted to experience it. If he really had to choose, he'd still prefer brainless seconds. Chiny Yang looked downwards. There were still quite a few Spartan war spirits instead. Zhao Yun retreated after releasing 2 skills. The rest of the Praetorians, though crushed side by side, still couldn't clear up fast enough. Chiny Yang didn't make any unnecessary movements and directly pointed downwards. Hovering in the air, the 5-clawed golden dragon spewed out a white dragon's breath, joining the team that slaughtered the Spartan war souls. You have risen to level 53. You have risen to level 54. You have risen to level 55. You have risen to level 60. As the last Spartan war spirit fell, Chiny Yang's level came to the pinnacle of the elite rank, level 60. All that was missing was a breakthrough treasure pearl to break through to the sovereign rank. At the same time, a majestic aura erupted between heaven and earth. Instantly, Chiny Yang felt the sea of chi tumbling. The human emperor's aura that he had just acquired was actually gradually growing. Resonating with that majestic aura, Chiny Yang looked violently toward the crater mouth. At this moment, the whirlwind of flames that passed through the sky was gradually dissipating. The shape of the sword in it had become clearer and clearer. Seeing this scene, Chiny Yang could not help but breathe a little heavily. Regulus, the recasting has been completed. Teishos, 3 more to go. Have a good weekend. Jioli Desolate Fire. The fiery storm that was like a pillar in the sky slowly dispersed. Heaven and earth were silent except for the sound of the wind. Gives the feeling that it's all over. But Chiny Yang didn't let his guard down. If things were only that simple, then Linier with a few monarchs would have been able to take care of it. There would be no need for Lin Xian to make a move. He glanced at the slowly expanding phaseless Tai in the air and asked He, has this spatial cavity path of yours not yet taken shape? He came back to her senses and said, it's almost done. The Sword Emperor will be able to come in soon. At that, she laughed nervously. It's like there's nothing left to do coming in. Things are all taken care of by you. As she said this, He's gaze toward Chiny Yang was filled with admiration. She didn't need to do much more than that in maintaining the undisguised Taiyaki. It is only necessary to guide them within the secret territory as a royal master. She had watched Chiny Yang's previous battle completely in her eyes, and was the first person to appreciate the strength of the 9-5 supreme beings from a close distance. At this time, she looked at Chiny Yang, not only indulged in his beauty, but also convinced by his strength. It's just perfect, He said mentally. Real name envy those girlfriends of Chiny Yang. At least, they had once. While He was imagining things, Chiny Yang gazed in the direction of the crater. By now, the fiery storm had dissipated. A huge sword was presented. It was floating right above the crater, as if it were hanging over the entrance to hell. One side of the sword is engraved with the sun, moon and stars, and the other side is painted with mountains, rivers, grass and trees. On one side of the hilt of the sword, the art of farming and animal husbandry is recorded. And on the other side, the policy of unification of the four seas is written. It contains the chi of China for 10,000 years and the wishes of 10,000 people. So big. He looked up and tilted her head at Regulus. The eyes were filled with skeptical shock and curiosity. But she had been rebuked by Chiny Yang before, and she didn't dare to ask anything more at this time. Chiny Yang was also so captivated by Regulus that he forgot to add points to himself for a while. At the same time, quest prompts appeared before his eyes. Completed series of Quest 6, Recasting Regulus. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV. 7. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV. 8. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV. 8. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 40% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Series of quests finally opened. Pull out Regulus. Introduction. Regulus is the symbol of the Supreme Emperor of China. After pulling it out you will initially obtain the authority of the human emperor. Pulling out Regulus is the last task. That's not bad, Chiny Yang Xin said, maneuvering the dragon carriage to fly in the direction of the crater. When he got to the place, he noticed a problem. A hot chi. Gone. Master of soldiers? Chiny Yang looked around and called twice, but received no response. At that moment, the strand of human emperor's breath within his body suddenly surged. The Xian Yuan sword in front of him also emitted a buzzing tremor. The two are resonating. Seeing this, Chiny Yang temporarily put aside the whereabouts of Chiyu. He's going to finish the series with a bang. You go farther away, Chiny Yang said to He. He had a premonition in his heart that pulling out Regulus would not be a simple task. Good drop. He didn't ask any more questions and immediately unfolded her butterfly wings and flew towards the distance. Stay away from it. Chiny Yang flew up and approached Regulus alone. With the invisible hand of imperial power, he held the hilt of the Regulus sword. In an instant, a vast and arcane power surged into his body through the hand of imperial power, quickly merging with the wisp of human emperor aura. Chiny Yang felt something in his heart and immediately mobilized his entire body's strength, wanting to lift the upside-down Xian Yuan sword like in the Divine Sword Pass. But only just as soon as he exerted his power, he felt his whole body tingling as if it was electrified. At the same time, the divinity extracted from the god goblin began to travel through the body, constantly relieving the electric pain. Chiny Yang immediately understood that the laws of this world were punishing him. Against the grain. I'd like to see whose rules are tougher. Chiny Yang's gaze flinched as he pushed up his power even more frantically. The power of the laws within the Xian Yuan sword also began to be mobilized. Laws against laws triggered a violent spatial tremor. Spreading cracks appeared out of nowhere in the sky of the Jiuli desolate fire. It was as if Chiny Yang's actions at this moment were shaking the foundations of heaven and earth. But Chiny Yang had no intention of stopping, even if he is lazy and spontaneous in character. At this time, the bloodline was also activated. It's fun to fight with the sky. Boom boom boom. Pieces of space debris floated up as if they were broken glass. The entire secret realm seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and collapsing. Mom, yeah, exciting. He cowered behind a rock. She was trembling with fear, but there was excitement in her eyes. Followed Chiny Yang these 2 days, although the danger is heavy, but that kind of excitement also makes her cannot stop. It feels like watching a movie with explosive plot again. Just as He was expecting how the plot would develop, a white stream of light shot out from the spatial cavity channel formed by the phaseless Taiyu, condensing into a silhouette in the air. He's eyes lit up. Wow, here comes Grandpa Pretty Boy. In the air, Lin Xian's clothes fluttered as he held his sword. His face is like a crown of jade, his nose is high and straight, and his phoenix eyes are slender. Even though his hair was white, he did not have a trace of old age, and only gave people a feeling of being an immortal on Earth. What's going on here? It can't be that my presence has destabilized the space, can it? Lin Xian looked around and muttered. Just now, he had tried his best to compress his own power, and only barely managed to pass through the spatial cavity channel. Now as soon as he came in, he could not help but worry at the sight of the glass-shattering space debris that filled the sky. Space in this state can collapse at any time. Gotta get out of there fast. With a sweep of her phoenix eyes, Lin Xian quickly spotted Chiny Yang on top of the crater, as well as the huge sword in front of him. Isn't that the heavenly outer sword of the Divine Sword Pass? What is the grandson doing? Lin Xian was slightly stunned. He had some knowledge of the giant sword that hung upside down in the air. This was the sword of the outer heaven that the gods had combined their efforts to seal and suppress, and it was said to contain the power of the demon god of the outer heaven. But when combined with what Zhang Daoling had said before, Lin Xian immediately realized that it wasn't a sword from beyond the heavens, but a sword belonging to the gods of the 9 states. My grandson is truly no mortal. Lin Xian's heart was enlightened, and he immediately flashed his body and flew towards Chiny Yang. And at this moment, Chiny Yang was completely immersed in the confrontation of the laws. That pain of electric current pouring through his body had eased quite a bit with the resistance of his divinity. But he was never able to break through this invisible force and shake the regulus sword by half. At the same time, an unexplained sense of crisis became clearer and clearer. Chiny Yang had it in his heart. The laws of this world will stop him. The so-called gods, too, will not stand idly by. Things are getting troublesome. A trace of anxiety rose in Chiny Yang's heart. He still had the last card of the 6 heavy pupils to use. 100-fold increase in his base attributes could cause him to briefly explode. But the time was too short, and he still needed Lin Xian's help. Why hasn't Grandpa come in yet? Chiny Yang couldn't help but sigh. He had no time to turn around and look at the space cavities, so he could only be silently anxious. But at that moment, a voice with a magnetic sound rang out. Don't panic, Grandpa's coming. Grandpa? Chiny Yang heard the voice and snapped to attention, looking towards the white-robed old man floating beside him. I say old man only because he had gray hair. That aside, he was more like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, and his appearance was very similar to Linier's, so handsome that he looked like he had stepped out of a cultivator from an immortal text. Grandpa, you're kind of handsome, Chiny Yang said coldly. He had just been fully engaged in fighting the punishment of the laws, completely unaware that Grandpa had arrived. This sudden meeting made all the prepared remarks forgotten. Then it came straight to a not-so-appropriate, but sensual exclamation. Ha ha, you're handsome too. More like your mom. Lin Xian laughed, his eyes filled with pampering. Immediately, he looked toward the upside-down regulus sword and asked, do you need anything from the basilisk? Needed. Chiny Yang nodded his head repeatedly, his anxious expression easing a lot, and said, Grandpa, I need you to protect me. Protector? I know. There was no need to say more. Lin Xian had already seen it. The grandson's goal is to get his hands on this Excalibur that belongs to Kyushu, and the gods who used it as an out-of-bounds demonic sword would surely impose a block. Lin Xian nodded. Just do your thing. Leave the rest to me. Even if the god of war comes in person, it won't be able to get close to you. Yes? Ha 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 ha. It seems that there are mole crickets that don't set themselves right. As soon as Lin Xian's words left his mouth, a wild laughter came from the sky. This laughter was like a demonic tremor. It didn't sound like it came from a human at all. It sounded more like a devil's roar. Immediately afterward, a large area in the air, a rapidly spreading crack appeared. It was as if a ceiling made of glass was shattering by inches. Boom! The space completely shattered. A large amount of space debris fell down as if it were raining, and a broken hole the size of a soccer field appeared in the sky. Through the broken hole, Lin Xian could see the raging energy in the Sea of Annihilation. Those black energies were like waves of the sea, tearing everything apart. And in the midst of it, a gigantic figure emerged hidden, 2 eyes that flashed with red light, like searchlights, spilling out raging power. A majestic sense of oppression descended, and even Sword Emperor Lin Xian felt a great pressure. Griffin, I am the god of war. Aros, I'm coming. Did you just say, block me? In the space fluctuation, the red human face drank openly. Talk more about dropping the ball. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his long sword raised and his white hair flowing. Peak emperors were considered the strongest of humans, but that was all. If you wanted to go to a higher dimension, you would have to break through the Empyrean and reach metamorphosis. Facing a god, Lin Xian was naturally no match, but he also knew that the gods could not really come down. All the information on the divine presence, neither confirms that they have actually descended. The reason for this is the barrier of the Sea of Annihilation. Even the gods can't come and go as they please. They show up, mostly in projected form, or do something across the Sea of Annihilation. Lin Xian's eyes seemed to be shooting out sword intent. This battle is not only about the future of Kyushu. More at stake is the fate of the good grandson. Don't say that the opposite side is a god. Even if it's the will of the world, he cuts just the same. Have courage, Mole. The war god in the middle of the spatial rupture snorted coldly and said no more. In the next instant, an even more terrifying pressure descended. A thick red pillar of light shot out of the spatial rupture without any warning. Lin Xian was violently startled. This pillar of light was not aimed at himself. Instead, it was Chiny Yang. Seeing this, Lin Xian reinforced his suspicions. The gods were in fear of Chiny Yang obtaining that giant sword. No wonder it's a protector. The target is clear. Lin Xian said darkly, his body moving, instantly flashing before the red light. Raise your hand and swing your sword. Boom! Enough to destroy spatial power. It exploded with a loud bang, sending a diagonal ripple through the air. In just one confrontation, Lin Xian's figure was knocked back a distance of 100 meters, blasting heavily into the ground and raising a huge cloud of dust. I trough. This scene caused Chiny Yang to become a little taut. The Sword Emperor was killed in a single blow on his debut? How can this be fun? Chiny Yang hurriedly shouted toward the smoke. Grandpa, is everything alright? It's okay. I wasn't prepared earlier. I got careless. Lin Xian flew up from the smoke and dust, his complexion normal and his body not stained with a single speck of dust, only that a trace of blood had spilled from the corner of his mouth. Chiny Yang sighed in relief. When peak emperors were truly as terrifying as they were, they could really take on the attacks of the gods. However, looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he was designated to have suffered internal injuries. Chiny Yang immediately activated the skill Imperial Grace. Enchantment target, Lin Xian, level 180. Requires 28721/428680 points of Imperial power. Down from $420,000 to less than $30,000. Seeing the consumption of Imperial favor, Chiny Yang was all a bit confused. A little bit of math makes you realize how hard you are reducing consumption. Royalty Forever provides a 33% reduction in depletion from the level difference. And 420,000 becomes 280,000. Counting the 56% for equipment and the 40% for Heaven and Earth Sword Intent, it pulls up to a 90% cap. 280k goes straight to 28k. Boy, Lin Xian was level 180, only 28,000 consumed? Chiny Yang drew in a breath of cold air. With his current Imperial power, it was enough for Lin Xian to make 20 round trips to Hades. Chiny Yang directly released his skills. Lin Xian's body immediately flashed with a burst of golden light. Lin Xian was bathed in golden light, his face full of incredulity. With that strike just now, he was indeed careless. That's what caused the aftershocks to infuse his body and he suffered some internal injuries. This is a really dangerous start. The thing about internal injuries is that they affect subsequent play. Even if you can drink medicine to recover, will the other side give you that time? Just as Lin Xian was worried, an energy suddenly surged into his body. Under this gentle energy, the injured meridians were instantly repaired, and the tumbling organs each returned to their place. Even the broken sword intent chi gate was regathering. Lin Xian was directly confused. Is this the Holy Light Pope of the West coming? No one seems to be able to milk themselves instantly except him. He turned his head violently to look at Chiny Yang. Surprised. Just, now you milked it? Chiny Yang nodded and said, aha, enough to milk how many times? Up to 20 times. No cooldown. Grandson, you are invincible. Lin Xian smiled in his astonishment. With that, another red light pillar shot in, still targeting Chiny Yang. This time Lin Xian was prepared. He condensed a bit of his body's sword intent and violently swung his sword to stab at the red light. Boom! The red light instantly collapsed. In the violent burst of energy, Lin Xian's figure only retreated 2 meters. With his long sword in hand, he pointed at the space break and laughed. Aros, you don't seem to be very strong either. Griffin, it was the Sea of Annihilation that weakened my power. Let me see how many shots of the Spear of Annihilation you can catch. There was a furious roar within the hole in space, and another pillar of light struck, carrying an incomparably majestic pressure. Lin Xian simply raised his hand and swung his sword, using the simplest of actions to once again defeat the God of War's attack. After stabilizing his stance, he held his longsword upside down and provoked towards the sky. That's it, the God of War? Bull, Grandpa! Chiny Yang praised as he fought against the laws of the world. Lin Xian, however, said in a low voice, Grandpa was actually pretending, and that hit just now shattered my meridians again. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. Not bad for a grandfather with the same nickname. He asked, so, want to milk it? Lin Xian shook his head, secretly saying, I can resist 5 attacks in full condition. By the 4th time you'll give me a healing. Let's combine the grandparents and grandchildren and wear this Aros out. Why is a mole cricket able to receive my attack? Above the temple, the God of War, Aros, held a spear and stared at the spatial rupture to death. He had thrown over 90 rounds of spears in a row. That was a heaven-destroying, earth-destroying spear of extinction. Even a god like himself wouldn't be able to take a few rounds. Even if the power of the spear of extinction would be weakened when passing through the Sea of Annihilation, it would still be easy to kill a human in seconds. But, the human with the sword had blocked 90 shots of the spear of extinction? Is he really human? Challenge the gods, and you will surely go down in flames. Aros, the God of War, his eyes glowed red. That muscular, mountain-like body, every time it moved, it would be accompanied by a loud sound of the sky crashing into the earth. He raised his right hand and condensed all the divine power in his entire body into a blood-red spear, preparing to strike a blow that bet on the dignity of a god. Griffin, if you can't take this blow, disappear along with your toy castle. Aros, the God of War, roared in mad fury. Anger twisted his face, and even more so, his divinity. The aura emanating from his body was unusually furious, no different from the devil. Stop, Aros. Just as Aros was about to blast out the strongest lance of extinction, 10,000 lights appeared in the sky above the divine hall, and a voluptuous body loomed in it. Eller Bella, War God Aros' eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "What are you doing here?" The figure in the 10,000 feet of holy light was none other than the goddess of holy light. Eller Bella, to stop you. Of course. There was a sternness in the gentle voice of the goddess of holy light as she said, "Your spear of extinction has already set off a huge wave in the sea of annihilation, and if you infuse it with even more power, it will cause waves of energy to pour into the human world, and that will cause unforeseen catastrophes. You actually care about a mole's nest?" Aros glared with both eyes and said, "As a god, you disgust me." With that said, he twisted his divine body, exploding his entire body's strength and hurling the spear in his hand. The spear rotated at high speed, wrapped in the raging power of the war god's domain, and transformed into a red tornado that blasted towards the spatial breach. The goddess of holy light's eyes fluttered, immediately dodging in front of the spatial rupture. He propped up a hexagonal barrier of holy light. Boom! The collision of divine power and divine power swept apart bursts of law energy, setting off ripple after ripple of waves in the divine realm. However, there is also a gap between divine powers. The spear of extinction rotated at high speed on the holy light barrier, and after less than 3 seconds, the barrier shattered in response, and the spear of extinction blasted into the holy light goddess's chest. The corners of the war god's mouth hooked up as he watched this with interest and said, "How dare you use a noble god's body to guard an ant? I'd like to see how long you can last." In the 10,000 footlight, the holy light goddess's body trembled as she struggled to support herself, and within the Jioli desolate flame, Lin Xian wasn't doing too well. "How many treatments?" Lin Xian asked Chingy Yang, who was behind him, as he faced the broken hole in space. 19 times. Chingy Yang's face was grave. Just now, he had been cooperating with Lin Xian, fending off the attacks of the god of war. After about 4 to 5 attacks, it is time to give to a royal grace. The grandchildren had thought that they would be able to wear out the god of war. As it turned out, that guy was also persistent, and even threw 90 attacks in a row. Clearly a stubborn master. Lin Xian's red-grade longswords had all pieced together 3 of them. On Chingy Yang's side, there were still 30,000 points of imperial power left, so he could only cast another imperial grace. Consumption is not an option. Chingy Yang moved his attention back to the regulus sword. At this moment, the power of the laws was still raging within him, and the more he exerted himself, the more painful it became. If he didn't have divine protection, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. But happily, the other force of law within the regulus sword, also more and more powerful, vaguely have broken through the shackles, the tendency of the anti-client. Chingy Yang knew in his heart that he was very close to success. Maybe it's just one outburst away, Chingy Yang thought in his mind. As things stand, there's no way to put it off any longer. You won't even get a chance to play until you use your last card. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang drank in his heart. 6 heavy pupils. Boom! The sky is changing. The dark sky suddenly descended with a golden haze. Immediately after that, the haze twisted and formed a mottled vortex. A pair of huge eyes with 6 heavy pupils slowly opened in the vortex. Lin Xian, who had his back to Chingy Yang, suddenly felt a palpitation. It seems as if some supreme being has descended behind him. Just as he was about to turn around to look, in the middle of the spatial rupture, it was a strong reddish aura. Coming! Lin Xian's heart shrunk as the strike from the god of war descended once more. And, to be more violent than the previous attack, above the temple, the goddess of holy light's divine body had been pierced through by the world-ending divine spear, and the red power, as if it were blood, roared through the large hole in her chest, rushing towards the Jioli desolate flame. The holy light goddess's body cracked inch by inch as she glanced towards the desolate flame mystic realm and muttered, "It can only be done here. I hope that this little bit of time fought for will be enough." Immediately, her divine body completely shattered, turning into 10,000 feet of holy light and disappearing into the war god realm. Humph, pitying the ants will only make you weaker. Watching the 10,000 feet of holy light disappear, Aros, the god of war, spat. Immediately, he looked at the spatial rupture hole again, and suddenly his complexion changed drastically, only to see that in the dark sea of annihilation, there was a pair of eyes with 6 pupils that were staring at him dead in the face. "That's what?" the god of war muttered, a look of awe that shouldn't exist in his eyes. Boom! Boom! Within the Jioli desolate fire, the earth began to crumble and the sky was filled with cracks. The entire secret space was shaking on the brink of destruction. Even worse, a destructive force came from the hole in space. Lin Xian's pupils shrunk. He knew in his heart that he couldn't block this strike no matter what. Even if he used his body to catch it without regard to life and death, the secret space would completely collapse because it couldn't withstand the aftershocks of the power. In that case, neither he nor Chiny Yang could leave. Boom! Reflections on the occasion. The huge red spear broke through the air. The speed of the space collapse began to accelerate. Sword breaks the river. Lin Xian immediately activated his entire body sword intent, using his strongest killing move to cut through the flow of time within space with his endless sword intent. This was the most unbeatable control skill at the moment, and it could even freeze a person's mind. In the realm of temporal freezing, Lin Xian could only restore the flow of time to one target. He was prepared to utilize this trait to take Chiny Yang out of the desolate flame mysterious realm first. It's a pity I can only take one person with me. That Jioli girl just... Hey! Lin Xian looked at EZ in the distance and couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. But in this moment of life and death, he couldn't care less about guilt and self-blame. He turned around with determination, ready to restore Chiny Yang's time flow and escape from this space. But when he saw the scene behind him, he froze violently, only to see that beside the crater, there was a giant wearing imperial armor and emitting a golden glow all over his body. And inside the giant's body, there was a figure floating vaguely. That was actually Chiny Yang, who was supposed to be frozen in time. At this point, he was doing the swinging lift, the giant that shrouded his entire body. On the other hand, synchronized with his movements and raised the huge sword, Lin Xian felt like he was going to crack. Not to mention that the pressure released by that giant was already no different from that of a god. Just the fact that Chiny Yang was able to act in the first control skill, Sword Break River, was enough to make Lin Xian doubt his life. Can't my skills not work anymore? Or does this guy not eat controls? Lin Xian muttered under his breath. Either way, he was a little too much to take in. Completed the end of the series of quests, pulling out Regulus. Completed series of quests, Recasting Excalibur. Level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent increased to LV 9. The level of Heaven and Earth Sword Intent is raised to LV Max. Heaven and Earth Sword Intent LV Max. You comprehend sword intent at all times, and possess a 50% consumption reduction when equipping a sword-type weapon to release a skill. Introduction: the human emperor's sword reappears in the world, and heaven and earth bow down. Up to this point, you will weave your own laws. You have obtained the prop, Regulus, colored. The level of the world's divine soldier is raised to LV3. Imperial demeanor leveled up to LV3. The immediate cues keep surfacing. Chiny Yang's feelings at this moment could no longer be expressed in words. Just now, he played his final card, opened the 6 heavy pupils of the 6 paths and summoned the law of heaven and earth, which is condensed by humane chi. After obtaining a 100-fold increase in his attributes, he instantly shattered the confinement of the laws of the world and drew out the Regulus sword. At this time, he had felt the Regulus sword inside, a constant inflow of power. The wisp of human emperor's breath in his body swelled and solidified once again, turning into a small river that rushed forward. At the same time, a voice rang in his ears. So, you're the future human emperor. Chiny Yang froze. It was Chi Yu's voice, and asked, Soldier Master, where are you? Chi said, I have become one with Regulus. You sacrificed yourself to the sword? Chiny Yang was astonished. Sort of. Chi replied, you did not say that the Regulus sword is missing the killing soldier's ferocious gas. I am the world's military master. This thing is naturally not missing. Chiny Yang was silent and said, thank you. Why say thank you? Chi laughed 3 times. You are originally the cohesion of the Chinese Chi. I have become part of your power, and I have found a home. Chiny Yang nodded. Then help me well and seek the 3 realms. Speaking of which, a murderous aura came from Regulus. That's natural, Chi Yu said with a furious tone. First let the cub seed that imprisons the old man taste the power of killing all the soldiers and ferocious. Chiny Yang raised his eyes to look into the hole in space, and in his eyes, 6 heavy pupils flowed. Under the 6 heavy pupils, his gaze was already able to penetrate the Sea of Annihilation and see the gods of that upper realm. Aros, the so-called god of war. It was a burly man with Nordic looks. The features are rugged and 3-dimensional, and the face is tattooed with X-shaped war tattoos. The fierce eyes seem to have no regard for any life. In their eyes, cocky eyes. Chiny Yang had since disliked the Western gods. After becoming the Nineveh, he became even more disgusted with the gods. Seeing the disrespectful gaze of that god of war, he immediately raised his Regulus sword and swung 2 swords in a row towards the hole in space. Brush up. The sword Chi, which was enough to distort space, crossed into an X shape, carrying Chi's anger. He sped towards the space break. Boom! The spear of extinction that stayed in front of the spatial rupture immediately collapsed and burst the moment it came into contact with the sword Chi, turning into red glass slag all over the sky. Under the influence of the sword breaks the river, the broken glass slag was frozen in time and hovered in the air, forming a magnificent cloud under the reflection of light. However, the X-shaped sword Chi was completely unaffected by the sword-breaking river, whistling into the Sea of Annihilation and attacking towards the other side Divine Hall. Witnessing all of this, Lin Shen only felt his sword heart shake. He couldn't really think of anything that wasn't affected by time. Even more so, he felt a heartfelt sense of awe towards the 100-meter-tall golden giant. Is this really my grandson? Lin Shen couldn't help but think. Previously, he had only felt that Chiny Yang's potential was heaven-defying and had the potential to become a god. But now it seems, he was already god. He was just gradually awakening. Thinking of this, Lin Shen suddenly laughed up into the sky. Ha ha ha, with this grandson, why would I? Lin Shen, worry about not being able to transform into a mortal? Chinfon, you're still very useful. Just as Lin Shen's heart was pounding, the golden giant spoke. The tone was similar to Chiny Yang's, but the voice was as majestic as a heavenly flood bell. Grandpa, I'm done. I can withdraw. Aha! Above the temple, Aros, the god of war, was on his knees, covering his face and howling. Dark golden divine blood flowed out from his fingers. The god's body, which was the size of a hill, trembled uncontrollably. How could I be hurt by a mole cricket? Aros, the god of war, fell to his knees and wailed piteously. There was anger, resentment, and fear in the voice. As gods, there is an absolute suppression of laws against humans and other lower dimensional beings. Gods are not only immortal, they are not harmed by lower dimensional existences. But, the sword light that flew from the Sea of Annihilation, however, left an X-shaped scar on Aros's face, which exactly matched the battle tattoo on his face. It was the first time Aros had been injured, and the first time he had seen his dark gold blood. It turns out that God bleeds, too. A deep fear welled up in Aros. The fact that God bleeds means that he also dies. Don't know why. Aros had a hunch. He or she will be the first god to die. And the one who killed himself was the being who drew the heavenly demon sword. He's definitely not human. What the hell is he? What the hell? Aros asked in his mind, always feeling that the human he had messed with was not only not a low-dimensional mole, but an existence above himself. Just then, a voice floated in from the Sea of Annihilation. This scar, bestowed by me, collect it well, and wait for me to come and take your dog's head. Hearing this voice, Aros only felt like his whole body was struck by lightning, and not being able to get up, he crawled backward in a panic, only stopping when he had reached the front of his god's seat. His heart had been filled with a fear that the god of war should not have. Immediately, the god had dropped drastically, and its power rapidly drained away. Even the divine hall floating above the clouds began to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. Feeling the lowering of his godhood, Aros finally couldn't hold himself together, and he let out a hiss of despair as he clutched his god seat. The god of war is losing his godhood. At this moment, the gods awoke and the heavenly realm shook. Only the goddess of holy light, Elabella, ticked off the corners of her mouth. Shangjing City, the council hall. The holographic projection came to an abrupt halt. The crowd, however, was so immersed in the images they had just seen that they could not return to their senses for a long time. The feeling was like watching a movie. Still can't move on from the plot as the curtain falls. Huge eyes in the air, 100-meter-tall golden armored giants, as well as Chiny Yang, who was able to move around in the Swordbreak River. There are too many episodes that are shocking and incomprehensible. The 6 monarchs, including Xi Jinping, were all dumbfounded, nearly forgetting to breathe. Just then, Zhang Lingxiao walked up to the crowd. He gently snapped his fingers, and Jim Tianxiong's 6 monarch subordinates immediately fell limp to the ground, leaving only Xi Jinping behind. Xi Jinping jolted awake and looked at Zhang Lingxiao. Zhang Lingxiao's frivolous eyes were absent, and he asked in a rare and cold tone, "Si Shang, you've seen the heavenly chance. The poor Taoist wants a word from you on what he plans to do in the future." Xi Jinping looked towards the throne symbolizing the 5 sages within the council hall. After a moment of silence, he asked Zhang Lingxiao, "Dao Saint, don't you think that on top of that 5-party throne, there's still a party of thrones missing? Taishang's, the pleasant weekend is over, but the emperor still happily greets his fathers for a good week. I would think that just one side of the throne would be enough," Zhang Lingxiao said as he looked at the 5-party throne in the council hall. Xi Jinping snapped, saying, "Dao Emperor, this is a bit difficult." Zhang Lingxiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "You're not willing?" Xi Jinping shook his head and said, "I for one don't care about any saints or sages. I even kind of want to retire. And I believe that Jim Tianxiong doesn't care about vanity either. But I can't say the same for the other two. Their web of interests is very complicated. And there's also the emperor backing them up behind their backs." Zhang Lingxiao laughed. "To remove a tumor, where is there no bloodshed? Also," Xi Jinping nodded silently. Zhang Lingxiao patted Xi Jinping's shoulder and said, "Let's clarify the division of labor. I'll deal with the gods above the party. You deal with the people below. And together, we'll open the way for the 9-5 supreme beings." Xi Jinping froze and said, "I can fight with people, but I can grasp it. But you can still fight with God? Zhang Lingxiao shrugged. Try it. That's a pinnacle game. Xi Jinping smiled bitterly. The other two sages are not small in power. I can only assist in secret for the time being. The key is still to see what the Qin family does. Li Zhou. Outside the desolate fire mysterious realm, Chiny Yang was sitting on the ground, coiled. Sword Emperor Lin Xian was standing behind him, turning his finger into a sword. He lightly tapped Chiny Yang's spine and injected his own spiritual energy into it. Grandson, feeling better? Looking at Chiny Yang's pale face, Lin Xian was concerned. Nothing serious, just overdrawn. Chiny Yang slowly opened his eyes. The 6 heavy pupils in his eyes had disappeared. Gathering the Dharma heaven and earth could increase his attributes 100-fold. But the depletion was also extremely terrifying. It just lasted a minute. His physical and mental strength were then both drained. Even with the supreme dragon body, the entire person instantly shriveled up. Luckily, in the end, the extermination effect was reached, and Lin Xian was at his side to protect him. Otherwise, Chiny Yang really didn't dare to play this bottom card recklessly. Come and see the harvest. While the strength is still fresh, Chiny Yang opened his personal interface. Name, Chiny Yang. Chakra, 96. 000/infinity. Race, human. Level, 60. Occupation, 9 to 5, only. Power, 514, plus 1563. Agility, 616, plus 1583. Physique, 1326, plus 1593. Spirit, 1206, plus 1638. Skills, destroy the 9 clans, max. Supreme Dragon Body, LV4. Divine Soldier of the World, LV3. Imperial Demeanor, LV3. Brocade Guards, LV3. Imperial Guards, LV2. Dragon and Phoenix, LV2. Seeing Me as Heaven, LV1. Hand of Imperial Power, LV1. Imperial City Guards, LV1. Imperial Proclaimer, LV1. Emperor's Dragon Chariot, LV1. Supremacy of the Supreme Yang Body, LV1. Imperial Power Forever, LV1. 6 Heavy Pupils, LV1. Imperial Enshrinement, LV1. Imperial Power, 29,511, plus 4,362/HR. Star Power, 50/110. 000. Achievements, Swept Away, Max. Dragon Slayer, LV2. Bug Buster, LV1. Dog Slayer, LV1. Ha ha, almost past Old Den. Chiny Yang laughed in his heart. Without realizing it, there was only a 10-level difference between him and Chinfon. It took him over 20 years to rise to level 70. Of course, it wasn't that Chinfon was poor, but that he was too abnormal. Neither the upgrade speed nor the attribute growth was normal. The only thing normal, I'm afraid, is the skill level. 3 months after awakening, most of the skills were still only LV1, which wasn't too far off from the situation of numerous professionals. Scanning the attributes, Chiny Yang entered his backpack. The situation was urgent just now, and he hadn't had the time to check Regulus abilities. Regulus is so difficult to obtain. It should be one of the stronger of the 10 divine artifacts. With anticipation in his heart, Chiny Yang looked towards the prop in the item that was glowing with colored light. Props, Regulus, unique. Quality, color. Introduction, ancient Chinese holy way of the sword. By the immortals pick the first mountain of copper for the yellow emperor caste, which contains infinite power can break the void. The sword points to infinite space. Ability 1, designate an explored space and open a spatial rift for a round trip. If unspecified or unexplored, the open space rift will be random. Ability 2, can weave the laws of Huaxia by means of slaughtering gods, collecting artifacts, and transmuting human emperors that go against the laws of the other world. The more solid the law, the less it is shackled by the laws of the other world, and it can awaken its own power force. Current progress of law weaving, 5%. This is going to require me to slaughter the gods. The difficulty is a bit high, isn't it? Chiny Yang was dumbfounded. However, it's not entirely out of the question. After obtaining that wisp of the human emperor's breath, he was already able to inflict damage on the gods. Just a moment ago, he had left 2 scars on the war god's face. Gods can be killed when they bleed, and it's not the only way to weave laws. Chiny Yang guessed that anything that went against the laws of the other world was able to weave the laws. For example, giving ordinary people the power of professionals and giving humans the same potential as magical creatures are considered to be against the laws of the other world. Simply put, it's this and that. Go back and try to get a wave of enthronement. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. In addition to leveling up and getting artifacts, Chiny Yang's many skills had also been strengthened. The Imperial Guard becomes harder and meatier as it raises to LV2 with +1 to its own skill level. They also played a lot of roles in this battle. Blocked more than 1 critical attack for Chiny Yang, and after raising it to LV2, there is an additional sacrificial aid. When Chiny Yang looked at it, he all called out bullishly, "Sacrificial aid, any damage taken by the 9-5 will be absorbed by the Imperial Guard." The skill descriptions are concise, but the information revealed is shocking. All attacks hit Chiny Yang, and the damage was passed on to the Imperial Guard. As long as the Imperial Guards were present, he would not be harmed in any way, which was the equivalent of a shield that was always activated. After ascending to level 60, Chiny Yang's total base attributes had exceeded 3,000, allowing him to summon 3 Imperial Guards to be present at the same time. Each Imperial Guard has 13,000 plus body mass. 3 is 39,000 plus. I'm afraid that such a thick shield would only be available to peak monarchs, and 3 Imperial Guards wasn't even Chiny Yang's upper limit. This skill is invincible. Chiny Yang was in a good mood, and then looked at the skill's Brocade Guards. This skill boost is simple and brutal. Previously it was +1 per 100 base agility for the broodcap. Now it's become +2. That is to say, it is now a hawkish thing to be able to summon 12 Brocade Guards. This troop type had a wide range of uses, and doubling its numbers would probably give Chiny Yang more of a boost than the Imperial Guards. The last 2 skills to be upgraded are Imperial Style and Divine Soldier. The damage bonus of the Heavenly Warrior has been increased from 600% to 700%, a wild ride in the pursuit of output. This wasn't a very strong sensation for Chiny Yang, whose output was already explosive, and it was the effect of the Emperor's Style skill boost that made his heart ecstatic beyond measure. Imperial Demeanor, LV3. Added description: by consuming Imperial power, you can take an Imperial set of purple or higher, transform it into an Imperial treasure, and keep the words permanently. Note: reserved words that need to be loaded in order to be activated. +1 for every 10 levels of loaded bits. This is awesome. The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. His first set of dragon robes was the Emperor Yang Sin's dragon robe. With the leveling up, this rakish dragon robe has been eliminated. However, Chiny Yang did not break it down to satisfy his collecting fetish. The good thing is that it didn't break down. Now with Imperial Style 3.0, Emperor Yang's blood-drinking sword and Emperor Yang's sinful dragon robe have a use again. Let's not talk about whether the words are good or not. At least it'll provide the bonus of Imperial power along with the collection. When you change your equipment afterward, the skills of the Kumo Star Robe, too, can be retained. After all, there's a 40% reduction in consumption, as well as the ruinous meteorite summoning. These 2 phrases were really hard for Chiny Yang to give up. Now it's good for both. And all. Click, click, click. Just when Chiny Yang was in a good mood, the sound of an arthropod crawling in the distance. Chiny Yang raised his eyes and saw a huge centipede that was rapidly running from the distance. It was his own Imperial beast, the multi-eyed centipede, the 1,000-footed king, grandson. This is. Seeing the appearance of a 100-level demonic creature, Lin Shen instantly arrived in front of Chiny Yang. "Grandpa, this is my Imperial beast." Chiny Yang hurriedly pacified. Even though the 1,000-foot king was a 100-level compass spirit, it would be a matter of minutes for Lin Shen to second him. "Ha, the beast?" Lin Shen was startled and said, "You're really all-powerful. After all, he is the grandson of the Sword Emperor." Chiny Yang laughed. That's, ha ha. Lin Shen was beaming with joy, he who detested horse's ass, but he was very flattered by Chiny Yang's horse's ass. Chiny Yang looked at the 1,000-foot king again and asked, "Why are you showing up now? Didn't I ask you to support the desolate fire rift? The poor monk is guilty." The 1,000-foot king lowered his huge head and said, "The poor monk wanted to let the Jioli compassion spirits come to support them, but the compassion spirits were afraid of the power of the king and the desolate flame, and did not dare to come. The poor monk tried to persuade them with the Buddha Dharma, but they were surrounded by them, which resulted in not coming to support them in time." Chiny Yang frowned. "Then there's no need to persuade. It's fine for Lizho to have you as a compassionate spirit." Hearing this, Ziyi, who was in a state of confusion, snapped back to her senses. She could hear what Chiny Yang meant. Having one compulsion is enough, means the others have to die. That won't work. Without the compassionate spirit, the ecology of the Levant will collapse. But Ziyi also did not want to go against Chiny Yang, just said in a tentative tone, "Pretty boy, should I go to persuade again?" Chiny Yang nodded slightly. As a heavenly compass spirit medium, Ziyi played a big role in this operation. Chiny Yang also had designs on her phaseless Taiyang. "Since we're all on our own from now on, we should certainly give it a chance," Chiny Yang said to the 1,000-foot king. "Then I'll trouble you and Ziyi to make another trip." After saying that, he slightly raised his hand and summoned 10 Brocade Guards. To them he ordered, "Protect them, by royal license. First to kill. Receive the decree." The 10 Brocade Guards responded in unison, and a chilling light blossomed in their stern eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Shen revealed an admiring gaze. liking this grandson more and more the more he looked at him. Chiny Yang handled things decisively and did not drag his feet at all. This is rather like the character of my son-in-law. Chinfon is a bit wasted, but otherwise no problem. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as if Linier had taken a liking to her. After he Ji and the 1,000-foot king left, Lin Xian asked Chiny Yang, "Grandson, can you tell me about that divine sword?" Of course. Chiny Yang nodded. The task of transferring oneself has to continue. It was unavoidable to use Lin Xian's resources later on. It's right to be careful around outsiders, but to hide it in front of your own family is asking for trouble. With a slight wave of his hand, he summoned the Emperor's dragon chariot and switched to the state of a traveling palace. Above the barren wasteland where not a single blade of grass grew, a pavilion surrounded by gardens and an immense immortal aura immediately unfolded. Chiny Yang made a pleased gesture toward the garden and said to Lin Xian, "Grandpa, come sit in the campground and I'll tell you all about it." Looking at the gardens and pavilions that rise up out of the ground, Lin Xian's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch violently as he asked, "You call this a camp?" "So it is." Inside the courtyard of the palace, Lin Xian put down his wine cup, his gaze fixed. Previously, he only knew that the 9-to-5 was extremely professionally powerful, but it didn't occur to me that this profession was still capable of a second transfer, and the condition for transferring to a new job even requires 10 colored props. Even Lin Xian, a peak emperor, had never seen a prop of this level. It was impossible for ordinary people to complete such a difficult transfer task. Of course, the harder the transfer quest, the stronger the profession after the transfer. Lin Xian could completely conclude that the strength of Chiny Yang's second-turn occupation definitely surpassed his own perceptions. Lin Xian himself had never seen a colored item prop, so how was he going to help Chiny Yang? After a moment of silence, he said, "Grandson, colored props are too rare, and the ancient 10 divine weapons you mentioned are even more unheard of. So how can I help you?" Lin Xian's eyes were a little anxious, like the frustration of an ordinary old man who wanted to help his own children but realized that there was nothing he could do. Chiny Yang carried the wine jug, filled Lin Xian's glass, and smiled. "Grandpa, this matter cannot be rushed. The 10 divine artifacts don't belong to this world at all. Even if you have to mobilize your family to collect them, you have to give clear directions yourself. Just like this collection of imaginary copper. With a clear goal, the family can help him, but that goal, or direction, is not so easy to find." Chiny Yang didn't even know the keywords of artifacts in this world, and even if he used the Stargazer to search, the conclusions he came up with weren't necessarily accurate. One couldn't just let Lin Xian and Linier run around for a vague goal. Thus, Chiny Yang wanted to help the Chin family expand externally during this time. When there are enough people, you can go ahead and verify the vague information. Chiny Yang's next step was to expand the Chin family's sphere of influence from Hangwu City to the whole of Yangzhou, which was also considered to be a reverse cover for Chinfon. Right at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly thought of something and said, "I remembered. The Holy Light Pope's hand seems to have a colored item prop. Should we take a look at it?" Chiny Yang could see that Lin Xian wanted to help himself. However, colored props are not necessarily artifacts. Grandpa was in too much of a hurry. Chiny Yang thought to himself, but still followed Lin Xian's words and asked, "What are the functions of this colored product Dao?" Lin Xian propped up his chin and guessed, "It's like communicating with the gods." Communicate with the gods. Chiny Yang froze and instantly became energized. Taishang Huang's, help the Emperor's son ... to urge more ha. For the love of power to walk a little bit. The Emperor's son Ball mentions communicating with the gods. Chiny Yang immediately thought of one of the ancient 10 divine weapons, the Kunlun mirror. Legend has it that in the Kunlun heavenly palace, there is a divine mirror which carries the engraving of Taishian Ripple and possesses the divine power to communicate with the heavenly realm and the earthly world, and to illuminate all things. Chiny Yang wasn't sure if Lin Xian was talking about the Kunlun mirror, but it sounded somewhat similar. And, colored props are the ceiling of this world. There's nothing better up there. Without a little bit of relationship with the gods, Chiny Yang was not very trusting. Once you go back and ask the Stargazer, you can confirm it. The Holy Light Pope in Lin Xian's mouth referred to one of the Western world sovereigns. The Western world holds the Holy Light in high regard, and the Pope, as the strongest of the Holy Light sequence, is almost the spokesperson of the goddess of the Holy Light, and possesses a very high level of power. Heads of Western countries regularly go to be baptized by the Pope. Some mundane decisions, moreover, have to be approved by the Pope. It could be said that the combined power of the 4 emperors of the 9 states was not as great as the Pope alone. Chiny Yang was surprised in his heart. Lin Xian actually knew such a person. This network, it's so topsy-turvy. Thinking of this, he asked Lin Xian, "Grandpa, what's this Holy Light Pope's relationship with you? Can you borrow that mirror to take a look?" Lin Xian let out a laugh and said, "This Holy Light Pope and I are mortal enemies." Chiny Yang froze, Then you just said that the whole thing is coming over. Are you planning to rob it openly? Lin Xian nodded and said, I can try if you want. Grandpa is mighty. The corner of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. The Pope was powerful, but not necessarily as powerful as Lin Xian. It wasn't entirely impossible for Lin Xian to borrow something from him. Only, Chiny Yang felt that it was still too risky. To move the Pope is to move the entire Western world. Chiny Yang still had a lot of things to do at hand and didn't want to declare war on the world. Of course, Chiny Yang wouldn't let go of this clue. If it is confirmed that is the Kunlun mirror, can first let the Jinui go to the Western world to spy a bit? To see if there is secretly borrow over the possibility. Chiny Yang said to Lin Xian, Grandpa, I'll look into the matter of that mirror, and if I need your help, I'll ask. Lin Xian nodded. Good, don't ever hide anything, your mom and I will fully support you. There is one thing, though. Chiny Yang remembered the phaseless Taiyang. That thing was made from the 10,000 soul streamer. This kind of evil weapon. Chiny Yang still wanted to hold it in his own hands. He asked Lin Xian, Grandfather, can you help me inquire about that phaseless Taiyang? It is said that it was refined by the Dao Tian Emperor, using the 10,000 soul streamer to defend against the invasion of the Desolate Flame. And now that the Desolate Flame cracks have completely disappeared, will the phaseless Taiyang be able to transform back into the 10,000 soul streamer again? Lin Xian was silent for a moment and asked, You want the 10,000 soul streamer? That's an evil weapon. I don't think it's an evil weapon. Chiny Yang shook his head and said, The phaseless Taiyu used his body to block the magma and protect the 10,000 people of Lizho, and brought you into the Desolate Flame mysterious realm, and joined forces with me to repel the god of war. So whether or not it's an evil weapon in the end, it depends on how it's used. Makes sense. Lin Xian nodded and said, I'll go ask around for you. Speaking of this, Lin Xian suddenly got up. I should go too. Your mom is worried about you. I have to go back to report that you're safe. So urgent? Chiny Yang also stood up and asked, How's mom these days? Why didn't she come along this time? Lin Xian said, She's level 150 now. She's at a critical stage of breaking through. Maybe the next time I see her, she'll be an emperor rank powerhouse. That's wonderful, and worthy of your daughter. Chiny Yang was somewhat energized. If there are 2 emperors in the house, what can't be done? Lin Xian revealed a smug look and said, Help your father too when you have time. Don't let him drag his feet too much. At 45 years old, at least mix it up to the heroic rank. What's the difference between a Zongshi and an ant in our eyes? The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth twitched. Good lord. Lin Xian was asking himself to take Lao Deng to upgrade. Chiny Yang didn't care. It was just a way to do his filial duty. I just don't know if Chinfon can accept it emotionally. After the grandparents and grandchildren instructed each other for a while, Lin Xian then turned into a white light and disappeared into the sky. Chiny Yang also stretched his back and softly called out, Su Daji, wait for me on the dragon couch. In the previous battle, he could be said to have used all his cards. The spirit was tight for a long time while being sound. Gotta get some rest while the brood goes to recruit the companion spirit. Walking into the palace, the fragrant breeze was overwhelming. Long live the emperor. Su Daji was already kneeling in front of the dragon's couch, waiting to be honored. The full breasts bulged the red bib. Under a white veil, a faint layer of radiance floated up from the snow-white, reddish skin. The 9 foxtails were raised high as if they were like a white flame. Chiny Yang directly crossed over to Suda. While unloading his gear, he walked up to the dragon couch. After lying down comfortably, he turned toward Su Daji and said, Serve the bed. Yes, sir. Su Daji enchantingly got up. Her charm and wildness instantly released, and pounced into Chiny Yang's arms. Candlelight flickered and winks were heard. The soft dragon couch swirled with a burst of fluttering. Between the raging storms, Chiny Yang unloaded his long pent-up fatigue and floated into the clouds again and again. Dragon and Phoenix trigger. Strength plus 20. Absorb a strand of Xianin power. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Agility plus 20. Absorbs a strand of Xianin power. Dragon and Phoenix triggered. Imperial power plus 100. 000. Absorbing a strand of Xianin power. 3 hours later, Chiny Yang was lying on all fours in the dragon carriage. The lining was loose and open, revealing toned pecs. The bronze-colored skin glowed with a faintly visible golden radiance. Su Daji's entire body leaned on Chiny Yang, and with her slender fingers, she teased his chest and exhaled. Congratulations, Your Majesty. There is already a human emperor's breath in your body yet, and this is extremely helpful for you to achieve the Taishu Hunyuan body. Chiny Yang smiled and asked, So, is it beneficial to you? Su Daji smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty is joking. Is the human emperor's aura something that slave can bear? Slave only hopes that Your Majesty can slightly restrain the human emperor's aura and take pity on slave's body. No wonder it shakes so much. It dawned on Chiny Yang in his mind. Su Daji was a demon. and would indeed be suppressed by the human emperor's aura. I'm sure it must have been a bit painful just now, but held back from spoiling his fun. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang decided to reward Su Daji some more, stroking her long hair before pushing her head downwards. Just then, the voice of the Brocade Guards rang in his ears. Your Majesty, the 12 compass spirits have been brought and are waiting outside the palace to face the saint. Got it. Keep them waiting. Chiny Yang didn't stop moving and signaled Su Daji to continue receiving the reward. After 2 incense sticks of work, Chiny Yang walked out of the palace. When his eyes scanned the surroundings, he saw that there were 12 huge beasts that were surrounding the palace. Level 125. Mana King Butterfly. Level 121. Trickster Moth. Level 122. Queen Bee. Level 123. Bully Cicada. Level 124. Queen Mantis. The 12 heads of huge-sized compass spirits could be said to be covering the sky, especially those parasitic spirits that could fly, casting shadows that actually completely enveloped the palace. Chiny Yang frowned. These guys either don't know the rules, either they were violently subdued or their hearts were not in it, but it didn't matter. Chiny Yang had his own means. He raised his hand to summon the palm light golden crow. In a deep voice to the crowd of companion spirits, he said, "Bury your heads low." The supreme Yang divine aura erupted instantly, overshadowing the glow of the setting sun. The 12 parasitic spirits were immediately restrained by their attributes and let out a mournful hiss. Even the heavenly compass spirit medium He couldn't help but take a few steps back. The 1,000-foot king immediately realized what Chiny Yang meant and said to the crowd of compass spirits, "Fellow members, the front saints of the temple, please also lower yourselves." Hearing the 1,000-foot king's reminder, the 12-headed compassion spirit immediately slumped down. The manifestation king butterfly, which was flying in the air, also landed on the ground, spreading its wings to the sides. Sure enough, rules have to be taught. Chiny Yang nodded his head in satisfaction and lowered the brightness of the palm lamp golden crow, then floated up. To the crowd of companion spirits, he proclaimed, "After this, you are my subjects, but your duty is still to guard the mountains and rivers of Lizho and the 10,000 people. Just remember that my will is higher than anything else." Ming. White. The multitude of compelling spirits suppressed by the attribute promised in human language. Chiny Yang guessed correctly. Most of them were violently invited by the Jinui and the 1,000-foot king. By the Jinui and the 1,000-foot king. A level 125,000-foot king was already the highest combatant of the companions. In addition to the 10 Jinui, that is the highest Buddhism, a persuasion of a no-squeak. Although they were beaten into submission, the compassion spirits were still more than a little upset in their hearts before meeting Chiny Yang. But after feeling what is called Tian Ko, they realized why the strongest 1,000-foot king was the first to defect. Together, it's meeting a natural enemy. The 12 compassionate spirits had lowered their postures and prostrated themselves in worship, not daring to have second thoughts in their hearts. They have the same status in Lehigh, so there's even less need to be a thorn in their side. Chiny Yang nodded his head in satisfaction as he saw that the companion spirits were able to read the general situation. Immediately, he looked at the 1,000-foot king and said, "I'll appoint you as the head of the compassion spirits, commanding all the compassion spirits." "Thank you, Lord." The 1,000-foot king shook his enormous head and knocked 3 times on the ground. The dust that was raised directly buried He on the side. Cough, 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 cough. He shook her head and spat out the dust in her mouth, looking a bit funny. Chiny Yang felt amused in his heart and asked, "He, in the future, you won't be needed to communicate with the compulsion spirit. Will you continue to stay in Lizho, or will you follow me to Yangzhou to work?" He froze and said with a face full of surprise, "Can I go to Yangzhou?" Chiny Yang nodded his head and said, "Your compulsion technique will be of great use to me." When Chiny Yang returned to Yangzhou this time, he was ready to find some ordinary people and enroll them as professionals. However, this action was extremely sensitive, and once it was leaked out, it was tantamount to declaring war on professionals all over the world. Although after the enthronement, Chiny Yang could threaten the other party with 9 clans to keep the secret, but that's not enough insurance. There are a lot of interrogation techniques for professionals. Even if the people who were enthroned were all die-hard loyalists of Chiny Yang, it's also hard to meet a professional without having your mouth pried open. Of course, there are means of resisting interrogation. For example, the Tao Heavenly Emperor's forbidden spell, the ability to destroy the person who knows the secret before it leaks. However, this forbidden charm could only be used by the Tao Tian Emperor. There is another kind, the unspeakable parasites of the celestial parasites. It's a little smarter than a gag spell. The compulsion will detect the host's behavior and thoughts, and will immediately destroy the host's brain as soon as it detects the possibility of leakage. Chiny Yang planned to bring He with him, specializing in planting parasites on people. Of course, it's not impossible to be responsible for a bit of don't if she wants to progress. Chiny Yang was thinking. He nodded and said, Go on, boss, take me with you, I haven't been out to work yet. Chiny Yang nodded in satisfaction. I don't think this girl would refuse. Staying in the mountains and forests is not as fun as going out to work. The desolate flame mysterious realm completely collapsed, and Lizho successfully survived the calamity. Under the operation of Chinfon, the whole incident was put on the top secret file. Ji Yuanqing, grandmother ancestor, and the other elders were also subjected to the forbidden speech spell and the unable to speak compulsion, which provided a double insurance policy. And after confirming that the king of the patch is dead, the gloom that had lingered over Lizho for 100 years also completely dissipated. At night, the walled city people lit bonfires and sang and danced. In front of the bonfire, He completely put down her identity as a heavenly compass spirit medium, pulling her cousin Huangliang and Chingy Yang, releasing her nature to her heart's content. That naive to somewhat off-the-wall look was a big surprise to the walled city folk, but it doesn't matter. The Kyushu Federation has sent a document. Lizho no longer had the position of the heavenly compass spirit medium thereafter. All jurisdictions were then transitioned to the newly appointed king of Lizho, Chinfon. Make me the king of Lizhou? Dragon Pavilion Guild. Chinfon sat up in shock and took the secretary's report, checking it over and over again. That's right. Indeed. It's a red tape document issued by the Kyushu Federation. It also had the joint signatures of Daotian Emperor Zhang Lingxiao and Xi Jinfling Xi Shang. What's going on here? Chinfon was a bit flustered. He didn't do anything. How did he become the king of Lizhou? Does the Kyushu Federation know I'm expanding abroad? Is this a warning? That's not true. What kind of warning is that? In the Kyushu Federation, a royal title is hereditary. The surviving princes, those were all enthroned at the end of the civil war. It could be considered a concession and compromise by the Federation for the sake of unification. Now that the platform of the Federation is to continue to strengthen the centralization of power, how can it still be possible to crown a king? Chinfon was puzzled. Forgot to check the attachments to the red tape. In fact, that attachment is the top secret document of the state of Le. Inside was a record of all the feats of Chingy Yang, such as killing the king of the birds, retreating the divine race, and collecting the compassionate spirits. This king of Lizhou was sealed, and it definitely made sense. Just as Chinfon was about to call out Chinfon to discuss countermeasures, the secretary added, "President, the young master has returned from Lizhou and is now at the residence." Chinfon was violently stunned and muttered, "Could it be that my being crowned king has something to do with my son?" Hey, ha! In the backyard of the Qin mansion, a young girl of 18 or 19 years old was practicing boxing on a daily basis. In the wind of the fist, there was actually a faint sound of a dragon's roar. She was wearing a blue, gold-encrusted fighting outfit. That fighting suit wasn't revealing, but the cut was flattering. The young girl's full breasts, her tantalizing waist-to-hip ratio, were all clearly outlined. She was very sweet-looking, with a small, agaric nose that shrugged slightly with her breathing and bushy eyelashes. It was just that this delicate and lovely appearance seemed to be a bit of a mismatch with the fierce punching style that was permeated with the dragon's roar. Not bad. You can hear a dragon's roar in the wind of the punch. It seems that you are going to be promoted to dragon fighter. A voice came into the backyard. Upon hearing this voice, the young girl froze violently, and a figure that made her long for the world and haunted her mind appeared in her mind. She turned her head mechanically to look, only to see a man in a star dharma robe, looking at himself with a smile on his face. Seeing the person in her dream, the young girl actually froze on the spot, her eyes flickering as if she could not believe it. She froze for a long time before she pranced and opened her arms, shouting in excitement, "Husband, Taishangs, got stuck auditing last night crying face and almost lost my full attendance. So I have 2 more chapters for today. The good man returns." Xu Mengxian flung herself into Chingy Yang's arms like a swallow returning to its nest. By all accounts, having grown up practicing martial arts, she wasn't a love brain, but her brain capacity is really small. After loading the Chingy Yang, nothing else could fit. Chingy Yang hugged a warm and fragrant bosom and was in a good mood. Chu Mushuan's husband was much more sincere than the young master of the Sea King Palace. "Why did you leave without saying a word? There are some special missions that require stealth." "Ooh-hoo." Chu Mushuan buried her head in Chingy Yang's chest. It was as if he was reminiscing about a flavor he hadn't had in a long time. Chingy Yang didn't like being mushy, but he didn't push the other person away. After all, it's an explicit childhood friend, not the same as outside. Moreover, this little ninny's body was pliable and quite comfortable to hold. After warming up for a while, it was only then that Chingy Yang asked the beautiful person in his arms, "I see your breath. It seems like you haven't broken through level 30 yet." "Yeah, it's dangerous to upgrade now." Xu Mengxian nodded her head and said, "And lately, all of my energy has been focused on feeling the dragon soul. If I can advance to dragon fighter, my strength will rise faster than upgrading." "Oh, Promoting to Dragon Fighter can wait until I return. Chiny Yang said. Waiting for you to come back? Xu Mengxian had a puzzled look on her face, completely oblivious to the fact that her ability to become a dragon fighter depended on Chiny Yang. Chiny Yang didn't explain, and picked up his little petite wife across the waist and headed for the room. Hey, I was just practicing boxing and I'm all sweaty, Xu Mengxian shouted in panic. The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth rose. Really? I'm even more excited. A little goodbye. From the foyer to the sofa, from the round bed to the bathroom, the duel between the two was more intense than ever. After the battle, Chiny Yang called out to the two cat lady attendants, squeezing up shoulders and arms left and right. For the last half a month, Chiny Yang was winded. Either you're in a hurry or you're fighting monsters. The dragon carriage is not too tiring, and yet there is a lot of mental exhaustion built up. Returning to my original life at this point is kind of a total relaxation. To the two cat lady attendants, Xu Mengxian didn't care, just caressing her flat belly. She said, Hubby, I feel that the dragon soul has solidified quite a bit again, eh? It seems like I didn't purposely try to sense it either. Could it be that I'm a genius? Yes, boy. Chiny Yang raised his eyes slightly as the fog steamed in the bathroom. I thought to myself that this ninny was just too slow. She hadn't yet comprehended that the dragon soul was related to herself. It's just a matter of being stupid. It's cute to be stupid. Xu Mengxian was still muttering to herself. It would be great if I could promote to Dragon Fighter before the S tournament. Maybe I could get a ranking back. What S race? Chiny Yang's eyes opened slightly. Global Professionals League. Hubby, you can also participate. Xu Mengxian said. Oh. Chiny Yang let out an oh-so-subtle cry, waved his hand and turned on the monitor in the bathroom, and began to look up the league information. After reading it, he shook his head and said, You can participate, but I'm not interested. The Pros League is a multinationally organized tournament, quadrennial, restricted to professionals under the age of 40, on a scale similar to the Olympic Games on Earth. It's kind of one of the great feasts of the world. Participation is mainly by local selection and then cascading up. With Chiny Yang's ability, it was naturally enough to compete, but he was completely uninterested. Human organized tournaments. That's a business. First of all, the rewards are never going to be any good. Usually it's just non-strategic rare materials and a decent bonus, plus symbolic medals and trophies. The real value of the contest is still in the traffic economy. Leveraging the event's global exposure, worldly families can increase their influence. Guild forces are able to pull in sponsorships from various businesses. Individual professionals with dreams of making a name for themselves can also hit the ground running. Anyway, the benefits do come. But it wasn't up to the standard of Chiny Yang's outing. Xu Mengxian needs to exercise. It's not a problem to go and participate. She was the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, and it would be good for her to make a name for the Dragon Pavilion Guild. And, through the public information of this tournament, Chiny Yang learned that the final place of this league was in the city where the Holy Light Pope was located, the White Sacred City. You can stop by and visit the White Sacred City. It's just that. Xu Mengxian has to make it to the finals. Chiny Yang thought in his mind. Xu Mengxian is still a bit weak. From the conscription battlefield until now, Chiny Yang had risen 42 levels. This girl, Xu Mengxian, had only just managed to rise one level. The overflow experience from level 30 is not even enough to break through to level 31 elite rank. Can she make a name for the Dragon Court Guild? It's not like you're famous for being famous, is it? At this time, Xu Mengxian said, the competition is still a month away, so Master suggested that I put my rank aside and advance to Dragon Fighter first. Actually, you can have both. Chiny Yang shook his head. He understood what Su Nantian meant. Upgrades are meant to be fought. Su Nantian was worried that Xu Mengxian would get injured in the promotion and miss this competition instead. But with Chiny Yang around, there was absolutely no need to worry about injuries. You know, he had pulled Xu Mengxian back from the Ghost Gate once. It's fine for a while. I can accompany you to practice. Chiny Yang said to Xu Mengxian. Xu Mengxian has to be able to place in the league. It is extremely beneficial to the Qin family's business and development. Of course, Chiny Yang could achieve the same effect by competing on his own. It's just that he has more important things to do, so he's not going to fry the fish. Good, eh? When she heard that Chiny Yang wanted to accompany her to upgrade, Xu Mengxian was overjoyed and joyful, but she quickly said with a puzzled face, but you're level 45, so you shouldn't have any experience with me, right? Chiny Yang shook his head. I'm level 60. Ha? Xu Mengxian froze violently, somewhat disbelieving her ears. It's only been more than half a month since I went to Lizhou, and this is level 15? How? Chu Mushuan was not questioning Chiny Yang's ability. It was just the inherent notion that kept her from accepting it for a while. Chiny Yang didn't explain and said, I have healing skills that can milk you. You can try to choose high difficulty secret realms. Breaking through to level 31 in a month is actually quite easy. As for promoting to Dragon Fighter, just leave it to me as well. Chu Mushuan was still immersed in shock, completely failing to comprehend what the promotion to Dragon Fighter had to do with Chiny Yang. And at that moment, Chiny Yang also thought of a problem. Asked, as I recall this league is team-based, who are you going to team up with? The blindfolded Chu Mengxian froze for a few seconds before replying. I'm going to team up with Yi Qiuning. I heard she's already level 33. She's awesome. It's that sword fairy. It dawned on Chiny Yang. Having risen 3 levels in 2 months, this was already very efficient. Worthy of being a teacher of Linier, the future is bright. At this time, Chu Mengxian added, the competition is a 3-player system, and I even contacted Lin Mo, but she's going to compete on behalf of a guild, and now she's still missing a teammate. One more to go? Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he remembered someone and smiled. I do have someone to recommend. Epic profession. Level 30. Epic career. So powerful. Chu Mengxian said in surprise. But soon, it was a bit frustrated again. Xiaoning is level 33, and now there's another epic level, so I'm the worst one in the team. Chiny Yang stroked Chu Mengshuan's small head and said, so hurry up. Let's continue to cultivate the dragon soul and try to advance to Dragon Fighter before the tournament. Yeah, it's still early. I'll try to work on that too. Chu Mengxian nodded her head seriously and thought it was proper cultivation. Instead, Chiny Yang said to the 2 cat lady attendants, you 2 stand down. Yes, young master. The cat lady attendant immediately understood and got up to leave the bathroom. Chiny Yang, on the other hand, pulled his dazed little petite wife into his arms with a splash. The next day, Chiny Yang and his Zi appeared in Qin Chuan's office. Also present was second uncle Chinfon. Good Dale, if I wasn't your father, I'd kowtow to you high and low. I'm an uncle, why don't I do it? There's a guest here. You 2 stop joking. Chiny Yang rubbed his temples and laughed bitterly. Qin Chuan and Chinfon, on the other hand, looked at the documents in their hands with shocked eyes. Changed 3 months ago. They really didn't dare to imagine that Chiny Yang could still fight for the Qin family. And, a fight is a state. After Chiny Yang's explanation, together with the interpretation of the red-headed document, the 2 Qin brothers finally understood how this king of Lizhou came to be. Emotionally, Chiny Yang and Lin Xian were on the verge of stabbing the sky in Lizhou. Remove the 3 evils, kill the king, break the desert fire, and fight the god of heaven. This feat, it all surpassed the Daotian emperor back then. A knighthood would be no exaggeration. Xi Jinping had given the king of Lizhou to Qin Chuan in order to protect Chiny Yang. Anyway, it's hereditary, and to be sealed to the old man is to be sealed to the son. This would also allow Chiny Yang to be politically, but not too eye-catching. Chiny Yang didn't care about the title either. If you really want to seal it to him, he doesn't want it. What kind of emperor degrades himself to become a king? Skipping this topic, Chiny Yang pointed to Yi, to Qin Chuan and Chinfon. He said, Dad, second uncle, let me introduce to you. This is the previous heavenly compass spirit medium of Lizhou. He. The 2 Qin brothers were still in shock. When they heard the words heavenly compulsion spirit medium, their bodies shook at the same time, and their faces deteriorated at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if they had recalled some bad memories. In this regard, Chiny Yang had already anticipated this in his mind. When these 2 brothers broke into Lizhou, the heavenly compass medium was still a man named Huang Jingshan. That's right, it's the Mistletoe King. Back then, the 2 brothers were also bloodthirsty, took up the bounty order for the crusade against the compassionate faction's compassionate masters. After much fighting and investigation, they discover a shocking secret. The leader of the Mistletoe sect, the Mistletoe King, was actually the leader of Lizhou, Huang Jingshan, the heavenly compass spirit medium. Because of this secret, the 2 brothers were hunted by the King of the Horns for 10 days and 10 nights. If it wasn't for the props given by Linier, he wouldn't have been able to run back at all. Of course, they paid the price. Chinfon was poisoned by the mistletoe compass and lost his fertility. This was a hurdle that Qin Chuan had been unable to get over. Every time I think about it, the guilt is overwhelming. Suddenly, he jerked his head up as if he had remembered something and asked Chiny Yang, you said before that you were going to Lizhou to find a cure for your second uncle. Did you? Speaking of this, Qin Chuan looked at He nodded. Yes, pretty boy has already told me about uncle's situation, and I feel that it is curable. Hearing these words, Xin Feng's body jolted. He stood up excitedly and asked, is it really possible? I tried a lot of things before, but neither the healing skills nor the antidote potion could cure it. He waved her hand. Those things don't work. Our Lizhou's compulsion art has no cure, and the mistletoe art is even more powerful. Hey, you seem to be complacent? Chiny Yang spat from the side. The truth is awesome, except for you. He smiled awkwardly and continued. After the mistletoe technique enters your body, it's not actually poison anymore. It will become a part of your body, so any healing techniques will be useless. Instead, it will allow the mistletoe bugs to draw on its energy. What's the treatment for that? Chinfon eagerly said to He. As long as you can cure my brother, you'll be a great benefactor to our Chin family. You can have whatever you want. Yeah? He's eyes lit up and she secretly glanced at Chingy Yang as if she was fighting for something. And then, he said to Chinfon, Uncle, I'm going to plant a parasite in your body to eat the mistletoe bugs. This process can't have potions intervening, and it will be more painful. Ooh. How can I be afraid of pain when I can be a man? Chinfeng's fists were clenched tightly, and his voice trembled a little as he spoke. He looked at Chingy Yang, his eyes slightly red and said, Nephew, second uncle scolded you like that in the past, and you still took second uncle to heart. Second uncle Chingy Yang waved his hand repeatedly. He was the worst at emotional overflow situations and said, Prince Peak is also doing this for the good of the Chin family, so don't say so much as a family. After saying that, he looked at He and asked, when can we start? Anytime. Ooh. It's fine here, He said. Here? Chinfon froze. No need to take off your pants? His pretty face instantly red warm. Embarrassed. No need. With that, she flipped her jade hand and a worm the size of a grain of rice appeared in her palm. Explaining, this is the mistletoe devouring compulsion, which uses mistletoe worms as its food, and is the only cure for the mistletoe technique. Chingy Yang frowned and asked, any side effects? Yes. He nodded. The devouring compass is a glutton. It will stay in the body and draw the host's nutrition. Uncle will have to live with it for the rest of his life, and he can't get fat even if he eats anything. Ha! Chingy Yang and Chinfon froze at the same time, both seeing business opportunities in the other's eyes. This stuff, it's really good for diet pills. Can we start? He asked. Chinfon nodded firmly. Come on, little girl. Immediately, He flipped her palm, and the compulsion instantly disappeared. Chinfeng's side was still waiting for the compulsion to enter his body, taking deep breaths. As a result, He held up her teacup and said, Uncle, it's already done. That's good? That easy? It doesn't feel like it at all. Both Chin family brothers felt a bit unreal. He holding a teacup, rightfully said, planting parasites is so simple. Let people notice that it is not called planting parasites. Speaking of this, she said to Chinfon, Uncle had better go find a bed. Ooh. It'll hurt when the time comes. Hiss. Chinfon and Chinfon both sucked in a breath of cool air. Either that or how to say that the compulsion is scary. You really didn't react when he victimized you. Thinking of this, Chinfon looked at his son Chingy Yang, and then looked at the pretty-looking and beautifully built He, and said silently in his heart, Son, this woman's methods are too strong. You mustn't slag her. But what he doesn't know, Li Zhou's compulsion had no effect on Chingy Yang at all. Even the 13 compassionate spirits have become his minions. After about 10 minutes, the parasites in Chinfeng's body began to work, only to see his expression suddenly distorted, covering his lower body, his whole body twitching. Luckily, Chinchuan's office has beds. Chinfon was tossing and turning in his bed in pain. A howl like tomcat was shouted. This bout will last 10 minutes and will hurt once a month afterward. He explained. Chinchuan and Chingy Yang looked at Chinfon, both revealing egghead expressions. Looking at Chinfeng's expression, it was as if he had been kicked in the balls. And it's kicking all the time. For 10 minutes. The worst part is that it hurts once a month. Hey, with so many side effects, the business of diet pills is not expected to do. Chingy Yang sighed and couldn't bear to see Chinfon suffer any longer. So he led He out of the office and happened to meet Chu Mengxian at the door. Chingy Yang's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, he was on his way to find Chu Mengxian. That's right. The teammate he was going to recommend to Chu Mengxian was He. The emperors, I almost forgot to greet you. The old. Not right. Plants. As soon as Chu Muxuan saw Chingy Yang, she instinctively wanted to shout the nickname, but the thought of this being a guild made him swallow hard. She remembered Chingy Yang's words, when you work, you call it a position. Nice guy. You might as well call it whatever you want. Chingy Yang had a bit of a headache and asked him, is he here to deliver materials? Chu Mengxian had already been hanging out at the Dragon Pavilion Guild. Can't get into the second tier yet due to low combat power. It was reasonably impossible to appear in front of Chinchuan's office. However, the matter she was responsible for at the guild was to buttress the Chin family's business in Jingming City. Some of the more sensitive materials were personally delivered by her, the Chu family's eldest miss. Chingy Yang glanced at the office. Chinfon is undergoing the egg-crushing treatment, so it's definitely not the right time to go in. Taking advantage of the fact that He was also there, Chingy Yang planned to talk about league teaming first. he said to Chu Mengxian. The information will come later. Come to my office first. Go make some of the oil tea I brought, and snacks will come as standard. Yes, young master. After instructing the waiter to go prepare the dessert for hospitality, Chingy Yang pointed to Ziyi and said to Chu Mengxian, this is the teammate I recommended to you. He's Ziyi, occupation Heavenly Compassionate Spirit Medium, level 30. Oh, it's a T0 epic career. Chu Mengxian warmly extended her hand. The dragon fighter is the T0. Ziyi smiled coyly and shook Chu Mengxian's hand. After the two of them had some initial understanding, Chingy Yang opened the door and said, I won't be participating in this league, but I hope that you guys can represent the Dragon Pavilion Guild and the Qin clan to reach the final. Finalists? Chu Mengxian froze, not confidently saying, we can't do it alone, can we? Chingy Yang had expected Chu Mengxian's reaction. Just because Chingy Yang couldn't see what was going on didn't mean it was simple. If one were to say that the previous conscription battlefield was a gathering of Yangzhou's heavenly pride, this professionals league, then, is a gathering of heavenly talents from all over the world. Entry limits are relaxed to 40 years of age. The great difference in this can be very large. Poorly leveled professionals may be less than level 30 at age 40, but like Qin Chuan, this kind of talented and situational rolling king professional can work up to level 60 before the age of 40, and even higher. Such geniuses were few in a city, but to put it on a worldwide scale, there were quite a few. One of last year's championship team was a 61st grader and just 35 years old. Luckily, this year's competition had a rule amendment, and the eligibility was stuck below the elite rank. This was one of the factors why Chingy Yang didn't want to compete. He was already in the process of acquiring a Zone Sure rank breakthrough treasure pearl, and didn't want to delay his progress for the sake of a tournament organized by a human. But even if it was an elite ranked smash, with Chu Mengxian's strength, it would be difficult for them to get to enter the final. The difference between a level 31 elite rank and a level 60 elite rank was still there. The people who play in the league are selected up by the local area and there is little to no mediocrity. If your career is strong, so is everyone else's. You're well equipped, and others are not poorly equipped. Chu Mengxian's original idea was to take a Yangzhou win, not even thinking about a win in the Kyushu region. Chingy Yang asked to be in the finals as soon as he came up. It did put a lot of pressure on her, but in Chingy Yang's opinion, the three of them, Chu Mengxian, Ziyi, and Yi Qiaoning, had a great advantage when they teamed up. Chu Mengxian was going to advance to Dragon Fighter soon. This profession is indeed T0 tier in the epic class. High attack, high defense, thick blood, plus fighting skills against humanoid magical creatures. Extremely strong in PvP. He, as a sentinel beast class profession, was almost all-powerful except for her weak body, and as long as she defended herself against assassins, there was no natural enemy on the field. In addition, her various defenseless compulsion techniques would be even harder to crack. The third person, Yi Qiaoning, hadn't been seen for a long time, and he didn't know how strong he was, but after following Linier for more than 2 months, he should be able to learn quite a lot of skills, and felt that his real-world ability wouldn't be worse than the current Chu Mengxian. Moreover, the profession of Sword Immortal can make up for the lack of long-range burst of the first two people. After listening to Chingy Yang's explanation, Chu Mengxian came to a sudden realization. In that case, our combination configuration is considered luxurious, and the only weak point is the level. Leveling up isn't a problem either, and in a month's time, there's still a lot of advancement to be had. Chingy Yang said. He had already figured out how he was going to help the three-pole rank. Even, one doesn't need to be present. His royal guards have extra bits of aid. You can assign a bodyguard to each of the three. With the protection of the Imperial Guards who could vibrate swords, they were perfectly capable of going to the wilderness where they had more experience to practice, and arranging for a Brocade Guard to follow them. The probability of encountering danger was lower than even shopping. Taking a step back, even if he was injured, he had the Imperial Grace to cover his back. The mountain forest to the west of Jingming City has a large number of level 40 to level 50 magical creatures. Where can we go to practice? Make your own arrangements for practicing, and get to know each other better. Chingy Yang nodded his head and said that he wouldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. A random excuse was made to send the two women away, and then directly in the office, he entered the idea space. It's huge. Once again, enter the idea space. Chingy Yang realized that the area of the domain had increased several times again. The large imperial city already seemed a bit small in this side of the world. In the distance, there were many more mountains and rivers, and the clouds stretched out like they were limitless. It really is like a small world. Chingy Yang sort of understood. The mental attributes should be exponential in their enhancement of the domain area. In time, this place could really evolve into a world. Chingy Yang didn't sigh for long. After entering the imperial city, He went straight to the Stargazer's terrace. He now has a lot of questions to ask on the search engine. First question. What is the name of the artifact held by the Holy Light Pope? Due to the accuracy of the keywords, the amount of interfering disinformation is not that much. Chiny Yang easily found 2 reliable results. Result 2. According to the secret scripture of the Holy Light, the Pope holds an artifact called the Mirror of True Vision, which is a colorful item with uniqueness. And it is an artifact given to the Pope by the goddess of the Holy Light. And through this artifact, one can have a deep conversation with the God and reflect the appearance of the things that one wants. Result 3. The secret scripture of the Holy Light records that the Mirror of True Vision was originally a magical artifact with the ability to reflect the truth of the world, and could not be mastered by anyone other than those with a pure heart and a strong will, and that the goddess of the Holy Light housed it in order to withstand the evil of the truth, and that only by understanding the truth could all be embraced. Only by understanding the truth can we embrace all. Seeing the search results, Chiny Yang was overjoyed in his heart. The description of this true vision mirror is not far from the Kunlun mirror. The only discrepancy is the ability to see the so-called evil of truth. But Chiny Yang had never seen a real Kunlun mirror either. Maybe it also includes the ability to see the truth? 8 or 9. This true vision mirror is the Kunlun mirror, Chiny Yang concluded in his mind, all the while exclaiming that the Stargazer is just too good to be true. With this in place, finding artifacts shouldn't be too easy. Immediately, he invested another 100,000 points of Imperial power in the Stargazer. Ask the sky for the monthly observation of the world's situation. Big momentum 1, the Titan beast has awakened and will land in the eastern part of the island this month, and by the end of the month, the island will be thrown into chaos, and the chapter of doom will have begun. Major trend 2, due to the god of war being out of character, the strength of the same sequence of powers has declined, and professions with blessings such as berserk, kill, and war are about to enter a period of weakness. Daisenshu 3, with the help of the Mirror of True Sight, the Pope of Holy Light will hold a sacrificial ceremony to summon the evil gods to descend. Summon the evil god. The Holy Light Pope summoned the evil god. Chiny Yang's pupils shrank, foreseeing that something big was not good. A whirlwind of a smile surfaced. So, he's going to be a bad influence? Chiny Yang immediately opened the Ask the Land search. Sifting through the thousands of rumors and profiles, the Holy Light Pope profile was found. Name, Hathaway. Level, 180 Peak Emperor. Profession, Holy Light Pope. Legendary. Introduction 1, no one knows the Pope better than I do. He is a gentle and humble man who has led mankind against the invasion of the abyss, and I would like to call him the Son of Light. He is the spiritual leader of the Western professional world. Former President of the Free Federation, Donald Bean. Introduction 2, Hardyway is eccentric, temperamental, and has an unsettlingly evil streak. He is an unabashed hypocrite. Oh Holy Light, why do you tolerate such blasphemy from him? Cardinal of the Holy Light, Edlin's last words. It's all extinct. That's a sure thing to say. Chiny Yang's mind was active as he looked at the contents of Introduction 2. If the Pope's behavior could be brought to light, the Western world would surely be in chaos, which would be beneficial to his own seizure of the Kunlun mirror. However, it was still a big deal and required Lin Xian's support. I wonder who is more powerful, Lin Xian, than this Pope, Chiny Yang thought, once again typing the keyword into the Stargazer. Worldwide Emperor Strength Ranking. Result 1, Emperor Power Ranking, Stick Country Version. First place, Li Sunshin, Class of 168, Big Stick Empire. Second, MKUS, Class of 180, Free Federation. Third, Steve, Class of 179, Free Federation. Fourth, Musk, Class of 179, Free Federation. 10th place, Lin Xian, Level 180, Kyushu Federation. I am also convinced. Chiny Yang was furious and laughed. Not bad for a cosmic empire. In their list, only Lin Xian was on the list of the 4 emperors of the Kyushu Federation, and he was still at the bottom. Instead, the mid to late stage emperor at level 168 was powering over a group of peak emperors to reach the top. YY. Imperial rank professionals, belonging to a country's strategic force. The profile will only disclose the rank, and there will be no specific information on the combat power. It also gives some people the opportunity to yay. It's kind of hard for Chiny Yang to find reliable ones in these rankings. It was about 40 pages in a row. He finally saw an assessment of a Free Federation, Global Occupational Threat Assessment Rankings. First place, Zhang Lingxiao, Kyushu Federation, codename Chess Player. Second place, Lin Xian, Kyushu Federation, codename Nightmare. Third place, Adanovsky, Skyfrost Empire, codename Felon. 100th place, Chiny Yang, Kyushu Federation, codename Dawn of the Empire. Ha, is this the same name? Chiny Yang was shocked. He was surprised to see his name on the Lighthouse Nation Threat Assessment list. Are you kidding me? This ranking is either an emperor or a king. You can still make the list yourself? Chiny Yang immediately opened the details to see what was going on. Name, Chiny Yang. Level, 45. Profession, 9 to 5, legendary level. Introduction, grandson of Lin Xian, son of Linier. His strength crushed professionals of the same level in the battlefield of conscription, and he slaughtered 12 dragons and countless soldiers of dragon descent in the Guardian Battle of Jingming City. Recommendation, focus should be placed on this person, who has superior resources, a strong background, and his family has great ambition and is supported by Chinfon, one of the 5 sages, and may later become a key figure in the shift to an imperial system in Kyushu. Thanks for the recognition. Chiny Yang laughed, feeling flattered by the Lighthouse Federation's assessment. What's the saying? It's the nods from the enemy that carry the most gold. After feeling smug for a while, Chiny Yang continued to check the leaderboards. There are no Lighthouse Confederation professionals on this list, but the assessments of the individual emperors are more objective and truthful. Zhang Lingxiao was able to rank first, not because of his strong battle prowess, but because of his treacherous methods. Lin Xian's second is due to his sword breaks the river skill, which has the ability to freeze time and control it in a way that can't be solved at the moment. Plus, he could travel through space and had an extremely strong burst. The head of the Free Federation can often dream of him standing by his bedside. As for Pope Hardaway, whom Chiny Yang cared about, he was also on the list. He was ranked 59th, even behind Linier. Of course, it's a list of threats. Hathaway, as the spiritual leader of the Western world, is certainly not a high enough threat to the Free Federation to be a threat, or at most too vocal to affect their business. From the profile introduction, he was also one of the weaker ones among the Emperor's professionals. Seeing this, Chiny Yang was relieved. The Pope is only powerful, not strong. And, with all his power, he will soon have none. On top of that, Chiny Yang saw an interesting detail. The so-called first emperor of the Big Stick Empire, Li Sun Xin. His rank wasn't even 168, but 158. Good lord, how can you blow this? Aren't you afraid of misjudgment by the enemy? After some understanding, Chiny Yang's heart was sort of in the right place. First of all, the true vision mirror, which is the Kunlun mirror, whether it's stolen or robbed, this must be obtained. Secondly, the Pope's strength was average, and even if he was surrounded by numerous guards, he was not an invincible being. In the end, the Pope himself is up to something, and as long as he can get his affairs in order, he can take the absolute initiative, whether it's to talk or to fight. Summarizing the above 3 points, Chiny Yang decided to do a big job. He raised his hand slightly and summoned 8 Brocade Guards. Once upon a time, I marched in a daze, on the dark side of the road. West, Holy City. Inside the dimly lit underground palace, lights swayed and songs floated. Pope Hardaway, the Holy Light Pope, sat in the middle of the crowd with a gentle gaze. A member of the congregation clutched a guitar and played and sang a song with a mesmerized expression. Dozens of monks, dressed in clean white robes, bowed their heads and followed along in chorus. What appeared to be a peaceful scene was extremely incongruous in the dimly lit basement. And, the aura of these monks was very strong. Obviously all of them were heroic rank or above professionals. As the crowd chorused in unison, a gust of energy fluctuations filled the air. At the end of the underground palace was a huge statue. White candles were set out below, and the flames gathered into lakes of light, reflecting the image of a female deity. She has the face of an angel, serene and pure. This is the statue of none other than the goddess of holy light, Ella Bella. But on this statue, there were bloodied eyeballs hanging all over it. Holy light and blood. The blasphemous scene looked extremely manic. After the chorus was finished, a female monk walked into the underground palace and bowed to Pope Hathaway. Lord, the formation for the sacrifice has been completed, and the entire holy city is encompassed. You're doing great, kid. Hardaway nodded softly, his smile gentle. He said to the crowd, the arrangement at that time will be for the hero rank to fend off the holy city guards, the monarch rank to block outside reinforcements, and the children of the patriarch rank to slaughter to their heart's content. Of course, if anyone is willing to convert to the truth, they can also be absorbed as brothers and sisters. Yes, Lord. The female monk bowed in response. At this point, Hardaway's demeanor became a bit frenzied. He turned to look at the eerie statue at the end of the palace. Opening his arms, he said, Holy light fades, but truth is eternal. Holy light is dead, truth is eternal. Inside the underground palace, a chorus of praises rang out. The monks in their pure white robes were actually showing signs of madness, oblivious to the fact that there was a pair of eyes in the darkness, staring at them. Taishang Emperor, after getting regulus, a lot of fathers and mothers raised books TT. Ball fathers and mothers point and click to urge more. Look at the advertisement. For the love of power generation, the subsequent plot is still wonderful. Uncle 2. Feeling better yet? In the private medical center, Chingy Yang came to visit Chinfon, who had just finished his broken egg treatment. It hurts so much I'm going to puke, and I feel like a million people are stepping on my balls. On the hospital bed, Chinfeng's face was pale and his lips were turning purple. Recalling the 12 levels of intense pain, Chinfon couldn't help but win a cold war as he asked, "Are you sure this isn't a root cure? I feel like it's utterly useless." Chingy Yang forced himself to hold back his laughter and said seriously, "Second uncle, it takes a bath of fire to be reborn. When you're better, we'll go to the Sea King Palace together to get high." "Don't get high. Thanks to Linier's blessing, the Sea King Palace has already blacklisted the Chin family." Chinfon waved his hand and said, "And all of them have families, so they are less likely to play outside. If you really like it, you can bring it back to the Chin mansion. It's nothing more than hitching a ride on a pair of chopsticks." "Ha? Blacklisted?" Chingy Yang was violently stunned. He had wondered before why the Sea King's palace hadn't been leveled. So, the Empress Dowager did it after all. But it doesn't matter. When we save up some royal power and enrich the Copper Bird Terrace, won't that be more fun than the Sea King's palace? It's just that with the Sea King palace missing, all sorts of commercial activities will have to change places. When the partners come in the future, the two Chin brothers can only treat them to a vegetarian meal. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang asked about the recent business matters. "You don't have to worry about business." Chinfon laughed. "Shall we set the plan?" And Zhang Yi was in charge of the negotiation. With the assistance of these two, I hardly encountered any resistance. At that, he paused and laughed. "Of course, there have been encounters with people who couldn't talk to each other, but somehow these pricks would always disappear or die somehow. Don't you think it's strange?" The corner of Chingy Yang's mouth hooked up as he laughed. "That's really strange." He knew that it was most likely the Brocade Guards in their parade state who had struck. And those pricks, they must have had crooked thoughts about the Chin family before they were killed. "I have to say, the jinx is really good," Chingy Yang praised in his heart. "It's just that there are still too few of them. It's completely enough to control a city, but it's a bit of a stretch to control a state. I still have to start cultivating another group of forces." Thinking of this, Chingy Yang began to talk about business as he said to Chinfon, "Second uncle, I need a batch of ordinary people between the ages of 15 and 18. The requirement is that they are physically healthy, male or female." Chinfon was stunned, associating it with Ziyi, the compounder Chingy Yang brought back. He couldn't help but have a guess and asked, "Ordinary people? Are you going to do human experiments?" "No, it's a heavenly thing. I'll talk to you then." Chingy Yang sells a secret first. He's going to start making professionals with the royal enfranchisement. He added to Chinfon, "The first batch should just find 10 people first, preferably orphans, or people with clean backgrounds." Chinfon nodded his head and said, "The Dragon Pavilion Guild has sponsored a group of orphans whose parents were guild members who were killed in the secret realm. This is something I'll do after I recuperate for a few days." Just then there was a knock on the ward door. A nurse's voice came from outside the door. "Mr. Chin, a lady named Koi is here to see you." "This one is?" Chingy Yang's eyes lit up. "Pen pal." Chinfeng's eyes dodged. Chingy Yang immediately understood and said, "I still have some things to do, so I won't bother you." With that, he walked out of the hospital room. Just outside the hospital room, there was a woman standing holding flowers. She was about 30, petite, with a bit of a literary air, average looking, but Uncle Two's type. Chingy Yang commented in his heart and turned to leave. After that, Chingy Yang went to the Dragon Pavilion Guild and met with Chief Forge Master Guyu. The Emperor's style is able to transform the Emperor's set into the Emperor's treasure when it is level to 3. The only Sui Yang sets he has are the sword and the dragon robe. There should be a couple more key pieces of equipment to make up the set, and the Molten set is transformed from the Bloody set. Chingy Yang was going to ask Guyu to collect the other Scarlet equipment. "Wait until you get a full Sui Yang set together before converting. Scarlet class equipment is rare. I need to collect drawings first." Inside the office, Guyu carefully recorded Chingy Yang's request and assessed, "With the guild's efficiency, it might take a month. If I can't wait, I can make a trip to Shangjing to see if I can procure it. There's no rush." Chingy Yang shook his head and emphasized, "What I'm more anxious about right now is the breakthrough treasure pearl of the sovereign rank." Guyu nodded his head and said, "The treasure beads have already been purchased. I sent someone to fetch them, and they will be escorted to Hangwu City in the next 2 days." "That's good." Chingy Yang sighed in relief. Through the Jinyui's visit, Chingy Yang had learned that the Holy Light Pope would perform a blood sacrifice during the final round. At that time, the entire Holy City would definitely be in chaos, and it would also be the best time to seize the Kunlun mirror. For the sake of secrecy, Chingy Yang had only told Lin Xian about this matter. When the Jinshuai had traveled further to get more information, they could make a battle plan. But before that, Chingy Yang also had to make preparations. After breaking through to the sovereign, he was able to gain 1860 plus base attribute growth, a huge increase in battle power. It's just that the cleric rank breakthrough treasure pearl is no longer a mass commodity, and it's not something you can get just by opening your mouth. Guyu searched for quite some time before finding the seller in Songshan City. Payment was completed only 2 days ago, and is now being escorted from Songshan City. Chiny Yang is a little less assured, and asked Guyu for information on the route of the escort team, ready to send the Brocade Guards to meet, to ensure that nothing goes wrong. After accounting for everything, Chiny Yang realized he was okay again. Then he sent a text message to Chu Mengxian. Where is it? Chu Mengxian replied in seconds. Shopping with Ji. Are you coming? No go. Chiny Yang refused outright. Shopping with them is too tiring to drive the dragon carriage. Hanggu City, Queen's neighborhood. It's a 3-kilometer-long pedestrian street that, with a diverse range of consumer brands, with buildings at the cutting edge of style, it attracts nearly 80% of the city's young professionals. Whenever it's a day off, they come here to shop, eat, drink and have fun. Provided there's a little rice in your pocket. The spending here is not low. For a casual meal, the guest price starts at 4 figures and goes up to 5 figures for the more expensive ones. The groups targeted are either professionals, either that or they're just regular people with a family mind. Before his awakening, Chiny Yang basically spent his money in the Queen's neighborhood. It happens to be the weekend. Before the sun sets, the entrance to the pedestrian street is already crowded with young people. These people were all dressed in gold and silver, and just by looking at their clothes, they knew that they were either rich or noble. Boom! The engine roared to life. A supercar with a black-on-red paint job and a sense of power drove up from the distance and pulled up in front of the parking lot at the entrance to the Queen's block. Those young people who were either rich or noble all took a deep breath when they saw the supercar. This is the latest limited edition sports car from the Kyushu Federation, the Night Ranger 3s. The engine it uses is the Dragonheart 990R, which was constructed by a heroic order mechanic. The unmanned fighters controlled by the mechanic use the same engine. Only a few feature limitations were added after applying it to the supercar. Well, it's restricted, not neutered. The car is said to run and fly close to the ground. Even in a supercar, the Night Ranger is king. It is no longer a question of whether it is expensive or not, but whether it is eligible to be bought. Night Ranger, the car of my dreams. Which son of a bitch is this? When he comes down, I must get to know him. The one who can get his hands on the Nightwalker is definitely a top 10 dude in Hanggu City. It can't be Chiny Yang, right? Chiny Yang never drives. He uses teleportation talismans all the time. The dudes at the entrance to the block stopped in their tracks. There is also a power gap between those who have money. Seeing the toys that they have been longing for, all of them are greedy to the point of no return, and have speculated about the owner of this mechanical object. There, with a motor tone, the hypercar's double-wing doors slowly opened. A beautiful figure took the lead from the main driver's seat. It was a young girl of 17 or 18, with bright eyes and sweet features. The ball head with double ponytail hairstyle makes her look spunky. She was wearing a short-sleeve top with a cheongsam design and a short skirt underneath. The cut of the cheongsam top was very flattering, and the petite but plump and proud curves were perfectly outlined. A pair of slender but not too fleshy legs, sheathed in black silk, swayed extraordinarily under the short skirt. There are a lot of beautiful women in the Queen's neighborhood, but it's not often that someone with both a killer body and looks. As soon as the young girl appeared, the dudes at the entrance to the block looked straight ahead. Holy shit, a childish rabbit. This type really is one in a million. I've never seen it in my dreams, and it's driven by a Night Ranger. It's not rich. Which family's young lady is this? Brothers? It's not necessarily Missy. The Night Ranger is a men's supercar. This girl either has a rich boyfriend or a rich dad. Maybe it's the godfather who has the money? The dude whispered. According to their character, if they were to see such a beautiful woman, then they would definitely want to get acquainted. But at this time no one dared to go up and talk to him. Maybe the teenage girl's husband or old man is sitting in the passenger seat. The Night Ranger isn't a car that just anyone can have. The word color is a sword, and no one has the courage to challenge themselves. Suddenly, there was only a thud. Another teenage girl got out of Nightcrawler's passenger seat. She was rubbing her head, full of pain and tears. Sentiment. It's the double-wing doors that you hit when you get out of the car. Unlike the childish giant rabbit before, this young girl's appearance was not sweet, but serene. At first glance, it has the purity of a first love. The pained expression of hitting his head hurt, instead of detracting from it, raised a sense of pity. It's like the bubbly girl at the table in school. The young girl had long hair that fell over her shoulders and was wearing a bright yellow bodysuit with a lined t-shirt underneath. Underneath the shorts was a pair of slender thighs stepping on sneakers, with a very attractive curve of the buttocks. She wasn't as busty as twin ponytails, but she was still considered to be very well endowed. And, being a bit taller than that, It looks like a school goddess. Seeing two beautiful women in a row, the dudes felt like they were going to be set on fire and talked impatiently. Mama yeah. This one's a 9-2 nah. What day is it today, to see two 9-point beauties in a 9-point car? I'm even more curious about the owner of the car. The license plate number is Hong-A00088. Someone go check it out. Whoever he is, I'm going to get acquainted and die. A white-haired dude said he was about to move forward, his eyes like he was possessed. Suddenly, another yellow-haired dude pulled in behind him. Don't go get yourself killed. That's our ancestor's car. Ancestor? Chiny Yang? The bewitched white-haired dude jolted awake. In Hangwu City, the name Chiny Yang could be said to be thunderous. A crowd of dandies, but also will be called the Grandmaster. In the hunt for sex before, all do not chant a Grandmaster blessing, almost to Chiny Yang statue. Just checked. Hong-A00088 is Chiny Yang's car, the yellow-haired dude said. The white-haired dude froze. Doesn't Chiny Yang not drive? Silly, you can't have a car without driving? Also, crap, you're saving my life. The white-haired dude came to a realization and slapped his chest in hindsight. With Chiny Yang's current strength and background, pressing him to death was like pressing an ant to death. Hurry up. Let's go. Our eyes are so offensive. Double ponytail sister-in-law just glared at us. If she blows pillow talk to Chiny Yang, we won't be able to keep our eyes open. The yellow-haired dude pulled the white hairs and tried to retreat. He had just seen that the girl with the two ponytails, giving herself a slightly disgruntled blank look. Just then, a voice rang out. Is Chiny Yang's prestige in Hangwu City that great? The two dudes froze and turned their heads in unison. One could only see a tall man, about 25 or 26 years old, was wrapping his arms around himself and looking at the two beautiful people in front of him with interest. The yellow-haired dude asked, Big brother, you out of town? The man shook his head and said, I'm local, but haven't been back in a long time. The yellow-haired dude sized up the man for a while, seeing that the other party was dressed in civilian clothes but revealed a talisman of extraordinary quality. It was clear that he was a professional. He also didn't dare to take it lightly, patiently explaining, the Chin family was originally a big family in Hangwu City. The Dragon Pavilion Guild is owned by their family, and Chiny Yang himself is a legendary ranked professional who broke Luofan's escalation record just after he awakened. So do you think this family's prestige can't be big? A strange look flashed in the man's eyes before he laughed. Breaking Luofan's record. I've heard about it. The younger generation is fearful. At this time, the white hair on the side somewhat panicked and reminded the man, Big brother, you can't stare at the master's wife. You'll get us involved. The man then withdrew his gaze and looked at the two dudes with a smile, saying, I see that you guys are also professionals. What do you call yourselves? The yellow-haired dude nodded his head and introduced himself with a smile. I'm Xiao Zishuan, level 20 white feather archer. He's Yi Haochen, level 18 frost mage. What do you call yourself, big brother? The man arched his hand and said, level 60 Shura Buster Blade, Luofan. Hello, brother Luo. Wait, Luofan. The two dudes snapped to attention. To say that Chiny Yang was the new king of popularity in Hangwu City, that Luofan was the last king of popularity, the epic profession, with a record of 8 levels in a day, ruled Hangwu City for 7 years. At that time, no one in the entire Hangwu City didn't know Luofan's great name. It wasn't until Chiny Yang appeared that his legend ended. Seeing Luofan, the two dudes were too excited to speak. After all, before Chiny Yang, Luofan was the idol of all young people. Luo Shun, you are level 60? White-haired dude Yi Haochen said excitedly. Luofan had only awakened 7 years ago, and 7 years later he had risen to level 60, averaging 9 levels per year. Such an upgrade speed was a bit exaggerated. Luofan laughed. Level 60 is nothing great. I heard that Chiny Yang is level 45. The yellow-haired dude Xiao Zishuan nodded and said, there is this rumor, but there are some people who don't believe it and think it's too exaggerated. Luofan shook his head and said, in the world of professionals, anything can happen. I believe he's already level 45. Xiao Zishuan asked, Luo Shun, are you coming back this time to represent Hangwu City in the Global Professionals League? Luofan nodded his head and said, yes, while I haven't been promoted to Zongshi, I've come to give Hangwu City a boost. With that, he looked ahead to the Night Ranger supercar, with the two stunning girls, as if to say to himself, by the way, take back what belongs to me. The Emperor wants to make electricity for love on Children's Day. Another thing the Emperor is thinking about. There are quite a few fathers who are uncomfortable with the God-Goblin setting. At the moment, the Emperor's son hasn't written about that piece, either. If people are diabolical, the Emperor will keep divinity and modify away the God-Goblins. Of course, this won't affect the later episodes. It's just a way of trying to make the fathers comfortable. Wow, what a beautiful street. Looking at the neon flashing Queen's neighborhood, He Ji's eyes glowed. She had stayed in the deep mountains for too long, and life in Lizho was relatively primitive, and it was the first time she had seen such a bustling cityscape since she had grown up. It's alright. Shanjing City and Donghai City are the most prosperous. Zhu Muxuan laughed and handed the car keys to the parking lot staff, instructing, take care of the car, otherwise my husband will break my legs. You can rest assured that we will lift it into the parking space. The staff member took the key with trembling hands and nodded repeatedly. Immediately, Xu Mengxian pulled He Zi towards the inside of the neighborhood. At this time, He Zi whispered, that man has been looking at us. Does he know you? Kinda know each other. Xu Mengxian glanced to the side. His name is Luofan. He's an epic level professional. He used to take classes at my family's martial arts school. Then why don't you say hello? He Zi wondered. Poof. Xu Mengxian softly let out a delicate horizontal snort. This guy days all backbones. He ganged up on my family's martial arts school when he worked there, and scooped up a good dozen sitting instructors when he left. He's currently a cadre of a certain Legion-level guild in East Sea City, and I don't know what he's doing back in Hanwu City this time. He Ji's eyes widened slightly. A Legion-level guild? Then he's strong too? It's rumored to be level 60, right? Xu Mengxian said. Seems like it's average too. He Ji skimmed her lips. Luofan looked to be in his 20s, and to be able to rise to level 60. This progress was absolutely terrifying. But compared to Chiny Yang, it seemed like a so-so. Forget him, let's go shopping, Xu Mengxian said, then took He Zi's arm and walked towards the neighborhood. Hey, pretty boy already has a wife. I'm missing out on a good life. He Zi felt the slightly oppressive soft touch on her arm and sighed that she knew Chiny Yang too late and her opponent was too strong. And Chiny Yang's phrase teammates should communicate and understand each other was also taken to heart by Xu Mengxian. She directly transformed into a little rich girl and dragged He Zi around the neighborhood. Shop and eat while you shop. It wasn't until both of them couldn't fit in their stomachs anymore that they found a milk tea store to rest. After a good day, it's time to start practicing. Xu Mengxian paralyzed on the sofa, rubbing her slightly bulging little stomach with a satisfied face. Don't we have to wait for a third teammate? He Ji asked, remembering that there was another sword immortal teammate. There's no need to wait. Her level was already higher than ours. Hiccup. Xu Mengxian sipped her milk tea and looked out the window. Suddenly, she let out an eh. Only two familiar figures were sitting in the restaurant across the terrace. It was none other than Gu Yu, the chief forger of the Dragon Pavilion Guild, as well as the Luofan he just met. Inside the restaurant, Gu Yu's makeup was exquisite and she had obviously dressed up, but at that moment, the expression on her face was unpleasant. Gu Yu and Luofan, who had been in the same class at the Professionals Academy. She had also admired this genius when she was young, and this time when she was asked out by Luofan, she was naturally happy in her heart. And she had even dressed up carefully. Who knew that within a short time of meeting, the other person would make her feel down on her head? This Luofan, after all, had come with a purpose. He wanted to persuade Gu Yu to break away from the Dragon Pavilion Guild and go to East Ocean City. There was even a hint that Gu Yu would take the guild's forging information. Along with it, Luofan, I'm fine in the Dragon Court Guild and have no plans to go anywhere else. Gu Yu quietly opened the cell phone recording. Luofan shook his red wineglass and said contemptuously, the Dragon Pavilion Guild is alright in Hanwu City, but to be placed within the boundaries of the Ninth State, it's not worth mentioning at all. Speaking of this, he spread his arms wide and said smugly, the Diffractive Sacred Division that I'm a member of is a Legion-level guild, and even if you pull out a random warband, it's bigger than the Dragon Pavilion. What does that have to do with me? Gu Yu asked rhetorically. Luofan let out a light laugh. You forged in orange equipment. With this strength, you can completely enter the Diffractive Sacred Division. Sorry, I don't want to go. Gu Yu refused outright. She knew that Luofan was talking about the goddess tier prop. To be able to forge orange equipment, one was indeed considered a top forger. But Gu Yu also knew in her heart, without Chiny Yang's support and trust, he himself wouldn't even be able to see the materials for the orange props. How is it possible to become successful and then turn around and forget about these favors? Seeing that he was rejected, a hint of sulkiness flashed in Luofan's eyes, but quickly hid it again, pretending to be gentle. Gu Yu, people always have to move up. Don't you want to go with me to see a wider world? With you? Gu Yu frowned. Luofan shook his red wineglass and revealed a wicked smile. Gu Yu, I know how you feel about me. I'm already the commander of the Diffractive Sacred Division's warband now, so as long as you follow me, I guarantee you'll have a broader outlook. Hearing this, Gu Yu almost had a heart attack. What do I think of you? This person is also too down to the head, isn't it? What has Luofan been through? How did it get so greasy? Gu Yu forced herself to resist the urge to get up and leave, giving her classmate one last bit of face, saying, Luofan, we're just classmates. It's good to get together once in a while, but don't make the relationship too complicated. You, being slapped in the face on the spot, Luofan was ashamed and angry. He took several deep breaths before stabilizing himself. Spinning around, he sighed and said, "Did the Dragon Pavilion Guild draw you a big pie? Don't you want such a good opportunity in front of you?" Guyu said with a cold face. "The Dragon Pavilion Guild will only talk with money. And you, my classmate, you are the one who was painting me a big cake." Well. Luofan said 3 good words in a row. Finally couldn't suppress the emotions in my heart. He put on a teasing expression and said, "Guyu, you're defending the Dragon Pavilion Guild so much. It can't be because you're related to Chingy Yang, right? I've heard that your position has risen quickly since Chingy Yang took over the guild's business." As he said that, he also glanced at Guyu's plump upper body. Wow! The red wine splashed all over Luofan's face. Luofan wiped his face and looked at Guyu with confusion and anger. Instead, he saw a face with wheat-colored skin, but cold as ice. Guyu stared at Luofan for 2 seconds and froze as she spoke. "Luofan, you make me sick." Groove. Luofan slammed the table, trying to seize. Guyu was also completely unafraid and warned. "I'm the Dragon Pavilion's chief forge master. If you want to die, try your hand." With that, she put on her satchel and headed out the door. Luofan stood still, feeling the strange gazes around him, only feeling the sky spinning. He hadn't suffered such humiliation since he became famous. Helplessly, he had no roots in Hangwu City, not to mention looking for Guyu to vent his anger. He didn't even have the courage to lift the table. Moreover, he had come with the mission of the Diffractive Sacred Division, so he couldn't cause any trouble. He took a deep breath for a while before he calmed down and yelled at the waiter, "The bill!" The waiter immediately came forward with the slip. "Hello, 1,563,000 crystal dollars. Crap, you guys are a black store?" Luofan's eyes glazed over. The waiter awkwardly said, "Sir, the bottle of red wine you ordered is Hangwu Zhenzu. 1,550,000 crystal dollars. Nice guy," and threw a big glass of at her. Luofan just felt his temples bulge and said, "Pack me the wine." Hoo, a big show, eh? The terrace across from the restaurant. 2 teenage girls are giggling and eating melons. Just a few minutes ago, they had already brainstormed no less than 10 doggone plots. I didn't expect that Guyu would know Luofan. The relationship seems to be extraordinary. Chu Mengxian fiddled with her cell phone. The scene just now had been captured on her camera. "It's a bad relationship only, right?" He said. "Whatever. I'm having a good time eating my melon anyway." Chu Mengxian shrugged her shoulders. She had an extremely bad impression of Luofan. Back then, Luofan had scooped up a dozen sitters from the Chu family martial arts school at once. It caused the martial arts center to shut down for a long time, and business almost went cold. Seeing Guyu splash his face with red wine is simply not too much of a relief. Wait. Digging in, Chu Mengxian suddenly shivered. A rare moment of clarity in a not-so-clairvoyant head. Is it possible that Luofan is trying to poach Guyu? It's definitely possible. Luofan has a history. Thinking of this, Chu Muxuan immediately sent the video to Chingy Yang. "Honey, someone's digging you." Chingy Yang had just finished listening to the cell phone recording sent by Guyu. Then he received a small video from Chu Mengxian. Couldn't help but laugh. This nymphette, surprisingly smart for once. Immediately, his eyes went cold. Due to the various propaganda and glorification of Hangwu City, Chingy Yang's previous impression of Luofan had always been okay. But now it seems that he already has a way to take his death. So much for trolling. Business competition can't avoid this kind of thing. But, he also makes his own yellow rumors. Guyu got promoted fast and had an illicit relationship with herself? Heaven and earth. When it came to Guyu, he didn't take advantage of himself. So you're going to get a yellow rumor whether you take it or not, right? What concerned Chingy Yang even more was the diffractive sacred division behind Luofan. The recording doesn't expand on that inside though, but Chingy Yang still felt it vaguely. Luofan's purpose for coming to Hangwu City wasn't as simple as digging in. Previously, Qin Xuan had told himself, one of the 5 sages, Diffractor Sage, is pursuing a policy. Presumably, the idea is to strengthen the supervision and management of private guilds. The intent of this is clear. It's about trying to limit the growth of these private guilds, so that the 3 legion guilds under him can remain dominant. 80 to 90% of the time, Luofan's appearance in Hangwu City was with a mission. Thinking of this, Chingy Yang raised his hand to beckon a Brocade Guard. Long live the Emperor. In the shadows, the Brocade Guards half-kneeled and saluted. Chingy Yang said, "Keep an eye on Luofan and see what he did in Hangwu City. Receive the decree." There was no unnecessary nonsense from the Jinshi. Immediately after receiving the order, he disappeared into the shadows. Immediately, Chingy Yang sent another message to Qin Xuan. asking him to strengthen the guild's cohesion in the near future. Sometimes it's not always the fault of the wall that the corner is cut. One has to be on oneself. 2. To find out why. 3 days later, the atmosphere in the Pros League is starting to get up. In the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the auditions in Hangwu City. I heard that Luofan is back. Our Hangwu City. We are expected to play in the final this year. That's not true. Luofan is level 60. And with the epic profession, he's already at the peak of the elite rank battle power. It's a pity for my Qin Xiao. Although he's an even more demonic existence than Luofan, he's still a bit lower in rank, so he can only run with him this time. I heard that young Qin won't be participating in the league. It was the right choice too. Let's just say the league came at the wrong time. In the tea house, the crowd sighed. Chingy Yang's exact rank has not been officially announced, but a lot of people are rumoring that he's up to level 45. This is definitely a demonic upgrade speed. More than 3 months after awakening. Level 45. On average, you have to go up half a level every day. If he could keep up this pace, he could also get to level 60 before the league. But that's just a joke, not even a theory. The higher the level, the slower the upgrades. It's impossible to maintain even efficiency all the time. Of course, Luofan and Chingy Yang, both were the pride of Hangwu City. Neither of them competing will affect the heat of the event. A group of people were chatting, completely oblivious to the fact that a couple of bigwigs were sitting inside the elegant seat by the window in the corner. President of the Tianba Guild, Wang Muba, President of the Black Jiao Guild, Li Scale, as well as the much-anticipated Hangwu Heaven's Pride, Luofan. These 4 people sipped their tea while listening sideways to what everyone was talking about. On each face, a snickering smile appeared. Chingy Yang actually avoided the battle. He's really smart. Wang Muba tilted his head and poured a pot of tea for Luofan. Luofan said with feigned regret, "Hey, I was hoping to fight him. After all, he broke my record." Black Jiao Guild President, Li Scale laughed. "Commander Luo is joking. You are level 60. How can you fight Chingy Yang?" Luofan mingled his tea and said, "We can't underestimate Chingy Yang. I'm afraid that his level 45 battle power is comparable to my level 60 battle power." Wang Muba cocked his head and laughed. "Commander Luo is too humorous. Why would Chingy Yang send out 3 women to fight on behalf of the Dragon Pavilion if he wanted to have your level 60 combat power? It's obvious that he's afraid." Li Scale concurred. "That's what makes him smart. Finding 3 beautiful women to participate in the battle. Even if he loses, the Dragon Pavilion will still be able to suck in a wave of traffic. He's treating the league like a business, full of copper odor." Luofan was a bit disdainful and said, "Instead, I can't let him make it work. I'll eliminate the Dragon Pavilion Guild's team in the first round of selection." Magnificent. That's what you call a professional. The 2 guild presidents gave a thumbs up at the same time. Tianba Guild's Wang Muba said, "If Commander Luo needs any support, just ask. I'll definitely do my best." Li Scale from the Black Jiao Guild also chimed in. "Yeah, we'll all be in the same legion soon. Don't be polite." Luofan looked at the 2 and nodded in satisfaction. He came to Hangwu City this time. In addition to participating in the league and finding his way back to the field, another important thing was to integrate the large and small guilds in Hangwu City to prepare for the Diffusion Sacred Division to open a branch warband. If this thing works out, he, Luofan, was the commanding envoy of the Hangwu City battle group. The only resistance was the one and only Dragon Court Guild. Many of the smaller guilds, which looked up to the Dragon Pavilion, were not so easy to integrate. Therefore, Luofan had to find an opportunity to beat up the Dragon Pavilion Guild in public, so that the large and small guilds of Hangwu City could see their strength. His original plan was to pummel Chingy Yang in the league. After recovering for himself, he would then use the Breakthrough Treasure Pearl to advance to the Zhongshu rank and continue to challenge the Dragon Pavilion Guild's president, Chinfon, Chingy Yang for the exhibition match and Chinfon for the boss battle. This set down, the influence of the Dragon Court Guild would definitely be greatly reduced. But he didn't want to. But Chingy Yang even let Xu Mengxian form a female group to compete and hide himself. That said, it was quite a surprise. Xu Mengxian unexpectedly developed so well. Why didn't I feel it before? Luofan laughed in his heart. In the back of his mind, the image of himself violently beating up the girl group was already coming to mind. And at this time, Li Scales, who is a Taoist profession, suddenly exclaimed, "Luo commanding envoy, how do you have a black seal? Taishangs, when are you going on summer vacation?" I guessed right. Xin Fu. In the courtyard, Chingy Yang rubbed the Zhongshu rank breakthrough treasure pearl as he, while listening to the scouting report of the Brocade Guards. His hunch was spot on. This Luofan, he's also a minister. Diffractive Sage Division, is the property of one of the 5 sages, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan has always been a good hand when it comes to running the economy. The Qiu family, of which it is a member, is also rich, with business spread all over the north. Now, it is trying to reach out to the south, and it is not afraid of being greedy and chewing the cud. People are unpredictable. The two who had tea with Luofan had taken a lot of investment from the Qin family. The Tianba and Black Scow guilds that belonged to them were basically supported by the Dragon Pavilion. These two were usually polite to Chinfon. As a result, someone solicited and immediately turned into a 250. It can be seen that this thing, Crystal Yuan, really can't buy loyalty. But, strength can be. Chiny Yang's gaze was stern. Right now, he had all the strength in the world to make Luofan disappear silently. But that wouldn't be very effective. Luofan wanted to thwart the Qin family in public and demonstrate his strength. Then he himself could have killed Luofan in public and told the group who the father was. There weren't many rounds in Hanwu City's selection tournament, and he would soon be able to fight Luofan. During this period of time, let Luofan move around in Hanwu City again. Chiny Yang would like to see what other 2/5 would stand against the Dragon Pavilion, so he would take this opportunity to cleanse a wave. Thinking of this, he put away the breakthrough treasure pearl. League play is in teams of 3, but 1 backup is allowed. Chiny Yang intends to put himself on the backfill. For the usual games, let the 3 girls play. When he met Luofan, he would go up to the stage to show it off himself. Of course, if Chu Mengxian and the girls could defeat Luofan, that would be the best publicity for Dragon Court. Just then, the Brocade Guard beside him said, "Your Majesty, there are professionals rapidly approaching." Chiny Yang opened the True Dragon lookout and looked towards the air, only to see a silver-colored sword light that was speeding this way. "It's one of our own," Chiny Yang said to the Brocade Guards. Buzz! The sound of sword chants came. The silver-colored sword light immediately slowed down after approaching the Qin mansion. A beautiful figure presented itself within Chiny Yang's field of vision. It was a young girl who came stepping on a flying sword. Long hair like a waterfall, clear face, light posture, waist ribbon fluttering in the wind, also hanging a wine gourd. This person was none other than the sword immortal maiden who had been taken as a disciple by Linier. Yi Qiaoning. Coming close, Yi Qiaoning jumped off the flying sword and floated to the ground. The silver flying sword, on the other hand, circled around Chiny Yang and returned to Yi Qiaoning's side, as if it had the appearance of a spirit. With a flash of sword light, the flying sword transformed into a voluptuous figure dressed in a light veil, which was none other than the sword spirit Holy Maiden, Hui Yu, that Chiny Yang had seized from a certain son of Qi. Yi Qiaoning, meet senior brother. Sword spirit Kagaya, meet the master. The two silhouettes saluted at the same time. Chiny Yang stood up from his chair and smiled. It's been a long time. Seeing the two daughters, Chiny Yang was in a good mood. Under the probing of the True Dragon lookout, he discovered that Yi Qiaoning's level had reached 35. This was considered very good progress. After all, it was only a little more than 2 months apart, which amounted to a 2.5 level up in a month. And the sword spirit Kagaya silhouette was also much more solid than before. It wasn't hard to see that these two had benefited greatly from Linier. How has my mother been doing lately? Chiny Yang asked Yi Qiaoning. Yi Qiaoning said, Master has risen to level 150 and is attempting to break through the Emperor rank. In addition, she is still figuring out the Wine Sword Immortal's transfer route and is traveling through the 9 states. What is the Wine Sword Immortal after his transfer? Chiny Yang asked curiously. Yi Qiaoning shook his head. There were very few Wine Sword Immortals in history, and none of them succeeded in transferring to a new job, and they didn't leave behind any relevant epiphanies after their deaths, so Master could only start figuring things out from scratch. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. That's a good one. Wouldn't you have a clue if you asked at the Stargazer yourself? If Linier could successfully transfer, then he could have 2 legendary level professions behind him as emperors. It's time to feed the family, Chiny Yang thought in his mind. With the rapid increase in strength, he also inevitably attracted the attention of powerful people. Let's not talk about Kyushu. Even the Free Federation, far across the ocean, called him the dawn of the empire. At this level, it's no longer enough to be able to fight on your own. From now on, operating and feeding the family was also something Chiny Yang had to do. Prestige, wealth, strength, all to be pulled full circle. Only by backing a power that was strong enough to deter multiple forces could one lie comfortably in a gentle land. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang asked Yi Qiaoning, this league is about the prestige of the Dragon Pavilion Guild. I hope you lead the other 2 and reach the finals. Hearing this, Yi Qiaoning looked at Hui Yu. Bright eyes flickered with confidence as she puffed out her chest and said, Don't worry, senior brother. Even though I'm only level 35, with the aid of Hui Yu, my battle power won't be weaker than a level 60 professional. Chiny Yang's eyes lit up as he also looked at Hui Yu. Are you that powerful? The current Hui Yu's shadow was solidified to 8 or 9 points. There was no longer the sense of emptiness that he had felt when following Su Qingqing. Her voluptuous and tall figure was surrounded by a light aura. a faint glowing light encircling her body as if she were receiving blessings from the gods at all times. As a sword spirit, Huiyu floated beside Yi Qiuning, actually somewhat stealing her thunder. Huiyu was a little embarrassed by Qin Yang's look and shyly said, "Master, Huiyu's strength is not weak. It's just that she didn't follow the right person before." "That's true." Qin Yang nodded triumphantly. Su Qinqing was the first son of Qi he had killed. There'll be a second one soon. I wonder if there are any surprises on Luofan that are similar to those on Huiyu. Kind of can't wait yet. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up as he said to Yi Qiuning, "Chu Mengxian and He are all yours. I want you to bring them from level 30 to level 33 before the league starts." Yi Qiuning nodded his head and said confidently, "Huiyu and I have a way to get them to level 35. Level 35? Qin Yang froze. Leveling up 5 in a month is still very difficult without a hang. At this time, Huiyu laughed. "Master, you forgot that I am able to see the secret realm array eyes." It dawned on Qin Yang. Back in the Plague Rat Road, Huiyu had used this ability to help Su Qinqing find the eye of the formation that could gather the secret demons, causing his efficiency in brushing monsters to increase greatly. If he hadn't encountered himself, Su Qinqing would definitely have exceeded level 35 by now. It's just that there are no ifs in the world. That child, Su Qinqing, should have just passed the 100-day feast by now. Qin Yang laughed in his heart and said to Yi Qiuning, "You guys discuss about the upgrade. Chu Mengxian and the girls are in their room. You can go to them now. And if you need any support directly look for Chen Si." "Okay, Si Fu." Yi Qiuning respectfully saluted, and Huiyu changed back to her flying sword state. Wait for the two women to leave. Qin Yang also entered the idea space. He would help the Empress Dowager by asking what the occupation above the Wine Sword Immortal was called. Entering the realm of intentions, Qin Yang went straight to the stargazing platform. Spinning around, he asked his question. What other professions can Wine Sword Immortal transfer to? Result 1. The profession of Wine Sword Immortal is characterized by the ability to obtain various gain effects through spirit wine, but due to the lack of a method to harness spirit wine, the profession of Wine Sword Immortal is very unstable, and in order to continue to transfer upwards, a way to make up for this shortcoming must be found. JoJo Special Occupation Research Files. Seeing this result, Qin Yang didn't scroll down. The Kyushu Institute for Special Occupations, already the most authoritative organization. Their own 9 to 5 is also within their research topics. However, they didn't speculate on Wine Sword Immortal's thought process for the transfer, and merely made a guess. Qin Yang looked at the result and pondered for a long time, his heart vaguely having an answer. Previously, he had also asked Qin Xuan how he managed to eat the soft rice of Linier. Qin Xuan did not avoid it and directly told the tragic experience of being dominated. The sword, at that time, was said to be just 0.01 centimeters away from his throat. Moreover, Linier's emotions and battle prowess would become high when she was drunk. The feeling is not like a sword fairy, but more like a berserk warrior. The conclusions of the Career Research Institute, it would seem, are quite correct. Can't control the alcohol? Then naturally, it's a drunken frenzy. How can it be stabilized? But how is this going to be solved? Do we have to upgrade our drinking? A guess appeared in Qin Yang's mind as he pondered. While wine mobilizes emotions, emotions need to be expressed. Otherwise words turn into impulses, and the most suitable for expressing emotions after drinking, besides bragging, naturally, is to recite poetry. Of course, a song called Love for Sale would have accomplished the same thing, but that wouldn't have been appropriate for wine swordsmen. The corners of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up as he had an idea in his mind. The profession above Wine Sword Immortal should be called Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal. Of course, that was just his guess. There is a correlation between the higher and lower occupations. Wine Sword Immortal switching to Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal makes sense either way. Apart from this profession, Qin Yang couldn't think of anything else. He couldn't change his profession to Evil Sword Immortal. Could he? Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Linier. Mom, Linier spent most of her time in the Sea of Annihilation. However, Yi Qiuning had said that she was traveling in Kyushu, so there was no need to use the Annihilation transmission note. Nah. Linier replied to the message in seconds and sent a cute emoji of touching her head. Qin Yang first a passive eaten or not okay miss you filial piety triple. Linier coaxed a series of 3 red envelope transfer, spinning around before getting to the point. Qin Yang, Mom, have you touched the door on the Wine Sword Immortal's transfer quest yet? Linier, no, it's too hard, aggrieved. Qin Yang, is it possible that it's the Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal? Linier, what does that mean? Surprised. Seeing this, Qin Yang understood. There is no Li Bai in this world. The Kyushu culture is crippled badly too. Poetry and song are hardly noticed in this day and age. Elegant scenarios such as raising a glass to invite the moon will be even less likely to occur. In their eyes, Poetry and wine are two completely separate things. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang decided to let Linier feel the pleasure of poetry and wine. He recalled a little, picked a suitable poem, and sent it to Linier. The sword rises in the wind and swings the devil between heaven and earth. Wine comes from the free, and I am immortal when it is finished. This is a poem from a game. Chiny Yang remembers not too complete. According to the feeling changed a little. Then typed, feeling it? For some reason. After sending this message, there was no reply from Linier's side. Chiny Yang's brows furrowed as he thought, she can't read it, can she? Just then, a sudden sword chant sounded. Chiny Yang snapped. It was thought to be from the bastard star sword at his waist. As a result, the bastard star sword didn't react much. But Yi Chou Ning's voice came from upstairs. Hui Yu, what's wrong with you? The sword chants were getting higher and higher. And it wasn't just in the Qin mansion. Only then did Chiny Yang hear that the sword chant was coming from all directions. As if at the same time, the sword-type weapons in Hangu City all resonated. The sound of sword chants rose in waves, like a mountain torrent and tsunami. On the streets of Hangu City, the professionals using sword-type weapons drew their weapons with shocked faces. My sword inexplicably perked up. Mine too. Still releasing energy waves. What's going on? Back then, when the Divine Sword Pass appeared, there was also the situation. Could it be that some new secret realm is about to descend on Hangu City? The professionals murmured and marveled, all puzzled, yet somewhat excited. There was speculation as to whether or not a secret realm with favorable sword class professions was about to descend on Hangu City. But what they don't know is this. At this moment, the sword-type weapons in the entire Kyushu were all emitting a slight tremor. It was a worldwide supervision. It happened simply because someone chanted a poem and it later illuminated a legendary profession that never existed. Kyushu, on top of a certain mountain, a woman in a chivalrous costume was floating in the sea of clouds. All of her body was wrapped in sword intent, and the rich scent of wine drifted 10,000 miles away. The sea of clouds churned and the wind rose. The woman's eyes closed lightly as she felt the subtlety of the moment. Mountains and rivers are pots. Rivers are wine. Grass and trees are swords. And great winds are songs. The great mountains and rivers of the 9 states were transformed into sword moves. Sword intent. And sword heart in her heart. With a bubble-popping sense of epiphany, the woman's eyes snapped open and she looked ecstatic. Before her eyes, the hint of her dreams appeared. You have started the transfer quest, Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal. I'm opening the transfer quest, Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal. It's a new legendary level profession. Linier only felt like a dream. There have also been a few wine sword immortals in the 500 years of the transfer era. However, none of them were able to comprehend the wine sword immortal promotion method. After Linier awakened as the wine sword immortal, she couldn't help but regret while being happy. The wine sword immortal is a powerful Epicurean profession though, but since the transfer path is unknown, epic level is her ceiling. She couldn't become a legendary level emperor like her father, Lin Shen. Of course, Linier never gave up. She traveled the mountains, indulged in life, and dared to love and hate. It was so that one day, he could build on the wine sword immortal's enlightenment. Only to this day, it's not even halfway there. This inevitably made Linier wonder if there was a higher sequence above the wine sword immortal. Now the answer is revealed. Above the wine and sword immortal, there was the legendary level Poetry and Wine Sword Immortal. It was a day she had dreamed of countless times, but it didn't occur to her that the one who helped her fulfill her long-cherished dream was her own son. And that's with only one message. Teishos, the Goblin's plot has decided to be revised. Leave me to think about it for a couple days. I feel like I have a lot of things to do in June. I mainly want to fill in the L charts for the female characters but I have to study a bit. I don't really play around with it yet. How did Chiny Yang come to his realization? Linier looked at the hints in front of her, her mood like a sea of clouds rolling aside. Even Lin Shen, who was a sword emperor, hadn't been able to comprehend Wine Sword Immortal's thoughts on transferring. Chiny Yang, an amateur, had helped himself open the transfer quest with only a paragraph of a poem he had never seen before? This can't be a coincidence, can it? Could it be that you've gotten a boost from someone high up? But in this world, who else knew more about sword-type professions than Lin Shen? Linier's thoughts were in a flurry as she looked up into the sky, and then her pupils shrank. Did he came into contact with the Metamorphosis Order? Thinking of the word metamorphosis, Linier couldn't help but feel her heartbeat accelerate. If the Emperor rank was the pinnacle of the human world, at the transformation stage, one is on the path to immortality. Historically, there are indeed records of imperial metamorphosis. However, the metamorphosis rank professionals have never appeared publicly. These people have reached a higher level, not to say omniscient, but certainly knowledgeable about all types of occupations. If Chiny Yang had access to them, then it wouldn't be surprising to know about Wine Sword Immortal's transfer method. I just don't know if the being he's touching is good or evil. Linier sighed, a look of worry appearing in her eyes. Although it was just a guess, she was already largely convinced in her mind that there was another bigwig of the metamorphosis rank behind Chingy Yang. There are good and bad immortal gods. An existence of the metamorphosis rank would not help mortals without a reason. But this was something Chingy Yang didn't say, so she couldn't be bothered to ask. Let's hope that the other party is well-intentioned. I'll also have to double my efforts and strive for an early transfer and entry into the Broken Emperor rank. Linier let out a long sigh and sent a message to Chingy Yang, the text changing from her previous cute style. The transfer quest has been opened. Thank your predecessor for me. What seniors? Even if I helped you with your enlightenment, there's no need to mess up your seniority, right? In the courtyard of the Qin mansion, Chingy Yang looked at his cell phone, puzzled. 20 days later, Jingming City, Demon and Earth Palace. Somewhere on the high platform of the underground palace, a little oil smoke rose up. Wrapped in an apron, Yi Qiuning stood beside the open-air barbecue grill, and with nimble hands and feet, she brushed her secret seasonings on the rows of grilled meat that were bubbling with oil. Chu Mengxian, on the other hand, was holding a small fan, fanning the barbecue grill from the side, and her small agar nose was already a little blackened by the oil and smoke. Qiuning, are we really good like this? Barbecue in the secret realm? Chu Mengxian glanced towards the bottom of the high platform, a little unable to accept her state. Sword Spirit Huiyu was leading a group of bloodsickle mantis, killing with huge-sized demon ants, while their master was having a small barbecue on the side? If you look at the whole world, no one is going down to the secret realm like this. You taste the salt. Yi Qiuning handed over a skewer of grilled meat and said, what's wrong with that? Are you feeling sorry for Huiyu? Or do you feel disrespectful to the demons? None of it. Just feels like I'm laying it on too thoroughly. Chu Mengxian said, taking a bite of the meat skewer. It's a bit salty. The Devil Ant Dungeon was one of the most dangerous secret realms within Yangzhou, with an entry level of 32. The entire secret realm was an underground palace with a complex structure. And not only did the professionals have to face the intricate maze, but they also had to face the siege of demonic ants. This kind of demonic creature is covered with hard armor, has infinite strength and agility, and possesses unimaginable numbers. So once it encounters a siege, it will be plunged into an endless battle. Even a level 50 professional wouldn't dare to step into this secret realm easily. That high attack, high defense, high movement speed, an endless number of demon ant armies, even if they were tired, they could tire people to death. However, after Chu Mengshuan's trio entered the underground palace, it was a different scene. The silver-colored fire of the Phaedrus moon has the ability to burn the spirit. Those devil ants with high offense and high defense, as long as they got a little bit of it, they would instantly lose their link with the queen and become sluggish and slow. No matter how many devil ants came, when they arrived in front of the three of them, they would all turn into a scattered sand, losing their most terrifying discipline. At this point, it was He Jiyi's imperial beasts' turn to make an appearance. Bloodsickle mantis, poisoned gun killer bee, and gold eater, all kinds of insect imperial beasts, could be described as spreading out, pushing all the way across the sky, not even needing Chu Mengxian, the main force, to make a move. And under the exploration of the Elven eyes, the three of them also found the eye of the secret realm formation. It was a dungeon square. No matter how fast the trio brushed the monsters, demon ants will all converge from all directions, delivering a huge amount of experience that simply can't be brushed aside. When they first came to the underground palace, the three of them would still be on guard for a bit on the high platform, but they became more and more relaxed later on. They were in a position where the demons couldn't even come up, so the three women grew bolder. From rotating alerts to no alerts at all. Yesterday we were having a snacks and squash tea party. Today we're having an open-air barbecue. It wasn't that Chu Mengxian couldn't let go. She just felt that she had almost zero role in this ride. On the side of fighting monsters, with Yi Qiuning's Huiyu as the main force and He Jiyi's swarm as the support, there was nothing for himself. On the barbecue side, it was still Yi Qiuning who was in charge of the chef, and He Jiyi was in charge of making tea and cutting fruits. As for myself, I can only fan myself with a small fan and taste the salt. Just as she thought of this, a prompt appeared in front of her eyes. You are promoted to level 35. All attributes plus 5. Gain 10 points of free attributes. Upgraded again. It's like being taken for a ride. Chu Mengxian sighed, realizing for the first time that she was such a waste. The three women were leisurely upgrading. The three oldest sixes of the Qin family are also playing a big game. Inside Qin Chuan's office, Chingy Yang placed a bunch of lists on the coffee table. This is a list of all the people Luofan has contacted in the past month, and there are people in the Dragon Pavilion Guild who are ready to jump ship. Chinfon looked at the list, his brows furrowed, and sighed, convinced. The Dragon Pavilion Guild's treatment is good enough. Don't these people know enough? Chinfon said, The diffractive sacred division is a federal background, so it's considered an iron rice bowl. What? You still want an iron rice bowl when you're a professional? Chinfon shook his head helplessly. Then don't awaken at the beginning. Dad, not everyone is as curly as you. Chiny Yang shook his head with a bitter smile. He did understand the guild members who wanted to jump ship. Professionals may be on a knife fight, but who doesn't want a lifetime of peace and quiet? As long as there was no intention of harming the Dragon Pavilion, Chiny Yang could let him off the hook. Some people, however, don't have that. During this time, Luofan had contacted quite a few guild bosses and asked them to choose between the Dragon Pavilion Guild and the Diffractive Sacred Division. Most of the guilds, for the most part, remained neutral. A few particularly ironic guilds also sternly rejected Luofan. Only, there were still quite a few people who sided with the Diffractive Sacred Division. Tianba, Black Jiao, Mad Blade, Tong Yun. These bigwigs aren't just choosing to take sides. He even participated in Luofan's Slay the Dragon program. With practical actions, he stood against the Dragon Pavilion. To them, Chiny Yang already had an idea in his mind. I think it's time to cleanse a wave. Don't get stabbed by them when it's time to expand outward. Chinfon nodded his head, a fierce energy bursting from his eyes. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The Dragon Pavilion hasn't been powerful for too long. These people have forgotten how we got to the top. Chinfon agreed, and asked Chiny Yang, if you're going to do it, you have to do it thoroughly. When are you going to do it? Chiny Yang said, it's right around the time of the Professionals League, Yangzhou Selection Tournament. Additions? Chinfon and Chiny Yang looked at each other. Chiny Yang said, the location of this selection match is set in Songxian City. Luofan wants to challenge the Qin family at the match to show his strength, and people from Tianba and Black Jiao will go to support him. Chinfon snapped his fingers. Got it. You're trying to take the opportunity of their absence to carry out a major purge in Hanwu City. Worthy of being my son, poisonous enough. Chinfon nodded his head in approval and had some questions. But if I don't go to Songxian City, will they get suspicious? Chiny Yang laughed and said, I was prepared for this. With that, he waved his hand. Two figures immediately appeared in the office. One was tall, with a knife-like brow and unruffled eyes. One was slender, with sword-like eyebrows and a furtive gaze. Crap! Seeing these two, the two Qin brothers were confused. They actually saw themselves beyond the mirror. Dad, Uncle too. These are my summons. They have the ability to disguise themselves. Chiny Yang smiled and introduced the two Qin brothers. The power of the Jinui was never the ability to fight. Instead, it's tracking, intelligence, interrogation, infiltration, and other means. With that exquisite disguise technique, one could completely play the role of the two brothers of the Qin clan and attend the selection contest held in Songxian City. In this way, Chinfon and Chinfon would be able to sit in Hanwu City and take advantage of those guild bosses' absence to cleanse their forces. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chinfon looked at his imposter and sighed in admiration. That look, that move, it's almost exactly the same as in person. At this time, Chinfon also silently took out his cell phone and turned off the facial recognition function. Seeing this, Chiny Yang said irritably, Old dang, this action of yours saddens me. Are you still afraid that I'll take your cell phone to pay the bill? Chinfon shook his head and explained, everything in the Qin family is yours. I'm just worried that your mom is using this ability to come and see my cell phone. Hearing this, Chiny Yang instantly understood his father. Indeed, this ability made itself known to Linier. She would definitely ask for herself and unlock Chinfon's cell phone. When the time comes, to unlock or not to unlock, left and right are ungrateful awe. With the subject matter out of the way, Chiny Yang circled back to business. His plan this time was simple. First, clean up Hanwu City of those who have malicious intent towards the Dragon Pavilion Guild. Secondly, take out Luofan in front of all the Yangzhou professionals. After these two things were done, the Qin family would be able to take the absolute initiative. Of course, it would also offend that diffractive division, but it doesn't matter. The diffractive sacred division had wanted to dismantle the Dragon Court Guild as well. Conflicts were put on the table, but instead, it was better for Xi Jinping to deal with them. Chiny Yang didn't believe that the diffractive sage division would tear their faces off with the Qin family, which had an imperial background. For the sake of a Luofan, if they really wanted to have the guts to do this, they wouldn't have sent Luofan, a fly on the wall, to come and fix up some small maneuvers that couldn't rise to the occasion. 2 more days passed. Chu Mengxian, Yi Qiaoning, and He Ziyi, the three of them, had returned from Jingming City. The two of them, Chu Mengxian and He Ziyi, had both reached level 36, and Yi Qiaoning, the Thai who had brought the two of them to practice leveling, had also raised to level 37. This achievement greatly exceeded Chiny Yang's expectations. It's true, you have to choose the right direction for your endeavors. If they were in another secret realm, Even with the little plug-in of Huiyu, they wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. At night, the Qin mansion. Xing Yang sat and lay on the bed while Chu Mengxian snuggled up to him and fell into a deep sleep, taking advantage of the sage time after the battle. Qin Yang began to calculate the battle power of the three women. Yi Qiu Ning has the assistance of Huiyu, and is stronger than the average level 60 profession, but against Luofan, it's at most a 50-50 split. Luofan's profession was epic level, and it was a different class from a transcendent level. Moreover, the Shura Buster Blade could reach T1 in strength in the epic level professions, with an extremely strong explosive power. Add to that the fact that he has served in the Grand Legion for 5 years, and his combat experience is not to be underestimated. With the three women's current strength, only 3 against 1 would have a greater chance of winning. The good thing is, tryouts are just simple, brutal PvP, and there are no restrictions. 1v1, 1v3, and 3v3 are all allowed. And with Luofan's arrogance, odds are he wouldn't mind 1v3. It didn't matter if you minded. Chiny Yang would be there in person. By then Luofan wouldn't be 1v3, but 1v3000. Honey, as Chiny Yang was thinking, Chu Mengxian in his arms suddenly woke up, only to see her touching her stomach and looking at Chiny Yang with her eyes open. Chiny Yang's heart thumped. Mind you, it's not going to be there, is it? But it can't be? Chiny Yang's grasp of the body was no longer like that of a mortal. Some things he was completely free to control, such as using his breath and shocking those billions of descendants to death. Chiny Yang looked at Chu Mengxian and asked, "Is it hunger?" Chu Mengxian shook her head repeatedly and said with some excitement, "It's the dragon soul. I feel like the dragon soul has already coalesced into shape." Chiny Yang's eyes lit up. His own plowing was not in vain. Once the dragon soul was solidified, Chu Mengxian would be able to switch from 100 beasts martial artist to a dragon fighter. This was the most difficult epic level profession to transfer to, as not many people could condense a dragon soul, and once promoted, it was a proper T0 level. Xing Yang touched Chu Mengxian's flat belly and slightly injected a wisp of true dragon breath, and then he immediately felt some sort of response. A mass of energy similar to a true dragon's aura was slightly vibrating at Chu Mengxian's dantian, like a fetus movement or an unstable dragon egg. It looks like it's just a matter of getting to the door, Xing Yang thought in his mind. Right at this moment, Chu Mengxian sat up violently. "Hubby, you go to sleep first. I'm going to practice a little bit so I can get promoted before the competition," she said as she reached for the bodysuit she had tossed aside. Xing Yang shook his head and laughed as he swept him into his arms and said, "To tell you the truth, that dragon soul has my share as well." Chu Mengxian's head tilted, not understanding what it meant. Xing Yang didn't say anything and pressed him down, explaining with his actions. 3 hours later, a high dragon's roar rang out over the Qin mansion, shaking the sky. The sleeping city of Hanwu was awakened by Tang Ran, and a large light was brushed on. People walked towards the balcony with panicked faces, watching to see if there had been a demonic invasion. Only Su Nantian, who lived in the Qin clan's martial arts center, revealed an excited expression. He knew exactly what the dragon's roar meant. His own disciple, Chu Mengxian, had already been promoted to the epic level profession, dragon fighter. At the same moment, Luofan was also looking at the sky from a distance in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. He looked even more alarmed than those ordinary people. For some reason, his first feeling upon hearing this dragon roar was not curiosity, but fear. It was as if he had heard a call to arms, and his whole body trembled. Yangzhou, Sanchuan City, night. A magnificent arena was filled with people. The surrounding audience platforms were already packed. A huge holographic projection flattened out and floated out of thin air over the playground. There are only 3 large, striking lines on it. 27th Global Professional League, Kyushu Federation, Yangzhou Station, chief sponsor of the Dragon Court Guild. The first leg of the Pro AM League finally got me tickets. Luofan, we came all the way from Hanwu City to support you. Be sure to cheer. The one who represents Yangzhou to fight in the 9 states must be Luofan. Fart, where have you put my Gale City's Luan family's son? The race hasn't even started yet. The audience stage was already full of gunpowder. Everyone had come from cities like Hanwu, Gale, and Jingming, each supporting their city's professionals. The Tsangxian Immortal Sect still has some skills. At the VIP seat, Chiny Yang took a keen interest in the formations in the drill ground. Due to the league's PvP format, this kind of real sparring will inevitably result in mishaps or manslaughter. Every tournament, some precaution is taken against this. For example, instant teleport procs, or having a paladin help set invincibility. All of these means maximize the protection of the participants from being killed on the field. Of course, the means of protection are not 100% effective. Bleeding occurs at every tournament. That's one of the great things about the Pro League. Before competing, Professionals are required to sign a life and death contract. It's not a crime to beat someone to death, and there's nothing to be said for being beaten to death. Chiny Yang's goal was to kill Luofan in the ring. It's natural to look at ways to crack those means of protecting the players. The competition in Songshan City was hosted by the Songshan Immortal Sect. This was a guild that had existed for 300 years, abounding in all sorts of formation masters. The means of protection they used was to cover the ring with 3 sets of formations. The first formation, a shield provided, said to have a damage tolerance of 5,000 body mass. This shield is the equivalent of a professional's bloodstain. As soon as the shield breaks, or the amount of damage exceeds the shield, the second set of formations is triggered and invincible. That is to say, the Songshan Immortal Sect's formation gave each participant a famous sword. And after the famous sword is triggered, the third set of formations activates again. The contestant is instantly teleported to safety and cleared of any negative effects. This means of protection, it's simply too safe. For a moment, Chiny Yang couldn't really think of a means to crack it. It can only be a side fight. No matter what, Luofan must die today. Thinking of this, Chiny Yang glanced at Chinfon and Chynfon beside him. The two jinxes were already in movie star mode, each playing their own role. Chinfon laughed boldly. Chinfon climbed calmly. None of the bigwigs in the room had noticed anything different about them. President Chin is truly young and talented, founding the guild at less than 30 years of age, and already being enthroned as the king of Lizho at the age of 45. He is an example of the world's heroes. Between a flurry of commercial interblowing, the white-robed old man on the main seat bowed to Chinfon. This person's name was Yu Yuanhua, the sect master of the Songshan Immortal Sect, a level 95 Chi Men Heavenly Master. A level 95 Chi Men Celestial Master was already a rather terrifying existence, and above Yu Yuanhua, there was an old ancestor of the monarch rank. Thus, the Songshan Immortal Sect had an extremely high voice in Songshan City, and even the entire Yangzhou. The policies set by the city lord's office all required Yu Yuanhua's nod before they could be released. However, in front of the Chin family, this palmist showed great humility. As a 100-year-old fox, Yu Yuanhua naturally knew clearly how terrifying Chinfon's background was. Of course, he didn't place a unilateral bet. There was another group of people sitting in the VIP seats. That would be the presidents of the major guilds, led by Luofan. Recently, Luofan had caused a storm in Hangwu City. However, anyone with a bit of intelligence sources knew what he was doing and the existence behind him, and the Chin family could be said to be on par with each other. Yu Huayuan's profession is also a Chi Men Tianshi. How could he not count a fortune? The trigrams are simple. Just 4 words. Scarlet Flood. Anyone who regularly tells fortunes knows that. The bigger things get, the more vague the trigrams get. Yu Yuanhua couldn't surmise who the winner was from those 4 words, but it was certain that the power struggle in Hangwu City would not be peaceful. Following the orders of the Immortal Sect's oldest ancestor, Yu Huayuan remained neutral and licked whoever won. His gaze wandered over Chinfon and Luofan. The mind was also judging the strength of both sides. Chinfon is in his prime and has deep roots in Hangwu City. Luofan was a young hero and had already gathered a crowd of followers. Both sides again have big names behind the scenes. It's a matchup that's really hard to tell. Just then, a voice entered his mind. Yuanhua, you have to pay attention to Chinfon's son, elder ancestor. Yu Yuanhua was slightly stunned. The strongest existence of the Songshan Immortal Sect was also overlooking the entire situation from the shadows. So many accomplished and powerful men present had not caused him to utter a single word, but he specifically sent a message to remind himself to pay more attention to that 18 or 19-year-old teenager. Yu Yuanhua looked at the teenager beside Chinfon, Chiny Yang. It was a sassy male, gorgeously dressed, with a face like a crown and an upright posture. Even if he was sitting quietly on the sidelines, he was the jewel of this side of the VIP table. The 2 female disciples beside himself had been stealing glances at him, and every now and then they would even let out a whisper. The content of that whisper was more or less unseemly. What to be a small one is fine. Carrying a baby is an earner. Yu Huayuan was all a bit speechless. As a matter of fact, he had noticed Chiny Yang a long time ago, break through level 18 in a month, and abuse all the heavenly pride on the conscription battlefield. Jingming City slaughters a giant dragon and explodes to level 45 in 3 months. The word legend of the legendary profession is reflected in him. It was impossible for Yu Huayuan not to get to know such a person. Even, all of them have told him about his marriage. That's called a ravishing and enviable. In short, all that can be understood. What cannot be understood, Yu Huayuan cannot calculate. Old Joe reminds himself to watch out for him. Did you see something special again? Thinking of this, Yu Huayuan transmitted his voice to the old ancestor. Old ancestor, disciple doesn't understand. What do I need to pay attention to Chiny Yang? After a long time, The old ancestor replied with a voice transmission. I just watched the stars and found that there is a murderous star hidden, and it is in the palace of Chingy Yang. And this game is afraid that there will be some changes because of him. The position of the fierce star. Yuanhua snapped. He looked up at the stars. Sure enough, there was a slightly reddish star, shining faintly. Immediately, he sneaked a look at Chingy Yang, only to find the other man sipping his tea and looking at him with a smile. It's obviously a smiling look, yet somehow, it revealed a seemingly murderous intent. He seems to be interested in me. Chingy Yang sipped his tea and nodded towards Yuan. Inside the VIP seat, there were only less than 30 people seated, but there were 10 Brocade Guards surrounding them. Everyone's micro-expressions and whispers were all caught in Chingy Yang's eyes. Although Yuan didn't have any whispers, his micro-expressions could be too wonderful. Through the Brocade Guard's interpretation, Chingy Yang already knew that he was transmitting with someone. It seems that the Zhongxian immortal sect's old ancestor was also present. Chingy Yang said. He has learned. The old ancestor of the Zhongxian immortal sect was also a monarch-level powerhouse. And an old monster who has lived for 300 years. Rank aside, this kind of person is definitely deep. 300 years of time. Hell knows how many treasures have been collected. The equipment on his body is presumably all that can be pulled full, and his strength is not to be underestimated. I hope he doesn't interfere with my plans. Chingy Yang thought in his mind. His purpose this time was to take care of the forces that were jeopardizing the Chin family, and he didn't want to cause any trouble yet. Just then, a bell rang out. Chingy Yang looked towards the drill ground as the first round was about to begin. The information about the match had appeared in the holographic projection in the field. Hangwu Yenxing Team versus Sanchuan Immortal Sect Team. Hangwu Dragon Pavilion Team versus Sanchuan Luan's team. Team Gale and Fearless versus Team Jingming and Fengxing. The teams that competed were drafted, which isn't a lot. 1 city, 2 teams. In total, that adds up to 16 teams. 2 Yangzhou teams will be decided this evening. In the first game, it was the team led by Luofan that faced the Zhongxian Immortal Sect's team. Yuanhua was able to become the master. Based on his high emotional intelligence, he got up and bowed to Luofan, saying, Little friend Luo, I hope to teach my Immortal Sect's disciples more. Before Luofan could say anything, the Tianba Guild president on the side, Wang Muba, cocked his head and said, Sect Master Yu, it's only the first match. Isn't it a bit hasty to let Commander Luo take the field now? Hearing this, the people from the Zhongxian Immortal Sect all frowned. What does that mean? Wasn't the Zhongxian Immortal Sect's team worthy of Luofan's presence? Even Yuanhua's face showed a small amount of displeasure. Chingy Yang did not feel amused in his heart. He had heard the private conversation across the street. Although these words were spoken by Wang Muba, they were actually a downward spiral given by Luofan. Yuanhua tried to take care of everyone's face when it came to hospitality. Except for Chinfon. Everyone was seated partially in front and back, lined up in a circle. After all, Chinfon was the king of Lizhou. He had to sit on the main seat. It was impossible to sit on an equal seat with Luofan, Wang Muba and the others, right? However, Luofan fancied himself as a minister of the Qin dynasty and felt that he was not lower in status than Chinfon. Then he purposely let Wang Muba sing in blackface to show his displeasure. See, purpose achieved. Luofan also got up and saluted, saying, President Wang is joking. Any team Luo, will deal with it with all my might, and since the Zhongxian Immortal Sect wants to ask for a lesson, I don't mind being the first to go out and fight. Damn, this pussy is real. Chinfon on the main seat coldly said. Chingy Yang almost didn't laugh out loud. Chinfon's temper is like this. If you don't obey, you will scold. The Brocade Guards acted like it. Luofan was inexplicably sprayed and his face immediately darkened. But when he saw that it was Chinfon who sprayed the people, he suddenly clouded up again. It was impossible for him to be Chinfon's opponent before he broke through to the sovereign rank. It's also something you have to put up with for a while in order to show off at the tournament. He saluted everyone in the VIP seats and said, Everyone, chat for now. I'll be right back. After saying that, he made a long leap and turned into a blood-red stream of light, flying towards the ring. Commander Luo is really a good stance. This is the Shura Buster Blade skill, 100-mile slaughter, which can move a distance of 100 meters in an instant, and it also comes with slashing damage. This is an epic level profession, with displacement skills a notch above the rest. As soon as Luofan made a move, someone in the VIP seat immediately started licking. These were the forces that embraced Luofan, and Chingy Yang had long since known all about it. He, Commander Lo, is using the league as his political showcase. Unbeknownst to him, someone else had a guillotine ready for him as well. Chingy Yang looked toward the ring. At this moment, 3 disciples from the Zhongxian Immortal Sect had already entered the ring. They are level 45 Sword Immortal, level 43 Trickster, and level 42 Qigong Fighter. The Sword Immortal was already familiar. While the Qigong Boxer was a very conventional transcendent profession that Chiny Yang had little desire to learn about, he was still most interested in the Trickster. This is an uncommon profession, belonging to the promotion sequence of a Daoist, but not a normal promotion. Instead, the transfer has to be accomplished through some surreptitious maneuvers and rituals. With the word guile in his occupation, he must not be simple. Luofan should be careful. Chiny Yang felt worried for Luofan in his heart. He didn't want Commander Luo to fall into someone else's hands. With the ringing of a loud bell, the crowd under the ring chanted, "The first round of the battle has begun." The Zhongxian Immortal Sex Qigong Boxer let out a low cry and took the lead in the attack. Just seeing his hands push forward, he actually hit a circular Qigong wave. Watching Chiny Yang in the VIP seat subconsciously recite, "Ah Duggan." It's a little funny though. Still, Chiny Yang had to admit that Qigong fighters were something. Qigong is a pure biological energy that can be compressed and condensed indefinitely in the body, which is equivalent to unlimited power storage. The volume of that Qigong wave was the size of a dump truck, and as it traveled, it set off monstrous air waves. Its domineering internal energy even penetrated the floor of the ring, scraping out a crack. Apparently, that Qigong Boxer had been storing up his power for a small amount of time and had struck a feat that didn't belong to his level. In the face of the raging incoming Qigong waves, Luofan was motionless, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, only to see him turn his palm into a sword and slash heavily downward towards the Qigong wave. Phew! A dark red half-moon arc of light appeared, actually cutting a crack in front of itself. The crack was narrow, but it glowed with a demonic red light. At the moment of opening, there was even a faint howl of ghosts and monsters that came out from it. Chiny Yang's pupils shrank, and the long-dormant human emperor's breath in his body actually operated at this moment. Bang! The moment the violent Qigong wave hit the crack, it was immediately sliced in half and flew towards both sides of the ring, blasting against the pre-established barrier. A gasp rang out throughout the tournament. That Qigong Boxer, too, was pale. This Qigong wave of his had been storing power for a day long. Its killing power was enough to injure a level 60 professional. Yet Luofan just sliced it in half with a single hand slash? At the same time, the bigwigs in the VIP seats all drew in a breath of cold air. But anyone with a little bit of eye candy, all could see the power of that Qigong wave. That was definitely not an attack that could be blocked with a single wave of the hand. That crack, what the hell is it? The crowd looked towards the red crack with astonishment and incomprehension in their eyes. Only Chiny Yang lowered his head, hiding the ecstasy in his heart. At this moment, 6 heavy pupils had appeared in his eyes. The 6 heavy pupils, after all, opened automatically without his awareness. Apparently, the switch was triggered by some force. This is Charado. The corners of Chiny Yang's mouth rose, and the hand holding the teacup was trembling slightly. Taishangs, go for it on your exams. You may not be able to see it, but I'll be waiting for you.